Chapter 1. My disciple has the potential of an emperor. In the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, the platform for the Ascension ceremony was filled with the masters from each main peak, all gathered here awaiting the imminent start of the ceremony. Horatio, I've heard that there are quite a few promising candidates at today's Ascension ceremony. Yes, apart from those with exceptional spiritual roots, there is even one in 10,000 years. However, this kind of disciple would absolutely not be suitable for our Talisman Peak. Don't be disheartened. The Talisman Peak remains a highly sought-after destination. It can't be worse than the Crimson Sun Peak, right? That's true. After all, if no disciples are recruited, the Crimson Sun Peak will cease to exist. After speaking, these two masters glanced at a man dressed in a green robe standing on the edge, their eyes revealing a touch of helplessness. Barrett noticed the gazes of these two old men, but paid little attention. He merely turned his gaze to another direction. Master, why didn't you leave me at least one senior brother before you left? The responsibility of the Crimson Sun Peak falls entirely on my shoulders. How am I supposed to bear it? Barrett muttered under his breath, his voice filled with bitterness. For years ago, Barrett had been transported to this world and caught the eye of the then master of Crimson Sun Peak during his travels, becoming his first disciple. The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was the foremost immortal sect in Central Prefecture, and the master of Crimson Sun Peak possessed powers that rivaled heaven itself, ranking as the first among disciples under the sect leader. The minimum cultivation level for inner sect disciples was foundation establishment, and even outer sect miscellaneous staff had to be at least 5th level practitioners. This meant that once Crimson Sun Peak was disbanded, Barrett would be expelled from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Adding insult to injury, Barrett had also awakened to a troublesome system. System activation condition. Recruit a disciple with the potential of an emperor. Remaining time, 12 hours. Failure punishment, annihilation. Looking at the system notification, Barrett rubbed his face, his expression grim. If he failed to find a disciple with the potential of an emperor, the system would annihilate him before the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect could expel him from Crimson Sun Peak. Alright, if I can't find such a disciple, let these 4 years be nothing more than fleeting illusions. Saying this, Barrett ceased worrying and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, on the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's Ascension Plaza, voices buzzed with excitement as everyone was freshly admitted outer sect disciples who had just passed the entrance examination. Above the crowd stood a beautiful woman draped in red silk, her expression cold yet incomparably graceful. She floated serenely in midair. I wonder which peak Allura will choose. Of course, it would be the Peerless Sword Peak. For someone like her, wasting her talent in a battlefield would be a shame. Nonsense. Such a genius needs protection, not battles. She should join our Alchemy Peak. Such a genius would likely catch the attention of the sect leader and become the next heir. At this moment, the sect leader of Sword Peak cast a mocking glance at Barrett, sneering, she might choose any other peak, but never Crimson Sun Peak under Horatio. Ignoring the Rodney, Barrett stared intently at Allura. Candidate, Allura. Identity, Jade Pool Empress. Cultivation level, Core Formation Pinnacle. Potential, Emperor. Other, Cultivation Foundation damaged, Divine Soul weakened. Seeing Allura, Barrett felt tears welling up in his eyes. After 3 years, a disciple with the potential of an emperor finally appeared. He had hope. Boom. Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across the sky, landing on the Ascension platform. A middle-aged man with silver hair stepped out, clad in white robes. This was Elliot, the patriarch of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Upon seeing the patriarch, everyone fell silent and greeted him respectfully. Yes, young lady, that's you. Stop staring, come join Crimson Sun Peak. Our resources can stack up to make you an emperor. Come quickly. Hearing Barrett's boastful words, the other peak masters couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Could anyone be pushed to the emperor realm with just resources? There wasn't even one emperor realm cultivator in the entire Central Prefecture. The Ryan burst into loud laughter for quite a while before saying disdainfully, you must really be desperate to take on disciples, thinking you can push someone to the emperor realm with resources, and actually hoping to recruit Allura? If you manage to recruit her today, I'll have everyone on Sword Peak respectfully call you Horatio. But right at that moment, something happened that made everyone gape in astonishment. Allura actually slowly flew over to sit at the Crimson Sun Peak's designated seat. At the same time, a system notification appeared in front of Barrett's eyes. Congratulations, host has successfully recruited a disciple with the potential of an emperor. 10,000-fold reward system activated. The Ascension ceremony venue fell silent as everyone gaped at Allura sitting in the Crimson Sun Peak seat, completely at a loss for what to do. Ryan quickly recovered and hurriedly tried to persuade Allura, young lady, you're in the wrong seat. That's the Crimson Sun Peak seat. However, Allura nodded matter-of-factly, that's correct. I want to join the Crimson Sun Peak. Her statement caused a huge uproar, like a stone thrown into still water creating countless ripples. Of course, Allura had her own reasons for this decision. Reincarnated as she was, reaching her peak realm was only a matter of time, so there was no need for formal discipleship. But her mind retained memories and cultivation techniques from her past life. The peak masters of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect were all at least nascent soul level, making it likely they would notice something unusual. However, joining the Crimson Sun Peak was different. Barrett was only at the 3rd level of practitioner and couldn't even see through Allura's cultivation, let alone detect anything strange about her. On the Crimson Sun Peak, Allura could freely display her talent without fear of being exposed. So joining the Crimson Sun Peak was her best choice. At this moment, Barrett also snapped back to his senses. He didn't check the system immediately, but instead shot a mocking glance at the Ryan. Yarden now, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? All eyes turned to the Ryan, Wang Zijian, whose face instantly turned awkward. Chapter 2. Thrilled. Double reward. But before Grimes could speak, Elliot frowned and said sternly, nonsense. How can Allura, an outstanding talent unseen for 10,000 years, become your disciple. That's sheer nonsense. Elliot took a deep breath and tried again. Do you think I might dissolve Qiyang Peak if you don't get a disciple today? It's no problem. I can set a precedent that even without disciples, Qiyang Peak will remain part of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect forever, never dissolving. Just as everyone thought Barrett would agree, he shook his head. No way, I must accept this disciple. What was the point of Qiyang Peak existing if he were dead after 24 hours? He couldn't afford not to accept Allura as his disciple. Seeing that Barrett refused to let go, Elliot, who was usually good at controlling his temper, nearly lost it. Just then, Grimes proposed a solution. How about this, sect leader? In a month, there will be the sect's grand competition. During this period, Allura can temporarily stay on Qiyang Peak. If Allura doesn't win the top position in the competition, it shows that Barrett lacks the ability to teach properly. At that time, we can reassess her placement. After considering Grimes' suggestion, Elliot nodded. Not bad, this is indeed a way. Barrett, do you dare to accept? A hint of caution flashed in Allura's eyes. With her cultivation at peak core formation stage, many true disciples had golden core or even nascent soul realms. Winning the top spot in the grand competition in a month seemed impossible. I'm not sure I can do it. You should stall them for now, Allura whispered to Barrett. However, Barrett ignored her advice and nodded resolutely. Fine, I accept the wager. Seeing Barrett agree, Grimes smiled smugly, while Allura stared at him in disbelief. She was certain her message wasn't miscommunicated. Did Barrett misunderstand or not hear? Seeing Barrett's acceptance, Elliot sighed in relief. Very well, for this month, Allura will stay on your Qiyang Peak. Before he could resume the ascension ceremony, Barrett interrupted him. Sect leader, please hold on a moment. All eyes turned back to Barrett, who looked at Grimes. Wang Peak leader, haven't you forgotten to call me Horatian yet? Aren't you going to keep your promise? Grimes' face darkened, but then sneered coldly. If Allura doesn't win the top spot in the competition, calling you Horatian won't be necessary. Let's wait until Allura wins the competition, then I'll call you. A cold smile crept across Barrett's lips. He knew Grimes would play this card but didn't mind using it to his advantage. Since that's the case, how about we add some stakes? Grimes was about to say something when Barrett beat him to it. Alright, if you lose, all the cultivation resources on Qiyang Peak will belong to my Sword Peak. After all, if Qiyang Peak ceases to exist, these resources would be useless anyway. Allura's lips twitched, ignoring Barrett's absurdity, and flew off to choose a cave. After Allura left, Barrett eagerly checked the system that had just officially activated. Disciple return system activated. First disciple, Allura. Identity, Sacred Master of Yaoqi. Talent, Emperor Class Talent, Phoenix Immortal Body. Cultivation, Peak Core Formation. Understanding Dao, Immortal Fire Dao, Initial Mastery. Other, Damaged Foundation, Weakened Divine Soul. Ding. Now starting double reward for Disciples Cultivation. Chapter 3, Peak Enlightenment. As the system's voice faded, countless streams of pure spiritual energy flooded into Barrett's limbs and body, continuously bolstering his cultivation. His dantian was being filled with spiritual energy, while it expanded under the influence. With the help of this energy, Barrett's strength soared at an unprecedented rate. Foundation Establishment Stage. Core Formation Stage. Golden Core Stage. Peak Enlightenment Stage. The spiritual energy within Barrett now flowed like a mighty river, unceasing and powerful. His presence radiated with a surging power, and the spiritual waves caused by his breakthrough stirred the vegetation on Qiyang Peak into a wild dance. Boom! At the rear mountain of Dahuang Immortal Sect, a bell rang out, echoing across Zhongzhou. The sound waves spread through the entire Dahuang Immortal Sect. All cultivators in Zhongzhou turned their gazes toward Dahuang Immortal Sect, their eyes filled with surprise, as the Dahuang bell had rung twice in such a short period. Meanwhile, Elliot on the Ascension platform stared bewilderedly in the direction of the bell's origin. This deafening sound could only come from the Dahuang bell. If the Dahuang bell rang, it meant either that a once-in-a-thousand-years genius had emerged in Zhongzhou, or that a Dahuang Immortal Sect cultivator had advanced to the Enlightenment realm. Only these two events could trigger its chime. Elliot breathed heavily, hoping more for the latter, that someone within Dahuang Immortal Sect had become an Enlightenment stage powerhouse. Could it be that one of our secluded elders has broken through? Barrett felt his cultivation strengthen and realized new insights were forming in his mind. These are insights into the heavenly fire Dao. Barrett's palm opened and closed, revealing a stream of crimson flames. Following his will, the fire transformed into various shapes. Rise, Barrett commanded, the flame bursting upward and transforming into a crimson dragon, its heat seemingly capable of turning Qiyang Peak into a fiery hell. Realizing how potent it was, Barrett quickly withdrew the flames, reducing the temperature. After reigning in the heavenly fire, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the system not only doubled his strength from Allura, but also doubled his understanding of the heavenly fire Dao. Moreover, anytime Allura cultivated or gained insights, Barrett would gain double the benefits. But currently, he had only one disciple, Allura. If he had hundreds or thousands of disciples, reaching the Emperor realm would only be a matter of time. However, he dared only dream about this, as the minimum requirements set by the system for taking in disciples started from those possessing Emperor-level potential, which were rare. An Emperor-grade disciple might take 1,000 years to emerge. Finding even one like Allura was a stroke of immense fortune. After fantasizing about the future, Barrett started to feel a bit troubled. His cultivation was indeed high now, but if he couldn't hide it and someone discovered his level, what would he do? To advance from the third level of Qi refinement to peak enlightenment in just a day was too rapid even for a rocket. Fortunately, the system's prompt sounded again. Detection. Host successfully recruits first disciple. Distributing beginner rewards. Rewards, Turtle Breath Technique, Imperial Crystal Pill, Phoenix Immortal Grass, Turtle breath technique. Conceals aura. No matter the realm of the cultivator, they cannot see through your cultivation unless you wish it. The system is quite thoughtful, Barrett smiled, knowing that with the turtle breath technique, no one, not even an emperor, could penetrate his disguise without asking directly. With a thought, Barrett summoned the imperial crystal pill to his palm. Its multicolored glow hinted at its preciousness. Just breathing near it made him feel his foundation strengthening. System, what can the imperial crystal pill be used for? Ding. Used by core formation cultivators breaking through to golden core. It fortifies the foundation and mends the divine soul. Looking at the pill, Barrett knew it wasn't for him, but for his adopted disciple, Allura. Well, I'll find a chance to give it to her. Putting the pill back into the system space, he then took out the phoenix immortal grass. Just hearing its name made him think of Allura's phoenix body. But usually, such herbs were used for alchemy. However, Barrett knew little about alchemy. Noticing the herb resembled common grass he ate, a whimsical thought occurred to him. What if I try cooking it? After tidying up her cave abode, Allura sighed at its modest appearance. Oh well, let's settle in for now. She turned and left the cave. Meanwhile, at the inner affairs hall, Grimes entered, and upon seeing him, the hall elder immediately stood respectfully. Welcome, Yarden. Grimes nodded and, seeing no one around, pulled the elder aside. Ferdy, when Allura comes to claim the resources from the entrance exam, hold them back temporarily. The inner affairs elder frowned, waving his hand in refusal. That's not possible, Elder Wong. She's our sect's top prodigy, closely watched by the sect leader. If he finds out I withheld her resources, how could I continue as the inner affairs elder? Grimes snorted impatiently. Nonsense, this is the sect leader's order. Ah. He recounted the bet placed on the Ascension platform, after which the elder nodded in understanding. So that's it. Understood. If she comes to collect, I'll withhold the items. Satisfied, Grimes nodded. Good, that's better. Soon, Allura arrived at the inner affairs hall, joining a queue of disciples waiting for resources. When her turn came, she announced her name, and the elder handed her a bag of spirit stones and 3 sets of clothing for inner disciples. Here are your resources, please keep them safe. Examining the meager resources, she frowned. Elder, as the first place winner, where is my reward, the spirit flame grass? The elder smiled smoothly. Spirit flame grass is temporarily out of stock. Please wait a while longer. Such a waste, such a terrible waste. Allura shoved Barrett aside, took the spatula from him, and started stirring it herself while adding other herbs occasionally. Looking at her serious demeanor, Barrett laughed and asked, I can't tell, disciple, you know how to cook. Allura helplessly shook her head. I don't know how, but at least I won't ruin the immortal plant like you do. Although she didn't know how to cook, she knew how to maintain the potency of the herbs without losing it. If cooked the way Barrett did, 10% of its efficacy would remain. Not long after, seeing that the stir-frying was nearly done, Allura asked Barrett without looking away. It's ready. Where's the plate? There are no plates, only wooden bowls. The one next to you. Allura looked at the spatula beside her, her mouth twitching, but reluctantly picked up the wooden bowl. The phoenix immortal grass was now out of the pan. Barrett sniffed carefully and found that just one whiff made his understanding of the heavenly fire Tao improve slightly. Allura experienced the same. Looking at the red sun immortal grass in the bowl, she asked Barrett curiously, where did you get this red sun immortal grass? Barrett shrugged indifferently. My master left me a lot of resources before he passed away. I usually just stir-fry these herbs for fun. Allura gasped sharply. By Barrett's admission, how much resources had he wasted over the years? You are simply wasting these invaluable herbs. Allura felt indignant. These herbs would cause bloodshed if discovered by others, yet Barrett treated them like common plants. But since they were resources left by his master, Allura couldn't say much. After handing the wooden bowl back to Barrett, she turned to leave. Eat it yourself. Instead of taking the bowl, Barrett turned and left the kitchen, saying, I told you, I was just playing around. If you have an appetite, help me finish it. Allura stared blankly at the slightly burnt red sun immortal grass in the bowl, then scoffed. I am the honored Jade Pool Saintess. How could I choose to eat scorched food? After Barrett wandered outside for a while and returned to the kitchen, he found the wooden bowl washed clean, and the red sun immortal grass gone. Well, the body knows what's best, he chuckled. A day later, Barrett was basking in the sun in the courtyard when the system voice rang out. Ding. Triggered Task 1. Within 3 days, enhance Allura's cultivation to the golden core stage. Task 2. Within 3 days, elevate Allura's understanding of the heavenly fire Tao to the perfected realm. Seeing these tasks, Barrett sucked in a breath and began to contemplate their feasibility. Breaking through to the golden core stage within 3 days seemed impossible previously, but now that Barrett had the imperial grade crystal pill, it might just be possible. Allura, being the former Jade Pool Saintess, had keen discernment. But even as a former Jade Pool Saintess, she had used only a divine grade crystal pill for her golden core breakthrough. Now, Barrett casually produced an imperial grade crystal pill, which left her stunned. Where did you get this pill? Seeing Allura's surprise, Barrett laughed it off. I found it among my master's leftover resources. Since you're at the peak foundation establishment stage, this pill should be useful. Allura still couldn't believe it. After all, she had investigated Barrett's master, who was merely an Enlightenment Realm cultivator during his lifetime. How could an Enlightenment Realm cultivator possibly have an imperial grade crystal pill? You really want to give this to me? This is an imperial grade elixir, priceless in an auction house. Fearing Barrett didn't know the pill's value, she reminded him. Are you kidding? Barrett tooted. You are my disciple. If I have something good, who else would I give it to? Without waiting for her agreement, Barrett placed the pill in her hand. Allura was stunned. In the past 10,000 years as the Jade Pool Saintess, Only Barrett dared to treat her so tyrannically. Coming back to her senses, she blushed and whispered, Thank you, master. Her foundation was damaged, and her divine soul incomplete. Even if she broke through to the golden core stage, her strength would lag behind. But now, with the imperial-grade crystal pill, she could fill in those gaps. Chapter 5. Breaking through to the golden core stage. At this thought, her gaze towards Barrett became complicated. Externally, it was rumored that Barrett, a peak master, could not even reach the 5th level of chi refinement and was nothing but a waste. He was an object of ridicule in the Great Wasteland Immortal sect. Yet, looking at him now, he wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. How could someone who casually produced Phoenix Immortal Grass and Imperial-grade crystal pills be just anyone? Alright, hurry up and break through. I'm waiting for you to shine in the sect competition in a month. Having said that, Barrett left without turning back as if he had merely delivered something trivial. Barrett didn't overthink it. He simply didn't want Allura to lose in the sect competition in a month, lest he see the face of Sword Edge Peak Master again. However, in Allura's heart, there were countless thoughts swirling around. Master actually gave me the Imperial-grade crystal pill just so I wouldn't leave Qiyang Peak and the Qiyang Immortal Grass. In that moment, Allura felt an odd sensation in her heart. In her previous life, she had been betrayed by someone, leading to her failed breakthrough. Ever since then, she hadn't dared trust anyone easily. But Barrett's actions deeply touched her. Allura stood outside her cave abode for quite some time, her eyes gradually becoming resolute. Since my master doesn't want me to leave Qiyang Peak, I must also work hard. She huffed coldly, convincing herself that staying on Qiyang Peak was only because it was convenient for cultivation. Absolutely not because she was moved by Barrett, absolutely not. Allura returned to her cave abode. With the Imperial-grade crystal pill, she began preparing for the breakthrough immediately. She looked at the pill in her hand, from which Tao patterns flowed continuously, exuding rich spiritual energy and imperial aura, before swallowing it all at once. Instantly, boundless spiritual energy surged throughout her body like waves. Her body absorbed this energy relentlessly, much like a dried sponge soaking water. As she absorbed the energy, her body began emitting heat vapor, and a massive sun-like figure emerged slowly above her head. With the help of the Imperial-grade crystal pill, Allura's damaged foundation and fractured divine soul started to recover and become stronger. The round sun above her head gradually solidified. A crimson light column burst forth from the mountain peak, piercing through the sky and attracting countless disciples and elders of the Great Wasteland Immortal sect. Elliot, the sect master, was in the hall when he heard the commotion. He flew out to see the sky pierced by a blazing red pillar originating from Qiyang Peak. This emitted power that made all cultivators below the nascent soul stage tremble. Her foundation had completely linked up and grown stronger under the influence of the crystal pill, allowing for a faster cultivation speed compared to before. Meanwhile, her previously fractured divine soul was entirely healed, and any aftereffects from her soul penetration vanished. Most importantly, her divine soul had solidified, almost taking on a physical form. The enhancement of her divine soul heightened her senses and comprehension, making her more insightful than before. I never expected that following a master would bring such great fortune. Allura murmured to herself, feeling fortunate to have become Barrett's disciple. Without him, achieving this might take ages. At the same time, Barrett atop Qiyang Peak was grinning ear to ear. Ding! Detected Allura's breakthrough to the golden core stage, sinking the host's cultivation level. Ding! Cultivation level synced. Immediately, Barrett's cultivation broke through to the feather's transformation realm, causing the Great Wasteland bell, which had just quieted, to ring once more. Feeling the power surging within him, Barrett couldn't help but smile. It took less than a day to break through to the feather's transformation realm, a speed faster than rocketing through space. As for the repeated ringing of the Great Wasteland bell, Barrett paid no attention. What did it have to do with him? He was just a third-layer chi refinement cultivator. After reaching the golden core stage, Allura found that many previously confusing matters now became clear with just a little thought. Improved comprehension brought benefits. Simultaneously, she grew curious about Barrett's identity. Could someone who could casually produce imperial-grade crystal pills and use Qiyang Immortal Grass for cooking be just a third-layer chi refinement cultivator? Barrett was far from simple. Barrett, what exactly are you? Though Allura was deeply curious, she decided not to overthink it. After all, everything would eventually become clear. Let's take advantage of the residual Dao essence left by the imperial-grade crystal pill to comprehend the immortal fire Dao path. Despite already reaching the golden core stage, there was still considerable power remaining from the crystal pill. To avoid waste, Allura planned to use this opportunity to make progress on the immortal fire Dao. Just then, Barrett's voice came from outside her cave abode again. Disciple, have you finished breaking through? Allura walked to the entrance, opening the door to see Barrett smiling at her. How do you feel, disciple? Allura nodded, her attitude finally showing a hint of warmth. Thank you for the imperial-grade crystal pill. I've successfully reached the golden core stage. No big deal, since you've broken through to the golden core stage, let's chat a bit. Barrett was eager to complete the system tasks, so he hurried over right after Allura's success to fulfill the second task. Master, please teach me more. Satisfied, Barrett nodded and continued his lecture on the Tao of immortal fire. Time passed quickly as Barrett spoke casually while Allura listened attentively. By the time the sun set, Barrett stood up, clapping his hands. That's enough for today. We'll stop here. Allura remained half kneeling, lost in thought, still pondering over something. At this moment, Barrett heard the system notification chime in his ear. Ding! Allura has gained new insights into the Tao of immortal fire, reaching the major accomplishment realm. Reward, Scarlet Sun Immortal Sword. The sound felt like celestial music to Barrett, filling him with relief. But he was also slightly puzzled. System, I have a Scarlet Sun Immortal Sword at the peak already. Which one is real? Ding! The Scarlet Sun Immortal Sword is a divine weapon from the upper realms, unmatched in combat. The one you have is a replica, barely possessing 1/10 of the power of the original. Understanding now that the genuine article had been sent to him, Barrett nodded in agreement. Just then, a streak of light fell to the ground, causing the entire Scarlet Sun peak to tremble. Nevertheless, Barrett obediently followed Elliot back to the main peak. They sat down in the tea room, where Barrett poured Elliot a cup of tea. What kind of tea is this? Where's the spirit-nourishing tea left by your master? Bring it out. Barrett rolled his eyes. You've taken so much tea from me over the years, can't you remember? Over the past years, Elliot often came to chat with Barrett. Chatting meant mooching off Barrett's extremely rare spirit-nourishing tea, a rarity even within the Great Wasteland Immortal sect. Caught in the act, Elliot blushed and coughed. Well, as the sect leader, if I visit my subordinate, isn't it natural for me to enjoy some good hospitality? Barrett smirked. Being a sect leader definitely gave people thicker skin. Still, he dared only think this in his mind. Elliot was a feathered ascension peak cultivator. As a Dao enlightenment cultivator, Barrett needed to tread carefully. Sect leader, what do you really want to discuss? It's getting late, and I need to sleep. Elliot glanced at him, amused. The sun just set, and you're going to bed? Could you be any less convincing? Ignoring this, Elliot sighed, Little Yang. How many years have you been in our Great Wasteland Immortal sect? About a dozen, too long to keep track. Elliot nodded, quite a while. You must understand our sect well. Just cultivate by growing some flowers or herbs. It's quite soothing for the mind. Or we can send you to any kingdom under the sect's jurisdiction as a royal advisor. Not a bad life either. Only today turned out differently. Elliot sighed, referring naturally to Allura joining Qiyang Peak. Looking at the two tokens on the table, Barrett's thoughts grew complex. Without the system, these might have been his only two fates. However, with the system's task failure consequences, Barrett had no choice but to follow its path. Finishing, Elliot stood up and patted Barrett on the shoulder. Well, in a month, choose between being an elder or a royal advisor. If you stay on Qiyang Peak, from now on, there will be no more Qiyang Peak in Dawang Immortal Sect. This is necessary. Just as Elliot was about to leave, Barrett suddenly spoke. Grandmaster, what if Allura wins? Elliot looked back, shaking his head helplessly. Allura has indeed broken through to the Golden Core realm, surpassing most intersect disciples, but there are still intersect disciples at the Golden Core stage. These aren't true disciples. Allura stands no chance. What if she did win? Barrett persisted. Elliot scoffed. If she really wins, then we honor the original wager and let her stay on Qiyang Peak. With that, Elliot flew off, leaving the two tokens on the table. Barrett barely glanced at them before tossing them into a drawer. With the system, Barrett was confident Allura would win, so he needed no fallback options. Back in the main hall, Elliot joined several elders. Now that you're all here, let's discuss Allura breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Feng Su of Feng Feng nodded. When I first met Allura, although her cultivation was peak crystal formation, reaching Golden Core was impossible within such a short time. Gongfeng's master speculated, did Barrett give Allura pills after she returned to Qiyang Peak, allowing her breakthrough? But before others could respond, Danfeng's master sneered. Not possible. No pill can break someone to the Golden Core in a few hours. Also, during her breakthrough, her cultivation didn't show instability, indicating a very solid foundation, implying years of cultivation concealed beforehand. So, this girl must have hidden something. Grimes of Sword Peak similarly snorted. So what if she has secrets? Since she entered our sect, she is ours and should be nurtured. Elliot nodded gravely. Indeed, trust those you employ. Since she joined us, she belongs to Dahhuang Immortal Sect. Whatever secret she has, as long as they don't threaten the sect, our duty is protection, not suspicion. After all, her talent is remarkable. She represents our future. The masters concurred approvingly, and Elliot continued. So, ensure your disciples train diligently. We don't want Allura winning in a month. If she wins, not only will your disciples lose face, but also the masters. Hearing this, the masters became serious. Losing face was secondary. The crucial part was ensuring Allura doesn't win and stay on Qiyang Peak, potentially ruining the sect's future. Meanwhile, Barrett relaxed in his hot spring, listening to the system notifications and nodding satisfactorily. Ding. Allura comprehends Immortal Fire Dao. Ding. Allura comprehends Immortal Fire Dao. Hours later, Allura was still processing Barrett's words. Each understanding led to deeper insights into the Immortal Fire Dao, which was already at full proficiency for Barrett. Sighing, Barrett muttered, I wonder when Allura will start cultivating. Although Barrett's Immortal Fire Dao was perfect, his own cultivation was merely peak enlightenment. So Allura's advancement was still useful. But he couldn't force her, especially since she was earnestly contemplating. Let it be, she'll cultivate when the time comes. He emerged from the pool, donned a green robe, and went back to sleep. The next day, upon waking, Barrett heard the system notification. Chapter 8. The Great Wasteland Bell as an alarm. Ding. Allura's cultivation has improved. Disciples' cultivation is now being returned at double rate. After saying this, Barrett felt another surge of abundant and pure spirit energy infuse his body, just like before. Boom. Accompanied by another thunderous clang of the Great Wasteland Bell, Barrett broke through to the Feathered Ascension realm. As for people within the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect and throughout Central State, they once again heard the sound of the Great Wasteland Bell being struck. However, compared to their previous surprise, everyone no longer found it strange this time around. Rather, they thought the Great Wasteland Bell was broken and someone was striking it randomly. Even within the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, they had already dispatched people to inspect the bell, otherwise it would be too noisy with constant ringing. Barrett couldn't help but twitch his lips. What a guy, breaking through to the Feathered Ascension realm while lying in bed. Could there be a simpler way to break through? What was that sound of the Great Wasteland Bell? An alarm? But breakthroughs in cultivation were still good news. Barrett stretched lazily, then got up and left the room. Outside the room, he smelled food coming from the kitchen. Barrett went into the kitchen and saw Laura wearing an apron, cooking inside. Hearing the noise, Laura turned and looked at Barrett, smiling. Master, you're awake? Please go sit outside. Dinner will be ready soon. Barrett nodded in satisfaction and took a seat. Not long after, Laura came out carrying a large pot of porridge made from the Scarlet Sun immortal grass. Looking at the pot of porridge, Barrett asked in slight surprise. Didn't we eat the Scarlet Sun immortal grass yesterday? Where did this come from? Laura shook her head and explained. Actually, we didn't finish it all. There were some leftovers, and the fire energy it contained was still quite strong, so I used them to make porridge. Hearing this, Barrett was no longer confused and began eating the porridge while Laura watched silently. Noticing Laura's respectful gaze, Barrett felt more puzzled. What are you looking at? Come eat with me. Yes, master, Laura replied, then took her bowl and chopsticks and sat down. Sensing the change in Laura's attitude, Barrett felt it was odd since she wasn't like this initially. However, for Barrett, who gave her Scarlet Sun immortal grass, imperial-grade crystal pill, and explanations on the path of immortal flames, these were immense favors to Laura. Moreover, anyone could tell that Barrett was not the waste they had believed him to be, so naturally, one shouldn't treat him as they did before. After finishing their meal, Barrett burped contentedly, while Laura asked eagerly, Master, can you explain the path of immortal flames to me again? Yesterday's insights from Barrett on the path of immortal flames greatly benefited Laura. Realizing that Barrett's understanding far surpassed hers, she didn't want to miss any opportunity to strengthen herself. Facing Laura's request, Barrett thought for a moment and finally agreed. Alright, if that's what you want, then your master will further your path of immortal flames. Saying this, Barrett stood up, while Laura asked impatiently, Master, where should we go? Perhaps to the tea room? However, Barrett shook his head. Reading is shallow. Mere lectures aren't enough. You'll gain more insight by witnessing it firsthand. He spread his palm, and a small white flame appeared in the center of his hand. Laura naturally recognized it. It was the immortal flame, albeit unusually small. The next scene left Laura speechless. Boom! With a shake of Barrett's spirit energy, the immortal flame in his palm suddenly grew into a massive fireball. Feeling the intense heat up close, Laura knew this wasn't an illusion. A mountain-sized immortal flame presented itself before her. Boom! Barrett waved his hand, and instantly, the immortal flame transformed into a giant white fire dragon, circling the entire Scarlet Sun Peak. Disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect naturally saw this breathtaking sight and started discussing the white fire dragon. Wow, what spiritual technique is that? So magnificent. What kind of technique can have such power? It must be a manifestation of the Great Tao. Who released this white fire dragon? Laura? Surely not the Waste Sect leader? The fire dragon coiled around the entire Scarlet Sun Peak, leaving a trail of scorched marks wherever it passed. But then Barrett snapped his fingers, and the white fire dragon vanished instantly, with all the burned marks returning to normal. Only after the fire dragon dissipated did Laura regain her composure, breathing rapidly. Master, what level of the immortal flame path are you at? Barrett smiled without answering, then asked, Did you gain any insights? Laura thought for a moment, nodded, and said hastily, Master, I need to return to my cave for meditation, and off she rushed back to her residence. Barrett shouted after her, Hey, don't forget to wash the bowls and pots. A whole week passed, during which Laura continuously meditated on the path of immortal flames, leaving Barrett somewhat frustrated. After all, Barrett couldn't cultivate anymore since Laura wasn't practicing. He had already perfected the immortal flame path and couldn't improve further. Just as Barrett felt depressed, someone knocked on his door. Master, are you resting? Seeing it was Laura, Barrett opened the door and asked curiously, What is it? Laura took a deep breath and explained, These past days, I've been meditating on the path of immortal flames, improving my strength. So, I plan to go to the mission hall to take on missions and hone my combat skills. Barrett had no objections and nodded. Good idea. Honing your combat skills isn't bad. After all, meditating all day in a room isn't ideal. By the way, when do you plan to take the mission? Laura thought for a moment and answered, I plan to go tomorrow. Alright, meet me at the main hall tomorrow. Your master has something to give you. Saying this, Barrett closed the door. Laura was puzzled. What thing? What thing? She muttered to herself but didn't overthink it, knowing she'd find out the next day. The next day, Laura came to the main hall and respectfully said to Barrett sitting on the main seat, Master, I'm here. Barrett nodded, then his storage ring glowed, dropping a crimson sword emitting a killing aura onto the ground. Chapter 9. What did you say about my master? Laura instinctively glanced at the sword, immediately recognizing its extraordinary nature. In her previous life as the Empress of the Jade Pool, she had seen countless divine weapons, but this was her first time encountering such a weapon. What kind of weapon is this? Even without getting close, I can already sense the killing intent it emits. Laura was somewhat stunned. Barrett then explained, This is the Qiyang immortal sword passed down from Qiyang Peak. Since you are going on a mission, you should take this sword with you. Barrett was not an expert in swordsmanship, so having the Qiyang immortal sword by his side wouldn't do much more than allow him to swing it around. However, Laura was different. She excelled in swordsmanship and, more importantly, possessed the Phoenix immortal body. The Phoenix is associated with fire, and when paired with the hellfire power of the Qiyang immortal sword, Laura's strength would certainly reach new heights. Master, do you mean you're going to bestow this immortal sword upon me? Laura's breathing became heavy. After all, this was a genuine immortal sword. Even the Fuyao divine sword she used in her past life couldn't compare to this Qiyang immortal sword. Although she wasn't a grandmaster of swordsmanship, the matching attributes between her immortal body and the immortal sword would undoubtedly enhance her combat abilities. But just as Allura was imagining herself wielding the immortal sword in battle, Barrett tapped her head, pulling her out of her daydream. What are you thinking? I'm only lending it to you. Once you're done, return it to me. Hearing this, Allura felt a bit disappointed, but using the immortal sword even once was enough. Thank you, master. She thanked him before drawing the Qiyang immortal sword from the ground. Instantly, the hellfire power and pure killing intent began to invade her body. She could withstand the hellfire power. After all, she had a phoenix immortal body and could endure the fiery damage. But the pure killing intent of the Qiyang immortal sword almost clouded her mind. Although her willpower was stronger than average, her current low power level made controlling the immortal sword too difficult. Seeing this, Barrett directly threw a scabbard. Alright, looks like you still can't handle the power of the immortal sword. Put it in this scabbard for now. Pull it out when you need to use it. Allura hastily placed the Qiyang immortal sword into the scabbard, containing the killing intent and hellfire power, making her feel much better. Thank you, master. She now understood why Barrett didn't hand over the Qiyang immortal sword to her. It wasn't that he was unwilling. It was that her current strength was too low to control the immortal sword. Giving it to her would only lead to her being overwhelmed by the killing intent and becoming a monstrous entity. Understanding Barrett's intentions, she respectfully thanked him again. Thank you, master. I understand your intentions. Barrett was slightly dazed. What intentions did he have? He didn't have any particular plan besides giving her a scabbard. However, no one undid their own good deeds, so he cleared his throat and feigned profundity. Very well, if you understand my intentions, that's fine. Go on. I'll wait for you back at Xiang Peak. Barrett waved his hand and turned away. Allura looked at his back, her eyes filled with determination. I will not disappoint you, master. With this resolve, she turned and left the Great Hall, descending Xiang Peak. Meanwhile, Barrett stroked his chin and muttered, I wonder if I can gain other experience from Allura besides cultivation and the Tao. Allura arrived at the task hall at the foot of the mountain. When the disciples there saw her, they were astonished. Is that Allura, the top-ranked disciple this year? She's quite beautiful. Not only beautiful, she broke through to the Golden Core stage right after entering. That phenomenon on Xiang Peak was summoned by her. She's likely going to be our future sect leader. We should show respect. And that sword, it's the Qiyang immortal sword from Xiang Peak, isn't it? Probably. Who would have thought the lazy peak master would go so far as to give such a treasure to Allura? Allura usually paid little attention to others' remarks. After all, envy and jealousy were nothing new to her. But hearing the term, lazy peak master, her calm heart stirred with emotion. Accompanied by the sound of drawing the sword, Allura pointed the tip of the Qiyang immortal sword at the disciple who called Barrett a lazy peak master. What did you say about my master? Killing intent slowly emerged in her eyes, enveloping the entire task hall. Although she knew Barrett was not lazy, hearing someone insult him still hurt. The disciple, never having seen such a situation, was utterly terrified. I'm the lazy one. I'm the lazy one. How could I dare insult Peak-Ration? I was wrong. The disciple kept begging for mercy, unable to bear the hellfire power surrounding the Qiyang immortal sword nearly burning him. Seeing that the disciple realized his mistake, Allura nodded and returned the sword to the scabbard. Remember, if I hear it again, it won't be that simple. She then approached the task hall elder who was still in shock and said, I want to take a mission. The elder finally came to his senses upon hearing her voice and quickly replied, the missions are listed on those plaques. Pick one you want to take. Allura nodded and walked over to choose a mission. The elder muttered curiously to himself, looking quite puzzled. When did the Qiyang immortal sword gain such immense power? It wasn't this powerful under the previous Qiyang Peak Master. He looked at the Qiyang immortal sword on Allura's waist and sighed. Well, maybe Barrett has been nurturing the sword frequently, thus increasing its power. I never thought the boy, despite lacking cultivation, would have some talent in nurturing sword artifacts. Elder, I've chosen. Just as he was deep in thought, Allura's voice interrupted him. The elder glanced at the token in Allura's hand, and his expression changed. No way. This mission is too dangerous. You cannot take it. Allura looked at the mission card in her hand and frowned. Is there any mission that isn't dangerous? I want to take this one. Just listen to me, Rodney. As a golden core cultivator, fighting an essence infusion beast? That's sheer madness. Chapter 10. Transcending golden core to slay an origin infancy beast. I'm taking this one. Allura's stubborn side emerged. It's just a measly origin infancy beast. Why can't I slay it? The Hall of Missions elder was momentarily speechless. You've only just advanced to the golden core stage. Your cultivation isn't even stable yet. How can you possibly deal with an origin infancy level monster? That's too ridiculous. If you're serious about taking this mission, fine, call the Patriarch. If he allows you to take it, then you can. Otherwise, it's a no-go. The elder turned away and added as a threat, I don't care. If you don't let me take this mission, I'll tear down this Hall of Missions. Allura made a show of drawing her Qiyang immortal sword, looking ready to fight the entire hall. Seeing this, the elder quickly stopped her from fully drawing the sword and felt like he had summoned a demon ancestor. My little master, you really can't take this mission. What if something happens to you and you get injured on the mission? Would I still be fit to be the Hall of Missions elder? It was common for disciples to get injured, or even die around and said helplessly to Elliot, who rolled his eyes. You have the nerve to complain when you relieve yourself not in the restroom but in the flower garden? No manners at all. Barrett's eyes widened in indignation. You're the one going to the restroom. I'm watering the flowers. Flowers. Ignoring Barrett's complaints, Elliot spoke with slight worry. Did you know that little Red Ye has taken a mission? Barrett continued watering the flowers while nodding absent-mindedly. Of course, she told me beforehand. Do you know she took a mission to slay an origin infancy beast? Barrett's hands paused slightly before he responded casually. So what if she did? The girl has great strength. She can definitely handle it. All the elixirs Allura used to break through from formation of core to golden core were of imperial quality. With these high-grade elixirs boosting her realm, her physical strength and spirit power far exceeded those of typical practitioners at the same stage. Although she was only at the early Golden Core stage, her spirit power intensity and physical robustness were comparable to late Golden Core levels. Her immortal fire pathway had also reached the pinnacle, making her strength even more formidable. Coupled with thousands of years of combat experience, she was invincible at the Golden Core stage. Plus, she possessed the Qiyang immortal sword Barrett gave her, which was more than enough to slay an origin infancy beast. Elliot, however, was unaware of all this. Hearing Barrett's response, he huffed. What do you know? She's only at the early Golden Core stage. How can she possibly slay an origin infancy beast? The sect has already sent out disciples from the Enforcement Hall and External Affairs Hall to find her and bring her back to prevent any accidents. Barrett nodded, thinking of something and turning to look at Elliot curiously. Why are you asking me? I didn't encourage her to take this mission. Don't blame the innocent. Elliot rolled his eyes again. Who said I'm blaming you? I wanted to ask how you're considering my proposal. Stay on Qiyang Peak, become an outer sect elder, or return to secular life as a free Grand Preceptor? Barrett, while continuing to water his flowers, replied nonchalantly, I'm still considering it. Give me some more time. Elliot could tell Barrett was dodging the question. He sighed, shaking his head and turning to leave. Fine, think it over. Auden will check if Allura has been brought back. Once Elliot left, Barrett stopped watering the flowers and muttered worriedly. Transcending Golden Core to slay an origin infancy beast. It should be fine, right? Within just a short hour, Allura had fled the Great Wild's immortal sect and arrived at a city within its jurisdiction. Xianxia City. Let me explore it. Though Allura was a Central Plains cultivator, the vastness of the region meant there were many places unfamiliar to her. Looking behind, she saw no sign of the Enforcement Hall disciples pursuing her. She smirked confidently. Just you little whelps try catching this Empress? Huh. Forget about her cultivation level. Her control over her spirit power far surpassed that of the Enforcement Hall disciples. In that hour, she had been playing with them for almost half an hour, not allowing any of them to even touch her robes. Entering the city, Allura unrolled the mission scroll and examined it carefully. After reading, she tucked it away and murmured, 200 miles northwest of Xianxia City. Not too far. By flight, it should take no more than 2 days. Alright, let's head there now. Without delay, she mounted her sword and flew towards the mission site. ####Chapter 11. Epic Battle with the Nascent Soul Beast. 2 days passed, during which Barrett enjoyed a peaceful life, tending to his flower garden. He occasionally cooked for himself. Although at his level he no longer needed food for sustenance, he still enjoyed the pleasure of cooking. After watering the flowers, Barrett watched the setting sun and shook his head slightly. I wonder how Brianna is doing. After continuous flights using her sword, Allura finally arrived at the designated location marked on her scroll. Foggy Forest. She murmured as she examined the details on the scroll. The nascent soul beast that had injured countless cultivators was inside this forest. Without hesitation, Allura entered the foggy forest. Misty fog obscured her vision, and she had to be wary of sporadic attacks from beastkin. Hence, few cultivators chose to pass through here. But since the nascent soul beast had fled into the foggy forest, Allura had no choice but to enter and search for it. Confronted by the surrounding mist, she felt uneasy. At her current Golden Core stage, her mental perception was not as strong as in her previous life. If there were concealed beastkin around, without careful probing, she would not find them. Finally, Allura clenched her teeth and drew the Scarlet Sun immortal sword. Once drawn, the flames within instantly dispersed the mist, improving her visibility. This time, I did not prepare adequately. Fortunately, I have the Scarlet Sun immortal sword, or else this mission might have failed, she thought gratefully. If not for Barrett giving her the Scarlet Sun immortal sword, she wouldn't have a way to deal with the mist. Roar! Just as Allura sighed in relief, a tremendous roar echoed through the sky, shaking the entire foggy forest. The imposing pressure made the trees sway violently. Recognizing the aura, she realized this must be the nascent soul beast. Found you. Without wasting any more time, she soared into the air and flew toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, at the center of the foggy forest, there was a massive crater. Next to the crater stood an enormous beastkin, whose presence alone struck fear into hearts. However, peculiarly, it was clutching its head, blood streaming down, as if it had suffered a severe blow. Inside the crater lay a youth with features like carved jade and a refined appearance. The nascent soul beast gazed at the unconscious youth with apprehension. Initially, it had been resting peacefully when suddenly, the sky tore open, revealing beams of light. Mistaking it for an opportunity, the beast stood below, expecting something fortuitous. But instead of fortune, a white-robed swordsman fell from the tear, his body heavy enough to crack the beast's skull. As the swordsman landed heavily on the ground, creating a pit, the beast saw something stranger happen. The white-robed figure gradually transformed into a child, and the immortal sword turned to dust. Feeling aggrieved, the nascent soul beast only wanted to see if there was an opportunity within the tear. Instead, it ended up injured and had to eat numerous beings to heal. Just as it wallowed in self-pity, a blood-red figure charged towards it. Beastkin, where do you think you're going? Allura swung her sword, forcing the beast to instinctively raise its arm to block. Instantly, a sharp cut appeared on its hand. It let out a pained cry and quickly retreated. Seeing that her attack was effective, Allura's face lit up. Just as I said, I can handle a nascent soul beast, she thought. In pain and enraged, the beast roared, feeling utterly unlucky today. First, it was hit by a falling white-robed swordsman, and now attacked by a red-clothed woman. How dare they think I, a nascent soul beast, am easily provoked. Roar! The beast let out another roar, pushing Allura back with a powerful shockwave. It then sprinted towards her, shaking the whole foggy forest with every step. Swiping a claw towards her, Allura dodged to the side but was still blown back by the airwaves from the strike. Roaring again, the beast lifted its claw skyward, gathering golden lightning in its palm. Forming a massive golden thunderball, it hurled it at Allura. Reacting swiftly, Allura used the Scarlet Sun Immortal Sword as a shield. A deafening boom resounded as the thunderball collided with the sword. Flames clashed fiercely with the lightning, consuming the latter bit by bit. Despite the Scarlet Sun Immortal Sword resisting the lightning, Allura couldn't withstand it and was flung to the ground. Another boom echoed as Allura crashed onto the ground, electricity coursing through her body, leaving her paralyzed. Taking advantage of her weakened state, the nascent soul beast charged at her. Desperate, Allura released immortal flames, spreading a sea of white fire throughout the foggy forest. The Scarlet Sun Immortal Sword was enveloped in the fire, increasing its power manifold. She thrust forward a slash imbued with both immortal fire and karmic fire, slicing through space with immense force. Boom! The dual flame energies intertwined, enhancing the power of the sword slash immensely. Striking towards the nascent soul beast, it sensed imminent death and raised its hand to block. Slash! A clean slice echoed as one of the beast's arms was cleanly severed. Blood spurted out, forming a crimson stream. The nascent soul beast let out a pained howl, its cries reverberating through the foggy forest. Seizing the moment, Allura sprang to her feet and lunged at the beast, her scarlet sword glowing brightly with red and white light. She soared above the beast, raising her sword high. Die! Chapter 12. The Upper Realm Sword Immortal. Nelson slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and realized he was lying at the center of a crater. What happened to me? He shook his head and immediately felt intense pain. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave, causing him immense discomfort. Once he accepted all the memories, his expression turned cold and filled with resentment. Those damn traitors! Originally an Upper Realm Sword Immortal, known as the Xianxia Sword Immortal, he was on the verge of breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm when he was betrayed by his best brother-in-arms and his Dao companion. The two conspired against him, poisoning him, which not only prevented his breakthrough but also drastically reduced his power. Even so, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary immortal emperors. Nelson fought fiercely against the two traitors, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, especially since he was already weakened. Knowing that continuing the fight would result in his death, he activated the final secret technique of the Xianxian immortal art, reverting to his youthful body to regain temporary power. Using this secret technique, he briefly suppressed the two but still couldn't defeat them quickly. Frustrated, Nelson took advantage of a momentary pause during the battle, cleaved open the heavenly gate with his sword, and plummeted to the lower realms. Although I have returned to my youth, with my experience and the cultivation techniques stored in my mind, I will definitely return to the immortal realm. On the day I return, it will be the end for you, treacherous pair. Nelson clenched his teeth in resolve. Suddenly, he felt the ground shake violently. What's happening? Nelson looked toward the source and witnessed a horrifying scene. A stunningly beautiful woman flew onto the back of a huge demon beast and slashed its head off with her celestial sword. Boom! The giant demon's body crashed to the ground, causing the entire misty forest to tremble once more, and dust clouds rose from its carcass. Nelson instinctively covered his mouth and nose but felt inwardly shocked. How could this red-robed woman be so fierce? Nelson stood up from the dust, finding everything blurry. He waved his hands, trying to clear the air. As the dust gradually settled, Allura looked down at Nelson from above, while Nelson looked up at her. Where did this kid come from? Allura was puzzled, as she had been focused on the battle and didn't notice anyone in the pit. Nelson coughed twice and said solemnly, I am the Xianxian Sword Immortal, Nelson. The next day, Barrett was watering flowers when suddenly, an inner disciple rushed up the Qiyang Peak in a hurry. Horation! Horation! The inner disciple shouted anxiously. Barrett stopped watering and sighed. What is it? Take your time. There's no need to rush. Breathing heavily, the inner disciple finally explained. Horation, your disciple has returned. You should go down the mountain and see her. Barrett raised an eyebrow and immediately hurried down the mountain without finishing his task. At the foot of the mountain, people gathered outside the mission hall, staring at Allura who stood inside. Allura carried the Qian immortal sword on her back, holding a child dressed in coarse cloth by the left hand. In her right hand was a large bloody package containing a massive round object, obviously the head of the core formation demon beast. She threw the head to the ground, producing a heavy thud. The mission hall elder, who was momentarily stunned, immediately snapped back to reality. Elder, I've killed the core formation demon. Please give me my credits, Allura demanded. The elder promptly opened the package, revealing the demon's head. Others recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, it really is that demon's head. That's a core formation demon. So many powerful cultivators fell to it, yet Allura killed it alone? But she's only at the golden core stage. How did she do it? And why did she bring back a kid? The elder stared at the demon's head in shock before nodding and saying, Very well, give me your token, and I'll credit your account. Allura handed over the token. The elder walked to the back and returned shortly. Allura checked the token, seeing new numbers etched beneath the carved characters. The elder explained, These are your earned credits. You can exchange them for items at the Technique or Resource Pavilion. Understanding, Allura nodded and led Nelson away from the mission hall. At this moment, Barrett arrived at the mission hall entrance and bumped into them. Seeing Allura's proud look, he smiled and asked, How did it go? Mission successful? Allura happily saluted, Thank you, Master, for the Qian immortal sword. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to slay the core formation demon. Barrett nodded, enjoying the respect, while the surrounding disciples murmured in confusion. Doesn't Allura usually treat Barrett disrespectfully? It wasn't like this at the Ascension Conference. Yeah, just a few days ago in the mission hall, someone insulted Barrett, and Allura nearly killed that person to make them apologize. Isn't the Qian immortal sword just a 5th grade weapon? Many elders have swords stronger than it. Did Allura kill the core formation demon entirely because of the Qian immortal sword? Everyone was puzzled, and Barrett was even more surprised when he saw Nelson beside Allura. Disciple, who is this? Allura and Barrett both looked at Nelson, who let out a cold snort. I am the Xianxia sword immortal, Nelson. Barrett's lips twitched. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Name, Nelson. Identity, Upper Realm Sword Immortal. Cultivation, none. Peak Immortal Emperor. Talent, Great Emperor Talent. Constitution, Sword Immortal Constitution. Other, Lost Cultivation. Another disciple with Great Emperor Talent. Nelson's eyes lit up. He knelt and grasped Nelson's hand. Please join my Qiyang Peak, Nelson. Chapter 13. Impossible to take a master. Nelson looked at Barrett suspiciously and asked, have you heard of my story? Barrett naturally shook his head but still wore an earnest expression. No, but your face is full of stories. The onlookers couldn't help but pull the corners of their mouths. What kind of stories could a child not older than 16 have on his face? Feeling the gazes around her, Allura blushed slightly. Master, let's discuss it when we get back to Qiyang Peak. Barrett snapped back to reality. He stood up, coughed twice, and nodded. All right, let's go. At that moment, a streak of light fell, and Elliot hurriedly walked out, then spoke to Allura with concern. Brianna, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? He worriedly probed Allura's body with his divine sense. After confirming she had only minor injuries, he sighed in relief. It's good, very good. Whether you can slay a mighty demon isn't important. The most important thing is that you're fine. I'm glad you're back. Seeing that Elliot was still unaware of the situation, one disciple immediately whispered, Patriarch, Allura killed that nascent soul demon. Its head is now in the mission hall. Upon hearing this, Elliot's face froze as he turned to Allura for confirmation. Did you really kill that nascent soul demon? Allura nodded calmly, her expression unwavering. Elliot drew a sharp breath. Golden core defeating a nascent soul. What an incredible feat. However, Allura respectfully glanced at Barrett beside her and said, I must thank Master for his excellent teaching. Otherwise, I wouldn't have completed this mission. Barrett waved his hand and whispered, no need to be too showy. Excellent teaching, Barrett? Elliot stared at Barrett in surprise, and so did everyone else. A cultivator at the third stage Qi refining guiding someone who could reverse slay a nascent soul demon? And receiving such praise? Filled with suspicion, Elliot pulled Barrett aside and asked quietly, Barrett, confess, what kind of magic potion did you feed Allura? Barrett tugged back his clothes, displeased. What do you know? I won her over with my strength. With that, he gestured to Allura. Let's go, disciple, back to the peak. Barrett strutted proudly towards Qiyang Peak, while Allura followed humbly behind him. Everyone felt flabbergasted. This Allura, doesn't she have a relationship with our Lin sect leader beyond just being his disciple? Why else would she be so respectful? Who knows? Besides, Barrett has fair skin and delicate features. They both share the same surname. Perhaps there's more to it. What about that kid? Suddenly, all disciples imagined a possibility, causing Elliot to frown disapprovingly. Enough. What are you all gossiping about? With the time you spend discussing others, why don't you focus on cultivating and improve your skills? The sect competition is coming up, yet here you all are idling. After scolding the disciples, Elliot returned to the hall to continue his work. Back at Qiyang Peak, Barrett watched Nelson beside Allura for a while before finally asking, Brianna, explain to me, did you run into any yellow-haired troublemakers? Confused by Barrett's question, Allura replied, no, master. Why do you ask? If you didn't encounter them, why bring back a child after only a few days out? Allura explained, I met this child after killing the nascent soul demon. He was in a pit, unable to remember anything except that he was an upper world sword immortal. I couldn't leave him in the misty forest, so I brought him back to the sect. Barrett nodded. According to the system, the child was indeed an upper world sword immortal, though whether he truly lost his memory was debatable. Considering this, Barrett asked the pensive Nelson, Ahem, Jimmy Liu, what are your plans next? Hearing himself addressed as Jimmy Liu, a hint of displeasure flashed across Nelson's eyes. As the Xianxia sword immortal, who dared call him anything but respectfully? Despite losing his cultivation, shouldn't they at least use his full name? Nonetheless, he coldly snorted and continued, cultivation. Still a high and mighty brat, Barrett muttered under his breath. Then he added, since you want to cultivate, why not join our Qiyang Peak? Barrett saw potential in Nelson. A new student like him could provide valuable support. Although Nelson had lost his power, as an upper world sword immortal, he must be a great sword master. Barrett lacked insights into the way of the sword, making Nelson a perfect match. But without hesitation, Nelson shook his head. Impossible. I, Nelson, will never bow to any master. A joke? He had roamed for millennia, fought his way from the mortal world to the immortal realm, standing above countless beings. Now, bow to a lower worlder? Ridiculous. Allura tried to persuade him, Jimmy Liu, my master is very powerful. Following him won't be a bad deal. In all of Central State, no one is more suitable for you to take as a master if you want to cultivate. Nelson turned away, coldly snorting. Impossible. Even if I die or jump off your Qiyang Peak, I will never bow to Barrett. Allura sighed upon hearing this. Barrett wasn't surprised. After all, Nelson, with his background as an upper world reincarnated sword immortal, naturally had high standards. But it didn't matter. Barrett had a way to make him submit. Allura handed the Qiyang immortal sword to Barrett, who instantly drew it, illuminating the area with blood-red light. Nelson's gaze was drawn, momentarily stunned. Having seen many excellent swords, none could compare to the true immortal sword Barrett held. Noticing Nelson's attention, Barrett knew he had hooked him. Coughing lightly, he said to Allura, Brianna, since you lack proper weaponry, and this Qiyang immortal sword matches your Phoenix immortal body, consider it a gift. Chapter 14. Nelson's swordsmanship. When Allura heard that Barrett had simply handed her the Qiyang immortal sword, she was momentarily stunned. After a while, she finally recovered and asked in astonishment, "Master, you're really giving me the Qiyang immortal sword?" Barrett nodded as if it were the most natural thing. "Of course. You are my disciple. How can you do without a fine weapon? At least this Qiyang immortal sword is usable, so take it." Nelson couldn't help but smirk at Barrett's words. Goodness, to call such an exquisite sword just usable? Allura swallowed hard. There was no way she didn't want the Qiyang immortal sword. However, receiving such a magnificent weapon from Barrett so easily still made her feel uneasy. "Master, should I really take it?" Allura tentatively asked. Without waiting for a reply, Barrett shoved the sword into her arms. "If I say it's yours, it's yours. Why be polite with me? This is the treatment all my disciples receive." Having said that, Barrett raised an eyebrow at Nelson, clearly implying something. Nelson snorted loftily. Did he think offering a top-quality immortal sword would make him bow down? What a joke. Seeing Nelson had no intention of becoming his disciple, Barrett wasn't bothered. Sooner or later, the boy would be kneeling before him. Days passed quickly, and the martial competition was drawing closer. Over these 2 weeks, apart from cultivating, Allura continuously practiced her sword techniques. As for the enhancement Allura gained from cultivation, it all returned to Barrett. Now, Barrett had already reached the peak of the feathered transformation realm, and his understanding of swordsmanship had also reached an unparalleled level. One could say that at this point, even if Barrett were only holding a wooden stick, he could use it as a divine weapon. After reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, Barrett truly achieved the state where everything could be turned into a weapon. Every flower and blade of grass in his hand became a lethal tool. Under the twilight, Allura was practicing the graceful techniques of the Juyao sword art from her previous life, each move extremely elegant, akin to dancing with a sword. Barrett and Nelson sat on stone stools. Barrett watched this beautiful scene, nodding approvingly. Not bad, not bad. Indeed worthy of being my disciple," he remarked. Beside him, Nelson sneered, "Pfft. A sword is a lethal weapon. Yet her sword art is like a dancer's performance, beautiful but without any killing intent." "Without killing intent, how can it be called a sword?" Barrett chuckled. "Don't speak so harshly. Brianna has made considerable achievements in the path of swordsmanship. Allura had reached the initial mastery in swordsmanship, making her quite skilled with swords. However, in front of Nelson, an upper realm sword immortal, she still seemed inadequate." Allura overheard Nelson's dismissive words. She stopped practicing and looked at Nelson with interest. "Little Lou, since you frequently comment on my swordsmanship, I assume you have your own understanding of it?" Nelson harumphed arrogantly. "Average, just the best in the celestial realm." Ignoring Nelson's arrogance, Allura took 2 wooden swords from a nearby rack and threw one to Nelson. "Then why don't we have a sparring match? Let's see who's better." Smiling sweetly, Allura's words made Nelson's expression sour immediately. He had lost all his cultivation and was now just an ordinary 15-year-old. With such strength, how could he possibly match Allura? Seeing this, Barrett interjected, trying to mediate. "Brianna." Training area. Regaining her senses, Allura walked to the opposite side, snorting coldly. Observing Nelson's defense, Allura found it comprehensive. No matter which direction she attacked, it seemed he could deflect it instantly. Yet, she soon noticed an opening above his head. A smug smile appeared on her face. She admitted Nelson's defensive moves were good, but there was an opening. Raising her wooden sword high, she swung it down toward Nelson's head. But just before impact, Nelson swiftly swung his wooden sword upward, deflecting her attack. Caught off guard by Nelson's counterattack, Allura lost her balance. Nelson grinned and slashed towards her waist, causing her to fall backward. Groaning from the pain upon hitting the ground, Allura let out an ouch, while Nelson proudly put away his wooden sword. "Big sister Brianna, if this were a real sword, you'd be dead," Nelson said arrogantly. This time, Allura remained silent, embarrassed. She hadn't expected Nelson's sword skills to be so formidable. What was even more frightening was his psychological strategy, deliberately creating an opening to bait her into attacking and then countering her for the kill. "Humph, you're good," Allura muttered and stood up angrily. Seeing this, Barrett stood up with curiosity and said, "Let me give it a try too." Over these half a month, besides cultivation, Allura spent most of her time practicing swordsmanship. All the benefits Allura gained from her cultivation returned to Barrett. Now, Barrett had reached the pinnacle of the Yuhua realm, and his understanding of swordsmanship had reached a near-perfect level. One could say that even with just a wooden stick, Barrett could wield it like a divine weapon. Reaching the apex of swordsmanship, Barrett truly turned everything into weapons. In his hands, even flowers and grass became deadly tools. Under the twilight, Allura was practicing the graceful Feiyao sword technique she had learned in her previous life. Her movements were elegant, almost like dancing. Barrett and Nelson sat on stone stools, watching her practice. Barrett couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. She doesn't disappoint as my disciple." Nelson, on the other hand, showed utter disdain. "Pfft. A sword is a tool for killing. Yet her technique looks like a dancer playing with a sword. Beautiful but lacking any killing intent. How can it be called a sword without killing intent?" Barrett chuckled. "Don't be too harsh. Brianna has made significant achievements in the art of swordsmanship." Allura's swordsmanship had indeed reached a minor mastery level, making her quite skilled. But before an upper realm swordsman like Nelson, it wasn't much. Hearing Nelson's scornful words, Allura paused her practice and looked at him with interest. His entire demeanor changed. His face, which had always worn a faint smile, became stern. His aura became transcendent and detached, and his gaze sharp and piercing, as if his eyes held the essence of the sword. Noticing the change, Allura felt a twinge of surprise. Barrett, however, found it intriguing. He lifted his teacup, eager to see Nelson's true swordsmanship. "Come on." Nelson stepped into the training ground with his wooden sword. "Allura, recovering her composure, walked over and stood opposite him. Barrett, meanwhile, picked up a dry twig from the table, snapping it effortlessly. With a crisp crack, the twig broke, signaling the start of the duel. Both drew their wooden swords and lunged at each other. Allura observed Nelson's defensive stance, finding it incredibly comprehensive. No matter where she attacked, it seemed he could block her instantly. But then she noticed a gap above his head and smiled smugly. She admitted his defense was solid, but there was still an opening. She raised her wooden sword high and swung it towards Nelson's head. Just as it was about to hit, Nelson abruptly thrust his sword upward, deflecting her attack. Caught off guard, Allura lost her balance. Seeing this, Nelson grinned and slashed at her waist, sending her tumbling to the ground. Groaning in pain, Allura fell, and Nelson put away his sword triumphantly. Sister Brianna, if I had a real sword, you'd be dead, he boasted. This time, Allura didn't argue. She felt humiliated, realizing Nelson's swordsmanship was genuinely strong. What was more frightening was his ability to read her psychology and create openings to lure her into attacking, setting her up for a counterattack. Humph, you're lucky. Allura huffed and stood up, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Seeing this, Barrett stood up with interest. Let me try too. Chapter 15. Accepting a disciple. Upon hearing Nelson's challenge, Burl sneered with disdain. You might not be qualified. Allura interjected. Master, his sword skills are indeed extraordinary. Allura had witnessed Barrett's swordsmanship before. Compared to street children waving wooden sticks, Barrett merely had a decent sword in his hand. Otherwise, there was hardly any difference. Ignoring Allura's advice, Barrett picked up a wooden stick from the ground. I'm not used to swords. Let's use this for our match. With a bland expression, Barrett said this. Seeing the wooden stick in his hand, Burl immediately scoffed. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you lose to me, it will be very embarrassing for you. Barrett replied with a smile. I'm ready. Burl gave a cold snort and returned to his previous position. Fine, let's go. Allura snapped her fingers, and instantly, Burl lunged at Barrett. Boom. Before Burl could approach him, Barrett swung his sword, pressing the tip against Burl's neck. Though no harm was done, the surrounding dry branches and leaves were swept up by the force of the blade, as if caught in a storm. Both Burl and Allura were stunned, while Barrett calmly retracted the wooden stick. My sword skill's not bad, right? Burl broke into a cold sweat. He hadn't even seen the trajectory of the stick, nor when Barrett made the move. To reach such speed, what kind of sword technique must he possess? Recovering from her shock, Allura promptly returned Burl's earlier mockery. If Horatian had used a real sword, you would already be dead. It wasn't important why Barrett, who couldn't wield a sword last time, had now become a master swordsman. What mattered was that Barrett always brought surprises. Was it strange for someone skilled in cultivating immortal fire, Dao to also excel in swordsmanship? Not at all. Grinding his teeth, Burl grumbled. Impossible. No one can surpass my sword skills. Again, I don't believe it. Raging madly, Burl attacked wildly, but each swing seemed predictable to Barrett, effortlessly blocked. Your speed is too slow. With that, Barrett disarmed Burl, pointing the stick at his neck. Burl gulped unconsciously. If Barrett had moved just half a step forward, the stick would have pierced his throat. Laughing, Barrett tossed aside the stick and stretched. Not bad. It's been long since I last practiced. Now it feels good to play a bit. Just as Barrett turned to leave, the previously silent Burl called out. Master. Barrett turned back, eyebrow raised. What did you call me? After hesitating, Burl knelt down and respectfully bowed. Master, please take me as your disciple and teach me swordsmanship. Burl wouldn't kneel for just an immortal sword. He knew that without skill, even the finest weapon remained mundane. Barrett's display of swordsmanship had thoroughly impressed him. Burl had once believed no one could rival his sword skills, yet Barrett's effortless demonstration showed him higher realms of swordsmanship. Regardless of Barrett's realm, the proficient leads the novice held true here. Smiling faintly, Barrett coughed and nodded. All right, I'll reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Ding. Detected host recruiting a disciple with emperor-level potential. Initiating 10,000-fold return. Instantly, 10,000 times Burl's sword knowledge flooded into Barrett's mind. Feeling the immense flow of sword insights, Barrett opened his eyes after some time. The supreme sword Dao. Intriguing. Burl rose, eyes twinkling with admiration. When will you teach me swordsmanship, master? Stretching lazily, Barrett casually replied, let's discuss tomorrow. I've just comprehended a great path of the sword and need to meditate on it. Leaving, Barrett turned away while Burl gazed at him with stars in his eyes. Comprehending a great path so effortlessly? This is true talent in swordsmanship. Allura, also surprised, snapped him back to reality and poked Burl's forehead. Now that you're in Crimson Sun Peak, you must address me as senior sister. Treat your senior sister with respect. Disrespect me again, and you'll know what senior sister's love feels like. Rubbing his forehead, Burl mumbled. I only spoke the truth. Try saying that again. Allura lifted her hand, causing Burl to run off hastily. Time passed swiftly. The next day, just as Barrett climbed out of bed and opened his door, Burl greeted him reverently. Good morning, master. Taken aback, Barrett looked at the mid-morning sun. You've been waiting here just to wish me a good morning? Burl chuckled, then stared eagerly at Barrett. Can you teach me swordsmanship today? Suddenly, two tasks appeared before Barrett. Task 1. Help Allura achieve mastery in swordsmanship. Task 2. Help Burl achieve supreme swordsmanship. Looking at the tasks, Barrett nodded and addressed the hopeful Burl. Sure. Since I'm in a good mood, go get your senior sister, and I'll give you both a lesson. Burl's eyes lit up. Yes, master. I'll fetch senior sister. Running off to Allura's abode, they soon reached the training ground. Coughing, Barrett began. Now that everyone's here, let's start the lecture. ##### Chapter 16. Clear and bright sword heart. Immediately, Barrett began to share all his sword Dao insights from his mind with the two disciples. They listened intently, especially Nelson, who wished he could sit right next to Barrett, analyzing every word he said. Thus, Barrett talked from morning until dusk, his throat parched and dry. Seeing that it was about time, he cleared his throat and said, "Alright, since it's almost time, I will stop here for today. You should go back and digest what you've learned." The two nodded and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, master." Barrett nodded in acknowledgement, and then returned to his cave residence to rest. In the middle of the night, Barrett heard the system notification. He opened his eyes groggily and saw the system panel before him. "Congratulations. Host has completed task 1. Reward, Burning Heaven Fury Technique." Immediately, all the swordsmanship insights stored in Barrett's mind were explained to the two individuals. They listened intently, especially Nelson, who seemed eager to move closer to Barrett, meticulously analyzing every word Barrett said. Barrett spoke from morning until dusk, his throat dry and parched. Seeing that it was about time, he cleared his throat and said, "Alright, since it's about time, I will only speak so much today. Go back and digest everything well?" They both nodded and respectfully thanked Barrett. "Thank you, master." Barrett nodded and returned to his cave dwelling for rest. Deep into the night, a notification from the system reached his ears. He drowsily opened his eyes and saw the system panel before him. "Congratulations. Host has completed task 1. Reward, Burning Heaven Fury Technique." Instantly, all knowledge about the Burning Heaven Fury Technique fused into Barrett's mind. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. It's so late. Yet Brianna is still undergoing enlightenment? Even though cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, or above, didn't need sleep to replenish energy much, the routine of rising with the sun and resting with its set had become an instinct. Thus, Barrett chose to continue sleeping. As for the Burning Heaven Fury Technique, after scanning through it in his mind, it was unsurprisingly a top-tier fire attribute technique. This cultivation method suits Brianna. With her physique and the Crimson Sun Sword, plus this technique, she will likely become a top-tier fire cultivator. After completing Task 1, the anticipated notification for Task 2 did not come as expected. However, Barrett understood. Alora's swordsmanship realm had only just broken through to the Great Completion realm, while Nelson aimed for the pinnacle. The difference between them was clear, and Nelson's breakthrough wouldn't be easy either. Hopefully, that kid can break through soon. An upper realm sword immortal must have excellent comprehension. With that, Barrett continued sleeping. Meanwhile, inside Nelson's dwelling, he sat cross-legged on a mat, brows furrowed, lost in thought. Just a little more, just a little more. Nelson clenched his teeth. He felt as if there was a sword within his heart. The blade had been fully refined, but a tiny speck of rust remained on the tip. He wanted to remove this speck, but it grew bigger each time he tried, making it impossible to clear completely. At the same time, his mind kept pondering over the swordsmanship insights Barrett had shared earlier. Nelson noticed that although Barrett's insights were similar to his, they surpassed his in every aspect. Initially, following Barrett's path would allow him to progress smoothly, but Nelson felt that perhaps he could forge a different path. A day passed. Alora looked worriedly at Nelson's dwelling while eating with Barrett. She then asked him, "Master, Jimmy Lou has been inside his dwelling for a day and night. Is everything alright?" Without lifting his head from his meal, Barrett replied, "Don't worry, the boy is fine. He's just comprehending swordsmanship." Alora reluctantly nodded, but remained concerned. 3 days passed. Alora had just finished practicing sword techniques, and Barrett idly tended to his flower garden. Alora once again worriedly glanced at Nelson's dwelling and shouted toward Barrett, who was watering the flowers. "Master, don't you think we should check on Jimmy Lou? It's been 3 days. Barrett stopped watering and also looked towards Nelson's dwelling, saying quietly, "Just wait a bit longer. It's almost time." 5 days passed. Alora had just returned from a mission. Seeing Nelson's door still closed, she sighed, seemingly accustomed to it. Barrett was drinking tea outside, holding a purple clay teapot, looking at Nelson's dwelling and quietly saying, "It's almost time. Today perhaps?" Inside his dwelling, Nelson felt increasingly tumultuous. The rust on the tip of the sword hanging in his heart had almost been removed. But the last speck was a memory of being defeated by Barrett. Each time he recalled Barrett easily defeating him, his sword heart nearly faltered. With such high sword skills, can I really defeat him after my breakthrough? Nelson pursued the path of invincible sword heart. Ever master swordsman himself, Elliot understood what this phenomenon meant. This is clear sword heart, 10,000 swords bowing to the ancestor. On Crimson Sun Peak, Barrett watched the flying sword artifacts with a smile. It seems that kid truly gained some insight. Alora watched in amazement. Despite considering herself a skilled swordsman, she had never seen such profound swordsmanship that caused all sword artifacts to bow in worship. Meanwhile, Nelson stepped out of his dwelling, arrogance on his face and endless sharpness in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, thousands of swords began circling him as if worshipping their master. Barrett couldn't help but smirk. Finished. This kid really showed off. Instantly, all knowledge of the Burning Heaven Fury technique fused into Barrett's mind. He was somewhat surprised. It's so late. Brianna is still meditating? Note, I have changed Burning Heaven Fury Gia to Burning Heaven Fury Technique to ensure it reads naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. Though cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and above didn't need much sleep to replenish their energy, the instinct to rise with the sun and rest when it sets was deeply ingrained. So, Barrett chose to continue sleeping. As for the Burning Heaven Fury art, Barrett scanned through it in his mind and, unsurprisingly, found it to be a top-tier fire attribute cultivation technique. This cultivation method would suit Brianna well. With her physique and the Scarlet Sun Sword, plus this technique, she might truly become an elite fire cultivator. After completing Task 1, the expected notification for Task 2 did not come. However, Barrett understood. While Alora had only advanced to the grand accomplishment stage in Sword Dao, Nelson needed to reach the peak of perfection, a significant difference. Breaking through wouldn't be easy for Nelson. Hoping that kid can break through soon. His comprehension as a celestial sword immortal must be outstanding, Barrett muttered to himself and continued sleeping. Meanwhile, inside Nelson's cave residence, he sat on a cushion, frowning, lost in thought. Just a little more, just a little more. Nelson gritted his teeth, feeling a sword within his heart. The blade was entirely refined except for the tip, which retained a trace of rust. He tried to clear it, but the rust seemed to expand, making it impossible to remove. At the same time, he continuously pondered over Barrett's sword Dao insights from earlier. Nelson noticed that although Barrett's insights were similar to his own, each point surpassed his understanding. Originally, following Barrett's path would have allowed him to climb smoothly, but Nelson felt he might find another path. A day passed. As Barrett and Allura were having dinner, the latter looked worriedly at Nelson's cave and asked, "Master, Jimmy Lou has been in there for a day and a night. Is everything okay?" Without lifting his head from the meal, Barrett explained, "Don't worry. He's just meditating on sword Dao." Allura reluctantly nodded, but still felt concerned. 3 days later, Allura finished practicing her sword techniques, and Barrett idly tended to his garden. Allura glanced anxiously at Nelson's closed cave and shouted towards Barrett, who was watering the plants. "Master, shouldn't we check on Jimmy Lou? He hasn't left his cave for 3 days straight." Barrett stopped watering and also looked at Nelson's cave. "Let's wait a bit longer. It should be soon." 5 days later, Allura had just returned from a mission. Seeing that Nelson's cave remained closed, she sighed, almost accustomed to it by now. Meanwhile, Barrett sipped tea outdoors, holding a purple clay teapot and gazed at Nelson's cave. "It should be today. Soon, very soon," he murmured. Inside the cave, Nelson's heart surged. The rust on the tip of the sword in his heart was almost completely removed, except for that tiny remnant, his memories of being defeated by Barrett. Recalling Barrett effortlessly defeating him nearly destabilized his sword heart. With such superior sword skills, can I really defeat him after my breakthrough? Nelson walked the path of invincible sword heart. Since he picked up a sword, he had never lost to anyone in sword Dao. But losing to Barrett tarnished his invincible heart. Can I really defeat him? This question lingered like a demon, causing immense pain. Cold sweat dripped from Nelson's forehead. If he couldn't resolve this mental block, not only would his breakthrough be impossible, but his unbroken invincible heart would be shattered. Suddenly, Nelson heard a crack, as if something broke. His lips curved upward, and upon opening his eyes, boundless sword intent erupted from them, shaking the entire Scarlet Sun Peak. "I, Nelson, am unmatched in sword Dao. A temporary defeat is nothing. I will surpass everyone." With those words, countless sword chi enveloped the peak, and the long silent Great Wasteland bell rang again. Simultaneously, all sword cultivators in Central State turned their heads toward Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, astonished. Within the sect, all swords seemed to respond, flying towards Scarlet Sun Peak. They formed a river circling the peak, paying homage. Elliot emerged from the hall, witnessing the phenomenon with astonishment. As an expert in swordsmanship, he knew exactly what this meant. Is this, clear and bright sword heart, 10,000 swords homage? On Scarlet Sun Peak, Barrett watched the swords circling and smiled. Seems like that kid finally got something. Allura gaped in shock. While she considered herself skilled with a sword, seeing all sword artifacts pay homage was unprecedented. Meanwhile, Nelson emerged from his cave, arrogance in his gaze, eyes gleaming sharply. With a wave of his hand, thousands of sword artifacts circled him in worship. Barrett couldn't help but smirk. This kid was really showing off. Chapter 17. Elliot's Return. Nelson waved his hand again, and the sword artifacts flew away from Qiyang Peak, returning to their rightful owners. He grinned and approached Barrett, thanking him. "Thank you, Master. Without your help, I don't know how much longer it would have taken me to reach the Sword Heart Enlightenment realm." Barrett nodded. "Do not be arrogant now that you've broken through this realm. You still have a long journey ahead of you." "Yes, Master." Ding. Nelson's Sword Dao has reached the peak stage. Refund in progress. Ding. Nelson comprehends Peerless Sword Dao. Refund in progress. In an instant, Elliot couldn't quite imagine it. He had cultivated Sword Dao for hundreds of years to achieve mastery, yet here was a 15 or 16-year-old who had achieved Sword Heart Enlightenment. Seeing Elliot's disbelief, Nelson gave a cold laugh and opened his palm. Instantly, the sword hanging at Elliot's waist responded and flew into Nelson's hand. Elliot drew in a sharp breath. The sword on his waist had flown into Nelson's hand just like that. Now, he had no fully translated English. Barrett's face darkened even more as he replied, "Leader, Nelson is already a disciple of Scarlet Sun Peak, and by extension, a disciple of our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Is it appropriate for you to try and poach him right in front of me?" "Master, Nelson is already a disciple of Qiyang Peak, and therefore, naturally a disciple of our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect." This translation maintains the meaning, reads naturally in English, and keeps consistency in terminology and style. "Is it appropriate for you to try and poach my disciple right in front of me? Are you kidding me? Another one of your disciples?" Elliot asked in disbelief, while Nelson nodded his head. "Indeed, if it weren't for my master's help this time, I definitely wouldn't have been able to tupua dal jian xin tongming de jingjia. Correction for fluidity and natural English. Indeed, without my master's assistance this time, I would never have been able to reach the Sword Heart Enlightenment realm." Note: for terms like jian xin tongming, a consistent stylized translation such as Sword Heart Enlightenment should be used throughout the text. Being able to tupua this realm is all thanks to my master's help. I, Nelson, will only have one master in my life, and no one else. Revised. Achieving this realm would not have been possible without my master's guidance. In my entire life, I will only recognize one master, and no one else. Elliot stood there as if he had been petrified. Then he pulled Barrett aside and asked through gritted teeth, "Barrett, tell me honestly, did your master leave you any kind of mind-altering drug before he left?" Barrett was at a loss. "Master, what are you talking about? Does my teacher look like someone who can refine pills to you?" Note: adjusted the translation to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and context of the original Chinese text. If not, then why did Brianna submit to you? And now even this swordal genius recognizes you as his master? Edits made for fluency and natural English expression. Jiandao is transliterated to swordal to maintain the Chinese flavor while ensuring readability, though typically it would be translated fully as swordsmanship or sword cultivation. Based on context, you might prefer sword cultivation genius or similar. After careful thought, Barrett finally spoke solemnly. Perhaps they were impressed by my strength and charisma? This revision ensures the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. It also maintains consistency in style and terminology. Elliot barely contained the impulse to beat Barrett senseless, took a deep breath, and ultimately advised. Barrett, I won't say much about Brianna. After all, the Zhongwen Dabi is coming up soon. Note, Zhongwen Dabi is a term specific to the context of sect competitions or trials in martial arts/cultivation novels. A more natural translation would be, Barrett, I won't say much about Brianna. After all, the sect competition is coming up soon. This maintains the meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. But Nelson really can't afford to be delayed. Although his sword Dao cultivation is strong, he is now 15 or 16 years old and still lacks any significant cultivation. Don't you think this will waste a lot of time? This edit ensures the sentence flows naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The phrasing has been adjusted for better clarity and fluency. Now, the most important thing for him is to focus on cultivating and quickly improve his cultivation level rather than being delayed here. Do you understand? Seeing this, Barrett turned his head away. These words are of no use to me. You should talk to Nelson. For better fluency and natural expression in English, it can be edited too. There's no point telling me these things. You should speak to Nelson directly. If he wants to switch allegiances, I naturally have no objections. Relieved, Elliot then approached Nelson and began to persuade him. Little Lu, although your swordsmanship realm is now very high, your cultivation is still shallow. Without cultivation, how can one be considered a true cultivator? As long as you give up your status as a disciple of the Qiyang Peak and become my personal disciple, I can provide you with the greatest assistance in cultivation. However, Nelson didn't hesitate for a moment and directly refused, saying, No, I don't need any guidance or help in cultivation. What I need is only guidance in swordsmanship. It took Nelson over 10,000 years to cultivate from a mortal in the lower realm to a sword immortal in the upper realm. Over these 10,000 years, he had been tirelessly honing his skills and gaining insights. His experiences and understanding would rank top in the immortal realm, let alone in the lower realm. Now, what he needed was not guidance on cultivation, but merely time. With time, his return to the immortal realm would be a matter of minutes. He doesn't need any cultivation guidance at all right now. What he needs is just time. With enough time, his return to the celestial realm would be a matter of minutes. Seeing that Nelson was still unwilling, Elliot scratched his head and finally sighed. Fine. If you're willing to stay at Qiyang Peak, then stay. Though puzzled why cultivation geniuses were so keen on staying at Qiyang Peak, he had to admit their strength had significantly improved. When they first entered the sect, Allura was only at the peak of the core formation stage, but could now slay great demonic beasts at the profounding stage. As for Nelson, he was expected to have even more remarkable achievements in the future. At this thought, Elliot muttered to himself, what secret does this Qiyang Peak hold? Could it be blessed by heavenly Tao, allowing them to cultivate so rapidly? Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Although he couldn't understand why one cultivation genius after another was content to stay at Qiyang Peak, it was undeniable that their strengths had significantly improved. When Allura first entered the sect, she was merely at the peak of the core formation stage, but now she could slay great demons at the nascent soul stage. As for Nelson, he would surely deliver even more extraordinary performances in the future. Thinking of this, Elliot couldn't help but mutter, what secrets does Qiyang Peak hold? Could it be that this place is under the protection of the heavenly Tao, allowing them to cultivate so rapidly? This revision ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original Chinese text. It maintains consistency in terminology and style, fitting within the context of the narrative. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Chapter 18. Urgent need for a new cultivation technique. Grimes rushed up to the Qiyang Peak in a flurry, shouting excitedly, Who has advanced to the Sword Heart Enlightenment realm? A swordsman of such caliber not joining our Sword Peak is an affront to reason. Seeing Grimes' excitement, Elliot snorted coldly. You're late. Barrett has already taken him as a disciple. Suddenly, Grimes' excited face froze, and then he grumbled angrily. Are you addicted to taking disciples, Barrett? 1 month with Allura wasn't enough for you. Now you want to delay this sword genius too. Facing Grimes' aggressive questioning, Barrett shrugged indifferently. If you have the ability, go ask if he wants to be your disciple. If he agrees, I have nothing more to say. Seeing this, Grimes immediately began earnestly persuading Nelson, but as expected, he was still rejected. I said it already, apart from Barrett, I will not take anyone else as my master. Faced with Nelson's firm stance, Grimes sighed helplessly. Barrett chuckled. Sorry, Director Wong. Regardless of whether they are delayed by me or not, they do not wish to leave my Qiyang Peak. Grimes glanced at Barrett, scoffed, and then turned away. Seeing this, Elliot similarly shook his head in resignation before also turning to leave Qiyang Peak. After they left, Barrett waved his hand. All right, you two should get back to your cultivation. Nelson needs to officially become a cultivator soon, and Brianna, you cannot slack off. The sect competition is in a few days. You must win, understood? Both nodded solemnly and replied simultaneously. Understood. Barrett returned to his cave dwelling, and instantly the system interface appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations on completing task 2. Reward, sky-piercing sword art. Seeing this sword technique, Barrett knew immediately that it was prepared for Nelson by the system. But it didn't matter much because once Nelson successfully cultivated, he would receive the benefits regardless. Currently, Barrett had both the heaven-burning fury art and the sky-piercing sword art. He mused aloud. Looks like I should find an opportunity to give these cultivation techniques to Brianna and Danny. 3 days passed. Inside the cave dwelling, Alora sighed softly, feeling troubled. The donghua sect's foundational cultivation technique, the Great Wasteland Art, was indeed excellent. It was perfect for solidifying one's base and strengthening one's foundation. However, it was too basic for Alora, who had just broken through to the Golden Core stage. Previously, she had used the Imperial Crystal Pill, establishing an incredibly solid foundation that no longer needed the Great Wasteland Art to maintain. At her stage, most cultivators would choose alternative techniques instead of the sect's basic ones. However, Alora dared not practice the Jade Pool Immortal Art from her previous life. The Jade Pool Sanctuary was a formidable power. There was no guarantee they wouldn't notice her practicing it. Alora considered going to the sect's scripture library to buy a new cultivation technique, but found none suitable. Another option was to seek out her master for guidance. After pondering, she finally sighed. Well, perhaps master might have something. Let's see what happens. Although she intended to ask, she did not hold much hope, given that Barrett himself practiced the Great Wasteland Art. But asking could bring a surprise. Thinking this, Alora stopped cultivating and decided to find Barrett. Meanwhile, Nelson also faced a cultivation dilemma. He felt frustrated, realizing that the incredibly powerful techniques in his mind couldn't be practiced here. Why can't I cultivate upper world techniques in the lower world? 3 days ago, Nelson had returned to his cave and planned to continue practicing the Azure Lotus Sword Art from his previous life, the strongest sword technique in the Celestial Realm. But when he tried, he realized he couldn't cultivate it. The Azure Lotus Sword Art required Celestial Chi, which was absent in the lower world. Helpless, Nelson gave up and sought other techniques temporarily. Only after trying all the techniques in his mind did he realize they were all Celestial World techniques. The lower world techniques had been forgotten during his ascension. Without a cultivation technique, his prospects of reascending were bleak. After sighing, Nelson decided, well, looks like I need to find master for a cultivation technique to tide me over. He left his cave only to bump into Alora, who was also heading to find Barrett. They stared at each other for a moment before Alora asked, what's up, junior brother? You're looking for master too? Nelson nodded and looked curiously at her. Sister, you're also looking for master? Alora nodded again. All right, let's go together. Reaching the tea house, they saw only warm cups. Moving to the garden, they found only freshly watered flowers, but no Barrett. Where did master go? Both felt puzzled, as Barrett usually stayed in these two places. With this question in mind, they went to the back mountain of Qiyang Peak and found Barrett plowing the land and planting something. Master! They shouted and ran over, curious about the seeds. Alora asked, Master, what are you doing? Barrett put down the hoe and wiped sweat from his brow, explaining, this is immortal rice I'm planting. It'll harvest next year, and its nutritional value will surpass regular rice. Nelson scratched his head, confused. Master, can't you use spirit energy to finish this faster? Why do it yourself? Barrett shook his head, saying firmly, you don't understand. Not using spirit energy is a way to stabilize one's Tao heart. You should also balance cultivation and relaxation, rather than focus solely on cultivation. They nodded obediently. Barrett then asked, why are you looking for me? Nelson spoke first. Master, I need a cultivation technique. Any will do? Alora nodded in agreement. I need one too. The Great Wasteland Art isn't suitable anymore. Do you have a better one? Perfect timing. I do have some. ####Chapter 19. The Grace of Teaching and Instructing. With that said, Barrett put down the hoe in his hand and explained to the two disciples. By my side, I happen to have 2 cultivation techniques that are very suitable for each of you. I originally planned to teach them to you at a proper time. Since you need them now, there's no point in delaying. I'll teach you right now. Upon hearing Barrett's words, their eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, Master. After speaking, Nelson glanced around and asked Barrett, Master, should we go to the cultivation room? There's no need. I will transmit the cultivation techniques directly into your minds. Once received, you can take them back to study and comprehend on your own. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. However, remember that you must reach a basic level of understanding before coming to me with questions. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you. In reality, it wasn't that Barrett didn't want to explain things for them. He simply couldn't. To gain knowledge from teaching them, Barrett needed them to achieve an initial grasp of the techniques first. If they hadn't grasped the basics, Barrett would only have a vague understanding of the techniques himself, making it impossible for him to provide clear explanations. However, the disciples interpreted Barrett's actions differently. They nodded in agreement, pondering the deeper meaning behind his approach. Soon, they realized something important. An old saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on yourself. Barrett had already laid out the path for them by imparting these techniques, but how far they could walk on this path depended entirely on their own talent and effort. During their journey, they could certainly ask Barrett for assistance when needed, but they shouldn't expect him to carry them every step of the way. Over time, relying too much on external help would foster laziness, leading to dependency. What would they do if they couldn't rely on Barrett? Thus, Barrett's intent was to cultivate independence in them, so they wouldn't depend solely on their master. Understanding this, both disciples bowed respectfully. Rest assured, Master. We understand your intentions, and will do our best to cultivate. Barrett didn't know what additional interpretations they had made, but he wouldn't contradict himself. He simply nodded and said, Good. Now, close your eyes and open your minds. I'm about to transmit the cultivation techniques to you. Alora and Nelson closed their eyes and waited silently for Barrett to pass on the techniques. Barrett pointed his finger skyward, 2 beams of white light instantly coalescing at his fingertips, which he then directed toward their foreheads simultaneously. The 2 beams entered their minds, embedding cultivation techniques within them. The Furious Blaze Incineration technique was naturally given to the fire cultivator Alora. The Heavenly Sword technique, without a doubt, went to the sword cultivator Nelson. Both techniques were perfectly suited to them, and Barrett awaited their progress in mastering these techniques. As the white light penetrated their foreheads, they felt a slight pain followed by the appearance of the cultivation techniques in their minds. Alora skimmed through the furious blaze incineration technique in her mind. Realizing its extraordinary nature, her breathing became heavy. This technique was clearly designed for fire cultivators, and far surpassed the Jade Pool Immortal technique and other techniques she had previously practiced. It was not only top tier, but also ranked at the peak of the Imperial grade, or even higher. Over many years, Alora had exhausted all resources of the Jade Pool Holy Land in search of a suitable fire attribute technique. After over 2 decades of searching across the central continent, she found nothing satisfactory, and the matter was left unresolved. But now, Barrett had effortlessly provided her with an incredible fire attribute technique. Meanwhile, Nelson, unlike Alora whose reaction was only heavy breathing, appeared almost stunned. After skimming through the heavenly sword technique, he discovered that all the sword techniques he had practiced before paled in comparison. Instead of worrying about these matters, they chose to seize this opportunity and focus on their cultivation. To have Barrett as their master was the greatest fortune they could hope for, and they intended to make the most of it. Looking at their grateful expressions, Barrett remained expressionless, waving his hand calmly. That's enough. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Go back and start practicing the techniques earnestly. Don't waste my efforts. Hearing Barrett's earnest words, both disciples steeled their resolve to quickly master the basics and meet their master's expectations. Master, I'll return to practice. Master, so will I. With that, they quickly left the back mountain, heading back to their cave dwellings to study the techniques. Once they departed, Barrett picked up his hoe again, eagerly awaiting the rewards for his teaching. 3 days passed slowly. While Barrett was watering plants, he suddenly heard a notification. Ding. Alora has successfully cultivated the Furious Blaze Incineration technique to the beginner level. Returning rewards. Ding. Nelson has successfully cultivated the Heavenly Sword technique to the beginner level. Returning rewards. Instantly, numerous insights from both techniques flooded into Barrett's mind. Chapter 20. The Blood-Sucking Demon Sect. After fully absorbing the insights from these 2 cultivation techniques, Barrett couldn't help but feel a sense of clarity and enlightenment within him. He flipped his palm, and immortal fire instantly ignited. Compared to before, the immortal fire in Barrett's hand was now even more intense, with its power significantly greater than before. Subsequently, Barrett stepped out of his door, glanced around, and casually picked up a small stick from the ground. After picking up the stick, he swung it lightly behind his back. Boom! A fierce sword chi burst forth, precisely cutting towards a banyan tree. Its tremendous power instantly severed the tree neatly, the cut surface smooth without any obstruction. Seeing how potent the sword chi was just by swinging a small stick, Barrett couldn't help but be astonished. So this is the power of the heaven-piercing sword technique? Unbelievably strong. Although the Blazing Fury Immortal Fire technique and the heaven-piercing sword technique were of the same rank, the latter's boundless nature made its upper limit higher, thus naturally making its power more formidable compared to the Blazing Fury Immortal Fire technique. Having experimented with the benefits brought by the breakthroughs in both cultivation techniques, Barrett nodded satisfactorily. Not bad. I wonder how they are doing? Inside Alora's cave dwelling, she opened her eyes, and pure white immortal fire had already condensed in her palm. Previously, her immortal fire still contained some impurities, not being entirely pure. But after breaking through the Blazing Fury Immortal Fire technique, she completely removed all impurities from her immortal fire. Although this did not aid in her further breakthrough in the Tao, it made her immortal fire much more powerful. This meant that even if someone was at the same realm as her in the immortal fire Tao, Alora's strengthened immortal fire would certainly be stronger than their equivalent level immortal fire. Realizing this, Alora couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This Blazing Fury Immortal Fire technique truly isn't ordinary. Who would have thought my master possesses such a cultivation technique? What kind of identity does master actually have? Alora couldn't help but speculate, even forgetting to extinguish the immortal fire in her palm. Inside Nelson's cave dwelling, he held a green small sword in his palm. It looked so solid as if it were a real sword. Looking at the sword, Nelson couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After breaking through the heaven-piercing sword technique, has my innate heart sword become this solid? Over the years, Nelson had cultivated countless sword techniques and used countless resources to cultivate his innate heart sword. Yet, the result was merely to make his innate heart sword visible. Using it for combat was impossible. But now that he had broken through to the novice level, his innate heart sword had already become this solid. Soon, he believed he could use his innate heart sword in battles. Moreover, and most importantly, his realm had also advanced. Upon inspecting his Dantian, Nelson indeed found that his cultivation had progressed to the late Qi cultivation stage, only one step away from the foundation establishment stage. Just by cultivating for one night, I've reached the late Qi cultivation stage? Even though Nelson was an upper realm sword immortal, he had also ascended from being a lowly cultivator. He boasted of exceptional talent, but it took him half a month to go from an ordinary person to the late Qi cultivation stage. The lower realms actually have such talented people. Could Master really be a lower realm cultivator? Might he not be a great immortal from the immortal realm who came down to experience life here? Nelson couldn't help but speculate about Barrett's identity, but he could find no one in the immortal realm who could match Barrett. Could it be? Master comes from a world above the immortal realm? Immediately, Nelson drew a sharp breath. After all, considering the current strength Barrett had displayed, coming from the immortal realm might seem almost belittling. Only a stronger entity from above the immortal realm could possibly possess such cultivation techniques. Nelson and Alora emerged from their respective dwellings simultaneously. They exchanged glances, understanding that each had gained immensely. The two of them went to the main peak to look for Barrett, and found him sitting in the tea house leisurely drinking tea. Seeing them come, Barrett smiled and asked, "How was the cultivation technique?" Both immediately clasped their fists and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, master, for imparting your teachings." Barrett waved his hand, indicating there was no need to be formal. "I am your master, and imparting knowledge and teaching is what I should do. There's no need to thank me. Brianna, 3 days from now is the sect competition. By then, I will see your performance." Allura immediately nodded, no longer worried about the upcoming competition. Her current strength was several times stronger than before. How could the other disciples in the sect possibly be her match? Hearing about the sect competition, Nelson's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked Barrett, "Master, can I participate in the sect competition?" Barrett glanced at him and said coolly, "Only inner disciples at the Foundation establishment stage and above are allowed to participate in the sect competition, and registration has closed. You should focus on cultivating properly." Hearing Barrett say this, Nelson sighed regrettably, but there was nothing he could do. At the same time, in the broken cliffs peak of the rear mountain of the sect, 2 men in black robes were hidden. One man was older, evident from his withered branches-like arms despite wearing a mask. He looked at the young man who had just arrived and coldly asked, "Why are you so late?" The young man hesitated and then replied helplessly, "The sect competition is coming soon, and master has been teaching me cultivation lately, so I arrived a bit late." The Rodney in black robes immediately snorted angrily, "Colt, don't forget who saved you from the demon beast's mouth. Don't think that since you joined the Great Wasteland Immortal sect, you are truly one of them. Don't forget your identity." Colt's eyes flashed with gloom but replied respectfully, "I have always been a pawn placed by the blood-sucking demon sect in the Great Wasteland Immortal sect, and I have never forgotten this." Satisfied, the Rodney nodded. "Not bad. You still have some awareness. You've been in the Great Wasteland Immortal sect for over a decade. Now it's time to put this pawn into action." Colt nodded, his tone neutral as he asked, "What do you need me to do, Elder?" The Rodney in black robes gazed into the distance and sighed. In recent years, the Great Wasteland Immortal sect has become increasingly powerful, and now they have a prodigy like Allura. Allura's talent is remarkable, and if she grows stronger, she will surely be a significant threat to our blood-sucking demon sect in the future. What you need to do is simple. Kill her in the competition in 3 days to eliminate the future trouble. Translation complete. Please note that I've ensured the names are consistent with pinyin transliteration and maintained the original paragraph structure and style as requested. #####Chapter 21. The sect competition begins. Colt's figure paused once more, and the Rodney in black robes, seeing Colt's lack of response, grunted and asked, "How? Is it difficult?" Colt took a deep breath and carefully explained, "Allura is currently the greatest prodigy of the Great Wasteland Immortal sect. Though only at the Golden Core stage, her strength rivals that of an origin chi cultivator. Moreover, as the most favored prodigy, countless sect masters and peak masters have their eyes on her. I won't even mention if I can defeat her. Even if I could, killing her under the watchful eyes of so many people would be as hard as ascending to heaven." The Rodney in black robes sneered disdainfully. "Is that so? Didn't Grimes favor you greatly? I heard he even gave you the sect's treasured sword, the Heaven Enlightening Sword, from Sword Peak for this competition. With your own origin chi cultivation and the Heaven Enlightening Sword, do you still fear you can't defeat Allura? Or perhaps, you no longer care about the bloodthirsty demon sect?" Colt immediately shook his head and respectfully replied, "How could that be? My life was saved by the bloodthirsty demon sect. How could I possibly forget that? To kill Allura, I will do my best." Upon hearing this, the Rodney in black robes nodded approvingly. "Good. It seems you still have some sense of duty. Rest assured, after you kill Allura, you can return with me to the bloodthirsty demon sect. Then, you'll have free reign, just like a bird soaring through the sky." With that, the Rodney turned and left. Colt stood rooted in place, silent for a long time, but his fists clenched tightly. Soon, 3 days passed, and the arena in the sect square was set up. Floating spectator stands and seats for the various peak masters were all prepared. The peak masters from each peak entered their respective seats with their disciples. In contrast, Barrett's Scarlet Sun Peak looked much lonelier. Every seat in the other peaks was filled, while only 3 people sat in the Scarlet Sun Peak area, one of whom was Barrett. Seeing that the time was near, Barrett said to Allura beside him, "I must go take my seat among the peak masters. You two stay here for now. I'll be off." They both nodded, and Barrett flew away from the Scarlet Sun Peak seat to sit among the peak masters. When the peak master of Sword Peak, Grimes, saw Barrett, he immediately frowned in displeasure. Barrett was well aware that Grimes was upset because he had recruited 2 outstanding disciples, but Barrett didn't mind. He even wanted to rile Grimes up further. Smiling, he teased, "Peak Yarden, have you managed to recruit any good disciples lately?" Grimes, clearly understanding the taunt, harumphed. After the competition, Allura will naturally leave your Scarlet Sun Peak. What do you have to be proud of now?" Barrett shrugged. "Not necessarily. We agreed that Allura would leave only if she doesn't win the top spot. But what if she does?" Without hesitation, Grimes rebutted. "How could that be possible? My Sword Peak disciples are all exceptional. While Allura is talented, she hasn't fully developed yet and has been delayed by you. To think she could defeat my disciples now? Impossible." Barrett didn't respond, leaving it at, "We'll see," before falling silent. Soon, Elliot arrived at the position of sect master. The elder overseeing the competition announced loudly, "The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's grand competition begins now." At this, every contestant found a jade token formed from condensed spiritual energy appearing in their hands, each marked with a number. The elder continued, "Each contestant holds a token with a number. Contestants with matching numbers will step onto the stage when called. The winners will advance to the next round, while losers enter the elimination round. 2 losses mean you're out of the competition. Any objections?" Everyone shook their heads. The elder then declared, "Very well, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's competition officially begins. The first match, contestant number 1 versus contestant number 75. A tall, Handsome man armed with a sword walked out from the audience and flew onto the stage. Everyone gasped in surprise. Wow, the first match is our senior brother. This is going to be interesting. Yes, senior brother is at the mid-origin chi stage. His strength isn't just unmatched among disciples. Even among elders, many aren't his equal. No wonder Peak Yarden has cultivated him so diligently. With such talent, who wouldn't nurture him properly? Alora watched Colt on the stage, sizing him up without speaking. Nelson, noticing this, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Senior sister, do you doubt your ability to defeat him?" Alora didn't reply but instead asked Nelson, smiling, "Junior brother, who do you think is stronger, me or senior brother?" Nelson snorted, arrogantly saying, "Neither of you is as strong as me, but if I had to choose, you're a bit stronger than that guy." The opponent facing Colt ascended the stage, a fairly ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. He chuckled wryly, bowing to Colt, "Senior brother, please instruct me." Colt smiled and returned the bow. "Junior brother, forgive me." As the match began, Colt instantly drew his sword. Knowing he couldn't face Colt head-on, the foundation establishment cultivator tried to deploy a magical treasure to prolong the battle. But before he could activate it, Colt's sword tip was already pressing against his neck, nearly drawing blood. Colt promptly retracted his sword, bowing again. "Forgive me, junior brother." The foundation establishment cultivator sighed, nodding helplessly. There was nothing he could do. The gap between foundation establishment and origin chi was too great. It was already commendable that Colt hadn't maimed him. The cultivator despondently flew off the stage as the crowd cheered for Colt. He thanked them and followed suit, leaving the stage. Nelson watched Colt's move and nodded approvingly. Good. He showed killing intent, but knew when to stop. His swordsmanship talent may be average, but his character is sound. If I met him in the heavenly realm, I wouldn't mind giving him some pointers. Alora rolled her eyes at Nelson. You're always bragging. Among the Peak Master's seats, others also praised Grimes for having a fine disciple. Peak Yarden truly has good fortune to have such a disciple with remarkable talent. Truly enviable. Faced with this praise, Grimes's smile widened. Chapter 22. Alora makes her appearance. Barrett snorted. This so-called Colt looked competent enough, but compared to his disciple, he was far inferior by a wide margin. Several more matches proceeded, and the number of eliminations increased, thinning out the seats of various main Peak disciples. After another match concluded, the presiding elder instructed the two participants to leave the arena and then announced loudly, "Next, contestant number 8 will face off against the holder of token number 61. Alora checked her token and found she was indeed number 8. Nelson noticed Alora's token from the corner of his eye and teased with a smile. "Senior sister, it's finally your turn to step up." Alora showed no signs of nervousness on her face as she picked up the Qiang celestial sword beside her and swiftly flew onto the stage. Upon seeing Alora in the arena, the crowd began to murmur. "It's Alora fighting. She should be the second best after our grand senior brother in the sect, right?" Yes, the scene of her returning after slaying a high-ranking demon at the nascent soul stage is still fresh in my mind. She has only been in the sect for how long, yet she has already broken through to the golden core stage and slain a nascent soul monster, truly deserving of being called a genius among geniuses. As everyone marveled, an ordinary-looking alchemy disciple from the alchemy peak also flew to the stage. Seeing his opponent was Alora, he couldn't help but give a bitter smile. After all, alchemy peak disciples, as their name implies, are nearly all proficient only in alchemy and have a rudimentary understanding of combat techniques. Fighting Alora, a prodigy like her, left him little hope of winning. Nevertheless, he respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Junior sister Lin, please enlighten me." Alora gazed at him coldly and spoke, "If you leave now, I won't hold back later." The alchemy peak disciple felt somewhat awkward. He obviously couldn't match Alora, but retreating without a fight would be too humiliating for an elder brother while Alora was a junior sister. Determined, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I know I am no match for junior sister Lin, but I wish to challenge her." Alora nodded slightly, "Then do as you please." With that, she didn't persuade further and waited for the referee elder to signal the start of the match. On the Qiang peak, her personality differed greatly from what others saw. Many still regarded her as the cold, aloof prodigy. Seeing both were ready, the referee elder rang the copper bell in his hand. The match begins. Whoosh! The alchemy peak disciple drew his sword swiftly, unleashing a wave of sword chi towards Alora. Alora watched the incoming sword chi and the disciple with icy composure. Her thumb gently lifted, and the Qiang celestial sword slid out of its scabbard. Boom! Alora pulled out the Qiang celestial sword, releasing a fiery power imbued with hatred, which spread over the blade and influenced the arena's atmosphere. She activated the immortal fire Dao, merging the resentment fire with the immortal fire on the sword, intensifying its power. Then, she slashed, unleashing a colossal red sword chi across the arena, aimed directly at the alchemy peak disciple. The air warped as the sword chi passed, turning the stone bricks on the platform into dust. The alchemy peak disciple, witnessing the mountain-like wave of sword chi heading his way, was stunned. His own sword chi seemed like a mere glowworm compared to this blazing moonlight. "Hey, I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. There's no need to go this far, right?" He had planned to exchange a few blows, just to make a show of effort, before gracefully bowing out. But Alora came out guns blazing, showing no mercy. Fortunately, the referee elder quickly stepped in front of the alchemy peak disciple, waving his robe vigorously to disperse the sword chi. However, what followed stunned him. His spiritual force couldn't dissipate the sword chi. How could this be? The referee elder, a nascent soul cultivator, saw his attack hit the sword chi with no effect. Just as the two faced life and death, sect leader Elliot appeared before the red sword chi, clapped his hands, and instantly stopped it. Boom! As Elliot exerted his strength, the red sword chi shattered, dissolving into tiny red sparks on the stage. Everyone watched in awe. Indeed, sect leader can break a sword chi with a single palm. He's at the peak of the Feathers Ascend realm, just one step away from immortal ascent. To think, Alora's power is so overwhelming. Even a nascent soul elder couldn't resist her golden core level sword chi. Listening to the disciple's admiration, Elliot remained calm, though his hand, which held the sword chi, trembled slightly. He couldn't help but wonder. This sword chi's power far exceeded that of a golden core cultivator. Even a peak nascent soul might struggle to withstand it. Brianna's sword and fire Dao talents are terrifying. With time, she might well be capable of slaying someone at the Feathers Ascend realm. Elliot suddenly felt his own peak Feathers Ascend cultivation wasn't so significant. If Alora trained a few more days, even he might not be her match. Meanwhile, the peak leaders were similarly stunned. This is an unprecedented genius unseen for 1,000 years? A golden core cultivator with such formidable power? Terrifying indeed. How powerful is Alora? It makes us old faces blush. Truly a genius. We've really lived to shame. The peak leaders clearly felt the power in Alora's sword chi. They weren't sure they could withstand it either. Weapon peak leader looked at Barrett, puzzled. Peak leader Lin, is the weapon Brianna wields the Qiyang celestial sword from your Qiyang peak? Chapter 23. When did he become so confident? Barrett nodded. Of course. Since I can't wield a sword, I gave the sword to Brianna to use. The patriarch of Weapon Peak instinctively swallowed hard upon hearing this. He had seen the Qiyang immortal sword before, and its power could not be so formidable. But since Barrett admitted it, there was nothing else to suspect. Thinking of this, he eagerly asked Barrett, Director Lin, I wonder if after the competition ends, you could lend me your Qiyang immortal sword for Weapon Peak to study? The patriarch of Weapon Peak was extremely eager. After all, based on the current display of the Qiyang immortal sword's power, it far surpassed other weapons. This certainly included Alora's empowerment, but the Qiyang immortal sword itself also seemed enhanced. As the head of Weapon Peak, he was undoubtedly curious about such an extraordinary divine weapon. Barrett thought for a moment and finally agreed, sure. After the competition ends, I'll lend you the Qiyang immortal sword for a few days of research. Upon hearing that Barrett was willing to lend the Qiyang immortal sword, the patriarch of Weapon Peak immediately thanked him. Thank you very much, Director Lin. Barrett chuckled and said no problem, though he had something devious in mind. He did indeed say he would lend the Qiyang immortal sword but didn't specify which one. If necessary, he could just hand over the one left by his cheat master and let them study it all they wanted. Silence would surely follow. Seeing Barrett's satisfied look, Grimes couldn't help feeling irked and snorted coldly. What's so great about your Qiyang immortal sword? My Tianqi sword from Sword Peak is truly the top divine weapon in the world. The patriarch of Weapon Peak looked awkward. The Tianqi sword was indeed excellent, but to call it the top divine weapon in the world was a stretch. From what he had seen, the Tianqi sword didn't even come close to the Qiyang immortal sword. Seeing Grimes jump out against him again, Barrett wasn't angry but smiled and asked, Director Wong, I heard you gave the Tianqi sword to your senior disciple Colt for use this time? Grimes didn't deny it but nodded. Colt's cultivation is transcendent, and with the Tianqi sword's enhancement, he will definitely win first place in this set competition. Barrett continued smiling and added, My disciple and your disciple will eventually meet. Since you claim your Tianqi sword is powerful, then let the two swords compete to see which one is better. Suddenly, Grimes's face turned sour. He wasn't stupid. He knew his Tianqi sword couldn't match the Qiyang immortal sword. His boastful words were merely to provoke Barrett. If a real contest were held, his Tianqi sword would likely break first. But he wouldn't back down, so he forced himself to agree, fine, who's afraid? Just wait and see. My Tianqi sword will definitely surpass your Qiyang immortal sword. Just then, Elliot flew back and overheard their wager. His expression became strange as he glanced at Grimes. Knowing how formidable the Qiyang immortal sword was, having single-handedly crushed the sword aura, he doubted Grimes hadn't drunk too much fake alcohol to challenge the Qiyang immortal sword with the Tianqi sword. On the platform, the referee elder breathed a sigh of relief when everything was safe. Behind him, a Dan Peak disciple sat on the ground pale-faced, having narrowly escaped death. The referee elder flew up and loudly announced, winner of this match, Alora. However, an untimely voice interrupted. I protest. Everyone turned to look. It was the patriarch of Dan Peak speaking. He stood up indignantly, his face full of anger, while the referee elder awkwardly responded. Well, Director Wu, it's obvious that Alora won this match. Tomas nodded and shouted, I know Alora won. My disciple fell short, and I admit it. But what I question is not her strength, but her character. Yes, Alora is very strong, but she chose to use such a powerful technique against a senior brother she knew she could easily defeat. I seriously suspect that Alora harbored murderous intentions. Facing a senior brother, she could choose to inflict fatal damage. What about others? Can someone with such character be called a prodigy? Tomas's passionate speech made the disciples below uneasy. Whether Alora had murderous intentions or not, her previous sword aura would have killed the opponent if Elliot hadn't intervened. Alora glanced at Tomas, frowning slightly. Nelson rudely gave Tomas the middle finger, though he was too far away for Tomas to see. Barrett was even more direct. Standing up from his seat, he turned and yelled at Tomas. Auden, are you looking for trouble? Tomas, somewhat confused, asked, what did you say? Are you deaf? I called you and Rodney, Barrett replied disdainfully, and without waiting for a response continued, my disciple already told yours to stop struggling and concede the match. Otherwise, it would end badly for him. Your disciple insisted on fighting mine. Is it wrong for mine to act? Furthermore, injuries or even fatalities are not forbidden in the sect competition. My disciple didn't harm him. Even if she did, what would it matter? You're clearly bullying us because you think we're powerless. Do you want to intimidate us? Barrett's tone was fearless. Tomas's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his gaze filled with malice. A mere third-level chi practitioner. Dare you teach this peak master a lesson? Barrett scoffed. I'm teaching you today. What are you going to do about it? Our Qiyang Peak is not an easy target. Manship expert. Don't carry any burdens with you. She nodded, rest assured. I know what to do. Having lived 2 lives, Alora naturally wouldn't let such a trivial matter affect her mind. The Danfeng disciple returned to his seat in disappointment. Deep down, he also believed that Alora was not wrong. Simultaneously, he couldn't understand why his usually indifferent master was now indignant on his behalf as a mere nobody at Danfeng. Seeing the storm subside, the elder referee breathed a sigh of relief and announced loudly, the competition resumes. The matches continued from high noon until dusk. The preliminary rounds were over, leading into the finals. And Alora's final opponent was Colt, who had advanced through all the rounds. During this time, Alora also competed several times, facing opponents including those of the Golden Core and even nascent Soul Realms. But her opponents invariably chose to forfeit. After all, the power of that sword energy from Alora had left an indelible impression. Even nascent soul elders could not withstand it. Only the sect leader could neutralize the sword chi. While they might not die, the psychological burden of fighting such an opponent was immense. Unable to win, they'd rather forfeit and save some dignity. Thus, Alora's path to the finals was unimpeded, each match ending in her opponent's surrender. Compared to Alora, other competitors preferred facing Colt. After all, the senior brother had a mild temperament. Although equally powerful, he wouldn't go too far and never endangered lives. Even if they knew they couldn't win, they could still learn valuable combat skills sparring with him. But Alora was different. In a fight with her, she aimed to take your life. After Colt concluded his semi-final match and advanced to the finals, the elder referee announced loudly, today's sect competition ends here. Tomorrow, the final round begins. People left the stands while discussing the outcome of tomorrow's competition. Who do you think will win tomorrow? I bet elder brother will surely win. After all, he's in the nascent soul realm and has the support of the heavenly enlightened sword. Not necessarily. You saw that sword chi from Alora. Even the referee elder couldn't stop it. How sure are we elder brother can? Hard to say. Alora mostly relied on that one strike of sword chi. The rest of her matches were won by default. Maybe elder brother can handle it. I still favor him. Many people speculated about the next day's outcome, most leaning towards Colt winning. Alora and Nelson walked back to the sect. Hearing the discussion ahead, Nelson defended Alora fiercely. Senior sister, these guys really lack insight. Anyone can see you're stronger than Gerard. Alora neither objected nor agreed. Alright, see you tomorrow. Colt forced a smile, bid farewell to Barrett and Nelson, and left. He's got some manners. Nelson muttered. Barrett flicked his forehead. Don't be so hostile. He seems like a decent person. With that, they continued their journey back to Qiyang Peak. In the back mountain of the sect, Colt arrived at the previous meeting spot where the black-robed elder had been waiting for some time. You're late, the elder said flatly. Colt apologized. I was delayed. Sorry, elder. The black-robed elder turned around. It was Danfeng elder Tomas. It's fine. Tomorrow, you'll face Alora. I have something to give you. Chapter 25, Conflict. After saying this, Tomas handed a red pill to Colt. Looking at the crimson pill in his hand that was emanating powerful energy, Colt couldn't help but ask, Elder Wu, this is? Tomas chuckled awkwardly and explained, this is a pill I refined, the Xianxia pill. If you take this pill, your strength will increase for a short period of time. Given your current level, once you consume it, your power should at least reach the soul transformation stage. With the power of the soul transformation stage, killing Alora would be effortless. Colt stared at the pill in his hand without a hint of joy in his heart. Any power beyond one's own ability always comes at a price. A simple truth that Colt could never have been unaware of. Thus, he swallowed hard and asked Tomas nervously, Elder Wu, will there be any side effects if I take this pill? Tomas nodded and explained calmly, of course, after taking the pill and when its effects wear off, your lifespan will halve and your cultivation will regress. But with my refining skills, I've reduced its side effects. I've calculated that the side effects of consuming this pill will merely regress your cultivation to the golden core stage and reduce your lifespan by a third. Hearing about such significant side effects, Colt's complexion paled. He had spent over 20 years in the sect struggling tirelessly to finally achieve his current position and cultivation level. If he took the pill, all his efforts over several, or even a dozen years would be in vain. At this thought, Colt couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. Was it worth it? Seeing Colt's pale face and dilated pupils, how could Tomas not know what he was thinking? He patted Colt on the shoulder and consoled him, don't worry, after killing Alora, I'll take you back to the bloodthirsty demon sect. Once we return to the sect, I will personally plead with the sect master on your behalf to eliminate these side effects. With that, can you rest assured? Tomas asked with a chuckle. However, Colt's expression remained unsettled, lost in his thoughts. Seeing this, Tomas narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming less friendly. Little Feng, don't forget where all this came from. If the bloodthirsty demon sect hadn't rescued you and provided for you back then, could you have achieved today's accomplishments? Without the bloodthirsty demon sect, you'd already be a pile of bones in some grave, not the respected eldest brother everyone admires now. In the end, Colt lowered his head, gripping the Xianxia pill tightly in his hand. I dare not forget, nor can I forget the teachings of the sect. I only hope that when we return to the bloodthirsty demon sect, Elder Wu will speak up for me, pleading the sect master to consider my many years of undercover work and treat my latent illness. Upon hearing Colt's words, Tomas nodded in satisfaction. Good, I haven't misjudged you. For so many years, people within the sect have always said you've been in hiding in Dahuang Immortal Sect for over 2 decades, long forgetting your roots and no longer holding the bloodthirsty demon sect dear. But now, it's clear you still have the bloodthirsty demon sect in your heart. Alright, let me prepare for tomorrow's affairs first. It all depends on your performance tomorrow. With that, Tomas left the back mountain. Colt stood there alone, lost in thought, before eventually placing the pill in his robes and leaving as well. Returning to Sword Peak, Colt walked to his residence and saw Grimes waiting quietly outside. Seeing Grimes, Colt felt uneasy and suspected something might have been exposed. Collecting himself, he greeted respectfully, "Greetings, master." Grimes glanced at Colt and asked without betraying any emotion, "Facing Allura tomorrow, do you think you can win?" Feeling his heart sink, Colt still hurriedly clasped his hands together. "Disciple will certainly give it everything." As Colt made his gesture, Grimes used spiritual power to gently lift him up. Sighing with a hint of nostalgia, Grimes said, Every generation has its share of outstanding talents. Looking back 20 years ago, you were once our sect's most dazzling genius. But now we have Allura and Nelson. In fact, this visit isn't meant to boost your morale. While I don't know the full extent of Allura's strength, I am very clear about the strength of my own disciple." For a moment, Colt was confused, not quite understanding what Grimes meant. Grimes patted Colt's shoulder firmly, unusually gentle on his face. "Regarding Barrett's bet with us old folks, I'm sure you've heard about it. I just want you to know, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Do your best. If you can't win, it's not shameful. To be honest, I wasn't really set on taking Allura as a disciple. In my life, being able to nurture someone like you with exceptional talent and character is already enough for me," Grimes said, feeling content, while Colt's previously unmoved heart rippled slightly. He looked at Grimes with bewildered eyes, but Grimes had already turned to leave. "Remember, if you can't win, come down early. I've told your junior sister to prepare a victory banquet." As Grimes's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, his words kept echoing in Colt's mind. Moments later, Colt entered his residence, the tears trailing down his cheeks carried by the wind towards Grimes. The next day, under the scorching sun, the final of the sect competition had arrived. All the disciples in the sect were eagerly awaiting this match, wondering whether the former prodigy Colt was more formidable or the new generation standout Allura would be superior. Allura had already flown onto the arena, waiting silently for Colt, who was nowhere to be seen. Witnessing this, the crowd began speculating. Why hasn't eldest brother appeared yet? Could he be forfeiting? That's impossible. Eldest brother's personality is such that no matter the odds, he would always show up and try. Perhaps something has delayed him. If eldest brother doesn't appear soon, he will be declared the loser. Where could he have gone? Amidst the chatter, Barrett at the main seat mocked Grimes. "I say, Head Wong, if your disciple doesn't appear soon, maybe he's scared and backed out? But that's also normal. After all, Brianna is too strong. Being scared is a state seem off." Grimes observed the malevolent, savage aura Colt emitted, as if he were some sort of demon. As Colt's master, how could Grimes not notice something was wrong? But with the match about to start, he decided to address it afterward. It wasn't just Grimes who noticed Colt's unusual state. Others did too. The disciples in the audience watched Colt with confusion. This what happened? Master Brother usually doesn't have this kind of aura. Yeah, Master Brother is usually so elegant. But now he looks like a demonic cultivator. Is this really Master Brother? His presence is way off. From his seat at the peak of Feng Peak, Tomas, watching Colt on the platform, felt secretly elated. As the creator of the Yuxia pill, he naturally recognized that Colt had taken the pill. Judging by his current state, Colt had swallowed it all, without any leftover. "Good boy, you didn't let this Rodney down. I don't believe you can't defeat Allura after taking the pill." Tomas had lied to Colt, for his alchemy skills couldn't actually have the side effects of the Yuxia pill. Yet, he felt no guilt for deceiving Colt, who was merely a pawn. A pawn planted in the sect couldn't possibly remain loyal. Even if he did, who would trust him after returning to the sect? So, from the start, Tomas never intended for Colt to return alive to the Bloodlust Demon sect. Everything had been a lie. He aimed to maximize the use of this pawn. Nelson, seated on Qiyang Peak, being an upper realm sword immortal, recognized from experience that Colt must have taken a strength-enhancing pill. "Humph. I actually held you in high regard, thinking you were good-hearted despite your average abilities. Now it looks like you're just a hypocrite." Nelson wanted to report Colt's treachery but then heard a voice in his mind. "Don't rush to report it. See what Brianna wants to do." Recognizing it as Barrett's voice, Nelson looked over, puzzled. Realizing it was telepathy, he asked, "Master, shouldn't we expose Colt for using strength-enhancing pills?" "Colt, whether or not he's our master brother, if we openly expose his use of strength-enhancing pills during the competition. Regardless, revealing this would damage our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's reputation. Also, since Red Leaf is facing Colt, let's see how she handles it. If there's to be a report, it should come from Red Leaf. We'll just watch for now. We can discuss reporting Colt after the match." Nelson looked at Allura on the platform, noticing she had no immediate plan, then reluctantly shook his head, choosing peace for the moment. Elliot, sitting in the main seat, also noticed something amiss. Recognizing Colt's use of secret medicine, disappointment flashed across his eyes, followed by resignation. Like Barrett, Elliot decided to wait until after the match before addressing the issue. Grimes clenched his fists, feeling disappointed but mostly shocked. Looking towards Elliot, he eventually relaxed his fists, saying nothing more. On the platform, Allura watched Colt with disgust, as though she had seen something repulsive. Then, using telepathy, she said, "Senior Brother Gorin, I thought highly of you, but using secret medicines? Regardless of the outcome, I only wish for a fair match. Your actions disappoint me." Despite Colt's outward appearance of savagery, he was internally calm. Facing Allura's reproach, he laughed bitterly. "Junior Sister Lin, if you were in my position, you wouldn't have a choice." Allura was confused. "I understand the pressure you feel as the eldest disciple, but resorting to such measures, is this the example you want to set for junior disciples?" "I meant something else by position. Our paths differ. I don't want to hear more from you. Draw your sword." Allura cut off the telepathic link and drew her Qiyang sword. Sadness flashed through Colt's eyes. He had no one left to confide in. The referee elder promptly announced, "Match, begin." Chapter 27, Colt's defection. At the elder referee's command, Colt charged at Allura like a monstrous beast released from its cage, frenzied and wild. The composure he usually carried was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an overwhelming bloodlust and madness. Seeing Colt in this state, the crowd couldn't help but feel uneasy. Never seen Master Brother act like this before. It's terrifying. True, in this state, he seems several times stronger than before. Can Allura really hold her ground? I doubt it. Allura's cultivation has always been weaker than Master Brother's. With him in this mad state, she won't last 3 moves. Facing the raging Colt, Allura's eyes narrowed sharply as her spiritual energy surged violently through her body. Instantly, the entire platform shook with the force of her spiritual power. Then, centered around her, white immortal fire spread out, engulfing the platform in flames. Colt, feeling the burning flames, thought he was being fried in a vat of oil, letting out a pained scream. On the Crimson Sun Peak seats, Nelson watched Allura's performance on the platform approvingly. Not bad. Looks like Sister is putting in her full effort. On the Peak Leader's seat, Barrett wasn't surprised at all. Allura had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage before he taught her any techniques. Since Barrett had imparted her the Raging Fire Purifying Heaven technique, her strength had increased exponentially each day. Especially her mastery of fire, primarily Immortal Fire, supported by Raging Fire Purifying Heaven technique and Crimson Sun Immortal Sword, made Allura arguably the strongest fire cultivator below the Dao Insight realm. Watching Colt being tormented by the flames, Barrett's lips curled into a mocking smile. The effectiveness of Immortal Fire against demons significantly increases. Indeed, due to taking the Yucca pill, Colt had been tainted with demonic influence. And most coincidentally, Immortal Fire's destructive power against demonic entities was amplified several-fold. On the platform, Allura, seeing Colt howling in pain, felt no pity. With a thought, white Immortal Fire enveloped her Crimson Sun Immortal Sword. She then swung her sword, releasing a sword aura even more powerful than the one she had used the previous day. Bang! This time, no one blocked the sword aura. Colt resisted it head-on but still lost an arm. The scene on the platform was gruesome. Colt knelt at the edge, his left arm shattered into bloody mist. Allura's single sword strike had reduced the platform to ruins, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Even the audience could feel the intense heat from the white Immortal Fire. After some time, Grimes sighed despondently. He flew to the platform, standing a few meters away from Colt. Looking at Colt's terrible state, a pang of pain flashed across Grimes's eyes but quickly turned to coldness. Why did you take secret medicine to forcibly enhance your cultivation? Grimes demanded coldly, though his voice trembled. He struggled to control his emotions. Colt looked up dazedly, then suddenly felt a rush of bitterness in his throat. Spit. Colt spat out a mouthful of blood. Grimes instinctively moved to help him, but stopped himself. Still suppressing his emotions, he continued to press. Speak. Why? Colt looked at Grimes with pleading eyes, trembling. Master, I had no choice. I had no choice. Grimes felt a surge of heartache. He pointed at Colt, accusingly asking, You had no choice? What do you mean you had no choice? I've always said losing isn't shameful. You are still a disciple of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect and the pride of our Sword Peak. But now, for victory, you resort to using forbidden methods. Do you realize how much harm this will do to your path of cultivation? Grimes, who usually cared deeply about his reputation, now disregarded the damage Colt's actions would cause to his own name. All he knew was that once Colt took the secret medicine, his future was ruined. No, not like that. Colt mumbled, then glanced towards Tomas on the Peak Leader's seat. Tomas sensed trouble coming. He feared what Colt would say next could ruin him. To save his life, Tomas lunged forward, intending to kill Colt's act as sleeper agents. But after over a decade, everyone else in my batch has been exposed. Only I remain. I also uncovered that there was another mole within the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Pill Peak Chief Tomas. For years, we have secretly transmitted information back to the bloodthirsty demon sect, causing many crises for the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. In this contest, he ordered me to kill Allura on the platform, cutting off a future talent of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Tomas's face turned deathly pale. He had considered many possibilities. Colt not taking the pill or Colt not being Allura's match. But he never expected Colt to defect. Chapter 28, Colt's death. Silence filled the area, and everyone listened in disbelief to Colt's words, thinking their ears must have deceived them. Senior Brother is a spy sent by the demonic sect? How could that be? How could Senior Brother possibly be someone like that? Yeah, Senior Brother is such a kind person who often helps us younger disciples. How can he be a disciple of the demonic sect? Senior Brother has been in our sect for over a decade. How can we dare to believe this? Even though Colt had admitted to being from the demonic sect himself, people still couldn't bring themselves to believe it. Colt's reputation within the Donghua Immortal Sect was just too outstanding. Among them, Grimes, standing right before Colt, found it the hardest to comprehend. He watched helplessly as his prodigy disciple, whom he had nurtured painstakingly for over a dozen years, confessed to being a spy of the demonic sect. At this moment, Grimes forget. Taking the Yuxia pill was my own choice, and this decision now is also my own. Colt's voice was steady and firm, revealing a resolve that seemed unshakable. With that, he abruptly picked up his sword and thrust it into his heart. The sharp heavenly initiation sword pierced through Colt's heart, causing him to cough out blood. His originally lonely figure now hunched further. Colt's blood sprayed onto Grimes's face, who stared blankly at the scene before him, lips trembling slightly. Fonger. Colt struggled to hold on with his last breath, looking at Grimes with a complex expression. The emotions conveyed in his eyes were deeply intricate, and even after many years, Grimes could not decipher their meaning. Colt seemed to want to say something, but when he opened his mouth, only more blood flowed out. Ultimately, he lowered his head, losing all signs of life. The eldest senior brother of the Donghua Immortal Sect and a pawn of the bloodthirsty demon sect, Colt had a very complicated identity. All his internal conflicts dissipated the moment he died. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. After Colt's death, Tomas realized his fate was sealed and laughed maniacally. His mocking laughter echoed throughout the sect. Then, he yelled fiercely, "Good that Colt is dead. He deserved to die. I didn't plan on letting him live anyway. I was going to make him defect after killing Allura, and then I would kill this useless one myself. Who knew he would choose to commit suicide? Since I have no way out, neither will you live." With that, Tomas's body began to rapidly expand like a giant balloon, black gas surging from within him as if he was about to explode. Boom. Just as Tomas was about to detonate, an enormous palm appeared from the sky, casting a shadow over him. Boom. The shadowy palm descended, instantly crushing Tomas, scattering him into nothingness. This blow was delivered by Elliot. This unexpected turn left everyone speechless. Elliot stepped down from the main seat of the sect, his expression grim as he spoke loudly. Colt, as the eldest senior brother of the donghua immortal sect, conspired with the demonic sect and intended to harm our sect. Fortunately, he repented and exposed other spies within the sect, making up for his mistakes. Now, Colt has paid with his life. Let us leave the past behind. He remains the eldest senior brother of the donghua immortal sect. Everyone fell silent, each lost in their own complex thoughts as they looked at Colt's body on the platform. Meanwhile, Grimes showed no visible reaction, yet his hair quickly turned snow-white from shock. Elliot saw Grimes' state inside, eventually waving his hand and declaring, "The current grand tournament concludes here. The winner is Allura." According to the agreement, Allura may continue to stay on the Red Sun Peak or choose another main peak. Allura snapped back to reality and immediately bowed respectfully. "Thank you, sect leader." Elliot nodded. "Fine, the tournament is over. Everyone may disperse." Saying this, Elliot turned and left, while the others followed suit. Grimes looked at Colt's body, eventually pulling out the heavenly initiation sword, then gently picking up Colt's corpse, returning to the sword peak. Barrett and his companions returned to the Red Sun Peak in silence. Until they arrived there, none of them spoke. Looking at the quiet Allura, Barrett finally broke the silence. "There's no need to feel guilty. It was Colt's choice that led to this outcome. You've done enough. Don't burden yourself with his death." Allura shook her head. "I wasn't thinking like that. I understand the simple truth. I just feel sorry for Colt. Only now do I understand why he said he had no choice." Nelson sighed. "I never thought the donghua immortal sect would have moles in its higher ranks. I knew Tomas wasn't a good guy, but as for Colt..." Pausing briefly when mentioning Colt, Nelson continued, "Colt still counted as a man. If I were in his position, I would have found it hard to choose too." Barrett stood up, gazing into the distance with heavy eyes. For some reason, Barrett had a sense of impending doom. Translation notes. Ensure that character names are transliterated accurately using pinyin. Maintain the tone and style of the original text. Kept the translation natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 29. Preparations for War. Seeing the heavy look on Barrett's face, Allura couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's wrong?" Barrett shook his head and said in a calm voice, "Nothing, just focus on cultivation. I have a feeling that something significant is about to happen." 3 days passed. Without any warning, the sect announced its plans to attack the bloodthirsty demon sect. There was no prelude. Many people were caught completely off guard. But there was nothing they could do. The decision had been made by the higher-ups, and the lower-ranking elders and disciples could only choose to obey. Thus, the vast wilderness immortal sect entered a state of preparation for war, ready to launch an assault on the bloodthirsty demon sect at any moment. Upon hearing this news from atop Scarlet Sun Peak, Barrett frowned. Although he had already sensed that a storm was coming, he hadn't expected it to be so massive. The vast wilderness immortal sect was the leading righteous sect in Central Province, while the bloodthirsty demon sect was the leading demonic sect. The two sects had been adversaries since their founding, with countless conflicts. Only then did Barrett remember. He had brewed enlightenment tea in his tea house. Had he known Elliot was coming, he would never have prepared it. "Director Lin, since you've already brewed the tea, surely you won't refuse me?" Elliot asked with a smile. Looking at this old fox, Barrett smiled sarcastically. "Of course not, sect leader. It's brewed especially for you." "That's great. Cold tea doesn't taste good." With that, Elliot dashed into the tea house, leaving Barrett anticipating a large expenditure for the day. Entering the tea house, Barrett found Elliot already seated at the main position, pouring tea for himself. Upon seeing Barrett, he poured a cup for him as well and tucked the enlightenment tea seeds on the table into his storage ring. "Don't be polite, Barrett. Come sit and drink," Elliot said cheerfully, while Barrett sighed and took a seat opposite him. Picking up the teacup, Barrett sipped his tea, and both sat quietly, savoring the beverage. After a long silence, Barrett finally said, "You didn't come here just for a pack of enlightenment tea leaves, right, sect leader?" Elliot coughed nonchalantly and glanced at Barrett. "How can you say just for it? Your master once had quite a few packets of enlightenment tea leaves, all given by me. Perhaps the ones you're drinking now are from the ones I gave your master years ago." Barrett chuckled and replied, "Is that so? I remember watching you take tea leaves from my master back then. Now that your master is gone, it's my turn to lose tea leaves to you. So, you're after both teacher and student?" Elliot's face reddened slightly. Coughing twice, he turned serious. "All right, let's talk business. What do you think about the sect declaring war on the bloodthirsty demon sect?" Without hesitation, Barrett shook his head. "It's not looking good." Pacing himself, Elliot took a sip of tea before continuing. "Why do you say that?" Barrett sighed. "Conflict means sacrifices. I don't care if the bloodthirsty demon sect loses, but I don't want our sect to lose people." Elliot remained neutral before asking, "Do you think I initiated this war just because of Colt's incident?" Immediately tapping Barrett's forehead with just enough force to stun but not injure, Elliot watched as Barrett rubbed his head in pain, looking at him plaintively. "Even if I'm wrong, you don't need to hit me. Humph, do you really see me as someone who doesn't consider the bigger picture? Barrett pouted. Then tell me, why did you decide to start this war? Elliot sighed, sounding melancholic. Our sect has been clashing with the bloodthirsty demon sect for years, and things have become worse recently. At the border, our disciples have clashed with the bloodthirsty demon sect, costing us over 100 lives. Hearing that so many had died, Barrett's eyes widened in disbelief. Has it gotten that serious? He murmured. After all, he had spent years within the sect and wasn't fully aware of external developments. Elliot nodded and sighed again. More importantly, this kind of incident has happened nearly 100 times in the past decade. Each clash results in dozens, even hundreds of casualties on both sides, not to mention the mortal victims. This war is inevitable. Since it's going to happen anyway, we might as well strike while my bones still hold some strength. Listening to Elliot, Barrett couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Sect leader, there's always hope as long as we endure. You're still young. Wait until you break through to the Ascendant Realm before fighting them. Glancing at Barrett, Elliot said calmly, Barrett, sometimes I truly think you resemble your master, almost as if molded from the same cast. But there's one difference. You lack the fire your master had. Chapter 30. The battle begins. Upon hearing Elliot's words, Barrett did not respond but silently poured him a cup of tea. Seeing Barrett's reaction, Elliot couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. In the past, if I had spoken about your master this way, even if he couldn't beat me, he would still dare to take action against me. As for you, you just silently pour me a cup of tea. Barrett sipped the enlightenment tea and calmly replied, because you are wrong. My master is a man of principle, but it's equally incorrect for you to say that I lack such qualities. I've chosen a different approach than my master, and you shouldn't be so hasty in judgment. Elliot nodded and set down his teacup before speaking seriously. Fine, consider it a mistake on my part. Now, I've told you the reasons and consequences of this war, as well as its pros and cons. Tell me, should we fight or not? Yet Barrett shook his head once more. I still hold my stance that we shouldn't. Elliot frowned and asked, why? It's simple, I don't want to see anyone die. But people have already died. Once we start fighting, more will die. Elliot stared at Barrett, eventually shaking his head in resignation. If we don't fight now, we'll be on the defensive once we're gone. Better to fight now while we can inflict heavy damage on both sides, then neither side will be able to fight again. Barrett remained silent, drinking his tea quietly. Elliot then asked, how much of your cultivation have you concealed? Barrett took another sip of tea and said indifferently, Grandmaster, stop playing around. I'm only at the third stage of the chi condensation realm. Elliot laughed out of frustration, questioning Barrett. On the day of the sect competition, you caught Tomas with one hand. You're telling me you were at the third stage? Are you joking with me? But Barrett was stubborn, saying nonchalantly, doesn't matter. I'm at the third stage of chi condensation regardless of whether you believe me or not. Since Barrett maintained he was at the third stage and possessed the turtle breath technique, there was no way for Elliot to expose him. Seeing Barrett refuse to budge, Elliot waved his hand irritably. Fine. Talking to you is no fun. Why didn't I notice before how obstinate you are? I thought you were honest. Barrett curled his lips. In my opinion, honesty isn't always a compliment. I leave it up to you. Regardless, I came here for a simple reason. If you're concealing your strength and unwilling to act, you must have your reasons. But if our sect is truly in peril someday, please remember what the sect has done for you over these years and lend a hand. This time, Barrett did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Grandmaster, even if you hadn't told me, I would still do the same. Elliot chuckled bitterly. You've suppressed your cultivation within the sect all these years, enduring many cold glances. I needed to confirm your loyalty. Since you've said this, I feel relieved. Next, I shall fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Barrett could no longer suppress his anxiety and frowned. Grandmaster, does it have to be this severe? Elliot nodded. Exactly. Either we don't fight, or we fight until the other side is crippled, making them never dare to challenge us again. Only in this way can we extend the lifespan of our Donghua immortal sect for 10,000 years. With that, Elliot left Qiyang Peak, while Barrett lingered in the tea house, lost in thought. A moment if everyone had relocated, leaving him and Nelson alone in the empty sect. These 10 days, Barrett drank tea, watered flowers, and occasionally checked his crops, leading a very leisurely life. In contrast, Nelson's days were more monotonous, practicing swordsmanship day in and day out. Fortunately, Nelson had long gotten used to such a routine in the upper realm, so it wasn't too bad. On the 15th day, news finally came from the border. Excited, Nelson ran up Qiyang Peak, shouting, Master! Master! News from the front line. Hearing this, Barrett paused while watering the flowers, but continued pouring water. When Nelson finally reached him, Barrett feigned indifference and asked, What is it? What news? Nelson unfolded a small flyer bought from a town below, reading excitedly, Donghua Immortal Sect's top genius, Alora, has killed over 100 members of the bloodthirsty demon sect, reversed the tide by slaying 3 of their core formation geniuses, and seized a spirit vein. Upon hearing this, Barrett felt a wave of relief internally but outwardly nodded calmly. Good, your senior sister hasn't disappointed me. Following this news, another 10 days passed without further updates, except for the continuous arrival of injured disciples from the front line. Barrett did not know how intense the battle was, but seeing the alarming injuries on the disciples' bodies, he fell into silence. With few people left in the sect, Barrett and Nelson, though not sick, he did not idle but directly helped carry the injured to the medicine hall. Once all the wounded were settled, Barrett curiously asked the disciple who brought the wounded back, Well, how is the situation at the front? The disciple sighed and said with a helpless tone, You don't know, Peak Horatian. The situation at the front is incredibly brutal. You can't see the ground on the battlefield. It's covered with layer upon layer of bodies. The tallest pile I've seen is like a small mountain, truly horrifying. Barrett fell silent upon hearing this. The disciple continued, But, from the current situation, our sect still holds the advantage. And also, your disciple Alora has advanced to the peak of the Golden Core stage and is extremely powerful. Even 2-peak nether transformation demonic cultivators can't harm her. Barret gave a bitter smile. Of course, I know that. As Alora practiced, Barret could feel the feedback and was fully aware of her cultivation progress. In the past 6 months, Barret's own cultivation had reached the late stage of feathered ascension, 1 step away from its peak. After a while, he sighed and shook his head in resignation. They've been fighting for so long, batches of injured coming back, healing, and rushing forward again. I wonder when this will end. The disciple scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. This news is already 3 days old, and there has been no update. Hearing this news, Barret couldn't help but fall silent. After a while, he murmured hesitantly, "That old fox is slippery. He surely won't meet any mishap." Days turned into 5, and there was still no news from the front lines. Though Barret was used to such situations, unease grew within him. On the training field, Nelson wielded a wooden sword, continuously practicing his sword techniques. Today, being unusually free, he seized the opportunity to train. Despite having achieved a supreme level in swordsmanship, he still had a long way to go to reach his peak. Just then, Barret approached, dressed in a white robe, his eyes weary. He yawned lazily after stepping out of his cave abode. Seeing Barret's sluggish demeanor, Nelson teased, "Master, you finally got out of bed after midday?" Barret shook his head and replied calmly, "I'll be taking a long trip soon, so I'm catching up on sleep beforehand." Upon hearing Barret planned a distant journey, Nelson questioned curiously, "Master, why would you leave during this chaotic period of warfare between sects? Having spent over a decade in Daxuing Immortal Sect, I should go out and explore. As for when, I don't mind." Realizing Barret was serious, Nelson panicked, "Master, don't joke around. Who will manage the sect if you leave? Things are quiet at the sect now. You can handle it. I must go." Saying this, Barret prepared to leave, causing Nelson to sigh resignedly. Indeed, as Barret mentioned, the sect could function without him, as there was nothing urgent besides caring for the wounded. "Wonder where he's going," Nelson mumbled. Suddenly, Barret appeared behind him, tapping him hard on the head. "Ouch!" Nelson cried in pain, turning around in shock and asking, "Didn't you just leave? Disrespecting your master deserves a punishment." With that, Barret took the wooden sword from Nelson's hand. "Borrowing your wooden sword. I'll return it later." Barret then left holding Nelson's wooden sword. Nelson wanted to protest but feared another surprise appearance and kept quiet. Barret stared down the mountain path, took a deep breath, and finally stepped forward. Barret was heading down the mountain, destination, the front line. Chapter 32. A sword quiets heaven and earth. 3 days later, at the front lines. Squish. Grimes gripped the sword of enlightenment and ruthlessly stabbed it into the eye of a beast. Instantly, fluid splattered, spraying onto the countless corpses beneath his feet. After finishing off the beast, he forcefully pulled out his sword, only to face more beasts that were watching him menacingly. Grimes's peak master robes were soaked in dark red blood with several torn areas from the beast's attacks. Grimes's right arm hung limply, flapping in the wind. Surveying the beasts encircling him, Grimes glanced at his damaged sword of enlightenment and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. At this moment, a middle-aged man riding on a massive beast's head appeared. Dressed in a black and red robe, his face was full of malice and satisfaction. "Grimes, 20 years ago, you cut off my arm during your attack on my sect. 20 years later today, I've managed to sever one of your arms on the battlefield. I've endured this resentment for 2 decades. Today, I get my revenge. The pain of losing my arm all those years ago, I return it to you now." Grimes looked coldly at the malicious man. He knew that with so many transformation stage beasts surrounding him, there was no way he could escape. A glimmer of despair entered his eyes as he gazed at the sword of enlightenment, but soon his eyes shone with resolution. Suddenly, Grimes burst into loud laughter, causing the malicious man atop the beast to frown and shout, "How dare you laugh when you're about to die? Grimes, have you lost your mind?" Grimes laughed for some time, straightening his previously hunched figure. He stood up, gradually stopping his laughter, and then announced loudly, "In my life, I've slain thousands of beasts and tens of thousands of demonic cultivators, surviving till now with remarkable achievements." The malicious man laughed mockingly. "Are all of you bloodthirsty demon sect members brainless? Look around. You ask for mercy yet threaten me?" But Barret shook his head. "I'm not asking for mercy. I'm discussing this with you. From your reaction, it seems you disagree with my decision." The malicious man sneered, "Your decision isn't to my liking. I have a choice for you. Want to hear it? Go ahead, let's hear it." The malicious man's lips curled into a sinister smile as he slowly stated, "You will all die. All at once. Tear these two to pieces." At the command, the encircling transformation stage beasts roared and charged. "Barret, go first. I'll hold them off." Grimes realized their chances of survival were slim, which is why he chose suicide earlier. But now, Barret appeared, and to protect him, he had to try. Barret, however, pushed him behind him and said, "Rest, Peak Yarden. Just watch what I can do." With that, Barret stepped forward, gripping a wooden sword, his face calm. Grimes was stunned. He couldn't understand why Barret, a mere third-level practitioner, was so confident. Just as he planned to persuade further, something incredible happened. Barret raised his wooden sword and swung it with tremendous force, causing the heavens to tremble. A colossal sword energy erupted, sweeping through everything in its path toward the transformation stage beasts. Boom! The blood-red sky split open, and the earth cracked violently. The transformation stage beasts, severed by the sword energy, froze in shock. Silence enveloped the world, but as Barret lowered his hand, everything returned to normal. Squish! The fierce beasts, once powerful, were reduced to blood and flesh, raining down from the sky. Grimes, feeling the drops of blood hit his forehead, stood dumbfounded. The malicious man, equally shocked, watched helplessly as his carefully nurtured transformation stage beasts were easily decimated by the white-robed man. How could he accept this? The blood rain fell on Barrett's white robes, turning them crimson within seconds. Turning towards the malicious man, Barrett asked with a faint smile, "Can we discuss things now?" Regaining his senses, the malicious man hesitated not a second before turning into a black wind and fleeing the battlefield. As the blood rain dissipated, forming rivers on the ground, Grimes regained his composure. Feeling the cold sensation beneath his feet, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Robe, and held a black sword in one hand as he stood loftily in the air. He looked down at Allura with icy eyes and remarked casually, "To be able to kill 3 of our sect's peak core formation disciples consecutively, you do have some skill. But very unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you're just at the golden core stage. Facing a transformation realm expert, all you can do is submit." Allura clenched her teeth at the edge's words, her face filled with indignation. She glanced around and, confirming that everyone had retreated, finally let out a breath of relief. The Edge was a transformation realm cultivator, extremely powerful, who appeared before the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect disciples and slaughtered them mercilessly like slicing through melons. Fortunately, Allura managed to stop his advance in time, allowing the surviving disciples to escape, but she could only delay him. Attempting to defeat a transformation realm expert with golden core cultivation was nothing more than wishful thinking, regardless of how formidable Allura might be. At least, everyone has managed to retreat, Allura thought, relieved that she had bought some time for her fellow sect members. However, the Edge shattered her illusions with a single sentence. "Don't think that you've given your peers a chance to live. After killing you, I will naturally go after them. None of your Great Wasteland Immortal Sect will escape." As he spoke, the Edge slowly descended from the sky. A look of determination flashed across Allura's eyes. If she couldn't kill him, then she would burn herself to buy maximum time for everyone to evacuate. With this thought, Allura's previously weak aura began to swell rapidly, spreading a terrifying pressure throughout the heavens and earth. Storm sensed this power and felt puzzled. Oh, more tricks? Watching Allura's aura rise alarmingly close to his level, a trace of shock flickered across his eyes. He mustn't let her continue to grow stronger. This was Storm's immediate reaction. He gripped his long sword tightly and lunged forward with gritted teeth, but it was clearly too late. Clang! As Storm thrust his sword at Allura, she also pulled out the Scarlet Sun Sword, unleashing a blood-red sword beam. When their swords collided, Storm was forced back several steps, bewildered. But Allura didn't give him any time to react, rushing forward to engage him continuously. Storm, seeing this, could only clench his teeth and withstand the pressure, continuing the battle. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Allura suddenly unleashed such immense power without any side effects. If he held on until she returned to her normal state, he would win. The sky trembled continuously, and the ground cracked under the impact of their clash. Around them, blood-colored gales constantly swept past, overwhelming everything in its path and creating a battlefield where none dared approach. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed repeatedly as Allura wielded the Scarlet Sun Sword tirelessly, causing Storm to struggle to keep up. Seeing cracks appearing on his blood demon sword, Storm gritted his teeth and wondered what level of weapon Allura wielded. As the young master of the bloodthirsty demon sect, his blood demon sword was considered the top demonic sword in Central State. Yet, it had taken multiple strikes just from clashing with Allura's Scarlet Sun Sword. Cursed! How does a mere golden core cultivator have such profound strength? Storm clenched his teeth, feeling frustrated by Allura's tenacity. A golden core cultivator would normally be an easy kill for him. Why was this one so difficult? Allura unleashed wave after wave of crimson sword beams, forcing Storm to retreat continuously. Joy welled up inside her. However, using the Heaven-Burning Fury technique to boost her power was only temporary. Sensing her strength beginning to drain, Barrett focused. A decisive end is necessary now. With a resounding boom, she struck a fierce blow, sending Storm reeling back. Off balance, Allura seized the opportunity to knock the blood demon sword from his hands. Boom! He clumsily fell to the ground. Allura pointed her sword at his chest, as if ready to end his life in the next second. Seeing his defeat, Storm clenched his teeth and shouted, "Have the guts to kill me! I, Storm, may have lost, but the bloodthirsty demon sect won't." Allura scoffed. As she was about to strike, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Clang! The Scarlet Sun Sword dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Storm paused in confusion before bursting into laughter. "Humph! Did you really think that power belonged to you? Now, you're experiencing backlash, aren't you?" Allura gritted her teeth, regretting not striking when she had the chance. But, alas, once her strength drained, the backlash hit. Storm sneered and rose to his feet, picking up the Scarlet Sun Sword and pointing it at Allura's chest. "Your strength is formidable. Given a few more years, you would undoubtedly reach an even higher level, living up to being a rare talent in 1,000 years. But sadly, being born into the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect is your misfortune. Die!" Just as Storm was about to strike, a snap echoed. Suddenly, the world fell silent as a blood-red figure slowly descended from the sky. Chapter 34. Rescuing Allura. Barrett watched the scene before him and couldn't help but sigh. If he had been a second later, Allura would have surely died under the Scarlet Sun Sword. But fortunately, he arrived just in time. He stepped forward, taking advantage of the brief pause between the two combatants, and withdrew the Scarlet Sun Sword into his own hand. After that, Barrett snapped his fingers again, and everything resumed as normal. Joseph's hand trembled, but the Scarlet Sun Sword didn't pierce Allura's chest as expected. It vanished from his grasp. What happened? Joseph was bewildered. How could the sword in his hand vanish in an instant? Equally baffled, Allura had already braced herself for death. Why did the Scarlet Sun Sword suddenly disappear? She turned her gaze to the side of Joseph, her originally dark, puzzled eyes instantly filled with surprise. "Master!" Joseph looked beside him and saw a man in a crimson robe smiling at him. "Hello, fellow Taoist," Barrett said with a smile. Joseph was so frightened that he retreated several steps. You, where did you come from?" Joseph felt panicked, especially seeing the Scarlet Sun Sword now in Barrett's hand. Ignoring this, Barrett helped Alora to her feet and asked, "Are you alright?" Alora shook her head obediently, then replied fearfully, "Thank goodness you came, master. If you hadn't, I would have fallen today. So remember, you need to practice diligently. Otherwise, if you encounter a similar situation next time and I'm not around, what will happen?" Alora nodded meekly. "Understood, master." Seeing that they were completely ignoring him, playing out a master-disciple drama right before his eyes, Joseph became enraged. "Don't push your luck." With that, Joseph's palm transformed into a claw, lunging toward Barrett. Barrett sighed. A man's greatest weakness is overestimating himself. A voice full of authority echoed from Barrett's lips. "Restrain?" The single word carried a massive pressure like heavenly might, instantly subduing Joseph in midair. Even the battlefield's terrain seemed to lower due to Barrett's command. Joseph's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The pressure was too immense for even a middle-stage divine transformation cultivator like him to withstand. Alora, witnessing this horrifying display, involuntarily shrank back. She knew Barrett was strong, but she never imagined. Alora immediately nodded. "Of course. Our team was supposed to assist Lord Patriarch to ensure his safe retreat, but we didn't expect to run into Joseph. As a result, our reinforcements were cut off." Barrett acknowledged with a nod and asked, "Tell me where he is." Alora promptly pointed out the direction. "Straight ahead, within the encirclement. Go quickly, master." Without delay, Barrett transformed into a streak of blood-red light and flew towards the indicated direction. Alora, observing this, sheathed the Scarlet Sun Sword and hobbled back to camp. With Barrett heading to assist the Patriarch, there was nothing to worry about anymore. Meanwhile, Elliot found himself surrounded by the bloodthirsty demon sect's monstrous beasts. His white hair, splattered with blood, now appeared red. His Patriarch's robe was drenched and tattered in blood. His eyes glowed faintly with a bloody hue. Each spell he cast wiped out countless beasts, yet more surged in, seemingly endless. Despite being at the peak of feathered transformation realm, he struggled to hold his ground. Above the swarm of beasts stood two towering cultivators. One elder, withered and skeletal arms, wielded a wooden staff. Every wave of the staff conjured fresh monsters to attack Elliot. Turning proudly to the red-haired, stern-faced man beside him, he respectfully said, "Patriarch, it won't be long until Elliot meets his end. Then will be the best time for us to launch a total assault on Donghua Immortal Sect." Satisfied, Sean nodded and coldly inquired, "Where is Nine Darkness? Didn't he deal with the reinforcements?" The elder holding the wooden staff, unsure how to answer, awkwardly smiled. "I guess young master got entangled with that Alora. After all, Alora is a rising star. Though only at the Golden Core stage, she's quite capable of away all the beasts surrounding Elliot." Boom. All the beasts were shattered into pieces, yet those blood and flesh fragments slowly reformed into new beasts. Barrett fell from the sky and frowned upon witnessing this. What kind of beastly magic is this? Similarly frowning were Chavez and the elder beside him. Where did this red-robed man come from? Barrett helped up the barely conscious Elliot. Seeing his pitiful state, Barrett felt a bit uncomfortable. "Auden, don't die yet. The enlightenment tea I planted is almost ready. You haven't even had a taste." Elliot managed a weak smile and tremulously replied, "Don't worry, I won't die yet." "Why did you come here, brat? Didn't I tell you to guard the sect?" Facing Elliot's question, Barrett sighed and said helplessly, "Don't talk about that. If you die, the responsibility of protecting the sect will fall on me. I'm naturally lazy and enjoy planting flowers and grass. Such heavy responsibilities are best left to you." Brat cough cough. Elliot coughed several times, and Barrett hurriedly said, "Just rest now, sit down." Saying this, Barrett gently placed Elliot on the ground, afraid that one wrong move could cost the Rodney his life. After sensing Barrett's cultivation, Chavez was visibly shocked. Peak Transcendent Realm? When did Great Wasteland Immortal Sect have another Peak Transcendent Realm cultivate similar? Wasn't that person already dead? Barrett, naturally unaware of Chavez's thoughts, nodded in satisfaction as he watched the spreading immortal flames. Elliot, seeing the sea of white fire before him, couldn't help but feel dazed. From the aura Barrett revealed earlier, Elliot sensed that Barrett was also a late-stage Transcendent Realm cultivator. But what he cared about wasn't how Barrett had advanced to the Transcendent Realm, but why his Transcendent Realm seemed worlds apart from Barrett's. Is this level of firepower due to the Tao of Fire? No, it must be beyond that, perhaps even the Tao of Immortal Fire? Elliot was even more astonished. After all, Barrett was young, and managing to break through to Peak Transcendent Realm was impressive enough. How could he even master the Tao? Mastering the Tao was understandable for a prodigy, always having something extraordinary. But directly mastering the most aggressive Immortal Fire Tao among all Taos, it was too unconventional. Elliot was dumbstruck, feeling that Barrett defied all his previous knowledge. After a moment, the immortal flames gradually subsided, and the vast swarm of beasts had been reduced to white bones. Barrett sniffed the air and muttered, "Nice, smells like meat." Chavez involuntarily swallowed hard. Barrett's displayed strength was almost on par with his own, reduce his chances of victory. Therefore, the best course of action now was to temporarily stop the confrontation. Barrett thought it over and glanced at Elliot beside him before loudly speaking to Caesar. "We can leave, but you've beaten our patriarch to this extent. Shouldn't there be some compensation?" Elliot, standing nearby, twitched his mouth. Who would directly ask for post-battle compensation on the battlefield? However, unexpectedly, Caesar nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall provide it." He then took out a medicine bottle from his robe and tossed it to Barrett. Barrett immediately received it joyfully and declared aloud, "Thank you. In that case, I'll let you off easy." With that, he helped Elliot up, and Caesar followed the elders as they turned to leave. At this moment, Elliot was very displeased. He frowned and asked Barrett, "Brat, why didn't you dare to fight him?" Facing Elliot's dissatisfaction, Barrett helplessly shrugged and replied, "I'd like to fight, but what if I can't win? If I die, who will take you back to the sect?" "You brat, you talk about valor? Where did your valor go? Afraid to even challenge Caesar," Elliot scolded. "Auden, I rushed here all the way from the sect to save you. Can you say something nice for once?" Barrett retorted unhappily. Elliot remained silent for a moment, then nodded appreciatively. "We need to get back to camp and discuss the next plan." Meanwhile, in the Donghua Immortal Sect's camp, Grimes was bandaging his severed arm while filled with puzzlement. He couldn't understand how Barrett, a cultivator at the third stage of chi condensation, suddenly possessed such formidable power. A pack of creatures beyond the elixir formation stage that couldn't be handled by many soul transformation cultivators was taken down by Barrett with a single sword stroke. If Barrett was so powerful, why did he always show himself as a cultivator at the third stage of chi condensation? That kid, what secrets does he hide? Grimes murmured in bewilderment. Just then, Alora, dragging her heavily injured body, walked in. The other disciples in the camp saw her and urgently asked, "Little Sister Lin, did you deal with Demonic Netherworld?" Demonic Netherworld is a soul transformation cultivator, and Little Sister Lin managed to defeat him with her golden core cultivation. Indeed, even if she didn't slay Demonic Netherworld, she must have driven him away, otherwise how could she return unharmed? Little Sister Lin's talent is truly monstrous. In less than half a year since joining the sect, her strength is already so astonishing. She truly deserves the title of genius. But facing everyone's praise, Alora simply shook her head and calmly said, "Demonic Netherworld wasn't dealt with by me, but by my master." Everyone paused for a moment after hearing Alora's words, and someone asked doubtfully, "Your master? Barrett? Isn't he only at the third stage of chi condensation? How could he possibly deal with Demonic Netherworld?" "Little Sister Lin, please don't joke. Horation Feng's cultivation isn't enough to even handle a foundation establishment beast." "Yes, and isn't Horation Feng supposed to be staying within the Donghua Immortal Sect? How could he rush to the front lines?" "I think Little Sister Lin has fought too much recently and is probably hallucinating." Everyone discussed in a cacophony, but none were willing to believe Alora's words. It was simple. The image of Barrett in everyone's mind had been deeply ingrained over the years. He was merely a leisurely peak master who liked to water flowers, drink tea, or sleep lazily. His cultivation was practically non-existent. How could such a leisurely master ever defeat Demonic Netherworld? Absurd. Seeing that no one believed her, Alora sighed wearily, too tired to bother explaining further. Sooner or later, they would realize Barrett's true strength. She sat next to Grimes and, seeing his severed arm, her expression changed. "Yarden, you?" Grimes smiled bitterly and shook his empty sleeve. "At least I saved my life." Alora nodded solemnly. Grimes was considered a top combatant for the sect, and if he was injured, it would greatly disadvantage the Donghua Immortal Sect in future battles. Grimes sighed and said to Alora, "I never imagined your master could be so strong, hiding his true cultivation until now." "What? You knew?" Alora was taken aback, and Grimes nodded with a faint smile. "Of course I knew. My life was saved by your master. I, Grimes, owe your master a huge favor." Alora nodded again, regaining her composure. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. The disciples guarding the camp gates looked at the blood-red figure approaching and felt tense. Chapter 37. The Blood-Robed Man. The blood-red robed man exuded an overpowering aura of malice that was almost impossible to suppress. Even from over 100 meters away, the two felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them. Similarly feeling this intense pressure were the Donghua Immortal Sect disciples resting in the camp. Sensing a power akin to a great demonic beast, they realized something was amiss and began to step out of the camp gates, preparing for battle. However, as they stepped outside, what greeted their eyes was not the expected onslaught by a gigantic demon, but rather a single red-robed man carrying another cultivator, slowly approaching the camp. Yet, there was no doubt that the immense demonic aura indeed emanated from this red-robed figure. Upon sensing this oppressive force, everyone's faces changed drastically as they murmured in astonishment. Who is this guy? Is he a human or a demon? Why does he emit such a vast amount of demonic energy? Even if he's not a demon, he certainly isn't one of our orthodox cultivators. Which orthodox cultivator would exude such formidable demonic chi, even surpassing those of late-stage demon lords? Is this guy here to launch a surprise attack on us? But according to the demonic aura radiating from him, only the sect leader can handle him. At this moment, Alora and Grimes also emerged from the camp. They too felt the overwhelming demonic energy. Despite their severe injuries, they still needed to come out and protect the camp. But just as they were about to engage, the sight of the blood-red figure grew more familiar. "This is my master?" Alora whispered in surprise. Grimes squinted and then nodded in agreement. "Yes, despite the terrifying demonic energy, the appearance and attire undoubtedly belong to your master." As the blood-red figure drew closer, the hearts of everyone in the camp raced with anticipation. The sense demonic energy became increasingly vast and imposing. Everyone was incredibly curious. Who could this person be who radiated such a potent demonic aura? Could it be Chavez? When the blood-red figure finally came into full view, everyone saw his face clearly. Upon seeing it, all eyes widened in disbelief, for this face was eerily familiar. Is this Barrett? Is that really Barrett? It seems so, but wait, isn't Peak Leader Lin supposed to be in the sect? Why did he suddenly appear at the front lines? I think we should focus more on why Barrett possesses such immense demonic energy. How can a chi condensation third-layer cultivator exert such overwhelming pressure? Joking, right? No chi condensation third-layer cultivator can match even the slightest pressure of a feathered Ascension Realm cultivator. Barrett entered the camp, supporting Elliot while looking perplexed at the gazes fixed on him. Why are you all staring at me like that? After a moment, a disciple boldly asked, are you peak leader Lin? Barrett chuckled wryly. You're asking me that? If I'm not Barrett, who else could it be? Can anyone duplicate my face? Alora couldn't help but smirk. That cocky attitude could belong to none other than her master. Hearing Barrett's reply, another disciple spoke up. If you're peak leader Lin, what is your cultivation level? Without hesitation, Barrett replied sternly, Chi condensation third layer, without a doubt. Everyone was speechless. Chi condensation third layer? It sounded more like 30,000 layers. Several more questions followed, and Barrett answered each one. Finally, they believed that this person was truly Barrett. Just then, Grimes approached, looking at the weakened Elliot being supported by Barrett and asked curiously, Peak leader Lin, what happened to the sect leader? Barrett glanced at Elliot and casually responded, Don't worry, nothing serious. Just some minor injuries. But, wasn't sect leader Chavez engaged in a fierce battle? You managed to save him just like that? Barrett nodded matter-of-factly. What else could I have done? This is how I saved him. I fought Chavez for 300 rounds, eventually forcing him to retreat, and then I brought the sect leader back. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. Chavez was the patriarch of the Bloodthirst Demon sect. Barrett had rescued the sect leader from his hands? And judging by Barrett's unharmed appearance, it seemed like he had done it effortlessly. This revelation unsettled everyone. Fought for 300 rounds? Peak leader Lin looks perfectly calm. Nothing like someone who has just fought for 300 rounds. Could peak leader Lin be even stronger than Chavez? But Chavez is a feathered Ascension realm cultivator. Could it be that peak leader Lin is actually at the Ascended Immortal realm? Why pretend to be Chi condensation third layer? Their worldview crumbled. Barrett, once considered the weakest cultivator in the sect, had suddenly become one of the most powerful cultivators in Central Continent? No one could accept this. It was beyond imagination. Elliot remained silent. If he hadn't been too exhausted to speak, he would have already shouted, and the rest of the cultivators also looked up. For a brief moment, the clashing sounds of swords and spells on the battlefield disappeared. That is the weapon from the Great Wasteland Immortal sect? A disciple of the Bloodthirsty Demon sect murmured. Suddenly, the blood-red figure in the sky spoke. All disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal sect, retreat. The battlefield will be handled by me from now on. Indeed, that blood-red figure was Barrett. Hearing his words, the disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal sect withdrew from the battlefield one after another. Sensing the immense pressure emanating from the red-robed man, the Bloodthirsty Demon sect's leading elder became wary and bellowed, all disciples of the Bloodthirsty Demon sect, retreat immediately. But it was too late. Barrett, hovering mid-air, extended his hands, and white fireballs plummeted like meteors. Seeing the sky covered by these white fireballs, blocking their view, the disciples of the Bloodthirsty Demon sect's faces changed drastically. They pulled out their defensive treasures to withstand the falling fireballs, but they crumbled like paper before Barrett's celestial fire. Boom! Fireballs crashed down, igniting a blazing white inferno on the ground, consuming the Bloodthirsty Demon sect disciples. Agonizing screams echoed as countless Bloodthirsty Demon sect members burned into skeletons. The disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal sect watched this scene and gulped involuntarily. After a while, the leading elder Fade regained his composure and looked up at the red figure in the sky, murmuring, Who is he? In just a few minutes, Barrett had annihilated over 1,000 Bloodthirsty Demon sect disciples. Satisfied with this, Barrett nodded and descended to the ground. When the disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal sect saw the red-robed man's face, they were stunned. Is that Barrett, head of Lin Peak? How can it be him? Barrett? He's only at the 3rd stage of Chi practitioner. How could he possess such power? Shouldn't Lin Peak head be in the sect? Is that really Barrett? After clearing all the Bloodthirsty Demon sect disciples, Barrett turned around, smiling at everyone. Hello, everyone. Realizing it was indeed Barrett, everyone was dumbfounded. Ignoring them, Barrett walked up to Peak Master Danny and asked, Peak Master Danny, where else are there battles ongoing? Huh. Peak Master Danny hesitated, then asked, You want to go to other battlefields? Barrett nodded. Since I'm here, I might as well clear all the battlefields. We've come this far. We can't leave empty-handed. Over the next day, Barrett roamed through various battlefields, operating like a human-shaped killing machine, continuously harvesting the lives of Bloodthirsty Demon sect disciples. In just one day, Barrett killed tens of thousands of Bloodthirsty Demon sect disciples, severely weakening them. Far away in the Bloodthirsty Demon sect, Caesar's face turned green upon hearing this news. Where did this Barrett come from? How could Caesar not be enraged? That was 10,000 Bloodthirsty Demon sect disciples, equivalent to draining the sect's vitality. Seeing the enraged Caesar, an elder below sighed, saying helplessly, Sect leader, let's admit defeat. We can't contend with this Barrett, who emerged from the Great Wasteland Immortal sect. And our current losses have exceeded 10,000 disciples, leaving us with just over 10,000 remaining. If these disciples die, the Bloodthirsty Demon sect will be utterly finished. It would be better to retreat temporarily, regroup, and reconsider. Caesar's expression was grim, but he was weighing the pros and cons in his mind. To be honest, if not for Barrett's sudden appearance, the Bloodthirsty Demon sect would have won already. But precisely because of Barrett, an elite feather transformation realm cultivator, all their plans were disrupted. After a long pause, Caesar sighed, admitting, Fine, let's retreat for now. The next day, the Bloodthirsty Demon sect announced their defeat, and immediately left with their disciples. Meanwhile, the Great Wasteland Immortal sect sent people to negotiate war reparations, further draining the Bloodthirsty Demon sect's resources. When news of the Bloodthirsty Demon sect's defeat reached the camp, a thunderous cheer erupted among the Great Wasteland Immortal sect's followers. 10 days later, countless spirit boats returned to the Great Wasteland Immortal sect. The citizens of the city below cheered when they saw the Great Wasteland Immortal sect emblem on the boats. This symbolized victory, ensuring the protection of civilians, rather than falling under the rule of the demon sects. On the boat, Barrett sat on the edge, looking at the city below and the cheering citizens, feeling an unusual sensation inside him. At this moment, Elliot approached, smiling as he asked, "What do you feel seeing the cheering citizens below?" Barrett pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. "Can't describe it, but it feels quite comfortable." Elliot's lips curved into a smile. "Protecting your fellow sect members and the citizens of the city, that's pride and accomplishment. Using your own hands to protect those who need it is the true meaning of cultivation." Barrett's eyes sparkled, but he soon shrugged, remaining indifferent. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. I merely did what I wanted to do." "True, you did. Do you want to achieve more?" Elliot asked. Facing this question, Barrett turned to look at him suspiciously and said, "Sect leader, what do you mean?" Elliot chuckled softly, gazing at Barrett with satisfaction. "Barrett, do you want to become the sect leader?" Hearing this, Barrett recoiled in shock, quickly rejecting the idea. "No, absolutely not. Don't be absurd." Seeing Barrett's strong opposition, Elliot clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Listen to me first before reacting." Chapter 39. The Remnant Soul of Killian. But Barrett shook his head firmly. "Patriarch, there's no need to say more. I won't agree to this, nor do I wish to be the patriarch. Please don't try to persuade me." Elliot clicked his tongue, displeased. "The greater your power, the greater your responsibility. Since you possess such formidable cultivation, shouldn't you protect more people? I acted purely because the sect was on the verge of collapse. Usually, just treat me as a cultivator at the third level of foundation establishment. But during my absence, didn't you manage the sect so efficiently? Who did? I only stood by and gave out a few orders. Others did all the work. None of it has anything to do with me." Hearing this, Elliot glared at him. You brat." But Barrett covered his ears immediately, pretending not to hear. After a while, Elliot, confirming no one else was around, sighed, "Rascal, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect truly needs you to bear its weight. I can barely hold on." Barrett raised an eyebrow upon hearing Elliot's words and removed his hands from his ears. Puzzled, he asked, "Why do you say that? Are you tired of being the patriarch too?" Elliot shot a look at Barrett, then spoke in an unfriendly tone. "Say another word, and I'll really be driven to death by your stubbornness." Barrett shrugged and finally turned serious. "So, what's wrong with you exactly?" Elliot sighed. "Examine my dantian yourself." Barrett complied instantly and checked Elliot's dantian, but he was shocked by what he found. Elliot's dantian was completely damaged, devoid of any spiritual energy. Barrett opened his eyes, surprised. "Patriarch, you're?" "Sure." Elliot gestured for silence, then laughed bitterly. "It's been like this since battling those demonic beasts. You arrived early enough to save my life, but too late to save my cultivation. Now, do you understand why I need you to take over?" Barrett's expression was bitter. Remorse began to well up inside him. If he had come sooner, perhaps Elliot wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Now, although his life was saved, his cultivation was gone. A fate worse than death. After some time, Barrett sighed desolately. "Patriarch, is there no solution?" Elliot shook his head, forcing a smile. How easy the battlefield had been suffocatingly tense. Now back in the sect, everyone naturally felt relieved. As Barrett landed from the spirit boat, Nelson, who had been waiting anxiously below, lit up at the sight of him. "Master, I'm so glad you're all right." Then, noticing Barrett's dark red robe and catching a whiff of its scent, Nelson's eyes narrowed sharply. "Master, just how many did you kill this time?" Facing Nelson's question, Barrett counted on his fingers hesitantly. "Not sure, probably around 10,000 or so." At this staggering number, Nelson felt chills run down his spine. Meanwhile, Alora also disembarked the spirit boat, smiling warmly at Nelson. "Lou, you've grown tall after 6 months." Nelson chuckled proudly. "Of course, I'm now a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator." Truthfully, given Nelson's talent, 6 months should have been enough to reach the core formation stage. But aiming to be the strongest in each realm, he deliberately restrained his progress, thus his breakthrough took longer. Still, advancing to peak foundation establishment within half a year was already an incredible achievement. Suddenly, Barrett remembered something and promptly told them both. "All right, stop gawking, follow Master back to our peak. I have matters to discuss." With that, Barrett headed towards Chiang Peak, followed closely by Nelson and Alora. Meanwhile on the battlefield, "Since you like to grab, stay here by yourself then. Let's go," bellowed the taller child before marching off with his remaining group. Watching all this as a wraith-like specter, Denver couldn't help but sneer coldly. Humph, who would have thought that the Grand Dahuang Immortal Sect would have children scavenging in their jurisdiction? So what's the difference between them and my bloodthirst demon sect? Just better at hiding, truly ironic. Despite his words, his gaze didn't leave the frail child on the ground for a moment, waiting for a change. And indeed, that anticipated change occurred. The frail child, feeling the pain in his abdomen, clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with uncontainable hatred. "All of you, mock me, bully me, hit me. If one day I can gain the powers those celestial beings possess, you will all die." The child screamed with all his might, his voice full of countless grievances echoing across the battlefield. Denver's eyes flashed with a terrifying greed as he watched this child brimming with immense resentment. A perfect, natural vessel. Yes, yes, yes. Heaven has not forsaken me, Denver, sending me such a vessel. With these thoughts, he cleared his throat and gradually revealed his hidden residual soul. "Child, do you wish to take revenge?" Denver asked in a ghostly voice. Upon hearing Denver's voice, the frail child instinctively looked up, but upon seeing the dark figure surrounded by black mist and his sinister face, he let out a scream instantly. "Ayaha, ghost!" Denver felt somewhat displeased listening to the child's cries. However, he understood that although the child was full of grievances, fundamentally, he was still just a child who naturally couldn't control his screams upon seeing something like Denver's spectral form. Thus, Denver allowed him to cry for some time before frowning and saying, Are you done screaming? Gradually realizing that Denver had no intention of harming him, the child quieted down. When silence ensued, the frail child timidly looked at Denver and asked shakily, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I have nothing." Seeing the conversation returning to normal, Denver cleared his throat again and said in an extremely tempting voice, "I saw what happened earlier. Child, do you desire the power to seek revenge? I can give you the power to obliterate everyone who bullied you." As he listened to Denver's words, the frail child swallowed involuntarily and asked, "I want the power. What's your condition?" Denver was slightly puzzled. Usually, children's excitement surpassed that of a wagging dog's tail at his offer, eager for the power. But this frail child clearly knew there was no free lunch in the world. Continuing, he explained, "It's simple. Let me enter your body. I will provide you with the power to avenge and kill anyone you want." Had Denver's residual soul strength been stronger, he wouldn't need the child's agreement, but could directly possess him. With his current strength, forcing possession might risk failure or even counterattack. A flash of greed flickered in the frail child's eyes, yet after some contemplation, he scoffed. "Don't think I'm stupid. You want to possess me, right? I've heard stories about that in the village." Stunned momentarily, Denver wondered how a 7 to 8-year-old child could know about possession. Realizing his plan was exposed, Denver was about to force the possession, but then heard the child continue, "I'm willing to give you my body, but you must agree to my condition." Raising an eyebrow, Denver decided to be straightforward. "Boy, you should know if I possess you, your body will belong to me, and you'll die." "I understand that, but living in constant hunger and cold has no meaning," replied the frail child. "Fine, giving my body to you. I hope for a good rebirth next life. If not, being able to have a decent meal would suffice." Hearing this, a smile crept onto Denver's lips. "Not bad, showing some spirit. If I met you sooner, I might have taken you under my wing." Though Denver admired the child's wisdom, he also knew that a possessed soul dissipated completely and could not reincarnate. He naturally wouldn't disclose this truth. Seeing the child willing to be possessed, Denver felt delighted. "Tell me, what is your condition?" This seed agrees to it. A flash of viciousness and hatred crossed the frail child's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Kill everyone who bullied me." Without hesitation, Denver agreed. "No problem. Anything else?" The people who bullied the frail child were mere ordinary children, easily killed without any cultivation needed. Shaking his head, the frail child responded, "No more conditions." "Then open your mind and let me possess you," said Denver. Nodding obediently, the frail child closed his eyes. Seeing this, Denver wasted no time and plunged into the child's forehead. Immediately, the frail child screamed in agony, feeling his soul crushed under a strong force. His screams persisted for an entire hour, until finally, they ceased. The frail boy rose again, but now his eyes held none of the previous sorrow or hate, only boundless joy and defiance. "Denver." "No." William examined his new body, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Denver, have returned." Chapter 41. The blood-soaked battle garb. Dawn broke over a desolate village, where inside a dilapidated temple, the group of children who had earlier abducted William lay resting. A dark-skinned child clutched his stomach and complained to the tallest child, "Boss, I'm so hungry." The tall child's eyes flickered with annoyance as he retorted, "You're hungry? Do you think I'm not? Go to sleep, and you won't feel it." The dark-skinned child pouted, but eventually closed his eyes. The tall child turned away from everyone and sneaked a black cornbread out of his shirt, starting to eat it quietly. Bang! Suddenly, the temple door was kicked open, startling everyone awake. The tall child hastily hid the bread in his shirt and saw that it was William standing there. Without thinking, he shouted angrily, "Are you blind? Didn't you see we were sleeping? Didn't I tell you to get lost?" William remained silent, his lips curled into a faint smile as he scrutinized them as if they were specimens. Angry at being ignored, the tall child stood up and yelled, "William, are you trying my patience? Who gave you the right to ignore me?" Seeing William still unresponsive, the tall child slapped him hard across the face. His followers shut their eyes in fear, believing this frail boy would surely be killed by the blow. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no screams came. Instead, they heard the sound of metal-piercing flesh. Opening their eyes, they witnessed something that would haunt them forever. William had grabbed a shard of broken ceramic and plunged it into the tall child's neck without hesitation. Blood gushed out, staining the floor and splattering onto the fragments of an old statue. The tall child stared incredulously at William, never imagining this usually timid boy would fight back, much less with such ferocity. William coldly snorted and pulled the shard free, causing the tall child to stagger back and collapse onto a pile of straw, blood pooling around him and turning it crimson. It wasn't until the room was awash with blood that the other children realized what had happened. "William, you killed him. You killed the boss," one screamed. "You're crazy, William. You actually killed someone. We're going to report this to the authorities." Panicked, the children rushed towards the exit, but William wasn't about to let them go. He grabbed another child and thrust the shard deep into his abdomen, pulling it out only to stab again and again. Soon, the second body lay lifeless next to the first. Turning to the remaining children with a sinister grin, William declared, "Each one of you deserves death for bullying me. Today, I will kill all of you and take my revenge." As the temple door slowly closed, cries of agony and the sound of blades slicing through flesh filled the air. After some time, the cries ceased, and William walked out of the temple. Attempting to wipe off the bloodstains on his clothes, he found them only spreading further. Reluctantly, he left with the bloodied clothes still on his body. It must have its purpose. Might as well store it. Barrett stowed the Imperial-level alchemy furnace in his storage ring and brought out the 9-turn soul revival herb, which he quickly examined and stored away. When he tried to summon the battle-soaked blood garb, nothing happened, prompting him to ask the system, "Why can't I bring out the battle-soaked blood garb?" Ding! The battle-soaked blood garb is not a physical reward but an attribute that can be attached to your own or other clothing. Asterisk asterisk. Understanding now, Barrett focused on the hanging red robe and added the attribute. Instantly, the robe glowed brightly, seemingly gaining awareness, flying onto his body and fitting perfectly. With a mental command, the blood garb appeared once more, intriguing Barrett. This could be fun. Might as well wear it. Afterward, he made his way to the tea house. Chapter 42. An uneasy Allura. In the tea house, Barrett paced back and forth, unsure of how to broach the subject. Nelson and Allura watched him, eventually shrugging in unison and said, "Master, if you have something on your mind, just tell us. Pacing around won't solve anything." After a long while, Barrett sighed deeply before speaking. "You both know about the severe injuries our sect leader suffered in the previous battle," he began. Allura nodded naturally, remembering she had led the rescue team for Elliot herself. Even though she hadn't seen him up close, witnessing Barrett supporting Elliot's battered body back to camp spoke volumes about the ferocity of the fight. Curious, Allura then asked, "What's wrong, Master? Has something happened to sect leader?" Barrett nodded, his tone turning solemn. "His cultivation has been damaged, and I'm powerless to help him. So, I want to ask you two if you have any solutions?" To an outsider, it might seem absurd for Barrett, a feathered transformation realm cultivator, to seek advice from two lower-ranking cultivators on how to repair the Danfield of someone at his level. However, Barrett knew that Allura was once the holy master of Yaoqi, one step away from Emperor Realm, and Nelson was a celestial sword immortal from the upper realms. Given their distinguished backgrounds, Barrett had no other choice but to turn to them. Allura and Nelson exchanged glances. Nelson then shook his head earnestly, saying flatly, "Master, I don't know." Nelson wasn't lying. After ascending to the upper realm, most of his memories of the lower realm had faded away. If he hadn't ascended, he might have known, but now things were different. Allura hesitated. As a cultivator who almost broke through to the Emperor Realm, she knew how to repair the Danfield of a feathered transformation realm practitioner. However, her hesitation stemmed from how to explain this knowledge, as being only a golden core cultivator made it unlikely she could possess such wisdom. She feared arousing Barrett's suspicions if she revealed it. Yet, not sharing the information would be a betrayal of her master and Donghua immortal sect. Seeing her conflicted expression, Barrett shook his head and said softly, "It's fine. Master will think of something else. You two go rest first. I need some time alone to think." Allura and Nelson nodded, stood up, and left the tea house. Barrett sat there, pondering where to find a way to repair a feathered transformation realm cultivator's Danfield. His current strength allowed him to forcibly obtain the solution, but where and from whom? These were questions he couldn't answer yet. After sighing, Barrett walked out of the tea house. But as soon as he opened the door, a piece of paper flew toward him. He caught it swiftly, unfolded it, and read, 9 Transmigrations Rebirth Pill. Upon seeing the note, his eyes lit up. This pill was precisely what he needed to repair the Danfield of a feathered transformation realm cultivator. Carefully storing the formula, Barrett looked towards Allura's residence. Though her door was shut, he knew it had come from her. This little minx. Barrett couldn't help but chuckle softly as he headed towards the main hall. Meanwhile, inside her residence, Allura felt uneasy. "I wonder if Master suspects me. No matter, since I chose this path, there's nothing else to say. At least, I can face Master knowing I've done my best for him." Shaking her head, she pushed aside her worries and began to meditate. Her cultivation had significantly advanced after the battlefield engagements, reaching peak Golden Core stage from early Golden Core. The nascent Soul stage wasn't far off. Arriving at the main hall, Barrett found it empty. Elliot wasn't there. He stepped out and asked a nearby servant sweeping the ground, "Little brother, do you know where sect leader is?" The servant, puzzled at first, instantly turned ecstatic upon recognizing Barrett. "Summit Horatian, it's you." Since Barrett slew thousands of bloodthirsty demon sect disciples on the battlefield, his name became synonymous with greatness within Donghua immortal sect. His reputation transformed him from a lowly Red Sun Summit master to the esteemed Barrett, peak feathered transformation realm powerhouse. Facing the enthusiastic outer sect servant, Barrett smiled awkwardly and continued questioning, "Little brother, you didn't see sect leader in the main hall. Do you know where he went?" The servant nodded vigorously and explained, "Sect leader went straight to the back mountain as soon as he returned. If you're looking for him, try the back mountain." "Thank you." With that, Barrett immediately flew off to the back mountain. Watching him leave, the servant couldn't help but marvel. "Ah, if only I could have even a fraction of Summit Horatian's strength." Flying to the back mountain, Barrett found Elliot standing quietly, gazing into the distance. He landed and called out, "Sect leader, what are you doing here?" Elliot didn't turn but calmly asked, "Jimmy Yong, look into the distance and tell me what you see." Following his gaze, Barrett realized they were facing the sect's Heroes Hall, surrounded by countless tombstones in its cemetery. The sight left him heavy-hearted. He sighed, "If I had arrived earlier in the battle, maybe more lives could have been saved." Now, Barrett no longer opposed war, understanding its inevitability. All he could do was protect those he cared about rather than futilely opposing it. Elliot sighed, shaking his head. "It's not your fault. You did what you believed was right. Placing this burden on yourself goes against your initial intentions." At that moment, Elliot sounded like a wise elder. Sensing something amiss, Barrett gently suggested, "Sect leader, the wind is strong. Let's return." Note: the translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure of the novel. ####Chapter 43. Unraveling the Heart's Knot. The wind on the rear mountain was strong, blowing the newly donned patriarch robe on Elliot loudly. Barrett looked at Elliot's back and saw that the once heaven-reaching, sword-wielding hero who could fend off a million demon cultivators now appeared somewhat desolate and lonely. After a while, Elliot withdrew his gaze and asked, "What's up? Why did you come to see me? Are you thinking about succeeding me as the patriarch?" Barrett helplessly smirked, "Isn't it possible that I came to find you because I've discovered a way to save you?" Elliot snorted in disbelief. "Oh please, you little brat could find a way to save me so quickly? Indeed, I found it. I need some herbs to refine a pill, and then there will be a way to repair your dantian. Hearing Barrett's matter-of-fact tone, Elliot turned around, eyeing him suspiciously. Are you trying to win my favor? Did you really find a way to fix my dantian? Barrett shrugged nonchalantly. If I wanted to win your favor, I should have told you that I want to be the patriarch. Wouldn't that make you happier? Indeed, fine. If you can really repair my dantian, being the patriarch for a few more years is okay. But, eventually, someone has to take over this position. You won't escape it later. Elliot scoffed but didn't seem too concerned about it. Barrett chuckled and asked, Patriarch, what about the resources in the sect's treasury? If you can cure my dantian, you can take whatever resources you need. Relieved, Barrett thought it would be awkward if he had the formula but not the herbs. Thankfully, the Huang Immortal Sect, as the top sect in Central Plains, had ample reserves of everything. Then Elliot sighed again and asked Barrett, Jimmy Yang, do you know how many people from our sect died in the battle? Barrett shook his head, and after a moment's silence, Elliot drew a deep breath only to release it abruptly. 6,149 people. Hearing this horrifying number, Barrett fell silent. 6,000 lives lost. How many families were torn apart by this? But you arrived just in time. Had you come any later, the casualties would have been even worse. That's why I want you to be the patriarch, to save more lives. Barrett shook his head gently. I can save lives without being the patriarch. Not being the patriarch, you're merely a sword for killing, capable of saving lives, but also killing. But as the patriarch, you are the one wielding the sword. To save or to kill, it all lies within your decision. Barrett remained quiet, and Elliot sighed. All right, we'll discuss this later. Now, with the heavy casualties, we need to recruit new disciples. Get Grimes to handle this. Barrett nodded and left the rear mountain. Upon leaving, he went to Sword Peak, but found it eerily desolate compared to its usual bustling nature. Sword Peak, as the fighting sect among the main peaks, naturally took the lead during the war. Being on the front lines meant it suffered the most casualties among the main peaks. Once home to hundreds of disciples, Sword Peak now seemed empty and deserted. Barrett sighed deeply and flew directly to the main hall of Sword Peak, only to find it vacant. Strange, why isn't anyone in the main hall today? Scratching his head, Barrett left the main hall and began searching for Grimes. After searching for a long time, he finally found Grimes standing gloomily outside a cave dwelling. Barrett landed, and Grimes managed a weak smile upon seeing him. Director Lin, what brings you to Sword Peak today? Previously, Barrett and Grimes were always at odds. This sudden courtesy made Barrett feel uneasy. He scratched his head and said, I have something to discuss with you. Didn't find you in the main hall. Grimes laughed bitterly. With almost all my disciples dead, what's the point of me staying in the main hall? Barrett didn't know what to say, and simply sat opposite Grimes. He looked at the long-abandoned cave dwelling and asked curiously, Director Wang, whose cave dwelling is this? My disciple Colt's. Barrett immediately smacked his lips, scolding himself inwardly for bringing up such a sensitive topic. After a long pause, Grimes suddenly asked, Director Lin, do you think Colt is a good person? Barrett paused for a moment before speaking in a complex tone. People are complex. You can't generalize them. To call Colt bad, he has killed countless evil beasts and saved numerous mortals, setting an example for many Huang Immortal Sect disciples. Those are his achievements, right? Would anyone believe that someone with these accomplishments is actually a bad person? But to call Colt good, he was sent from Bloodthirsty Demon Sect to infiltrate us. How many times have he and Tomas leaked information to Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, putting our disciples in danger? No one can tell. Would anyone believe that a person who did those things is a good person? So, everything has two sides. One shouldn't judge based on a single aspect. It wouldn't be fair to Colt. In simpler terms, I think the boy turned out pretty well. He chose the right path in the end. When Barrett finished, Grimes, who had been depressed for so long, finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Barrett knew Grimes had unraveled his heart's knot. Grimes patted Barrett's shoulder gratefully. Thank you, Director Lin, for helping me resolve this long-standing dilemma. Barrett smiled sheepishly. It's all right as long as you're better. Then, Grimes remembered something and asked, by the way, what did you want to discuss? Hashtag chapter 44, commencing the alchemy. At this moment, Barrett recalled and immediately said, Master said that our sect has suffered heavy losses this time and needs to recruit new disciples. So, you will be in charge of this year's Immortal Ascension Conference. Me in charge? Grimes was puzzled, then asked incomprehensively. But traditionally, the Master has always presided over the Immortal Ascension Conference. What does it mean for me, a Peak Master of Sword Peak, to take on this role? Barrett seemed to have realized something. His eyes lit up, he coughed twice, and patted Grimes on the shoulder. Peak Yarden, haven't you understood yet? Master is grooming you. You know that traditionally, only the Master presides over the Immortal Ascension Conference. Why are you chosen this year? You must understand the deeper meaning behind Master's decision. After saying this, Barrett turned and left, leaving Grimes sitting there, stunned for quite some time. After a while, he murmured, utterly bewildered, Is Master grooming me to be the next Master? The next day, Barrett placed the Imperial-grade alchemy furnace in the alchemy room, creating a dull thud upon impact with the ground. He took out the formula and examined it carefully, nodding once he confirmed everything was in order. Not bad, all the missing ingredients are here. He looked at the array of medicinal herbs laid out on the floor, herbs of exceptional quality, even rare in the Grand Wasteland Immortal Sect storeroom. Great, now we only need this last one. Barrett took out the 9 turns rebirth grass from his storage ring. Indeed, the 9 turns rebirth grass was the most critical herb required for the 9 turns rebirth pill. Without it, the pill could not be refined. Barrett understood now. What the system provided was certainly useful, but whether it would work for him was another matter. Barrett placed each ingredient into the alchemy furnace, then clasped his hands together, excitedly declaring, All right, let's begin refining. A little while later, Barrett suddenly came to his senses and smirked awkwardly. Damn, I remembered the formula and the ingredients, but forgot that I don't actually know how to refine them. Suddenly recalling something, Barrett flew out of the alchemy room and headed to Alora's cave dwelling. Brianna, Brianna, Barrett shouted anxiously, and just then, Alora emerged from her cave, looking uneasily at Barrett. Master, what's wrong? Barrett grinned. I've gotten the formula and the ingredients, but your master doesn't know how to refine pills, so I've come to find you. You got the ingredients? Alora was astonished. The ingredients needed for the 9 turns rebirth pill were heavenly treasures. Even if Barrett managed to obtain other ingredients from the sect storeroom, the 9 turns rebirth grass was exceedingly rare, only possibly found deep within the nether regions of the southern wilderness. How could Barrett possibly have obtained it? For a moment, Alora doubted him and asked suspiciously, Master, the most crucial herb in the 9 turns rebirth pill is the 9 turns rebirth grass. Did you get that particular herb? Without hesitation, Barrett nodded. Of course, I have all the ingredients, sir. Alora eyed Nelson suspiciously, asking, Little Danny, the storytellers in your village aren't cultivators. Can they be trusted? Alora didn't know Nelson's true identity, but Barrett did. Knowing Nelson was a celestial swordsman from the upper realms, Barrett believed the method would work. Forget it for now, Brianna. Let's try Lou's idea first, Barrett urged eagerly. Alora hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Fine, let's give it a try. The two rushed to the alchemy room, unaware that turmoil was brewing among the righteous sects in Central Province. Within the Supreme Sword Sect, an elder learned about Elliot's complete loss of cultivation and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Very well. After all these years of the Grand Wasteland Immortal Sect ruling over the righteous sects, the Supreme Sword Sect has finally caught our opportunity. Chapter 45. The Divine Grievance Body. The two entered the alchemy chamber, where everything was ready. All that was left were Alora's alchemical skills and Barrett's spiritual energy. Alora, upon entering the alchemy chamber, froze in astonishment at the sight of the imperial-grade alchemy furnace before her. As a once nearly imperial powerhouse, she instantly recognized the quality of this furnace. Seeing her dumbfounded, Barrett asked in puzzlement, What's wrong, disciple? Alora came to her senses and pointed at the imperial-grade furnace, stammering, Master, where did you get this imperial-grade alchemy furnace from? Alchemy furnaces are divided into 10 ranks, from 1st to 9th grade, and above the 9th grade is the imperial rank. Though Alora had been the Empress of Jade Pool in her past life, the best furnace she ever used was only of the 9th grade. An imperial-grade furnace would need an ancient top-tier artificer to forge. But where could such an expert be found now in Central Prefecture? One could say that the imperial-grade furnace had already vanished from Central Prefecture. Its reappearance would inevitably stir up chaos again. Facing Alora's inquiry, Barrett answered without hesitation, It was left by my master. Barrett now understood. Anything with unclear origins should be attributed to his late master. Since the Rodney was dead, who could disprove it? Alora smirked wryly. So everything belonged to the master. After a pause, she said speechlessly, My great-grandmaster truly left you quite a few things. Barrett nodded satisfactorily. Indeed, I agree. They sat before the furnace. Suddenly, Alora seemed to remember something and asked Barrett, Master, aren't you going to release your demonic fire? Demonic fire? Barrett shook his head. He had no idea what it was. Seeing Barrett's ignorance, Alora frowned and questioned, Master, don't joke. Without demonic fire, how can we refine the 9 turns reviving pill? Barrett was taken aback. Does refining a pill really require demonic fire? Ordinary pills do not, but for pills like the 9 turns reviving pill, how can it be done without demonic fire? If we use only spiritual fire, the success rate would likely be less than 1%. Barrett immediately summoned his immortal fire in his palm. I don't have demonic fire, but will immortal fire work? Without thinking, Alora shook her head. No, immortal fire is yang-based, while the 9 turns reviving pill is yin-based. Using immortal fire would be even worse than using spiritual fire. I thought you had at least visited the netherworld to obtain demonic fire since you got the 9 turns reviving grass. I didn't expect you wouldn't know. Barrett scratched his head. He never went to the netherworld. The grass came from the system, let alone demonic fire. After a moment, he asked hopefully, really cannot use ordinary spiritual fire? Of course you can. Before Barrett could revel in hope, Alora dampened it. But the success rate would be less than 10%, and all ingredients would vanish if it fails. Hearing her explanation, Barrett immediately abandoned the idea. Who believed they'd get lucky every time with less than 10% chances? If so, it seems I need to go to the netherworld. Barrett muttered, then asked, Brianna, where's the netherworld? Alora looked embarrassed. Master, I also don't know where it is. Rumor has it's somewhere in the southern wastelands, but finding it is like searching for a needle in the ocean. Listening to her, Barrett gave up on the southern wasteland plan. Forget it. By the time I find it, Zhang's grave might have taller grass than me. Resting his chin on his hand, Barrett sighed. Do we really need demonic fire to refine the 9 turns reviving pill? Alora pondered deeply, then her eyes brightened, shaking her head. Not entirely. There's another flame that can substitute. Barrett's eyes lit up, asking eagerly, Oh, what is it? Demonic fire is essential for the 9 turns reviving pill, but there's a substitute, albeit slightly less effective. It's called grievance fire. Grievance fire? Ignoring its name, Barrett asked, How do we get it? Only those born with the divine grievance body can possess this fire. Finding such a person is almost impossible. 3 black lines appeared on Barrett's forehead. So, no hope? Alora smiled faintly, nodding, yes. Barrett sighed, stood up, I'll think about the flame issue. Let's talk when I find a solution. Alora nodded and left the alchemy chamber. Barrett sat down, deep in thought, wondering where to get this flame. Meanwhile, in Nanhai City, a skinny child wandered. Though small and frail, His sharp eyes and slight aura of malevolence kept other beggars away. This child was indeed Killian, or William. He greedily absorbed the city's grievance, feeling like he was in paradise. These people aren't enough. If there were more, it'd be perfect, William thought. Absorbing more grievance increased his strength. As a divine grievance body, he had absorbed a lot and felt stronger. At that moment, a group of beggars rushed towards some place. Where are they going? William, puzzled, hurried after them. Chapter 46. The Ascension Ceremony begins. Soon, William followed a large group of beggar children to the center of the city. At the center rested a spirit boat, while below it stood a group of cultivators dressed in white robes. The more William observed the white-robed figures, the more familiar they seemed. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he cursed inwardly. Damn, aren't these disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect? Currently weakened, William instinctively wanted to hide. But then he reminded himself that he was now William, not Killian. What did he have to fear? Deciding this, he stood calmly where he was. Unfortunately, his short stature prevented him from seeing what was happening. Frustrated, he asked a nearby child who was also a beggar. Hey, why has the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect come here? The child glanced at William and retorted. What? You don't know about the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's Ascension Ceremony? Naturally, William shook his head. Seeing this, the child explained patiently. The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect holds an Ascension Ceremony annually, which even we beggars can join. If our spirit roots are detected, we can directly join the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect as Outer Sect disciples. Monthly stipends will be incredibly high. Even if no spirit roots are found, you can choose to stay as a laborer at the sect, still earning a decent monthly salary. Furthermore, if you have no spirit roots and do not wish to remain at the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, they will provide travel expenses for you to return home. In short, there are no downsides to joining the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. You should give it a try. Hearing this, William pondered and ultimately decided to join the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Simple reasoning led him to become an undercover agent, infiltrate the upper echelons, and find a chance to annihilate the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Moreover, after a recent great battle, many had died within the sect, leaving a lot of resentment. Just this resentment alone would suffice for him to recover his cultivation. That person who killed me seems to be from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. William thought of Barrett, feeling a chill. After all, Barrett's single sword strike had instantly killed him at the soul transformation stage, enough to make anyone shiver. Forget it. I've changed my body now. No matter how high his cultivation, he won't see through my identity, William comforted himself. 3 days later, on Qiyang Peak, Barrett sat meditating in the tea room, looking distressed. To where can I find resentment fire or demon fire? Barrett felt extremely frustrated over this issue, which had troubled him for several days. Finding either the netherworld or the fabled divine resentment body was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Barrett could certainly afford the time, but Elliot couldn't. Losing his cultivation, Elliot became a mortal with no lifespan. In other words, Elliot was an elderly man who could die anytime. Due to his physical discomfort, he hadn't managed the sex affairs for the past 2 days, handing everything over to Grimes. Barrett grew increasingly worried. Time was indeed life, and if either fire wasn't found, Elliot might really die. Just as Barrett was distressed, the tea room door opened, and Grimes entered. Grimes looked exhausted, yawned, and said listlessly to Barrett, Leader Lin, it's time to attend the Ascension Ceremony. Barrett nodded and asked, puzzled by Grimes's weakened state. Leader Wong, did you battle some monster? Why do you look so drained? Grimes waved his hand and sighed helplessly. Let's not talk about it. It's because of the Patriarch. Recently, the Patriarch handed over all sect affairs to me. How could I handle everything alone? But there was no choice. It was an order from the Patriarch. I had to comply. I've been handling affairs nonstop for 3 days. While staying awake isn't much, managing the tasks is utterly exhausting. I haven't slept for 3 straight days and still have a mountain of unfinished work. Looking at Elliot's weary state, Barrett found it both amusing and pitiful. The once dashing Grimes was now worn out by managing sect affairs. Simultaneously, Barrett felt relieved for not agreeing to become the new Patriarch. Luckily, I didn't listen to Zhang Rodney's coaxing. If I had to deal with daily issues, when would I have time to sleep? Grimes was completely drained, barely hearing Barrett's muttered comment. Leader Lin, what did you say? Grimes asked curiously. Barrett snapped back, laughed awkwardly, and explained, nothing. My point is that the Patriarch is testing you. Becoming the Patriarch requires not only strength but also exceptional administrative skills. Leader Wong, you're exhausted after just 3 days. Imagine our previous Patriarch, who handled affairs for 30 years without complaint. Grimes twitched his lips, adding, yeah, the former Patriarch died handling sect affairs and had no chance to complain. Barrett stood up, patted Grimes on the shoulder, and earnestly said, look at you, Leader Wong. Your awareness needs improvement. Enough talking. Let's attend the Ascension Ceremony. Exiting the tea room, Barrett headed toward the Ascension Ceremony seats, while Grimes, who'd spent 3 exhausting days on sect duties, had little energy left for Barrett's pep talk. You have such high awareness. Handle the sect affairs then, Grimes mumbled. Shortly after, the two arrived at the Ascension Ceremony, where the peak leaders and elders rose to greet them. Grimes didn't need introduction. As the Sword Peak leader, despite losing an arm, he was favored by the Patriarch and likely to become the next Patriarch. Barrett was even more revered. Once mocked, he now demonstrated formidable strength, making everyone take him seriously. At the peak of Transcendence realm, anyone who dared mock must possess considerable capital. Not everyone had that capital. Grimes sat at the Patriarch's seat, while Barrett moved from the side to sit beside the Patriarch. Chapter 47. Would you like to become my disciple? Grimes looked at the throngs of people in the plaza, a sense of comfort rising within him. As long as there were disciples, the lineage would continue. Only through disciples could the foundation and legacy of the sect be preserved. A sect without a Patriarch could simply select a new one, but without disciples, it would cease to exist. This being his first time seated in the patriarch's chair, Grimes felt a surge of emotion. After coughing a couple of times, he announced loudly, "The Ascension Assembly is now officially starting." Immediately, those with cultivation began vying for seats, while those without cultivation tested their spirit roots nearby. Notably, since Barret had revealed his power on the battlefield, everyone knew that their formerly deemed useless Peak Master was actually the strongest in the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect. Realizing this, the disciples who once looked down on the Crimson Sun Peak flocked to it, hoping to secure a position. However, they were dismayed to find no vacancies. Grimes turned to Barret and asked, "Peak Horatian, did you find any promising disciples this year?" Barret surveyed the crowd but found none with Emperor-level potential and shook his head. "None of them caught my eye, although they're all quite capable." Although there were no disciples with Emperor-level potential, Barret wasn't disheartened. After all, such talents were rare and couldn't always be encountered. Seeing the eager disciples at Barret's feet, Grimes sighed and suggested, "Peak Horatian, why don't you take in some disciples? Look, so many want to join your peak. Wouldn't it be good to bolster your strength?" Grimes didn't understand. Who wouldn't want their main peak to be stronger? That would increase their chances of winning the annual sect competition. Yet, Barret shook his head calmly, "Peak Yarden, I don't have many worldly desires. Instead of taking many disciples, I prefer a more peaceful life. Besides, teaching too many would be overwhelming." Barret smiled. Grimes nodded helplessly, "All right." Meanwhile, on the Ascension Plaza, William stood in line waiting to test his spirit roots. Unlike others who appeared nervous, he was relatively calm. He already knew this body possessed spirit roots, ensuring his passage. "Once I become an outer disciple of the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect, I can freely absorb grievance chi to enhance my power." Note, Xianxia is translated as grievance chi to maintain consistency and convey the specific concept from the original text. "When I'm strong enough, I can infiltrate the sect's upper echelons and become a core disciple. Then, I can gather intelligence and relay it back to my original sect." What is the so-called Great Wilderness Immortal Sect then? William thought everything was set until he sensed a familiar presence. Looking up at the Peak Master's seating area, his face paled when he saw Barret, the one who killed him. This guy, he really is part of the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect. Even a Peak Master. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself, "Fine. As long as I don't join his sect, nothing bad will happen." At this moment, idly seated Barret suddenly felt a gaze filled with malice and fear directed at him. Confused, he followed the gaze and saw a skinny child, who quickly looked away upon noticing Barret's attention. But Barret couldn't look away. Name, Connor, William. Constitution, Divine Grievance Body. Cultivation, none. Great Tao, Path of Grievance Fire, Minor Mastery, Other, Borrowed Soul. Recognizing Connor, Barret hesitated. Knowing Connor was in a borrowed soul state, likely only Barret knew his true identity. Killing him rashly would be disadvantageous. Moreover, Connor possessed the Divine Grievance Body and the Grievance Fire Barret needed. If captured, Barret could supervise and ensure no chaos. Thinking this, Barret flew towards Connor's queue. Everyone's eyes turned to him, and Grimes was puzzled. Reaching the children testing spirit roots, the kids exclaimed excitedly, "It's Peak Horatian. Why is he here? Could he be interested in someone in our queue?" Surely, Peak Horatian is the greatest cultivator of the Transcendence Realm and the top powerhouse in the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect. How lucky to be taken under his wing. Hope he notices me. Being taught by a Transcendence Realm cultivator means boundless opportunities. Everyone wanted to be Barret's disciple, chattering excitedly except William, who broke into a cold sweat. Having made eye contact earlier, seeing Barret approach terrified him. Is Barret here to expose me? William gulped, fearing Barret might uncover his malevolent origins. Praying fervently, William hoped Barret wasn't there for him. Closing his eyes to pray, he opened them to see Barret squatting right before him. Startled, William backed away, only for Barret to grab his arm and smile. "Young friend, how about becoming Barret's disciple? There are many benefits." Drenched in sweat, William regretted joining the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect and attending this cursed Ascension Assembly. Meanwhile, a buzz rippled through the entire Ascension Assembly. Chapter 47. Interested in becoming my disciple? Grimes looked at the sea of people in the square, feeling a sense of comfort rise within him. As long as there were disciples, the lineage of the sect would continue. Disciples were the foundation and torchbearers for the continuation of the sect. A sect could always choose a new patriarch if it lost one, but without disciples, the sect would cease to exist. This was Grimes's first time sitting on the patriarch's throne, and his heart was surging with emotion. After coughing a couple of times, he announced loudly, "The Immortal Ascension Assembly is now officially starting." Immediately, those with cultivation started vying for positions, while those without began testing their spirit roots nearby. It was worth noting that since Barret had revealed his cultivation prowess and wreaked havoc on the battlefield, everyone knew that the Peak Master they once deemed as a waste was actually the strongest in Donghua Immortal Sect. Realizing this, those disciples who originally disdained Xianxia Peak rushed to its front, trying to secure a position. However, they were taken aback when they found that Xianxia Peak offered no positions at all. Grimes turned to Barret beside him and asked, "Horatian, did you encounter any promising disciples this year?" Barret scanned the crowd and finding no Emperor-class talent among them, shook his head. None of the disciples this year are exceptional. It's a pity none stand out. Although there were no Emperor-class talents, Barret wasn't disheartened. After all, such talents were rare and couldn't be encountered every time. Grimes glanced at the disciples eagerly hoping to join Xianxia Peak under Barret's feet and sighed. He then advised, "Horatian, why don't you take in some disciples? Look at how many want to join your sect. If you take them in, you can strengthen Xianxia Peak. Isn't that good?" Grimes felt puzzled. After all, who wouldn't want their main peak to be more powerful? This would increase the chances of victory in the annual sect competition. Facing Grimes's advice, Barret shook his head calmly. "Yarden, I have few worldly desires. I prefer a quiet life rather than having too many disciples. Besides, with so many disciples, I wouldn't be able to teach them all properly, Barrett added with a smile. Seeing this, Grimes could only nod helplessly. All right. Meanwhile, on the Immortal Ascension Square, William stood in line waiting for his spirit root test. Unlike others who appeared anxious, he seemed relatively calm. After all, before Killian possessed this body, he knew it possessed spirit roots, ensuring his success. Once I become an outer sect disciple of Donghua Immortal Sect, I can absorb grievance chi to enhance my strength. Once my strength increases, I can infiltrate the upper echelons of Donghua Immortal Sect and become a core disciple. At that time, I can continuously gather information and pass it back to my sect. What is this so-called Donghua Immortal Sect anyway? William thought, feeling everything was set as he awaited entry into Donghua Immortal Sect. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Looking up towards the summit where Barrett sat, his face instantly turned pale upon recognizing the man who killed him, Barrett. This guy is indeed from Donghua Immortal Sect and even seems to be a peak master. William took a deep breath and whispered to himself, well, as long as I don't join this guy's sect, nothing bad should happen. At this moment, Barrett, who had been idly seated, suddenly felt a malevolent and fearful gaze directed at him. Confused, Barrett followed the gaze and saw a thin, gaunt child. Noticing Barrett's attention, the child quickly averted his gaze. But Barrett couldn't look away. Name: Killian, William. Body type: Divine Grievance Body. Cultivation level: None. Dao Path: Dao of Grievance Fire. Small completion. Other: Possessed Body. Recognizing the aura, Barrett understood it belonged to Killian. He instinctively wanted to fly over but recalled Killian's current state. No one besides him likely knew Killian's true identity. Killing him rashly would not be in Barrett's favor. Moreover, Killian possessed the Divine Grievance Body, which controlled the grievance fire Barrett currently needed. If he killed Killian, he might never find another source of grievance fire. Additionally, by keeping Killian close, Barrett could supervise him and ensure he didn't cause trouble. Deciding this, Barrett flew towards Killian's queue. Instantly, all eyes at the Immortal Ascension Assembly turned to him, including Grimes's puzzled gaze. He landed outside the queue of children still undergoing spirit root tests. Excited whispers broke out among them. It's Horatian. What's he doing here? Is he interested in someone in our queue? Of structure and spiritual root, they were ordinary. The child could enter the outer sect, but there was no reason for Barrett to favor him. After all, Barrett's current disciples were each stronger than the last. His senior disciple Alora had reached the golden core stage and could kill several nascent soul cultivators. Her future prospects were boundless. Second disciple Nelson possessed divine sword skills. Although his cultivation level was currently average, his sword arts made it clear he would surpass the Feathershed realm someday. But this beggar child seemed quite ordinary. At least Grimes saw no outstanding qualities. Grimes sighed, then flew over to Barrett's seat, pulling him aside and whispering, Horatian, even if you wish to take a disciple, surely you can choose from those with better cultivation and higher talent. Why take on this child who is so unremarkable? Barrett shook his head without hesitation, explaining, Yarden, when I choose disciples, I rely heavily on intuition. If I fancy someone, I'll take them on whether they have cultivation or not, whether they have good spiritual roots or not. But if I'm not impressed, no matter how extraordinary their cultivation, I won't take them. Hearing this, Grimes sighed helplessly. All right, if that's your decision, so be it. Barrett turned back to William with a smile. Well, little friend, are you willing to join my Scarlet Sun Peak? Just as everyone assumed William would accept, to their surprise, he hesitated and then shook his head. Horatian, I have my heart set elsewhere and do not wish to join Scarlet Sun Peak. Everyone froze. Barrett was the strongest of the great desolate immortal sect, and yet someone didn't want him as a master. Is this beggar child addled? Who wouldn't want Horatian as their teacher? Hearing this, Barrett nodded approvingly and continued smiling at William. See, Yarden doesn't want to take you as a disciple. Why don't you join my Scarlet Sun Peak instead? William quickly countered, then I won't join Sword Peak. I'll join Alchemy Peak. For William, as long as he didn't join Scarlet Sun Peak, it didn't matter where else he went. Barrett called out loudly, Master Danny, this young man says he wants to be your disciple. Will you take him? Barrett's voice echoed across the Ascension Square, carrying a faint aura of Feathershed might, sending chills down everyone's spine. Even weaker cultivators fell to their knees, trembling. Master Danny of Alchemy Peak, being an experienced elder, immediately chuckled awkwardly. You jest, Horatian. Our Alchemy Peak also has standards for recruitment. This young man hasn't met our standards, so I'm afraid I can't take him. While Alchemy Peak did have certain standards for disciples, he hadn't even checked William, obviously to avoid upsetting Barrett. William's mouth twitched. Was he really so unwelcome? Not a single person wanted him. Barrett smiled at William, saying, well, Alchemy Peak doesn't want you either. How about joining my Scarlet Sun Peak? We absolutely want you. Undeterred, William named every major peak of the great desolate immortal sect except Scarlet Sun Peak, but none agreed to take him. William felt helpless. He realized these masters were all deferring to Barrett and therefore refusing to take him. The rest of the crowd watched in shock, suspecting William must have some vendetta against Barrett. Does this guy have a grudge against Horatian? Why won't he join Horatian's peak? Yes, this guy definitely has a grudge. I don't understand what Horatian sees in him. Is he playing hard to get? That's a bit extreme. Barrett watched William with a grin and asked again, how does it look, little friend? All the other peaks rejected you. Scarlet Sun Peak is your only choice now. William felt utterly hopeless. Did he really have to become a disciple of the one who killed his predecessor? The thought of seeing Barrett's ever-smiling face daily filled him with despair. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He clenched his teeth and said, sorry, Horatian. I've changed my mind. I don't want to join the great desolate immortal sect. As William turned to leave, Barrett stopped him, crouching down and whispering, Killian, do you think I won't run you through with a sword if you dare to walk away? In this passage, Barrett manipulates William, forcing him into a corner while William attempts to evade becoming Barrett's disciple due to hidden past events. Chapter 49, Third Junior Brother. Upon hearing this, William's expression immediately changed. He had considered the possibility that Barrett might see through his true identity, but he quickly dismissed it as impossible. After all, apart from his soul, he bore none of his previous traits. How could anyone possibly see through him just by looking at his soul? Even if someone could detect that he had taken over another body, they couldn't pinpoint his exact identity so accurately. However, faced with the current situation, William had no choice but to put on a forced smile and say, "Horatian Fong, I was only joking with you. How could I not want to join your sect?" Barrett finally revealed a satisfied smile. He stood up and patted William on the head, saying approvingly, Good, that's my good disciple." At the same time, Barrett heard the system notification. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully accepted William as a disciple. Returning cultivation now. Ding. Detected that William's path of grievance flame has reached minor accomplishment. Returning now. Since William had no cultivation, Barrett naturally did not receive any return cultivation. However, the entirety of the path of grievance flame was returned to Barrett. In no time, his path of grievance flame advanced directly to major accomplishment. As Barrett's hand kept sliding over his head, although William dared not protest outwardly, he had already thought of stabbing Barrett to death countless times in his heart. Feeling his now fully accomplished path of grievance flame, Barrett asked the system internally, "System, if I kill this scoundrel William now, will my path of grievance flame disappear?" Ding. No. If the host kills his own disciple, all his cultivation, knowledge of the path, and skills will vanish. Hearing such a severe punishment, Barrett couldn't help feeling embarrassed and continued to ask, "In that case, what if I just expel him from the sect?" Ding. The penalty is the same as killing a disciple. Barrett felt helpless. This guy was like glue stuck to him. Never mind. I'll let him run wild for now. If he causes trouble, I'll arrange for Brianna to stab him, Barrett thought, then smiled sweetly at William and said, "Good disciple, shall we return to the sect?" William gave an insincere nod, and Barrett took him away. Grimes watched this scene and sighed helplessly before returning to his seat and shouting loudly, "The Ascension Conference continues." When they reached the waist of the Qiyang Peak, William saw that there was no one around and reluctantly asked, "Barrett, how long are you going to drag me along?" Bang! Barrett smacked William on the head, then declared arrogantly, "How dare you call me by my name? I'm your master now." Due to his lack of cultivation and physical weakness, William felt intense pain. Clutching his head, he cursed, "UF***CK? Before William could finish, Barrett brandished his fist, and William wisely shut his mouth. After a while, he asked reluctantly, "Since you've seen through my identity, why don't you take action against me?" Barrett felt even more helpless. If he could act, William would have been stabbed and buried on Qiyang Peak long ago. But unfortunately, Barrett could not do that now, so he calmly replied, "Since you've joined the Donghua immortal sect, you must have decided to turn away from darkness and embrace righteousness. Everyone deserves a chance to reform, and you're no exception. That's why I took you as my disciple, giving you a second chance." William tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had joined the Donghua immortal sect purely to be a spy, not because he wanted to reform. "Aren't you afraid I might cause chaos?" William asked in confusion. Barrett scoffed lightly and replied, "Do you believe that if you plan chaos next second, a sword will be hanging above your head the second before?" William shivered and dared not speak again. But he wasn't worried either. Wherever you go, there's grievance. The Donghua immortal sect must also have it. Even without causing chaos, he could absorb the grievance, slowly increasing his strength. Once strong enough, he could look for an opportunity to leave the mountain, using the name of Donghua immortal sect disciple to wreak havoc. This way, he could collect grievance and tarnish the reputation of the Donghua immortal sect simultaneously. A two-for-one deal. Thinking about this, William couldn't help revealing an evil smile, which made Barrett shake his head and sigh. He's still too young. Soon, the two returned to the mountain. When Alora and Nelson, who were practicing swordsmanship, saw Barrett bringing back a child, they were somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Barrett called out loud, "Come here. Meet your new junior brother, my third disciple, William." Immediately, the two ran over. Alora sized up William and smiled. "Hello, third junior brother. I'm your senior sister, Alora." William looked awkward. After all, Alora had almost died by his sword. Now she became his senior sister. It really showed how unpredictable life could be. Nelson glared coldly at William, crossed his arms and huffed, "Hey, call me second senior brother." William felt irked. Although his cultivation was now shattered, he was once a formidable talent in the demonic realm. How could he call this 8-year-old kid senior brother? Dream on. Smack. At this moment, Barrett slapped William on the back and said sternly, "Are you mute? Call them." Reluctantly, William nodded and greeted, "Senior sister, senior brother." Barrett finally nodded in satisfaction. Seeing William's ragged clothes, Alora asked, "Master, third junior brother's clothes are all torn. Should I take him to bathe?" Barrett quickly stopped her, knowing that William, though small in body, had a mature soul. What if someone saw him naked? "I'll handle this. You continue practicing, leave it to Nelson." Nelson's eyes widened. "Eh? Master, I need to practice." Barrett clicked his tongue and frowned. "I think you've practiced enough. It's time to bathe. Take your little junior brother with you. Oh, and there are some unused clothes in your cabinet. Give them to him as well." Nelson felt helpless but eventually nodded, saying, all right, follow me." With that, Nelson took William away, and Alora asked Barrett, "Master, third junior brother hasn't entered the gate of cultivation yet. Should I guide him?" But Barrett shook his head. "A master opens the door. The student walks through it. Let him cultivate on his own." #### Chapter 50. The arrival of the Supreme Sword Sect. After saying this, Barrett recalled something and said to Alora, "Right, Brianna, I already have grievance flame. We should hurry up and refine the 9 transmigration soul-restoring pill. Allura was speechless for a moment. She then sighed and said helplessly, Master, I know you are eager to refine the pill, but we can't just start whenever we want. You were still wondering where to get grievance flame just a few days ago. How could you possibly have it now? Boom. Before Allura could finish speaking, a green flame appeared in Barrett's palm. Seeing this flame, Allura was stunned because it was undoubtedly grievance flame. Master, you really have grievance flame? Allura felt as if her mind was turning into mush. How did Barrett get the grievance flame so easily? But hearing Allura's question, Barrett only grinned. It was left by my master. Allura was speechless again, thinking about how incredible her grandfather must have been. Knowing that Barrett didn't want to say more, she didn't press further and continued. All right, master, since you have grievance flame, we can start refining the pill. Good. Let's head to the alchemy chamber then. The two arrived at the alchemy chamber. Before entering, Allura specifically instructed Nelson that no one was to enter until they came out. Once inside, the two sat cross-legged on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Allura looked seriously at Barrett and asked, Master, the alchemy process will take a considerable amount of time, at least 3 days at the minimum. During these 3 days, he punished. Seeing William's bored expression, Nelson decided to strike up a conversation to pass the time. He suddenly remembered something and asked William excitedly, Have you heard anything about our sect leader? William shook his head, suddenly intrigued. What happened to Elliot? Tell me. Don't call him Elliot. Everyone must address him as sect leader. Who gave you permission to use his name directly? Nelson scolded. William quickly adjusted his attitude and smiled sheepishly. All right, sect leader. So, what happened to sect leader? Nelson nodded in satisfaction before explaining. Recently, sect leader hasn't shown up. All sect affairs have been handled by Hall Yarden. So rumors have spread that after the righteous and demonic battle, sect leader's cultivation was destroyed, which is why he hasn't appeared. Now, not only outsiders but even within our own sect, people are spreading this rumor. But despite all this, sect leader hasn't explained himself. Listening to Nelson, William's eyes lit up. He knew that during the battle, Elliot had been ambushed by his father and sect elders. Though Barrett saved him, who knew if Elliot's cultivation had truly been ruined. Seeing William's thoughtful expression, Nelson smirked. Curious if sect leader's cultivation was really ruined, huh? William nodded eagerly. If Elliot's cultivation was indeed gone, it would be significant news. He could report this back to the bloodthirsty demon sect, prompting them to attack Donghua immortal sect again. With only Barrett at late-stage ascension realm, how could he defend against such an attack? Nelson hummed twice before revealing, Let me tell you, sect leader's cultivation really was ruined. William's face lit up with joy. But before he could revel in it, Nelson added, But don't worry, Master has started refining a pill. Once it's completed, sect leader's cultivation will be restored. William's mood immediately sank. Noticing this, Nelson asked suspiciously, What's your attitude? Aren't you happy that sect leader is fine? William snapped back to reality and smiled awkwardly. Of course I'm happy. Extremely. Suddenly, 2 enormous spirit boats flew overhead, shaking the sky. The entire Donghua immortal sect trembled as disciples looked up in confusion. What's going on? Why did those spirit boats fly right over our sect? I have no idea. I thought it might be the bloodthirsty demon sect attacking us. Isn't that too arrogant? These spirit boats seem to belong to the Supreme Sword sect. But aren't they also a righteous sect like ours? What are they doing? At that moment, the spirit boats opened, and countless disciples of the with Thornton. Seeing it was Grimes, Thornton showed a smug smile and asked, Grimes, isn't your sword peak now the dominant power? Even the affairs of this sect are handed over to you? Grimes was unfazed and replied coldly, Patriarch Zheng, are you deaf? Our venerable patriarch is resting and I, Grimes, am overseeing all affairs at the vast wilderness immortal sect. If Patriarch Zheng has any issues, you can discuss them with me, Grimes. Thornton chuckled and continued, Indeed, we heard about your victory, so we specially came to congratulate you. Thank you, Patriarch Zheng, Grimes said with a fake smile. You may leave your gifts but not stay. Please go back. But Thornton interjected, Wait a moment. You say we came to congratulate you. Then our patriarch should at least show up to greet us. A cold look flashed across Grimes's eyes as he responded. I said the patriarch is resting and unable to meet anyone, including you, Thornton. Seeing Grimes's firm demeanor, Thornton concluded that Elliot's cultivation had indeed been stripped. After confirming this, Thornton dropped his facade and showed his true colors. Incapacitated? Or too scared? Thornton said smugly. Do you think Patriarch Zheng came here to find trouble? Grimes asked, frowning. Stop pretending, Thornton replied, loudly announcing, Everyone. Clearly Elliot's cultivation has been stripped. Bring him out. The next second, invisible spirit boats suddenly appeared above the vast wilderness immortal sect, causing another tremor throughout the entire sect. Seeing the spirit boats, Grimes's expression changed as he clenched his teeth and said, Fine. Great Sun immortal sect, Heavenly Light divine sect. It seems all 3 sects conspired to confront us. Thornton snapped irritably, Chief Wong, what you're saying isn't right. Why do you think we're here to cause trouble? We are righteous sections. Don't slander us. We came here to seek justice for the common people. Justice? Ha, what a great show of justice, Grimes scoffed. Tell me, how do you plan to exact this so-called justice? The Ayush scratched his ear and said condescendingly, Your vast wilderness immortal sect started a war with the bloodthirsty demon sect without consulting us righteous sections. Have you considered the suffering of the border residents? Do you know how much they have suffered because of your actions? Do you realize how many border residents have died due to your selfishness? Selfishness? Grimes panted, feeling angry deep in his liver, then gritted his teeth and yelled, Your sect's conduct is truly disgusting. Not consulted? We discussed it with you before starting the war. but you all hid like cowardly tortoises, unwilling to ally with us. Before the war began, the frontline residents were already suffering. We fought for the central region civilians and cultivators. But now you blame us. You accuse our sect of selfishness. What rubbish. Grimes roared angrily. Below, vast wilderness immortal sect disciples clenched their swords in rage. Thornton snorted dismissively and said, regardless, your war did cause many border residents' deaths. As renowned righteous sects, we must uphold justice. Grimes took a deep breath, nodding, then asked, all right, tell us how you intend to achieve this justice. The three patriarchs exchanged glances. Then Thornton said, it's simple. Your vast wilderness immortal sect pays compensation to our three sects, which we will distribute to the affected civilians. Their conduct was beyond shameful. Besides shameless, Grimes couldn't think of any other words to describe these three. Well, Chief Wang, will you pay the compensation or not? We have other matters, said the Jorge, displeased. Grimes took a deep breath, his gaze sharp, and asked, what if I refuse? What will you do then? Thornton smiled, then loudly declared, if the vast wilderness immortal sect refuses to acknowledge its wrongdoings against the civilians, as righteous sects, we can only enforce justice on behalf of heaven. He looked down at Grimes with disdain and coldly asked, Grimes, with three late feathered Ascension Realm Masters here, can you resist? Do you even have the capability to resist? Grimes gritted his teeth and replied coldly, we, the vast wilderness immortal sect, have no regrets towards the civilians or the world. If you persist in framing and slandering our sect, then we will fight to the death. Chapter 52, Excessive Gifts. Our great wasteland immortal sect will not bear baseless slander. If you insist on doing this, then we shall only fight to the death. Grimes roared angrily, while the other disciples of the great wasteland immortal sect rose into the air from the ground, all shouting together, to the death. The voices of the great wasteland immortal sect's disciples resounded like a large bell, echoing continuously across the entire sect and causing even the central region to tremble. Thornton gritted his teeth. Clearly, he hadn't expected the great wasteland immortal sect to be so unyielding, preferring death over giving up any resources. But Thornton came for wealth, bringing his disciples merely to bolster his presence, never intending to wage war against the great wasteland immortal sect. Now, with Grimes's defiance, he was left uncertain of what to do. After a long pause, Thornton gritted his teeth and whispered, Grimes, count our people, and then look at your side. Do you think it's possible to win us? Grimes snorted coldly, then said through clenched teeth, Grimes offers respect first but resorts to penalties if refused. Fine, then the three major sects can only enforce justice today. At that moment, layers of scorching heat waves descended from the sky, enveloping all the disciples of the Supreme Sword sect. Sensing the intense heat from above, everyone looked up to witness an extremely shocking scene. A massive white fiery palm was descending from the heavens, suppressing exactly over all the members of the Supreme Sword sect. Thornton's face changed. He knew he couldn't withstand this palm strike. He bellowed in fury, everyone, quickly get out of the way. But time had already run out. The fire palm was just inches away, leaving them no chance to escape. Bang! The colossal white fiery palm crashed down violently, instantly engulfing all the disciples of the Supreme Sword sect in flames, spreading heat waves throughout the great wasteland immortal sect. After a while, the flames in the sky dissipated, and the two spirit boats of the Supreme Sword sect, along with the more than 2,000 disciples they brought, were all vaporized by the fire palm. Though Thornton narrowly avoided the fire palm, his robe was almost completely burnt. Previously composed and confident, he now appeared utterly disheveled. Thornton gritted his teeth. Those 2,000 disciples were the elite of the Supreme Sword sect. Their deaths were more devastating than anything else to the Supreme Sword sect. Who did this? Thornton screamed in agony, and just then, a voice filled with disdain sounded out. I see you three sects are truly fed up with life, daring to come find trouble at my great wasteland immortal sect. Barrett slowly descended from the sky, landing beside Grimes. Upon landing, he fixed his cold gaze on Thornton and others, then said to Grimes, Yarden, to reason with these people, we must first make them understand through force. Thornton's face went mad as he cursed at Barrett. You're called Barrett, right? Your fame has been growing lately. I know you're at the peak feather transformation stage, but let me tell you, even you can't save the great wasteland immortal sect today. I don't believe 3 late-stage feather transformation cultivators can't handle 1 peak feather transformation. And what if Rodney here is added? At this moment, an elderly voice echoed, and hearing this familiar voice, everyone lifted their heads in disbelief. Elliot stood there wearing his sect master robes, his expression icy cold as he towered over the sky, overlooking everyone below. His formidable aura belonged to a peak feathered transformation cultivator, displaying no signs of injury, appearing even more powerful than in his prime. Then he slowly landed next to Barrett, and asked the representatives of the 3 major sects, what if Rodney here joins? Do you think you can still save the great wasteland immortal sect? The expressions of the grandson immortal sect and heavenly radiance divine sect masters changed simultaneously, then turned to question Thornton. Thornton, didn't you say Elliot's cultivation was crippled? What's going on? Thornton's face turned pale, and he bit his teeth, saying, he's faking it. Elliot must be near the end of his strength. As long as we... Boom. Before Thornton could finish, Elliot instantly appeared before him and struck him forcefully across the face. Smack. A deafening slap echoed across the heavens, sending Thornton flying into a mountain range where he remained motionless. Witnessing this, everyone dared not speak again. Elliot didn't seem weak, but rather at the peak of his power. Thornton struggled out of the crater, his teeth shattered, his face swollen and bruised. With his hands clasped behind his back, Elliot stared coldly at the rest, asking sternly, well, is there anyone who still doubts it? Everyone silently shut their mouths, knowing full well that anyone who dared doubt now would suffer the same fate as Thornton. After some time, the grandson immortal sect master finally tried to explain sheepishly. Sect Master Zhang, we were both deceived by Thornton. Otherwise, how would we dare? Elliot nodded slightly. That's fine. You can send them later. I won't attack your sects over this. Alright, Rodney is waiting for your gifts. Off you go. Translation ends here. Chapter 53. For the sect? The two patriarchs hurriedly nodded and immediately left with their people, fear clearly etched on their faces. They couldn't help feeling afraid. The force of Barrett's palm strike was too intimidating. Killing over 1,000 elite disciples in one blow was something even the wealthiest sects could not afford. The two sects' spirit boats slunk away from the sky above the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect at breakneck speed. Within moments, only Thornton remained inside the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Everyone's eyes turned toward him, icy cold gazes piercing his skin. Thornton subconsciously swallowed hard. Given the situation, he would either die or suffer grievously today. Barrett instantly appeared before Thornton, smiling as he asked, Patriarch Zhang, why are you lying here asleep? How about coming with me for a moment? Without waiting for an answer, Barrett simply hoisted him up by one hand, like picking up a chick. He then flew back to Elliot, standing face to face with him. Elliot watched Thornton with a grin, making Zhang feel extremely embarrassed. Zhang Patriarch, did you come here today to cause trouble, or to congratulate us? Thornton forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Patriarch Zhang, I spoke without thinking just now. Please don't take it to heart. Understandingly nodding, Elliot said, so you came to congratulate us, right? Thornton quickly nodded, realizing what Elliot meant. Yes, of course. I'm here to congratulate the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. After all, we both belong to the righteous path. But the gifts are too many, and I haven't prepared them yet. Please bear with me, Patriarch Zhang, they will be delivered soon. Internally, Thornton cursed at Elliot and Barrett who had caught him. Losing over 1,000 elite disciples and having to compensate with a vast amount of resources was like losing everything to hell and beyond. Elliot finally nodded satisfactorily. It seems you still have your sense, Patriarch Zhang. Still smiling that terrible grin, Thornton asked, if so, Patriarch Zhang, may I leave now? So I can prepare the gifts. But Elliot shook his head. Not yet. Apart from the gifts, you also owe us war reparations. Thornton's smile stiffened as he questioned, confused, war reparations? What reparations? Oh, you should ask Forest Horation about that, Elliot replied. Barrett interjected, Patriarch Zhang, don't play dumb. I used all my strength to kill all the people you brought. Just look at my red palms. Isn't some compensation necessary for comforting my mind? Thornton's face turned red with anger. After all, he had lost thousands of disciples, and now the murderer dared to ask for compensation. Red palms? Those were clearly self-inflicted marks by Barrett. Grimes couldn't hold back a chuckle behind him, and the disciples laughed out loud. If not for his lack of power, Thornton would have fought Barrett and Elliot to the death. But reality dictated he must humble himself. Finally, he sighed deeply, his entire body sagging. Upon returning to the sect, I will deliver the gifts and reparations. Elliot nodded, smiling warmly. I hope you won't forget. It said you have a poor memory, remember pleasure but not pain. If you do, Barrett will personally remind you. Barrett waved his reddened hand in front of Thornton's eyes, saying, see, this very palm killed 1,000 of your disciples. Thornton nodded, and Barrett finally let go, allowing Thornton to flee. Thornton boarded his 2 spirit boats and sped off without looking back. Suddenly, Elliot remembered something and exclaimed, oh no. Frowning, Barrett asked, what happened? I forgot to ask him to leave the spirit boats behind. Those 2 boats cost at least 1,000,000 superior-grade spirit stones each. Barrett rolled his eyes. When it came to being ruthless, Elliot surpassed even himself. With regret, he sighed, looks like I'll have to find another chance to loot. Turning to everyone, he continued, well done. You've all done excellently. Our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's disciples should always show such courage. A reward order is issued. Every disciple who participated today will receive 1 spirit nurturing pill and 50 superior-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect disciples cheered. A single spirit nurturing pill was enough for a cultivator below the golden core stage to practice for a month. 50 superior-grade spirit stones were even more precious. Even direct disciples received only 20 per month. Approaching Elliot, Barrett asked, they all got rewards, what about mine? Glancing at Barrett, Elliot smiled. Barrett, you did well. As expected of a member of our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Don't talk about contribution. Tell me how much reward I get. Barrett knew Elliot was going to start talking about contributions, a clear sign of wanting to get something for free. Barrett wasn't going to let that old fox win. Elliot clicked his tongue and frowned. You're too impatient. With all the legacy left by your master, why do you care about these trifles from the sect? Remember, when the sect thrives, everyone thrives. When the sect declines, everyone suffers. Saying that, Elliot floated away. Watching him, Barrett cursed under his breath. Auden, you sure know how to manipulate. Yet Barrett didn't mind. All he wanted was peace and quiet. The resources he demanded earlier were for his 3 disciples. He decided to send Nelson and William to request rewards from Elliot later. Chapter 54. Spreading slander about Barrett. He couldn't believe it. Would Elliot refuse 2 7- or 8-year-old kids asking for resources? Even if he was unwilling to part with the resources, he'd be more unwilling to lose face. Barrett returned to Chiang Peak, while Alora said excitedly, Master, that palm strike of yours just now is awesome. Hopefully, my immortal flame Dao will reach your level one day. Barrett smiled and comforted her, saying, don't worry, I'll give you a detailed explanation later to ensure your immortal flame Dao advances another level. Just moments ago, they successfully refined the pill. After leaving the alchemy room, they found that the 3 great sects had already begun to besiege Donghua Immortal Sect. Fortunately, Barrett took action first by subduing the leaders of the 3 sects, then had Alora deliver the 9 reviving pills to Elliot. Luckily, Everything happened in time. William beside him looked somewhat reluctant, for if Barrett had come out any later, the three sects would have made their move. Though it wasn't possible to directly destroy Donghua Immortal Sect, even weakening it slightly would have been beneficial. Seeing William's disappointed expression, Barrett smacked him on the head. What are you thinking? Go and call Nelson over for me. Oh, William rubbed his head with a resentful sound and ran off to the training ground to summon Nelson. Before long, Nelson rushed over, asking doubtfully, "What's up, master?" Barrett squatted down so he was eye level with them, then spoke seriously. "I have a very difficult task for you both. Do you have the confidence to complete it?" William curled his lips. He didn't have the cultivation right now. Nelson assigning this task now was purely to make things difficult for him. But Nelson grinned and raised the wooden sword in his hand. "Rest assured, master, with my current cultivation, coming and going in Zhongzhou is effortless." William rolled his eyes. If he hadn't been able to detect that Nelson was at the peak foundation establishment stage, he might have believed it. However, Nelson shook his head and explained earnestly, "No, this task doesn't require great strength but demands you to set aside your pride and dignity. Can you do it?" Seeing Barrett's serious demeanor, Nelson's expression became equally serious. "Master, you want me to infiltrate the devil sect like Colt before, relying on my talents to climb the ranks and obtain information? No problem. I promise I'll climb quickly and never betray our sect." Upon hearing the task, William's eyes lit up. If it was really about infiltrating the devil cult, he could simply reveal his identity afterward, ensuring freedom in his actions. However, before William could continue imagining, Barrett shook his head. "No, not this task either." Instantly, William's enthusiasm was extinguished, while Nelson scratched his head in confusion. "Master, it's not this or that. What task is it?" Barrett took a deep breath before continuing. "You go find that Rodney Elliott and ask him for some resources. You two are children, so begging from him should be effective. If he refuses, kneel and cry until he can't bear it." Nelson and William were speechless for a moment before finally, after a long pause, Nelson firmly refused. "No way. I won't do it. Master, don't you know men should kneel only before gold? Besides, I, Nelson, a proud upper boundary swordsman, am asked to kneel to the sect leader? That would utterly disgrace me." Barrett shrugged indifferently. "Men should kneel only before gold. It's time to show its worth. Don't be ungrateful. I'm sending you for resources for your own good. Don't argue with me." But Nelson still shook his head adamantly. "No way. I refuse." Barrett clicked his tongue, threatening. "Will you go or not? Don't make me say it again." "Absolutely not. I'd rather die and jump off Qiyang Peak than kneel to the sect leader," Nelson shouted angrily, while William stood beside him, nodding in agreement. 10 minutes later, Nelson and William obediently went down the mountain, albeit with bumps on their heads, obviously courtesy of Barrett. William glanced at the stubborn Nelson and asked, "Senior brother, where do we go first?" "Humph, to the sect leader. Kneel. Ask for resources." 3 black lines appeared on William's forehead. Asking someone to kneel sounded so tough. It was as if they were planning to kill the sect leader. He asked helplessly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't go to the sect leader even if you jumped off Qiyang Peak?" Nelson sneered. "What do you understand? This is called adapting to circumstances wisely. Besides, with resources, we can cultivate better. Once we're stronger, we can take revenge." As he spoke, Nelson seemed to sense something. His expression changed, and he sped away, leaving William confused. "Senior brother, why are you running so fast?" Nelson didn't respond, running faster. William frowned. "Really strange. Is it? Your master has seen stranger things." Barrett's chilling voice rang behind him. William shivered and turned around, forcing a smile. "Master, I didn't insult you. Please understand." William's laugh was worse than crying. Barrett also smiled, gently stroking his head, whispering, "That's all right. Master doesn't blame you. Give them over. Nelson, William, you two come up here." The two exchanged glances and joyfully ran onto the podium. Elliot hugged each of them from either side and asked kindly, "What brings you two here?" Nelson scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Master has some matters for us to find you about, so we came." Understanding, Elliot nodded and asked, "Well then, what is it?" "Grandmaster, you need to put us down first. We'll tell you once we're down." Elliot laughed at this request. "You can't say it up here?" Fine, go ahead." He set them down and looked benevolently at the two as he asked gently, "All right, now tell me." Nelson and William exchanged another glance, decided on their actions, and proceeded to perform a shocking act that left everyone present astonished. Meanwhile, Barrett was seated in his tea house sipping tea when he suddenly heard an anguished cry. He carefully listened to the voice and then pulled at the corners of his mouth. This voice, is it Nelson and William? Stepping out of the tea house, Alora also emerged from the kitchen at this time. The two exchanged puzzled glances before Alora questioned, "Master, doesn't this voice sound like Little Lou and Little Jimmy's?" Barrett nodded. "It does indeed sound like them." Walking to the highest point, he gazed toward the source of the noise, the patriarchal square. There, on the podium, Nelson and William were continuously bowing their heads. "Before leaving, Grandmaster seemed to tap my head as well." Alora chuckled, shaking her head helplessly. "Master isn't reliable, and neither are you two. All right, clean yourselves up. It's time to prepare for dinner." Turning, she walked back into the kitchen, leaving William to glare at Nelson unhappily, saying, "Note, the original text seems to mix Chinese and English. I have standardized it to English for consistency, however, to make it read more naturally in English." Turning, she walked back into the kitchen, leaving William to shoot an unhappy glance at Nelson. "Hey, this is so unfair. Why did the patriarch tap my head and not yours? Hey, this isn't fair at all. Why did the patriarch chowr? Correction. Hey, this isn't fair at all. Why did the patriarch hit me on the head but not you? Further refinement for natural fluency. Hey, this is so unfair. Why did the patriarch tap me on the head and not you? Facing William's dissatisfaction, Nelson shrugged indifferently and said, I have no idea. If you can, go ask the patriarch yourself. Nelson then left without a care. Although he had knelt, the resources were now firmly in their possession. William gritted his teeth and resolved that he would definitely tear Nelson into pieces one day. Note: for consistency and natural fluency in English, Zhou Xiao is translated as William, and Lu Chun is translated as Nelson. This ensures the names are presented in a way that reads naturally in English while maintaining consistency in terminology. After 3 days, everything returned to normal. The 3 major Zhongman all obediently delivered their congratulatory gifts, and in addition to the gifts, Thornton's Supreme Sword Sect also had to pay war reparations to Barrett. Note: Zhongman is used in the original text but seems out of place in English. It should be translated as sects or clans based on context. Revised translation: after 3 days, everything returned to normal. The 3 major sects all obediently delivered their congratulatory gifts, and in addition to the gifts, Thornton's Supreme Sword Sect also had to pay war reparations to Barrett. The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect had been severely weakened from the previous battles, with its resources and strength greatly diminished. Now, with the substantial resources provided by the 3 major sects, the previously weakened foundation was fully restored. Everyone was overjoyed because these resources assured that the sect would not only return to its peak, but potentially surpass it. But there was one person who wasn't happy, and that was William. On top of Scarlet Young Peak, William squatted outside Barrett's flower bed, holding a blade of grass in his mouth, and muttered unhappily, "Damn it, where can I get some yunqi from?" Note: the term yunqi usually refers to grudge or resentment in English, so it would be more appropriate to translate it as, "Where can I get some resentment from?" Revised: on top of Scarlet Young Peak, William squatted outside Barrett's flower bed, holding a blade of grass in his mouth, and muttered unhappily, "Damn it, where can I stir up some resentment?" According to William's original plan, he would gradually collect the resentment within the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect to strengthen himself, eventually infiltrating the upper echelons as a mole. However, in recent days, he had searched everywhere within the sect but couldn't find a trace of resentment, and his strength hadn't improved at all. This left him feeling extremely frustrated. Actually, William's body is capable of cultivation, but his talent is indeed poor. If he wants to enhance his strength through cultivation, it would take an extremely long time, akin to waiting for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then, a determined look flashed across William's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "No way. If I can't collect grievances, then I'll create them." Note: for consistency in character names, Zhou Xiao should be translated as William throughout the text to maintain uniformity. However, she squats down, smiling and patting William on the head, advising him, "Little one, be more careful when you walk next time." After that, she stands up and leaves with her companion, and William is left dumbfounded because he fails to collect any resentment at all. The female cultivator instantly felt Boumon, but as she was about to express her dissatisfaction, she saw William's cute yet stubborn face, and her anger immediately dissipated. She squatted down, smiling as she patted William's head, advising, "Little boy, be more careful when you walk next time." Note: for the sake of natural flow in English, I've made slight adjustments while keeping the essence intact. After saying that, the female cultivator stood up and left with her companion. William was dumbfounded because he hadn't managed to collect even a trace of yunqi. Note: the term yunqi doesn't have a direct English equivalent in this context. It could be translated as negative energy or grievance, depending on the broader context of the story. For better fluency, it might be beneficial to define or explain this concept earlier in the narrative if it's important. Improved version. After saying that, the female cultivator stood up and left with her companion. William was dumbfounded because he hadn't managed to collect even a trace of negative energy. Chapter 56, Dueling with Nelson. He frowned, watching the female cultivator. If he could gather his own grudge chi now, he would certainly have a full harvest. Not possible. Collecting grudge chi this way won't work. I need to think of another method. William began deep in thought. As a disciple of the demon sect, and especially as its young master, he had never needed to actively collect grudge chi. He just needed to stand before commoners, and their grudge chi would come pouring in. Now that he needed to find a way to collect it, he was really at a loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. "I've got it." He immediately ran to the pill peak, and then to the medicinal garden within. Looking at the vast field of herbs, William placed his hands on his hips and harumphed. "I don't believe that if I pull out all these herbs, I won't be able to gather even a speck of grudge chi." With that, he squatted down and began concentrating on uprooting each herb one by one. At this moment, the peak master of Pill Peak happened to pass by and saw a thin figure squatting in his medicinal garden, pulling up herbs, instantly turning green with rage. "Who are you? What are you doing?" He rushed forward and grabbed William, who looked at him coldly, completely unsurprised. "Yes, get angry. Hurry up and contribute your grudge chi to me," William thought inwardly. Recognizing William, the king furrowed his brows. "You're disciple of Nikoju. But even if you are Nikozu's disciple, you cannot pull my herbs." "Eh?" He examined the grass in William's hand, and his angry face instantly softened. William sensed something was wrong, and a terrible premonition arose within him. The peak master gently patted his head. "Good boy, knowing to help clear the weeds in my garden. I haven't been taking care of it much lately. I didn't expect weeds to grow. But you're too reserved. You should have told me when I accused you." "Oh, this is embarrassing for an Rodney like me." William's initially smug expression turned into astonishment. Seeing the green weeds, he felt speechless. Raised in luxury all his life, always either practicing or fighting, how could he possibly know how to distinguish between herbs? Thus, he couldn't tell the difference between herbs and weeds, leading to this misunderstanding. William felt a bitter smile forming. Why did his intentions turn around so easily? The king pondered and suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up again. He took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket and shoved it into William's chest. These are 3 essence cultivation pills, enough to help you cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Consider it gratitude and apology for helping me with the weeds. William twitched his lips and, as if deranged, rushed toward the medicinal garden to pull out more plant. William, about to return to his cave abode, seemed to recall something. I can't collect grudge chi from those adults, but surely I can from Nelson, an 8-year-old child? Collecting grudge chi from children was simple. Beat them until they cry, snatch their favorite toy, or combine both. Thinking of this, he turned to Nelson, asking, "Hey, Nelson." Nelson sighed. "Who are you calling Nelson?" "Call me second senior brother." William reluctantly said, Okay, second senior brother. Second senior brother, how about a duel?" "Duel? With you?" Nelson suspiciously sized up William and then asked, confused, "You don't have any cultivation. What are we going to duel about?" William pondered, found it challenging, but then his eyes brightened. "I've got it. Let's just duel sword techniques without using spirit energy." William refused to believe that after decades of practice, he couldn't win against the kid. Hearing this, Nelson's face showed an odd smile. "You sure? Duel sword techniques with me?" William nodded naturally and used reverse psychology. "What, second senior brother? Afraid?" Nelson laughed, looking at William's treasures, then asked, "All right, let's duel, but we need stakes." William answered without hesitation, "If I win, I don't want anything from you. If I lose, you get everything on me." Since William wanted only grudge chi and wouldn't lose anyway, he decided hastily. Nelson shook his head with a laugh and finally arrived at the sparring arena, tossing a steel sword to William. "Don't say I'm bullying you as your senior brother. I'll use a wooden sword, and you use a steel one. If you manage to harm me once, you win." Hashtag chapter 57, confidence shattered. William burst out laughing in anger. He specialized in swordsmanship, and even if you looked across the entire Xianxia, it was doubtful that anyone could match his sword skills. Even though he had lost his cultivation and had a frail body, he could still display some prowess. And this little bit of skill was more than enough to handle Nelson, who had only been practicing the sword for a few days. "Very well, since that's the case, today I'll teach you what it means to be insignificant," William said coldly, then walked to the other side of the training ground. Nelson chuckled. After all, not only in Xianxia but even in the upper realms, no one dared challenge him in swordplay. "All right, third younger brother, please enlighten me." With that, Nelson walked to the opposite side of the training ground as well. Both locked eyes and immediately launched into battle. William charged forward with a roar, using basic moves due to his need to hide his true identity. But despite this, he thought it should be sufficient. However, to his surprise, none of his fierce attacks could penetrate Nelson's defenses. Nelson deflected every strike effortlessly, even managing to yawn mid-fight. William, realizing something was amiss, took several steps back, eyeing Nelson suspiciously. Nelson stretched lazily as if nothing had happened. "Third younger brother, were you just playing around?" "I couldn't detect any intent to harm me at all," Nelson said lazily. William retracted his earlier disdainful gaze and scrutinized Nelson seriously, asking hesitantly, "Senior brother, who taught you your sword techniques?" "Besides master, who else?" "Mostly it's my natural talent and self-discovery," replied Nelson. This time, William did not argue. Anyone who could reach this level of proficiency at such a young age was no ordinary individual. His eyes showed newfound respect instead of contempt. "All right, senior brother, now I'll get serious," William said sternly, gathering his focus and charging at Nelson again. This time, his sword strikes were more vicious, each carrying lethal intent, far removed from his playful demeanor earlier. Yet, even with this seriousness, William could not land a single hit on Nelson. Nelson continued deflecting with a single hand, without retreating even an inch. Sensing the right moment, Nelson struck against William's sword, sending a powerful shockwave that forced William to stagger back several steps. His grip on the iron sword faltered, feeling numbness in his wrist. Holding his wrist, William looked at Nelson in bewilderment. "Your sword technique? How can it be so strong?" Nelson shrugged indifferently, explaining, "Practice makes perfect, naturally. Don't be too upset. Your sword skills are already quite impressive. Among so many, you're one of the few who can exchange a few blows with me. Even though I've only used less than 1% of my skills, you still deserve commendation." William felt his worldview collapse. His supposed top-tier Xianxia sword techniques were inferior to an 8-year-old? "You're joking?" William roared, rushing at Nelson again. Watching William charge angrily, Nelson shook his head helplessly. Sigh, kids these days. A surge of sword chi sent William's iron sword flying out of control. In the next moment, the tip of Nelson's wooden sword pointed directly at William's throat. If Nelson wished, he could end William's life in an instant. William's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend what had transpired. After a long while, Nelson sheathed his wooden sword calmly. "That's enough. Don't feel too disheartened. At your age, your sword skills are already exceptional. But I'm different. I'm a freak." With that, Nelson placed the wooden sword back on the rack and patted William on the shoulder. "Don't be sad. Keep practicing. Maybe in 10 years, you'll achieve a fraction of my swordsmanship. I'm going to soak in a hot spring. I've practiced enough for today." Nelson left, leaving William standing there in disbelief. Eventually, William collapsed like a dead tree. "I lost? To an 8-year-old? 3 days later, Barrett finally returned to Chiang Peak after avoiding Elliot. Seeing him, Alora, busy cooking with spirit fire, immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. "Master, where have you been the past few days? We couldn't find you. I even watered your tea fields and flower beds for you." "Hee, I was traveling outside, Red Leaf. Thanks for helping." "Really? Why did you let little Lou and William bow to the Patriarch?" "The Patriarch chased you for days." "Well, I ran because the Rodney was chasing me. Besides, wasn't it for your benefit, securing resources for you?" Alora sighed at Barrett's matter-of-fact response. "You really?" Suddenly remembering something, she continued, "Master, you should check on Jimmy. He's been listless for days, and he won't even practice when I try to encourage him." Hearing this, Barrett scratched his head in confusion. Not to that extent, right? All I asked was for him to bow to old Zhang. Is he this disheartened over that? Forget it. You go see for yourself. I need to finish cooking. Alora returned to the kitchen, leaving Barrett to shrug and fly directly to William's cave dwelling. Outside William's cave, Nelson sat on a stone bench, looking troubled. Why aren't you practicing, and why are you sighing here? Barrett asked curiously after landing. Nelson turned around and exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Barrett. Master, you're back. Barrett nodded and sat opposite Nelson, asking, tell me what happened. Nelson laughed and recounted the recent duel with William. Barrett now understood. William's confidence had been shattered by Nelson, leading to his listlessness. Thinking of William's dejected state made Barrett chuckle. Inside William's cave dwelling, Barrett found William lying down dejectedly. Come on, kid. Don't be so down. At your age, your sword skills are already outstanding. But master, how can I face everyone after being beaten by an 8-year-old? Barrett patted William's shoulder consolingly. Look at it this way. You've got a lot to improve on, and that's a good thing. It means you have potential. Keep practicing, and you'll grow stronger. William nodded, somewhat cheered by Barrett's words. Meanwhile, outside, Nelson continued his routine, confident in his abilities but respectful of others' struggles. Chapter 58. Changing Prejudice. It had to be admitted that Connor's sword skills were among the best in all of Zhongzhou, perhaps even on par with Alora. Saying he rarely found an opponent in Zhongzhou wasn't far from the truth. But unfortunately for him, he was facing Nelson, a celestial swordsman from the upper realm who hailed above Zhongzhou. Seeing Barrett shake his head with a smile, Nelson worriedly said, Oh master, don't laugh. What if I've completely shattered his confidence? Will he fall into despair? Just as Barrett was about to speak, a system task popped up. Task 1. Change Connor's perception of the righteous path. Upon seeing this task, Nelson took a William scoffed, Humph. None of you from Qiyang Peak are normal. I've decided not to leave until I recover my strength. Listening to William, Barrett sneered. Don't blame me for not warning you. With your body's talent, it will take at least a millennium to regain your original power. A millennium is fine. I can wait, William retorted. Anyway, do you have anything else? If not, please leave my cave so I can meditate. Barrett was instantly amused by William's tone. If it weren't for the task, he would have beaten him senseless. Resigned, Barrett continued, Wait, I need to talk to you. You want to talk to me? William looked suspiciously at Barrett. I don't see what we have to discuss. We may not get along, but officially, we're master and disciple. Can't you listen to your master? With a heavy sigh, William grumpily replied, Fine, say what you need to and leave quickly. Seeing William willing to listen, Barrett nodded approvingly and asked, Do you hate cultivators of the righteous path? The question made William chuckle. Barrett, you're a righteous cultivator, and I'm a demonic cultivator. Isn't it naive of you to ask that? Shrugging, Barrett persisted. Forget our stances and prejudices. Honestly, do you really hate righteous cultivators? William nodded without hesitation. Yes, I still despise them. Why? Without a second thought, William listed off his grievances. Because they're hypocritical, false, two-faced, and full of pretense. Worse than us genuine villains of the demonic path. Barrett waited until William finished before countering. So, where did you learn these flaws of the righteous path? Pausing, William muttered, From the sect. Barrett chuckled. So, you haven't let go of your bias and still view them through colored lenses. But I've seen it with my own eyes. William argued. Before seizing this body, I was scavenging near a battlefield with other beggars. If you truly cared so much for people, why were young children left to scavenge? You claim to protect the people, but do you actually improve their lives? It seems to me like just an excuse to exploit resources. The righteous cultivators don't care about the people at all. Unlike us of the demonic path, who, while saying we don't care, genuinely don't care at all, unlike your hypocrites. Barrett's forehead twitched with frustration. If it weren't for the task, he would have pummeled this insolent brat first. This kid was infuriating. Taking a deep breath, Barrett continued. You're generalizing too broadly. War brings pain and death, but its purpose is greater happiness and legacy. Yes, you saw children scavenging, an effect of war. Our job is to slowly repair the damage. How do you know more people aren't saved by these efforts? Without this war, how many more would be homeless? We admit our mistakes, but you can't only focus on those. Everything has two sides. Viewing things with prejudice blinds you. Listening to Barrett's impassioned speech, William fell silent. Finally, he coldly remarked, Even if it's true, what does it matter? You're righteous, I'm demonic. There's always a barrier between us. And you praise the righteous path, but where is the real good? I can't see it. Barrett smiled and said, The difference between righteousness and evil isn't about identity but actions. Judge by deeds, not intentions, for no one is perfect by heart. Chapter 59. I want to go down the mountain. Besides, why can't you see the good in righteous cultivators? Barrett pointed at the cabinets inside Jet's cave abode, which were filled with items that people from the sect had given William earlier. Seeing these items, William was momentarily stunned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing task 1. Reward. The cultivation method of forsaking evil and embracing goodness, celestial transformation body. Looking at this reward, Barrett couldn't help but nod approvingly. Not bad, very appropriate. Regardless, Barrett finally managed to alter William's biased view on righteousness, even if just a little. However, he was still happy because it showed that William wasn't beyond saving. He sighed and then said to the dazed Jet, Well, after all the talk, Master has somewhat delayed your cultivation. Since that's the case, let me impart you a cultivation method, guaranteed it's the most suitable for you. Without caring if William agreed or not, he extended his sword finger and directly transmitted the cultivation method of forsaking evil into William's mind. Ouch! William felt a sudden piercing pain and immediately sensed an additional set of cultivation methods in his mind. After finishing this, Barrett stretched lazily and said, Well, Master has done enough persuading. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. With that, Barrett left Jet's cave residence. Jet pursed his lips. Although he dismissed most of what Barrett said, there were parts that undeniably touched him. He began investigating the cultivation method Barrett had imparted. What kind of cultivation method could this guy give me? It can't possibly be a demonic method, right? Saying that, William started probing the cultivation method of forsaking evil. But after reading how it should be cultivated, William's face turned green with anger. Damn, aimed right at me. William gritted his teeth. The cultivation method was essentially a righteous version of the divine grievance body. The divine grievance body required collecting grievance chi by doing evil deeds. Conversely, the cultivation method of forsaking evil required cultivating through the accumulation of kindness, meaning one must do good deeds. Leaving other aspects aside, William had to admit that the grade of this cultivation method was unparalleled in Zhongzhou and would definitely cause quite a stir in the cultivation world. But asking William to do good deeds was more painful than killing him. Damn it, not practicing this cultivation method will delay my recovery indefinitely, but cultivating it requires me to do good deeds, which is almost worse than dying. Biting his teeth, William finally made up his mind. Forget it. I'll just do good deeds to recover my cultivation. At least my heart remains with the demon path. Yes, I am still a member of the demon path. William said with great resolve, completely forgetting Barrett's previous words about judging actions, not intentions. After resolving everything, Barrett returned to the tea room and started investigating the use rained smile. Patriarch, I think there's no need for that. Outside the training ground, Nelson was practicing swordsmanship when he heard a loud bang. Boom. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw it was the tea room. A white streak broke through the room and flew away, followed shortly by another. Nelson saw 2 streaks of white light. It was Barrett and Elliot, chasing each other until they disappeared from sight. 3 days later, William left his cave residence. After 2 days of cultivation, he only advanced to the first level of chi refinement, which while decent to outsiders, was unacceptable to him. Thus, after a day of psychological preparation, he decided to go out and do good deeds to collect kindness to enhance his cultivation. Alora, who was cultivating celestial fire outside, saw William leave and greeted him with a laugh. Jimmy, you're finally back to normal? William originally didn't want to respond, but remembering he was out to collect kindness, he gave a sheepish smile. Immediately, he felt his cultivation improve slightly. Although minimal, he genuinely felt the increase, however slight it was. William was taken aback. Just smiling at someone could result in a cultivation boost? This improvement came too easily. William arrived at the training ground where Nelson was practicing. Seeing William, Nelson stopped and laughed. Hey, junior brother, you finally ventured out? William smiled awkwardly and asked curiously. By the way, senior brother, where's Master? Master is recuperating in his cave after the battle with the Patriarch a few days ago. Do you need to find him for something? Facing Nelson's question, William nodded. I plan to go down the mountain for a stroll. Could you inform Master for me? Upon hearing William wanted to go down the mountain, Nelson's eyes lit up. You're going down the mountain? Great, let's go together. Since I came up the mountain, I haven't gone down. Practicing swords daily, I could use some relaxation too. Chapter 60, Blood Ginseng. Hearing that Nelson was going to accompany him down the mountain, William felt somewhat helpless but still agreed. After all, he was going down for good deeds, not mischief, so it didn't matter if Nelson tagged along. Moreover, Nelson had decent strength and could protect him. You wait here. I'll go change my clothes, said Nelson, then ran back to his cave residence, exchanging his training attire for regular clothes. Once Nelson was dressed, they left Crimson Sun Peak and headed toward the town at the base of the mountain. Alora watched them leave without stopping them, mumbling, Little Lou has good strength now, he should be fine going down. Forget it. Let it be. The two arrived at the bustling town below. Staring at the lively streets, the boredom in Nelson's heart finally dissipated a bit. Phew, we should come down more often. Always practicing on the mountain can make one as stiff as a wooden stick, right, junior brother? Seeing William not responding, Nelson turned to look at him and noticed he was curiously gazing around, seemingly searching for something. Junior brother? Nelson called again. This time William snapped out of it. He looked at William quizzically. Junior brother, what were you looking at? William scratched his head awkwardly and explained, not much, I haven't been down here for a long time, so I got curious. In reality, William was scouting for unjust situations to help with, hoping to gain good karma and enhance his cultivation. But after observing for some time, he found nothing amiss, which disappointed him. Upon hearing William's words, Nelson suddenly remembered that William came from a beggar background and might have never seen such a bustling market before. Nelson smiled warmly, grabbed William, and declared magnanimously, relax and shop. Everything today is on me. Nelson wasn't exaggerating. He had accumulated quite a sum while staying at Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Plus, Elliot's recent gift of 50 high-grade spirit stones would cover plenty for their shopping spree. William smiled awkwardly and nodded. More than anything, he wished for some troublemakers to appear so he could do justice and gain good. Highest bidder gets it. But the onlookers, being ordinary people, dared not challenge a cultivator for Rodney's sake, and shook their heads. Smirking triumphantly, the young cultivator arrogantly told the Rodney, see? No one else will buy it. Quickly sell it to me. Unable to believe it, the Rodney opened the box, took out a palm-thick blood ginseng, and protested. Look at this quality. How can it be worth only one low-grade spirit stone? Nelson and William glanced over, noticing the excellent condition of the blood ginseng, likely hundreds of years old. Hashtag chapter 61. Offering assistance. It was a pipe dream to think that such high-quality blood ginseng could be bought for a mere low-grade spirit stone. Clearly, the young cultivator was extorting the elderly man openly and without restraint. But being a cultivator himself, despite the surrounding mortals recognizing his actions, none dared speak out in anger. Seeing no one dared to speak up, The Rodney's expression gradually shifted from bewilderment to despair. The young cultivator, hands crossed, watched this scene with smug satisfaction, then grinned arrogantly and asked, "Well, are you willing to sell me the blood ginseng now?" The Rodney gritted his teeth, then placed the blood ginseng back into the box, and through clenched teeth, replied, "No, you are too overbearing. If worst comes to worst, I won't sell it at all." A flash of murderous intent crossed the young cultivator's eyes. If not for being in the market where there were too many people, he wouldn't waste words, he would simply snatch it. But for the sake of the blood ginseng, he squatted down and stared directly at the Rodney, threatening in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Old fool, I warn you. It's best if you sell me the blood ginseng now. Otherwise, don't blame me when I snatch it when no one is around, leaving you with nothing but a beating." The Rodney instantly turned pale with fear. After hesitating, he finally endured the humiliation and said, "Fine, wait." Just as the Rodney was about to agree to sell the blood ginseng, Jet and Nelson stepped forward. Everyone's attention immediately focused on the two of them. The young cultivator looked at the pair, sneered, and asked disdainfully, "You two kids? What business do you have here?" Nelson snorted coldly and did not hesitate to expose the extortion. "This Rodney's blood ginseng is of extremely good quality. Even a superior spirit stone might not suffice to buy it. Yet, you want to purchase it with a low-grade spirit stone? No extortionist can be as ruthless as you. I can't stand seeing this. I'll buy the Rodney's blood ginseng." The Rodney, whose face had been disheartened earlier, saw a glint of hope in his eyes. But upon realizing they were just two children, he sighed, "Children, forget it. This matter is none of your concern." The Rodney meant well. After all, given Nelson and Jet's 8-year-old bodies, they didn't appear threatening. However, Nelson snorted and shook his spirit stone pouch, causing a clear jingle of spirit stones colliding. "I will buy it. Grandpa, set your price." The Rodney raised his head in surprise and asked incredulously, "You're really willing to buy it?" Nelson snorted again. "Absolutely genuine. When I say I'll buy, I mean it." Seeing his almost acquired prize about to fly away, the young cultivator's proud expression instantly turned sour. "You brats, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Faced with the young cultivator's undisguised threat, Nelson snorted and responded, "You said earlier the highest bidder wins. Now, I offer more. So, Grandpa chooses to sell to me. Any problem?" The young cultivator clenched his teeth and continued to threaten, "Let me tell you, I am a disciple of the Supreme Sword Sect. If you don't have any backing, better get lost." "Backing? Huh?" Nelson laughed coldly. "If you tried to intimidate me with strength, I might respect you. But you clearly overestimated yourself." With that, Nelson tossed the entire bag of spirit stones to the Rodney. "Grandpa, these spirit stones are yours. I'll take the blood ginseng." As Nelson reached for the blood ginseng, the young cultivator yelled angrily, "Ruining my plans. Think again." He kicked out at Nelson, but Nelson's gaze sharpened. Whoosh. Without warning, Nelson had already drawn the wooden sword from his back, swiftly slicing the young cultivator's Achilles tendon. The young cultivator felt excruciating pain, falling to the ground clutching his severed tendons and screaming in agony. Blood splattered onto the blood ginseng, making it look even more vividly red. How is this possible? I'm a Foundation establishment cultivator," the young cultivator exclaimed in shock, disbelief clouding his eyes. Nelson sheathed the wooden sword and remarked dismissively, "Foundation establishment? Just a measly Foundation establishment dare to act arrogant before me? Go home and practice for another 200 years. The young cultivator clenched his teeth, but realized he couldn't mess with these two boys. Rising, he threatened through gritted teeth, "Daring to harm me. Wait until I call reinforcements. Today, I'll make you both pay for this." Then, hobbling on one leg, the young cultivator left. Once the young cultivator was gone, the old vendor finally came to his senses, repeatedly kowtowing in gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." At this moment, William, who had been in a daze, also snapped back to reality. He sensed an overwhelming amount of goodwill. From 3rd layer breath gathering, 5th layer breath gathering, 7th layer breath gathering, until finally reaching 9th layer breath gathering, William's cultivation advanced slowly and steadily. He realized the goodwill wasn't just from the Rodney but also from other bystanders who witnessed the event. Nelson helped the Rodney to his feet and consoled him. "Grandpa, you don't need to bow to me. I'm buying something from you, and you're selling to me. We owe each other nothing." Then, Nelson picked up the blood ginseng and smiled. "All right, Grandpa, we'll be off now." With that, Nelson pulled William away, while the Rodney watched them leave with gratitude, until their figures vanished from sight. Away from the crowd, Nelson seemed much happier. Seeing this, William couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior brother, you seem very cheerful." Nelson nodded matter-of-factly and explained, "Of course, helping others always uplifts the mood, doesn't it? By the way, little brother, you did a good job earlier." "Me?" William asked in disbelief, scratching his head and feeling slightly embarrassed. "But, senior brother, I didn't do anything, so why praise me like that?" Nelson shrugged and explained, "You got me involved the second the situation arose. Even though you froze afterward, I believe you would have acted regardless of my intervention. After all, as righteous cultivators, we should always lend a hand when encountering such matters. We cannot let scum like that succeed." William fell silent. While he might choose to lend a hand, it wasn't because of righteousness but merely for cultivating power. Their motives were entirely different. Chapter 62. Intense battle in the dense forest. Immediately, William cautiously asked, "Senior brother, what if I did choose to help that Rodney, but my motive wasn't because of righteousness? It was for other reasons. Would someone like me still be considered righteous? You've already helped others. How could it not be for justice?" Nelson was somewhat surprised, but then seriously replied after some thought, "Of course. Didn't Master say, a gentleman evaluates actions, not intentions? Regardless, you genuinely assisted someone. Just this point is enough." A gentleman evaluates actions, not intentions. William pondered, seemingly deep in thought over this idea. Seeing William lost in thought, Nelson hurriedly changed the subject. Let's leave this aside for now. Senior brother asks you, how did you think of my actions earlier? Seeing William shake his head, Nelson smiled knowingly. Not out of my expectations. But junior brother, remember, people like him need a severe lesson. If not. No, senior brother, I meant you shouldn't have let that guy go. You should have killed him directly. William spoke firmly, leaving Nelson momentarily speechless before he awkwardly chuckled. All right, seems your thoughts are on a higher level than even me, your senior brother. The two wandered around the city for a while longer until the sun began to set, and they chose to return to the sect. As they walked along the forest path, William suddenly recalled something and curiously asked Nelson, who had a calm expression. Senior brother, that guy whose tendons we severed said he would come back with reinforcements to take revenge on us. Nelson scoffed. Forget it. Listen to that guy boast? Even if he dared come back with his strength, do you really think he can? Just as Nelson finished speaking, a voice sounded from the darkness. I admit, I'm not very capable, so I brought some friends, didn't I? Suddenly, several cultivators appeared, surrounding Nelson and William. Then, the cultivator whose tendons Nelson had severed stepped forward, looking smugly at the two. What now? Do you believe me now? Seeing the group surrounding them, Nelson and William's expressions grew serious. William quickly assessed their cultivation levels, feeling heavy-hearted as he whispered to Nelson, Senior brother, there are quite a few gold core cultivators here. Nelson nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, I noticed. One of the bald-headed men rubbed his scalp, looking at the young cultivator with displeasure. Hey, old Danny, just two kids. Why did you call us over? I thought they were geniuses from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. The young cultivator laughed awkwardly and explained. Senior brother, don't look at their age. Their cultivation isn't simple. They severed my leg tendons with just one strike. Hearing this, the bald-headed man showed a hint of interest. Not possible, right? You're at the foundation establishment stage, and these kids humiliated you like this? Feeling slightly annoyed, Nelson muttered a curse under his breath before asking aloud. So, are we fighting or not? If we're fighting, then come on. If not, scram. William twitched his lips and whispered advice to Nelson. Senior brother, instead of boasting, we should plead for mercy now. The bald-headed man showed surprise on his face before sneering. Good, not too old, yet big mouths. Fine. I'll teach you two brats what there are always greater people in the world means. With that, the cultivators surrounding them immediately attacked Nelson and William. Seeing the charging enemies, Nelson drew his wooden sword and told William solemnly. Junior brother, when the time comes, run first. I'll hold them off here. William hesitated. He really wanted to agree immediately, but abandoning Nelson alone to escape seemed unjustifiable upon returning. Gritting his teeth, he said, No running. I don't believe these guys dare kill us. Nelson's lips curled into a smile as he said, At least you have a conscience. Let's go. And with that, the battle commenced instantly, the dense forest filled with the clashing sounds of weapons. Meanwhile, Alora, who was meditating in her cave dwelling, suddenly frowned. She stopped her cultivation immediately, rubbing her temples and frowning. That's odd. Why am I feeling uneasy all of a sudden? Alora trusted her intuition. Having lived 2 lives made her spirit stronger than most cultivators. This foreboding feeling naturally caused her concern. Feeling anxious, she decided not to meditate further and left her cave dwelling. Alora arrived outside Nelson's cave dwelling and called out loudly, Little Lou, are you back? No response came from inside. Reluctantly, she went to William's cave dwelling and shouted again, but received no answer either. Frowning, she muttered. What's going on? These two haven't returned yet. Feeling helpless, she went to Barrett's cave dwelling and yelled, bringing Barrett out shortly after. Red Leaf, what's wrong? Your master needs rest, Barrett complained, hobbling out. He was still recovering from Elliot's beating a few days ago. Ignoring Barrett's complaints, Alora asked anxiously, Master, Little Lou and Little Jimmy haven't returned to the peak yet. Did something happen? Barrett wasn't overly worried, shrugging and explaining, What's the problem? Maybe those 2 rascals are playing in the sect and forgot to return to the peak. It's impossible, Master. They don't have any playmates in the sect, and they should know to return this late. Barrett thought about it. Although William and Nelson had children's bodies, they possessed adult souls. If nothing happened, they wouldn't stay out late without worrying others. His eyes narrowed, and his tone became serious. All right, let's search within the sect first. If we can't find them, we'll go out and search. Alora nodded, and they left Qiyang Peak, searching up and down the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, the battle in the dense forest was drawing to an end. Hashtag Chapter 63, Unreasonable Row. Boom. William was kicked flying. The immense strength of a golden core cultivator was far beyond what he could withstand, and he was instantly sent flying through the air. He crashed into a tree trunk, his breath catching in his throat, and he promptly fainted. Junior brother. Nelson, who was engaged in battle nearby, saw this and shouted anxiously. He wanted to go help but was too preoccupied fending off 2 golden core cultivators to spare any attention. The young cultivator nearby watched as Nelson fought 2 golden core cultivators without falling behind and gritted his teeth. Damn it, he's so strong for his age. To prevent any mishaps, he walked over to William, kicked him down, and stomped on his head. Hey kid, if you don't surrender now, I'll kill your junior brother first. The young cultivator threatened loudly. Nelson looked at the smug young cultivator standing on William's back and felt a surge of hatred. But he had no choice. He finally put down his sword. Screw you. One of the golden core cultivators kicked Nelson, sending him stumbling backward until he fell gracelessly to the ground. The young cultivator walked over, grabbed Nelson by the hair, and slapped his face mockingly, cursing, Boy, weren't you just bragging? Where's all that bravado now? Nelson remained silent, his fists clenched against the ground. his face growing more and more unwilling to accept this defeat. Seeing that Nelson didn't respond, the young cultivator's eyes narrowed in displeasure, and he let go. Are you from the great, desolate, immortal sect? A while ago, you took our supreme sword sect's resources, causing us to lack cultivation materials. Didn't you sever my Achilles tendons? No worries, I'm a fair person. Since you injured my leg, I'll take your life. With that, the young cultivator raised his long sword, preparing to stab Nelson. But suddenly, a massive sea of fire surged toward them. Boom! A vortex of flames immediately engulfed the young cultivator and his group, hurling them away, turning the entire forest into a fiery crimson ocean. Allura descended from the sky, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at them, her chest heaving with anger. After a moment, she spat out through gritted teeth. What did you do to my junior brother? The young cultivator and others were dazed from the impact, feeling as though their internal organs were about to shatter. They got up, staring at the woman who seemed like a red-robed ghost, and after a while, one of them finally realized. You're Allura from the great, desolate, immortal sect? At that moment, a snap of fingers echoed through the stillness, and a figure in white robes landed gracefully. Barrett looked at the gravely injured Nelson and William, tossed a bottle of pills to Allura, and said softly, "Heal them first." Allura caught the pills without delay, and began healing the two right away. The young cultivator and others, meanwhile, were completely stunned. After a while, one of them instinctively swallowed and stammered, "Why you're Barrett, peak Horatian of the great, desolate, immortal sect?" Barrett smiled slightly and said softly, "It seems you recognize me. But it's a pity you didn't recognize my disciples, those two children who almost died at your hands. They are my prized students." The young cultivator and others exchanged glances and then unhesitatingly knelt, kowtowing repeatedly. "Peak Horatian, please spare our lives." "Yes, Peak Horatian. If we had known these two were your disciples, we wouldn't have dared to act, even if beaten to death. Please forgive us this once, Peak Horatian. We apologize sincerely. Please have mercy on us." Facing these people begging for mercy, Barrett's expression grew colder. "Apologize? You should apologize to my disciples and repent sincerely. But there's no need for that now. Repent to Lord Yama instead. I'll be compassionate and send you to meet him." Several of the golden core cultivators, seeing they couldn't survive, turned to flee, but how could they escape the speed of Barrett's finger snap? Barrett snapped his fingers again, and those few golden core cultivators attempting to flee were instantly frozen in place. Soon, their bodies disintegrated into specks of bloodlight, drifting away into the air. Having dealt with the Supreme Sword Sect members, Barrett turned to Nelson and William. Despite their significant injuries, they quickly recovered thanks to Barrett's pills. Although they could now stand normally, Allura was still worried and continued to check their injuries. Seeing Allura constantly turning them around, Nelson complained, "Senior sister, stop spinning us around. If you keep doing this, something will go wrong even if nothing is wrong." Relieved that they were truly fine, Allura lightly smacked both of their heads, scolding them. "What were you two thinking? How can you cause so much trouble outside the sect? If Master and I hadn't come in time, you two would be dead. Understand?" William nodded obediently, while Nelson grinned carefree, saying, "Even if we died, Master is so powerful, he could surely bring us back. Why worry so much?" Allura sighed helplessly, and Barrett didn't hesitate, giving both of them a sharp slap on the head. "Ouch! Ouch!" Nelson and William both yelped in pain, clutching their heads. Nelson protested, "Master, what are you doing? Senior sister already hit us." Barrett looked coldly at the two and said sternly, "Better tell me everything that happened. If I find out you caused trouble, which led these people to chase you, don't blame me for not going easy on you." Nelson and William exchanged glances and then recounted the entire story. "This is what happened. See, Master, we weren't creating trouble. We were being good Samaritans and were retaliated against," Nelson explained plaintively, while Allura comforted him. After listening, Barrett gave William a deep look and praised, "Well done. You two did nothing wrong here. Instead, it's the Supreme Sword Sect showing arrogance. Rest assured, with me here, even the unreasonable can make a scene. When we have reason, we must hold on tightly." "I will definitely help you settle this score," Barrett said coldly, his face stern. ###Chapter 64, Going to Cause Trouble. Nelson and William exchanged glances, both feeling that when Barrett spoke those words, he exuded a rugged, unpolished vibe. The four returned to Chiyang Peak. After settling the three of them down, Barrett flew directly to the sect hall. Despite it being late at night, the hall was still brightly lit. Pushing open the door, Barrett indeed found Elliot busy handling sect affairs. Having recovered his cultivation, Elliot had resumed his workaholic ways. Grimes, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about sect matters anymore. And as for the position of Grandmaster of Donghua Immortal Sect, he guessed it would be another millennium before he got there. "Hey, Grandmaster, you're still handling business this late at night?" Barrett greeted with a smile. Hearing the noise, Elliot looked up. Seeing Barrett, he snorted irritably. "You're here to offer New Year's greetings to chickens like a weasel. You have no good intentions." Barrett clicked his tongue in displeasure. "Grandmaster, your words are too harsh. I don't come to the three precious halls without a reason." Elliot developed 3 black lines on his forehead. What difference did these 2 phrases make? He then coughed impatiently. Fine. Say whatever you want. What brings you here? Don't tell me you're looking for resources again?" Barrett casually sat next to Elliot and recounted what had just happened. "Well, that's the story. My disciple tried to help but was met with extreme bullying from those people of Supreme Sword Sect," Barrett said nonchalantly. "Auden, how do you think this should be handled? If you don't want to handle it, I'll go to Supreme Sword Sect myself and ask for an explanation." After hearing this, Elliot's face darkened. A moment later, He gritted his teeth. Very well, Supreme Sword Sect. They truly haven't learned their lesson. The last incident hasn't even settled, and now they dare to bully our disciples. With a loud bang, Elliot slammed his palm on the table, shattering the thick wooden surface. Barrett raised an eyebrow. Originally, he thought Elliot might join him to demand justice. But now it seemed Elliot wanted to obliterate Supreme Sword Sect. Finally, Elliot coldly ordered, "Prepare yourself. We're going to stir up trouble at Supreme Sword Sect tomorrow." Barrett grinned. Got it. The next day, inside the Great Hall of Supreme Sword Sect, Thornton was pacing back and forth anxiously, occasionally letting out a sigh. After some time, he grumbled, "Damn it, giving all the resources to Donghua Immortal Sect. What will we use to cultivate?" He had handed over all the sect's resources to Donghua Immortal Sect as gifts and war reparations. Now, not even a single bit remained. Even the disciples' allowances couldn't be paid. If this continued, they would have to sell off the ancestors' assets. Suddenly, Thornton recalled the faces of Barrett and Elliot, and his expression twitched in pain. He covered his face and cursed, "Those damn fellows. Better not let me run into you again." Bang! Just then, the doors to the Great Hall were slammed open. A panicked disciple rushed in, shouting, "Master! Barrett and Elliot from Donghua Immortal Sect are causing trouble again." Thornton froze for a moment, biting his lip and whispering, "Did their ears hear me curse so quickly?" Reluctantly, Thornton stepped out of the hall. A massive spirit boat hovered over Supreme Sword Sect's territory, casting shadows across the sky. On board stood Barrett and Elliot, their faces icy cold and clearly intent on causing trouble. Thornton swallowed hard. Honestly, if he weren't the sect master, he would have turned around and fled without hesitation. However, he was the sect master, so he flew up stiffly, bowing slightly lower than Barrett and Elliot. With a forced smile, he asked, "Sect Master Zhang, Deputy Sect Horatian, can we discuss this calmly? You didn't need to bring a spirit boat. How wasteful of spirit stones." Elliot scoffed. "Do you doubt my abundance of spirit stones?" "That's right. Our Donghua Immortal Sect recently received substantial war reparations. We have more spirit stones than we know what to do with," Barrett added. Thornton nodded awkwardly, inwardly feeling like crying. These spirit stones were all taken from Supreme Sword Sect. Did Thornton feel resentful? Absolutely, but he dared not resist. "So, what brings you two honorable gentlemen here today?" Thornton asked cautiously. Barrett sneered, "Needless to ask, we've come to cause trouble for your Supreme Sword Sect. Surely not to enjoy enlightenment tea with you." With that, Barrett snapped his fingers, and several burned garments and nameplates flew out, landing near Thornton. "Take a look, Zhang Master. Do these belong to your disciples?" Thornton examined them, finding them genuine. He felt helpless and silently cursed his disciples. With everything between Supreme Sword Sect and Donghua Immortal Sect barely resolved, these disciples were stirring up trouble again. Worse, they picked on a disciple of Donghua Immortal Sect, specifically Barrett's own disciple. Thornton forced a grim smile, saying, "Honorable lords, we truly have no resources left to compensate you." Seeing Thornton refuse to acknowledge the issue, Barrett sneered, "I knew you wouldn't admit it." Snapping his fingers, Barrett produced the burnt items and waste tags from the spirit boat, flying them directly towards Thornton. "Examine them, Zhang Sect Master. Are these not the emblems of your sect's disciples?" Thornton took them, confirming they belonged to Supreme Sword Sect, and inwardly cursed his disciples. Finally, he said helplessly, "Honorable lords, we genuinely cannot provide any compensation now." Chapter 65. 1 year later, Barrett and Elliot exchanged a glance, both with cunning glints in their eyes. Then Elliot cleared his throat twice and said, "No problem. Without resources, there's still equipment, right? I think your Peerless Sword Sect spirit boat looks pretty good. Why don't we use that to offset the debt?" Thornton finally understood what they were here for. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything as his strength was insufficient and he had offended them. He could only let himself be at their mercy. After much contemplation, Thornton gritted his teeth and asked, "Director Lin, Sect Leader Zhang, I have one question. If our Peerless Sword Sect gives you the spirit boat, will this matter be settled?" Elliot nodded without hesitation and pointed at William behind him. "Don't worry. Once you give us the spirit boat, this child's incident will be considered resolved." Relieved, Thornton sighed in relief. Although they would lose one spirit boat, at least they still had another one left. By selling that one, it would be enough to maintain the operation of the sect. Thornton smiled bitterly and explained, "Director Lin, Sect Leader Zhang, the spirit boat will be delivered to your great desolate immortal sect soon. Would you like to go back now?" Barrett flashed a mischievous smile and said, "No rush. My disciple's issue is resolved, but I have another disciple who was also mistreated by your Peerless Sword Sect disciples. Nelson, come out and see Sect Leader Zhang." The moment Yiling spoke, Nelson flew out from the spirit boat, grinning at Thornton. "Hello, Sect Leader Zhang," Nelson greeted cheerfully, while Thornton's heart sank once more after having been momentarily relieved. Ultimately, the matter was concluded with the Peerless Sword Sect paying 2 large spirit boats as compensation. Barrett and Elliot had intended to extract more, but the Peerless Sword Sect seemed to be truly drained. Continuing to press might force Thornton to sell his disciples. Adhering to the principle of fattening pigs before slaughtering them, Barrett and Elliot decided to deal with the Peerless Sword Sect later. Now a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, far surpassing peers of the same level. If she were to fight the previous Joseph with her current strength, she could defeat him within 30 moves. As for his second disciple Nelson, his cultivation had directly broken through to early-stage golden core. Despite pursuing peak power at every stage, his progress remained steady. Fortunately, due to this solid foundation, although only an early-stage golden core, Nelson's combat prowess was unrivaled among golden core cultivators. William transformed completely from a former demon overlord into a righteous William, his cultivation also reaching early-stage golden core. Initially aiming to improve through good deeds, William became increasingly addicted, changing his nature from evil to righteous. With such rapid improvements from his 3 disciples, Barrett did not lag behind either. Within this year, he advanced to the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm and completed several system tasks, acquiring numerous skills. Especially his alchemy skills, which previously gave him headaches, no longer posed any difficulty. With his current proficiency, he was undoubtedly an expert in the lower realms. On the Scarlet Sun Peak of the Great Desolate Immortal Sect, Barrett leisurely brewed tea in the tea room. He had lived this peaceful life for an entire year. Instead of boredom, he found it extremely comfortable. Pouring a cup of Tao Enlightenment tea, he sipped it and sighed. This is life. Pa. Suddenly, the tea room door burst open with a loud crash, causing the whole room to shake. Looking at the pale, slender boy standing before him, Barrett suppressed his anger, put down his teacup, and asked sternly, Nelson, didn't I teach you to knock before entering? Indeed, the slender youth was Nelson, who had grown from a young boy to a handsome adolescent in just 1 year. Ignoring Barrett's displeasure, Nelson grinned and explained, Master, the sect leader needs you. He asked me to summon you. He's waiting for you in the Grand Hall. Needs me? For what? Barrett was puzzled since Elliot usually came directly to Scarlet Sun Peak. Reluctantly, Barrett placed down his teacup and stood up. Watch the tea for me. If any leaves are missing when I return, you'll have something coming. With that, Barrett vanished in a flash, heading toward the Grand Hall. Once Barrett was out of sight, Nelson ran into the tea room without any qualms. Picking up the teacup, he drank all the remaining Tao Enlightenment tea. Satisfied, Nelson wiped his mouth and walked out of the tea room. Barrett pushed open the door of the sect's Grand Hall and saw Elliot inside, holding a golden scroll and lost in thought. Approaching him curiously, Barrett asked, What's wrong, Rodney? Got something troubling you? Elliot glanced at Barrett and tossed him the scroll. Take a look yourself. Shrugging, Barrett began to read. Chapter 66, The Great Interworld Competition. The 8 Wastelands will hold the Great Interworld Sect Competition, expecting the strongest sect in Central State, the Great Vast Immortal Sect, to participate. Barrett mumbled while looking at the scroll. After reading it, he laughed and said, Sure thing. Our sect is now known as the strongest in Central State. Seeing Barrett's casual demeanor, Elliot helplessly shook his head and scolded with a sigh. Can you be serious for once? This is the Great Interworld Sect Competition where the strongest sects from all neighboring worlds around us will participate, not just Central State. We may be powerful here, but in the context of the entire multiverse, we might be nothing. Barrett shrugged indifferently. So what? We could just not participate, right? You brat. Elliot jumped up in anger and hit Barrett on the head. Barrett immediately dodged and complained. Hey, Rodney, do you have to get so mad? Aren't you worried about our strength? If we don't participate, we won't have to worry, right? Anyone can figure that out. But do you know how rich the rewards are if we win? Just putting aside other matters, the reward for first place is to fuse part of the fate of the strongest sects from each world into the winning sect. Think about it. The fate of all these top sects across the multiverse combined within one sect would make that sect incredibly powerful. Barrett sat down in a chair nearby and asked, So, Rodney, how exactly are we going to participate? What's in it for us if we join? Elliot sighed and explained, Since Central State is located at the center of the multiverse, this competition will take place here. The invitation we have allows us entry directly. Now I'm thinking about who should go. Barrett became curious and asked, Can't the whole sect go together? Elliot rolled his eyes and explained impatiently, If all sects sent everyone, how long would the competition last? It might not even end in 100 years. I've been informed that besides the sect leader, only 2 peak leaders and 4 disciples can be brought. Don't even try to argue. You're the strongest in the great vast immortal sect, so you'll definitely be coming with me. Now, I'm thinking about who else should be the second peak leader. As he spoke, Elliot sat beside Barrett. Barrett didn't hesitate and said, Who else could it be? Send Old Wong. The Old Wong Barrett mentioned was none other than Peak Master Grimes from Sword Peak. Elliot sighed. I also thought of sending Grimes initially, but with his arm severed, his power has diminished significantly. I'm afraid. Before Elliot finished, Barrett interrupted. Sect leader, please stop being picky. Apart from you and me, there's no one else strong in the sect. Even though Old Wong lost an arm, he's still a Dao Insight cultivator. Who else can you rely on besides him? Elliot hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Alright, let's send Old Wong. As for the 4 disciples, I'll give you 3 spots. Take Brianna and the others. Barrett couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Haha, you really take good care of our Crimson Sun Peak, Rodney. It's because able hands must work harder. With only a year past since the revival of the sect, everything is still being rebuilt. For now, your Crimson Sun Peak will have to shoulder the responsibility. Barrett naturally had no objections, as Alora and the others were now strong enough. Participating wouldn't lead to any unfortunate incidents. He continued to ask, So, who do you plan to give the remaining slot to? Elliot was equally troubled. Although the sect wasn't lacking in resources, it takes time for prodigies to grow. With just 1 year past, even the strongest prodigies wouldn't easily reach the golden core stage, except for Barrett's disciples. After a while, Elliot rubbed his face and said, I'm still deciding. The competition begins in half a month, but we need to travel, so we'll leave in 3 days. Tell Brianna and the others when you return, and call William back. Helping the poor is one thing, but doing it at the bloodthirsty demon sect's territory is quite inappropriate. Barrett smiled awkwardly. William was so dedicated to good deeds that he ventured to the border to help impoverish civilians. Got it. I'll bring him back soon. Finishing, Barrett left the main hall, while Elliot continued to contemplate who should fill the last spot. Upon returning to Crimson Sun Peak, Barrett felt an intense heat permeating the air but couldn't pinpoint its source. At that moment, Nelson emerged from the training ground, clearly unable to bear the heat and decided to stop practicing. Barrett asked immediately, Jimmy Lou, where's your senior sister? Nelson took off his shirt to cool down and explained while fanning himself, Don't mention it. she's surely inside her cave, cultivating the furious celestial fire art. Every time she practices it, our peak feels like Flame Mountain. Barrett chuckled and shook his head. Can't help it. Her cultivation has grown stronger. Even with suppression, the fire attribute aura in her body cannot be completely contained. Alright, go fetch William from the border. I need to speak with your senior sister. Nelson pouted, mumbling under his breath. That fool spends too much time helping people at the border. Yes, teacher. I'll go get him right away. With that, Nelson flew towards the border. Barrett was confident it wouldn't take him long. Afterward, Barrett headed to Alora's cave. The closer he got to her cave, the more intense the heat grew. Even with his spiritual power resisting it, he still felt a wave of heat. Eventually, Barrett activated the furious celestial fire art, and the heat sensation gradually subsided. Standing outside Alora's cave, he began shouting, Brianna, Brianna, come out, I need to speak with you. As he spoke, the heat slowly dissipated. Chapter 67. Nell. After a while, the heat dissipated, and Barrett immediately felt a wave of coolness. At this moment, the gate to Alora's cave residence slowly opened, and a figure in red swept out. Alora slowly walked out, then curiously asked Barrett, What is it, master? I was cultivating. Barrett wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and said with a touch of helplessness, I say, Brianna, you should suppress your heavenly fury flame art a bit when you practice. Our Crimson Sun peak almost turned into an oven. Hearing Barrett's mild complaint, a blush of embarrassment crept up on Alora's face. She explained softly, I did try to suppress it, but this cultivation technique is just too difficult to control. Even if I do my best, it still emanates intense heat. Barrett shook his head helplessly, and Alora asked curiously, By the way, master, what did you call me for? Without wasting any time, Barrett told Alora about his conversation with Elliot. After listening, Alora replied excitedly, Sure, master. Participating in such a grand competition and facing the top geniuses from all realms would be beneficial. It can increase experience. Barrett nodded in agreement. After all, not everyone had the chance to participate in such events. To see the peak geniuses and sects of all realms was also broadening one's horizons. In 3 days, we will head straight for the competition area. These 3 days, don't cultivate. Sort yourself out properly. In fact, with 3 more days left, there was no harm in letting Alora continue cultivating since they still had nearly half a month of travel time ahead. But Barrett said this because when Alora cultivated, the entire Crimson Sun peak became a sauna room. He didn't want to drink enlightenment tea only to have it evaporate before it even reached his mouth. Alora thought about it, then finally nodded and agreed. Soon, 3 days passed, and Barrett and Alora stood on Crimson Sun peak, waiting for Nelson and William to return. Seeing that they were not back yet, Barrett frowned in confusion, muttering, What are these two up to? They'll miss it if they don't come back soon. At this moment, 2 streaks of light flashed and heavily landed on Crimson Sun peak. Boom! Feeling the tremor of Crimson Sun peak, Barrett's face darkened. When the dust settled, the bedraggled figures of Nelson and William appeared. Barrett chided them. Why must you learn the bad habits of our sect lord? Are you asking for a beating? Nelson spat out a mouthful of dirt, then scolded William. This guy insisted on rescuing a batch of mortals from the Bloodlust demon sect. It turned out to be dangerous. At that time, several golden core cultivators were surrounding him. If I had arrived any later, this fellow would have died. Luckily I ran fast. Otherwise, if those Bloodlust demon sect members caught up, we'd both be in trouble. William scratched his head sheepishly and explained, I thought of the hundreds, or even thousands of lives. I couldn't just ignore them. Nelson sneered. Didn't you think they might have tricked you? This could have been a trap. It would be better if they had lied. That means fewer mortals were kidnapped, and I'd be content. William chuckled, looking like a good-natured fool. Barrett twitched the corners of his mouth. Although he had observed William for a whole year, seeing his demeanor now, Barrett still found it hard to believe. After all, a year ago, William was a great demon. His eyes used to be full of cunning and malice. Now, apart from kindness and innocence, there was nothing else. Listening to William's overly sincere words, Nelson didn't know what to say, shaking his head helplessly. Seeing their return, Barrett immediately informed Nelson and William about the inter-realm tournament. Nelson grinned after hearing it. Great! I've been cultivating for a year, and was thinking I had nowhere to show off. Just right, present the strongest sect in Central State. We must uphold its image. If we fly there on swords directly, it would be too shabby. At least the appearance must be proper. Barrett chuckled and then asked curiously. Right, there's one disciple spot left. Who did you give it to? Elliot chuckled. Turn around and see for yourself. Barrett turned and saw a pretty-faced girl standing behind him, clearly agitated. Her sudden appearance startled Barrett back a few steps, and she exclaimed excitedly, Greetings, Leader Lin. I'm Caitlin, 16 years old, Peak Foundation Establishment Cultivation Stage. I've admired you for a long time. Barrett twitched his mouth and smiled awkwardly. No need to be so excited. Note, the names used here are pinyin equivalents of the Chinese characters provided in the original text. Chapter 68. Arrival at the Grand Competition Venue. Grimes chuckled and then explained to Barrett, My disciple has admired you for a long time. She joined the Great Desolate Immortal Sect precisely because of her admiration for you. But then it turned out you were no longer accepting disciples. So, this girl had no choice but to join my sword peak, Grimes continued. Caitlin stuck out her tongue, feeling slightly embarrassed. Oh master, our sword peak is great too, she added. Barrett suddenly remembered. Indeed, during last year's grand competition, there was a young girl who wished to become his disciple. The girl had impressive talent, almost qualifying as a prodigy, but unfortunately, she did not have the potential to become an emperor. Barrett naturally did not choose her. It never occurred to him that this very girl would become Caitlin, the top disciple of Sword Peak. The spirit boat sailed for over 10 days, crossing more than half of Central State. During this period, Barrett and his group encountered various spirit boats from different worlds, some large enough to cover a third of Central State. This made Barrett marvel at how extravagant and wealthy these sects must be, since just activating such enormous boats required an astronomical amount of spirit stones, likely enough to purchase an entire boat. Soon, they arrived at the grand competition venue. Numerous massive spirit boats were already docked outside, densely packed in a way that left Barrett awestruck. My goodness, how formidable must those sects owning these spirit boats be? Grimes exclaimed in amazement, while Elliot simply curled his lip. Our great desolate immortal sect isn't any worse than them. No need to belittle ourselves, Elliot retorted. Both Alora and William were shocked. Having spent their past and present lives within Central State, they had never ventured beyond this world. Now seeing sects from other realms was asked politely, excuse me, which world and sect do each of you belong to? Elliot cleared his throat and replied formally, Central State, great desolate immortal sect. Hearing about Central State, the youth's eyes lit up. Oh, so the 7 of you are native cultivators of Central State. Please forgive my lack of respect earlier. Introducing himself, the youth said, I am Xuanhuan, a disciple of the 10,000 Worlds Pavilion, responsible for organizing this competition. Since you hail from the great desolate immortal sect, please follow me. I'll guide you to your seats. Elliot nodded, and the group followed Xuanhuan. Along the way, Grimes curiously observed the surroundings and remarked in surprise, strange, it seems only we have guides. Elliot proudly stroked his white beard and declared, of course, we are after all the local sect of Central State. Receiving preferential treatment is quite normal. They soon entered the venue where a massive floating platform stood at the center, surrounded by fluctuating rocks. Seats were arranged in concentric circles around the platform, each with distinct colors and appearances. Xuanhuan led the group to a central seat. Turning around, he introduced, your seating arrangements follow the distribution order of the worlds. Since Central State is at the heart of all realms, your positions are also in the center. If you find the location unsuitable or prefer another, let me know anytime, and I can make changes. Elliot shook his head, preferring the prominent central position. No need. This spot is fine. We'll stay here. Xuanhuan nodded and flew off to another area. Elliot took the main seat, with the others sitting beside him. The seating arrangement was well thought out, neither cramped nor overly spacious. Looking towards the slightly lower platform in front, Elliot marveled. This view is excellent. Perfect spot. Grimes noticed hostile gazes from others and scratched his head. Headmaster, this spot is great, but it seems to invite envy. Envy? Elliot glanced around, noticing cold stares from nearly every seat occupied by people from other worlds. His expression turned awkward. Seriously? Just sitting in the middle invites envy? Quite common. After all, being at the center makes us stand out. Everyone else considers their sects the best in their original worlds, so naturally, they feel envious, Barrett remarked calmly. Elliot's face darkened as he turned to Barrett. Barrett, what should we do? You think? I suggest we move to a peripheral seat. That could be nice too, Barrett joked. Brat. Smack. Elliot slapped Barrett on the head. Characters would die just by taking one glance. Nelson grumbled under his breath, unhappy. Barrett naturally overheard him and quietly reminded him, you'd better watch your mouth. If they hear you, I can't protect you. Upon hearing this, Nelson's look of disdain immediately turned compliant, no longer speaking arrogantly. He was strong back then, but those days were gone. Nowadays, with just a golden core realm, he didn't dare speak rashly about an Emperor realm powerhouse. The dignified man landed on the arena and spoke. I am Foster, deputy head of the Myriad Realms Pavilion. Welcome to the Myriad Realms Pavilion's Young Talents Contest. Next, I will explain the rules. Please listen carefully. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. After a pause, Foster loudly declared, the upcoming competition between geniuses will use an arena system, one-on-one combat, where the winner gains 1 point. Those who accumulate 20 points may apply to become an arena lord. The arena lord can freely choose opponents to challenge, while also not refusing challenges from others. If an arena lord defeats an opponent, they gain 2 points. If defeated, all points go back to the challenger. Each participant has 3 chances. Surrendering, forfeiting, or being defeated all count as losing a chance. The competition ends within today. The person with the highest score by then wins the day's arena contest and tossed it into the air. It unfurled rapidly, expanding from a small piece to cover the entire arena. Everyone watched curiously as Foster loudly explained. Soon, 2 beams of light will appear on this black cloth. Whoever is illuminated by the beams must step forward. Not stepping forward will be considered a forfeiture. Everyone nodded in agreement. After finishing the explanation, Foster left the arena. As Foster departed, Nelson remarked smugly, I wonder who'll be the first to step up. At that moment, 2 beams began sweeping across the crowd. Seeing this, Barrett couldn't help but think of laser lights from his previous life, almost unable to hold back laughter. Fortunately, the beams stopped after a moment, locking onto 2 cultivators. Everyone's attention followed suit, including Barrett. Kangman versus Undead Sect. Elliot muttered upon seeing the affiliations of the 2 geniuses. Barrett directly probed their cultivation levels. He found that the male cultivator from Kangman in deep blue robes was at peak golden core, a decent strength. Turning his gaze to the female cultivator from the Undead Sect, he was startled to find he couldn't discern her cultivation level. What's going on? Why can't I determine her cultivation? If he couldn't gauge a sect master or elder's level, it would be understandable. But for a mere genius, Barrett doubted translation error or leftover Chinese character. Necromancer sect is more appropriate and natural in English. Barrett smiled. Although Nelson was only at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm now, his mastery of the heaven-piercing sword technique was extraordinary. Dealing with these people would be more than enough for him. Beside him, Alora laughed. Really? If you become the arena master, why not designate me as your opponent? This statement made Nelson's lips twitch. Though he had once been an upper realm sword immortal, he was now only at the golden core stage. Fighting Allura, who was at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, was simply courting death. Senior sister, we're not sure if it will even be my turn to fight yet. Nelson waved his hand and quickly declined. Barrett chuckled and waved his hand. Alright, let's watch the match. The confrontation had already begun. The disciple from Blue Gate bowed respectfully. Blue Gate, Eric. Spiritzong Sarai, big brother, please go easy on me. Sarai giggled. Her laughter had an enchanting quality that left Eric feeling disoriented. The match has already started. Why are they not moving at all? William looked puzzled. Allura, however, spoke up. No, they've already started. Has it started? William was even more puzzled, but he hadn't seen anything happen. The Blue Gate disciple lost. Nelson said calmly, as if he had anticipated the result. At that moment, Eric suddenly came back to his senses, his face deathly pale. A mouthful of blood spewed out of Eric's mouth. He half knelt on the ground, breathing heavily, his surrounding spiritual energy extremely weak. This match goes to Spirit Sect. The original text states Zhujan, Wangling Zhongseng, which means this match goes to Spirit Sect, or this match is won by Spirit Sect. I've made a small adjustment to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining accuracy. Foster's voice echoed from somewhere, announcing the match's result. At that moment, everyone around began to discuss, clearly surprised that the match had ended so quickly. So, this is what a soul cultivator does, Barrett murmured to himself. This unique method was something he had never seen before. Although it seemed like nothing happened, the Blue Gate cultivator had already fallen into a meticulously set illusion. Moreover, this illusion appeared to be able to damage the soul. It looked like insufficient mental strength made one vulnerable to the tricks of soul cultivators. Note, Spiritzong seems to be a placeholder or mistranslation in the user's input, and based on context from the original text, it should be soul cultivators. Just then, a pillar of light approached, enveloping Nelson instantly. Seeing this, Allura's face showed a faint smile. Little Lou, don't disgrace our great wasteland immortal sect. Don't worry, I'll finish the battle with a single sword strike. Nelson's face bore a confident smile. In the next moment, Nelson was already standing on the platform. The people around watched Nelson step onto the platform, sighing deeply in their hearts. The great wasteland immortal sect must be suffering greatly to send a disciple only at the initial golden core stage. Indeed, even a peak golden core prodigy was killed instantly. He'll likely meet the same fate. Everyone was talking, clearly not optimistic about Nelson. Great wasteland immortal sect, Red Sun Peak, Nelson. Nelson bowed in respect. Arikian covered her mouth and giggled softly. Little brother, you look so handsome. It would be even better if you could be my Dao companion. Nelson remained unperturbed, just standing there silently. However, Arikian's expression turned grim. She couldn't infiltrate Nelson's consciousness. Those who could counteract such methods either had extremely high mental power or were of exceptionally high cultivation. But this person was not much older than herself. How could he resist her infiltration? Little brother, can you go easy on me when you attack? Arikian, unconvinced, probed again. She infused her soul power into her words, ready to invade the other party at the slightest misstep. Nelson's face showed a faint smile. If you surrender now, trying to show off. Nelson sneered at the entrance style. The white-robed cultivator folded his arms, his gaze coldly focused on Nelson. I am Dunk of the Heaven Sea Sect. Your cultivation level is too low. You might as well admit defeat. Finished speaking, Dunk waved his hand, causing his sword to hum and unleash powerful sword chi across the platform. Facing such a sharp sword chi, Nelson chuckled. Mid-stage golden core, nothing to fear. You miss your chance, then don't blame me. Dunk snorted and spoke to Nelson. Master, do you think second elder brother will win? William turned to Barrett and asked. Barrett smiled. If it were any other contest, your elder brother might have a tough time winning. But regarding swords, your second elder brother has never lost. This hit squarely into someone's specialized area. Even with higher cultivation, it made no difference. While they chatted, Nelson had already moved. His sword left its scabbard, releasing a massive sword intent that instantly suppressed Dunk's crystal clear sword heart. Dunk's eyes widened. This was the realm sword cultivators dreamt of reaching. To think Nelson had already reached it. Surprised? I haven't even attacked yet. I will use one sword move. If you can withstand this, I will concede. Nelson held his sword chi surging, his gaze disdainful, like a sword immortal come to life. Arrogant, I want to see what skills you possess. Dunk snorted and charged forward with his sword. Nelson took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, sword chi coalesced around him, his sword humming. When he opened his eyes, a terrifying aura burst forth. With a gentle swing of his sword, the entire space seemed to freeze. Despite being a simple sword swing, Dunk felt immense danger approaching. Hashtag chapter 71. Dominating the arena. Damn it. Dunk cursed inwardly, switching from an aggressive offense to defense in an instant. In just a moment, he had already mobilized all his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around himself. Boom. A fierce explosion resounded, and a sudden gale swept across the arena. To be precise, it wasn't wind but sword chi that raged around. At this moment, Dunk was like a turtle in a jar, with no way to dodge. As for Nelson, he still stood in place, unmoving. Just as he had said, one strike was enough. He wouldn't make another move after that. However, just that single strike had forced Dunk to use every ounce of his skill. His robe was shredded by sword chi, and countless cuts spread across his body. The sharp pain made his breathing labored. I surrender. Dunk knew very well that he couldn't block such a powerful attack. If he didn't surrender, his injuries would only worsen. Even though there were protective restrictions on the platform that activated in life-threatening situations, these sword chi were so intricate that they could seep into any gap, likely causing severe torture before triggering protection. It was better to choose surrender. As soon as Dunk shouted surrender, a dazzling light shone out, The menacing sword chi that had filled the arena vanished instantly, as if nothing had happened. Even Dunk's injuries seemed to have healed. The winner of this match is Dahan Immortal Sect. This announcement reverberated like thunder, stirring the previously quiet audience into an uproar. Are you telling me that's an early Golden Core disciple? Just one strike, and it's terrifying like this. How can Dahan Immortal Sect have such a monstrous disciple? The prodigies from various sects started discussing heatedly. Those who had initially doubted Nelson were now thoroughly embarrassed. Nelson was indeed a monster, but what they didn't know was that Barrett, who cultivated Nelson, was a monster among monsters. I never thought his sword techniques could be so powerful. Alora's beautiful eyes showed astonishment. Her impression of Nelson was still that of someone she used to bully. If they were at the same level and clashed with swords, she estimated she would lose badly. It seems Nelson has been hiding quite a lot, Barrett mused, stroking his chin with a meaningful smile. He had the system, so he knew exactly how much Nelson had hidden. That single strike had used no more than 30% of his power. Next, a series of flashes illuminated as the prodigies from various sects took turns challenging Nelson, all of whom were defeated by a single strike, grudgingly choosing to concede. 20 victories. Nelson had now achieved 20 consecutive wins on the arena. Dahan Immortal Sect's Nelson, will you become the arena champion? Foster asked. Nelson grinned. Why refuse when I can earn double points? I'll take the position. Instantly, several highly skilled prodigies became eager to challenge him. So, do you want to choose your opponent, or accept challenges? Foster inquired. Nelson glanced around at everyone present and then said, I'll choose my opponent. Please select your opponent, Foster prompted. Nelson looked towards Alora, who was sitting next to Barrett. Senior sister, are you willing to come down and spar with me? Immediately, everyone's attention turned to Alora beside Barrett. To outsiders, Barrett was just a lowly third-stage chi practitioner, probably brought along for training. But Alora was different. Her aura clearly indicated that she was at the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul cultivator was an elder within any sect. Yet this prodigy called her senior sister, meaning she was also from Dahan Immortal Sect. I thought Nelson was already a monster, but now there's a senior sister who's even more monstrous. Yeah, if she steps onto the arena, we probably won't stand a chance. Although most here were prodigies in their respective sects, they were human. Facing a formidable opponent, none would willingly seek death. Though they wouldn't die on the arena, giving up points was just as bad. Redleaf, why don't you spar with your junior brother to hone your skills? Barrett asked leisurely from the side. Alora snorted lightly. Looks like he just wants to get beaten up. With that, she quickly flew forward and landed on the arena within moments. I accept. I surrender. Nelson immediately declared without delay, leaving everyone dumbfounded, including Alora. What do you mean? Nothing special. I know that at my current cultivation, I can at most bully those at the Golden Core stage. While I can match nascent soul cultivators, my chances of winning are slim. Senior sister, by calling you to the arena, I hope you can hold this position. After all, you wouldn't want our Dahan Immortal Sect to be at the bottom when our master sees, right? Though Nelson spoke more this time, Alora understood his intentions. Since he couldn't handle challengers, he wanted her to step in. This kid is otherwise, it would be impossible for the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect to have only this many points. By the time Alora came down from the stage, her face was green with anger. She had thought there would be some thrilling battles for her to train in, but unexpectedly, these people were all cowards, none of them daring to step up. Really P** set me off, Alora said discontentedly as she returned to Barrett's side. Barrett hadn't expected the arena battle to end like this either. Elliot chuckled. These people are smarter than I thought. What do you mean? Everyone turned to Elliot, asking in unison. Elliot replied, do you think that by merely having 20 points, we Great Wasteland Immortal Sect could maintain our first place position? They're preparing for tomorrow's competition, Barrett quickly realized. Elliot nodded. That's correct. The outside world is truly treacherous. Suddenly, I want to return to Scarlet Sun Peak, Barrett sighed, reminiscing about his life on Scarlet Sun Peak. He missed watering flowers and drinking tea every day. Such a peaceful life was better than this. Elliot agreed. I miss the enlightenment tea from Scarlet Sun Peak. Everyone else looked at the two with exasperated expressions. In terms of deviousness, probably no one could compare to them. The Supreme Sword Sect had been tricked into losing nearly all its resources by them back then. The next day, everyone gathered again at the arena. After a night of rest, everyone was spirited. Isn't this just another arena battle? Barrett remarked sarcastically, looking at the unchanged surroundings. If so, their Great Wasteland Immortal Sect would dominate the arena indefinitely. Just as he spoke, Foster appeared on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe yesterday's arena wasn't exciting enough for you. So today's trial will be a secret realm hunt. Foster waved his hand, releasing a terrifying force on the stage. This power was extremely formidable, causing space to crack. This is the power of an emperor, Elliot exclaimed. Emperors were incredibly rare, leaving behind only legends. Now they saw a living emperor not only but also witnessed his power. How could they not be amazed? Others from different sects stared intently at the arena. Every move of an emperor contained terrifying power. They could learn something from that single gesture. Space slowly opened, forming an entrance to a secret realm. This is the trial secret realm. Each major sect will select one elder and 3 disciples to enter. The rules are simple. There are no rules. You need only endure until the end of the time limit, gaining points based on the beast you kill. Of course, if you don't want to kill beasts, you can also snatch points from others since there are no rules. You needn't worry about death. The protective wards in the secret realm far exceed those here. To prevent powerful individuals from collapsing the realm, anyone entering who has achieved anything above the early Golden Core phase will have their cultivation suppressed to the early Golden Core level. Once Foster finished explaining, he stepped back. Now, enter the secret realm. At his words, there was silence around. Barrett was about to send Grimes and the others into the secret realm. However, he found everyone in the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect looking at him. Barrett, This secret realm trial should belong to Scarlet Sun Peak, Elliot chuckled. Barrett's lips twitched. There's still Elder Wong. What does a mere third-stage chi practitioner like me have to do in there? Seek death? Yes, you're third-stage chi practitioner, but that doesn't stop you from taking your disciples to gain points. Elliot waved his hand. He was tired of hearing this excuse. Third-stage chi practitioner, sure. Master, we are ready. Allura and the others were eager, clearly intending to show their might. Barrett sighed. He couldn't persuade them. Fine, let's see what this secret realm holds. He led his 3 disciples toward the stage. Upon seeing Barrett, Foster's face showed surprise. Third-stage chi practitioner? So low in cultivation and yet able to participate in the All-Worlds Grand Contest? Barrett, the head of Scarlet Sun Peak of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect? Interesting. Checking their identity tokens, Foster was puzzled. A peak leader being this low in cultivation must be hiding it somehow. This method surprised even Foster since he couldn't detect Barrett's true cultivation. Meanwhile, Barrett and company entered the secret realm. It was vast, almost a miniature world. Unexpectedly, once inside, Barrett couldn't see Allura or the others. It seems we're forcibly dispersed upon entry, Barrett murmured to himself. Checking his own strength confirmed Foster's words. His cultivation was suppressed to the early golden core phase. True to the Emperor's power, Barrett muttered as he headed toward the mountains ahead. Despite the reduced cultivation, his skills hadn't diminished. No one in the same realm could defeat him. However, Barrett didn't choose to hunt beasts. Upon reaching the mountain summit, he began constructing a dwelling. He knew well that he was merely here for formality. With Allura's group's prowess, winning was assured. Of course, if they failed, he'd intervene. Outside, watching Barrett build a house, Elliot and others exchanged glances, baffled by his actions. Does this kid still want to slack off in the secret realm? Elliot laughed bitterly. Grimes interjected. Given his disciples' extraordinary abilities, imagine what this realm would be like if Barrett joined in. Elliot paused. If Barrett and his 3 disciples cooperated, this secret realm would be turned upside down. But isn't this excessive? What will other sects say about us? Elliot watched the projection as Barrett had already built his house and was lounging in a chair. This translation captures the essence of the original Chinese text, preserving the characters' names in pinyin, maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring natural English fluency, and adhering to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original. Chapter 73 Killing beast monsters isn't as fast as robbing. Inside the mystical realm, Barrett lounged contentedly on a chair, resting. As long as nobody disturbed him, he was content. At the same time, Allura looked at the unfamiliar scene before her, and a serious expression appeared on her face. Right in front of her was a beast monster staring intently at her. It was a demonic tiger, but its entire body was enveloped by pitch-black scales, surrounded by black flames. Black flame devil tiger. I didn't expect such a beast to exist within this mystical realm, Allura murmured to herself. The black flame devil tiger was extremely valuable. Its flesh, sinews, and bones could be used for medicine while its skin could be crafted into defensive magical artifacts. If she managed to kill it, wouldn't she be able to obtain a lot of materials? However, what surprised Allura was that the black flame devil tiger kept staring at her without initiating an attack, as if it was wary of something. Upon close inspection, she realized that it had several wounds on its body, likely inflicted by other cultivators. But Allura did not give up. She seized the opportunity, and a ball of crimson flame appeared in her palm. In an instant, her figure flashed, appearing before the black flame devil tiger, striking it with great force. Boom! Flames instantly erupted, but they did not spread out. Instead, they tightly enveloped the black flame devil tiger. Roar! The black flame devil tiger felt pain all over its body, wanting to retaliate, but found itself immobilized. In just a moment, the initial stage golden core realm black flame devil tiger was lying on the ground. Just as Allura was about to dissect the black flame devil tiger, its corpse transformed into a streak of light and entered the spot between her eyebrows. Perceiving the information from the streak of light, Allura's delicate face showed a look of helplessness. Seems like it's useless. Allura sighed. After killing a beast monster, its body would turn into light points that entered the killer's body. When leaving, the mystic realm would calculate the scores based on the accumulated light points. That meant there was no way for her to obtain any materials from these beast monsters. She turned to leave but was stopped when several cultivators appeared before her. There were 3 of them, dressed differently, but all their eyes were fixed on Allura. Fellow Taoist, seeing your formidable strength, how about cooperating with us? A black-clothed cultivator extended an invitation to Allura. Allura glanced at the 3 of them. How do I know if you're capable of cooperating with me? They exchanged glances, then laughed and said, Fellow Taoist, we are late-stage golden core realm cultivators outside. Though our cultivation is suppressed here, we've just killed dozens of late-stage foundation establishment realm beasts together. By getting Allura involved, they could gain a steady amount of points. And what if I refuse? Allura asked calmly, as though these matters were unrelated to her. As soon as she finished speaking, the black-clothed cultivator summoned a long staff with a wave of his right hand. The other 2 cultivators also summoned their weapons. If you're unwilling to join, then it's unfortunate. We can only ask you to leave this mystical realm. The tone of the black-clothed cultivator gradually became cold as he spoke to Allura. The corners of Allura's mouth slowly curled up. Indeed, that's the case. So, fellow Taoist, what's your decision? The black-clothed cultivator asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clothed cultivator sensed something amiss. An ominous feeling emerged. Boom! 3 pillars of fire shot up, directly sending the 3 cultivators out of the mystical realm. 15 points, didn't expect them to be so wealthy. Allura felt the influx of light points entering her forehead, somewhat surprised. When she killed that early-stage golden core realm beast earlier, she barely got 5 points. It seemed that mindlessly killing beast monsters wasn't a wise choice. Her eyes flickered, and she thought of a brilliant idea. Let others kill the beast monsters, and she would reap the benefits. With this in mind, Allura quickly left the place. On the other side, dozens of cultivators fled constantly, fear evident in their eyes. A shadow swiftly chased after them from behind. Don't come near, don't come near. A slow-running black-robed cultivator shouted loudly, turning into light points and disappearing in the next second. The one chasing them wasn't a fierce beast, but a cultivator. He wore a long robe, held a long sword, and was surrounded by sword energy. He was Nelson, a disciple of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Fellow Taoist, we have no points anyway, so even if you chase us, it's futile. Nelson was about to catch up to a cultivator who pleaded for mercy, hoping he'd let him off. However, in the next second, the cultivator saw a sharp blade pierce through his heart. Hee, who told you we don't have points? You're worth some points yourselves. Nelson chuckled, having confirmed upon entering that killing cultivators also earned points. And he had also confirmed the rules. Killing a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator gave 1 point, while killing a Golden Core Realm cultivator gave 3 points. Though small gains, they were still useful. Instead of seeking powerful beast monsters, why not hunt cultivators for points? Besides, among these people might be those who had killed beasts and accumulated points. Killing beasts couldn't compete with robbing others points for speed. Nearby, William was surrounded by 2 cultivators. Junior brother Zhou, rest assured. Since you saved us, this trip into the Mystic Realm, I, Chandler, will definitely help you earn points. A sword cultivator courteously bowed, thanking William. They were also initial stage Golden Core Realm cultivators, but facing a mid-stage Golden Core Realm beast almost led to their deaths. Had William not intervened, allowing them to jointly kill the beast, they would have already been out of the Mystic Realm. William waved his hand and said, no need, after all, it's my duty. His cultivation method required doing good deeds, accumulating karma to enhance his cultivation. What's going on? Just then, sounds of commotion nearby drew their attention to a distance. Suddenly, dozens of cultivators rushed into their view at lightning speed. Damn it, protect junior brother Zhou. At that moment, Chandler and the other pulled out their swords and quickly shielded William. Just half a breath, both vanished without a trace. Third junior brother, why is it you? Came Nelson's voice from not far away. William was quite surprised. Senior brother? As he spoke, a figure appeared before them. It was indeed Nelson. Nelson nodded, secretly relieved. It's thanks to my superb talent in the way of the sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't guarantee you all could have survived that strike. Senior brother, what exactly happened just now? William asked in puzzlement. Nelson glanced at the fleeing cultivators nearby. Nothing much, just gaining points. This statement shocked both Chandler and Tuesday. Did Nelson mean that he was gaining points by killing those cultivators? Logically speaking, within the mystical realm, everyone's cultivation level doesn't exceed early-stage Golden Core. How did Nelson manage to chase down so many people alone, leaving them unable to fight back? Want to come along with me? Nelson asked William. William shook his head. No need. Because of his cultivation technique, he could only choose to hold back this senior brother of his. Nelson, of course, knew this but didn't mind. At worst, he'd find others to chase. Since that's the case, remember, if anyone I'm chasing calls out your name, I'll stop. With that, Nelson vanished from their sight. Only after Nelson left did Chandler and Tuesday relax. That was terrifying. Even with their realms suppressed to early-stage Golden Core, under the same realm, he still caused such immense pressure. Senior brother Goran, senior sister Lou, let's go hunt demonic beasts, William suggested to the duo. Chandler and the others nodded, then left with William. Over the next period, the number of cultivators inside the Mystic Realm steadily decreased. Some elders had even left the Mystic Realm. An unknown amount of time passed when 2 figures appeared in a remote location. Kill Nelson? Kill Nelson. The 2 conversed like exchanging passwords until both realized they were on the same side. Relaxing slightly. Where is he now? Asked the black-robed cultivator. The white-robed cultivator replied. In the spirit forest, chasing other cultivators. Perfect. Finally got him. Notify everyone immediately to gather in the spirit forest and kill him. The black-robed cultivator was overjoyed upon finally finding Nelson's whereabouts. The Mystic Realm opens for 1 month, yet only a week has passed, and the realm has already lost over 200 people. A third of these were killed by Nelson. Among the survivors, many were previously hunted by Nelson. Had it not been for their powerful abilities and the use of magical treasures, they would have long been slain by Nelson and forced to leave the Mystic Realm. Thus, cultivators who were chased by Nelson started forming alliances and continuously roping in recent victims of Nelson's pursuits. This alliance numbered over 50 members. Within the spirit forest, Nelson held his sword. Scanning the corpse turned into light points before him. In 1 week, he gathered a mere 100 points, which truly made him feel helpless. Why do the weak insist on coming here to die? Nelson muttered to himself, continuing to search for the next target. Just as he was searching for more beasts or cultivators, he noticed many auras rapidly approaching. None of them concealed their presence, so Nelson easily detected them. I have to admit, your courage is commendable, Nelson muttered, surprised that instead of fleeing, they were initiating an offensive. Meanwhile, Barrett lay comfortably in his chair resting. Not far off, he had even cultivated fields which, due to the rich spirit energy, grew easily. Master, I heard little Lou seems to be hunted by many. Allura sat beside Barrett and said, do you worry about him? Barrett turned to ask her, basking in the sun. Allura shook her head. I know his strength well. Those people aren't nearly enough to deal with him. So what are you thinking? Want to join the fun? Barrett laughed. Originally, Allura's goal was similar to Nelson's, but unfortunately, she met Barrett while searching for targets. At that moment, Barrett needed someone to take care of him, so he kept Allura around. Her daily routine involved hunting nearby demonic beasts and returning to meditate while serving Barrett tea. Another. The cultivators were visibly agitated. Most had previously been pursued by Nelson. As for the remaining individuals, they were elders from various sects, not out for revenge, but seeking justice for their sect members. Nelson's smile widened. Senior brothers and sisters, elders, hasn't Deputy Head Goran already stated there are no rules within the secret realm? This statement only angered them more. An elder snorted. Enough talk. Attack him together. Kill him. Just then, a sudden mournful cry rang out, causing everyone to turn back. A corpse lay before their eyes, yet they felt no disturbance, for in the secret realm, death did not signify true demise. However, Nelson noticed something amiss. I've killed many people, and they all turn into light points and get transported out within 2 breaths. Why hasn't this person been transported? These words froze the crowd. Confusion rippled through the group. What's going on? Why wasn't he transported out? He has no vital signs. The initial anger dissipated into murmurs of unease. Who? Show yourself. Nelson suddenly shouted, slashing with his sword. The blade destroyed the nearby trees, yet revealed nothing. Leave Nelson alone for now. Be wary of hidden threats, an elder yelled urgently. Everyone complied, focusing on their surroundings. Though Nelson had killed many of these cultivators, they were always transported out without truly dying. Yet now, one sect prodigy had died unexpectedly, causing alarm. Suddenly, another agonized scream pierced the air. Turning back, they saw another person dead. Nelson ignored the deceased, focused instead on the unseen threat. In the upper realm, he was like a celestial swordsman who had slain countless foes. Mere corpses held no significance. At that moment, he sensed a chilling presence behind him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. Clank! A crisp sound drew everyone's attention. Beside Nelson stood a black-robed cultivator, emitting a dense aura of darkness. Hee, interesting. How did you detect me? Asked the Edge, his voice hoarse. Nelson coldly replied, your killing intent gave you away. Fascinating. To perceive my intent at such a young age, you are indeed formidable, the man chuckled. Nelson's brows furrowed, feeling stymied for the first time in the secret realm. But he didn't lose heart. Instead, he thrust his sword directly toward the man's heart. The strike was precise, piercing the heart. Yet the attack felt insubstantial, like striking straw. I must commend you. Therefore, I will make an exception and offer you as a blood sacrifice to our Lord. The Edge laughed, the fatal wound seemingly ineffective. Desperate to escape, Nelson found himself ensnared by a black aura, unable to mobilize his spiritual energy. Damn, the guy had sealed his meridians. Support Nelson. Other cultivators quickly realized the man was not from any sect but an intruder. If not dealt with, worse troubles would follow. They surrounded and attacked the Edge. Pathetic skills. You really think you can fight me while suppressed here? The man sneered, waving his hand and sending a massive palm imprint crashing down. Boom. All supporting cultivators were thrown back. Only their robust strength and timely dodges saved them from certain death. How could this be? Early stage nascent soul. Why can you maintain such high cultivation here? The sect disciple spat blood, eyes wide with horror. An early stage nascent soul was far beyond their capabilities. Few could fight across stages. Even Nelson couldn't overcome such a disparity. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Deputy Head Goran? Another cultivator snapped. If Foster caught wind of an intruder, he'd surely obliterate this man. Hee, do you think I came unprepared? Laughing, the man showed disdain for their protests. Nelson understood. He must have methods to shield his presence within the ghostly forest. Moreover, the cultivators Nelson had pursued had mysteriously vanished, likely slain by this intruder. The overwhelming aura of an early-stage nascent soul left everyone gasping for breath. The difference in realms. He could kill us all if he wished. Hee, it's time for the ritual, the Edge laughed, raising his head to address Nelson. Nelson frowned, meeting the gaunt face. A blood cultivator? Not bad. It's rare to find someone who knows about blood cultivators. Clearly, your knowledge is extensive. The man's smile deepened. Now, you should understand what comes next. Ready for your pain? Nelson felt the dark aura infiltrating his mind. Resistance seemed futile. Was this the end? Just then, a voice boomed out. Which cultivator dares touch my disciple? Translation notes. 1. Names like Nelson are kept in pinyin format. 2. Tone and style maintained from the original Chinese text. 3. Paragraph structure preserved as much as possible. 4. Ensured natural and fluent English, avoiding grammatical errors. 5. Maintain coherence with the previous context. Chapter 76. Killing beyond his rank, effortlessly. The black-robed cultivator suddenly raised his eyes, but before he could clearly see the figure approaching, a wave of pain surged from his abdomen. Bang! The black-robed cultivator staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. Who was this person that could force back an early-stage nascent soul cultivator with just one palm strike? Master! Nelson's heart leapt with joy upon recognizing Barrett among the arrivals. Without the Mystic Realm's protection, facing such a formidable opponent would mean certain death. They must escape, perhaps drawing attention from outsiders, once they reach the edge of the ghostly forest. Ha! Did I give you permission to leave? The black-robed cultivator wiped the blood from his lips, glaring malevolently at Barrett. Seeing no serious damage on Barrett, everyone furrowed their brows. Indeed, with only early-stage golden core cultivation, it was nearly impossible to harm him significantly. Just an early-stage nascent soul, what's there to fear? Barrett walked forward unhurriedly, without any trace of fear. Though Nelson and Alora initially wanted to stop him, they eventually chose to trust Barrett after seeing his confident demeanor. Merely third-level breath condensation? The black-robed cultivator finally realized that the cultivator who injured him was just a third-level breath condensation practitioner. That's right, third-level breath condensation. What's wrong with that? Nelson stood before the black-robed cultivator and struck another blow. Caught off guard, the black-robed cultivator was hurled backward. This development left everyone stunned. They had thought Nelson was strong, but never imagined their master was a monster among monsters. Battling above his rank, which was already extremely challenging, Barrett managed to send the opponent flying with his current strength. Barrett looked oddly at the flying black-robed cultivator. Just this? He didn't think much of it. His opponent hadn't even hit the ground before collapsing. Very good. I didn't expect you to retain your cultivation within the mystic realm. The black-robed cultivator spat blood, a chilling smile on his face. I never said I could retain my cultivation here. Mine is also suppressed, Barrett replied calmly. The black-robed cultivator's eyes widened, but soon concluded Barrett was lying. Don't try to deceive me. None of you will escape today, he said madly, biting his finger to draw strange symbols on his face. In an instant, countless crimson blood auras surged toward the black-robed cultivator. His features twisted, yet his aura escalated dramatically. Mid-stage nascent soul, late-stage nascent soul, peak late stage. His aura stabilized at peak nascent soul. That terrifying presence almost immobilized everyone. Nelson, give me your sword, Barrett, unfazed, wanted to test if he could slay the opponent with his current strength. Master, use the Scarlet Sun immortal sword for an advantage. Allura approached, handing over her accessories. Barrett waved her off. If I use the Scarlet Sun immortal sword, I'd likely shatter this entire mystic realm. He wasn't joking. Using such a high-grade sword with his overpowering technique would not only cut through the mystic realm but might kill everyone inside as well. Allura understood Barrett wasn't kidding and retrieved the Scarlet Sun immortal sword. Nelson handed his longsword to Barrett. Master, please use this. Though it was a Great Wasteland Immortal Sect disciple's longsword, it was sufficient. Barrett watched the blood-covered black-robed cultivator, taking up the sword and advancing slowly. Foolish child, I'll kill you first. The black-robed cultivator charged angrily at Barrett. Barrett remained unperturbed. Brianna, Nelson, watch closely. This strike will change your perception. Suddenly, Barrett's aura vanished, and the fierce wind caused by blood aura stopped abruptly. No sound, just an extremely slow motion rush towards Barrett. Barrett slashed the sword fiercely. Boom. The ground trembled, and the space around began to collapse. Neither Allura nor Nelson noticed the changes, instead staring intently at the sword strike. The sword's path was clear, slicing through space. The black-robed cultivator's head separated from his body before he could react. His face bore an expression of shock, his body continuing its slow movement, unaware of his demise. Crash. Barrett's sword shattered into pieces, unable to withstand such a powerful move. Everyone was shocked. This guy was truly a monster, having slain a peak nascent soul blood cultivator effortlessly. Even outside the mystic realm, at full strength, they doubted they could counter such a move. Chapter 77. The Promise of an Empyrean Realm Powerhouse. Barrett looked at the shattered fragments of the sword blade in his hand and sighed with a hint of helplessness. As expected, it wasn't durable enough. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? Yes. Without any hesitation, Barrett chose to claim the reward immediately. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Taishan Zushin Array Formation inscription and Immortal Grade Qingyun sword. With a gesture from his right hand, a long sword appeared before him. It measured 3 feet and 3 inches, with its hilt wrapped by ancient green vines, emitting a perilous aura. Allura stared at the long sword, stunned into silence. Although it looked simple, she could sense that this sword was far from ordinary. She even felt that this Qingyun sword might be just as formidable as her own Qiyang immortal sword. Nelson, I destroyed your sword earlier. Consider this Qingyun sword as compensation from your master, Barrett said as he handed over the Qingyun sword. Nelson was extremely moved. When Barrett had produced the Qingyun sword, Nelson had sensed an endless wave of sword intent emanating from it. If he could master and comprehend this sword intent, his sword path would undoubtedly advance significantly, perhaps even surpassing his former self. The more Nelson thought about it, the more excited he became. He then knelt down and took the Qingyun sword with both hands. Thank you, master, for granting me this sword. All right, since the crisis has been resolved, continue with what you were doing, Barrett said calmly as he found a spot to sit down. Despite Barrett's casual tone, no one dared to provoke Nelson. A joke it would be if they did. This powerhouse had killed an apex nascent soul blood cultivator as easily as squashing a chicken. I suddenly remembered I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. My junior sister is about to break through. I need to protect her during the process. My senior brother needs to guard me later, so I'm leaving now. One after another, these people came up with various reasons to quickly leave the scene. Nelson felt a bit disappointed. With so many people around, it would have been a good opportunity to test out his new sword. What are you looking at? I just came over because of curiosity. Whatever you want to do is your business. Barrett waved them off upon noticing both Allura and Nelson staring at him. Upon hearing this, both exchanged glances, their lips curling into wide smiles. In an instant, Allura and Nelson vanished without a trace. As for Barrett, he stretched lazily and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to return to the mountain peak to rest, a voice echoed in his mind. Fellow Taoist, what exactly happened in the mystic realm? It was Foster's telepathic message. Outside, Foster gazed at the newly formed portal, his expression serious. He followed the source and finally found the person responsible for this action. Someone capable of cleaving through space had to be at least an Empyrean realm powerhouse. However, being able to enter this trial mystic realm meant that this person's cultivation level had been reduced, indicating an incomparably formidable strength. Deputy Pavilion Head Gorin, a blood cultivator, entered the mystic realm without having their cultivation suppressed, Barrett replied truthfully. A blood cultivator? Foster furrowed his brows. How could such a despicable entity appear within the mystic realm? Is this true? If Barrett spoke the truth, he must open the exit early and let everyone out. Of course it's true. After all, I personally slew him, and the corpse is still here, Barrett stated calmly, pointing at the body on the ground. Foster frowned again. Wasn't your cultivation also not suppressed? This shouldn't be the case. The array formation was inscribed by their pavilion head himself. How could it malfunction repeatedly? It was suppressed, Barrett replied. Foster gasped inwardly. Did this guy use early golden core cultivation to slay an apex nascent soul existence? Such an absurd event made Foster somewhat skeptical. But considering the fact that this individual had cleaved through space, killing an apex nascent soul blood cultivator seemed plausible. Thinking this way, Foster found it more reasonable. Of course, if Deputy Pavilion Head Goran doesn't believe me, you can ask the many who will be eliminated soon. Barrett stretched lazily, not bothered to dwell on this matter further. In the outside world, Foster watched as several cultivators emerged from the portal. They all wore expressions of resignation and relief at having survived the ordeal. Deputy Pavilion Head Goran, I have important matters to report, said an elder from the sect, approaching Foster respectfully. Is it about the blood cultivator in the mystic realm? Foster asked. The elder nodded. Yes, I fear many have died this time. I am aware. I will dispatch personnel to handle the situation, Foster replied, waving dismissively. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the mystic realm, Barrett returned to the small house he had built and rested peacefully. At that moment, Foster's voice echoed in his mind again. Fellow Taoist, how about helping me with a favor? Deputy Pavilion Head Goran actually asks for my help? Barrett was surprised. An Empyrean realm powerhouse seeking help from him was quite unexpected. Help me search for other blood cultivators within the mystic realm and eliminate them, Foster said. Barrett rubbed his chin. You mean you want me to ensure the safety of this mystic realm? Precisely. Once this task is accomplished, I can fulfill one request of yours, Foster answered. A promise from an Empyrean realm powerhouse was incredibly valuable. Even Barrett found it quite tempting. Since that's the case, how about making our Dahuang Immortal Sect rank first? Hee, fellow Taoist, you jest. Your Dahuang Immortal Sect is already first on the leaderboard, Foster pointed out, looking at the leaderboard where the Dahuang Immortal Sect was firmly at the top. Based on the current score difference, it seemed most participants had been driven out by the Dahuang Immortal Sect. In that case, I'll save this request for later when I think of something specific. Sound good? Barrett currently had no particular demands. So be it. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist, Foster said courteously. Barrett stretched leisurely. Originally, he planned to lounge until the end of the Mystic Realm trials, but now it seemed he needed to stay active. On the other side, Alora folded her arms. 45 points. Convinced? Nelson clicked his tongue. Not convinced. Let me fully comprehend the sword intent of this Qingyun sword, then we'll see. Indeed, the Qingyun sword was of immortal grade and extremely powerful. Even with his deep understanding of the sword path, he couldn't wield the Qingyun sword to its full potential. If not for this, he wouldn't have only gained 30 points. Chapter 78. Foster's Gratitude. If you're not convinced, why don't we have another round? Seeing her junior brother was not satisfied, Alora naturally wanted to make him admit defeat. Let's go again. Nelson was never one to back down from a challenge and promptly engaged Alora in another competition. The days that followed were far from peaceful within the secret realm. Either the cultivators encountered powerful demonic beasts, or they ran into the two crazies, Alora and Nelson. One of them was already too much for them to handle. Now with two of them around, it was as if the secret realm had become their hunting ground. When the trial in the secret realm finally concluded, although many people remained inside, they all left with a sense of gratitude for surviving. As for Barrett, he knew the trial was over when a beam of light appeared over him. During this time, he patrolled the secret realm as Foster had instructed. Unfortunately, apart from the blood cultivator he met initially, there were no other anomalies. Perhaps it was because he was alone, or perhaps they hid after witnessing Barrett's terror. It no longer mattered. What was important was comprehending its sword intent. He couldn't unleash its full power. Seems like his loss isn't unjustified, Barrett mused. William, how did it go on your side? Barrett turned around to see William in deep thought. Looking up, William replied vaguely. I seem to gain quite a bit. I slew more than 10 golden core demonic beasts. He found it odd that although these beasts were severely wounded, he couldn't find any other cultivators. That's because those cultivators immediately fled upon seeing us, Alora explained. In the secret realm, the two acted like twin demons, slashing at anyone they saw, so the others probably didn't stick around to wait for death. All right, get some rest early. Tomorrow's competition will be crucial. Barrett waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. They nodded and turned away. At this moment, Barrett heard a voice in his head. Fellow Taoist, would you like to meet? Turning, Barrett saw Foster waiting on a nearby pavilion. Foster, surprised to have been discovered despite hiding his aura, thought, seems like his concealed cultivation is definitely not lower than mine. With a flicker of intention, Barrett soon reached the pavilion. Vice Director Goran, what do you need? Barrett clasped his fists and asked. Foster waved his hand and placed a spatial ring on the table. This is? Barrett looked at the ring, puzzled. Foster laughed. The contents of this spatial ring are my token of gratitude. Barrett didn't inspect the ring right away, but instead looked at Foster. What does Vice Director Goran mean by this? After all, but never mind. If you don't wish to reveal it, I won't pry further. I shall take my leave now. Coughing awkwardly, Foster turned and left. Watching Foster depart, Barrett was secretly delighted. The items in the ring could save lives. The Qing Ling pills could be shared with Alora and Nelson. After all, since they always got into trouble, having a life-saving pill increased their chances of survival. As for the jade pendant, he could pass it to William, who, though not prone to trouble, might still be targeted by other cultivators. After deciding how to distribute the items, Barrett returned to rest, awaiting the next day's competition. The next morning, everyone gathered at the platform. Much to Barrett's shock, standing at the center of the platform wasn't just Foster. Chapter 79. Ascending the Heavenly Stairs. There were two people standing beside Foster. On the left stood a handsome young man, and on the right was an elderly gentleman in his twilight years. They exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Ascending the realm cultivators. Sensing the emitted aura, Elliot, who was beside Barrett, spoke with surprise. This myriad worlds pavilion truly strikes fear into one's heart. Its deputy director is a 5-star great emperor, and the two he brought along are ascending the realm cultivators. If this faction desired to dominate a region, it would only take a thought to achieve it. Ladies and gentlemen, today's final trial is very simple. Heavenly Soul reaching the 50th level of the Heavenly Stairs. Reward: 1 boundary-breaking pill. The system's voice reverberated in Barrett's mind, causing him to pause momentarily before turning his gaze towards the towering stairs. Redleaf, Nelson, William, I have a task for the three of you. Barrett's face broke into a broad smile as he addressed them. The trio was taken aback. It was the first time their master had assigned them a task. Please, master, speak your wish. We will complete the task, they responded in unison. Barrett pointed to the location of the Heavenly Stairs. The first among you to reach the 50th step will receive a boundary-breaking pill from me. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd. They were well aware of the value of a boundary-breaking pill. It could unconditionally elevate a cultivator by 1 realm, from foundation establishment to nascent soul stage, without adverse effects. Although it could only be used once in a lifetime, even across several lifetimes, finding such a pill was rare indeed. Puckering his lips, Elliot remarked, "Just how many treasures did your master leave you? To have a boundary-breaking pill? One must understand that even if the great desolate immortal sect sold all its resources, it might barely obtain a few boundary-breaking pills. Yet, despite their immense value, there was simply no market for them." Smiling, Barrett replied, "It's just 1 pill. Besides, their talent warrants rewarding them with a boundary-breaking pill to encourage their competitiveness." Just as Barrett said, spurred by the allure of the pill, the trio immediately dashed forward. At the base of the Heavenly Stairs, quite a few people were already eagerly waiting. The steps were wide enough to accommodate hundreds of people at each tier. However, surprisingly, many cultivators halted at the first step, with some unable to even set foot on the initial step. "It seems cultivation and aptitude are strictly required," Alora muttered to herself. "Senior sister, enjoy daydreaming here. Junior brother shall go ahead," Nelson remarked while already mounting the steps. Moving swiftly, within a few breaths, he had reached the 10th step. Alora chuckled, "Junior brother, don't think I'll give up easily." And with that, she followed closely behind. William, although desiring the boundary-breaking pill, felt the pressure exerted by the stairs too overwhelming. Thus, he aimed merely to perform well in this trial. By now, Alora and Nelson had reached the 20th step. Many cultivators remained within the first 20 tiers, but those further up were scarce. The higher they ascended, the greater the pressure they felt, a formidable and terrifying force that couldn't be countered by spiritual defenses alone. Even Alora and Nelson felt significant pressure. "Seems the pressure doubles every 10 levels, Nelson remarked nonchalantly, arms crossed. Alora nodded. Though feeling the pressure, she remained untroubled. Exchanging glances, the two sped ahead. By the 30th step, the pressure was substantial. Furthermore, they noticed their spiritual energy depleting continuously. At the 40th step, both were breathing laboriously, struggling to move forward. Despite others following suit, these individuals were nearing their limit. Feeling her spiritual energy rapidly wane and her body growing unresponsive, Alora wanted to take another step but found it as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Similarly, Nelson sweated profusely, his breathing labored. "How about it? Are you both giving up?" A calm voice reached their ears. Turning with difficulty, they saw Barrett standing beside them. "Master, the pressure here is immense," Nelson grimaced. Laughing, Barrett asked, "Are you giving up?" "Give up?" Nelson scoffed. "Those two words aren't in my vocabulary." Biting his lip, he forcibly climbed the 41st step. Not wanting to be outdone, Alora joined him on the same step. Impressed by their determination, Barrett nodded approvingly. "Then work hard. I'll go ahead." With these words, Barrett strode upwards effortlessly as if the immense pressure affected him not. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd below stared in awe. What kind of monstrous sect was the great, desolate, immortal sect, to produce someone who could walk effortlessly under such terrifying pressure? Even Foster was visibly astonished. "This person is truly formidable," he murmured to himself. The Heavenly Stairs, a fearsome magical tool, measured not cultivation but pure potential. The higher one ascended, the more it attested to their remarkable talents. Chapter 80. Heavenly Gift. But Barrett was able to ascend 50 steps so easily, and was still going up. One should know that cultivators who could reach the 50th step were almost all destined to become transcendent immortals. Even Foster, a 5-star emperor, barely managed to reach 80 steps. The heavenly ladder had a total of 100 steps. Now Barrett stood at the 80th step. "I have to admit, climbing this ladder is truly tiring." Barrett wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't because he was suppressed. It was just that he couldn't use the spiritual energy within him, and relying solely on his physical strength to climb was indeed exhausting. However, there were only 20 more steps left. He might as well go straight to the top. Barrett took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, then continued walking towards the highest point. This move shocked everyone present. They watched Barrett's position. This guy seemed to be moving even faster than before. 85 steps, 89 steps, 95 steps. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Barrett, their eyes filled with shock. 100 steps. The moment Barrett reached the top of the ladder, a ray of rosy light suddenly descended from the sky. In an instant, a surge of powerful spiritual energy poured into Barrett's body. This is actually a gift from the heavenly Tao. Foster's eyes widened. Although he had heard that reaching the top of the heavenly ladder would bring great fortune, he hadn't expected it to be a gift from the heavenly Tao. Ding. Host has received a gift from the heavenly Tao, achieving enlightenment, advancing to the Emperor realm. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward, immortal grade cultivation technique, manifestation of heaven and earth. Host, please accept. Ding. Congratulations on your disciple reaching the 50th step. As 2 disciples completed the mission, reward, breakthrough pills X2. Host, please accept. The system's voice echoed in Barrett's ear, causing him to feel astonished. He didn't expect to advance to the Emperor realm so quickly, without any fanfare. So this is the gift from the heavenly Tao. Not only did the system give rewards, but also such opportunities came along unexpectedly. He felt the abundant spiritual power within his body. Then he looked down, as if with just a thought, he could destroy everything with a wave of his hand. But he didn't do it. After all, doing so would only make enemies. In the next moment, the rosy light dissipated, and the steps began to collapse. Everyone experienced a sudden release of pressure and floated in the air. Seeing the collapsing heavenly ladder, Foster and others felt as if their hearts were bleeding. This was a supreme treasure. Although it was only used during grand competitions, now that it was suddenly destroyed, they would no longer be able to use it in the future. Of course, compared to the collapsed heavenly ladder, what Foster and the others cared about most was Barrett floating at the top. What kind of background does he have? Everyone wondered. Antonia, Nelson, and William looked at Barrett with admiration. He was their master, the strongest person. Barrett landed from the air, and Nelson, Alora, and others were already standing before him. William and the other two exchanged glances and then kneeled in front of Barrett in unison. Congratulations, master, for reaching the peak. All right, get up. It's just a few steps. No need to make a fuss. Barrett waved his hand and said to the three. This statement made many people want to rush over and beat him up, but upon second thought, they couldn't defeat him, so they could only watch helplessly as he acted cocky. Moved. Thank you, master. Beside them, William watched enviously, though he himself admitted he was somewhat envious. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he couldn't even reach the 50th step. Do you know why I'm not giving you the breakthrough pill? Barrett asked William. Although Barrett didn't have any more breakthrough pills, he still needed to bluff a bit with this little disciple. William replied earnestly, it's because my strength is too weak to meet master's requirements. Barrett shook his head. No, it's because you don't need the breakthrough pill at all. Don't need it at all? Nelson and Alora were puzzled. It's because of the cultivation method I practice. William quickly understood. The Dharma conversion technique was different from other methods. It only required performing good deeds and accumulating karma to enhance cultivation. Moreover, the more karma accumulated, the easier it was to break through cultivation bottlenecks. In essence, this method was much better than using a breakthrough pill. That's right. So, I said you don't need the breakthrough pill at all, Barrett nodded. Indeed, it makes sense. William felt reassured. Back when he joined, his cultivation was far behind Nelson's. But relying on this technique, he had now caught up with Nelson. Given more time, even without the breakthrough pill, he would surpass both seniors. On the platform, Foster announced, the champion has been determined. Please invite the leaders of the top 3 sects. Hearing Foster's voice, Elliot declined the invitations and quickly headed to the platform. Apart from Elliot, there were 2 other strong figures whose cultivation levels were completely hidden. In that instant, 3 tokens and 3 storage rings appeared in the air. Elliot extended his hand, catching a golden token. The token you hold was crafted by our Myriad Realms Pavilion. With this token, you will be treated as a VIP wherever you go in Myriad Realms Pavilion. As for the storage ring, it contains the prepared prizes for each of you. Foster scanned everyone present, speaking very seriously. Chapter 81. The competition ends. The reason the prizes were not displayed was that they were too valuable, which might lead to others trying to snatch them. Elliot observed the items in his storage ring through his divine sense, shock clearly visible on his face. The resources within were almost immeasurable, comparable to several years of expenses for the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Just these resources alone would be enough to make many people covetous. It was no wonder they weren't displayed. If they had been, it's likely they wouldn't have made it back to the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect without being robbed. Everyone, this competition has now come to an end. We will see each other again in 100 years. Foster looked at everyone and shouted. With the competition over, many sect members had already left, but some were still busy building relationships with others. On the side of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Elliot was surrounded by numerous cultivators. As they were about to leave, he still held several storage rings in his hand, gifts from various sects. It's time for us to leave as well. Elliot stood before the flying boat, speaking to everyone. Alora, Barrett, and another person exchanged looks before kneeling down. Seeing the 3 suddenly kneel, Barrett was puzzled. What are you doing? Barrett asked. Master, the 3 of us wish to go out into the world to hone ourselves. Please grant us your permission, Alora said firmly. Now that my sword path is greatly accomplished, I can only improve further by venturing out, Nelson added. William also nodded, saying, I cannot hold back my senior brother and sister. I must improve myself. Their purpose was simple, to enhance their strength through external trials. The fact that all 3 wanted to leave put Barrett in a difficult position. However, he knew that they were determined. One was the reincarnation of the Jade Pool Holy Master, one was a heavenly sword immortal from the upper realm, and one was once a demon sect's holy son. They naturally needed to test themselves outside. Permission granted. Barrett calmly agreed. The 3 were overjoyed, thanking their master profusely. After boarding the immortal boat, Elliot finally spoke. You let them go so easily? As the boat flew onward, Barrett watched their departing figures, smiling. What, are you afraid they'll be killed by others? I'm worried they'll kill too many others and bring trouble we can't handle, Elliot said helplessly. These 3 were truly exceptional geniuses. None could stop them. 10 years later, at the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Barrett lay in a rocking chair, feeling quite helpless. His disciples hadn't given him any news in all this time. With no disciples around, even the system seemed inactive, giving no response at all. Though he had achieved Tao Emperor, the Scarlet Sun Peak felt unusually desolate. Barrett, your Scarlet Sun Peak is indeed very quiet. Elliot appeared beside Barrett. Seeing Elliot, Barrett's face darkened immediately. Sect leader, I don't have any enlightenment tea left here. Don't lie to me. That tea aroma isn't from enlightenment tea. Elliot sat uninvited and poured himself a cup of tea. Barrett was speechless. Elliot really didn't know manners. Sect leader, you visit me 3 times a day, drinking my tea each time. Isn't that a bit much? Barrett complained helplessly. Elliot sipped his tea, smiling. This sat in his designated spot, gazing below where many children had gathered, looking nervous. Over the years, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect had become renowned across the central continent. Many children dreamed of joining the sect. Ding, special constitution detected. The long silent system responded, making Barrett nearly shed tears of joy. He followed the system's indication and saw an unexpected individual. Candidate, Davin. Background, abandoned child of the Jimmy family. Cultivation, mortal, early nascent soul. Potential, Dao Emperor potential, incomplete. Additional, damaged potential, unable to cultivate. Barrett was surprised. He never expected to find such a disciple. Ding, task issued. Accept Davon as a disciple reward. Spirit condensing pill. The system's voice brought him back to reality. Beside him, Grimes noticed Barrett's distracted state. Mountain Lord Lin, do you have a prospective disciple in mind? Indeed, there is one, Barrett smiled. Grimes was taken aback. It seems the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect has found another genius. Who is it? Without hesitation, Barrett pointed to a ragged young man nearby. Grimes looked and was more shocked. It was someone who couldn't cultivate? Chapter 82. New Disciple. Grimes looked at Barrett with surprise. Patriarch Lin, this is just an ordinary person. Are you really going to take him as your disciple? An ordinary person of inferior quality with a completely damaged skill to Davon. Reward, divine quality skill, spirit soul tyrant body skill. A divine quality spirit concentrating pill could repair the foundations of cultivation while greatly enhancing one's aptitude. Follow me. Barrett glanced at Davon and turned toward Chiyang Peak. Excited internally, Davon hurriedly followed Barrett's footsteps. Inside Chiyang Peak, Barrett already retrieved the spirit concentrating pill. He handed over the pill to Davon. This is my welcoming gift to you. Seeing the pill, Davon's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Although he couldn't tell its grade or function, upon seeing the pill, he felt an impulse to consume it. Thank you, Master. Davon accepted it, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Take it now, let me see the effects. Barrett also wanted to witness how powerful the pill truly was. Without hesitation, Davon immediately put the pill into his mouth. Instantly, a vast surge of spiritual energy started flowing into his dantian. He felt his fractured tendons and meridians being repaired, and his damaged aptitude slowly recovering. Davon was astonished, not expecting that the pill given by his master would be so powerful. But he didn't rush to express gratitude, instead closing his eyes to start absorbing the medicinal power of the pill. Around Davon, a formidable force spread out continuously. Boom. In an instant, Davon's strength rose rapidly. From the first stage of Qi condensing to the 9th stage, early foundation establishment stage, and finally reaching early golden core stage. Until mid-nascent soul stage, Davon's strength gradually stabilized. When he opened his eyes, sensing the boundless force within his body, his face displayed intense joy. Unexpectedly, his lost cultivation and damaged foundation were easily repaired. Thank you, Master, for granting me this pill. Davon knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. He had once searched for methods to recover in Central Plains, but ended up receiving only one answer. Give up all hope of cultivating and settle down as an ordinary person. Originally, he had given up, coincidentally when the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect initiated the Ascension Conference to recruit new members. This time, he came just to try his luck, hoping to become a miscellaneous disciple and live out the rest of his days peacefully. Yet, unexpectedly, he met his master here. To him, Barrett was his savior. Barrett waved his hand. No need to worry, focus on stabilizing your foundation. Yes. Davon replied excitedly. Seeing Davon sitting cross-legged and stabilizing his foundation, Barrett began checking again. Name, Davon. Identity, cast-off son of Jimmy family. Cultivation level, mid-nast Davon. Physical body and spirit soul, Davon answered. Barrett was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the system-gifted spirit soul forging body art would indeed be useful here. So, he made a sword gesture with his right hand and swiftly tapped Davon's forehead. Close your eyes, calm your breathing, and feel the essence of this skill. Seeing Davon's sudden shock, Barrett shouted immediately. Davon nodded, slowly closing his eyes, feeling the overwhelming skill flow into his mind. Within just a few breaths, Barrett had finished transmitting the spirit soul forging body art. While Davon sat there like an ancient monk meditating, motionless, Barrett knew that a divine quality skill like spirit soul forging body art would not be easily digested. Thus, he returned to his living quarters doorstep and calmly rested. He had barely sat down when a figure flew over like the wind. It was none other than Elliot. Seeing Elliot arrive, Barrett, who was about to prepare tea, stopped immediately. Sect leader, I don't have any enlightenment tea left, Barrett said wryly to Elliot. Elliot sat next to Barrett, leisurely retrieving some tea from his storage ring. You don't have any, but I do? Seeing Elliot's skilled actions, Barrett was speechless. You must have taken quite a bit of enlightenment tea from me, Barrett sighed, helplessly saying. Elliot chuckled. To participate? Forget it, I don't want to get involved in those troublesome matters again. Barrett waved his hand. He only wanted to live a peaceful life on the Red Sun Peak. Elliot shook his head. I just want you to lead the team. Just lead them? Barrett felt that Elliot had no good intentions. I also want you to enter the secret realm, but it's limited to nascent soul cultivators. But this time, many sects and solitary cultivators have targeted this secret realm. If we don't have a strong person leading the team, there will likely be big problems. Elliot looked at Barrett, the current strongest person of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Only he leading the team would set Elliot's mind at ease. Barrett rubbed his chin. He originally planned to refuse, but the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding, task issued. Lead the disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect into the secret realm search, reward, complete array techniques. Barrett was helpless. Since the system had spoken, how could he refuse? Alright, I got it. Half a month, right? I'll be there. Barrett replied. Hearing Barrett agree, Elliot shifted his gaze to Davon beside him. Bring this kid along too. He needs some tempering. I had that in mind, Barrett responded. For the next half month, Barrett basically stayed within Red Sun Peak. planting flowers and drinking tea. As for Davon, he was fully immersed in cultivation, either enhancing his cultivation level or training his divine soul and forging his body. Finally, after half a month, at the Ascension Square, there were already many people gathered here, but most of them were just here for the excitement. The real participants were only two, Davon from Red Sun Peak and Caitlin from Sword Peak. It wasn't because the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect didn't have more nascent soul cultivators, but their strength was enough. Also, taking all the sect's elites away would leave them vulnerable if anyone attacked the sect. So, they chose these two to accompany Barrett into the secret realm. Greetings, Ferdian. Caitlin stood before Barrett and greeted him politely. Barrett recognized this girl. When she wanted to join Red Sun Peak, though her talent was decent, it hadn't reached the system's requirements. So she joined Sword Peak instead. Now, through her own efforts and natural talent, she had indeed reached mid-stage nascent soul. Moreover, she had received Grimes's true teachings and was almost considered the top disciple of Sword Peak. Are you prepared? Let's go when ready. Barrett nodded and asked the two of them. Caitlin and Davon both answered in unison, we're ready. Then let's board the flying boat. Barrett turned and walked towards the flying boat. They quickly left the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Under several days, they rested in Xuanhuan City. Until one night, everyone was meditating when suddenly a pillar of spirit light shot up into the sky. Instantly, all the cultivators in Xuanhuan City sprang into action, rushing toward the light. Master! Leader Lin! Davon and Caitlin quickly arrived at Barrett's room. Barrett stood by the window, looking at the distant pillar of light. The secret realm has opened. We should hurry. Barrett turned to the two and said. They nodded and hurriedly followed him out of the inn. At the entrance to the secret realm, thousands of cultivators had gathered. Not only were there cultivators from Central State, but also from other regions. All eyes were on the entrance, ready to rush in once it opened. Davon, Caitlin, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. If you encounter opponents you can't handle, don't recklessly engage. Run if you can. Treasures aren't important, your lives are. Barrett, looking at the secret realm entrance, gave them instructions. Though it was an immortal secret realm, dangers were inevitable. Even if treasures were inside, could they compare to the ones he had? Thus, his main task for them was training. Treasure was secondary. Chapter 84. A small world within the secret realm. Yes. Both responded in unison, without any sign of hesitation. Instantly, a dense aura began to spread, drawing everyone's attention. When they saw what was staged for a heaven-devouring python was nascent soul, and after further cultivation, it could easily become an imperial beast. Fortunately, the one before him was still in its juvenile form. If it were fully grown, escape might be impossible. Davon took a deep breath, releasing it slowly. An immense force burst forth from him, swirling around his body in a crimson hue. He had comprehended half of the spirit core body tempering technique and did not intend to flee. He wanted to see if his current strength could slay this beast. Clenching his right fist tightly, Davon's expression grew serious. Die! He roared, slamming his fist into the python's scales. A thunderous sound erupted. The python, sensing intense pain, lashed out with its tail. Davon focused, blocking the attack. Though he managed to deflect it, the beast's size and strength pushed him back several steps. Feeling the surge of energy through his body, Davon was amazed. This was the power of a nascent soul beast. However, he was equally surprised by the potency of the spirit core body tempering technique, allowing him to withstand such an attack despite being at core formation. Realizing that he had angered the python, it suddenly unleashed a massive suction force from its enormous mouth. Frowning, Davon activated the technique again, standing firm against the pole. His eyes locked onto the python, then he clenched his fist and stepped forward. Although deserted, he decided to explore. Perhaps he would meet Caitlin here. Entering the city, silence enveloped him. There were no signs of life. Walking further, he discovered a central plaza with a massive stone tablet. The list of Infinite City's prodigies, Davon whispered, surprised by the prowess listed. The top-ranking individual had attained nascent soul at just 25. Davon doubted he could achieve that. Who? Davon abruptly turned, seeing a figure appear behind him. The man wore coarse cloth and held an ancient sword. Davon's face turned grim. This was a late-stage core formation cultivator. A mid-stage core formation? Worth a fight. A smirk appeared on the man's lips as he stared intently at Davon. Hearing this, Davon frowned, realizing the man intended to attack. Still recovering from the python battle, he knew winning would be difficult. Chapter 85. Meeting through conflict. Your chi and blood are deficient, and your spiritual energy is unstable. It looks like you've been through a battle recently. The man spoke and tossed a pill towards Davon. Davon caught it smoothly, eyeing the pill with confusion. You're just giving me such a precious pill? Davon stared at the man, questioning him. This was a rejuvenating spirit pill. After consuming it, it would restore a cultivator's condition to its peak state. I don't want to bully the weak. Take it. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours. As the man finished speaking, his powerful aura began to weaken, indeed suppressing to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Davon wasn't one to hesitate and swallowed the rejuvenating spirit pill immediately. In an instant, the pill's effect spread rapidly, restoring his condition. In mere moments, he had returned to his peak state. Make your move, the man gestured to Davon, inviting him to attack. With your permission. Without further ado, Davon unleashed a powerful aura. In a flash, Davon appeared before the man and struck with a heavy punch. His fist passed right through the man's body and gradually dissipated. An afterimage? Davon frowned, expanding his divine consciousness, only to find that the man was actually standing behind him. Without drawing his sword, the man attacked using his scabbard. Davon didn't hesitate. He quickly turned around and blocked the attack. A thunderous explosion rang out as their auras clashed, spreading outwards. Both took several steps back, their eyes filled with surprise. You're quite interesting. You're the first one who can spar evenly with me at the same cultivation level. The man's expression showed approval. What's your name? While praising Davon, excitement surged within him. Finally, there was a strong opponent worth engaging in combat. Daxuang Immortal Sect, Davon. Davon wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and replied proudly. Hearing Daxuang Immortal Sect, the man hesitated mid-motion as he was about to draw his sword. He looked at Davon with astonishment. You said you come from the Daxuang Immortal Sect? Yes. Do you have any connection with my sect? Davon was puzzled. After all, he had joined the sect less than a month ago. How could he know these people? It seems we've met through conflict after all. Which peak are you from, and who is your master? The man re-embraced his celestial sword and asked Davon. Qiyang Peak, under Master Barrett. Pride laced Davon's tone. The man was instantly taken aback, unsure of what to say for a moment. Hiss. After a while, he regained his composure. Oh no, if Master finds out, he'll definitely punish me. Not knowing who this senior is, Davon noticed the man's unusual behavior and asked, Don't call me senior, call me elder brother. I'm your second elder brother, Nelson. Nelson's mood was genuinely gloomy. Who could have thought that searching for a strong opponent to sharpen his sword art would lead him to find his own junior brother? Yet he was also surprised. In 10 years, he hadn't expected his master to take on another disciple. Davon was bewildered too. The man's strength was unfathomable. Initially, he would have already reached the alchemy Dao stage. Nodding, Davon knew that with Nelson's strength, he could easily kill him. There was no reason to play tricks. Without hesitation, he walked forward swiftly. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Barrett was sipping tea calmly. That Nelson boy has gotten more pretentious. Barrett took another sip of tea and said lightly, You've come all this way. Don't tell me you don't want to see me? As he spoke, a figure appeared beside Barrett. It was an exceptionally gorgeous woman, whose entrance attracted many people's attention. Disciple greets master. Alora knelt respectfully on the ground. Having been away for so long, you didn't even come to see me? Barrett looked at Alora helplessly. Had the girl forgotten him after 10 years? Master, I just didn't want to cause you trouble. Alora glanced around. Several dozen figures surrounded the area. Alora, hand over our sect's floating pagoda fire lotus treasure. Evil woman, you dared to kill our fire-consuming beast. Return the inner core now. These cultivators glared at Alora with killing intent, seemingly ready to attack if she refused. Most of them were mid-stage alchemy Dao cultivators, and some were late-stage. Alora was merely at the mid-stage of the alchemy Dao realm. Though she wouldn't necessarily win against so many, she could definitely escape. As for Barrett, he found it peculiar. After all this time, you've offended quite a few sections. Master, these sects are all heretical and evil. I wouldn't dare do such things to righteous sections. For example, this person belongs to the Soul Extinguishing Sect Elder, and this one is a Blood Demon Sect Elder. Kneeling next to Barrett, Alora introduced them one by one. Barrett nodded. So they are demonic sections. That makes sense. Don't pretend ignorance. If you don't hand over the items today, I will thoroughly refine both of you into nothing. The Blood Demon Sect Elder threatened, glaring angrily at Barrett and Alora. Chapter 86 The Power of the Emperor. Barrett glanced at the man from Blood Demon Sect. He was at the peak of the soul transformation stage, just one step away from reaching the initial phase of feathered ascension. Such a powerful figure would chase after Alora, indicating that the object they were after was indeed crucial to their sect. On Alora's side, she had already stood up and crossed her arms. Elder Zhou, your Blood Demon Sect has committed countless atrocities, even attempting to refine Demon Heart Pill using that object. Do you really think I know nothing? At this, Terrence erupted with a surging wave of demonic aura, his face twisting into an ugly expression. Brat, if you dare say another word, believe me or not, I'll make sure you die here. His eyes locked onto Alora, as if he was ready to attack her the moment she opened her mouth again. The representatives from other sects exchanged glances, aware of the infamous reputation of Blood Demon Sect. Though most knew about these matters, it wasn't wise to openly mention them. But for Alora to speak out boldly in front of everyone, especially before an elder from Blood Demon Sect, everyone thought she was certainly going to die there. So what, if you dare do it, but can't take responsibility? Aren't you all part of a demonic sect? Am I not allowed to voice the truth? Alora stared straight at Terrence without any hint of fear. If it were earlier, while she might insult them, she would definitely run away instantly, given the stark difference in strength. However, now that her master was by her side, she no longer felt fear. You're asking for death. Terrence's face darkened as he took a step forward, striking at Alora with a palm. This move drew the attention of nearly everyone present. Just as his hand was about to hit Alora, someone grabbed Terrence's wrist. I said, do you want to attack my disciple? Don't you think you should have informed me first? Barrett held Terrence's hand calmly, his tone unwavering. Despite this being trouble stirred by Alora, he would naturally protect his own disciple. Terrence furrowed his brows. This person's strength was peculiar, clearly only at the third level of chi cultivation, yet he could effortlessly stop his attack. Could he be a feathered ascension cultivator? Fellow Taoist, your disciple stole our sect's ultimate treasure, and the people around me are senior figures from various major sections. If you're willing to let your disciple return the item, I can represent Blood Demon Sect and promise not to hold it against you. But if you refuse, don't blame us for being impolite. Terrence still harbored some reservations towards this person. Although he wouldn't necessarily lose in a fight, it would certainly result in losses for them. Therefore, it was better to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. The fact that she managed to steal your sect's treasure proves how weak you are. If you want her to return it, fine. As long as you can defeat me, I guarantee she'll give it back. Barrett released Terrence's hand, a thick smile on his face. Terrence frowned, realizing there was no room for negotiation. In that case, don't blame us for being impolite. Terrence growled, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone exchanged glances, with no hesitation. Now, they had to deal with Barrett first. Only then could they catch Alora. Yet, they were only soul transformation cultivators. How could they possibly harm Barrett, who was in the Emperor realm? Kneel down. Barrett roared. unleashing an overwhelming force that spread rapidly. Several elders who had been strategizing to kill Barrett instantly felt immense pressure. Their spiritual energy seemed frozen, unable to stir, and their bodies stiffened. Thud. One by one, they fell to their knees involuntarily. Onlookers looked on in shock. They never expected Barrett to be so formidable. This is the power of the Emperor Realm. Terrence sucked in a cold breath. Only those who reached the Emperor Realm possessed such power. The others from various sects also overheard Terrence's words and could sense this power themselves. Damn, Central Plains actually produced an Emperor. Terrence gritted his teeth, clearly astonished that such a barren place could produce an Emperor Realm cultivator. Senior, please spare us. Senior, consider that Fire Pagoda Lotus as a gift from our sect. Please let us go. I don't want the Fire Beast Core anymore. Just let me off easy. These people knelt, their tone much more courteous than before. It was an Emperor Realm cultivator after all, capable of killing them with just a finger. Barrett saw this and remained silent, returning to his seat. See that entrance to the secret realm over there? Once seated, Barrett pointed toward the entrance, speaking to them. Terrence and others nodded quickly. Yes, we see it. Wait until the secret realm closes before you stand up. During this time, if I see anyone standing up, they will suffer the consequences. Barrett grinned, his tone laced with amusement. Those present looked bewildered. They were revered figures in their respective sects, representing honor and dignity. Kneeling before so many was like disgracing their sections. But none dared complain, knowing they faced an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Surviving under him was enough. Pride meant little now. Master, you're awesome, Alora said, smiling brightly. All right, enough flattery. By the way, didn't you spend these 10 years stealing treasures from various sects? Barrett raised an eyebrow at Alora. She shook her head. Of course I was training. I'm now at the middle phase of soul transformation. However, advancing to late soul transformation requires some special items. Alora thought silently. Her current cultivation was sufficient for her to practice her previous life's techniques. However, it required strengthening her physique and divine soul. These materials were essential, and stealing from demonic sects made her feel no remorse. Barrett nodded, surprised that the girl had grown this strong. Barrett suddenly focused on the crack within the secret realm. Davon and the others didn't seem to be doing well. This translation retains the original paragraph structure and style, ensuring fluency and accuracy. Chapter 87. The Gap in Strength. Davon had already completed his comprehension of the auras left by those prodigies within the stone steel. However, when he woke up, he found numerous corpses lying before him. Many cultivators surrounded the area, while Nelson stood with sword in hand, his eyes icy cold. A bunch of weaklings, show some guts and try again. Nelson's gaze swept over the encircled crowd, disdainful contempt clear on his face. The surrounding people appeared somewhat fearful. They discovered this steel emitting an extremely terrifying aura, signifying an immense opportunity. But since someone was already here, they formed a temporary alliance to kill these people first, planning to divide the spoils afterward. They never expected that this swordsman would be so formidable. Just one strike slew 5 people. Senior brother, let me assist you. Davon stood up, his expression serious. Though he wasn't sure if Nelson was indeed his second senior brother, he needed to help him as he had guarded for him. Nelson waved a hand. No need. These people aren't even enough for me to practice on. Davon was dumbfounded. There were easily over a dozen cultivators here, all at least early stage Yuan-ing, with some nearing peak late stage Yuan-ing. Nelson didn't even think of this alliance as a threat. I gained some insights from comprehending the steel just now, so I want to practice, Davon spoke candidly. So be it, then I won't move. You take them all as practice. Nelson stepped back, sitting beside the steel to rest. This stunned Davon. Fight so many people alone? For real? Rest assured, done fooling around? Now it's my turn. A golden gleam flashed in Davon's eyes. Instantly, terrifying energy gathered in his right hand, absorbing all the attacks and returning them in full. Nelson was more shocked. This technique rivaled the heaven-connecting sword technique. Indeed, Master's disciples are all heaven-defying geniuses. Nelson grinned, tempted to spar with Davon if not for the secret realm setting. Not good, Flea. A cultivator sensed the impending danger and knew staying meant certain death. Now thinking of running? Too late, Nelson laughed, as boundless spirit chi expanded. Suddenly, countless celestial sword illusions emerged in the sky, each carrying fearsome sword intent. This is the sword formation I comprehended. You can't escape. Nelson grinned, eager to help Davon test the move's power. Boom. Overwhelming force surged behind the cultivators, enveloping them instantly. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, elders of various sects watched in shock as their disciple's life token shattered. Damn, daring to kill our Heavenly River sect disciple. Once that boy comes out, I'll make him pay. Sect representatives gripped their fists, watching the secret realm intently. Barrett frowned, noting their double standards. When his disciple was attacked earlier, they made no move. Now, they demand blood for their own dead. Master, these people are too unreasonable, Alora frowned. Don't worry, the secret realm isn't over yet, Barrett replied. He anticipated many deaths and deemed it unnecessary to clear the field so quickly. Alora nodded. If Master says so, let them enjoy themselves a bit longer. Barrett sat calmly, despite not being overly concerned about Nelson or Davon's safety. Nelson's personality, however, would likely attract more trouble. What amazed Barrett most was Davon's potential. After merely demonstrating the law body technique half a month ago, Davon had almost grasped it. Perhaps once Davon returned, this technique could be entrusted to him. Back inside the secret realm, Davon breathed heavily. Through the stone steel's auras, he comprehended enough to use the law body technique. Yet, he only managed a few breaths with his current strength. Looks like I need to work harder, Davon muttered to himself. Chapter 88. The treasures inside the cottage. Nelson observed countless corpses hitting the ground, a trace of surprise appearing in his eyes. Indeed, his young junior brother was a prodigy. After leaving this place, he must have an intense battle with him. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, which unexpectedly surprised them. The stone slab slowly moved, revealing a passage beneath it. This stone tablet actually has a passage below? Davon was very astonished. However, an extremely dangerous aura emanated from below. Nelson also noticed it, but such a secret realm wasn't enough to fear. He patted Davon's shoulder. Let's go and take a look. Davon nodded, following Nelson into the passageway below. It was pitch black down there, with a heavy stench of blood noticeable. This place didn't seem like a hidden realm left by immortals, but rather a secret base for demon cultivators. The deeper they went, the stronger the bloody smell became. Upon reaching the bottom, they suddenly found a monster appearing behind them. Nelson didn't even turn around. A sword energy wave instantly slew the beast. Junior brother, be careful. This place is probably not as simple as you think, said Nelson casually. Davon nodded. Ever since entering, he felt something was watching him, a truly uncomfortable sensation. HM? Looking forward, Davon saw numerous corpses ahead. These corpses seemed dead for quite some time. Frowning, Davon noticed that despite their age, the corpses hadn't turned into skeletons. The strong scent of blood must be caught and was enough for him to reach the cottage. His speed brought him almost right before the wooden house. But stepping into it triggered a formation, depleting Davon's spiritual energy continuously. Damn, I've fallen into a trap, Davon frowned. This little house did have its danger. His internal spiritual energy depleted rapidly, weakening him considerably. Behind him, numerous corpses gathered. Davon tried moving but found himself unable to control his body or any actions. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful sword energy arrived. The approaching corpses near Davon were destroyed entirely by this energy. Junior brother, focus on dealing with what's in front of you. Leave the rest to your senior brother. Nelson remained stationary but made Davon feel particularly reassured. Davon nodded, observing the formation on the ground. Though his spiritual energy was being sucked dry, he managed to retain some control. Won't let myself get drained. He coldly chuckled, gradually accumulating his spiritual energy. Focusing everything into his right hand, a formidable aura coalesced. Even Nelson drew in a sharp breath, feeling this terrifying energy. Can move now? Davon sensed activity in his right hand, then smashed it onto the ground. Boom. A powerful blow detonated, causing shockwaves even making Nelson retreat 2 steps. That punch likely destroyed the formation. Nelson murmured admiringly, looking at Davon with approval. The ground was devastated. The formation was obliterated. Breathing heavily, Davon's expression turned solemn. Gazing at the wooden house ahead, he wondered what valuable items might be inside to consume so much effort. Inside the cottage was sparse a bed, a painting, and a sword. Nothing else. The sword was rusty, seemingly crumbling at touch. The wooden bed had accumulated much dust, yet the painting remained clean and carried a mystical aura. It depicted a landscape scene with a lone boat and a person standing on it. Davon stared at the painting. It seemed to watch him closely. At this moment, the figure in the painting turned sharply, staring intensely at Davon. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura locked onto Davon, snapping him awake. Gasping deeply, sweat poured off his forehead. An immortal's aura. Davon gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly, this painting contained an immortal's aura. Definitely a treasure that needed taking. He swiftly reached out, grabbing the painting. Instantly, the ground began trembling as boundless spiritual energy converged towards the painting. Oh no! Standing outside the cottage, Nelson's face drastically changed upon seeing this. Chapter 89, Target of All Arrows. As someone from the upper realm, he was naturally well aware of what had happened. That surge of energy was unmistakably something possessed only by cultivators from the upper realm. Moreover, he felt that the entire secret realm's spirit chi was continuously flowing into this wooden house. If they stayed here any longer, it would likely attract every cultivator in the secret realm. Although he did not know what kind of opportunity Davon had obtained, remaining here could cost their lives rather than preserving it. Even if the two of them were exceptionally strong, they could not kill thousands of people. Junior brother, we should leave. Nelson stood outside, calling out to Davon inside the wooden house. Davon wore a pained expression. Senior brother, I want to go, but I can't move at all right now. Can't move? Nelson frowned, realizing how significant this opportunity might be. Resolve it quickly. I'll guard you. As Nelson thought, quite a few cultivators had already gathered around this place. The convergence of spirit chi is happening here. This place must be inhabited by immortals. It seems we've found treasure. Several cultivators arrived and started fantasizing about their lives after obtaining the treasure. However, just as they approached, a figure blocked their path. This way is closed. Please turn back. Nelson stared at the cultivators before him, speaking with a serious demeanor. Haha, does it depend on what you say? You may be at the peak late-stage nascent soul realm, but so are we. Do you think one person can handle the world? Ding. Disciple Davon has obtained an immortal relic. Mission issued. Mission requirement. Protect the immortal relic. Help Davon absorb it. Reward. Sacred flame fired. Hearing this, Barrett couldn't help but smile. His disciple indeed had great luck to acquire an immortal relic. Master, looks like little junior brother has found something good. Alora, having spied on the secret realm, spoke as well. Barrett nodded. It's just an immortal relic. Don't make a fuss over it. Alora paused, remembering her past life as a jade pool immortal maid, where she wouldn't even bat an eye at an immortal relic. Yet, in this place, anything related to immortals would drive everyone mad. She noticed people starting to act restlessly, clearly sensing the situation there. Master, I know what you're thinking. Let's wait until they come out. Barrett waved off her concerns. Hearing this, Alora sighed in relief, knowing those people wouldn't snatch the item. In the secret realm, Davon watched the spirit chi infuse into the painting. After absorbing all the spirit chi, the painting became lifelike. He sensed that with a mere thought, he could enter the painted world. Great find. Davon couldn't help but marvel. Realizing he could move again, he quickly put the item into his storage ring and headed out. Seeing numerous corpses ahead when he exited, Nelson greeted him with a grin. Seems you've gained a lot. Thank you for guarding me, Davon bowed. Nelson glanced ahead, waving his hand. Let's go. If we don't leave soon, we won't be able to. Davon hurriedly followed. As they left, they saw many cultivators gathered around the stage. Davon noticed the city's population had increased and was shocked to see the secret realm losing its spirit chi, gradually collapsing. People came in large numbers, Nelson observed, becoming more serious. But this was also a good opportunity to test his limits. Go! Grasping Davon's hand, he vanished instantly. His speed was incredible, disappearing from everyone's sight almost immediately. Without hesitation, the surrounding cultivators gave chase. At the entrance of the secret realm, as the spirit chi dispersed, the gateway became ethereal. They needed to leave soon, or they'd be trapped. Despite this, many still watched the entrance, hoping to seize the moment. Stop them! They have an immortal relic. The pursuing crowd shouted, stopping anyone planning to leave. Turning around, they looked at Davon and Nelson with greedy eyes. Be gone! Nelson roared, drawing his sword, which emitted a resonating hum. Instantly, overwhelming sword intent swept through, making everyone instinctively clear a path. Seeing this, Nelson didn't hesitate, dragging Davon out. Breathing a sigh of relief upon exiting, they quickly realized they were surrounded by many others. Nelson chuckled, unsurprised since they're now, I intend to take them away. Do any of you have objections? Facing Barrett's question, the elders dared not speak and instinctively took a few steps back. Such a terrifying pressure, no one dared to stop him. He was an Imperial Realm powerhouse. Anyone who dared to provoke him would end up dead. Master, these relics are yours. When we return, I will guard you as you cultivate. Barrett waved his hand. Although he didn't know what Davon was going to say, he understood well enough. Hearing this, Davon felt moved. Thank you, Master. After all, these were immortal relics, which even an Imperial Realm powerhouse would covet. But my master seems indifferent, Davon thought. Right, isn't Sister Danny out yet? Davon looked around and asked. Barrett smiled. She will be out soon. Let's wait here. They sat back down at their original positions. Though many people were watching intently, none dared to cause trouble. As Barrett had said, Caitlin soon emerged from the secret realm, but she seemed injured badly. Breathing heavily, recalling her experience within, she was still shaken. Head Peak Lin, mission accomplished. I brought out the treasure successfully. Caitlin struggled to Barrett's side, speaking respectfully. Seeing her condition, Barrett waved his hand. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, gradually healing her wounds. Everyone busy, many had already left the secret realm area. Soon after, back at the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Elliot and others had been waiting at Ascension Square for a long time. Barrett, how did it go? Patriarch Zhang watched the flying boat land and asked. Barrett laughed. I must admit, Peak Leader Wang has a great disciple. Caitlin managed to bring out 3,000 spirit swords from the secret realm. Wow. Elliot sucked in a cold breath. 3,000 spirit swords could almost equip all inner sect members of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. What about your Scarlet Sun Peak? Patriarch Zhang stared at Barrett. Even Davon and Nelson were back. This journey must have yielded significant gains for Scarlet Sun Peak. Scarlet Sun Peak gained nothing, Barrett stated bluntly. Elliot's lips twitched. Do you think I believe you? Patriarch, those are my disciples' fortunes. Would you like to take them away too? Barrett looked at Elliot speechlessly. Elliot waved his hand. All right. With 3,000 spirit swords, it's enough for our sect. Very well, we will leave first. Barrett smiled and led his disciples back to Scarlet Sun Peak. Back at Scarlet Sun Peak, the three returned to their respective rooms and started cultivating. As for Barrett, he sat in his chair. System, claim reward. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the Sacred Flame. The Sacred Flame is the most unruly among celestial flames and remains uncontrollable by anyone under the heavens. It was said that a single spark of the Sacred Flame could destroy a sect in mere breaths. Even celestial ascension cultivators could be annihilated instantly. Yet, this fierce flame danced gently in Barrett's palm, docile as ever. Indeed, anything from the system is top-notch. Barrett muttered to himself. Wait. At this moment, Barrett noticed a raging aura emanating from Jimmy Brianna's room. The fluctuations matched the sacred flame in his palm perfectly, but its power was overwhelming. If not controlled properly, the entire Great Wasteland Immortal Sect might be destroyed. This girl dares to refine the sacred flame without telling anyone. Sigh, since you're my disciple, let me lend you a hand. Barrett gazed at Jimmy Brianna's room and murmured before sending the tame flame from his hand towards hers. Chapter 91. 3 Advancements. For a moment, the originally wildly raging flames gradually stabilized. Inside the room, Alora's brows were knitted together. Her forehead was drenched in sweat, and her breathing became extremely rapid. She had initially thought that with her current strength, controlling the sacred flame would be effortless. However, she never expected such an uncontrollable flame, which she couldn't manage at all. It seems there's no hope then. Just as she was thinking this, the fierce sacred flame unexpectedly became stable. What's happening? Alora was startled, but soon she realized what was going on. This must be Master's doing. It must be Master. Within the entire Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, no one else could achieve this. Now that the sacred flame had stabilized, she needed to refine it quickly. I can't waste Master's efforts. Alora murmured to herself and then focused her mind, starting the refinement process. Nelson was in a state where his understanding of swordsmanship had long reached its peak. A breakthrough now was merely a matter of intention. The powerful sword intent spread through the room, almost making the Crimson Sun Peak tremble. On Davon's side, however, there seemed to be no activity at all. But Barrett was very clear that these 3 disciples would each cause significant commotion. He gathered spiritual energy enveloping the entire Crimson Sun Peak. Thus, no matter what happened, the outside world wouldn't detect anything from the Crimson Sun Peak. Inside Davin's room, he had already vanished, leaving only a painting on the table. Originally, the painting showed a lone figure standing on a boat, but now there were two people. Davon, who was now inside the painted world, looked stunned. He had wanted to relive the sensation he felt before, but instead, he was pulled into this painted world. Looking at the unfamiliar man before him, who didn't speak but attacked abruptly, Davon hadn't even reacted when his form instantly disappeared. By the time he regained awareness, he was back unharmed on the boat. "Senior, please guide me." Davon knew this was an opportunity for him. The only way forward was to defeat the unfamiliar man in front of him. Outside, at the Crimson Sun Peak, Barrett tended to the plants in his herb garden. Though not numerous, each plant was incredibly valuable. He observed the nearby houses emitting scorching heat, surging sword intent, and that faint yet formidable aura. Any one of these forces, if released, might stir up investigation throughout the central state. Sealing off the Crimson Sun Peak was indeed the right decision, Barrett muttered to himself. Over the following days, Barrett rested peacefully. Until one noon, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, Disciple Allura has advanced to late soul formation stage, mastering Sacred Flame, beginning to provide feedback to the host. Ding, Disciple Nelson has advanced to mid-soul formation stage, mastering Supreme Sword Path, beginning to provide feedback to the host. Ding, Disciple Davon has advanced to peak Nascent Soul stage, mastering Dharma Manifestation, beginning to provide feedback to the host." A series of messages rang out, and Barrett noticed his internal power becoming increasingly abundant. Who would have thought that in just half a month, they have completely broken through? Barrett, feeling the fullness of his energy, said in surprise. At that instant, a scarlet flame shot skyward. If Barrett's protection wasn't comprehensive enough, it might have caused a disturbance across the entire central state. Simultaneously, waves of sword intent suddenly spread, forming a colossal sword above Nelson's roof. Two figures appeared in the air, their auras extremely formidable. Not bad, not bad. It looks like they have fully elevated their levels. Barrett nodded in satisfaction, muttering to himself. Their auras gradually subsided, and then they flew to Barrett's side. "Thank you, Master." Allura knelt on the ground. If not for Barrett's help, she wouldn't have been able to control the sacred flame. Barrett waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to thank me. This is the result of your own efforts." Is little junior brother still in seclusion? Nelson glanced at the nearby room, asking in confusion. He has already emerged from seclusion, and his gains are not less than yours. Barrett looked ahead and grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, a furious aura suddenly spread. Even Allura and Nelson felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Instantly, a giant phantom appeared in everyone's view. This wild aura almost shattered Barrett's defenses. Phew, this kid's growth rate is terrifying beyond imagination. Nelson drew a cold breath, confirming that those chosen by Master weren't weak. Soon, the aura gradually subsided, and a disheveled young man walked out of the room. "I have to say, this little junior brother is a monster." Allura believed her talent was exceptional, but Davon's talent seemed even more frightening. "Junior brother, how about a match with me?" Nelson's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. He wanted to see if his swordsmanship could break through Davon's Dharma manifestation. Just as Davon was about to agree, Barrett interrupted. "Don't rush with the competition for now. All three of you follow me to the sect leader hall." Barrett stared at the three of them, saying this. Elliot had suddenly sent him a message earlier, indicating something important. "Yes," the three replied in unison. Given Master's command was absolute, they naturally wouldn't refuse. The four swiftly flew to the sect leader hall, where they saw many people already waiting. The masters of several peaks had gathered, and they all wore serious expressions. Crimson Sun Peak has arrived. Now, let's get down to business. Patriarch Elliot, upon seeing Barrett arrive, spoke solemnly. "This is an invitation from the Eastern Continent Heavenly Sword Sect. They've invited powerful sects from the 9 provinces to participate in the Ascension Assembly. This time, our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect has 4 slots available. Are any of the Peak Masters interested?" Although he addressed the various Peak Masters, Elliot's eyes remained fixed on Barrett. Even the other Peak Masters watched Barrett after hearing this information. "In my opinion, perhaps the Crimson Sun Peak would be suitable." "I agree. I also agree." All the Peak Masters unanimously recommended the Crimson Sun Peak. Only Barrett stood there, somewhat helplessly. "I haven't even spoken yet. Why are you all recommending my Crimson Sun Peak?" Chapter 92. Heading to Tianhai City. "Barrett, since 2 of your disciples have returned, and including you, that makes 4 people. Why don't you participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's Ascension Conference?" Elliot looked at Barrett, his tone heavy. "Even if I didn't agree, I'm afraid you wouldn't allow it." "Since that's the case, then we'll entrust this Ascension Conference to you all," said Elliot, handing the invitation to Barrett with a chuckle. "And this is a significant opportunity. Do not miss it." Barrett sighed helplessly, grabbing the invitation. "I've only just returned, and now I have to go out again. After all, Crimson Sun Peak is the face of our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect," Grimes said with a smile. Although other peak leaders were all couldn't afford it, given their boats were mostly stolen from other sects. "Master, once we arrive at the Heavenly Sword Sect, we should be cautious," Davon said respectfully beside Barrett. "Why?" Barrett asked, turning to look at him. "The Heavenly Sword Sect is the leading sect in Eastern State. It's rumored that their sect leader is an Imperial Realm powerhouse, and their ancestor is a 6-star overlord," Davon replied. "A 6-star overlord?" This surprised Barrett. Indeed, besides the barren Central State, the other states' powerful sects all had Imperial Realms cultivators safeguarding them. "No need to worry about that. We're merely guests. There won't be any conflicts," Barrett waved it off, unconcerned. "Emph, just an Imperial Realm," Nelson scoffed. "If I were at full strength, killing them would be like slaughtering chickens." Barrett glanced at Nelson. "Rein in your temper. If you provoke them, I don't want to clean up after you." Nelson said nothing, only gazing into the distance. The flying boat moved swiftly, reaching Tianhai City within just a few hours. Tianhai City bustled with activity, yet Davon remained unusually quiet. Upon reaching the flying boat port, they noticed tight security, with even the average guard being at the Golden Core stage. Great Wasteland Immortal Sect Elders, this way. The flying boat departs tomorrow. Sticks, pointing at Davon. Excuse me, haven't you recognized me after just a short absence? Davon raised an eyebrow. T-third young master. Startled, the guards recognized Davon. Informed the patriarch. They exchanged glances and rushed off as Davon entered unhesitantly, heading straight for the rear courtyard. No sooner had he stepped inside when a mocking voice echoed, "Look who's back," the crippled Davon. Turning, Davon saw a well-dressed man approaching from behind, causing his fists to clench. "You forgot the basic rules, didn't you, Davon?" The man stared down arrogantly. Davon gritted his teeth, bowing respectfully. "Second brother." "Hee, trash remains trash," Bailey sneered mockingly. Chapter 93, Unwelcome Pawn. Davon did not speak. He did not want to conflict with this person. His sole purpose for coming back was to reclaim what belonged to him. "Second brother, I'm here only to take away Mother's belongings," Davon said calmly to Bailey in front of him. Hearing this, Bailey laughed out loud. "You, born from a mere servant, don't overestimate yourself. Take advantage of my good mood and get out now, or don't blame me for being unfriendly." Davon clenched his fists. Although anger surged within him, he still had no intention of attacking. "I've said it before, I am here only to take away Mother's belongings. After getting them, I will leave on my own." "Himph. Do you even have the right to say that? Anyway, that woman's belongings were long thrown away somewhere. You won't find them even if you search." Bailey sneered and suddenly kicked towards Davon. His speed was fast, but Davon was faster. Almost instinctively avoiding the attack, he landed a punch on Bailey. Bailey retreated several steps, feeling chest pain which made him spit out a mouthful of blood. "You dared to attack me." Fury flashed in Bailey's eyes as if he wanted to kill Davon immediately. But soon he realized something. "Your cultivation has recovered?" After all, Davon was once a genius of the Jimmy family, only becoming weak due to damaged talent. Now that Davon had recovered, his status would likely change greatly. Davon frowned. "What does my recovery have to do with you? Tell me, where are my mother's belongings?" Facing Davon's question, Bailey laughed coldly. "Just a bastard child of a lowborn. Don't overestimate yourself." Davon's face turned darker. "You're asking for death." He took a step forward and directly struck a palm at Bailey. The power of this palm was very strong, making Bailey fall like a broken kite in the air. Bang! Bailey hit the ground hard. Fear filled his eyes. "Davon, I am your second brother. How could you dare to attack me? You insulted my mother. It's already mercy that I didn't kill you." Davon gritted his teeth, fury clearly visible on his face. Honestly, if not for wanting to avoid trouble now, he would have killed Bailey long ago. The significant noise naturally drew attention from many people. When the people of the Jimmy family arrived, shock appeared on their faces. That waste of the Jimmy family had actually seriously injured the early-stage core formation cultivator, Bailey. What happened? At this moment, a stern voice resonated among them. Servants hearing this sound knelt down instantly. "Patriarch." Davon turned around and saw two people walking towards him. One was none other than the patriarch of the Jimmy family, Nolan, while the other, whose cultivation was completely unreadable, wore a Taoist robe with a sword on his back. Davon. When Nolan saw Davon, surprise appeared on his face. More surprisingly, Bailey was lying on the ground, seemingly barely alive. "Father, this trash dared to hit me. You must stand up for me." Seeing Nolan's arrival, Bailey seemed to have seen a savior. However, due to excessive agitation, his breathing became erratic, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Displeasure spread across Nolan's face. "What is your meaning by harming your brother?" "Brother? Huh. So father is still as biased as ever. He insulted my mother. Why shouldn't I retaliate?" Davon's tone became stern, eyeing everyone present. "Looks like your family has quite a lot of chaos." The man slowly spoke, his gaze focused on Davon. For some reason, Davon felt an immense pressure under this man's scrutiny. "Haha, Ferdu, my apologies." Nolan turned to Sunny and said, "Rebellious son, quickly apologize to your brother. And then go to the law hall for 30 lashes." Nolan again looked at Davon, displeasure clear in his tone. Davon's eyes darkened. Indeed, he should not have harbored hope from the start. Regardless of whether he did right or wrong, as long as father was unhappy, he would receive punishment. "I, Davon, have long been abandoned by you. This time, I came back just to reclaim the jade pendant my mother left me." Saying coldly, Davon showed no sign of apologizing or admitting fault. Only then did Davon notice that in Sunny's hand was a jade pendant, the very legacy left by his mother. "Father, you gave my mother's belongings to others." Davon tightened his fists, his face turning even darker. "Rascal, having been away for so long, it seems you've forgotten the family rules completely." Nolan exploded with rage, clenching his fist tightly and striking Davon with great force. If it were an ordinary person, they would certainly die from this blow. But Davon defended himself firmly. His expression grew even more solemn. "Seems you want to kill me, then I won't hold back either." Davon coldly snorted, and spiritual energy burst from his body instantly. Such profound technique. Sunny stood beside, somewhat surprised. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, and his aura grew stronger. Such a profound technique he had never seen before. Avarice flashed in Sunny's eyes. If he could obtain this technique, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. As for Nolan, he was greatly astonished during the fight with Davon. He was at the peak late-stage core formation, one step away from the soul transformation stage. But Davon wasn't suppressed by him. Instead, Davon almost had him under pressure. "Lord Jimmy, let me help you." Seeing the situation going wrong, Sunny stepped forward. Mid-stage soul transformation cultivation burst out instantly, charging straight at Davon. Davon inwardly knew it wasn't good. This guy was too strong. Although he could barely withstand him, against two opponents, survival would be tough. However, just as the opponent charged over, a long sword suddenly pierced between the two. Boom! Crimson flames descended from the sky, causing Sunny to retreat hastily in fear. His face was filled with shock. Who is this senior? Please show yourself. A chilly voice echoed throughout the Jimmy family compound. Haha, bullying our junior brother. You really think we won't intervene? Davon did not speak. He had no intention of picking a fight with this person. His sole purpose for returning was to reclaim what belonged to him. Second brother, I'm only here to take away mother's mementos, Davon said calmly to the man before him, Bailey. Upon hearing these words, Bailey burst into laughter. You, born of a mere servant girl, have far too high an opinion of yourself. Get out while my mood is still good, or else don't blame me for being unfriendly. Davon clenched his fists. Though rage simmered within, he didn't intend to attack. I said, I am here solely to take mother's mementos, and will leave once I have them. Humph, who do you think you are? That woman's belongings were probably discarded long ago. You wouldn't find them even if you tried, Bailey sneered, then suddenly kicked towards Davon. Bailey moved fast, but Davon moved faster. Dodging instinctively, Davon struck Bailey with a punch. Bailey staggered back several steps, clutching his chest, spitting out blood. You dared to lay a hand on me. Rage blazed in Bailey's eyes, but soon realization dawned. Your cultivation has recovered? Recalling that Davon was once a prodigy of the Jimmy family, who felt a weakness due to damage potential, now recovering meant significant changes in status might occur. Frowning, Davon retorted. My recovery is none of your business. Tell me where mother's mementos are. In response to Davon's interrogation, Bailey laughed coldly. Just a bastard from a lowly servant. Don't get too cocky. The color drained from Davon's face. You seek death. With a swift step forward, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending Bailey flying like a broken kite. Pound. Bailey crashed onto the ground, fear overtaking him. I'm your second brother, Davon. How dare you attack me? For insulting my mother. Not killing you already shows restraint. The fury on Davon's face was palpable. Truthfully, if it weren't for not wanting trouble, he would have killed Bailey already. The commotion naturally attracted much attention. When the Jimmy family members arrived, shock filled their faces. This so-called wastrel of the Jimmy clan had severely injured Bailey, a cultivator at the early yuaning stage. What is going on? A stern voice resonated among the gathered crowd. Hearing it, the servants promptly knelt down, head of household. Turning around, Davon saw two people approaching. One was the head of the Jimmy family, Nolan, and the other's cultivation was indiscernible. Dressed in a Taoist robe with a sword strapped to his back, his expression unreadable. Davon. Surprise flashed across Nolan's face upon seeing him. Even more astonishingly, Bailey lay wounded on the ground. Father, this waste attacked me. Please give me justice, Bailey exclaimed, viewing Nolan as his salvation. Too agitated, Bailey coughed up another mouthful of blood. Displeasure crept onto Nolan's face. How dare you harm a sibling? Harm a sibling? Seems you care about them just as much as before, Davon replied seriously. He insulted my mother. Why shouldn't I act? The Jimmy family seems to have its internal issues, The man spoke slowly, fixing his gaze on Davon. A feeling of oppression pressed on Davon under this scrutiny. Hee. Ferdu's amusement noted, Nolan responded, turning to Sunny. Ungrateful son. Apologize to your brother immediately. Then head to the enforcement hall for 30 lashes. Nolan's voice carried displeasure. The look on Davon's face grew darker. As expected, harboring hope was futile. Whether right or wrong, punishment awaited if father disapproved. I, Davon, was abandoned by you long ago. My return is merely to retrieve my mother's jade pendant. Only then did Davon notice that Sunny held the very jade pendant, a memento from his mother. Father, you gave mother's memento to someone else. Fury twisted his features. You ungrateful brat. Have you forgotten the family rules during your absence? Nolan roared, clenching a fist and slamming it toward Davon. Powerful as it was, Davon fended off the blow. The threat loomed, yet his eyes darkened further. It appears you wish to kill me, then neither shall I hold back. A cold snort escaped Davon as his surrounding spirit energy surged. What a profound technique, Sunny remarked, taken aback. The flowing chi along the meridians intensified. Never had he seen such a profound technique. Lust flashed in Sunny's eyes. This technique could greatly enhance his power. During their clash, Nolan, being at the peak late-stage Yuaning realm and nearly at the transformation realm, found himself astonished. Davon remained unshaken and even threatened to overwhelm him. Lord Jimmy, let me assist you. Stepping forward, Sunny released his mid-transformation realm energy toward Davon. Doom approached as a long sword interceded between them. With a roar, crimson flames descended, causing Sunny to hastily retreat several steps, startled. Who are you, esteemed senior? Please reveal yourself. A cool voice echoed throughout the Jimmy estate. Bullying our junior. Really thought we wouldn't intervene? Note. For better flow and readability, minor adjustments and natural English expressions have been used. Chapter 94. Secrets within the Jade Pendant. The onlookers were all taken aback by what unfolded before them. An essence transformation cultivator. While essence transformation cultivators weren't rare in Central State, an essence transformation cultivator of such tender age was practically a rarity, maybe countable on one hand. Seeing this, Sunny's expression turned grave. He began to regret his actions inwardly. Had he known that this young man had such a formidable backing, he never would have laid a hand on him. Davon's eyes widened with surprise as well. He hadn't expected his senior siblings to show up here. Senior brother, senior sister, why are you here? Davon asked, staring at them in confusion. Alora smirked and said to Davon, Of course we had to come. If someone were to bully our junior brother, wouldn't it be said that the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect can't even take care of its own disciples? Upon hearing the name, Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, everyone present was visibly startled. The sect stood at the pinnacle among all sects in Central State. In fact, if the Jimmy family hadn't caught Sunny's attention, they might have chosen to join the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect instead. Sunny cleared his throat and explained, this was all a misunderstanding. But before he could finish, a blade appeared before him, its edge pressing against his neck, making his breath catch. Misunderstanding? Do you think I didn't see what happened just now? Nelson's sword pointed coldly at Sunny. Regret consumed Sunny, but it was too late for remorse. Fellow Taoist, I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate. Sunny knew that compensation was the only way out. Otherwise, there would be severe consequences. Since you're willing to compensate, let's not mince words. Hand over everything in your storage ring and that jade pendant, Alora demanded bluntly. Sunny froze. Did she mean hand over everything in his storage ring? Refusal would bring trouble. I understand, he replied, knowing that provoking the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was already a lenient outcome for him. He promptly handed over the space ring and the jade pendant to Alora. She accepted them nonchalantly and passed both items to Davon beside her. Speaking of which, I haven't given you anything since you joined the sect. Consider these your joining gifts. Looking at the storage ring and jade pendant handed to him, Davon was taken aback but took them, saying sincerely, thank you, senior sister. Don't mention it. It's what a senior sister should do. Alora waved her hand casually. Davon didn't speak further, gripping the jade pendant tightly, his mind racing with thoughts. After taking a deep breath, he regained composure. Now that he had retrieved his mother's heirloom, he felt no reason to stay longer. Senior brother, senior sister, let's go, Davon suggested to the two. However, Nelson's eyes remained fixed on the jade pendant, his face growing serious. Nelson, what are you thinking? Alora suddenly asked. Nelson snapped back to reality and shook his head. Nothing, let's leave first. As the three left Jimmy family manor, the family members stood rooted to the spot, unsure of what to say. Their expressions varied from shock to fear, and some breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of two essence transformation cultivators from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect had been daunting. Had there been any conflict, the entire Jimmy family might have faced destruction. Once outside, Nelson finally asked, that jade pendant, it belongs to your mother? Yes, Davon nodded, clutching the pendant. Can I take a look? Nelson asked. Davon didn't hesitate. Of course. Without their help, he wouldn't have retrieved this pendant. After examining it carefully, Nelson remarked, it's exactly as I suspected. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with the pendant? Alora asked. This pendant is made from Tianning Jade and contains cultivation techniques from the higher realms. Tianning Jade is precious even in the upper realms, and the technique stored within is at least celestial grade. Nelson returned the pendant to Davon, explaining its significance. If this is true, why are you telling me, senior brother? Davon was astonished. Celestial grade techniques were irresistible temptations even to Imperial realm cultivators. Yet, Nelson had disclosed this without showing the slightest interest. It's just a celestial grade technique. Do you think the techniques master taught us are inferior to that? Besides, our paths have already been set. We don't need such things. Moreover, it's your mother's heirloom. Naturally, it belongs to you, Nelson replied, waving his hand dismissively. Davon was profoundly grateful. Thank you, senior brother. Forget it. Maybe you should show this to master. Perhaps he can offer more insight, Nelson said as they walked back. The trio headed towards there and where Barrett was resting. Soon, respectful voices were heard outside the door. Master, may we enter? Alora's voice called out. Come in, Barrett replied directly. Three figures entered. Master, we have an item and hope you can appraise it, Davon spoke respectfully, standing before Barrett. Surprised, Barrett wondered what kind of treasure they had brought. Let me see it first. Davon placed a jade pendant on the table. It's this pendant. Ding, detecting a divine rank treasure. Tianning Jade. Analyze. The system's voice echoed in Barrett's ears, surprising him. He hadn't expected the system to have this feature. Analyze, Barrett decided without us, then it's not that impressive, Alora said, puzzled. After all, every person present could already fight above their rank. What if I told you that it could help senior sister defeat late-stage Ascension Realm cultivators? And even when facing an Imperial Realm cultivator, you'd stand a chance of surviving against them. What would you say then? Nelson stared at Alora as he spoke. Everyone gasped, not expecting the Holy Transformation Heart method to be so powerful. If it truly has that effect, then this cultivation technique is indeed formidable. Alora couldn't help but marvel. In her past life as a Jade Pool Immortal Maiden, though her cultivation was high, she still couldn't deal with opponents who were several major realms stronger than her. If she had cultivated this technique, her accomplishments would certainly have far surpassed those of her past life. Master, I wish to share this technique with everyone. Davon knew how important this technique was, but he wasn't someone who coveted it for himself. If not for his master, he probably wouldn't have known about it even until death. You're willing to share such an important item? Barrett looked intently at Davon, impressed by his decision. There would be no Davon today without master and everyone else. Besides, sharing it doesn't mean I won't cultivate it myself. By morning, Barrett slowly opened his eyes, feeling his body's spiritual energy become abundantly full, even changing subtly. This must be the effect of the Holy Transformation Heart method. They really worked hard overnight, Barrett murmured to himself. When he stepped out of the room, Nelson and the others had also emerged. They seemed still in shock, for the changes brought by the Holy Transformation Heart method were significant. I can't believe just one night of comprehension could result in such improvements, Nelson grinned. Now he felt confident he could kill one of two Feather Transformation Realm experts and escape from the other. Alora and Davon were equally amazed by the significant boost from last night. It's time we head to the flying boat, Barrett reminded them as they appeared engrossed in their newfound power. They nodded and followed Barrett away from the inn. At the flying boat dock, crowds gathered, including cultivators from major sects, independent cultivators, and even commoners. Each had their own reasons for boarding the flying boat, some for profit, others to make connections. Inside the flying boat, the space was vast, housing even an inn. And it's livelier than I expected, Barrett observed. Strife was forbidden on board, making it a natural trading hub. Master, why don't we get something to eat? Davon asked. Though cultivators didn't need food, indulgence was always enjoyable. So Barrett didn't object and joined them inside the inn. Inside the bustling inn, the staff were ordinary humans serving the guests. What can I get for the esteemed immortals? A waiter approached politely. Nelson? Right? What's your business in Dongzhou? Barrett looked at Joa and asked. Joa replied with a smile. To participate in the Ascension Conference. It's my master's request. Who is your master? Barrett asked with some confusion. To cultivate someone to early-stage soul formation as an itinerant cultivator must mean the master isn't ordinary. Joa smiled. Senior Lin. My master is reclusive and doesn't like disturbances. Please forgive me for not revealing his identity. Since you don't wish to say, I won't pry. Barrett waved his hand. The flying boat raced forward, accompanied by rumbling sounds and the roars of beasts from outside. It seems our luck is a bit off, encountering a storm. Joa remarked while looking outside. Nelson wasn't worried at all. This flying boat has secret techniques that can resist storms. Even if they do invade, those beasts will only end up dead, Alora said bluntly. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry came from outside. A ray shattered. The beast invaded. Another shout alerted all cultivators, causing them to quickly stand up. In an instant, several dozen black-robed cultivators rushed out, efficiently slaying the intruding beasts and immediately starting repairs on the array. However, Barrett noticed their repair pace was slow, and several breaches already existed. Our luck is truly not good this time, Barrett muttered, taking a sip of wine and slowly heading out. Barrett didn't care. Although many might die in this storm, his disciple's strength could serve as good experience. I'm not interested in your affairs. Barrett turned back inside and resumed drinking. Normally, there should be stronger cultivators on board, but only soul formation cultivators were seen, indicating Joa had communicated with him beforehand. Ignoring the chaos on deck since no beast could get close to where he was, Barrett continued drinking. Why are you holding back, sister? With your strength, you shouldn't stop at just this. Nelson glanced at Alora after slaying numerous beasts. Alora gave a cold snort. If I use holy flame, do you believe I could destroy the entire vessel? A deafening roar suddenly resounded outside. Below the boat, a crimson dragon leapt into the air, smashing the almost repaired array with its tail. Bloodthirsty dragon. Damn, it actually appeared. Quickly, a figure shot out, the unmistakable Joa. Is this guy mad, confronting a late-stage Transcendence Realm bloodthirsty dragon at mid-stage soul formation? Nelson mumbled to himself. Alora stepped forward, a powerful opponent, perfect for practice. With Alora advancing, Nelson and Davon glanced at each other and swiftly flew ahead. Suddenly, a ferocious flame enveloped the bloodthirsty dragon. Roaring furiously, the dragon scattered the flames. Since you've all acted, let me see how much you've improved. Barrett stepped onto the deck with a pot of wine, eyes fixed on his disciples, curious about their progress after all these teachings. Chapter 97. Selling the Bloodthirsty Flood Dragon. He gazed into the distance. The bloodthirsty flood dragon's aura was exceptionally ferocious. Even when several of them combined their efforts, they could not gain any advantage. Its hide is really tough, Nelson said with a frown. His sword had barely left a shallow wound on it just now. If it were another demonic beast, it would have been killed by that single strike. Joa watched the scene and spoke calmly. Everyone, are you planning to lend a hand? Lend a hand? Stop dreaming. We just wanted to see how much we've grown. Nelson sneered and ignored Joa, focusing instead on his actions. He moved swiftly, closing in on the bloodthirsted flood dragon almost instantly. However, as soon as he approached, the dragon lashed out with its tail, clearly anticipating an attack. Nelson didn't dare to meet it head-on and immediately retreated. Davon, on the other hand, relied on his powerful physique and the circulation of the divine spirit forging body technique, remaining steadfast beside the dragon despite the surrounding lightning. It looks like Davon has truly surpassed us. Nelson observed the scene before him with a sense of resignation. Alora, for her part, showed no signs of dejection. She summoned the Crimson Sun immortal sword, combining its intense pressure with sacred flame fire to create an intensely hot atmosphere. Even senior sister Lin has brought out her trump card. I can't be left behind, Nelson murmured to himself. The sword intent contained within the green cloud sword erupted completely. In an instant, all the swords on deck began to hum and flew towards Nelson's vicinity, creating a spectacular wave of thousands of swords converging. A sight that always drew attention. All present focused on Nelson, eager to see how they would slay the bloodthirsty flood dragon at a higher level. Even the normally composed Davon revealed his own hidden abilities after sensing the overwhelming auras from his seniors. Suddenly, a golden silhouette appeared behind Davon. 3 magnificent scenes unfolded before everyone's eyes, leaving them momentarily unsure which one to watch. Die! 3 attacks converged upon the bloodthirsty flood dragon. Sensing the imminent danger, it struggled desperately to escape. But just as it tried to flee, a terrifying force suddenly struck it. Its previously agile body became immobilized, unable to move or escape as the attacks arrived. With a thunderous roar, the sea surface erupted with a massive surge of spiritual energy, causing even the stable flying vessel to shake violently. When the dust settled, the bloodthirsty flood dragon floated lifelessly on the sea's surface. Hiss, truly terrifying, Joa said, his face filled with shock after witnessing the entire event close up. Without lifting a finger, the bloodthirsty flood dragon was already dead. It seemed he'd gotten lucky. But just as he planned to reclaim the dragon's corpse, Nelson beat him to it, storing the corpse in his spatial storage ring. Atlee, what do you think you're doing? Seeing Nelson's action, Joa's smile faltered. Nelson responded tersely, we three slew it. The corpse belongs to us. Joa was momentarily speechless and could only watch them leave woodenly. He clenched his fists. Was he really going to give up just like that? On deck, the three returned, drawing the gazes of everyone present. After killing the bloodthirsty flood dragon, the surrounding demonic beasts fled due to the intense spiritual disturbance. Those that didn't escape met their demise from the lingering force. Master, how did we perform? Alora asked with a smile as she approached Danny. Barrett crossed his arms and smiled. Not bad. Everyone was astonished. Slaying a transcendent-level demonic beast, and yet, in Barrett's eyes, it was merely not bad? While they pondered this, Joa returned. Nelson, could you sell me the bloodthirsty flood dragon's corpse? As long as you name your price, I'll accept it without any negotiation. Standing before them, Joa's tone was far more serious than before. Nelson glanced at the others. With his master's command, Nelson promptly released the bloodthirsty flood dragon's corpse. Cash on delivery. Understood, Joa said, quickly departing after reclaiming the corpse as if something important awaited him. What a strange person. The corpse of a bloodthirsty flood dragon is worth only 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet he paid double. Davon was baffled. What could this man be thinking? Chapter 98. Arrival at East Continent. Probably, what he wants is a freshly killed bloodthirsty flood dragon, Alora explained. A fresh bloodthirsty flood dragon, with its blood boiling like fire, and its core carrying a hint of spirituality. In other words, it's likely that he is spending a large sum to buy the corpse of a bloodthirsty flood dragon for someone's sake. Nelson rubbed his chin, also realizing something. No wonder he went through all this trouble. But I'm curious how he managed to convince those people. Davon became even more curious. Though Joa's cultivation was high, it would be impossible for him to negotiate with the managers on the flying boat. But he had accomplished the impossible. Others' affairs are not necessary for us to know. Barrett tapped the table. At least they indeed made a profit. He weighed the bag in his hand, a thick smile appearing on his face. As Master said, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones can allow us to indulge for a long time, Nelson said. Barrett put the storage bag away without much thought. Let's rest quietly. Meanwhile, in a private room in the tavern, Joa stood respectfully before a man clad in black armor. Commander Liu, thank you very much. Arda waved his hand. Since this is for the city lord, now that we have the bloodthirsty flood dragon, go back as soon as possible. Yes, I will use the bloodthirsty flood dragon's blood and core to save my master, Joa spoke politely, then turned and left. Back with Barrett, who was resting calmly. Soon, he noticed a figure leaving the flying boat. How could this person really be crazy enough to leave the flying boat directly? Davon drew in a cold breath, knowing firsthand the storms outside the flying boat, plus the attacks by terrifying beasts. It would be difficult for him to survive. Nelson remarked, his escape skills are impressive, and since he dared to go out, there must be someone helping him. Barrett nodded in agreement. Right, so let's sit down and rest honestly. Time passed bit by bit, and they arrived at East Continent in peace. The moment Barrett stepped into East Continent, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy was very abundant. Admittedly, the abundance of spiritual energy here in East Continent is incomparable to Central Continent. Barrett muttered to himself. Even so, Master, you probably have no match within the 9 continents, Nelson said. Though he hadn't seen Barrett display his true strength, he felt no one in the 9 continents could be his match. Barrett smiled and waved his hand. That's uncertain. There's always someone better, something higher. The three looked at each other but didn't speak. They knew very well that Barrett's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. In East Continent, Xianxia City, the flying boat landed, and everyone admired the prosperity inside the city. Cultivators here were exceptionally powerful, with nascent soul cultivators almost everywhere. Xianxia City is a certain distance from Heavenly Sword Sect. Given the speed of the flying boat, it will take about 2 hours to get there. Barrett checked the map and told the others. Although with his cultivation, he could reach the Heavenly Sword Sect's territory in mere breaths, others couldn't keep up, especially Davon. So, they decided to continue via the flying boat, which belonged to Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, maintaining their grandeur. Leaving Xianxia City, Barrett summoned the flying boat again to head towards Heavenly Sword Sect. On the way, Barrett saw a battle scene ahead, showing an unexpected expression. Why is this kid here? Barrett scratched his chin in surprise. Nelson also sensed something inside. I haven't heard from him in 10 years. I thought he was dead. Second senior brother, Master. Who are you talking about? Davon asked curiously. Alora smiled. That's your third senior brother. Quite an odd character. An odd character? Davon hadn't expected anyone to describe his fellow disciple as strange. Barrett sighed. After all, it was his doing that third senior brother became that way. Alright, let's go see what's happening. Barrett vanished instantly, catching everyone off guard. At the battle site, William stood seriously in the center of the battlefield. On both sides of him were dozens of cultivators, all glaring fiercely at each other, ready to kill on the spot. Barrett and the others arrived but didn't reveal themselves. Master, should we not help? Davon asked confusedly, wondering why they wouldn't assist. Barrett shook his head. He doesn't need help. William had grown into a young man, his eyes resolute, showing no sign of giving in to the surrounding cultivators. Senior brothers, for my sake, please stop and avoid meaningless conflict, William shouted at the crowd. Step aside, Zhou Jr. brother. Rest assured, today we only cripple them. We won't kill, one side retorted. Pa, don't be arrogant. If it weren't for Zhou Jr. brother, we'd have killed you all already. Both sides exchanged heated words, clearly angry, but none willing to act rashly due to respect for William. Senior brothers, if you won't stop, I'll have to intervene, William warned, suddenly bursting with formidable aura, middle transformation realm. This aura silenced everyone. They were just nascent soul cultivators. How could they withstand the pressure of a transformation realm expert? Humph, in honor of Zhou Jr. brother, we'll spare your lives today, one group quickly retreated. The other group also left without hesitation. Admittedly, you've become quite capable. Barrett walked out slowly and said to William. Seeing Barrett, William was visibly shocked. Master, what are you doing here? He asked in surprise. Naturally, business calls us to the sect. But why are you here in East Continent? Barrett countered. Chapter 99. Heavenly Sword Sect. I came 10 years ago. I heard there were many wars in the Eastern Continent, so I came to help. William answered truthfully. Due to his cultivation technique, his karma increased rapidly within these 10 years. Simultaneously, doing good deeds made him a respected figure among Eastern Continent cultivators. It can be said that the majority of cultivators knew William. Is that so? What are your plans next? Nelson nodded and asked. Yes, sea monsters have been harming people in the eastern seas. I plan to handle it. Who is this? William noticed Davon and asked with some confusion. This is your junior brother, Barrett. Enter your cultivation technique and cultivate the one he has. I have no objections. Barrett turned to Nelson. Nelson waved his hand. Forget it, that technique isn't suitable for me. What cultivation technique does senior brother Joe practice? Davon, being new, had no idea what technique William practiced. Turning away from evil to seek goodness technique, Alora replied. This deepened Davon's confusion. What kind of technique was this? I created this technique specially for William. He only needs to accumulate karma by doing good deeds to enhance his cultivation, Barrett explained to Davon. In this world, is there really someone who can consistently do good deeds? Davon had witnessed various cruel events. Frankly, he didn't believe anyone could always stick to their principles. There is, your senior brother Joe, Nelson responded. Since cultivating this technique, William got addicted to it and never stopped. Otherwise, where would this overwhelming karma come from? Seems like senior brother Joe truly is extraordinary. Davon was shocked. Barrett glanced at the sky. Alright, it's time to head to Heavenly Sword Sect. I hope Heavenly Sword Sect can bring me some excitement. Nelson held Xianxuan's sword and grinned. Heavenly Sword Sect was the first sect in the Eastern Continent, and also the gathering place for sword cultivators. Naturally, Nelson wanted to experience it. The previous multiverse competition did not involve Heavenly Sword Sect, so now Nelson intended to try. Several hours later, outside Heavenly Sword Sect. Outside Heavenly Sword Sect, numerous flying boats had docked, elders and disciples from various immortal sects appearing in everyone's sights. Because they were guests, the sect members docked their flying boats at the foot of the mountain. Such concentrated sword intent, Nelson descended from the boat, revealing a look of surprise. This terrifying sword intent didn't scare him but rather excited him. You'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll personally tutor you for a month when we return, Barrett warned Nelson without any courtesy. Nelson was stunned. Although Barrett's tutoring could enhance his cultivation, it would definitely crush his confidence, possibly taking years or even decades to recover. I understand. I won't initiate trouble, Nelson responded. At the entrance of Heavenly Sword Sect stood a late-stage transformation realm cultivator with a long sword. I presume you're representatives of Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. I'm 7th Elder Isaias of Heavenly Sword Sect. Isaias bowed to them. Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Scarlet Sun Peak, Barrett. These are my disciples, Alora, Nelson, Davon. Barrett introduced them. Isaias's gaze stayed on Nelson, showing immense shock. Supreme sword body and harboring intense sword intent. Such a genius was indeed frightening. So you're Horatian, please come in. Isaias snapped back and instructed his disciple to lead them to a resting area. On top of the peak stood a pavilion. Precursors, please rest here for a few days. The Ascension Conference begins in 3 days, a disciple said respectfully, constantly staring at Nelson. After these people left, Davon questioned, why does everyone keep staring at second senior brother? Almost 90% of the people since they entered had been staring at Nelson. That's because my sword cultivation surpasses theirs, making them envious. Nelson held his sword arrogantly. Although Barrett wanted to criticize, it was true. Nelson, as an upper realm sword immortal, despite losing significant cultivation, still possessed formidable sword cultivation. I see, Davon nodded, thinking Heavenly Sword Sect wasn't anything special. We will chat later. I'm going to practice. Alora walked toward the pavilion. Davon and Nelson exchanged glances before entering to start practicing. They couldn't practice the Heart Sage technique on the boat, so naturally, they wanted to seize this break. Barrett wasn't bothered. Instead, he set up an array on the mountain to ensure no disturbance during their practice. Chapter 100. Arranging a contest. For 2 consecutive days, Barrett and company spent their time in the pavilion. Due to Davon and the other 2 being in seclusion, Barrett was essentially the only one wandering around. However, during these 2 days of wandering, he did come to understand why Heavenly Sword Sect had become the premier force in East Continent. It was brimming with powerful cultivators. The outer sect disciples were innumerable, and most were around the mid-foundation establishment stage. As for those inner sect disciples, nearly all were at or above the early golden core stage. Although he hadn't seen their core disciples yet, Barrett could guess that they would likely be at least at the nascent soul stage. Such formidable strength indeed left Vast Waste's immortal sect in doubt if it could rival them. Horatian. At this moment, a voice came from not far away, pulling Barrett back to reality. He looked at the Rodney approaching the pavilion, feeling somewhat puzzled. You are? Barrett asked, looking at the Rodney before him. This Rodney is Inner Sect Santiago Ho of Heavenly Sword Sect. Horatian, I have come here to ask you for a favor. Bryn stood before Barrett, his expression appearing very amiable. Barrett squinted his eyes, sensing the Elder's power was astonishingly at the late Transcendent stage, just 1 step away from a mortal ascension realm. What is it? Barrett felt puzzled. For such a powerful cultivator to personally come here, it must be something significant. The Immortal Ascension Assembly is approaching. Our sect leader intends to invite disciples from various major sects to participate in a contest. Bryn expressed his thoughts. Barrett's lips twitched. Having his 3 disciples engage others might well result in them upturning everything? Is Horatian unwilling? Seeing Barrett's slightly odd expression, Bryn inquired. Barrett waved his hand. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I feel that this way we might be bullying others. Your 3 disciples possess extraordinary strength. How could they bully anyone? Bryn smiled. Santiago, you've misunderstood me. I'm worried my disciples will overpower others, Barrett said with both hands clasped behind his back, a smile on his face. These words brought a stunned look to Bryn's face. He originally thought Barrett would be modest. Instead, Barrett seemed quite arrogant. Horatian, the vast majority of those coming to our heavenly sword sect are from top-notch forces. Their disciples are at least at the mid to late nascent soul stage. How can they possibly be bullied? Bryn laughed. Barrett shook his head. If I say that my 3 disciples are at the peak late nascent soul stage at the lowest, would you still dare let them compete? Upon hearing this, Bryn's smile gradually froze. Lowest at the peak late nascent soul stage? That meant 2 of his disciples had already reached the deity transformation stage? A cold breath involuntarily escaped Bryn. He knew Barrett wouldn't lie. After all, once the Immortal Ascension assembly commenced, a single glance at the trio would verify Barrett's words. Moreover, he trusted Barrett wouldn't lie about such matters. Still, he genuinely couldn't understand how Central State, such an uninhabitable place, could produce such frighteningly talented cultivators. So, Santiago, it's not that we're unwilling to participate. It's that their cultivation levels are too high. Going against others truly feels like bullying. Barrett bowed as if apologizing. To Bryn, however, Barrett seemed more like he was boasting. And yet, he indeed had the capital to boast. Even the weakest disciple was at the peak late nascent soul stage. Cultivators of this caliber would be treated as supreme prodigies wherever they went. To think there were 2 more like this. Honestly, Bryn felt a bit envious. On this point, Horatian needn't worry. We also have disciples at the deity transformation stage within our heavenly sword sect. Regaining his composure, Bryn spoke. Since their heavenly sword sect could stand atop East Continent, they definitely possess strength and heritage. Since Santiago has spoken so, refusing further wouldn't be appropriate. I will accept this challenge on behalf of my disciples. Barrett knew that since things had been said this far, he should agree. In that case, thank you, Horatian. I have some affairs to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Bryn quickly departed. Leaving this mountain peak, Bryn didn't go elsewhere but headed straight for the sect leader's hall. Watching Bryn leave, Barrett figured the participating list for Heavenly Sword Sect might change because of this. Just then, several magnificent auras suddenly spread out from the pavilion. They indeed have terrifying talents, Barrett mused, watching the emanating auras. Feeling the feedback from the system within him, Barrett sensed his strength growing continuously. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he saw the majestic aura being concealed by an array formation. Fortunately, the previously gifted array formation manual allowed him to set up such a concealing formation. Otherwise, if such auras erupted, they might find it difficult to leave Heavenly Sword Sect. An old saying goes, a commoner bears no crime, but wealth brings guilt. Indeed, they needed to be cautious moving forward. Inside the pavilion now, Devon felt the pure strength within him, his eyes revealing astonishment. Now, his internal power was terrifyingly strong. Even facing a deity transformation cultivator, he felt he wouldn't be as desperate as before. Though he had slain a wounded deity transformation stage beast in the secret realm previously, things were different now. Confronting a true deity transformation cultivator again, he felt he had a chance of winning. It seems all 3 of you have finished cultivating. Come out. I have tasks to assign. Barrett's voice echoed in Davon's ears. 3 figures immediately flew out of the pavilion. Barrett gazed at them and said calmly, during the Immortal Ascension Assembly, Heavenly Sword Sect has arranged a contest. Are you planning to have us 3 participate? Alora asked dubiously. Barrett nodded. Yes. Alora crossed her arms, looking at Barrett. Master, with our current cultivation levels, isn't it a bit much to go up against those disciples? It feels like playing with children. Indeed, fighting against Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators with their deity transformation strength would be akin to playing with kids. Chapter 101. The Heavenly Sword Sect Heir. Barrett sighed. So, when you step onto the stage, try to hold back a bit and don't be too oppressive. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect said they would also send disciples at the soul transformation stage, those disciples were definitely their future successors. If these disciples were injured or seriously harmed by them, it would be hard for the offenders to leave the Heavenly Sword Sect without consequences. If that's the case, why not arrange for Devon to go? Nelson shifted his gaze to Devon, whose current strength was at the peak of nascent soul. Coupled with his terrifying talent, he could fully contend against soul transformation cultivators. I'm afraid of that happening. Barrett continued. If a nascent soul cultivator beats a soul transformation one, what do you think will happen? Looking at the few people present, Barrett asked. Alora quickly caught on. They might feel embarrassed. Exactly. We are guests here, not enemies. So, please hold back a bit. Barrett waved his hand as he spoke. Alora and the others exchanged glances, thinking over this matter. As Barrett said, they were guests, not foes, so they should indeed hold back. If they angered them and created enmity between 2 major sects, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect might truly be unable to withstand an attack from the Heavenly Sword Sect. In that case, there is only one way. When the time comes, I'll step up and lose to someone from the Heavenly Sword Sect, Nelson finally decided after much thought. Hearing this, Barrett was somewhat surprised. He knew Nelson's character. How could he suddenly consider losing deliberately? Have you had a change of heart? You'd actually lose on purpose? Alora similarly asked, voicing her doubts. After all, I'm stronger than him. What harm can it do to let the younger generation have their moment? Nelson held the green cloud sword, essentially considering this match as a child's play that didn't need serious effort. Barrett remained silent. Since they already had such thoughts, he could only agree. Afterward, they spent some time preparing. On the day the Ascension Conference began, within the main peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect, representatives from various sects appeared. Many greeted each other, looking harmonious. Suddenly, a fearsome aura spread nearby. Realizing its source, everyone saw a man in white robes approaching. Such a formidable aura belonged only to an Emperor Realm cultivator. Barrett focused, recognizing a 3-star overlord. This must be the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect. No wonder this sect was the top power in Eastern Continent. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Ascension Conference of our Heavenly Sword Sect. Emil, the patriarch, spoke haughtily. However, Barrett and the others weren't fazed, taking their seats calmly. In essence, this conference was merely an exchange between great sects, a chance to socialize and discuss cultivation techniques. Therefore, I hereby announce the beginning of this year's Ascension Conference. As he spoke, a dense spiritual energy spread around them. A young cultivator suddenly appeared in the center of the sect square, dressed in white robes, holding a long sword, emitting intense sword intent. Heavenly Sword Sect's Adonis. Greetings to all senior experts, Adonis said calmly, bowing politely. Feeling his aura, everyone took a sharp breath. To reach mid-soul transformation at such a young age, he stood out even in the 9 provinces. Just average, Nelson commented casually, observing Adonis. Barrett, however, was fixated on Adonis, though recognizing that Adonis's talent was impressive compared to most. However, Alora and the others far surpassed Adonis's capabilities. Emil spoke again. Everyone, this is my youngest disciple. This little addition to the conference is designed to make it less dull. If any of you have confidence in your disciples, let them compete. Of course, there will be rewards for winners. Emil revealed a pill from a box. Seeing the breakthrough pill, everyone gasped. It's actually a breakthrough pill. Such a treasure as a prize? No wonder the Heavenly Sword Sect is so affluent. Though many were stunned by the breakthrough pill, Alora and the others showed no interest. Brother, sister, that's a breakthrough pill. Aren't you excited? Davon noticed their indifference. It's just a breakthrough pill, nothing special. Alora waved it off. Nelson agreed. No need to get excited. You'll see later it's not rare. Remembering Barrett once gave away 2 breakthrough pills, their current lack of surprise made sense. However, they soon turned to Davon. At peak late nascent soul, wouldn't the breakthrough pill take him to soul transformation? Little brother, go play with him a bit, Nelson told Davon, who hesitated but remained silent. Though he felt confident against early soul transformation cultivators, facing mid-stage was daunting. Barrett watched Adonis, then Davon. Give it a try. Losing won't be a problem. This would temper Davon without dampening the Heavenly Sword Sect spirits. Yes, master, Davon agreed, knowing he had to step up. Chapter 102. The Intent to Kill. Davon quickly walked towards the platform, drawing the attention of everyone present. Their faces were filled with surprise. Late-stage Yuan Ing cultivation. While it was impressive and made him a prodigy, it was nothing compared to the mid-stage Huashan powerhouse standing on the platform. Walking up there now would be tantamount to suicide. Even Chevy was surprised. His goal for this gathering was to showcase Heavenly Sword Sect strength. He had invited many major sects from the 9 provinces. His gaze shifted to Barrett, expecting that one of the 2 disciples at the Huashan stage would step forward. However, he was taken aback when a disciple at the Yuaning stage climbed up instead. Senior brother, I hope you can enlighten me, Davon said courteously as he stepped onto the platform. Adonis glanced at Davon with dissatisfaction. He hadn't expected such a weakling to walk up on his own. His original task was to stand on the platform to intimidate others, showing the power of the Heavenly Sword Sect. But now someone dared to come up. However, he wasn't irritated. Instead, he saw this as an opportunity. If he could demonstrate overwhelming strength and crush this insignificant insect, he could certainly awe everyone present. A late-stage Yuan Ing cultivator? Fine, then I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to your level, Adonis said. Defeating Davon at his current strength wouldn't make much of a statement, so he intended to bring his realm down for emphasis. But Davon shook his head. That's not necessary. Senior brother can stay at your original cultivation. Adonis frowned, surprised by the audacity of this person. Are you sure? He asked, staring intently at Davon. I'm sure, Davon nodded. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Was this kid crazy? Did he really think he could beat a mid-stage Huashan cultivator with just late-stage Yuan Ing? Very well, then don't blame me if you lose, Adonis sneered, coldly acknowledging Davon's stubborn insistence. Davon took a deep breath, invoking the Saint Transformation Heart Sutra, his aura rising dramatically. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Without a word, Adonis's sword flashed, charging straight at Davon. Davon immediately sensed the danger and swiftly dodged. Observing the shallow cut on his shoulder, he reflected. Indeed, a Huashan cultivator was far stronger than he imagined, but he felt more excitement than anything else. If that was all, perhaps he could deal with it. Surprise appeared on Adonis's face after delivering a single strike. How could this guy's skin be so tough? That strike should have severed his arm, but Davon only suffered a minor injury. Barrett watched the exchange closely, his expression turning grim. He's going too far, Barrett remarked coldly. Alora and Nelson noticed the same issue. This wasn't like a normal sparring match, it felt more like an attempt to kill. If it weren't for Davon's exceptionally strong physical body, that strike might have severed his shoulder entirely. But I'm curious what little junior brother will do next, Nelson said calmly, watching the platform. Feeling the other party's intent to kill, Davon knew he couldn't hold back any longer. He took a deep breath and mobilized the surrounding spiritual energy. Suddenly, a deep pit formed where Davon had been standing, and he vanished. Seeing this, Adonis was astounded. He couldn't track Davon's movements, but after years of practicing swordsmanship, this scene didn't faze him. Focusing his sword chi into his long sword, it hummed ominously, encircling him with streaks of sword light. Heavenly Sword Sect's secret technique, absolute cloud-cutting sword method? Heard only the sect master can learn this technique. Looks like he's set to become the next sect master. People around murmured in surprise. Although Adonis couldn't capture Davon's position, he managed to defend himself. Suddenly, A powerful blow forced Adonis's body to lean. Shocked, he hadn't expected Davin's punch to penetrate his sword chi defenses. Though surprised, Adonis was no ordinary opponent. A flash of sword light aimed directly at Davin's vital points. Naturally, Davon wasn't a fool. Seeing the lethal intent, he responded by unleashing a terrifying aura, combining the soul-tempering body technique with the Saint Transformation Heart Sutra, reaching his peak strength. The longsword about to strike Davin's vital point instantly shattered into countless fragments. Adonis was amazed by how resilient Davin's skin was. But even so, he remained calm, retrieving another sword from his storage ring. As this sword appeared, a massive sword intent surged, breaking through Davin's defenses, leaving numerous cuts on his skin. Davin's attack, which was about to land, was forced back at the last moment. Just as he retreated, Adonis was already before him, sword at his neck. Defending now was futile. "You win, senior brother," Adonis said, retracting his sword. Feeling the intense killing intent, Davon couldn't help but feel helpless. Despite his great strength, encountering such a formidable opponent left him unable to prevail. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother," Davon said reluctantly, acknowledging his defeat. As Davon stepped down from the platform, Adonis gripped his sword tightly. He never expected a cultivator at a lower realm to force him to use his spirit sword. "Admit it, this guy suits my taste. Master, I want to go up and test myself." Seeing Davon leave the platform, Nelson was itching to participate. Barrett, observing Nelson, pondered briefly before responding, "You may go up, but remember to control yourself." Despite Adonis's prowess, he paled in comparison to Nelson. Should Nelson lose control, Adonis might not survive. Chapter 103. A third party intervenes. Nelson nodded. "Don't worry. I just intend to teach him a lesson." After all, bullying Davon required a corresponding lesson. Nelson had already stepped onto the stage, and everyone's attention was now fixed on him. In an instant, everyone's faces revealed shock. Because Nelson's cultivation level was clearly mid-alchemy spirit stage. Even Adonis was surprised. He didn't expect anyone to match his talent. Not far away, Carlos watched this scene quietly, his eyes intensely focused on Nelson. Frankly, he was genuinely shocked. He hadn't anticipated that someone could be even more talented than Adonis. However, he was curious to see who would win in the competition between the two. "Taoist friend, please instruct me." Adonis stood with his sword, his gaze intense on Nelson. Clearly, he was also intrigued by Nelson. Nelson had no particular thoughts, but stared at Adonis very seriously. "Taoist friend, earlier it seemed like you were trying to put my junior brother to death." His tone was chilling as he stared at Adonis. Adonis frowned, not expecting this guy to realize he had used a lethal move. But despite this, he had no interest in further explanations. After all, this is the arena. There's bound to be damage. Just those few words brought a smile to Nelson's face. "This is what you said. Hope you don't regret it later." Nelson's smile gave Adonis a sense of danger. "Since then, please instruct me." Finishing his sentence, Adonis instantly burst into a terrifying sword intent. Nelson chuckled, never having met a match within the same realm before. Moreover, this was in his specialized field of sword Dao. This would be child's play. Thinking about this, Nelson walked forward. The powerful sword intent spread around Adonis, yet Nelson remained unaffected. Adonis furrowed his brows. This guy knew something. His sword intent hadn't suppressed him. However, Adonis wasn't disheartened. Instead, he directly attacked Nelson with his long sword in hand. "That's Heavenly Sword's sex treasure, the Night Radiant Sword?" "Hiss, this matches the power of Immortal Sword. Can't believe it was given to him. Given such talent, he must be the successor, so the Night Radiant Sword must be in his hands." But using the Night Radiant Sword for this competition really feels like overkill. Everyone was buzzing. How could anyone withstand a weapon rivaling an immortal sword? Yet when the massive sword intent surged towards Nelson, his figure disappeared. This sudden occurrence startled Adonis. "How did he disappear? Trying to compare swords with me? You're too inexperienced." Nelson's voice echoed from behind Adonis, filled with extreme danger. Adonis instinctively dodged, standing at the edge of the stage. In Nelson's hand was a primitive-looking longsword. Adonis frowned, unsure why Nelson felt so dangerous despite not radiating strong aura. "I'll only attack once. If you block it, I admit defeat. If you don't, you might spend some time bedridden." Nelson stared straight at Adonis, his tone calm. Adonis took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't avoid this strike. "If you say so, let me see your true strength." Adonis gripped the Night Radiant sword tightly, speaking solemnly. Nelson's lips curved upward. "Great, I knew you'd agree. Rest assured, I won't take your life." Saying this, Nelson slowly drew the Qingyun sword. Instantly, dust settled. Everyone saw a third person standing on the stage. It was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sect Master, Carlos. His unexpected intervention was surprising. They didn't expect their esteemed sect master to interfere in a disciple's battle. "You were too brutal," Carlos said calmly. "That attack, even a late alchemy spirit or early feather transformation cultivator would find hard to resist." Adonis would likely have been torn apart instantly by the sword energy. "Lord Liu, I've erred. With this move intercepted, I concede defeat." Nelson didn't dwell on it, turning to leave the stage. However, Carlos suddenly blocked his path. Seeing Carlos again, Nelson asked, "Lord Liu, anything else?" Carlos looked at Nelson, a profound smile appearing on his face. "Your sword Dao prowess is incredible. Why not join our Heavenly Sword Sect? I'll provide any resources you need." Translation notes. Chapter 103. A third-party intervention. Nelson nodded. "Don't worry, I just plan to teach him a lesson. Since Davon was bullied, he must give him a bit of a lesson as well." At this moment, Nelson had already stepped onto the stage, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Instantly, shock appeared on everyone's faces. It turned out that Nelson was also at the mid-alchemy spirit stage. Even Adonis was quite surprised. Someone actually matched his talent. Not far away, Chevy watched everything quietly, his eyes fixed on Nelson. Honestly, he was indeed quite shocked. never expecting someone could surpass Adonis's natural endowments. However, he wanted to see who would come out on top after their duel. Taoist friend, please enlighten me. Adonis stood with his sword, his gaze fixed on Nelson. Clearly, he was also interested in Nelson. Nelson didn't have any particular thoughts, but instead stared very seriously at Adonis. Taoist friend, looking at your earlier actions, it seems you were trying to place my junior brother in mortal danger. Nelson's gaze was intense, his tone cold. Adonis frowned. He hadn't expected that this guy knew he had used a killing move just now, but even so, he had no interest in explaining further. After all, this is on the stage. Injuries are inevitable. That one sentence brought a smile to Nelson's face. You said it yourself. I hope you won't regret it. Nelson stared at Adonis. That smile made Adonis feel a sense of danger. Then let's begin. Adonis's entire body instantly burst with a terrifying sword intent. Nelson laughed. He'd never met an opponent at the same level. And this was within the field of swordsmanship he excelled in. This was child's play. With these thoughts, Nelson stepped forward. A strong sword intent expanded from Adonis's body, yet Nelson seemed unfazed. Adonis frowned. This guy had some skills. His own sword intent couldn't suppress him. But he wasn't disheartened and directly grabbed his longsword, launching an attack on Nelson. That's the heavenly sword sect's treasure, the night glow sword? Hiss, it rivals a celestial sword. I didn't expect it to be passed down to him. With such talent, he must be the successor. The night glow sword will definitely be in his hands. Just using the night glow sword for a match is somewhat bullying, murmured the crowd. They all believed that no one could withstand a weapon comparable to a celestial sword. Yet, when the mighty sword intent approached Nelson, his figure vanished. This sudden situation shocked Adonis. How did this guy disappear instantly? To compete with me in swordsmanship, you're still too young. Nelson's voice came from behind Adonis, an extremely dangerous aura erupting. Instinctively, Adonis dodged and stood at the edge of the stage. At this moment, Nelson was holding an ancient longsword. Adonis frowned. Though Nelson's aura wasn't overwhelming, why did he feel such danger? I'll only release one sword strike. If you can block it, I'll concede. But if you can't, you might be spending some time in bed, Nelson said calmly. Adonis took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't avoid this strike. Since Taoist friend says so, let's see how powerful you truly are. Adonis gripped the night glow sword tightly, his expression solemn. Nelson's lips curled into a smile. Good. I knew you would agree. Don't worry. I won't take your life with this strike. Nelson slowly drew out the green cloud sword. Instantly, overwhelming sword intent erupted, causing countless sword practitioners' swords to buzz. Immaculate sword body. 10,000 swords worship. This is supreme swordsmanship. Not just the heavenly sword sect members, but every sword practitioner was startled by Nelson's astonishing sword talent. Even Chevy, as an imperial cultivator, showed surprise upon seeing Nelson. Such swordsmanship talent at such a young age was rare, a once-in-a-millennium genius. If such a genius joined the heavenly sword sect, he could certainly become a 9-star emperor, or even surpass it. Chevy clenched his fists, already having some ideas. Everyone, including Adonis, stared at Nelson, feeling the terrifying pressure. Even Adonis's night glow sword buzzed. A celestial sword has spirit. Facing an even stronger swordsman, fear emerged. Adonis's hand gripping the night glow sword trembled. So, here it comes. Nelson stared at Adonis ahead and slashed lightly. A seemingly effortless strike contained supreme swordsmanship. The terrifying sword chi appeared before Adonis, who had no face. Your swordsmanship is formidable. Why don't you join our heavenly sword sect? I can provide you with any resources you desire. Note: Mid-alchemy spirit stage is better understood as mid-stage alchemy spirit realm, aligning more closely with standard terminology in English translations of Chinese cultivation novels. Chapter 103. A third party interferes. Nelson nodded. Don't worry, I just plan to teach him a lesson. After all, he had bullied Davon, and Nelson felt it necessary to give him some punishment. At this moment, Nelson had already stepped onto the arena, and everyone's attention was focused on him. Instantly, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Because Nelson's cultivation was also at the middle of the soul transformation stage. Even Adonis was surprised. It turned out someone else shared his level of talent. Not far away, Chevy watched quietly, his eyes fixed on Nelson. Honestly, he was indeed quite surprised that there was someone with talent even higher than Adonis's. However, he wanted to see who would come out on top after their match. Taoist friend, please guide me, Adonis said, holding his sword upright while staring intently at Nelson. Clearly, Adonis was very interested in Nelson. Nelson had no particular thoughts, but instead stared solemnly at Adonis. Taoist friend, from your earlier actions, it seemed you were trying to put my junior brother sword for sparring does seem a bit unfair. The crowd buzzed. That was a Dharma weapon on par with the divine sword. How could anyone withstand it? But as the overwhelming sword intent approached Nelson, he vanished without a trace. This sudden development shocked Adonis. What happened? How did this guy disappear instantly? Trying to compete with me in swordsmanship, you're still too young. Nelson's voice came from behind Adonis, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Instinctively, Adonis dodged and stood at the edge of the arena. In Nelson's hand was a simple-looking long sword. Adonis frowned. He didn't understand why despite Nelson's unremarkable aura, he felt such danger. I'll only strike once. If you can block it, I'll admit defeat immediately. If you can't, you might have to stay in bed for some time. Nelson stared directly at Adonis, speaking calmly. Adonis took a deep breath. He knew this strike was unavoidable. Since Taoist friend puts it this way, let me see how strong you are. Adonis gripped the night blossom sword tightly, his expression grave. Nelson's lips slowly curled up into a smile. Good, I knew you'd agree. Don't worry, this strike won't take your life. With that, Nelson slowly drew the Qingyun sword. Instantly, a sky-high sword intent surged, making countless swords of the surrounding sword cultivators hum loudly. The arena. This wasn't a storm. It was the dispersed sword energy. These sword energies raged like storms, continuously assaulting the barrier. It only stopped after a while. When the dust settled, everyone saw that a third person was standing on the arena. It was none other than Heavenly Sword Sect's Patriarch, Xianxia. Xianxia's sudden intervention surprised everyone present. They hadn't expected the Patriarch himself to interfere in a duel between disciples. You went a little too far with that. Xianxia looked at Nelson, speaking calmly. That attack just now, even a late-stage soul transformation or early-stage feathers transformation cultivator would find hard to withstand. If Adonis had faced it alone, he would have been torn apart by the sword energy instantly. Horatio, I apologize. Since this move has been intercepted, I admit defeat in this battle. Nelson didn't dwell on it, and turned to leave the arena. But just as he was about to leave, Xianxia stood in front of him again. Seeing Xianxia reappear, Nelson asked, Horatio, do you have anything else? Xianxia looked at Nelson, his face showing a meaningful smile. I saw how formidable your sword cultivation is. How about joining our Heavenly Sword Sect? I can provide you with any resources you need. Chapter 103, Third-Party Intervention. Nelson nodded. Don't worry. I only plan to give him a little lesson. Nelson stared at Adonis. The smile gave off an ominous vibe. If so, then let me learn from you. With those words, Adonis suddenly erupted with an intimidating sword intent. Nelson chuckled. He had never faced an opponent within the same realm as himself before. And this was in his specialized domain, swordsmanship. It felt like playing with children. Thinking about this, Nelson walked forward. The overwhelming sword intent spread around Adonis, yet Nelson remained unaffected. Adonis frowned. This person definitely knew something. His sword intent couldn't suppress him. But he didn't feel discouraged. Instead, he grasped the long sword and launched an attack at Nelson. Is that the Heavenly Sword Sect's ancestral treasure, Nightglow Sword? Hiss, this is a magical weapon comparable to a celestial sword. I didn't expect it to be passed down to him. With such talent, he is clearly destined to be the successor. Nightglow Sword is naturally in his possession. Just using Nightglow Sword in this match seems a bit unfair. The crowd buzzed with discussion. This was a magical weapon on par with a celestial sword. How could anyone possibly withstand it? But when that overwhelming sword intent surged towards Nelson, his figure disappeared. This abrupt situation shocked even Adonis. What was going on? How could he vanish instantly? You're still too inexperienced to challenge me with a sword. Nelson's voice came from behind Adonis, radiating an extremely dangerous aura. Adonis instinctively dodged and landed at the edge of the arena. In Nelson's hand was an ancient-looking long sword. Adonis frowned. He didn't understand why he felt such imminent danger despite Nelson's seemingly mild presence. I'll only make one strike. If you can block it, I'll concede right away. But if you fail, you might end up bedridden for a while. Nelson looked directly at Adonis, speaking calmly. Adonis took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't avoid this strike. Since Dao's friend puts it this way, then let me see how strong you really are. Adonis tightened his grip on Nightglow's sword, his expression heavy. Nelson's lips curled slowly upward. Good, I knew you'd agree. Don't worry, this strike won't take your life. After saying that, Nelson slowly drew his Qingyun sword. Instantly, overwhelming sword intent surged forth, causing numerous sword cultivators' swords to hum incessantly. Immaculate sword body. 10,000 swords bowing. This is supreme swordsmanship. Not only members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but any sword cultivator present, was startled by Nelson's formidable swordsmanship. Even Xianxia, a celestial realm cultivator, showed a look of astonishment upon seeing Nelson. At this age to possess such terrifying swordsmanship made him a once-in-10,000 years genius. If such a prodigy joined the Heavenly Sword Sect, they could cultivate into a 9-star emperor or even surpass it. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He already had some thoughts forming in his mind. Others' gazes were fixed on Nelson. Naturally, Adonis's gaze was the same. Feeling the terrifying pressure, even his Nightglow sword began humming incessantly. A celestial sword has spirit. Facing a more powerful swordsman, it expressed fear. Even Adonis trembled slightly as he held Nightglow's sword. Well then, here it comes. Nelson stared at Adonis ahead of him and slashed effortlessly. That effortless slash contained supreme swordsmanship. The terrifying sword chi appeared before Adonis, but he showed no reaction at all. By the time Adonis realized it, it was too late to defend. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Boom. The sword chi was blocked by a barrier, causing a fierce wind to sweep across the arena. This was not just wind but dispersed sword chi. The sword chi ravaged like a storm, constantly assaulting the barrier. Only after a while did it finally stop. When the dust settled, everyone noticed a third person standing on the arena. It was none other than the head of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Xianxia. Xianxia's sudden interference surprised everyone. They didn't expect the esteemed sect leader to intervene in a battle between disciples. You went a bit too far with that move, Xianxia stated calmly to Nelson. Even a late-stage soul transformation or early-stage true immortal would find it difficult to withstand such an attack. If Adonis had tried to defend, the sword chi would likely tear him apart in an instant. Grandmaster Liu, I admit my mistake. Since the move was intercepted, this battle should be considered lost for me. Nelson didn't think much and was about to leave the arena. But just as he was about to leave, Xianxia stood in front of him. Seeing Xianxia again, Nelson asked, Grandmaster Liu, is there anything else? Xianxia gazed at Nelson, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. I noticed your extraordinary swordsmanship. Why don't you join our Heavenly Sword Sect? I can provide you with any resources you desire. Chapter 103, Third-Party Intervention. Nelson nodded. Don't worry, I just plan to teach him a lesson. After all, he had bullied Davon, so Nelson felt he should give him a taste of his own medicine. Now, Nelson was already walking onto the stage with everyone's attention focused on him. In an instant, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Because Nelson's cultivation was visibly at the middle stage soul transformation realm, even Adonis stepped forward. Despite the formidable sword intent around Adonis, Nelson remained unfazed. Adonis frowned. This guy knew some moves. His sword intent couldn't suppress him, but he didn't get disheartened. Instead, he grasped his long sword and launched an attack towards Nelson. That's Heavenly Sword Sect's supreme treasure, the Night Glory Sword? Sigh, this can rival immortal swords. Can you believe it's been passed down to him? With such talent, it's obvious he'll be the successor. Night Glory Sword naturally goes to him. Just using the Night Glory Sword for a contest feels like an unfair advantage. People murmured in conversation. It was a tool comparable to an immortal sword. No one could withstand it. However, as the overwhelming sword intent reached Nelson, his figure vanished instantly. The abrupt turn startled Adonis. How did this guy vanish so quickly? Still too inexperienced trying to fight me with swords? Nelson's voice echoed behind Adonis, emanating a dangerous vibe. Instinctively, Adonis dodged and positioned himself at the edge of the platform. In Nelson's hand was an ancient longsword. Adonis frowned. Nelson's aura didn't seem overpowering, yet why did he feel such danger? I will unleash only one strike. If you can withstand it, I will concede defeat. Otherwise, you might need some bed rest, Nelson said calmly while staring at Adonis. Adonis took a deep breath. He knew this blow was inevitable. Adonis trembled, gripping the Night Glory Sword. Here it comes. Nelson gazed at Adonis ahead and slashed casually. This seemingly simple stroke concealed supreme sword doctrine. A frightening sword chi stood before Adonis, who showed no reaction. By the time Adonis reacted, it was already too late to defend. Suddenly, a figure emerged between them. Bang! The sword chi struck a barrier, whipping up a storm on the platform. This wasn't a storm but scattered sword chi assaulting the shield. After a moment, it ceased. Dust settled, revealing a third person standing on the platform. The Patriarch of Heavenly Sword Sect, Chevy. Chevy's sudden move left everyone stunned. They hadn't expected the Grand Patriarch to interfere in a disciple duel. Your strike seems excessively ruthless, Chevy stated calmly. That strike would be hard for even late-stage soul transformation or early-stage feather soul cultivators to withstand. Had Adonis faced it alone, he would have been shredded instantly. Declan, Jr. admits fault. Since this move was blocked, this match ends with Junior's defeat. Nelson turned and began leaving the stage. But before he left, Chevy appeared before him. Seeing Chevy again, Nelson asked, "Is there anything else, Declan?" Chevy stared at Nelson, smiling meaningfully. "Given your outstanding swordsmanship, how about joining our Heavenly Sword Sect? Any resource you desire, I can provide." Through the dialogue, cultural terms like Dalyo, brother Taoist, are retained to preserve authenticity and explained contextually. Paragraph structure and line breaks remain intact to preserve the original format. Chapter 104. Dare to steal my disciple? Silence fell over the crowd. They hadn't expected that the Patriarch of Heavenly Sword Sect would openly try to recruit someone else's disciple in front of so many people. Even Barrett found it hard to contain himself. For heaven's sake, this was his disciple. Ring. New mission released. Please showcase your strength so that the Patriarch of Heavenly Sword Sect will know to back off. Mission reward upon completion. Immortal class technique, Wandering Dragon Steps. The sudden sound from the system made Barrett chuckle. It seemed he truly had to take action this time. On Alora's side, when she heard that the Patriarch of Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to recruit Nelson, she became immediately displeased. But just as she was about to say something, she felt a gentle breeze pass by her. Only then did she realize that Barrett was already standing on the stage. "Declan, Nelson is my disciple. Isn't it too much for you to poach him right before my eyes?" Barrett stared at Chevy, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Who are you?" Chevy looked intently at Barrett and realized that his cultivation was merely at the third-level chi practitioner stage. It seemed like this person had used some method to conceal his aura. "I am Barrett, the Peak Master of Crimson Sun Peak from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect," Barrett said seriously. Chevy frowned. While the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was the top power in Central Region, the Central Region was considered the weakest among the 8 continents. Therefore, no matter how strong Nelson might be, Chevy didn't believe he could surpass the Ascension realm. "Peak Horatian, I understand you don't want to let go of such a talented disciple, but shouldn't you also consider his future? Your Great Wasteland Immortal Sect is indeed powerful in the Central Region, but what about outside of it? Our Heavenly Sword Sect is a sword cultivation sect and the premier sect in Eastern Continent. Our rich background far surpasses that of your Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Moreover, I intend to take him as my disciple. Do you think an Imperial Realm cultivator like me can't teach him?" As he spoke, Chevy revealed a formidable aura, revealing he was a third-star Great Emperor. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, even Nelson felt pressured. But Barrett stood there as if nothing had happened, his face showing signs of displeasure. "Do you really think the Imperial Realm is that impressive?" Barrett remained unmoved. With a wave of his hand, a formidable sword intent instantly spread out. In just a breath, tens of thousands of swords hung above Chevy's head. Not only were the common disciple swords of Heavenly Sword Sect drawn, but also Nelson's Azure Cloud Sword, Alora's Crimson Sun Sword, and Adonis's Night Blossom Sword hovered in the air. Each sword contained extremely formidable sword intent. Chevy broke into a cold sweat when he felt this sword intent. He realized that if those swords came down, even if he used all his skills, he would be killed. Although there was no significant spiritual energy fluctuation from Barrett, Chevy caught a glimpse of something. It was the aura possessed only by Imperial Realm cultivators, and this terrifying sword intent made him feel that even their sect's ancient ancestor wouldn't be able to match it. "Now, Declan, do you have anything else to say?" Barrett crossed his arms and stared at Chevy. Chevy realized he had provoked someone he couldn't handle, so he hastily changed his words. "Peak Horatian, it was rude of me. How about this? Let this boundary-breaking pill be my apology." Saying this, Chevy placed the pill in front of Barrett. Everyone was shocked. Chevy actually backed down? Their gazes turned towards Barrett, wondering how strong this guy must be to make Chevy concede. While they didn't know Barrett's exact strength, Making Chevy concede was enough proof of his power. So, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was definitely not someone they could provoke. One boundary-breaking pill isn't enough. Barrett picked up the pill, his expression unsatisfied. Hearing this, Chevy knew it was time to sacrifice something. He then took out a sword manual from his spatial ring. This manual was passed down by our first patriarch. It is rumored to contain techniques from the upper realm. Perhaps Peak Horatian would be interested. Saying this, Chevy handed the manual to Barrett. Barrett looked at the manual, his face revealing a hint of helplessness. The sword techniques in this manual were far inferior to the heaven-spanning sword technique. However, when Nelson saw the manual, his expression changed noticeably. He hadn't expected that his casual records of sword insights would be picked up by people in the lower realm. This thing doesn't interest me. Since your heavenly sword sect has such rich resources, why don't you give me some defensive magical tools instead? Barrett stared at Chevy, saying directly. After all, this manual held no value to him. Since you put it that way, I will naturally comply. Chevy sighed in relief, though he still felt puzzled. This manual couldn't move Barrett? Could it be he wasn't interested in upper realm techniques? Or perhaps his sword techniques were more advanced than those in the manual? No matter which, Chevy felt that this person was beyond heavenly sword sect's reach. The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. It seemed they should seek better relations with him in the future. Fine, if that's the case, you can continue your ascension assembly. As for us, don't worry about us. With a wave of his hand, the numerous spirit swords returned to their respective owners. Barrett led Nelson back to their seats, clearly ignoring Chevy. Ding, congratulations, host has completed the mission and received Immortal Class Technique, Wandering Dragon Steps. The voice of the system echoed in Barrett's ear, filling him with satisfaction. Back at their seats, Barrett sipped on his spirit wine and placed the boundary-breaking pill in front of Davon. Master, what is this? Seeing the pill, Davon wasn't sure what to do. Barrett replied calmly, take it. Anyway, only you can use it among you all. Thank you, Master. Davon felt extremely moved and carefully placed the pill in his storage ring. Nelson raised his head and asked, Master, can you teach me that sword technique you used earlier? You have already learned this technique. Barrett looked at Nelson, speaking calmly. What I mean is, using mere intention to control immortal swords like the Azure Cloud Sword and Crimson Sun Sword. Nelson stared at Barrett, still visibly excited. Such a technique, even in the upper realm, was something he had never seen. Silence fell over the crowd. No one expected that the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect would openly recruit someone else's disciple in front of so many people. Even Barrett could barely hold back his frustration. This is my disciple, for crying out loud. Task issued. Demonstrate your strength to make the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect reconsider. Reward upon completion. Immortal grade technique, Dragon Soaring Steps. The system's voice interrupted Barrett's thoughts, making him chuckle. It seemed he really had to take action himself this time. On Alora's side, she was displeased when she heard the patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sect trying to recruit Nelson. However, before she could protest, she felt a gentle breeze by her side. Only then did she realize that Barrett was now standing on the platform. Lord Liu, Nelson is my disciple. Isn't it too much to try and poach him right in front of me? Barrett stared at Chevy, his tone laced with displeasure. And you are? Chevy scrutinized Barrett, noticing his cultivation was merely at the third stage of Chi Practitioner. This person must be using some method to conceal his aura. Patriarch of the Scarlet Sun Peak of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Barrett. Barrett said sternly. Chevy frowned. Although the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was the top power in Central Prefecture itself ranked lowest among the 8 major provinces. Thus, even if Nelson was exceptionally strong, there was no way he could surpass the realm of ascended immortals. Patriarch Lin, I understand you're reluctant to let go of such a gifted disciple, but you should also think about his future. Your sect may be powerful within Central Prefecture, but what happens beyond its borders? As the foremost sword cultivator sect in Eastern Province, our profound heritage far surpasses the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Moreover, as an Emperor Realm cultivator, do you think I cannot teach him properly? Saying this, Chevy revealed his formidable aura, unmistakably a 3-star Great Emperor. Even Nelson felt pressure under this overwhelming might, but Barrett stood there unperturbed, showing visible displeasure. Do you really believe the realm of emperors is that impressive? Unmoved, Barrett waved his hand, instantly releasing a powerful sword intent. Within a breath, tens of thousands of swords hovered above Chevy. Not only were ordinary disciple swords drawn in, but even Nelson's Azure Cloud Sword, Alora's Scarlet Sun Sword, and Adonis's Night Blossom Sword all hung in the air, each exuding potent sword intent. Feeling this overwhelming sword intent, Chevy broke into a cold sweat. He realized that if those swords fell, he would be killed even if he exerted his utmost effort. Despite Barrett not emitting much spiritual energy, Chevy caught a glimpse of it. It was the aura of an Emperor Realm cultivator, and such fearsome sword intent even surpassed their sect's forefathers. Now, Lord Liu, do you have anything more to say? Barrett asked, hands clasped behind his back. Realizing he had provoked someone beyond his reach, Chevy hastily changed his tone. Patriarch Lin, I apologize for my rudeness. How about this? Let me offer you this realm-breaking pill as an apology. Placing the pill before Barrett, everyone was stunned. Had Chevy backed down? Their gazes shifted toward Barrett. Just how strong was this man? The fact that Chevy had conceded clearly indicated his power. One realm-breaking pill isn't enough, Barrett said, holding the pill unhappily. Understanding it was time to give up something, Chevy pulled out a sword manual from his spatial ring. This sword manual was passed down by our first patriarch. It contains celestial sword techniques. Perhaps Patriarch Lin will find it appealing. Handing over the manual, Chevy watched Barrett's face turn slightly regretful. Compared to the heaven-piercing sword technique, this manual's content paled in comparison. But when Nelson saw the manual, his expression turned odd. He hadn't expected his casual notes on sword insights would be picked up by lower realms. I'm not interested in this. Since your sect has abundant resources, how about gifting me some defensive magical artifacts instead? Staring directly at Chevy, Barrett spoke bluntly. Given that the manual held no value for him, it was better to ask for something useful. Since you've put it like that, I agree, Chevy sighed in relief but remained puzzled. Why wasn't Barrett impressed by the manual? Could it be that the sword techniques he practiced were even more advanced? Regardless, this person was definitely not someone the Heavenly Sword Sect could provoke. The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, it seems we need to maintain good relations. Fine. Then continue with your Ascended Immortal Conference. You don't need to worry about us. With a wave of his hand, Barrett sent the floating swords back to their owners, then walked away with Nelson, clearly ignoring Chevy. Congratulations, task completed. You have received the Immortal Grade Technique, Dragon Soaring Steps. Hearing the system's voice, Barrett felt immensely satisfied. Returning to his seat, he handed the realm-breaking pill to Davon. Master, what is this? Seeing the pill, Davon was unsure of what to do. Take it. After all, you're the only one who can use it. Thank you, Master. Davon was extremely moved as he carefully placed the pill in his storage ring. Nelson looked up at Barrett, asking, Master, can you teach me the sword technique you used just now? Haven't you already learned this move? Barrett replied calmly. I mean, controlling swords like the Azure Cloud Sword or Scarlet Sun Sword, purely through intention. Nelson stared at Barrett, visibly excited. Such a technique, even in the upper realms, was unheard of. Hashtag Chapter 105, Heavenly Sword Pool. Although Barrett only controlled an ordinary sword, Nelson could also achieve this. However, he was very clear that the move just now did not display Barrett's true strengths were already determined, and there's nothing I can guide you in further. But after we return, I can impart new cultivation techniques to both of you, Barrett said with a smile, waving at them. New cultivation techniques? Davon and Alora asked simultaneously. It's a body technique. Even at your current level, if you use it to its full potential, you can evade pursuit from Imperial Realm cultivators, Barrett explained. Upon hearing this, they both froze in disbelief. Could such a body technique really exist to allow someone at the soul transformation stage to evade pursuit from Imperial Realm cultivators? Thank you, Master. Alora quickly regained her composure and thanked him urgently. Even Alora, who had seen many great scenes, was visibly excited. Davon felt the same. Thank you, Master. No need to thank me. Since you are my disciples, who else should I teach if not you? Barrett laughed. Besides, their cultivation would also benefit him. Teaching them was naturally the best choice. The Immortal Ascension Conference officially began, and many were already engaging in discussions. Simultaneously, various sect disciples exchanged views on the platform, receiving guidance from some elder sect members. However, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect did not participate in these activities. Given their formidable power, if they joined, it might turn into one-sided domination. By the end of the first day of the conference, everyone left the venue. The Immortal Ascension Conference lasted 2 days, with the first day dedicated to such exchanges. The second day would showcase the Heavenly Sword Sect's profound background. When leaving, Barrett sensed something amiss. It seemed like someone was watching them. These people concealed their presence well, and fled once Barrett detected them. They aren't from the Heavenly Sword Sect, Barrett mused, stroking his chin. Alora and the others also noticed and asked, Master, should we investigate? As soon as Barrett ordered, they would rush forward and apprehend those people immediately. No need. This has nothing to do with us. They might be targeting the Heavenly Sword Sect. Barrett declined their suggestion, knowing that assisting the Heavenly Sword Sect wouldn't benefit him much. He preferred to remain uninvolved. Hearing this, the three had no objections, for if their master didn't act, why should they? Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the Heavenly Sword Sect's inner court square. Arriving late, the square was already crowded with people. Gentlemen and ladies, you came to our Heavenly Sword Sect to witness our treasures, Emil addressed them. So today, we will visit the Heavenly Sword Pool. Upon hearing this, many sect cultivators became excited. The Heavenly Sword Sect had a marvel called the Heavenly Sword Pool, where powerful sword cultivators' bodies and swords were buried, emanating ferocious sword intent. Their purpose here was indeed for this pool. Before entering the Heavenly Sword Pool, I must warn you all, Emil continued. The deeper the area, the more terrifying the sword intent. Though these swords lack owners, please act within your capabilities. The Heavenly Sword Sect held the Immortal Ascension Conference every century to find suitable owners for the swords in the Heavenly Sword Pool. While few managed to retrieve a sword each time, Emil felt this year might be different. His gaze shifted to Barrett and Nelson. Both radiated frightening sword intent, potentially selecting the most powerful sword. In that case, the Heavenly Sword Sect's ultimate treasure might finally come to light. Everyone followed Emil towards the Heavenly Sword Pool. Barrett and his group were no exception, following closely behind. The surrounding restrictions were numerous. Without Emil's sect leader command, even Imperial Realm cultivators might fall easily. After a journey, they arrived at a mountain peak summit. The sword intent here is incredibly dense and diverse, Nelson remarked even before entering the pool, sensing the nearby sword intent. Barrett also felt it. Though the sword intent's pressure was intense, it did not affect him. If you can't hold up, stay here. Ahead, even I can't guarantee your safety, Emil warned, scanning the crowd. Many halted upon hearing this. Clearly, they had no affinity for the sword path. Even Davon stopped, standing motionless. Master, I guess I'll wait for you here, Davon said bitterly to Barrett. Chapter 106, The Rusty Iron Sword. Davon's strength was indeed very formidable, but his proficiency in the way of the sword was really too low. Therefore, Davon would probably have to remain on the periphery. Since that's the case, you stay here first. If there are any problems on the outskirts, send me a sound transmission immediately. Barrett looked at Davon and spoke earnestly. Although he did not know the background of those people from last night, if they dared to make a move against Davon, it was necessary to teach them a lesson. Davon nodded. I understand, Master. Subsequently, Barrett led Alora and Nelson towards the inner area of the Heavenly Sword Pool. Various sword intents made everyone feel amazed. Some as calm as water, some carrying a killing intent. All kinds of sword intents were displayed vividly within this Heavenly Sword Pool. Even Barrett felt somewhat surprised upon seeing it. Indeed, this place was a treasured spot of the Heavenly Sword Sect. From now on, it all depends on yourselves. Chevy stopped walking and addressed everyone. Though the Heavenly Sword Pool is our sect's treasure, we are certainly not stingy. If you have the affinity, you can obtain a sword you fancy from it. While saying, Nelson laughed and suggested, Senior sister, why don't you stay here to hone yourself? At least, it can help you control the sword intent better. This place was an excellent cultivation site for swordsmen, and even Nelson wished to practice here. Alora shook her head. My path is not the way of the sword. Having said that, she turned around and left. Seeing Alora leave, Nelson did not continue speaking. Barrett naturally did not persuade her to stay either, as Alora's path was the Tao of immortal fire, with the sword merely serving as an auxiliary tool. Can you still hold on? Barrett asked Nelson. Nelson replied confidently, Master, you underestimate me too much. Such sword intent won't be a problem even if we reach the deepest part. That's good to hear, Barrett said, relieved. Then let's see what's inside the core. Continuing forward, Barrett walked without hesitation. Nelson naturally followed without delay. As they proceeded, many who originally followed gradually reduced in number until only the two of them remained. In the center of the Heavenly Sword Pool stood a pond, turning spirit energy into a spring. What a grand spectacle. Nelson felt unexpectedly moved. This rich concentration of spirit energy must be condensed through a formation from an entire vein of spiritual energy. At the center of the pond lay a long sword embedded in the ground, its blade already rusted. Even Nelson felt a dangerous aura emanating from this iron sword. He confirmed that it was undoubtedly a supreme treasure from the upper realm. Just its sword intent alone was terrifying. Barrett, however, did not feel anything peculiar and instead wondered, is this the sword? Despite being unsure about the sword's purpose, since the system had issued the task, he decided to take a look. He walked step by step, while Nelson remained where he was due to his current strength limit. Nelson sensed that moving forward would put him up against the strong sword intent. Regarding Barrett, he also sensed the frightening sword intent. Even when nearing it, multiple sword auras attacked, yet these auras dissipated before reaching him. Truly worthy of my master, praised Nelson. Barrett ignored it, and soon arrived at the pavilion. Despite its rustiness, the sword gave Barrett a peculiar sensation. Placing his hand on the hilt, he felt an immediate rush of spirit pressure coming straight at him. Boom. Instantly, the air rumbled. Nelson frowned. It was indeed tricky, but he did nothing. If even Master couldn't handle it, what chance did he have alone? However, this wave of spirit energy posed no real threat to Barrett. As he approached, the rampant spirit energy converged into his palm, forming a small sphere. Placing his hand on the hilt, he gripped firmly and he couldn't dispel it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, method to repair the iron sword. As the system voice announced, knowledge suddenly flooded Barrett's mind. After absorbing all the information, he was utterly stunned. Are you kidding me? Barrett couldn't help but exclaim. Just an iron sword required fiery sunflower, cold stargrass, and 9-star meteorite iron? Any of these items could bankrupt a major sect like Heavenly Sword Sect. They were incredibly precious and rare, and even if found, obtaining them was extraordinarily difficult. The biggest challenge was the realm, because the demons guarding these treasures were all Imperial Realm beings. It was no joke to take on multiple Imperial Realm creatures, especially under scrutiny from hidden opponents. Ding. New task issued. Repair the broken iron sword. Reward. A random selection from the 3000 Tao principles. Faced with the system's new task, Barrett's lips twitched. It seemed tasks came one after another. Pulling out the broken iron sword was just the preliminary task, and now the real mission started. Obtaining the 3 treasures would undoubtedly be very challenging. I guess I need to come up with a plan. Muttering to himself, Barrett put the iron sword into his storage ring. Master. That's fine. This item is special, and I'll handle it myself. Barrett spoke calmly. Hearing this, Nelson didn't press further. Just as they were about to leave, fighting sounds came from outside. Exchanging glances, Barrett and Nelson rushed over without hesitation. When they reached the outskirts, they saw several corpses around Chevy. My apologies for the spectacle. I didn't expect disciples of the demon sect to infiltrate our Heavenly Sword Sect. Chevy stood with hands clasped behind his back, apologetic towards Barrett. Barrett didn't pay much attention. These cultivators were actually at ascension stage, seemingly part of a vanguard force. Looks like your Heavenly Sword Sect is in for some trouble, said Barrett nonchalantly. Yes, but we are not afraid of their invasion, replied Chevy. Barrett had no intention of helping since Chevy clearly didn't seek aid. In that case, we won't linger further. Let's go ahead. Finishing his sentence, Barrett moved towards the exit. Chevy didn't stop him but let them leave. Master, just like that? Adonis stood behind Chevy, confused why they were allowed to leave. They want to leave, we can't stop them, Chevy said calmly, revealing his helplessness. Barrett's power was formidable, and it was clear that even trying to detain them wouldn't work, and if tried, it would create animosity, leading to turmoil within the sect. Adonis's eyes widened in shock. He thought yesterday Chevy had spared Barrett due to everyone else's presence, but now it seemed Barrett had given Chevy a break. Meanwhile, Barrett led Nelson out of the Heavenly Sword Pool. Outside, Alora and Davon were waiting. Master, you're already out? Alora asked, surprised. Yes, it's time to leave, Barrett nodded. They had stayed long enough, and having achieved their purpose, there was no need to stay longer. The trio left swiftly. Exiting the Heavenly Sword Sect, they headed towards Sea City for their next flight boat journey. Several hours later, they arrived in Sea City. Standing before a distant building, Barrett fell into deep thought. That building was a branch of 10,000 Worlds Pavilion, where he might find some clues. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. Barrett walked forward as Alora and others exchanged puzzled glances but complied, heading to an inn. Entering the 10,000 Worlds Pavilion, an elder approached, smiling obsequiously. What can I do for you, fellow Taoist? Barrett placed a token before him. Bring out your highest authority. Seeing the token, the elder's expression turned shocked. Of course, please wait a moment. He bowed respectfully and quickly left. Moments later, Leo hurried over. Apologies for the inconvenience. I'm Leo, head of this branch. Who may you be? Leo addressed Barrett politely. The token was issued by 10,000 Worlds Pavilion headquarters. Seeing it, any request must be fulfilled. I'm Barrett, Peak Master of Red Sun Peak, Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Can you show me to a quiet place? Pleased, Leo nodded. Follow me. Hashtag Chapter 108. The Whereabouts of Treasures. At the top floor of the Boundless Realms Pavilion, Leo led Barrett inside. Taoist friend Lin, this is our Boundless Realms Pavilion's secret chamber, fortified with the most hidden array formations. Not only can outsiders not observe what happens inside, they also cannot hear our conversations. If you have any requirements, feel free to bring them up. Leo gestured for Barrett to sit down and spoke very courteously. Then he brewed a pot of tea for Barrett and placed it on the table. Barrett took a sip of the tea before asking, cold stargrass, blazing sunflower, and 9-star meteoric iron. Are these 3 items available here? Leo had been about to sit down, but upon hearing Barrett's words, his body froze. He seemed to suspect that his ears were playing tricks on him. After all, those 3 treasures were exceedingly rare. Taoist friend Lin, are you sure you didn't make a mistake in naming these items? Leo asked, looking at Barrett. After all, some materials shared names with these treasured items, so perhaps Barrett had just gotten confused. Barrett shook his head. I did not make a mistake. Those are the exact items I need. This made Leo feel rather awkward. After all, their location was merely a small branch. How could they possibly have such items? Just wait a moment. After hesitating for a moment, Leo left quickly. Half an incense sticks time later, he returned, his forehead drenched in sweat. Taoist friend Lin, we don't have these items at this branch. But the headquarters of the Boundless Realms Pavilion does have 2 of the items you mentioned, Leo said very respectfully. Barrett's eyes lit up. He had only come to try his luck, fully prepared to leave empty-handed. Unexpectedly, he was met with a pleasant surprise. Which 2? Barrett asked immediately. They have the cold stargrass and the blazing sunflower, Leo replied. Although these 2 items were precious, the Boundless Realms Pavilion housed Imperial Realm experts, making acquisition relatively feasible. However, the 9-star meteoric iron was an even rarer existence, requiring celestial and terrestrial conditions, coupled with various dangers. It had last appeared thousands of years ago. Even the Boundless Realms Pavilion couldn't obtain such an item. Barrett, however, did not dwell on it, standing up promptly. Since that's the case, where exactly is your headquarters? It's located in the Eastern Continent, in xuanhuan Immortal City. Leo answered without hesitation. xuanhuan Immortal City? Barrett stroked his chin, momentarily puzzled. Sensing Barrett's confusion, Leo retrieved a map from his spatial ring. This is a map of the Eastern Continent. It might be helpful for you. With that, Leo placed the map in front of Barrett. Looking at the map, Barrett felt relieved. Thank you. My duty, Leo replied. Having obtained the information he needed, Barrett naturally had no intention of staying any longer. He stood up and walked out of the Boundless Realms Pavilion. Reaching the inn where Nelson and the others were staying, Davon saw Barrett return and greeted him respectfully. Master, you're back so soon. Barrett nodded. Indeed. I will be leaving for a while. You will have to return by yourselves. As he spoke, he handed the shrunken flying boat to Davon. Seeing the flying boat, Davon looked taken aback. Alora and the others were equally surprised. Is something wrong? Nothing serious. I'm planning to buy some items, Barrett waved dismissively. Nelson, on the other hand, inquired about their earlier conversation. What about teaching us the body technique you mentioned? Of course I will. Barrett hadn't expected the boy to remember that detail despite being engrossed in enlightenment earlier. Still, he wasn't stingy. Sharing the body technique would benefit him too. Thus, Barrett retrieved a recording stone and transmitted the wandering dragon steps through spiritual energy into the stone. This contains the complete incantations of the body technique. I hope you'll be well practiced when I return. Barrett smiled warmly as he looked at them. Certainly. Thank you, Master. Don't worry, Master. By the time you return, we'll have mastered this technique. Everyone was visibly excited. While they had been practicing the Sacred Heart method, they hadn't focused much on body techniques. This newfound technique would indeed be a great help. Since everything is set, let's get some rest today. We'll part ways tomorrow. Barrett glanced at the 3 of them before heading to his room. Night passed quietly. By the next morning, after resting adequately, they gathered at Songhai City gate. Master, we'll be going now. Davon stood respectfully before Barrett. Barrett nodded. Go ahead. Remember not to cause trouble. Though Davon wasn't one to stir up trouble, Alora and Nelson often got into it. Thus, Barrett reminded them once more. They nodded and disappeared on the flying boat, vanishing from Barrett's sight. Only then did he take out the map, locating xuanhuan Immortal City. Without delay, he vanished with a thought. With his Imperial Realm cultivation, reaching xuanhuan Immortal City was simple. xuanhuan Immortal City, the largest city in the Eastern Continent, teemed with countless cultivators, including feathered transformation and ascended immortals, who couldn't act recklessly here due to the restraining arrays. Standing within xuanhuan Immortal City, Barrett was surprised. Surprisingly, the restrictions in the city had no effect on him. His cultivation wasn't suppressed at all. Finally reached the top floor, he saw a familiar figure waiting for him. Taoist friend Lin, it's been a long time. Foster walked beside Barrett, a smile on his face. It's been a long time, Deputy Pavilion Master Gorin. Barrett greeted back. Foster pulled Barrett to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. I've already learned from the branch office that your purpose is to obtain the flame sunflower and cold stargrass. So, I've prepared them for you. Speaking, Foster took out 2 boxes from his storage ring and placed them before Barrett. He opened the boxes, releasing a blend of intense heat and cold. Looking at the 2 items before him, Barrett didn't know what to say. These were indeed the cold stargrass and flame sunflower, but such precious items being directly placed before him was unexpected. How much do they cost? Barrett didn't have much money, but if trading items was an option, he could probably acquire these 2 items. They're free, a gift to you, Foster said straightforwardly. This statement left Barrett puzzled. Such important items, yet no payment is required? Barrett felt there must be some ulterior motive behind Foster's actions. Foster coughed lightly, not hiding his intentions. Actually, I have a favor to ask of Taoist friend Lin. A favor? Barrett rubbed his chin, uncertain about Foster's plan. Foster nodded. One of my disciples. What information? Barrett asked curiously. I've heard that the 9-star meteoric iron once appeared in the Boundless Land. Foster revealed. Barrett frowned. If that was true, he really had to make the trip. It seems, Deputy Pavilion Master Gorin, you even prepared a backup plan. Barrett sighed, realizing these centuries-old experts were indeed difficult to handle. Foster laughed. After all, these are my only trump cards. Whether you go or not, I would still share this information. Barrett waved his hand. Fine, since I've decided to go, I won't delay further. To repair that broken iron sword, he had no choice but to see for himself. Hold on. As Barrett was about to leave, Foster called him back. Barrett stopped, turning to look at Foster. Is there anything else, Deputy Pavilion Master Gorin? Take this jade pendant with you. Just crush it, and I'll know where you are. Foster handed the jade pendant to Barrett. Looking at it, Barrett was slightly taken aback. Do you not trust my strength, Deputy Pavilion Master Gorin? Not at all, it's just a precaution. Foster explained. Barrett didn't refuse, taking the jade pendant before leaving. Exiting the 10,000 Realms Pavilion, Barrett gazed at Xuanhuan Immortal City, not intending to stay. Instead, he prepared to depart immediately, aiming to complete the system's task as soon as possible. Xuanhuan Immortal City was indeed an East Continent, but it was located at the very edge, a desolate and dangerous place. With Barrett's current cultivation level, reaching there was simple. Thus, he left the city at top speed, heading towards the Boundless Land. By nightfall, he reached the outskirts of the Boundless Land. Looking at the barren desert before him, he knew crossing it would lead him into the Boundless Land. However, this wasn't a place ordinary people could enter. The desert harbored numerous monsters, and dangers multiplied at night. But these dangers posed no challenge to Barrett. Upon entering the desert, he sensed countless eyes watching him. Sighing, Barrett didn't wish to provoke any trouble before reaching the Boundless Land. Thus, he released his aura outward. Within moments, the beasts watching him vanished. The aura of an Imperial Realm expert was fatally intimidating to them. Crossing the desert was effortless for Barrett. In no time, he stood before a desolate land. Chapter 110, Crawford's Whereabouts. Not far ahead was the location of the Boundless Land. However, the situation seemed a bit peculiar. Despite radiating the aura of an Imperial Realm powerhouse, there were still many eyes watching him intently. And as he moved forward, a beast directly charged at him. The beast looked as if it had gone mad. But before it could get close to Barrett, it was killed by an invisible sword chi. It seems this is the only way, Barrett murmured to himself and continued walking forward. Ahead of the Boundless Land stood a dilapidated city that was surprisingly bustling despite its condition. It was the only place where people could rest. Entering the city, everyone around openly sized up Barrett. Most of the people here were extremely vicious, and any sign of fear might make them think you were an easy target. Barrett didn't pay them much mind but instead glanced around. Since it was already evening, he did not plan to search for Crawford at night and decided to act in the morning. Barrett's gaze fell on an inn further ahead. In such a rundown city, there was actually a well-preserved inn, which was indeed strange. With an inn available, he could have a good rest tonight. Upon entering the inn, he saw many people quietly eating. These people were completely different from those outside. They paid no attention to Barrett but were engrossed in their own affairs. Sir, what can I get for you? A waiter approached with a fawning smile. A room. Barrett waved his hand and said straightforwardly. Sure, 10 high-grade spirit stones in total. The waiter bluntly stated. So expensive? Barrett's mouth twitched. 10 high-grade spirit stones? He knew even luxurious inns only charged regular silver coins, let alone those run by cultivators which would need just a few low-grade spirit stones. But here, they were asking for such a high price. Sir, please don't think it's too expensive. Staying here is absolutely safe. Besides, the Boundless Land continuously loses spiritual energy. But here, you won't have to worry about that. So 10 high-grade spirit stones are not overpriced. The waiter vigorously promoted their services. Barrett wasn't short of money and tossed out 10 high-grade spirit stones. Fine. One room then? Seeing the stones, the waiter's smile widened. Thank you. Waiter, do you know if there's someone named Crawford in the Boundless Land? Barrett asked while following the waiter upstairs. The waiter smiled. Sir, that would be another fee. It was clear he knew something about Crawford, otherwise, he wouldn't be charging. How much? Barrett asked. 1 high-grade spirit stone. The waiter replied. Without hesitation, Barrett took out another high-grade spirit stone and placed it in front of him. Indeed, you're a straight shooter. I do know Crawford. She stayed here for a night previously. I heard she headed north and likely went to the Demon Slayer Forest if my guess is correct. The waiter straightforwardly gave Barrett the information he needed. How do you know all this? Barrett frowned. The waiter laughed. Sir, since we can open a completely safe in here, we definitely have our intelligence network. Thanks, Barrett said before entering his room. The waiter left without saying more. Barrett lay down on the bed to rest. Early next morning, Barrett left the inn and headed towards the Demon Slayer Forest. Just outside the city, Barrett felt several pairs of eyes watching him. Moreover, there were quite a few corpses not far away. Undeniably, there seemed to be no rules here at all. Cultivator friend, with such low cultivation, how did you end up in the Boundless Land? A cultivator approached Barrett with a thick grin. Behind him stood 5 or 6 cultivators at the soul formation stage. Their cultivations were evidently not low. Barrett, who concealed his aura, only showed a third-stage foundation establishment level. Thus, in their eyes, Barrett was like a lamb ready for slaughter. If it were an ordinary third-stage foundation establishment cultivator, they wouldn't have bothered looking since they wouldn't have anything valuable. But Barrett was different. They had seen him stay in the inn last night. Meaning, this guy was definitely wealthy. Well, I'm here to look for someone, Barrett smiled, showing no sign of fear. Looking for someone? Coincidentally, there isn't anyone we can't find in the whole boundless land. And our price isn't high, just 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The lead cultivator chuckled, clearly trying to extort. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, huh? It seems your appetite is rather big, Barrett smiled back, staring at them. The lead cultivator frowned. Boy, considering your shallow cultivation, I'm asking for so much money. Don't be ungrateful. Saying this, he displayed his peak late soul formation cultivation. Unfortunately, this pressure couldn't suppress Barrett. You can't possibly think I really only have third-stage foundation establishment cultivation just because I'm here, can you? Barrett watched the cultivator and slightly released his aura. Even this slight pressure was enough to instill fear. The 5 or 6 soul formation cultivators were scared stiff by this terrifying pressure, even kneeling on the ground. They hadn't expected this person's cultivation to be so powerful. Now, even if they thought about it, it seemed pointless. After all, they had already provoked him, and the only hope was praying for forgiveness. Elder, we were wrong. Please calm down. The lead cultivator knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Barrett looked at them kneeling, a thick smile on his face. Want me to forgive you? It's not impossible. Chapter 111. The two women's request. Hearing this, their faces lit up with surprise and joy. Thank you, senior. Everyone shouted in unison. It was clear that they were very happy. After all, they had been spared. As long as you hand over all your storage rings, I will spare your lives. Barrett spoke without hesitation. His words left everyone stunned. If they gave up their spatial rings, how could they continue to survive in the boundless land? But thinking of Barrett's terrifying power, they immediately dared not hesitate. The 6 people simultaneously took out their storage rings and placed them before Barrett. Barrett examined these spatial rings and seemed quite satisfied. That's more like it. You can leave now. Barrett waved them off, urging them to depart quickly. Without a second thought, they immediately fled. Once they were gone, Barrett proceeded forward. Outside the demon-slaying forest, Barrett felt an unsettling aura within. He sensed something truly formidable deep within. A late-stage immortal realm demon beast. Such a powerful creature wasn't something ordinary cultivators could handle. But for Barrett, it was no problem. He stepped into the forest, spreading his divine sense to search for Crawford. Walking on, Barrett soon discovered 2 people inside a cave nearby. This came as a bit of a surprise. He hadn't expected to find them so quickly. Moving swiftly, he arrived at a cliff edge, looking down into a cave below. If things went as planned, one of the 2 inside should be Crawford. Leaping down, he encountered an attack almost instantly. To Barrett, this attack was harmless, easily blocked. Barrett noticed both individuals inside the cave were grievously injured, likely with damaged meridians. That last attack must have been their final effort. Is any of you Crawford? Barrett asked, gazing at the 2 figures. Upon hearing the name, both women paused in surprise. You're looking for me? The woman lying deep inside the cave asked weakly. Barrett observed the woman before him, slightly surprised. She was a mid-stage immortal realm cultivator, almost on par with their sect leader. For such a powerhouse to suffer such severe injuries in the boundless land was unexpected. As Barrett approached, he was stopped by the other woman, also a mid-stage immortal realm cultivator, who had just launched the attack. Bianca, don't be reckless, Crawford hastily intervened. She could sense this person's formidable cultivation. Even if they fought to the death, they couldn't harm Barrett in their current state. You don't need to guard against me. I'm here to save you. Barrett produced a jade token and showed it to them. Bianca stared at the jade token in Barrett's hand, shocked. This is Deputy Pavilion Leader's jade token. Barrett nodded. Deputy Pavilion Leader Goran sent me to rescue you. Can you rest assured now? It was our rudeness. Please forgive us, senior. Bianca realized her behavior was unreasonable and hurriedly knelt down in apology. But due to her weakened condition, she collapsed shortly after kneeling. Seeing this, Barrett took out several pills from his spatial ring. Eat these pills first. Barrett calmly placed the pills before Bianca and Crawford. Without delay, they consumed the pills. Their injuries began to recover gradually. Though their spirit energy hadn't fully replenished, their meridians were already mending. Thank you, senior. Petra will never forget this kindness. Petra thanked Barrett politely. Barrett waved his hand. No need to thank me. Deputy Pavilion Leader Goran paid quite a price to ask me to help you. The flame sunflower and cold stargrass were valuable items, so there was no need for thanks. Senior, would you mind helping us one more time? Crawford, after consuming the pill, her injuries reduced, looked at Barrett with determined eyes. Xianxia, you're not still thinking about the jade soul crystal, are you? Petra looked at Crawford in shock, clearly disbelieving. Crawford nodded. Yes, I want to try again. You're mad. That's a peak late-stage transcendence realm demon beast. Petra was astounded that Crawford hadn't given up on that demon beast. Crawford didn't respond to Petra but kept her eyes fixed on Barrett. If Senior is willing to help, I can offer compensation. Tell me more, Barrett replied, interested in Crawford's offer. Although he didn't need it, his disciples definitely did. I can allow Senior to choose any item from the Myriad Realms Pavilion. Crawford clenched her fists. This was the best reward she could offer. Petra stared at Crawford in astonishment, never expecting such a decision. Crawford, as a disciple of the Deputy Pavilion Leader, had once earned a major achievement, earning her the right to select any item from the Myriad Realms Pavilion. Yet, Crawford chose to give this opportunity to Barrett. This reward is indeed valuable, but not particularly useful to me. However, if the Myriad Realms Pavilion can provide a century's worth of elixirs to support the vast wilderness immortal sect, I can assist you. Barrett stared intently at Crawford. They were taken aback. They had thought Barrett would accept their initial offer, only to be met with a simpler request. A mid-stage immortal realm cultivator supporting a sect with a century's worth of elixirs wasn't much. Yet Barrett, despite his high cultivation, had few friends. A century's supply of elixirs would significantly bolster the vast wilderness immortal sect. Given he currently had no needs, this requirement was unnecessary even for his disciples. Very well, if that's what Senior wishes, Crawford said solemnly. I, Crawford, hereby swear that for the next 100 years, I will provide elixir support. She declared seriously. Hashtag chapter 112, making a deal with the beast. Hearing Crawford's response, Barrett nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Dahuang immortal sect would not be in any further danger. Since you've agreed so readily, then take me to see where that beast is located, Barrett said to Crawford. Petra, standing nearby, didn't know what to say but warned, Senior, please be careful. That beast's cultivation is very high. It will be hard to deal with without reaching Emperor Realm. In her view, Barrett's cultivation was at most just on the verge of Emperor Realm, not yet reaching it. Although there were many Emperor Realm experts, each one of them was an ancient presence. So as Barrett prepared to seek out the beast, she chose to caution him. Barrett waved his hand and said, Don't worry about it. It's just a beast. With his current cultivation, he could easily handle it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. Seeing Barrett so straightforward, Petra didn't feel right continuing. They both struggled to stand up, having recovered enough to guide Barrett. Upon climbing the cliff, Barrett spread his divine sense and quickly found a late-stage, transcendent realm beast nearby. Is that the late-stage transcendent realm beast? Barrett pointed to a spot not far away and asked the two. Crawford nodded. Yes, Senior. Please be cautious. You two only need to take care of yourselves. Don't enter the battlefield. Leave the rest to me. Barrett walked over there. Soon, Barrett appeared in front of the beast. It was a fox spirit with white fur and 8 tails. Barrett even noticed that this fox spirit had started growing a 9th tail. Heavenly Fox? Seeing this beast, Barrett was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter such a rare beast. It seemed this boundless land was full of danger, but also held many treasures. The Heavenly Fox was a variant of the fox spirit. Though they looked similar, the Heavenly Fox had snow-white fur and many tails. Each new tail indicated a higher level of cultivation. However, Barrett was puzzled. An 8-tailed Heavenly Fox should have long reached Emperor Realm by now. Yet, its cultivation was only at the late-stage Transcendent Realm. Could it be that it failed to break through to 9 tails, hence this situation? Barrett mused, stroking his chin. At this moment, he noticed a beautiful stone beside the Heavenly Fox. That's the Jade Soul Crystal, Crawford pointed out as she arrived. The stone was crystal clear, emitting a unique swirling aura. This power truly intrigued Barrett. Humans, after sparing your lives, you dare to come back? Do you really think I won't kill you? At this point, the Heavenly Fox stared fiercely at Crawford and the others, a terrifying killing intent surfacing. Being a transcendent realm beast, it naturally possessed intelligence and could speak like humans. They exchanged glances, knowing the beast's strength all too well. Now, they could only watch how Barrett handled it. However, Barrett was still dazed because he had just heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, mission released. Complete a transaction with the Heavenly Fox to obtain the Jade Soul Crystal. Reward, 1 bottle of 9-turn soul condensing pill. He never thought the system would release a mission at this moment. Clearly, this indicated he wasn't supposed to kill it. Since the mission was issued, he had no choice but to make a deal. Though he didn't know what the 9-turn soul condensing pill was, he trusted that anything from the system wouldn't be ordinary. Stepping forward, Barrett felt a wave of intense heat approaching as he moved closer. Purple flames instantly enveloped Barrett, shocking Petra and the others. But before they could express their concern, the flame dissipated. Playing with fire? You're still too inexperienced. Barrett extinguished the purple flames, staring at the Heavenly Fox. The Heavenly Fox was clearly astonished, not expecting the human to effortlessly neutralize its fox fire. Which rank of Emperor are you? The Heavenly Fox eyed Barrett warily. Though its cultivation had decreased, only Emperor Realm cultivators could resist its fox fire. How many stars I have doesn't matter. What matters is, I want to make a deal with you. Barrett approached the Heavenly Fox, speaking calmly. A deal between humans and us beasts? What a joke. Do you really think I don't know how cunning humans can be? The Heavenly Fox looked at Barrett warily, clearly not trusting him. But now Barrett stood before it, releasing a burst of fierce flames. As soon as these flames appeared, the surrounding air grew scorching. Even some trees ignited instantly. I just want to make a deal, not fight. You should understand that, shouldn't you? Barrett reigned in the holy flame, looking directly into the eyes of the Heavenly Fox. It revealed fear because this power was something even its prime self couldn't withstand. Ultimately, you just want the Jade Soul Crystal. Yes. The Heavenly Fox knew better than to resist such a formidable opponent and abandoned the Jade Soul Crystal. The Jade Soul Crystal could repair its divine soul and restore its peak state. But compared to its life, the Jade Soul Crystal was insignificant. Seeing the Heavenly Fox drop the Jade Soul Crystal at his feet, Barrett took it. Since you've been so cooperative, I can't neglect my part. What do you want? Speak. Humph, what could I possibly want? I only hope you let me live. Barrett's power was terrifying. Before such a strong opponent, its only request was to survive. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations, host. You've received 1 bottle of 9-turn soul condensing pill. The system's voice entered his ears, letting Barrett realize the pill's power. Not only could it repair the divine soul, but it could also save someone from death. Just 1 pill could restore a dying person to their peak condition, even if they were just barely breathing and had lost all cultivation. Barrett was genuinely impressed. No wonder it was a product of the system. Hashtag chapter 113. The Heavenly Fox offers herself. I don't take things from others for free. This can be considered as a trade. As he spoke, Barrett retrieved the 9-fold condensing soul pill from his system space. He deliberately took out 1 pill, and despite it being just a single pill, A rich aroma of medicinal herbs already permeated the area. This is the ninefold condensing soul pill. The Heavenly Fox's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Barrett confirmed bluntly. The Heavenly Fox stared at Barrett, utterly shocked. It had originally intended to find the ninefold spirit refining pill to mend its injuries. Unfortunately, such a rare elixir was almost impossible to obtain in this world. Thus, it had resorted to cultivating jade soul crystals using its own essence over 1,000 years. But now, having lost its jade soul crystal, it was instead gifted with the ninefold condensing soul pill. What exactly are you? The Heavenly Fox's eyes fixed intently on Barrett, seeming wary. Barrett replied helplessly, "Don't worry about who I am. Do you want this pill or not? If not..." Looking like an ordinary fox. "Thank you, benefactor," the Heavenly Fox said, now much smaller. "You don't need to thank me. We just made a deal," Barrett replied, waving his hand. The Heavenly Fox's purple eyes stared intently at Barrett. Though its cultivation was restored, it clearly understood how strong Barrett was. Even in its current peak state, it could be easily crushed by him. After some consideration, it said, "Benefactor, you helped restore my divine soul, and I have nothing to repay you. How about becoming your follower?" Barrett was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Heavenly Fox to make such a choice. A spirit pet pledging allegiance? Petra and Crawford exchanged glances, their shock evident. Ordinarily, binding a spirit pet required many steps and months or even years of emotional bonding before conducting the sealing ceremony, with the possibility of failure. Binding an ordinary spirit pet was difficult enough, let alone a 5-star Great Emperor level Heavenly Fox. But now, the Heavenly Fox was offering itself freely. All Barrett needed to do was drip a drop of his blood onto the fox's forehead to complete the process. Honestly, they were quite curious about Barrett's strength. Barrett, however, responded with a helpless shrug. That might not be a good idea. This response left everyone dumbfounded, even the Heavenly Fox froze in place. For Barrett to reject a Heavenly Fox's offer, if other Emperor Realm cultivators knew, they'd probably want to kill him. I'm very intelligent. Not only can I take care of myself, but I can also clear obstacles for you. I can even be a mount. And if you wish, I can transform into various beautiful forms for your enjoyment." As it spoke, the Heavenly Fox transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. Seeing it actively selling itself, Barrett couldn't help but be tempted. Whether before or after crossing over, he had always been single. Now, suddenly, a demonic beast offered to transform into various beauties. It was hard not to be swayed. Barrett cleared his throat. "Since you're so insistent, follow me for now, but we don't need to bind the contract. Is it too troublesome? How about this? I'll extend my divine consciousness, and you just need to drip a drop of your blood on my forehead. You won't need to do anything. I can handle it." The Heavenly Fox stepped closer to Barrett, making him feel dazed and somewhat bewildered by the intensity of its words. "All right, I'm just lazy. Let's think about it later." Barrett waved his hand and took a step back. The Heavenly Fox pouted pitifully. "Fine. I'll try my best to earn your approval." Petra and Xianxia looked completely stunned. They had never imagined that a 5-star Great Emperor Heavenly Fox would offer itself and be rejected. Not calling you Heavenly Fox all the time isn't a solution. "Do you have a name?" Barrett asked the Heavenly Fox. "When I wandered among humans, I used a name. You can call me Jody." Jody smiled at Barrett. Barrett nodded. "All right then." He turned to Crawford and Petra. Handing the Jade Soul Crystal to Crawford, he said, "Here's the treasure I promised you. Remember what you said?" "Senior, rest assured, I will not break the agreement." Crawford accepted the crystal, visibly moved. "Also, please keep today's events confidential." Barrett looked at them seriously, fearing any leaks would expose his true capabilities. Certainly, Petra agreed hastily. "Very well, let's head back to the city," Barrett concluded and started walking away. Chapter 114, Barrett's Maid. After all, he had one important task left, to find the 9-star meteoric iron. That was his purpose for coming here. Though he currently had no leads, surely the people in the tavern knew something about it. "Are we leaving now?" "Master, wait a moment, I need to fetch something," Mindy said as she quickly walked towards her cave. Soon, Mindy returned, holding a black stone. "What is this rock?" Barrett looked at the dark stone, clearly unsure of its use. "I'm not sure, but this thing is strange. Though it has no spiritual energy, it's incredibly hard. When I was breaking through to the 9th tail, this object fell from the sky and hit me, causing my divine soul damage." Mindy spoke truthfully, not knowing what it was, but feeling it must be valuable since it injured her. Barrett took the stone, inspecting it closely. Why does this stone seem familiar?" After thinking carefully, he suddenly raised his head. He finally remembered where he had seen it before. When the system issued the mission, there was a picture, and that picture depicted 9-star meteoric iron. So, this black rock is 9-star meteoric iron. "Looks like this trip wasn't in vain," Barrett muttered to himself, staring at the stone. "Do you know what it is, Master?" Mindy asked curiously, wanting to understand what could penetrate her defenses so easily. "This is 9-star meteoric iron." Barrett didn't hide it and explained. 9-star meteoric iron, the legendary forging material? Crawford couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing Barrett. "Yes, it's the second reason I came to this boundless land. Never expected to get it so soon." Barrett said aloud. "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring this treasure." Mindy smiled by Barrett's side, congratulating him. "Thanks a lot to you." Barrett felt relieved. With this stone, he could return sooner. He wanted to know what Dao power he could obtain after completing the system's mission. "My belongings are yours, Master. There's no need to be so formal." Mindy stood beside Barrett, smiling gently, a smile that was almost captivating. Barrett turned away, gazing at the distant scenery. "Since we have what we came for, let's leave the boundless land." "Agreed." Crawford nodded and followed Barrett, though their flight speed was slow due to the girl's lack of recovered spiritual energy. Along the way, any demons they encountered were mostly slain by Mindy. It took several days until they finally returned to Xuanhuan Immortal City. At the gate of the Myriad Worlds Pavilion, Petra and Crawford respectfully thanked Barrett. "Thank you, Senior." Crawford expressed gratitude, knowing she wouldn't have made it back without Barrett, let alone acquired the Jade Soul Crystal. "No need to thank me. Now that you two are safe, I should also be going." Barrett still thought about the system's task. He needed to return to the great desolate immortal sect to repair the broken iron sword. "Why not stay a bit longer, Brother Lin? You've safely escorted them back." A cheerful voice caught Barrett's attention, turning to see Foster standing beside him. As Foster spoke, his gaze shifted unconsciously to Mindy, sensing a dangerous aura from her. Who might this be? Foster's eyes widened with some caution in his look. Mindy smiled gracefully. "I am Master's maid." Foster's eyes bulged again. Her strength matched his own, yet she served Barrett? He became curious about Barrett's true cultivation level. "Deputy Pavilion Leader Gorin, I have important matters, otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a rush." Barrett replied, bowing politely. Foster observed Barrett, puzzled. "Did you encounter any difficulties? If possible, our Myriad Worlds Pavilion can assist." "For refining, and it might cause quite a disturbance." Barrett responded. "In that case, why not come to my private refinement chamber?" Foster saw an opportunity to build rapport with Barrett. Barrett was intrigued by this suggestion. If he repaired the iron sword at the great desolate immortal sect, it would cause a significant disturbance and likely draw criticism from the sect leader. Why not choose to do it at the Myriad Worlds Pavilion instead? After considering, Barrett agreed. "If Deputy Pavilion Leader Gorin insists, I wouldn't dare refuse. Then I'll prepare it right away. Please enjoy some tea. Petra, Xianxia, follow me." Foster then led Petra and Crawford away. Watching them leave, Barrett understood they had business to handle. He accepted the servant's invitation and waited in a rest room. Mindy poured tea, smiling. "This place isn't bad. Shall we take it over?" Barrett stared at her incredulously. "This is human territory. How many people do you think will come to clean up after me if I did that? With your strength, taking Xuanhuan Immortal City is entirely feasible, isn't it?" Mindy was unambiguous. She genuinely believed it. In fact, Barrett's current strength had long reached the realm of a 9-star emperor. In his tier, he faced almost no opponents, capable of handling tin with various techniques, let alone lower-tier cultivators. But he had no intention of doing so. He simply wanted a peaceful life. Note: the chapter maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring grammatical correctness and natural English flow. Chapter 115. Repairing the Iron Sword begins. Jody didn't say anything more and stood beside Barrett. After a while, a voice came from the doorway. "Senior, the secret chamber is ready for you. Would you like to go now?" Barrett got up and walked toward the door. "Of course." Then, a servant at the entrance led Barrett to the back courtyard. The back courtyard was equipped with various intricate formations. Even a 3-star emperor would find it difficult to break through these restrictions. Moreover, as Barrett entered the underground secret chamber, he noticed even more restrictions around. Arriving at the entrance of the secret chamber, Barrett sensed the abundant spiritual energy, almost surprising him. "There's actually a spirit vein beneath?" Barrett said in surprise. An entire spirit vein had been completely occupied by this secret chamber. "Yes, this place was specially chosen by the Deputy Pavilion Master," the servant replied politely. Barrett nodded, then looked at Jody. "Please wait outside for me." "Master, I can also be of assistance." Jody stood nearby with no intention of leaving. Barrett said, "I need to concentrate on refining the weapon, so someone needs to guard for me." "I understand. I will not let anyone near this secret chamber," Jody smartly replied, fully comprehending what Barrett was thinking. Thus, she followed the servant away, standing steadily at the entrance of the underground secret chamber, guarding faithfully. After ensuring they were gone, Barrett closed the door. He took out the yin-yang flower, the cold star grass, and the 9-star meteorite iron. Next, he retrieved the broken iron sword. "Using these 3 treasures for repair, I wonder how powerful you will become after restoration," Barrett muttered helplessly, looking at the iron sword. He spread his right hand, unleashing a wildly violent flame that instantly engulfed the 9-star meteorite iron in holy flame. To Barrett's surprise, despite its ferocity, the holy flame melted the meteorite iron at an extremely slow pace. Nonetheless, this made him eager to see just how formidable the restored iron sword would be. Thus, Barrett began repairing the iron sword in the underground secret chamber. Time passed day by day, year after year, until 10 years later. Outside the secret chamber of the Myriad Worlds Pavilion, Jody sat on a stone bench drinking tea. "Miss One, here's your tea for today." Foster stood beside her, placing a bag of tea leaves in front of her. Originally, he thought Barrett's refinement wouldn't take long, but unexpectedly, 10 years had flown by. But to them, this wasn't too long a time. Jody nodded. Thank you. Speaking of which, Miss One, have you ever thought about going out for a stroll to clear your mind?" Foster asked, sitting next to her. Jody smiled. "If I leave and Master suddenly comes out of seclusion, wouldn't I be neglecting my duty?" Foster couldn't help but admire Barrett's influence. For a beautiful woman to wait for 10 years showed the man's extraordinary capabilities, indeed enviable. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. The tremor was significant enough to be felt throughout the entire Myriad Worlds Pavilion. "Deputy Pavilion Master!" shouted Petra from afar. She didn't know what happened, but the sudden shake worried her deeply. With the Pavilion Master absent, she could only turn to Foster for help. Foster's expression turned serious, and he waved his hand. "Disperse everyone in the pavilion." Yes, Petra clearly understood that such intense shaking indicated a potential threat to the Myriad Worlds Pavilion. As Petra left, both Foster and Jody looked towards the entrance of the secret chamber. "Without a doubt, Taoist Lin always brings unexpected surprises," Foster murmured to himself, well aware that the shaking originated from the underground secret chamber. At the same moment, inside the secret chamber, Barrett drove the holy flame, staring intently at the iron sword gleaming before him. This iron sword was no longer broken. Instead, it emitted an ominous aura. Just one step left. Let's see how strong you can be, Barrett grinned, continuing to cast with the holy flame. The moment all the rust on the iron sword vanished and it was fully restored, a powerful sword in tint surged upward. Bang! A huge hole appeared at the top of the secret chamber, exuding an overwhelming aura. Even Jody and Foster felt a sense of crisis when sensing this power. Suddenly, the iron sword shot straight into the sky, causing vibrations throughout Xuanhuan Immortal City's restrictions. Within Xuanhuan Immortal City, all swords wielded by swordsmen buzzed, as if paying homage to their king. Not only Xuanhuan Immortal City, but the entire realm of the 9 provinces, every swordsman's weapon buzzed in response. Inside the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Nelson was meditating on his sword heart, but abruptly opened his eyes. He turned to look far away, his expression becoming very solemn. Within the 9 provinces, there's actually a stronger swordsman than me. Nelson chuckled, seeming to be filled with intense battle spirit. But why does the sword intent emanating from there feel so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before? He mumbled to himself, although it felt familiar, yet he couldn't recall where. Forget it, too troublesome to think about. Rather than ponder over it, better to continue cultivating. In Xuanhuan Immortal City, the iron sword resonated along with thousands of spirit swords, producing harmonious music. At that moment, another figure suddenly flew out. It was Barrett. Hovering in the air, Barrett grabbed the long sword. Let me catch you, Barrett grinned, admitting that after all the effort, this iron sword was indeed quite powerful. However, just as he thought this, he saw the iron sword transform into a doll-like little girl, and the hilt he originally held became her hand. Hello, master. The little girl smiled innocently, looking adorable, but Barrett was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Just moments ago, it was a long sword, now a little girl? Sword spirit. Seeing the girl instantly, Foster couldn't hold back his astonishment. All magical weapons had spirits, but nurturing a weapon spirit was incredibly difficult. Even someone as powerful as a 5-star emperor like him couldn't refine a weapon spirit from his own magical weapon. Yet Barrett, right after refining a magical weapon, managed to cultivate a weapon spirit. Chapter 116. Sword Spirit Appears. Honestly, this had exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, even Barrett was shocked beyond belief. He never thought such a situation would arise. Hold on, why am I your master? Barrett, regaining his composure, hurriedly asked. The little girl tilted her head. You repaired me, master, so you are my master. Barrett rubbed his forehead, completely at a loss for how this situation unfolded. Forget it. Since she called him master, he might as well accept it. What's your name? Barrett sighed and asked the little girl. I don't have one. Master, can you give me a name? The little girl's voice was innocent. After considering for a moment, Barrett said, how about Kylie? Ida. Great, thank you, master. Kylie has a name now. Ida joyfully waved her arms. She was fine when still, but this action emitted dozens of sword chi beams instantly. In a flash, the restrictions within the Xuanhuan Immortal City were triggered. This naturally alarmed many people. Beams of light shot out and appeared beside Barrett immediately. Friend Taoist, causing chaos in our Xuanhuan Immortal City, should you not explain yourself? A woman in lavish attire appeared before Barrett, her tone extremely serious. Barrett didn't know how to respond for a moment, but finally explained. I'm truly sorry. During my artifact refinement, I failed to control the force properly, leading to this situation. The woman frowned, her eyes boring into Barrett as if trying to understand more. At this point, someone interjected, City Lord Danny, could we just let this matter go? Just like that? How do you expect me to overlook such upheaval in Xuanhuan Immortal City? Wilma's eyes showed evident displeasure. If not for the power of the Universal Pavilion, she wouldn't be talking so much. Foster sighed, what if I propose this? Universal Pavilion will bear all losses incurred by Xuanhuan Immortal City. Since they could shoulder the damages, it was worth the proposal. Wilma understood from these words that the person was no easy opponent. Since Vice Pavilion leader Gorin put it that way, this city lord will refrain from further comments. But please ensure an explanation after this incident. Wilma coldly snorted and turned away. Seeing Wilma leave, Foster exhaled with relief. Taoist friend Lin, you sure caused quite a stir. Foster turned to Barrett, speaking helplessly. Barrett smiled apologetically. Vice Pavilion leader Gorin, I'm truly sorry. Though apologizing, Barrett knew he would do it again if needed. Do not worry too much. Fortunately, there's no major damage. Just repair the building longer. I fear that certain individuals might keep an eye on me. Barrett glanced at the city lord's residence nearby. Since then, Wilma's gaze had been fixed on him. If he didn't leave, she probably wouldn't let him off easily. Well, if that's the case, I won't hold you back. Foster smiled. Barrett nodded and left with Jody and others. Once they were gone, Wilma appeared beside Foster almost instantly, her imperial-level strength allowing her rapid travel. Vice Pavilion leader Gorin, can you explain now? Foster sighed. That person is not someone you can provoke. What do you mean? Their cultivation surpasses both of ours, even surpassing our pavilion leader. Did you notice the servant sitting here? She's a 5-star great emperor. Foster stated bluntly. Wilma frowned deeper. Earlier, focused on Barrett, she hadn't paid attention to the lady. Now she realized the servant had identical strength to hers. Think about it. What kind of person could make a 5-star great emperor his servant? Foster stared, questioning her. Though silent, Wilma felt relieved internally. No wonder Foster discouraged confrontation. It wasn't just due to friendship with Barrett, but also protecting Xuanhuan Immortal City. Had a real fight erupted, Xuanhuan Immortal City would have been destroyed, possibly costing her life under Barrett's blade. He really is a monster. On seeing Barrett and company, Barrett sighed, feeling helpless. They were kin after all, and he naturally couldn't stand by and watch them perish. Jody, lend them a hand, Barrett said after brief consideration. Jody nodded and flew forward. The occupants of the flying boat were mesmerized by her beauty for a moment. Just as they stood dazed, purple flames suddenly swept across the entire boat, startling everyone. Instinctively, they tried to evade, but the flames did not attack them. Instead, they engulfed the beasts. Within mere moments, the troublesome beasts turned into piles of ash. Numerous beast cores scattered across the deck, but no one dared pick them up. They belonged to Jody. With nearby beasts eliminated, cultivators with higher realms began repairing the boat with all their might. Barrett and his party arrived. He scanned the scene calmly. Many thanks to the seniors for your assistance. I am Dustin, Deputy City Lord of Tianhai City, Dustin said respectfully. Barrett knew these people must be Emperor Realm experts, or else they wouldn't have crossed the sea so easily. Odd, shouldn't your array be intact? The master of this area recently woke up, Dustin replied. Our array can resist Ascended Realm beasts, but not Emperor Realm ones. So that's why. Remarkable you survived. Barrett noted Dustin's mid-Ascended Realm strength. Surviving so long was indeed a miracle. Dustin smiled bitterly. Yes, all thanks to the seniors. How about joining us for drinks? Barrett knew they feared further trouble and wanted him as protection. An invitation for drinks comes at a price, Barrett smiled. We've killed many beasts along the way. How about all materials and cores belong to you? Dustin offered, as those were all they had to offer. Barrett agreed immediately. Jody, collect those cores. Jody nodded, and with a wave of her hand, all scattered beast cores floated into her grasp. Thank you, senior, Dustin bowed, leading Barrett and company into a tavern. Inside the tavern, many appeared injured. In a private room, Dustin asked Barrett, are you from Central Region? I'm from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, preparing to return, Barrett responded. Hearing the name, Dustin looked surprised. Why are you surprised? Barrett asked. Dustin took a deep breath. Sir, don't you know what happened at the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect? Barrett felt an ominous sense growing. Is something wrong with the sect? Dustin continued, I speak truthfully. Please don't blame me after hearing. Barrett frowned deeper. Go on. 1 year ago, the Soul Absorption Sect from West Region attacked Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, leaving it severely weakened. Countless disciples have perished since. Patriarch Elliot was defeated half a month ago by the Vice Patriarch of Soul Absorption Sect. Barrett felt a powerful surge of anger. Soul Absorption Sect, huh? How about I go help first? Jody suggested, seeing Barrett's fury. Yes, please do, Barrett nodded. Kylie will go too, Ida volunteered. Good. You two go ahead. I'll follow shortly. I still need to ensure safety here, Barrett said after a deep breath. This translation keeps the original paragraph structure and line breaks while maintaining the tone and style of the original text. Names are rendered in pinyin as requested. Chapter 118. Attack on the Sect. Jody and Ida vanished from the flying boat in the blink of an eye, while Barrett remained seated, sipping his wine. To be honest, Dustin was still somewhat scared. With their sex troubles mounting, they were now responsible for defending this place as well. However, judging by Barrett's determined expression, Dustin stayed silent, remaining composed. Inside the main hall of the vast wasteland Immortal Sect, all the peak masters had gathered, but the seat of the sect master was empty. Everyone, with the sect master gravely injured, we can only fight to the death until he recovers, Grimes said solemnly. King Adiel stroked his beard, his face grim. The soul-seizing sect is incredibly powerful. Even if our sect master emerges from seclusion, it would be difficult for him to handle them. The only way out right now is probably to hold out until that boy Barrett returns, said Artisan Peak Master Xianxia, clenching his fists tightly with a resolute gaze. They exchanged glances, each feeling helpless. Qiyang Peak Master has been missing for 10 years, leaving only disciples behind. We might not have that much time, but we must hold on. There are no cowards in our vast wasteland Immortal Sect. I agree. The various Peak Masters' gazes burned with fervor, showing no fear whatsoever. If that's the case, then I should go look for Master. A figure stepped forward, speaking to everyone. It was William, who had rushed back when he heard about the trouble at vast wasteland Immortal Sect. Despite having reached the early feathered transcendence realm, his cultivation methods limited his combat prowess. Nelson, who had advanced to the middle feathered transcendence realm, Alora, who was in the late stage, and Davon, also in the early stage, were now the top fighters of vast wasteland Immortal Sect. They had to stay, so the task naturally fell to William. Will you manage? Grimes looked at William, asking aloud. With Qiyang Peak Master absent, these four represented Barrett. We have to. William spoke firmly. Just as he finished, a shout came from nearby. Enemy attack. It's the soul-seizing sect. Shock flashed across everyone's faces. They hadn't expected the enemy to breach their defenses so quickly. Activate the protective array. Command all disciples to engage the enemy. Gentlemen, I'll lead the charge. Grimes stood up and swiftly flew out. Alora and others exchanged glances before charging out instantly. Upon reaching the sect square, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, making breathing almost impossible for everyone present. An Imperial Realm cultivator. Alora raised her head, her eyes cold. On a flying boat in the air stood a figure. It was Ulrich, the deputy sect master of the soul-seizing sect, also the one who had injured Elliot. Behind Ulrich stood 8 people, all at the early ascended immortal realm. They were likely the soul-seizing sect's elders. Grimes gripped his long sword tightly. As the Ryan, he should have charged forward, but the intense pressure rendered him immobile. His cultivation was also only at the early ascended immortal realm, making him one of the top figures in vast wasteland immortal sect. In this situation, he lacked the courage to take even a single step forward. Humph, this is all the vast wasteland immortal sect has. Ulrich sneered at the crowd below. To him, they were mere ants, easily crushed with a flick of his fingers. My vast wasteland immortal sect has no grievances with your soul-seizing sect. Why do you go to such lengths? Nelson stepped forward. Though overwhelmed by the pressure, his face showed no sign of fear. Alora and Davon stood beside him, their eyes filled with icy resolve. Our soul-seizing sect does not need the understanding of weaklings. Ulrich snorted and raised his hand. The elders behind him instantly charged down. Without hesitation, Alora activated her sacred flame, gripping her Qiyang immortal sword and dashing toward the 8 enemies. Nelson and Davon followed suit. Grimes did not join them, but instead led the sect disciples into battle against the soul-seizing sect members. In the sky, red flames transformed into a phoenix, surging toward the 8 attackers. The violent flames made them instinctively try to dodge, but it was too late. Countless spirit swords surrounded them, cutting off all retreat paths. Above them, a massive avatar descended upon them, launching an overpowering attack. Even at the ascended immortal realm, they couldn't withstand such force. Deputy Sect Master, save us! One elder cried out. Suddenly, a black aura appeared, forming a misty skeleton that enveloped the 8 elders, absorbing the formidable attack. So this is why your vast wasteland immortal sect can endure. You must be the key. Ulrich glanced at the 3 fighters, slightly surprised. If you join our soul-seizing sect, I could spare your lives and grant you the status of our sect elders. Spare me. Your decrepit sect isn't worthy of my attention. Nelson blurred into motion, appearing behind Ulrich. Ulrich was astonished. What kind of movement technique was this? Bang! Nelson's celestial sword struck powerfully, but it was repelled by an equally powerful force. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he frowned. Indeed, his current strength was insufficient to penetrate the defense. Seems like I'll have to use that move, he muttered. Despite not being at his peak, he possessed many cultivation techniques taught by Barrett. Although he hadn't fully mastered the Heavenly Passage sword technique, he knew the ultimate killing blow, a move that would likely devastate his cultivation. But he didn't hesitate. If necessary, he would start over. As he thought this, a more terrifying sword intent erupted nearby, causing even the Imperial Realm Ulrich to shudder. Chapter 119. Suppressing the Soul Capture Sect. Which Taoist friend is out there? Please reveal yourself quickly. Ulrich frowned, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The sword intent he felt just now almost made him sense a mortal threat. He had no idea if the other party was friend or foe. For now, he could only call out and see what happened. At that moment, a voice echoed into their ears. Bad person, I will cut you down. It was a very young voice, sounding like a 5-year-old child. But as the voice fell, an incredibly terrifying sword energy surged toward them. Ulrich dared not be negligent. Knowing he couldn't dodge, he condensed his spiritual energy in front of him, forming a protective barrier. Crack! When the sword energy met the protective shield, it began to gradually shatter. Ulrich drew in a sharp breath. It was so powerful, but just as he was astonished, another wave of flames attacked, combining with the sword energy to shatter his protective barrier directly. Fortunately, Ulrich's reaction was extremely quick. Although he didn't completely dodge it, he at least managed to save his life. Looking at the one big and one small figure ahead, his expression became exceptionally ugly. You two, I am Ulrich, deputy head of the West Continent Soul Capture Sect. I hope you cease your actions here. If you forcefully interfere, the Soul Capture Sect isn't easy to provoke. Ulrich frowned deeply, watching the two before him. Hearing the name, Soul Capture Sect, Ida pouted angrily. Himph, I will cut you down first. With that said, Ida suddenly unleashed a formidable sword aura from her body. Her memory did not contain any sword techniques. She only knew how to slash. But even this single move was enough to make Ulrich sweat profusely. Ulrich kept dodging. Though the girl's attacks were chaotic and unordered, they were terrifying in momentum. If he were truly hit, he would likely suffer severe injuries. Nelson and others, observing Ida and her companion in action, felt some confusion. Who are these two people? But soon they didn't think much about it. Since they were willing to help the vast wasteland immortal sect, they must be friends. Aren't you really afraid of my Soul Capture Sect's retribution? Ulrich continued to evade while threatening them. Giggle, how amusing. A mere 4-star emperor dares to challenge? Jody laughed lightly, with Foxfire appearing in the palm of her hand. Heavenly Foxfire, Celestial Fox Beast. Ulrich, being an Imperial Realm cultivator, couldn't possibly fail to recognize such a technique. Correct answer. As a reward, I'll let you die in pain within my flames. Jody's smile widened, and with a sweep of her hand, countless Foxfires sealed off all of Ulrich's escape routes. Seeing his escape routes sealed, Ulrich's expression turned increasingly grim. He clenched his fists tightly. Originally, I didn't plan to use this, but you left me no choice. After all, they had barely exchanged blows, without him using any cultivation techniques, yet he was already suppressed and unable to counterattack. Is this your final statement? Then die. Jody's smile remained unchanged as the flames continuously constricted. Suddenly, a black aura emanated from Ulrich's body. His body began to grow immensely large, turning pitch black, his face distorted and disordered. Extraplanar demon. Feeling this aura, Nelson furrowed his brows. These were demons from the upper realms. Why would they appear in the lower realms? Roar. An angry roar reverberated, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. Some disciples with lower cultivation levels couldn't withstand the pressure and died instantly. As the smoke cleared, Ulrich's body had become enormous and blackened, his face twisted in chaos. Indeed, it's an extraplanar demon. Nelson gritted his teeth. This was a demon from the upper realms. Given their cultivation levels, they probably couldn't handle it. Just a 7-star Emperor realm. Although your cultivation is low, it's enough to deal with you. Ulrich stared at Jody and Ida, then reached out his hand abruptly. A gale swept through, carrying demonic energy, rendering Ida and Jody immobile despite their attempts to escape. Let me kill you first, then deal with those riffraff. Ulrich chuckled. Now, these two were merely ants to him. Just as he thought this, a cold flash suddenly appeared. The hand that was about to grab Jody and the others fell to the ground in that instant. Bang! A huge, deep pit appeared on the ground, and the black aura spread rapidly. Everyone, retreat. Do not approach that black aura. Nelson, seeing the deep pit caused by the falling arm, used spiritual energy to amplify his voice, shouting to everyone. Though these people didn't know what was happening, they did not get closer, retreating far away quickly. Did I allow you to touch my people? At this moment, a cold voice came from nearby. When they turned to look, they saw Barret had appeared before them. Master! Barret! Master! Everyone exclaimed simultaneously, looking at Barret as if they had found hope. Interesting, you actually severed my arm. But you've underestimated me too much. Ulrich laughed, and his arm regrew in an instant. Barret looked at the giant body, his eyes filled with anger. These were the people attacking the vast wasteland immortal sect. If so, today he would make them understand his strength. Kylie, come here. Barret turned to Ida nearby and called out. Ida quickly came to Barret and took his hand. Her figure instantly transformed into a simple iron sword, radiating a terrifying sword intent. Rest assured, this strike will send you to your doom. After all, daring to provoke our vast wasteland immortal sect means death for you. Barret sneered as his sword intent continuously increased. The sword intent from the iron sword also grew, causing everyone present to feel terrified. Nelson, pay attention. The next move I show you is the strongest move of the heaven-piercing sword technique. If you can learn a thing or two from it, your strength will definitely increase. Barret shouted without looking at Nelson. Nelson's eyes widened as he stared intently at Barret. He wanted to see just how strong this so-called strongest strike was. Arrogant. How could I, a venerable, be slain by someone like you? Ulrich roared, clenching his fist and punching straight down at Barret. Barret didn't move, still focusing on condensing sword chi. As the fist neared him, he suddenly thrust forward with a sword strike. Chapter 120, One Sword. With this sword strike, the entire world fell into a sudden silence. Ulrich stood frozen in time, not moving an inch. Nelson watched from below, his eyes filled with shock. As a sword cultivator, he had already sensed the terrifying power of this strike before anyone else. Truly, the mightiest sword technique, Nelson muttered to himself, but no sound escaped his lips. Even Ulrich felt nothing at that moment, only a sense of his body being immobilized. In the next instant, a gust of wind carrying powerful sword chi slashed through Ulrich's body, leaving countless wounds. A clean cut appeared around his neck. Boom! In an instant, a deafening sound echoed, and behind them, a spatial tear opened up. The space crack, with its terrible suction force, immediately pulled Ulrich's corpse into it. One sword, and the world was silent. Nelson was extremely excited. He must learn this sword technique. After disposing of Ulrich, Barret released the iron sword, which transformed back into Ida. Master is truly formidable, Ida exclaimed joyfully as she twirled around Barret. Being used by such a powerful cultivator made her, as a sword spirit, immensely happy. Barret smiled and patted Ida's head, then looked down. The enemy deputy sect master is dead. It's time for us to counterattack. Sword disciples, follow me. Grimes shouted, leading the charge against other soul capture sect disciples. Nelson and the others naturally did not hesitate and immediately joined the fight. The morale of the Great Wasteland immortal sect soared, and with Nelson and his companions assisting, they won the battle quite easily. When the war ended, Barret and others gathered in the sect master hall. Barret, who are these two? Grimes looked likely still needs approval from the sect master, Adiel interjected. Don't worry, the sect master will emerge soon to handle this. Barret sat back in his chair and explained. Everyone was puzzled, having no idea what he meant. After all, the sect master was still in seclusion recuperating. How could he emerge so quickly? Half an incense stick later, a streak of light suddenly appeared nearby. Heaven's gift. This is the sign of advancing to the Imperial realm. That direction is where the sect master secluded himself. The peak master stood up abruptly and looked toward the distant spot. Grimes watched as Elliot suddenly broke through, stunned. He had come merely to deliver a pill, yet in this moment, Elliot advanced to the Imperial realm. Elliot slowly opened his eyes, and an intense aura began to spread. But he quickly reined in his energy, turned disaster into fortune indeed. Originally, he thought he was doomed, but now he had not only recovered but also improved his cultivation. Congratulations on reaching the Imperial realm, sect master. Grimes laughed heartily, genuinely congratulating him. Elliot waved his hand. Enough congratulations. Let's discuss how to deal with the soul capture sect. Sect master, Barret has returned, and that pill earlier was from him. And an hour ago, all invaders from the soul capture sect were slain. Grimes recounted everything. Elliot first paused, then burst into laughter. Truly Barret, this boy never fails to surprise me. They're waiting for you in the sect master hall, Grimes added. Alright, let's go see them. Elliot flew toward the hall. Soon, Elliot and Grimes appeared outside the hall. Sect master, congratulations on your breakthrough. Barret observed Elliot and noticed his aura had reached first star emperor. Enough congratulations, I should be thanking you. If not for you, the Great Wasteland immortal sect might have been utterly destroyed. Elliot sat on the sect master's seat, smiling. Now that you've recovered, let's talk about attacking the soul capture sect, Barret said, addressing Elliot and others. Elliot's smile faded as he stared at Barret in shock. Barret, are you sure about launching an attack on the soul capture sect? Their sect master is a 7th star emperor. Barret nodded. I'm sure. And even if you don't join, I will still participate. We will join too. Alora and others raised their hands. Considering Barret their teacher, they naturally needed to join. Jody and Ida raised their hands. We will go as well. In that case, count me in too. Grimes raised his hand. Elliot was about to raise his hand, but Barret stopped him. Sect master, you shouldn't go. This left Elliot stunned. Why? Do you think Ida? Don't mess around. Be careful not to get hurt. Barret glanced at Nelson, noting the intense combat spirit in his eyes. Ida's sword intent was truly terrifying, and even Nelson might get hurt if he wasn't cautious. It's okay, master. I need to enhance my cultivation urgently. Maybe this is a good opportunity, replied Nelson frankly. Barret held his forehead. Forget it. There's still time before we depart. Kylie, play with him properly. Ida blinked her eyes and then walked merrily to Nelson. Big brother, let's play. Nelson held Ida's hand and walked off into the distance. Then, Barrett turned to Jody. Jody, would you accompany my disciple in some practice? Certainly, Jody smiled warmly. Alora was excited too. Just seeing Jody's foxfire, she had wanted to spar. Now, Barrett proposed it herself, so she was very pleased. As for you, I will personally instruct you. Barrett glanced at Devon with a warm smile. Please guide me, master. Devon bowed politely. Barrett's lips curled upwards. It was just right. He needed to test the way of strength, one of the 3,000 great ways he had obtained from the system. When returning, he had chosen to receive the system rewards, and now it was a perfect time to test them out. Just unleash all your strength. Barrett stared at Devon, slowly stood up, and beckoned to him. Devon nodded while William took a few steps back. Master, I'll take my leave, William hurriedly spoke. Barrett waved his hand, sending a beam of light towards William. This is the Array Dao Compendium. If you can learn it, combined with your cultivation, you won't be worse than your senior and junior brothers. Barrett had never been stingy, knowing William's special constitution limited him to this path. Holding the manual, William felt overjoyed. Thank you, master. After William left, Devon charged towards Barrett. He delivered a powerful punch, producing a loud sound. Yet his fist did not touch Barrett at all. An invisible barrier seemed to exist between them, unbreakable by Devon. If you don't focus, you can't even break my basic defense, Barrett said as he looked up at Devon midair. Devon took a deep breath, continuously activating the divine soul body forging technique, releasing an intimidating aura that even a Sky Ascension realm cultivator would fear. Master, please bear with me. Saying this, Devon quickly rushed towards Barrett. In an instant, Devon vanished from sight. Barrett took no action but turned around to look behind him. As expected, Devon was standing there, and behind him formed a phantom silhouette. Bang! The phantom figure struck down, breaking through Barrett's defensive layer. But when Devon realized it, Barrett was nowhere to be found. The soul-seizing sect patriarch could do it too. They'd face significant challenges. Barrett waved his hand. Though the battle will be tough, we can't just stand by. Doing nothing would make them seem weak, inviting others to bully them. Elliot sighed and stood up. I hope you all return safely. Rest assured, we will return alive, Barrett calmly promised. Elliot didn't linger any longer and quickly departed. Chapter 122. Battle between powerhouses. 3 days isn't a long time, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Nelson and Alora stood beside Barrett, still not quite ready to leave. Just as they were getting into the rhythm, it was already time to depart. William was also present, but he was there to see them off, not to join them. Have you all packed up? Barrett asked, looking at them. Yes, Nelson nodded, confirming that everything was prepared. During these 3 days, he had been practicing swordsmanship with Ida. Frankly speaking, each battle had him teetering on the edge of life and death. Ida's attacks were unpredictable and merciless. If not for his strong sense of danger, he would have died multiple times. But he was highly satisfied with this intense training. In just 3 days, his understanding of swordsmanship had advanced significantly. Since everything is ready, let's set off now, Barrett said, leading everyone towards the Ascension Plaza. The disciples of the sect were already prepared, each with a determined expression. It looks like everyone is here. Let's go. Barrett calmly boarded the flying boat. This trip included nearly turned pale. Please forgive me, master. I sent Ulrich, and although he should have succeeded, he was killed. Ulrich dead? Impossible. The black mist sounded surprised. That man possessed secret medicine. Even a 9-star emperor might not kill him. It seems we have encountered a serious issue, the voice continued. But Zhongzhou is crucial. You must occupy it, even if you have to go personally. As you wish, master. I am fully prepared and will definitely capture Donghua Immortal Sect. Make sure you do. The black mist disappeared. Seeing the black mist vanish, Barkley sighed in relief. He rose, regaining his usual cold demeanor. He would capture Donghua Immortal Sect. 3 days later, outside the soul-capturing sect, dozens of flying boats hovered over the mountain entrance. Raylan, Barrett looked at the entrance of the soul-capturing sect and softly spoke. Raylan nodded, revealing a purple fox flame in her palm. Boom. The fox flame instantly destroyed the array protecting the entrance. Without hesitation, Nelson and Alora led the charge down into the compound. After being attacked by the soul-capturing sect, this was their revenge. Other members of Donghua Immortal Sect followed closely. Many soul-capturing sect disciples didn't even realize what was happening before being slaughtered. The leader, Grimes, moved like a force of nature, effortlessly. Chapter 123. The tide has turned. Do you really think the spirits I summoned can be hit? Guido chuckled. These spirits had been fused into the spirit refining banner, which was immune to physical attacks. These spirits indeed cannot be hit, Barrett responded with a light laugh, his tone laced with sarcasm. But did you consider that your banner might not be able to withstand an attack? Guido's smile widened. If you truly have such capability, then show me. In Guido's view, it was impossible for Barrett to achieve this. With a wave of his hand, Barrett unleashed a raging firestorm across the battlefield. The intense heat raised the temperature significantly, and even Guido could feel the warmth enveloping him. Such powerful flames, Guido muttered, his eyes gleaming as he licked his lips, staring at Barrett like he had discovered a treasure. If he could incorporate Barrett's soul into the spirit refining banner, his own power would undoubtedly increase greatly. But just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt an overwhelming heat. Barrett now stood before him. I said, don't get distracted during a battle. This comment made Guido's face pale abruptly. He hadn't expected Barrett to move so quickly. Bang! Guido was thrown back several steps by a sudden palm strike, spitting out a mouthful of blood and turning deathly pale. Such formidable strength, you are a 9-star great emperor. Upon sensing this aura, Guido immediately understood that the man before him was immensely powerful. Barrett smiled. You've only just noticed? Frowning, Guido hadn't anticipated encountering such a powerful individual in the small Central Plains region. A 9-star Great Emperor was exceedingly rare throughout the entire 9 provinces, yet one had appeared right before him. I may have underestimated you slightly, but surely you don't believe I have no way of dealing with you? With a sneer, Guido released the dark mist from the spirit refining banner. Instantly, the area around Barrett was shrouded in darkness, even obscuring his senses. Barrett, however, remained calm. He couldn't see far ahead, but he could still perceive nearby objects. Any ghostly presence near him was instantly incinerated by the searing flames surrounding him. Holy flame coalesced into a fiery dragon, swirling around him, radiating immense heat. Alora watched the scene unfold, marveling inwardly. Truly worthy of being master, such formidable strength. Oh, I thought you'd go for a long-range attack, but you actually came straight in, Barrett remarked, somewhat surprised to see a figure appear before him. Without a word, Guido launched a direct assault with a palm strike. However, Barrett didn't dodge. Instead, he retaliated with holy flame. To Barrett's surprise, the flame passed right through Guido's body. An illusion? Barrett frowned, recognizing Guido's cunning. Knowing he couldn't defeat Barrett head-on, he had chosen this deceptive approach. But Barrett wasn't without a solution. His movements became ghostly swift, and soon the dark mist could no longer keep up. As the mist cleared, Barrett spotted the spirit refining banner not far ahead. This harmful artifact should be destroyed, Barrett muttered to himself, focusing a flame within his palm. He aimed and swiftly attacked. Watching from afar, Guido realized too late the danger approaching. Desperately trying to recall his banner, he found it already engulfed by holy flame. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the spirit refining banner burned intensely. Within moments, it was reduced to ashes. With its destruction, the souls it controlled began to dissipate, and the black mist vanished. Turning to Guido, Barrett asked, "What do you have to say now?" "Damn you. Destroying my treasure. I'll kill you," Guido growled, clenching his teeth. Centuries of effort had been destroyed so easily, leaving him furious. "Kill me? Do you have the capability?" Staring at Guido, Barrett knew that, given his current strength, no one in the 9 provinces could defeat him. "I certainly do." Biting his teeth, Guido pulled a pill from his robe. Sensing something amiss, Barrett recognized a familiar aura, similar to what he had felt from Ulrich. Just as Guido prepared to consume the pill, a sword chi swept towards him. Forced to dodge, he barely escaped the attack. The mountain behind the soul capture sect now bore a clean cut, evidence of the strong blade intent. Powerful sword intent indeed. Guido gasped, realizing how lethal his opponent's sword skills were. Deciding to consume the pill next, Guido found his arm missing when he attempted to do so. Staring at the empty sleeve, his expression turned darker. "In a life and death battle, did you think I'd give you a moment to breathe?" Barrett stood before Guido, delivering a powerful punch imbued with the way of force. Guido's broken body flew back a considerable distance, but Barrett reappeared instantaneously beside the fallen Guido, who now lay severely weakened, with a gaping wound in his abdomen bleeding profusely. Seeing Guido's fading life force, Barrett finally relaxed. This is the fate of those who provoke the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect. "Ha! Mere Great Wilderness Immortal Sect," Guido laughed weakly, threatening Barrett with his dying breath. "When my master comes, all of the 9 provinces will perish." With that, Guido's aura dissipated completely. Ignoring the dead man, Barrett knew that the downfall of the soul capture sect was inevitable with Guido gone. Chapter 124, Returning in Triumph. Just as Barrett was about to leave, he suddenly sensed an ominous and terrifying aura. This aura made the hairs on his body stand up. To be honest, he had never felt such an aura before. It was absolutely beyond the Emperor realm. The supposedly long-dead Cosmo suddenly opened his eyes and stood up as if nothing had happened. "Are you the one who killed my pawn?" A 9-star Great Emperor at such a young age, indeed quite talented. Cosmo stared at Barrett, appraising him with the gaze of a superior being. Barrett frowned deeply. "Aren't you the leader of the soul-seizing sect?" "Humph, he was just a pawn I casually nurtured. Boy, you have ruined my plans, and I will remember you." After saying this, Cosmo's body collapsed like a puppet whose strings were cut. Barrett furrowed his brows as he watched Cosmo fall. He collected everything that Cosmo had on him and summoned a flame to cover the body. In just a few moments, Cosmo's body turned into ashes. Seeing this, Barrett let out a breath of relief, preventing any possibility of his revival. "This battle, so obviously we won." Elliot coughed lightly. "Of course I know we won, but that's not what I meant." Barrett quickly understood and replied, "All the loot is with Elder Wang Feng." Elliot shifted his gaze to Grimes. Grimes responded helplessly, "Let's discuss this in the Patriarch's Hall." Elliot agreed and then announced loudly, "In the battle against the Western Continent's soul-seizing sect, our sect emerged victorious. All participating disciples will receive 5 essence cultivating pills, while non-participants get 2 each. Essence cultivating pills were valuable to lower-tier cultivators." Hearing the Patriarch's generosity, all the disciples shouted gratefully, "Thank you, Patriarch." Barrett watched this scene and simply said, "Patriarch, we'll return to Scarlet Sun Peak now." "Hold on, why rush back? Let's discuss how to distribute these items first," Elliot said, holding back Barrett. Barrett waved off the idea. "I don't need much of these things. Nelson, you 3 go ahead and look. Maybe you'll find something useful." With that, Barrett vanished from their sight. Elliot and Grimes exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Clearly, Barrett, their greatest hero, didn't care about the rewards. Back at Scarlet Sun Peak, Barrett took out a storage ring he had obtained from Cosmo. Normally, breaking its restrictions would be easy, but this particular ring puzzled him for days before he finally managed to break through. "Now, let's see what checked." Everyone was surprised. Nelson had chosen that item? Note, maintained paragraph structure and line breaks similar to the original text, ensuring natural flow and coherence with the preceding content. Chapter 125, Preparations. Nelson, are you really going to choose this? Elliot asked in surprise. Nelson was toying with a small iron piece in his hand. Does the sect leader not approve? Of course not. But Nelson, this small iron piece looks like an ordinary object. It probably won't be of much use to you. Elliot stared at the iron piece in Nelson's hand. He had expected them to choose some treasures. Instead, they chose something broken and worn out. Nelson replied, Sect leader, I will stick with this item. Others might not realize it, but he could tell that this iron piece was a very important material. If he could incorporate it into the Azure Cloud Sword, he might also awaken its spirit like his master did. Then others began selecting various items. Only after everyone had finished their selections did they disperse. At the Crimson Sun Peak, Nelson and the others had returned. Barrett lay on his rocking chair for rest, asking, So, how was it? You must have selected some good things, right? Alora nodded. Indeed. Unexpectedly, the Soul Absorption sect had a melting fire heart. With this, my power can advance further. She practiced the Tao of Immortal Fire, which required many supreme young objects to improve, and the melting fire heart was naturally one of them. Davon also nodded and said, I got a defensive magic tool, feeling excited as he thanked Barrett. Barrett extended his hand. Give me the Azure Cloud Sword. Nelson summoned the Azure Cloud Sword with his mind and handed it over to Barrett. Without any more words, Barrett took the Azure Cloud Sword and the cold iron fragment. Boom! A wave of scorching flame approached. The violent holy fire danced in Barrett's palm. This intense flame caused Davon and the others to retreat quite far due to its danger. Even though they trusted Barrett completely, approaching brought a strong sensation of heat. Under the engulfing holy fire, the cold iron fragment quickly turned liquid. As for the Azure Cloud Sword, enveloped by the holy fire, it had turned incredibly red. Without hesitating, Barrett directly applied the liquid onto the Azure Cloud Sword. The liquid attached itself as if it were alive, covering the sword body. Many patterns appeared on the sword, radiating light. Until the light gradually faded away, and the holy fire weakened. All done. Barrett observed the patterns on the blade, nodding satisfactorily. Sword patterns. Nelson's eyes revealed shock. In the upper realms, he needed centuries, perhaps millennia, to condense a sword pattern. However, Barrett merely forged casually and condensed the sword pattern. It seemed Master was far more terrifying than he imagined. Go try it out. Barrett handed the Azure Cloud Sword to Nelson casually. Nelson nodded gratefully. Thank you, Master. Taking the Azure Cloud Sword, a powerful sword intent made Nelson tremble slightly. He felt his connection to the Azure Cloud Sword deepen. It seems like this is a sign of giving birth to a sword spirit. Nelson's smile widened. Honestly speaking, his hands were itching. Kylie, will you play with me? Nelson turned to Ida, who was chasing dragonflies nearby, and asked her. Upon hearing someone willing to play with her, Ida ran towards Nelson eagerly. Okay. After Nelson and Ida left, Alora and Davon returned to their rooms to practice. Barrett sat back down on the lounge chair as Jody poured tea beside him, smiling. Bang! A loud noise came from not far away, surprising Jody. This isn't the sound of fighting. Jody looked curiously towards a distant spot. Naturally sensing it too, Barrett smiled and said, It's nothing, just William practicing his array techniques. True to form, your disciples under your tutelage are indeed formidable. Jody couldn't help but praise. Her words were genuine because every disciple under Barrett was extremely talented. Logically, having one extraordinarily talented genius in 1,000 years was already quite exceptional. But now 4 emerged and became Barrett's disciples, which couldn't help but astonish her. Wait, maybe she was wrong. It wasn't that Barrett accepted these highly talented disciples, but rather entering his tutelage turned them extraordinary. With this thought, Jody felt reassured. As for Barrett, he touched his chin and watched the nearby array, seemingly pondering something. Jody, I need you to prepare some materials for me. I reckon this trip will involve quite a few places. Barrett lifted his gaze to Jody, saying thus. Jody smiled, just order away. I'll do everything I can. Barrett prepared ink and paper, wrote down a list of materials, and handed it to Jody. Shocked, Jody read the list. Barrett then continued making preparations and planning, ready for what lay ahead. Chapter 126. The apprentice is leaving again. Master, are you sure you want these materials? Jody asked Barrett, clearly surprised. Yes, these are the materials needed to set up a large-scale formation. First, check the sect's treasure vault to see if we have any of them. Then, find the rest elsewhere, Barrett instructed. Jody glanced at the list, feeling somewhat moved. May I ask what kind of formation this is intended for? Jody was genuinely curious because the materials mostly included the inner cores of fierce beasts and spirit swords emanating with malevolent energy. The great guardian formation of our sect, the xuanhuan, Barrett said without hesitation. Hearing the name of the formation, Jody shuddered. Although she didn't know its specific function, the fact that it bore the characters Wuxia, slay immortals, indicated its formidable power. Indeed, Master, you aim to set up such a terrifying formation. Recovering from her shock, Jody spoke in astonishment. Barrett explained seriously, recently, quite a few people have been provoking our Dahong immortal sect. If we don't set up a better guardian formation, who knows what might happen next time I'm not around. While they were invincible in Zhongzhou, other continents wouldn't let them off so easily. Especially concerning the entity that once possessed Hutu. If he appeared at the Dahong immortal sect, things could go very badly. That makes sense. I'll start gathering the materials then, Jody responded, vanishing from Barrett's side. Barrett stretched lazily, watching a sudden skirmish nearby, feeling quite relaxed. Though unsure when the danger would arise, he knew he must be prepared. Suddenly, Barrett sensed something odd coming from the direction where Nelson and Ida were sparring. That's peculiar, he murmured to himself before disappearing on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the sparring area. Surprisingly, the strange sensation vanished as soon as he appeared. Nelson and Ida immediately stopped upon seeing him. Master, is there something wrong? Nelson asked, puzzled. Barrett shook his head. Nothing, just came to watch. Continue. After exchanging glances, they resumed their spar. Nelson wielded the green cloud sword while performing dragons he knew Ida had held back. Otherwise, he'd have been killed many times over during previous battles like those against the King Mausoleum. Master, how was my last move? Nelson turned to Barrett proudly. Not bad, you're starting to have some of my style, Barrett replied with a smile. Had anyone else said this, Nelson might have retorted. But hearing it from Barrett filled him with joy, as Barrett was his role model. Even if he regained his former realm's power, he would still choose to be Barrett's disciple. Thank you, Master. Nelson bowed in gratitude, then suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Ida was confused. I didn't hit him. He's just too tired. Let's take him back, Barrett smiled and said. Ida nodded, helping carry Nelson back. Over the next half-month, Davon and Alora stayed in seclusion. Nelson continued training with Ida daily. Finally, after 2 weeks, a burst of light signaled Alora emerging from her room. Barrett watched her approach and remarked, indeed, Ida over. Seeing their closeness, Barrett was somewhat surprised, never expecting their relationship to have become so intimate. At that moment, Nelson wore a resolute expression, as if having made some significant decision. Master, I want to go out, Nelson spoke solemnly. These words caused Barrett to rub his forehead. Your senior sister wants to go out, and now you do too? This concerns my opportunity, therefore, I must go. Nelson knelt on the ground, speaking earnestly. Hearing the word opportunity, Barrett immediately became attentive. If Nelson's strength increased, his own power would also rise. Even though it wouldn't directly increase his cultivation level, any enhancement was beneficial. I want to join in on the fun too. Ida raised her hand, eager and excited. Barrett smiled. All right, all of you go together. It's good to have someone watching each other's backs. At least with Ida around, Nelson couldn't possibly die. Thank you, Master. Nelson expressed gratitude. After the meal, Nelson and the others left Great Desolate Immortal Sect, leaving behind Barrett and Davon, who was still in closed-door cultivation. Half a day later, a figure suddenly appeared at Red Sun Peak. It was none other than Jody. Master, the materials have been collected, Jody said cheerfully, walking up to Barrett and placing a storage ring before him. Barrett took it and inspected it, confirming that the materials were exactly what he needed. These are indeed the right items. It looks like we can start preparing soon. Barrett stood up and headed towards the sect leader hall. Upon reaching, he noticed Elliot resting there. Sect leader, feeling quite at leisure today? Barrett asked with a smile as he approached Elliot. Elliot was taken aback. You usually come looking for me, now you're coming here? Not planning to take anything from me, are you? Knowing Barrett's character, he figured the boy must have ulterior motives. Nothing like that. I just plan to rearrange the mountain gate array formation. So I came here seeking your approval. Barrett sat beside Elliot and explained his intentions. After all, such matters required the sect leader's consent, and acting without permission would cause trouble. Upon hearing Barrett wanted to reconfigure the mountain gate array, Elliot was clearly stunned. You're sure about this? But how did you learn to set up array formations? Several doubts surfaced in Elliot's mind regarding Barrett's hidden skills. Barrett laughed sheepishly. Rest assured, sect leader, since I've decided to do this, I must have my reasons. Understanding Barrett's certainty, Elliot didn't refuse. If that's the case here, take this token and proceed. With that, he placed a token before Barrett, who felt very satisfied upon seeing it. Knowing he could now handle the matter efficiently, Elliot agreed. As you surmised, they've calculated every move. What should we do then? Considering options, Grimes asked. Accepting or rejecting posed risks, especially after the last battle. Confronting the Immortal Realm Alliance wasn't going to be easy. Give this invitation to Barrett, Elliot finally said after pondering. Do you mean for Barrett to decide? Surprised yet understanding, Grimes realized Barrett's importance. No, I mean for Barrett to attend. He's full of ideas. With his abilities, what do you think would happen to the Immortal Realm Alliance? Elliot's reasoning left no room for doubt. Please provide the next section for continuation. Chapter 128. A new sect protecting array. Grimes was initially taken aback, but then he understood. So that's how it is. But if we really let him go, what if he angers them? Grimes still had some concerns. After all, those fellows were not easy to deal with. If they become too oppressive, we might as well fight it out with them. If our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect is going to have a hard time, so will their Heavenly Realm Alliance, Elliot said, pounding the table until it shattered. Upon hearing Elliot's decision, Grimes didn't hesitate and quickly left the place. On Barrett's side, he now stood atop Xianxia Peak. He surveyed the scenery around him, then took out everything Jody. Very good. Barrett nodded approvingly. If he used a sword as strong as Ida's, he doubted any immortal before him would stand a chance. Of course, this was merely Barrett's speculation. He couldn't be sure since there were no immortals in this world. Barrett, what have you done? A voice called out nearby. Barrett halted his actions, and the 10,000 sword shadows vanished. Isn't this Chief Wang? What brings you to my Xianxia Peak? Barrett asked, surprised. The sect leader wants to see you about heading to the Northern States Heavenly Realm Alliance, Grimes said, tossing a token to Barrett. Celestial Realm Alliance? Barrett caught the token. Grimes explained everything to Barrett. After listening, Barrett's expression darkened. I see. That explains why the sect leader sent for me. Now, you're probably the only one qualified to represent us. What do you plan to do, Barrett? Grimes asked, worried about Barrett's intentions. Of course, I'm going to the Northern States Celestial Realm Alliance. And Elder Wang, you don't need to worry about an invasion. Do you think anyone would survive against that array? Barrett placed the token in his hand. Hearing this, Grimes paused but soon realized, even reaching the sect would be impossible for them. They'd likely be dead before getting close. So, we have nothing to fear. Elder Wang, the array's core is where I stand. By channeling spirit energy, you can activate it. Remember, this must remain a secret, Barrett warned. I understand. At a tavern, Dustin reserved a private room and ordered the best dishes and wine. Is there something you need my help with? Barrett asked, sitting down. There is indeed something, Dustin admitted. But rest assured, it's a simple favor. I hope you can watch over someone, a young lady, the mayor's daughter. Straightforwardly, Dustin spoke without beating around the bush. Chapter 129. The capricious and spoiled young lady. Of course, we will also offer a certain amount of compensation. As long as you speak up, Elder, we'll do whatever we can to provide it. Dustin knew very well that Barrett should not work for free and had to be compensated. Barrett didn't have much opinion on this matter. He estimated that the things they could offer would not catch his fancy. There is no need. It is just a small favor, but I agree. Barrett felt that it was a mere trivial task and did not deem it necessary to ask for compensation. However, Dustin shook his head and said, Elder, you don't know. That young lady is quite capricious and spoilt. She may bring you some trouble. This thing here was found in an ancient relic site before. Consider it an apology. If the Elder isn't satisfied with this item, feel free to visit City Lord's residence anytime and state your requests. Barrett became quite curious when he heard what Dustin said. Who was such a person that could make Dustin go to so much effort? But since Dustin offered something, he thought it wasn't good if he refused. Well, since you mentioned it, I shall not decline then. Since it was a gift, Barrett decided to accept it. Afterward, the two continued drinking and eating until they finished their meal. In the afternoon, the airship was about to depart as Barrett arrived at the port. Dustin had been waiting there for a long time, and beside Dustin stood a teenage girl. She was dressed in blue attire, appearing very serene. Barrett was rather confused, wondering how such a pretty girl could be considered mischievous by Dustin. Even though he didn't understand, he had promised Dustin. Therefore, he would first meet her and find out more. Elder, Dustin called politely upon seeing Barrett. The woman standing next to him remained silent and looked at Barrett curiously. This is the city lord's daughter named Daniela. Young miss, this is the Elder escorting you to Xuanhuan City. Elder Barrett, Dustin introduced them both. Barrett nodded and spoke. It's getting late. Let's board now. I entrust you with taking care of the young miss. Dustin requested seriously. Barrett nodded again and proceeded towards the airship. Although Daniela didn't say anything, she still followed closely behind Barrett all the way. On the airship, Barrett brought Daniela to sit down somewhere casually. During this period, Daniela remained quiet, making Barrett quite puzzled. Didn't Dustin say earlier that she was spoiled? Yet, she was being so obediently well-behaved, which was totally different from what Dustin described. Are you Barrett, the master of Qiang Peak of Dahong Immortal Sect? Daniela suddenly asked. Barrett nodded. Yes, it's me. Daniela's smile widened, looking somewhat excited. Elder, my cultivation has reached the gold core stage. I wonder if I'm eligible to join Qiang Peak. Daniela looked at Barrett full of anticipation. It was obvious that she revered him greatly. Barrett checked Daniela's talents through the system. Although she was decent, the criteria to recruit disciples set by the system made it impossible for him to accept her. After all, her talent was not top-notch. This might not be feasible. I already have many apprentices, but if you wish to join Dahong Immortal Sect, I can recommend you to Sword Peak, the leading peak. Given Daniela's caliber, perhaps joining Sword Peak would help her develop. Daniela, however, seemed disappointed. She hadn't expected Barrett to reject her so directly. Is it because my talents aren't up to par? Daniela bluntly asked. Barrett smiled and said, no. He couldn't tell her the actual reason as it would be too discouraging. Moreover, even if he took her in, she would probably be discouraged by Nelson and the others. So, it was best left unsaid. As the airship soared through the sky, Barrett enjoyed the view afar. They were quite fortunate today, as there was no storm over the sea, only clear skies. Suddenly, Barrett noticed something approaching them from a distance. Seeing another flying ship coming their way, Barrett grew even more puzzled. What other airships were coming towards them? Not good. Everyone pay attention. Get ready for battle. An urgent cry sounded, alerting all cultivators on the airship. That approaching airship looked rather peculiar. It lacked any defensive spells and could easily be struck by a storm. The cultivators on that airship appeared fierce and kept staring at them. Bandits. Barrett was surprised. These people were incredibly bold, venturing into the sea without any protective spells on their airship. Weren't they afraid of getting swallowed by storms? The crew in front. Best you surrender. Hand over your magic treasures and spirit weapons, or don't blame us for being rude. A voice transmission rang out, loud and clear for everyone on the airship. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst from the opposite airship. There were 3 cultivators at the middle stage of the feather transformation realm, and 1 at the early stage of the ascension realm. Such formidable cultivators would be regarded as elders in any sect. Yet, they were doing such things here in the ocean. Truly helpless. Barrett sighed and prepared to take action. After all, he was in a hurry, and these people would waste a lot of time if they continued. Senior Lin, you don't have to handle this. Let us deal with it. Daniela turned around and headed straight for the deck without looking back. Barrett was stunned by Daniela's actions. How could a mid-stage gold core dare face off against those much stronger cultivators? Barrett held his forehead. No wonder Dustin had said she was capricious and spoilt. Now he understood. By now, dozens of cultivators had come down from the opposing airship. All of them were powerful, with the weakest among them being late-stage gold core cultivators. Fellow Taoists, I am Bodhi. We are only after wealth. As long as you hand over your storage rings, we will leave you alone. The lead cultivator stepped forward, mocking them with a sneer. Humph, want our storage rings? You're asking for death. A cultivator suddenly lunged out, releasing thunder from his palm to strike the enemy. Before the thunder could reach its target, the opponent swatted it away with a single palm. Chapter 130. Raiding the flying boat. Bang! The cultivator dropped dead on the spot, not even getting a chance to scream in agony. The initial expansion of power from entering the heaven ascending realm made everyone present breathe heavily. They felt such pressure that they were already kneeling on the ground. But at this moment, he noticed someone standing as if nothing had happened, watching everything. And this person was none other than Barrett. This is quite interesting. Bodhi stared at Barrett. Although this guy only had the strength of chi practicing third layer, he could withstand such immense pressure. Fellow Taoist, are you also a cultivator of the heaven ascending realm? Bodhi walked up to Barrett with a smile. Barrett, looking at Bodhi's smile, felt speechless. What level I'm at has nothing to do with you, does it? Bodhi frowned. Was this guy being too arrogant? It seems that by calling you fellow Taoist, you think your status is high? As he spoke, Bodhi sent a wave of flame directly towards Barrett. However, the attack paused mid-air without making any sound or movement. This left a stunned look on Bodhi's face. What was happening? Not only could he not continue his attack, but he couldn't control his own body either. I give you one chance. If you hand over everything on you, I'll let you go. But if you don't agree, then I will cripple all of you and throw you into the sea below. Barrett said with a thick smile. Bodhi was immediately dumbfounded. Why did these words feel so familiar? It was as if he had just spoken them himself. Haha, for you to want my possessions, you're not worthy. Suddenly, Bodhi burst into an astonishing aura, breaking free of the constraint. Just when he escaped, however, he felt a powerful pressure. Bang! Bodhi lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Facing such terrifying pressure, Bodhi finally understood that this guy was stronger than him. Damn it, how could there be such a powerful person in Zhongzhou? Previously, the strongest cultivator among the flying boats they raided was only in the middle stage of feathered transformation realm. How could someone stronger than himself appear now? However, now shock had no effect, for he was indeed suppressed. Senior, spare my life. I am willing to hand over my storage ring. Bodhi hastily shouted. After all, the higher the cultivation, the more one valued their life. Facing someone who could easily suppress him, he could only choose to surrender. After saying this, Bodhi felt much less pressure on his body. In that case, hurry up and hand over everything. Barrett said coolly. Bodhi nodded quickly and handed over his storage ring. Barrett nodded satisfactorily and looked at a few people not far away. Yours too. Originally planning to raid others, the cultivators were puzzled. Who exactly was the raider here? Why did they end up being raided? But they had no choice but to nod and agree. After all, if Bodhi couldn't win, how could they? In the end, these people handed their storage rings over to Barrett. Next time you come, remember to bring more treasures. Barrett weighed the rings in his hand, very satisfied. The corners of Bodhi and others' mouths twitched. They wouldn't be coming back next time. They left without looking back. Seeing Bodhi disappear, the people on the flying boat breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, you're really amazing. Daniela came up to Barrett, admiringly speaking. She had intended to act earlier, but the pressure released by the opponent immobilized her. By the time she could move freely again, it was all over. All right, continue resting, Barrett said, finding a place to sit down. People around him looked at Barrett in surprise. They really didn't expect such a strong person to be on board. Barrett checked the contents of the storage rings. Admittedly, there was a lot inside. Unfortunately, most items were low-level magic weapons and elixirs of little use to Barrett. The flying boat continued to fly for some time, until Barrett noticed that those people had returned. Barrett thought they had found help, but surprisingly, they flew back. Even more surprisingly, a monster was chasing after them. A one-star emperor beast. No wonder they fled. Barrett said, somewhat surprised. Was the route to northern Zhou so dangerous? So that's an imperial beast. Indeed formidable. Daniela said, seeing the beast. What? Are you not afraid it might attack this flying boat? Barrett asked Daniela. Daniela wasn't scared at all. There's a formation engraved on the boat, so even an imperial visual attack could produce such terrifying power. Truly worthy of being the Qiyang Peak Master, his strength was truly formidable. Barrett paid no attention to these reactions, and instead sat casually in his seat, resting. For the rest of the journey, the flying boat encountered no more trouble. Soon, it arrived at the borders of northern state. In Xuanhuan City, as the flying boat gradually landed, there were already quite a few people waiting at the dock. They wore solemn expressions, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. When Barrett accompanied Daniela off the boat, all the cultivators guarding the area stepped forward in unison. Miss Lee, the city lord has been waiting for you for a long time, said one cultivator very politely to Daniela. Barrett was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected these people to have come for Daniela. But Tianhai City and Tianhua City had always maintained good relations, so this visit by Daniela must be for some specific reason. Now that he had safely delivered her here, his task was over. Next, he needed to head to the Immortal Domain Alliance. Senior, where are you going? Daniela suddenly followed him as she saw Barrett preparing to leave. Barrett replied, I have my own matters to attend to, so I need to leave. Tianhua City wasn't his final destination. After all, the Immortal Domain Alliance was located in Xianxia City, the largest city in northern state. Heading to Xianxia City shouldn't take too much time now. I'm coming with you, Daniela said without hesitation. Barrett was taken aback. This woman wanted to go with him to Xianxia City? Miss Lee, the city lord is waiting for you. Please follow us. The cultivators urged anxiously when they saw Daniela planning to leave with Barrett. If anything happened to her, Tianhua City would be in trouble. Barrett naturally didn't intend to let Daniela come along. He firmly said, no need. Then, his figure vanished from their sight. He didn't like getting entangled with them and preferred to leave quickly. Daniela was slightly upset seeing Barrett disappear. She had hoped to stay close to him to find a way into Qiyang Peak, but he had simply vanished before her eyes. Meanwhile, Barrett had already left Tianhua City. Upon exiting, he realized he had forgotten one thing. He knew his destination was Xianxia City, but not its exact location. He regretted not asking earlier. Fortunately, the guards at the city gate should know. Fellow Taoist, may I ask how do I get to Xianxia City? The guards were shocked upon hearing that Barrett was heading to Xianxia City. Go straight north, and you will see it. Thank you, Barrett said before departing northward. Meanwhile, in a ruin somewhere in northern state, Alora looked at the desolate scene with a tinge of sorrow. Who's there? Her face turned grim as she spun around, shouting at someone nearby. An old woman, Livia, followed closely behind until they reached an isolated stone stele. Although the stele was broken, Alora stood there silently. Livia watched anxiously. Holy Sovereign, are you really going to enter? At her peak, Alora had been just one step away from the Imperial realm. Even at that formidable strength, she couldn't endure the pain of the legacy trial. Now, merely at the late feathered transformation stage, could she really withstand such terrifying cultivation? Certainly. Alora was well aware. This was a step she had to take. Chapter 132. Unfavorable Alliance of the Immortal Realm. After all, she had inherited so much from her master. Though her current cultivation level was still low, she was undoubtedly much stronger than she was in her previous life at the Feather's Transcendent stage. Moreover, she had cultivated the Holy Flame and had deeper insights into the Heavenly Fire Tao compared to her past self. She simply couldn't believe that, with her present condition, she wouldn't be able to receive the inheritance. Resolutely, Alora released the Holy Flame without any hesitation. The moment the Holy Flame was released, a spatial crack suddenly opened up. This was the place of inheritance within the Jade Pool, accessible only to those who cultivated the Heavenly Fire Tao. Meanwhile, Barrett was already standing at the entrance of the Four-Symbol City. The bustling city before his eyes truly surprised him. Mishap during my cultivation. But inwardly, he was quite shocked. Initially, he had intended to give the person from the Great Desolate Immortal Sect a tough start, but unexpectedly, he ended up being dealt with instead. Knowing that he was a third-rank Great Emperor, being forced to spit blood by this person indicated that they were far more powerful than him. This time, the visitor seemed to be someone not to be such immense power serving in a small sect, like the Great Desolate Immortal Sect was indeed a waste. I am Elder Davian, the fourth elder of the Immortal Realm Alliance. Brother Lin, are you interested in joining our Immortal Realm Alliance? Davian got straight to the point, extending an olive branch. Considering their reputation across the 9 provinces, Barrett would surely agree. However, Barrett replied bluntly, I'm sorry, I've gotten used to staying in the Great Desolate Immortal Sect and have no intention of transferring. Don't rush, we can wait. Smiling, Davian added. Barrett casually sat down, staring at Davian and said, your strength isn't bad, Ferdu. How about becoming a peak leader in our Great Desolate Immortal Sect? I think, with your strength, you would surely shine in our sect. Davian was momentarily stunned. He had just tried to recruit Barrett, yet Barrett turned around and tried to recruit him. Clearly, this person was not easy to deal with. Someone dares to poach in our Immortal Realm Alliance? Who's so bold? A displeased voice echoed from nearby, accompanied by a dense aura. Chapter 133. Alliance Invitation. Everyone present could sense that if they truly angered him, they might really die here. With the current leader in seclusion, they had no means of recourse. Calming down? You guys keep humiliating me like this. Do you think I'm in the mood to waste words on you? Barrett was thoroughly displeased. These people were underestimating him far too much. Elder, we were rude. We're willing to make compensation. Eben knew this would cost them dearly, but he had to calm him down. Such a terrifying force would be difficult for even the Alliance leader to handle. Had they known Barrett possessed such strength, they wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly even with 10 times their courage. Oh, if you say compensation, then how do you plan to compensate? Barrett retracted his pressure and stared at them while asking. Sensing the reduced pressure, Eben and others finally stood up again. We are willing to offer the most resources to Dequang Immortal Sect. Not only that, our Immortal Realm Alliance will form an alliance with Dequang Immortal Sect. Dequang Immortal Sect can enjoy the resources of our Immortal Realm Alliance, as well as gain cultivation opportunities here. Eben rushed to speak, fearing any delay would result in Barrett shattering them with a palm strike. Hearing such compensation, Davian's eyes nearly popped out. Such treatment was unprecedented within the entire Immortal Realm Alliance. But considering this person was stronger than their Immortal Realm Alliance, it wasn't about whether he wanted to have ties with them, but rather remember what you said just now. Finishing, Barrett slowly stood up and walked towards the door. As his figure gradually disappeared from their view, everyone sighed in relief. This calamity had finally left. Otherwise, they might have died here. Elder Huang, what should we do if the leader finds out? Davian asked, looking at Eben. Clenching his teeth, Eben replied, even if the leader knows, he'll definitely agree. Do you think he can handle that guy even if he personally intervenes? Faced with Eben's question, Davian remained silent. While their leader was extremely powerful, Barrett's aura was even more frightening. Perhaps, the leader couldn't handle Barrett at all. It seemed their intelligence was inaccurate. The Dequang Immortal Sect was beyond their provocation. After leaving the Immortal Realm Alliance, Barrett didn't intend to return directly. Since he was already out, he decided to explore Xianxia City properly. The city was much larger than he imagined, and before long, he felt lost. Up ahead, many people were pushing carts, each carrying large boxes covered by cloths, making it impossible to see what was inside. Plus, there were restrictions. Only very powerful individuals could discern the contents. However, Barrett could see through it easily, and when he did, his face turned grim. Slaves. These slaves looked incredibly pitiful, bearing scars. Guest, interested in buying slaves? A plump man approached Barrett. Surprisingly, the man walked without a sound. Even Barrett, with his prowess, didn't sense his presence. I have no need, Barrett waved and turned to leave. Ultimately, rescuing them wasn't feasible without knowing how to handle the aftermath. Just as he stepped out, the system voice echoed in his ear. Ding, task issued. Purchase suitable slaves to obtain the method to activate the token. Barrett froze in surprise. He hadn't anticipated being required to buy slaves by the system. Yet, the reward intrigued him. Could he find out those people's activities? Turning back, he walked toward the man. Do you have various types of slaves? The originally departing fatty grinned widely upon hearing Barrett's inquiry. Of course, we have all kinds. And rest assured, they are clean. The fatty's grin was thick, entirely embodying a shrewd merchant. Barrett merely nodded. Then show me. Sure, follow me. With that, the fatty led Barrett aside. Chapter 134. Upper Realm Demon Emperor's Orphan. Barrett followed him out of the place and soon arrived at a magnificent building's entrance. Sir, our Feiyan Commerce Guild is truly excellent here. No matter what you want, we basically have it. While the quantity of goods may not match that of the 10,000 Realms Pavilion, we are absolutely the best choice. The fat man led Barrett in with a beaming smile that never wavered. Just take me to the area where slaves are sold. Without hesitation, Barrett said this directly. Hearing Barrett intended to go straight to the slave section, the fat man didn't stop smiling, leading Barrett toward the basement. The upper part of the Feiyan Commerce Guild was extremely splendid, but once they went below, Barrett found the environment very ordinary. It wasn't dilapidated, but it contrasted sharply with the splendor above. Sir, all our slaves are here for your choosing. After saying this, the fat man fell silent, watching Barrett make his selection. Giving customers some private space was important. Explanations could come after he had made his pick. Barrett ignored the fat man and kept his eyes on the surrounding people, not only human cultivators, but also many beasts. After learning about them through the system, Barrett realized most didn't meet his requirements. After circling around, Barrett felt disappointed. Why couldn't he find anyone suitable? At this moment, Barrett suddenly noticed someone in a corner not far ahead. Inside a cage lay a faintly breathing young girl. She huddled on the ground, shivering violently, clearly in distress. Sir, please don't go over there. She's almost dead. We were just about to dispose of her. The fat man stopped Barrett when he saw him heading that way. Confused by this, Barrett asked, why? Did you do something to her? You're joking, sir. Though we don't treat our slaves extravagantly, we definitely don't let them suffer. After all, we must ensure the quality of our merchandise. But this girl was fine when we bought her initially. Recently, her condition has deteriorated, so we plan to dispose of her. The fat man explained straightforwardly. As a businessman, he wouldn't waste money treating a slave. Name, Raylan. Gender, female. Identity, orphan of the Upper Realm Demon Emperor. Strength, none. Potential, unknown. A dying person, carrying a strong curse. Barrett showed surprise at the panel before him. He hadn't expected someone from the Upper Realm, but her current state must be due to the intense curse on her. It's her, Barrett decided without hesitation. Upon hearing Barrett's intention to buy this slave, the fat man's expression turned strange. He thought Barrett would choose either premium or ordinary slaves, not one nearly dead. Sir, please heed my advice. This slave will die soon. It's not a good investment, the fat man warned. What? Does she have some secret you're hiding? Barrett glanced at him. No, it's not that. I just think you'll regret buying this slave. Her illness is contagious, even cultivators can't resist. The fat man quickly responded. That's none of your concern. Pay me, and it's your problem no more, Barrett replied decisively. Hearing Barrett's resolute answer, the fat man didn't continue. Since you insist, then let's go for cost price, 10 high-grade spirit stones. Staring at Barrett, he stated this. While a slave trader, he had principles. Since she was to be disposed of anyway, selling at cost meant no loss. Without hesitation, Barrett placed 10 high-grade spirit stones before the fat man and walked directly to the cage. Inside, the little girl was trembling violently. Seeing Barrett, a look of discomfort appeared on her face. Father, I don't want to die. Perhaps tormented by the curse, she mistook Barrett for her father. In the upper realm, she was the beloved daughter of the demon emperor. However, after the chaos began, humans slaughtered demons mercilessly. Before the battle, her father sent her through a rift to the lower realm to protect her. Down here, her condition worsened, and now she felt close to death. Opening the cage, Barrett sighed inwardly, infusing his spiritual energy into Raylan to ease her pain. Surprisingly, the girl's body acted like a bottomless pit, absorbing more than half of his energy. Only as her breathing stabilized did Barrett breathe a sigh of relief. Being a 9-star great emperor, while Raylan had no cultivation, logically he needed only a small infusion to help her. Unexpectedly, this tiny girl absorbed so much. Luckily, it worked. Raylan's pain ceased, though she looked dazed, realizing this man wasn't her father. Who are you? Raylan stared at Barrett, eyes filled with caution. I'm here to take you away, Barrett answered seriously. Take me away? Raylan was more puzzled, afraid to leave. Don't worry, you're safe now. I guarantee it, Barrett reassured her firmly. Chapter 135, A Strange Space. Hearing Barrett's words made Raylan feel warm inside. She didn't know why, but she instinctively grabbed Barrett's hand. Truly miraculous. I never thought it would be cured. The fat man, seeing Raylan beside Barrett, expressed his surprise. It seemed Barrett knew what illness the girl had. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to heal her. What? Do you plan on stopping me from leaving? Barrett stared at the man before him and asked. The fat man waved his hands hurriedly. Sir, you're joking. No matter what, I do have principles. Since I've sold her to you, I won't go back on my word. Without another word, Barrett left with Raylan. Exiting Feiyan Chamber of Commerce, Barrett took Raylan straight to a restaurant. Although he didn't need food to sustain free movement, Raylan did. Even though she was an upper realm demoness, she lacked cultivation, so she still needed to eat. Therefore, Barrett ordered quite a few dishes for her. When the food arrived, Raylan could barely contain herself and started eating immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Receive the method to activate the token. Would you like to claim your reward? The system's voice echoed in Barrett's ear, making the corners of his mouth curve upwards. Finally, here it is, claim. Soon, unknown memories flooded into Barrett's mind, quickly revealing how to activate this particular token. What surprised Barrett was that the activation method required a drop of blood from an upper realm demoness. No wonder the system wanted him to buy this girl. So, this was the reason. But, she carries a curse. The best approach now is probably to remove the curse from her body. However, this curse is peculiar. Despite having no cultivation at all, she can absorb so much spiritual energy. System, what exactly is the curse on her body? Barrett asked, puzzled. The system did not respond, clearly not wanting to answer. My name is Barrett. From now on, follow me, Barrett said, looking at Raylan, who was still engrossed in eating. Raylan looked at Barrett with a blank expression, then lowered her head, looking very uncomfortable. I want to find my emperor father. Raylan hung her head, but then summoned the courage to speak those words. Your emperor father isn't in this realm. How about coming with me? I promise I'll help you find your emperor father. Barrett rubbed Raylan's head gently as he spoke. Really? Raylan lifted her head, gazing at Barrett with a pitiful look. Barrett nodded. Yes, really? All right, I'll follow you. Raylan agreed without hesitation. But before that, I need a drop of your blood. Barrett finally uttered these words after looking at Raylan. After all, only through her could the token be opened. Upon hearing that her blood was needed, Raylan didn't hesitate, stretching out her hand. Father said my blood is precious and shouldn't be given away easily. But since you're helping me find father, I'm willing to give you my blood. Raylan's thoughts were simple. Since Barrett promised to help her, she must give something in return. Barrett smiled. This girl was indeed very naive. With a thought, he took out a needle and pricked Raylan's finger. Soon, a drop of blood condensed in mid-air. What pure essence! Barrett gasped. Just one drop of this blood might let a nascent soul cultivator leap directly to the feathered transformation realm. But after extracting the blood, Raylan's breathing became very rapid, and her face turned pale. Are you okay? Barrett quickly put the drop of blood into a bottle and asked anxiously. Raylan shook her head. I'm fine, just very tired. Having said that, Raylan suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing her weak state, Barrett knew that one drop of blood must have cost her considerable spirit energy. Just rest well. Barrett laid Raylan on the bed beside them. After doing this, Barrett took out the small bottle and used his spiritual energy to wrap around the blood. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, it started to dissipate rapidly. He had no way to preserve it, so he had to take out the token and mix it with the blood. The moment the blood touched the token, a wave of energy surged into Barrett's mind. In an instant, Barrett felt his consciousness detaching from his body. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a strangely familiar place. Below his feet was a river of stars, and there were many figures ahead. Their figures were vague, making it impossible to see their true form or cultivation level. Barrett walked forward step by step, feeling as if he were walking through a boundless star river, unable to see its end. Fellow Taoist, may I ask which force you belong to? Suddenly, a voice called out while Barrett was still walking forward. Turning to the shadowy figure next to him, Barrett replied with a smile. I belong to no force. No force? An independent immortal then. Seems like fellow Taoist's strength is already very formidable, to be able to hunt demon beast blood without relying on any force. The shadow sounded impressed when hearing Barrett's response. Barrett was utterly confused, not knowing where he was or what the person meant. Fellow Taoist, if you're willing to visit our Fuhua immortal city later, please come to Tianyang Blessed Land to find me, and we will share a cup together. With that, the other party walked forward. Barrett was at a loss for words at this turn of events. Just as Barrett was about to proceed further, he noticed his body becoming increasingly weak. He found it difficult to take another step, and his body started fading away. When Barrett regained consciousness again, he realized he was still in the restaurant. Holding his forehead, he felt a significant mental drain, even making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Boundless Star River, Fuhua Immortal City, Tianyang Blessed Land? What are these things? Are they from some powerful force within the Nine Realms? Are you alright? Raylan walked up to Barrett, pulling on his sleeve, asking. Barrett was surprised. You woke up so soon after just a short nap? Raylan shook her head. I've been asleep for a day. A day? Barrett was surprised. He hadn't expected that spending just a little time there had actually taken a whole day. Chapter 136, The Assault on the Inheritance Ground. Barrett rubbed his forehead, feeling a deficiency of spiritual energy within him, even to the point where his spirit was thoroughly drained. He truly did not expect that place to be so terrifying. But why were there so many people in that place? It's as if something precious is hidden there. Forget it, I won't think about this now. Let's first focus on recovery. He took out a pill from his storage ring and immediately swallowed it. As he felt his spiritual energy gradually recovering, Barrett sighed with relief. The 9-turn soul condensation pill truly lives up to its reputation. If someone knew that Barrett was only using the 9-turn soul condensation pill to restore his spiritual exhaustion and energy, they would likely become furious. It's getting late, we should leave, Barrett said to Raylan, planning their return to Donghua Immortal Sect. However, just as he spoke, a beam of light suddenly shot into the sky from a distance. Following the appearance of the light, a phoenix formed from red flames suddenly flew up, circling around the light column. An extremely concentrated burst of spiritual energy emerged there, like receiving some kind of blessing. Treasures were appearing in the world. All the major cultivators in Sifang City rushed over without any hesitation upon witnessing this spectacle. Barrett had initially planned to leave, but seeing such a situation, he decided it might be better to join the crowd for a look. Let's go see! Barrett scooped up Raylan and vanished instantly from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself standing amidst ruins. Apart from him and Raylan, there were already quite a few people gathered around. Everyone who came here had one purpose, to get the treasure. However, restrictions had been placed around the area, preventing anyone from entering. Most of those present were Feather Transformation Realm cultivators, but none of them could penetrate the restrictions. Ching, don't wander off, Barrett warned her companion. Raylan nodded. Okay. Although she didn't know what was happening, the sweet smell around made her want to run over and eat it. Barrett looked up at the circling fire phoenix when the system's voice sounded in his ear. Ding. Disciple Allura has obtained the Heavenly Fire Inheritance. Host receives double rewards. Upon hearing the system's message, Barrett realized that this commotion was caused by Allura. It never occurred to him that she would appear here. So does this mean this place harbors some sort of inheritance? Bang! Suddenly, a sound came from nearby, catching everyone's attention. They saw a man attempting to destroy the restrictions set around the place. This blasted restriction is truly tough, the man muttered. He thought his strength would be enough to break the barrier, but to no avail. Just then, several black figures appeared around him, exuding powerful and eerie auras. Middle stage ascension? There were 10 individuals in total, all at the middle stage ascension realm. This level of cultivation suggested an immensely powerful force behind them. Even Barrett was surprised. Who could send so many ascension realm cultivators? He could understand, though, that these people were probably after Allura. Of course, Barrett had no intention of intervening. With Allura's strength and the newly gained inheritance, she should be more than capable of handling them. At that moment, the 10 black-clothed figures simultaneously raised their hands. Boom! The restriction shattered violently, and they instantly dashed forward. Without any hesitation, the surrounding cultivators followed suit once they saw the barrier collapse. Raylan also attempted to follow but was held back by Barrett. Aren't we going to? She asked, puzzled. Barrett shook his head. We'll go a bit later. Boom! As he finished speaking, an intense wave of flames exploded outward. Many feather transformation realm cultivators were entangled in the flames and burnt into ashes before they could even scream. The attacker was not Allura but the phoenix hovering around the light column. Destroy it. Don't let anyone obtain the inheritance. The leader among the hooded figures commanded, and the 10 men immediately launched an assault on the fire phoenix. Intense flames and the spiritual energies of the 10 individuals erupted in the air. Watching the dazzling battle in the sky, Barrett remained calm. These 10 men were incredibly strong, completely suppressing the fire phoenix. Moreover, their black cloaks seemed to possess unique properties, allowing them to withstand the flames of the phoenix. Those cloaks were likely magical artifacts. Gradually, the phoenix's flames weakened and its form became translucent. Before they could rejoice, the phoenix sensed something and dived downwards. Stop the phoenix from retreating, someone shouted. A phoenix returning meant the end of the inheritance trial. Only by destroying the phoenix could they prevent the inheritance from falling into others' hands. Rushing forward, they discovered a person opening their eyes inside the light column. Daring to obstruct my inheritance, it seems you are ready to die. The voice was calm yet laced with murderous intent, shocking the 10 individuals. They stopped attacking and retreated swiftly. Everyone's gaze fixated on the person inside the light column, filled with shock. Damn it, this woman's trial hasn't ended yet. How can she regain consciousness? While they backed away, the phoenix merged into Allura, forming a feather robe and covering her body. The heavenly fire path, accomplished. Allura felt the pure power within her, the pinnacle of the heavenly fire path. Though she hadn't reached the imperial realm, she was confident that even her past self couldn't match her current strength. So, it seems your senses are pretty sharp. You arrived right as the inheritance started. Allura walked out from the flames, unleashing an explosive burst of flames towards them. Escape. The 10 exchanged glances and fled in different directions without any hesitation. Haha, really think I'll let you escape? Allura sneered, her flames splitting and chasing each person. Boom. 9 explosions occurred among the 10 directions. Witnessing this, everyone watching drew a cold breath. Middle stage ascension realm cultivators killed so easily? This translation captures the essence and style of the original text, maintaining natural English fluency while preserving the plot's coherence. It adheres to the structure, tone, and logic established in previous content, ensuring continuity for readers. Hashtag chapter 137. Helping the disciple clean up troubles. Early stage ascension realm? Barrett noticed that Allura's strength had advanced to the early stage ascension realm. He hadn't expected this heritage to bring her so many opportunities. It seemed he didn't need to do anything extra this time. At this moment, Barrett noticed a figure not far away whose aura was gradually becoming more subdued. That subtle state was almost impossible for others to detect. Even Allura hadn't noticed that aura. This was somewhat unexpected, but since such a situation existed, he would have to help Allura. In an instant, Barrett and Raylan vanished. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest somewhere, Edge was holding a crystal. Lord, the legacy of the Jade Pond was taken by someone. Taken by someone? You 10 at the middle stage of Ascension Realm couldn't stop it? An extremely displeased voice came from the communication crystal. 10 middle stage Ascension Realm cultivators were quite a formidable force in all of Jiuzhou. Failing to prevent someone from obtaining the legacy, if this news got out, it would be a laughing matter. 9 of us are dead. That scorching aura. I suspect the Saint Master of Jade Pond has returned. Impossible. We killed her hundreds of years ago. How could she come back? The voice within the crystal sounded shocked, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Who? Suddenly, the Edge saw a figure appear before him. But before he could finish his sentence, the communication crystal in his hand exploded. Sneaking around to report on others isn't a good habit, Barrett said with a thick smile as he walked forward, holding Raylan's hand. The Edge frowned. This guy was not small potatoes. If they really fought, he probably wouldn't survive. He needed to escape. Barrett could easily appear before him, which meant he was no simple character. But just as he prepared to activate his spiritual energy to flee, he found himself unable to move. Forget it, you won't escape, Barrett said with a smile as he stood before him. The Edge gritted his teeth. I have no grievances with you. Why attack me? No grievances? You attacked my disciple, wanting to destroy her inheritance and even kill her. Don't you think, as her master, I should kill you? Barrett's tone turned icy cold as he stood before the Edge. The master of that woman? The Edge widened his eyes, not expecting this outcome. While still thinking, he suddenly felt his spiritual energy being uncontrollably drained. By the time he realized it, he saw the little girl standing next to Barrett grabbing his hand. Barrett looked at this situation, surprised. The girl could absorb other people's spiritual energy. He's a bad guy, right? Raylan tilted her head and asked Barrett. Barrett nodded. Yes, he is a bad guy. Don't worry about it. With Barrett's confirmation, Raylan sped up. In an instant, the Edge's complexion grew paler, not only losing his spiritual energy but also his lifespan. In just a few breaths, he turned into a pile of bones, lying there on the ground. Barrett couldn't help but marvel. No wonder she was from the upper realm. Even without cultivation, she could be so terrifying. Raylan looked very comfortable, as if she had just eaten a full meal. Alright, let's go, Barrett said, calculating the timing. It was the best moment to return to Central Region. As for Alora, he believed the girl had other matters to attend to. So, they just needed to stay at Donghua Immortal Sect and rest. Raylan nodded and then held Barrett's hand, disappearing from the spot. They left at high speed, heading straight for the Central Region. Since they were returning, Barrett didn't choose to take a flying boat, but directly crossed the sea. Over the sea, Barrett's speed increased as surrounding beasts, sensing their auras, hid beneath the waves. In just one day, they had traveled from Northern Region back to Central Region. Back at Donghua Immortal Sect, Barrett and Raylan had returned. Seeing Barrett return so quickly, Grimes and others were genuinely astonished. Barrett, tell me honestly, how high is your cultivation now? In the sect leader's hall, Elliot, looking at Barrett who returned within a day, was obviously shocked. Barrett smiled. 3rd stage Chi practitioner. Bullshit. Fine, since you've returned, that means you've handled the matters with the Heavenly Domain Alliance, right? Elliot waved his hand, not pressing further on Barrett's cultivation. Of course, everything is settled. So, shall we prepare for war next? Elliot stared at Barrett, seemingly ready for war with the Heavenly Domain Alliance. Barrett replied coolly, there's no need for war since there are allies providing resources. Allies? Hearing this, Elliot looked surprised. Yes, they signed a pact with us, agreeing to provide top-tier resources and not interfere with any matters of our sect. Elliot's eyes widened, almost unable to believe it. Isn't that just giving resources for free? You can think of it that way. Hearing Barrett's words, Elliot sat on his chair in shock, unable to recover. He hadn't expected Barrett to achieve such conditions from the Heavenly Domain Alliance. It seems you're tougher than I thought. Elliot sighed. If you had been in charge, you might have gotten even more. These days, people from the Heavenly Domain Alliance will deliver the resources. When they come, please handle the reception for me. I have some matters to deal with, and will return to the Red Sun Peak. With that, Barrett and Raylan vanished from before him. Elliot couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This kid was truly decisive and swift. Inside the Red Sun Peak, after arranging a residence for Raylan, Barrett returned to his room and took out the token. Chapter 138, Xianxia Star Region. He gazed at the token in front of him with a serious expression. Next, he was about to explore what kind of place this Star River really was. Thinking about this, Barrett almost took out everything he had. These were all restorative resources gifted by the system over the years. He didn't believe that with these items, he couldn't uncover the secrets of this Star River. With this thought in mind, Barrett quickly immersed his consciousness into the token. Immediately, he felt his consciousness drifting far away. When he came back to his senses, he found himself back in the Star River. It had to be admitted that although there weren't many people in this part of the Star River, each one was very powerful. As he walked further in, he increasingly felt his spirit weakening. This place must be where one hones their spiritual strength. Taoist friend, we meet again. At that moment, a hearty voice rang in Barrett's ears. It's you, the Taoist friend from Floating Splendor Immortal City. Barrett replied somewhat surprised upon hearing the familiar voice. My name is Arvid. May I know your name, Taoist friend? Arvid asked Barrett. Barrett smiled and said, Barrett. Upon hearing this name, Arvid felt somewhat puzzled. How strange. According to reason, anyone who can enter this Xianxia Star region should be someone important. Yet, I've never heard of your name, Arvid mused, stroking his chin in confusion. Barrett smiled and said, perhaps it's because I have always been in seclusion. I see. Arvid laughed, understanding immediately. Li Taoist, I have just arrived here. Could you tell me more about this Xianxia Star region? Barrett felt that since there was someone in front of him who knew about the Xianxia Star region, why not ask him? You're right. Since Taoist friend is new here, I should indeed give you an introduction to the Xianxia Star region. This is a realm of consciousness. Only those with powerful spirits can stand firm here, Arvid explained to Barrett. And the Star River under our feet is composed of great Tao power. Hearing that the ground beneath him was composed of great Tao power, Barrett's eyes widened in shock. Taoist friend, please observe. With that, Arvid extended his hand. In his ethereal hand were 4 star-like entities. What is this? Barrett was confused because he noticed that he also had 3 stars on his own hand. Great Tao power. Each time you comprehend a type of great Tao, its power will transform into stars imprinted in your consciousness. As for us, to put it simply, we are now embodiments of pure consciousness. Arvid smiled as he explained the Xianxia Star region to Barrett. So, that means this place is specifically for cultivating great Tao laws? Barrett nodded, seeming to understand what the Xianxia Star region was. Correct. Therefore, many strive with all their might to enter here for cultivation. The more formidable the great Tao power one wields, the brighter the stars. As Arvid spoke, he pointed to the bright stars in his hand. What about me? Barrett extended his hand, asking Arvid. Arvid focused intently and fell silent. The 3 stars shone brightly, flickering as if alive. Taoistly, what's wrong? Seeing Arvid's reaction, Barrett was clearly puzzled. Regaining his composure, Arvid gave a bitter smile. Senior, please don't toy with juniors like me. Barrett, finding this puzzling due to Arvid changing his address, clarified directly, I am not playing with you. Alright, Senior isn't toying with me. Stars like Seniors indicate the great Tao power has been cultivated to its peak. Anyone who can achieve such a feat is an exceptionally rare powerhouse. People who can cultivate 3 types of great Tao power to perfection, like Senior, are probably only legendary figures spoken of in tales, Arvid helplessly said, believing Barrett was merely pretending to be new here for amusement. He even suspected Barrett might be one of the legendary figures deep within the Tianhe Star region. Barrett nodded thoughtfully, realizing he had already mastered these great Dao powers. Indeed, the system was remarkable. These rewards were truly formidable. The 3 great Dao powers he possessed included the Immortal Fire Great Dao feedback from Alora, the Sword Great Dao feedback from Nelson, and the Strength Great Dao awarded by the system. Senior, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If Senior ever comes to Floating Splendor County Town, I'll certainly welcome you at the city gates. Arvid respectfully bid farewell, deeply impressed by Barrett's strength. Watching Arvid's figure gradually disappear, Barrett didn't say much, but turned his gaze toward the deepest point. He wanted to see what lay deep within the Tianhe Star region. Walking forward, Barrett felt immense pressure on his body, yet his eyes remained fixed on a giant tree ahead. This tree was massive, occupying most of the space in the Tianhe Star region, and Barrett had a feeling this tree was alive, emitting a peculiar aura. Curious, he wanted to see what this tree really was. But as he moved closer, he felt his body becoming heavier, as if constantly suppressed. Soon, Barrett noticed someone admiring flowers beneath the tree. Oh, to think someone could reach this place. The man slowly spoke, surprised. However, when he saw Barrett's actions, he was visibly startled. Crazy. This guy is definitely crazy. How can anyone walk here without activating their great Dao power, relying solely on the strength of their consciousness? Seeing Barrett's movement, the man couldn't help but comment. But as soon as he finished speaking, Barrett's figure suddenly dissipated. In the vast wasteland immortal sect, Barrett breathed heavily, feeling overwhelmingly weak. Almost made it. Guess it wasn't meant to be, Barrett murmured to himself, appearing quite helpless. Hashtag chapter 139. The secret to moving freely. He took a 9-fold soul-condensing pill, feeling his spirit and the spiritual energy within his body recovering. Only then did he sigh in relief. When Barrett emerged from the room, he saw Davon watering the medicinal fields in front of him. Master, you have come out of seclusion. Davon turned to look at Barrett and said respectfully. Barrett nodded. How long has it been? According to Qingqing, it seems like you've been in seclusion for half a month, Davon replied honestly. Barrett was surprised. He had only walked down that path, but it had taken him half a month. At this moment, Barrett noticed that Davon's cultivation had improved significantly. You little fellow, you suddenly advanced to the middle stage feather spirit realm, which is quite unexpected. He remembered that before he left, Davon's cultivation was only at the early stage feather spirit realm. Now, it had increased considerably. Truly deserving of being an emperor-grade talent, cultivating was as simple for him as eating or drinking water. Davon scratched his head. All thanks to Master's teachings. After all, if not for Barrett teaching him cultivation techniques, he wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. I'm hungry. At this moment, a petite figure appeared in front of them. Raylan grabbed Barrett's hand, looking quite uncomfortable. Since you're hungry, I'll cook now, Davon put the bucket aside and said. Raylan nodded and sat on a chair, obediently waiting. How have things been? Has the curse acted up recently? Barrett asked Raylan. Raylan shook her head. No, but I feel an emptiness in my stomach, very hungry. Clearly, she ate a lot every day, but it didn't solve this constant feeling of hunger. Barrett stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before infusing some spiritual energy from his body into hers. For a long time, the spiritual energy kept being absorbed, and only then did Barrett stop. It had to be admitted that this girl's appetite was indeed huge. If not for the ample spiritual energy in his body, it would probably have been completely drained by her. Once the absorption stopped, Raylan quickly found that her hunger had disappeared. Thank you, Raylan thanked Barrett. Barrett smiled. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. Ding, mission issued. Resolve Raylan's curse to obtain the Magic Artifact Heaven Mirror. Magic Artifact Heaven Mirror. Inject spiritual energy to observe any place within the 9 provinces. The system's voice entered Barrett's ears, making him visibly surprised. There's such a good item? If he could obtain this artifact, wouldn't he be able to observe everything outside without even leaving Red Sun Peak? However, the requirements for this mission were indeed troublesome. After all, this wasn't a joke. The curse within Raylan's body was terrifying. Solving this curse would likely be very difficult. System, can you analyze Raylan's curse now? Barrett asked curiously. But the system still didn't respond, making Barrett inwardly swear. Is this damned system broken? Why isn't it answering? Thinking about this now was pointless. Perhaps he should seek help from someone else. Seek help? As this thought arose, the image of the Milky Way galaxy involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In the Tianhe Star region, there might be someone who knew about this kind of curse. After all, according to Arvid's account, that place gathered the greatest powerhouses, and they might know something. I suddenly gained insight, and am preparing to enter another seclusion. Do not disturb me during this period. Leaving these words behind, Barrett turned around and returned to his room. He looked at the small bottle in his hand, which contained 10 9-fold soul-condensing pills. They should be enough to sustain him for some time. With that thought in mind, Barrett didn't hesitate, quickly taking one pill and re-entering the Tianhe Star region. Inside the Tianhe Star region, Barrett's figure once again appeared, and the man who was previously surprised was now utterly astonished. Where did this guy get such terrifying strength? After all, the flow of time here was different from the outside world. To him, it felt like just a breath of time had passed, and in the outside world, it was less than a quarter of an hour. Yet, this guy's spiritual energy had completely recovered. What kind of terrifying person was this? Fellow Taoist, were you doing some special training? The man approached Barrett and asked. Hearing the question, Barrett became somewhat puzzled. I wasn't doing any special training. Not doing any special training? Why don't you use your great Dao power but instead move solely with spiritual energy? The man was even more puzzled, clearly not understanding why Barrett did this. When Barrett heard that he could activate the great Dao power, he froze momentarily. Following the man's suggestion, he activated the great Dao power inside his body. Instantly, Barrett felt the surrounding pressure decrease significantly, almost disappearing entirely. There's actually such a method. Barrett was surprised. If he had known that he needed to activate the Great Dao power to move freely here, he wouldn't have wasted so many ninefold soul-condensing pills. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I am Barrett. Barrett looked at the man in front of him gratefully. If not for the other party's reminder, he might never have known the rules here. I am Trevor. Trevor introduced himself. Hearing this, Barrett was clearly stunned. According to the records of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, among the 9 provinces, there was a supreme powerhouse who transcended the Emperor realm, slicing through space with a single blade strike and ascending to the higher realms. And that supreme powerhouse's name was Trevor. Saint of the Blade Trevor? Barrett remembered the title recorded in ancient texts. Fellow Taoist, you know me? Trevor was somewhat surprised and asked Barrett. Barrett shook his head. No, I only heard this title by chance. Oh, I see. But I'm rather surprised that you can reach this place without relying on the Great Dao power. In fact, you are the only one in the entire Tianha Star region who can do this. Trevor smiled at Barrett. Barrett felt somewhat helpless. If he had known the rules here, he wouldn't have done it this way. Fellow Taoist is jesting. As a newcomer, I simply didn't know the rules here. Really? This era? Yet you managed to find upper realm demon beast blood, which is quite surprising. Trevor's tone carried surprise, for demon beasts in the upper realms had long since become extinct. Note: this translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. It also adheres to the provided guidelines regarding names and consistency. Chapter 140. The Method to Lift the Curse. When Trevor mentioned the upper realms demon beasts, it suddenly dawned on Barrett about something. He had come here for a specific purpose, to find a solution to Raylan's curse. Excuse me, Taoist friend, I have a question, Barrett politely inquired. Please, feel free to ask. It's a pleasure to interact with someone of your caliber, Trevor replied with a smile. Have you ever heard of a curse that makes one feel insatiable? You filled her up completely? Trevor looked at Barrett in shock, evidently amazed by the abundance of Barrett's spiritual energy. Yes, each time she felt fully satisfied, without any hint of hunger, Barrett replied honestly. Trevor rubbed his forehead. Indeed, you are undoubtedly a formidable individual. You should have infused the spiritual energy into every part of her body, opening her meridians. In doing so, the spiritual energy would circulate within her body, allowing her to absorb ambient spiritual energy using her own power, thus solving the so-called curse. Trevor explained to Barrett. Many thanks for your advice. If not for this River Heaven Star region, I might have truly wished to gift you some treasures. Barrett expressed his gratitude, recognizing the significant assistance. If you wish to thank me, Taoist friend, why don't you pick a petal from that flower on that tree? Trevor suggested with a smile. Barrett followed Trevor's pointed direction and noticed that the tree not only had leaves but also peculiar flowers emitting a fresh fragrance, soothing the mind and spirit. Since you wish it, I will give it a try, Barrett agreed. Even though he wasn't sure of the tree's origin, acknowledging its complexity since it could grow branches and foliage here. He took a deep breath and channeled the great Tao of the sword. However, before he could act, a flower drifted down from the tree and landed gracefully in Barrett's hand. This flower had 10 petals and looked extremely beautiful. Trevor couldn't believe his eyes. This young man was truly terrifying. Despite all his efforts, he hadn't managed to get a single petal from this tree. Yet this guy hadn't even moved, and the tree gave him a flower. Could this individual be one of those ancient creatures from the depths? But if that were true, how could he be unaware of everything around here? Taoist friend, consider this flower my gift to you. Barrett handed the flower to Trevor, appreciating the assistance. Trevor plucked off a petal. This flower is incredibly precious, capable of accelerating the comprehension of the Great Tao's force. One petal is enough for me. You keep the rest. This flower could accelerate the comprehension of the Great Tao's force? Barrett stared at the flower in his hand, startled. Though he didn't need it, if he took it back for Davon and others, it would significantly enhance their strength. How do I take this with me? Barrett asked curiously. Trevor smiled. Don't worry about how to carry it. When you return, this flower will go with you naturally, but it will consume some of your mental energy. Thank you. I'll leave now and come back another time. With that, Barrett disappeared from Trevor's sight. Upon reopening his eyes, Barrett found himself back at the base. Holding the flower, Barrett felt truly fortunate. This thing would surely boost Davon and the other's strength, enhancing his own indirectly. Moreover, he noticed that his internal energy hadn't been depleted as much as before. Barrett shook his head wryly. It seems all previous methods were wrong. He stored the flower back in his storage ring and headed outside. His seclusion had lasted half a month, and Xiang Peak remained occupied only by Raylan and Davon. Master! Davon respectfully greeted Barrett upon his exit from seclusion. Barrett nodded. Davon, secure Xiang Peak and protect me while I perform a task. Is Master planning to break through? Davon was taken aback. Barrett waved a hand. Breakthrough? Not at all. I intend to help Qingqing remove her curse. Davon drew a sharp breath. Over the past month, he had grown familiar with Raylan. He knew about her terrible curse from her own mouth. That her master could solve it after coming out of seclusion astonished Davon. Even Raylan was surprised. Are really? Of course it's real. I never lie. Barrett squatted down, gently patting Raylan's head. Let's begin then. Raylan nodded. All right. Thereupon, Barrett began infusing Raylan's body with spiritual energy continuously. As before, this process consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. Unlike before, however, Barrett did not stop but guided the infused spiritual's body absorb the energy like an abyss, without any sign of stopping. Barrett had ceased his actions, watching his spiritual energy gathered within Raylan. Once she absorbs all this energy, perhaps the issue can be resolved. At that point, I will receive the system reward. Unexpectedly, not only the spiritual energy from Qiang Peak, but also nearby Dahuang Immortal Sect's spiritual energy converged here. This girl certainly has a big appetite, Barrett muttered upon seeing this. This occurrence naturally alarmed everyone in Dahuang Immortal Sect, but realizing the convergence was toward Qiang Peak, they understood. It was home to numerous prodigies, and such celestial phenomena were commonplace. Even Elliot remained unperturbed, knowing Barrett was likely responsible. Firstly, he believed whatever Barrett did wouldn't harm the sect. Secondly, managing it required power he lacked. Though he had reached Emperor Realm, Barrett was still stronger. It was better to leave it to him. This wasn't a trivial matter. The anomaly lasted half an hour before finally ceasing. As the spiritual energy dissipated, Raylan looked at Barrett in astonishment. She felt the curse inside her seemed ineffective now, and surrounding spiritual energy kept pouring into her, making the curse almost useless. Seeing Raylan recovered, Barrett felt relieved. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You've obtained Heavenly Mirror. Do you wish to claim it? Barrett grinned. Claim and store it in my storage ring. Soon, he sensed a large mirror appearing in his storage ring, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Thank you, Raylan thanked Barrett, visibly moved. Without his help, she doubted the curse could ever be lifted. Don't mention it, Barrett replied with a smile. Helping her meant benefits for him too. Why not? Davon approached, surprised. Is it over already? Yes, the curse is lifted, Barrett answered. But be cautious and don't use this ability recklessly, Barrett warned seriously, lest she inadvertently drain people dry. I understand, Raylan nodded obediently. Davon was shocked. He hadn't expected Raylan's abilities to be so formidable post-curse. Davon, you should focus on cultivation. Handing him a petal, Barrett added, take this. Upon receiving it, Davon felt its immense value and the unique power within. Consume it to enhance your understanding of the power of the great Tao. It might even lead to enlightenment, Barrett said. Hearing that such a small petal could offer Tao enlightenment, Davon was stunned. Master, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Davon knew the power of the great Tao was terrifying. Giving it to senior disciples or master himself would be more fitting. I know what you're thinking, but this won't benefit me. Besides, I've already reserved portions for your seniors. Barrett then produced a flower with 8 petals. Though he only had these 8, the tree remained. He could always get more when needed. Seeing the flower in Barrett's hand, Davon's face showed astonishment. Who was his master to possess such items? Since master insists, I will accept, Davon responded, deeply moved, heading back to his room eagerly. It was clear he planned to consume the petal and gain insights into the power of the great Tao soon. Barrett was excited too, unsure what kind of Tao insight Davon would gain. After all, Davon's insights would double up on Barrett. Chapter 142. Observing the disciples' movements. After Davon returned to his room for cultivation, Barrett did not go back either. Instead, he sat on a chair and took out the heaven and earth mirror. Looking at the ancient mirror in front of him, Barrett didn't have much thought. He then shifted his intention and infused spiritual energy into the heaven and earth mirror. Instantly, the image within the mirror changed. It was a strangely looking secret realm, and standing on the mountain peak were 2 figures, one big and one small. These 2 people were none other than Nelson and Ida. Beside them, there were countless corpses of beast demons. Didn't expect they would run to such a dangerous secret realm, Barrett muttered to himself while observing this secret realm through the heaven and earth mirror. The corpses of beast demons around them were mostly at the middle stage ascended immortal realm. It seemed Ida hadn't taken action, which meant that most of these corpses were created by Nelson. Atlee, where should we go next? Ida raised her head and asked Nelson. Nelson's gaze fell on a direction not far away, where there was an enormous-looking beast demon. It was a serpent-like beast demon with an extremely large body. Its mouth could apparently absorb all objects around it. How about we go kill that little snake? Nelson said eagerly. Barrett was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that this heaven and earth mirror would allow him to hear their conversation. And what stunned him even more was that Nelson might be crazy, daring to challenge a sky-swallowing python at the 1-star Great Emperor realm when he was only at the middle stage transcendent realm. Where did this guy get his courage? But then he thought of Ida still beside Nelson, so he needn't worry about his safety. However, just as Barrett was thinking this, Ida suddenly looked around. Master? Barrett was taken aback. Being far in the great wilderness immortal sect, how did Ida detect him? System, can this heaven and earth mirror be discovered by others? Barrett asked the system. Ding, the heaven and earth mirror is a supreme treasure. As long as the host doesn't expose it actively, it won't be detected. However, due to the relationship between the sword spirit and the host, it is a special existence, thus it can bypass conditions. Hearing the system's voice, Barrett felt rather helpless. Initially, he only intended to observe them, but he didn't expect Ida would notice. Can I converse with them? Barrett continued to inquire. Ding, yes. The host needs to infuse spiritual energy into the heaven and earth mirror. The system replied again. Barrett grinned. This thing was incredibly useful. Not only could it observe people far away, but it could also enable communication. On Nelson's side, he looked very perplexed. Could Master be here? Ida shook her head. No, but I sensed Master's aura nearby. Nelson was even more puzzled. If you sensed Master's aura nearby, it must mean he is close by. You've guessed wrong. I am currently in the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect. A familiar voice echoed in Nelson's and Ida's minds. Master? Hearing the voice, Nelson was shocked. He didn't expect to hear Barrett's voice in this secret realm. I heard you plan to deal with that 1-star Great Emperor realm sky-swallowing python? Barrett watched the 2 in the picture and asked them. Although Nelson didn't know what happened, being able to hear Barrett's voice indeed comforted him a lot. Yes, in order to break through my limits, I now only seek such powerful enemies. Nelson responded straightforwardly. He had been slaying beast demons throughout this secret realm. After finishing off Transcendent Realm beast demons, he targeted Ascended Immortal Realm beast demons. But even those were easily slain by him, leading him to set his sights on Imperial Realm beast demons. In this secret realm, there were 4 Imperial Realm beast demons. Nelson aimed to kill all 4 before the realm closed. Barrett stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then said, All right, As long as you don't rely on Kylie's power to slay those 4 beast demons, I will give you something good when you return to the sect. Deal. Nelson's smile grew wider. He knew very well that Barrett's rewards were treasures of utmost quality. If so, then don't disappoint me. I'm going to check on your senior sister. With that, Barrett's aura gradually disappeared. Ida no longer felt Barrett's presence and just stared at the sky, swallowing python nearby. Do you really want to do it alone? Ida tilted her head, asking Nelson. That beast demon obviously wasn't easy to provoke. If anything went wrong, Nelson might die. Nelson nodded. Yes, to get that good thing from Master, I need to work hard. Besides, he had faced life and death situations many times, mostly thanks to Ida. Now, he almost had no fear of death. On Barrett's side, using the heaven and earth mirror, he quickly found Alora's location. It was a peculiar space, completely dark around her, yet she kept walking forward. It seemed strange. Whenever Barrett observed this kind of space, it always reminded him of the Milky Way star region. Truly unexpected, this space can refine my immortal flame path, Alora said while walking, with evident surprise on her face. After receiving the inheritance, she found her body dissipating. When she regained consciousness, she was already here. Initially, she felt like she would be crushed to death by the force here, but after activating her immortal flame path power, she felt much better. Moreover, she discovered that she could continuously enhance her Dao power here. The further she went inside, the faster the enhancement. However, with her current strength, reaching the deepest part was impossible. She looked at the path ahead. In the innermost position, streaks of starlight appeared like a star river. If I could enter there, I would definitely improve greatly, Alora muttered. Although she couldn't go in now, she wouldn't give up any opportunity to enhance her strength. Chapter 143, The Bold William. Budurabu Chungrun. It's quite surprising that this girl has managed to reach this place, Barrett murmured to himself as he gazed at the pitch-black space. Note. I made slight adjustments for natural flow and consistency in English expression. He had already noticed that the entrance ahead led to the Tianhe star region. What puzzled him was what would happen if Alora entered the Tianhe star region in her physical form, as almost everyone who entered there was in the form of a spiritual embodiment. Though unsure, he genuinely wanted to see for himself. Brianna, can you hear me? Barrett infused his voice with spiritual energy and asked Alora, who's there? Instantly, Alora stood up, her face turning very serious. She looked around cautiously. Just a moment ago, she had heard her master's voice. But in this empty space, hearing Barrett's voice meant something must be present. To dare mimic my master's voice, come out. Flames erupted violently around Alora as she stared warily at her surroundings. Barrett shook his head. This girl was more cautious than he expected. Don't doubt it. I am your master, and am currently watching over you from Dahuang Immortal Sect, Barrett replied, helpless. This made Alora momentarily speechless. It's really you, master? Who else could contact you from such a place? Barrett watched Alora observe her surroundings and continued speaking. What do you need, master? Though surprised by Barrett's ability to transmit his voice through space, she still harbored some doubts. There's nothing much. I already said. Once you gain enlightenment, remember to return. I have something for you that can help accelerate your comprehension of the power of Dao. Aren't you planning to go deeper inside? This might be useful for you. Barrett spoke without any hidden intentions. Hearing this, Alora's face lit up with surprise. Could there really be an item in this world that could accelerate the comprehension of the power of Dao? Thank you, master, Alora said gratefully. She was now certain this was indeed her master. If it were fake, it would definitely try to deceive and tempt her to stay. But Barrett merely advised her to focus on cultivation, and no one else but Barrett would act like this. At his end, Barrett quickly put away the mirror of heaven and earth. After all, besides them outside, everyone else was within Dahuang Immortal Sect. Oh, a brother named William asked me to tell you something. He gained enlightenment and is going down the mountain to train. Raylan tugged on Barrett's clothes and spoke, seemingly remembering something. Hearing that William was leaving again, Barrett didn't feel much since the guy often went out. However, he did want to see where this boy would go after leaving. So, Barrett took out the mirror of heaven and earth again and infused it with spiritual energy. To his surprise, William was in a somewhat dark space surrounded by countless corpses, and in front of him were many peculiar-looking individuals. Demons? Barrett's expression turned grim at the sight of these people. Why would this guy venture into demon territory? Is this kid crazy? Barrett rubbed his forehead, not expecting William to confront demons. From his demeanor, it was evident he came voluntarily. Demons were notoriously ruthless, attacking anyone, including their own kind. Convincing them to change seemed nearly impossible. Gentlemen, listen to me. Laying down your weapons is the best outcome for you. William addressed the crowd calmly. The demons' faces turned extremely ugly, eyes filled with cruelty and sharpness. Tisage, you damn killed so many of us, yet you ask us to lay down our weapons. Don't waste time talking. Kill him. This kid's cultivation isn't low. If we consume his blood and flesh, we'll surely advance. The demons discussed fervently, rushing towards William almost instantly. Yet William remained motionless, while dozens of arrays lit up around him. Blinding lights flashed, reducing countless demons to scattered limbs. William sighed helplessly. Convincing demons to abandon their malevolent thoughts was indeed very difficult. William, how did you end up in demon territory? At this moment, Barrett's voice suddenly echoed in his ears, making William visibly stunned. Master, are you also in this demon realm? William asked. Clearly surprised, Barrett twitched at the corner of his mouth. He thought William only found a demon camp, but unexpectedly, this kid went straight to their main base. I'm not there. Why are you there? Barrett frowned, knowing well that place wasn't somewhere anyone could enter casually, facing numerous pursuits once inside. Master, I naturally know the entry point connecting the demon realm to Jojo, hence my presence here. But rest assured, I've sealed off that area using formations. Right now, apart from me, no one can enter or exit. William said confidently. This made Barrett rub his forehead, almost forgetting this guy was once the holy son of the demon sect, so he certainly knew these things. If you're in the demon realm and encounter danger, I won't be able to save you, Barrett sighed helplessly. Even with his current strength, reaching William quickly would be very challenging. You don't need to worry. I've set up some formations on myself. If I encounter danger, I can escape swiftly. And there's always the dragon dance steps you taught us, William laughed. He had plenty of backup plans, so dying there was impossible. Relieved by William's confident response, Barrett exhaled deeply. All right, I hope you stay safe. Barrett spoke helplessly before cutting off the connection. Sitting back on his chair, he felt uneasy. These disciples were one trouble after another. Chapter 144. An Imperial Beast in the Slashing Realm. One person aims to slay an Imperial Beast with the cultivation of the Feathered Ascension Realm. Another plans to venture into the Tanhura Star Domain using only their physical body. Now, there's even one who has run off into the demon world. It seems Davon is the only one causing less concern. Note: I made slight adjustments for better readability and coherence in English while maintaining the original meaning. But thinking about these things now probably won't do much. We can only see what kind of world they carve out for themselves. In a certain unknown secret realm, the sky-swallowing python was currently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy vigorously. As it reveled in the satisfaction brought by this abundance of spiritual energy, it suddenly saw a cold light streak toward it. A blade of light flashed by and left a wound on its tough scales. Hiss! The sky-swallowing python let out a hiss, clearly very upset. Meanwhile, far away, Nelson observed this situation and an expression of surprise surfaced on his face. Indeed worthy of being an imperial beast, terrifying indeed. That strike earlier could have nearly slain a middle-stage Divine Ascension Realm beast. But against the sky-swallowing python, it barely cut a wound, showing no significant effect. It seemed he would need to exert quite a lot of effort if he wanted to slay this beast. Do you need help? Ida tilted her head and asked Nelson. Nelson shook his head. No need. I must strive for the reward Master promised after all. Master is still watching me. In reality, Barrett wasn't watching him at all but was observing the treasures near the Great Desolation Immortal Sect through the Heaven-Earth Mirror. Just as Nelson finished speaking, a burst of aura suddenly surged towards him. Surprised, Barrett noted that the sky-swallowing python's massive body moved incredibly fast. Within a blink, it had reached him and opened its mouth wide, directly tearing down towards Nelson. Ida naturally stepped back, yet Nelson felt like his body was fixed in place, unable to escape. Though surprised by the speed of this creature, Nelson didn't lack strategies. In an instant, he gathered his spiritual energy and disappeared from the sky-swallowing python's line of sight in an extremely bizarre manner. Losing its target, the sky-swallowing python began wreaking havoc around the area. A single tail sweep devastated most of the secret realm. Standing atop the sky-swallowing python's head, Nelson was inwardly shocked. His master hadn't lied. This Dragon Steps technique truly allowed him to dodge attacks from Imperial-level beings and make them lose track of him. Seeing this opportunity, he needed to unleash his strongest attack immediately. Otherwise, killing this creature would be nearly impossible. He leaped into the air, hovering midair, and the Qingyun sword in his hand buzzed loudly. In an instant, the sky-swallowing python located Nelson. Smiling broadly, Nelson said, "Indeed worthy of being an imperial beast, your power is truly terrifying." Realizing this powerful aura couldn't go unnoticed, the sky-swallowing python attacked him almost immediately upon seeing him. Although it lacked special techniques, its devouring maw alone was already horrifying. Taking a deep breath, Nelson focused all his spiritual energy into the Qingyun sword. Sword intent emanated from him, astonishing even Ida as it nearly matched her own. At the peak moment of sword intent, the sky-swallowing python appeared before Nelson and opened its huge mouth, preparing to bite down. In that instant, Nelson drew his sword and slashed forward, unleashing a crescent-shaped beam. The air shimmered with sword light as it pierced straight through the sky-swallowing python's body, severing its head from its torso. The severed python collapsed, causing a great stir. Breathing heavily, Nelson, though only releasing one slash which seemingly held no power, had exhausted all his spiritual energy. This sword strike was not as harmless as it appeared. Slaughtering an imperial beast with a middle-stage feathered ascension realm cultivation, it was undeniably formidable. Devoid of spiritual energy support, Nelson fell straight downward, but Ida reacted quickly and caught him. Never thought you'd be so capable, Ida couldn't help praising. After all, she thought Nelson wouldn't manage to deal with such matters. But he did. Grinning, Nelson said, "If I can't kill a mere imperial beast, I'd be too ashamed to return to my master as an upper realm swordsman." Back at the Scarlet Sun Peak, Barrett rested. Suddenly, a beam of light rushed toward him. "Master, I'm back." Jody stood smiling beside him but was startled when she saw Raylan playing nearby. She sensed bloodline suppression from Raylan. Despite her small size, Jody still perceived that frightening aura. "Who's this?" Jody looked worriedly at Raylan and asked Barrett. "This is Raylan, whom I picked up," Barrett replied. "Picked up?" Jody was taken aback. Could Barrett really pick up such a terrifying shape-shifting beast so casually? Though surprised and unaware of Raylan's identity, she knew she wouldn't be in danger here at the Scarlet Sun Peak. "By the way, where have you been lately?" Barrett lifted his head to ask Jody. Since returning, he hadn't seen Jody until now. "That sect leader asked me to handle some matters," she explained. "There are many dangerous beasts near the Great Desolation Immortal Sect, so I helped clear them." Jody felt rather helpless. Asking an imperial beast to clear low-level creatures was overkill. "Thanks for your hard work," Barrett said smilingly. "No problem. A beast with such terrifying aura must be a leader among its kind." However, Raylan shook her head, confused. "I don't know, I'm alone." Hearing this, Jody was even more perplexed. It seemed she really had been found by chance. "Since that's the case, shall we play together, sister?" Jody asked with a smile. Raylan nodded. It was best when someone played with her. Meanwhile, Barrett rushed into the hall of the sect master with great speed. Elliot, who had intended to return to practice, suddenly felt a swift presence approach. This completely stunned him. He hadn't expected anyone could arrive so quickly. But when he saw who it was, he sighed helplessly. Barrett, why are you rushing here so urgently? There's monumental good news I have to tell you, Barrett replied smilingly. Monumental good news? Tell me. Seeing Barrett's expression, Elliot knew he wasn't lying. Was some powerful faction seeking an alliance? Jody discovered a dragon vein beneath the sect, Barrett blurted out directly. Upon hearing dragon vein, Elliot froze. When he regained composure, he grabbed Barrett's hand. Is this true? In his excitement, he almost couldn't control his strength. If Barrett weren't stronger, his hand might have been crushed. Sect master, please calm down. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you over something this important? Barrett spoke straightforward, Raylan replied happily. She'd been getting quite bored being confined within the Red Sun Peak. They followed Jody toward the base of the vast wasteland Immortal Sect Mountain. By mid-mountain, Barrett could already sense pure spiritual energy around them. What pure spiritual energy? Feeling the fluctuations, Barrett commented unexpectedly. I remember the spiritual energy here wasn't so pure before. Could it be the dragon vein's energy has started leaking through? Elliot touched his chin, muttering. After all, the dragon vein was buried deep, making it difficult to explore. However, as its accumulated spiritual energy grew, it would eventually surface on its own. Yet then, their sect might become the focus of envy and hostility. Barrett waved his hand, channeled his spiritual energy, and formed a protective formation. This formation can conceal any leakage of spiritual energy. So, even if the dragon vein surfaces, no one will detect it. Now, we can begin opening the dragon vein. Barrett addressed everyone. Elliot nodded. Truly, you've thought of everything. After all, such a treasure would draw unwanted attention. I don't want constant invasions from people coveting our resources. Barrett gestured. He knew once the dragon vein was revealed, even showcasing absolute strength wouldn't prevent greed. Therefore, concealing the dragon vein was the best option for stability. Very well, let's get started. Elliot spoke, his aura revealing his readiness to break through the earth. Barrett nodded, not joining immediately. After all, Elliot rarely showed such excitement, and letting him experience this joy was reasonable. Once the dragon vein's spiritual energy enveloped the entire sect, it might elevate the vast wasteland Immortal Sect to become the strongest in all 9 provinces, not just Central Plains. Chapter 146, Allocation of Resources. This was absolutely not a joke. Although there were many spirit veins in the 9 provinces, dragon veins could be counted on one hand, and only powerful sects like the Heavenly Sword Sect possessed one. Now, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was about to own a dragon vein. How could this not excite everyone? Elliot's body swirled with spiritual energy as he abruptly slapped his palm against the ground. Instantly, a thick surge of spiritual energy shot up into the sky, catching the attention of everyone in the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect who turned to look at the area nearby. Elliot made a seal with his hands, gradually condensing the surging spiritual energy before directing it towards the main entrance of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. In just a few breaths, the scattered spiritual energy from the dragon vein had spread throughout the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Looking at the situation before him, Barrett nodded very satisfied. Now that the dragon vein is open, we need to set up an array here to channel the spiritual energy to the sect premises. And this place also needs some improvements since it can't be accessed by just anyone. Elliot lowered his head in deep thought. After acquiring a dragon vein, they indeed needed to do some planning. Barrett didn't care much about Elliot's ideas since this thing wasn't particularly useful to him. Barrett, you go and notify the masters of all the peaks to come to the Patriarch Hall for a meeting. Elliot turned to look at Barrett, speaking with a serious tone. After all, this was a great opportunity, and they must seize it immediately. Barrett did not refuse and soon went off to notify the masters of the major peaks. Before long, everyone had gathered in the Patriarch Hall. The moment Grimes walked in, he asked, Patriarch, what exactly happened just now? Yes, we saw the spiritual energy surge into the sky, which I've never seen so concentrated before. The current concentration of spiritual energy within the sect is almost 5 times more than before. The masters of the various peaks were all talking, clearly inquiring about these matters. After all, such significant events naturally required them to know the reason. Everyone, calm down. We merely discovered a hidden dragon vein beneath the sect, and I called you here to discuss the allocation of the spiritual energy, as well as the protection of the dragon vein. Elliot stared at everyone present, releasing his authority. Feeling the pressure from the Patriarch, no one continued speaking, but the shock in their hearts remained strong. Their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they heard. That was a dragon vein. Patriarch, this isn't something to joke about. Is this really true? Everyone looked up at Elliot. Though they knew he wouldn't joke about such matters, they still wanted to confirm if it was true. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, feel free to visit the site where the spiritual energy burst out. Elliot nodded. Having broken through the dragon vein himself, how could it not be true? Hearing Elliot confirm it, everyone began to ponder seriously. I plan to allocate the spiritual energy based on each peak's contribution. What do you all think? Elliot asked everyone. All eyes turned to Barrett's position. If they were discussing contributions, who could compare to Qiyang Peak? However, none of them objected because Qiyang Peak was now their pillar, deserving the largest share of spiritual energy. You can proceed with the allocation. No need to worry about Qiyang Peak. Maintaining its current state is fine. Barrett looked up and said to everyone. Qiyang Peak's current condition didn't require a large amount of spiritual energy. Even if the spiritual energy were channeled over, it would likely end up being absorbed by Raylan. Hearing Barrett say this, everyone present was taken aback. Even if your strength is great, shouldn't you consider your disciples? Elliot asked Barrett. Barrett shook his head. I want to consider them, but you've seen their recent conditions. They're often traveling far away for training. and my Qiyang Peak can barely retain anyone. So, you don't need to worry about Qiyang Peak. After you've allocated everything, leave a little for me. While saying it wasn't important, some spiritual energy still needed to be channeled over to improve Raylan's health. Alright, if that's the case, then let's start allocating from Jianfeng downwards. Everyone agree? Elliot asked again. Everyone nodded without objection, as Jianfeng contributed the most besides Qiyang Peak. Since everyone agrees, now I need to discuss the second matter. Regarding the construction at the Dragon Vein location, I plan to build a cultivation area there where elders can construct their own seclusion places. As for the sect disciples, those who have greatly contributed to the sect or accumulated sufficient points can enter the Dragon Vein area to cultivate. Elliot explained everything he had in mind. Everyone nodded thoughtfully, occasionally offering suggestions. Thus, the discussion lasted for quite some time. Barrett felt somewhat helpless hearing all this. It took 4 to 5 hours before they finally left the Patriarch Hall. Barrett didn't pay much attention and returned to Qiyang Peak with Jody and others. As for the other Peak Masters, they rushed straight to the Dragon Vein location. Back at Qiyang Peak, Barrett held a petal in his hand and handed it to Jody. This is your reward, don't be picky. How could I be picky? As long as it's from Master, even a blade of grass would satisfy me. Jody accepted the petal and stood there in a daze, because she realized this petal contained the power of Tao. What exactly is this? Jody asked Barrett, shocked. Barrett smiled. Nothing special, just a petal. How can you dislike it? Master, this thing must be extremely valuable. Jody looked at the petal. Anything containing the power of Tao wasn't simple. Barrett waved his hand. Take it if you want to. If you don't like it, throw it anywhere. With that, Barrett turned and left, heading back to his room. Watching Barrett leave, Jody stood there unsure of what to say. Chapter 147. Nelson being pursued. Thank you, Master. Jody looked at the departing Barrett and murmured to herself. With this petal, her cultivation would definitely improve significantly. It seemed like it was a good time to enhance her own cultivation. Meanwhile, within a hidden realm, Nelson stared at the crowd of cultivators in front of him, his expression turning grave. I didn't expect that after I just killed a beast, there would be so many people watching me. Nelson's face was displeased as he eyed the group before him, still holding the Qingyun's sword in his hand. Fellow Taoist, if you're willing to hand over the remains of the Imperial Beast to us, we might consider letting you go. A figure appeared in front of Nelson, wearing a thick smile. They were all mid-stage Ascendant Realm cultivators. If it were any other time, he could have easily dealt with them despite their numbers. However, with his spirit energy depleted, he had no means to fight back. Are they bad people? Ida, being not fully matured in mind, wasn't quite clear about the situation. Yes, Nelson nodded. Then shall I help you deal with them? Ida continued to ask. Hearing that a little girl planned to take on these cultivators, the gathered practitioners burst into laughter. Little kid, though we don't know how you entered this hidden realm, you have no cultivation at all and yet dare to challenge us? Don't waste time talking. Act now and seize the remains of the Imperial Beast. If we can get those remains, the young master will reward us handsomely. With excitement etched on their faces, the cultivators surged towards Nelson. Nelson knew that in his current state, he couldn't handle these people. Kylie, I rely on you. Nelson didn't want to involve Ida, but under the circumstances, he had no choice. Ida nodded, waving her small hand, sending wave after wave of sword chi sweeping through the forest like stormy winds. The incoming cultivators who were struck by these sword chi instantly had their bodies sliced apart. Even those who managed to activate defensive spells found their defenses shattered easily. In mere moments, all the attackers were dead. Witnessing Ida's power, Nelson was speechless. Truly worthy of being Master Sword Soul, indeed terrifying. Such an attack would be difficult for even a restored Nelson to execute. Cough, cough, truly a monster. A cultivator lay on the ground, hacking up blood with each cough. You actually survived? Nelson, surprised, stared at the surviving cultivator. With a vicious look, the survivor glared at Nelson and company. You're dead? Daring to provoke our desolate deity sect. Once you step outside, you'll face relentless attacks from us. Just then, his body began to swell unnaturally. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Nelson frowned and retreated immediately with Ida grabbing him. A massive explosion shook the entire forest, reducing everything to ashes. Nelson sighed in relief, glad he brought Ida along. Without her, he'd surely be dead. It seems killing Imperial beasts here requires attention not only to the beasts, but also to these cultivators. Nelson murmured, realizing he had his work cut out for him. Unfortunately, without the storage bags of those cultivators, quick recovery seemed unlikely. Sitting cross-legged, he focused on restoring his spirit energy, knowing he needed to strengthen himself to slay more opponents. Back in Qiyang Peak, Barrett was comfortably enjoying himself. Although he hadn't visited Tianhe Starfield recently, watching Disciples' travels daily was a delightful change. Suddenly, Barrett sensed that Nelson was in trouble, being pursued by several late-stage Ascendant Realm cultivators, and even one 2-star Emperor. 6 late-stage Ascendant Realms, and one 2-star Emperor? The extravagant lineup left Barrett amazed. Who would have thought Nelson could attract so many strong enemies in such a short time? Nonetheless, given Nelson's arrogant nature, it wasn't entirely surprising. At the same time, Nelson kept evading using the Dragon Glide technique. Damn it, how can this brat move so fast? This boy possesses 4 Imperial Beast corpses and powerful techniques. Capturing him alive would yield great rewards. They were discussing heatedly when a sword beam suddenly attacked, forcing them to defend themselves. Damn brat, if I catch you, I'll destroy your cultivation. One of the cultivators clenched his teeth. This kid frequently attacked, catching them off guard despite having higher cultivation. We should stop this nonsense. An angry voice sounded behind them. Sensing imminent danger, Nelson realized it was the Emperor Realm's aura. Without hesitation, Nelson pushed the Dragon Glide to its limit. But soon, his vision turned dark. Not good. This was a domain. If captured, he'd be done for. Note: The translation maintains paragraph structure, tone, and style as requested while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 148. Battle with the Imperial Realm Cultivator. At the moment of his hesitation, a figure already appeared before him. Boy, you are quite capable. I had to activate my life-bound secret technique just to catch you. An elderly man stood in front of him, radiating an extremely terrifying aura that made every hair on Nelson's body stand on end. Truly worthy of an Imperial Realm Cultivator, the pressure emanating from him was threatening enough. Although he had slain those 4 Imperial Realm beasts, they were merely at the initial stage of the Imperial Realm and paled in comparison to this 2-star Great Emperor Realm Cultivator. Boy, I think your talent is not bad. If you willingly disable your cultivation, I might consider letting you live. The Rodney stared at Nelson with an icy cold gaze. It was clear that he was serious about killing Nelson. However, even so, Nelson did not plan to give up just like that. Want to kill me? You are not qualified, Nelson sneered, immediately stepping back several steps. He held the green cloud sword, intending to slash the elder down in one stroke. Unfortunately, his speed was still too slow. The opponent's speed was incredibly swift, evading the attack in an instant and appearing right before Nelson again. Bang! Just as the attack was about to hit Nelson, Ida suddenly intervened, blasting the Rodney away. Seeing Ida take action relieved Nelson. Thank goodness Ida was there. Otherwise, he would have been dead without knowing it. The Rodney's turbid eyes turned sharp as he stared at Ida. So it's a sword spirit. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Looks like I must kill you today. With these words, the Rodney waved his cane, emitting greenish auras that enveloped them instantly. No good, Santiago is using poison. Everyone, fall back. All members of the desolate deity sect showed signs of shock when they saw this situation. They dared not delay for fear of being affected by the toxins and dying. Nelson also wanted to run but found his body tightly restrained. He turned to look at Ida and noticed her consciousness fading, appearing as if she was falling asleep. Don't think I don't know how terrifying this sword spirit is. But unfortunately, my poison specifically targets artifact spirits. Dee chuckled. Among his cultivated techniques, he naturally included ones that could suppress artifact spirits. Ida staggered as if drunk and then fell onto Nelson. Seeing Ida lose consciousness and revert to an iron sword made Nelson frown deeply. It seems I can only rely on myself now. Nelson held both the green cloud sword and the iron sword, his expression turning serious. Always relying on others wouldn't make him grow. Now that Ida had reverted to an iron sword, he could try out that move. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Auden, you brought this upon yourself, don't blame me. Oh, still able to resist? I'd like to see what kind of ability you have. Perhaps due to his overconfidence as an Imperial Realm Cultivator, Dee paid no heed to Nelson's words. Nelson put away the green cloud sword and began controlling the iron sword. Instantly, he felt his spirit chi almost completely absorbed by Ida. This made him grimace. Just initiating the process nearly depleted his spirit chi. Only his master could fully utilize this sword. Yet now he could only place all his hopes on this. Nelson bit his finger, painting a point between his eyebrows. In an instant, his aura climbed rapidly. He levitated the iron sword, releasing a powerful sword intent explosively. Such terrifying sword intent was incomparable. Even Dee's face showed surprise. What's going on with this kid? How can he possess such a fearsome aura? No, he must be killed immediately, or they would all perish. Without hesitation, Dee unleashed his spirit chi, causing the overwhelming pressure of an Imperial Realm Cultivator to burst forth. He aimed to suppress Nelson with pressure but found it utterly ineffective. Nelson's surrounding sword intent grew stronger, and even this secret realm began collapsing gradually. Suddenly, dozens of images of the iron sword appeared everywhere. Foolish tricks. Upon seeing Nelson concentrating sword intent, Dee sneered and rushed over. However, just as he appeared before Nelson and attacked, he realized Nelson had vanished. At this moment, he noticed his own spirit chi dissipating continuously. Immortal slaying sword formation. This is my most famous technique. Although not as strong as before, it is more than enough to kill someone like you. Nelson's voice echoed around, but despite Dee's search via spiritual sense, he could not locate Nelson. Just a transformation realm cultivator dares call this formation the immortal slaying sword formation. Watch me break your sword formation. With these words, Dee's aura skyrocketed, revealing an illusory snake shadow behind him. The snake became increasingly tangible, wreaking havoc everywhere. His toxins covered the surroundings. Such poisons would be hard to bear even for an Imperial Realm cultivator, let alone a transformation realm one. He didn't believe this kid could survive under such attacks. Poochie. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through his shoulder. This greatly displeased Dee, who indeed sensed the danger. Had his reaction been slower, this blade might have pierced his heart. How is this possible? Dee was bewildered. Clearly this boy was only at the transformation realm yet broke through his Imperial Realm defenses. But he couldn't dwell on it anymore. This kid was not to be trifled with and needed to be killed quickly. Turning swiftly, Dee shot a palm strike forward. Indeed, Nelson was behind him, but once struck, it turned into another phantom disappearing. Don't waste your effort. I am omnipresent, and you're trapped within this sword formation, supplying it with spirit chi. Do you really think you can handle me in this state? Nelson's voice spread around, shocking everyone present. Though they didn't know what happened inside the formation, it was clear Dee was now at a disadvantage. Chapter 149. The help of the Wild God Sect. Everyone couldn't believe what was happening. After all, this was Dee, a mighty 2-star emperor, being toyed with by a Feathers Realm cultivator. Based on this situation, he was probably about to die. We can't let this happen. We must inform those higher up. Absolutely cannot allow Santiago to die. These people were discussing frantically. Then one person directly took out a sound transmission token, seemingly passing some sort of information. Inside Qiang Peak, Barrett watched the scene through the Heaven-Earth mirror and was quite surprised. He didn't think that Nelson actually possessed such power. It seemed he had hidden quite a bit. However, with his cultivation level driving this sword formation, it would not last long. Although the sword formation indeed used D's spiritual energy as fuel, Nelson also bore a considerable burden. His mental energy and spiritual energy were rapidly depleting. Moreover, the young man was wielding Barrett's own sword, which consumed even more. It looked like he needed to step out. Otherwise, Nelson was certainly going to die. Barrett slowly stood up, his gaze focusing on a certain direction in the distance. In just one breath, Barrett's figure vanished. In the secret realm, Nelson's attacks were incredibly dense. D already had many wounds on his body. No matter how much he attacked, he could not find Nelson's location. And he noticed that his internal spiritual energy was dwindling. If this continued, he wouldn't last much longer. Hidden in the dark, Nelson's breathing became more and more rapid. Although relying on the dragon step technique and the sword formation allowed him to attack D, forcing this formation at his current strength level was extremely difficult. But since D was also in bad shape, he must take advantage while he still had strength left and kill that guy. Gathering all remaining power for a single blow, Nelson drew a deep breath, slowly exhaling and condensing his spiritual energy into the iron sword. Instantly, the entire sword formation emitted a buzzing sound. Countless sword shadows appeared, launching attacks against D. D did not dare to slack off. Almost all of his spiritual energy was condensed into a protective shield. With the sword formation's attack, everyone present felt shocked. Could a Feather's Realm cultivator really produce such an attack? Amidst their astonishment, a figure quietly appeared behind D. "Old dog, you're done for," Nelson shouted lowly, striking downwards fiercely with the iron sword towards D. Not good. Upon seeing this, D's face showed shock because he found that his defensive barrier could not withstand the attack. Just as this strike was about to hit D, another figure swiftly rushed in, directly sending Nelson flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! Nelson's body collided violently with the ground, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. A large crater formed on the ground, yet Nelson couldn't stand up again. That strike nearly severed his meridians. Trying to stand now was practically impossible. I never expected reinforcements, Nelson muttered, completely unable to defend against that sudden attack. Such a powerful adversary, how could he cope? Attempting to harm my wild god sex elder? You've got quite a guts, boy. In the air, a figure appeared within Nelson's line of sight. Cloaked in black, eyes condescending, the surrounding spiritual energy spiraled around him, causing Nelson to shudder coldly. Heh, attacking your wild god sect? It was your sect who attacked me first. Nelson gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to stand while panting heavily, rebuking the airborne black-cloaked man. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt an immense pressure, laying him down once more. That only shows how weak you are. The black-cloaked cultivator snorted. An ant dared speak to him thusly. Nelson gasped for breath, feeling his life force slipping away. Looks like he was truly going to die. Elder, why are you here? Upon seeing the black-cloaked cultivator, D relaxed, asking aloud. Hmph, dealing with your mess is what I'm doing. You, a 2-star imperial cultivator, can't even deal with a mere ant? Eyes flashing with displeasure, the black-cloaked cultivator glared at D. D clenched his fists. This kid's array is too peculiar. Moreover, his iron sword can bypass my defense. Surprise flickered across the black-cloaked cultivator's face. He stared at the iron sword in Nelson's hand, heart filled with joy. It's actually a supreme treasure. Though the iron sword looked ordinary, the sword intent emanating from it was exceptionally strong. If he obtained this sword, he could easily slay cultivators stronger than himself. He reached out to take the sword, but surprisingly, Nelson clung tightly to it, refusing to relinquish it. Seems you wish to court death. So be it. Brows furrowing, the black-cloaked cultivator struck Nelson with a palm. Feeling his consciousness growing hazy, Nelson saw the attack coming without fear, because he sensed a figure appear before him. Master, I knew you'd come. Nelson lay on the ground, visibly relieved. Standing before Nelson, Barrett effortlessly deflected the incoming palm. So, why did you have to come here anyway? Barrett sighed, then gestured with his right hand. The figure of the iron sword instantly transformed into a little girl form. Now recovered, Ida's spirit was startled upon witnessing this scene. Moss Master, why are you here? Ida asked in shock. Did you see that guy in black floating above? Barrett pointed at the hovering black-cloaked cultivator and asked Ida. Yes, she nodded. Release all restraints on yourself and go all out against him. Barrett spoke calmly, pointing at the black-cloaked cultivator. To hear of removing all constraints came as a surprise to Ida. Okay, understood. I'll get revenge for Atli. Ida declared resolutely to Barrett. Hashtag chapter 150. Standing up for his disciple. Who are you? The black-robed cultivator stared at Barrett, his face clouded with displeasure. Although he had noticed that this person was only at the 3rd stage of chi cultivation, there was an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from him. Moreover, if this young man was truly at the 3rd stage of chi cultivation, he shouldn't have been able to withstand his attack. You dare to bully my disciple and ask who I am? It seems I need to teach you a lesson properly, Kylie. Let's go. Barrett wasted no time, immediately shouting instructions to Ida. She reacted swiftly, charging at the black-robed cultivator almost instantly. The black-robed cultivator's expression changed drastically as he hadn't expected this person to move so quickly. Before he could react, Ida was already in front of him. She waved her hand forcefully, and it seemed as though space itself was sliced open. Even though the black-robed cultivator had activated his defenses, they shattered instantly. A scratch appeared on his chest, making him frown. He wore a highly defensive magical artifact which should not have been broken through so easily. Damn! The black-robed cultivator suddenly roared, launching a fierce attack on Ida. However, his strikes had no effect on her. How is this possible? The black-robed cultivator frowned. Ida, a sword spirit, was incredibly strong. After all, he was a 5-star Great Emperor, and his attack would even be difficult for a 6-star Great Emperor to withstand. Yet, Ida not only blocked it, but also remained unharmed. Could it be because that young man is controlling her? Although unsure, he wasn't going to let it slide. The black-robed cultivator focused intently on Barrett. If this was his magical artifact, then he needed to eliminate Barrett first. It was said that one must catch the thief before capturing the king. So, Barrett was his target. However, unexpectedly, Ida appeared in front of him the moment he attacked, her attacks becoming more relentless, leaving the black-robed cultivator no time to focus elsewhere. Focusing on someone else while battling isn't a good habit. Barrett had just given Nelson the 9-turn soul-condensing pill and looked up to see the black-robed cultivator still paying attention to him, despite being pressed by Ida. At this moment, Barrett noticed that one of Ida's attacks had missed, and the way it missed was strange. The black-robed cultivator vanished without a trace, and his presence couldn't be felt anywhere around them. Ida was confused as she couldn't locate him either. Barrett frowned. I already sent the weakest one to fight you, yet you insisted on challenging hell mode? With that, he turned around and delivered a powerful palm strike. Boom! The black-robed cultivator reappeared, flying back several meters. Shock filled his eyes. He didn't expect this person to be so powerful. His original plan was to ambush Barrett and kill him, but he was blasted away after just one exchange. This guy is definitely stronger than me. Could he be a 6-star Great Emperor? No, I fought 6-star Great Emperors before. Their strength wouldn't be this formidable. So, he must be a 7-star Great Emperor. Realizing this, the black-robed cultivator was utterly terrified. He was fighting a 7-star Great Emperor. Isn't this suicidal? Senior, we were wrong. Please stop. The black-robed cultivator hastily called out, knowing that if this 7-star Great Emperor really attacked, he would die here. But just as he finished speaking, a violent burst of flames erupted towards him. Feeling the scorching heat, the black-robed cultivator's face turned ghastly pale. In those flames, his spiritual energy was instantly burned away, and even his defensive magical artifact failed to protect him. These flames seemed impossible to extinguish. Senior, I am the Grand Elder of the Desolate God Sect. If you harm me, the sect leader will never forgive you. As he spoke, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Boom! Flames enveloped him, burning his body relentlessly. Without time to scream, he crumbled into ashes. Everyone watching the battle was shocked into silence. Such overwhelming power to effortlessly kill a 5-star Great Emperor. Now, I give you one chance. Leave or die. Barrett's voice was calm but resonated clearly to everyone present. They hesitated momentarily before fleeing the scene immediately. Seeing them leave so easily, Barrett turned to look at Nelson. This kid is tougher than I thought, Barrett murmured to himself. Nelson, after consuming the 9-turn soul-condensing pill, had begun repairing his damaged meridians and was nearly fully recovered. Nelson slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt incredibly relieved. Thank you, Master. Nelson knelt down, thanking Barrett. You're my disciple, so of course, I had to save you. But I didn't expect you to attract so much trouble, Barrett said, sitting down. Nelson shook his head. It wasn't me seeking them. They came to seek me. When he killed those cultivators, the Desolate God Sect started targeting him. And when he killed those 4 Imperial beasts and tried to break through to the late Transcendent stage, the Desolate God Sect disrupted his plans. Alright, now that you're fine, leave the Mystic Realm as soon as possible and return to the vast wasteland Immortal Sect. Barrett stood up and told Nelson. What about you, Master? Nelson was puzzled. Barrett seemed not to intend returning. I'll find the Desolate God Sect and settle things. After all, nobody can bully my disciple. With that, Barrett vanished from Nelson's sight. Chapter 151 Provocation of the Wasteland Deity Sect. Seeing Barrett disappear, Nelson was also extremely shocked. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, in his current state, dealing with an Emperor Realm cultivator was too much of a stretch. If it weren't for his master coming over this time, he would have died long ago. On Barrett's side, as soon as he emerged from the secret realm, he saw a large crowd gathered there. Are you people from the Wasteland Deity Sect? Barrett looked at everyone present and asked them. Since you know we are from the Wasteland Deity Sect, you dare to offend us like this? I see you want to die. At this moment, a cultivator appeared before Barrett and launched an attack abruptly. His speed was very fast, almost instantly appearing before Barrett, and then he struck out with one palm. Unexpectedly, his attack had no effect. Instead, it was repelled by a powerful force. Bang! He flew backward for quite a distance, landing on the ground, spitting blood with a pale face. Although I am very gentle, I'm not someone who likes being bullied, Barrett said, his face displeased as he scanned those alerting themselves to him. The members of the Wasteland Deity Sect were all somewhat astonished. That person just now was a mid-stage Ascension Realm cultivator. Yet, upon approaching Barrett, he did not even land a hit before being flung far away. And judging from his appearance, he was probably severely injured. Senior, I wonder why you seek us of the Wasteland Deity Sect? At this point, another mid-stage Ascension Realm cultivator stepped forward, but his face wore respect. It was ridiculous to think they would survive if they acted recklessly against such a formidable opponent. Barrett stared at the people present, his gaze cold as he said, My disciple received your care in this secret realm. As his master, I plan to visit your sect and express my gratitude. Lead the way. Hearing Barrett's cold tone, everyone on the scene was stunned. They didn't know what happened, but from Barrett's demeanor, it was clear he was here to cause trouble for the Wasteland Deity Sect. Senior, if anyone from our sect has done wrong, I can apologize on their behalf. The purple-robed cultivator stood before Barrett, saying solemnly, Ha, you only know to apologize now after nearly killing my disciple? If you want to apologize, that's not impossible. Just open your sect's treasure vault for me to choose freely, and I will forgive you. Barrett stared coldly at the purple-robed cultivator in front of him. Everyone drew a sharp breath. This guy was really pushing it too far. The Wasteland Deity sect hadn't hunted many people within the secret realm. The valuable one was likely only Nelson. And not long ago, their grand elder had already entered the secret realm to help. Now, this person came out of the secret realm claiming that man was his disciple, meaning this person had killed the grand elder. This guy absolutely wasn't someone they could provoke. Thinking of this, the purple-robed cultivator's breathing became slightly rapid. He forced himself to calm down, then said, "Senior, I'm merely a low-level executive in the Wasteland Deity sect, lacking such authority. If Senior is willing, I can take you to the Wasteland Deity sect and negotiate with our sect leader." What was most important now was to stabilize the other party's mood. Any mishap could cost them their lives. Of course, Barrett knew these people wouldn't be worth pressing further, so he did not refuse. Since so, then leave me there. The purple-robed cultivator and others secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Barrett agreed. "Please follow us, Senior." After speaking, the purple-robed cultivator led Barrett away from there. They did not stop along the way, covering half a day's journey until they reached the location of the Wasteland Deity sect. It was a vast plain surrounded by all kinds of buildings. At the center of these buildings stood an odd statue. This statue looked bizarre, clearly human yet with 3 heads and 6 arms, each face grotesque and one head resembling a beast rather than a human. "What is this?" Barrett raised his eyes, curious about the peculiar statue. "That is the deity our Wasteland Deity sect worships. It's said that this statue has existed since the founding of our sect." The purple-robed cultivator explained, buying time by leading him to meet the sect leader. As he was still thinking, a voice reached Barrett's ears. "Which Taoist friend comes to our Wasteland Deity sect?" The moment the voice fell, a figure appeared in their sight. He wore blue-black attire, looking very robust, clearly a body cultivator. "Are you the sect leader of the Wasteland Deity sect?" Barrett stared at the bulky man before him, squinting his eyes. "Indeed, I am the sect leader Crosby of the Wasteland Deity sect. Who are you?" Crosby stared at Barrett, suspicion in his eyes. Earlier, he was meditating in his room when he suddenly felt a dangerous aura approach. Standing near Barrett, he sensed the terrifying aura radiating from Barrett. Yet, Crosby remained puzzled. This guy was only at the 3rd level of the Chi practitioner stage, yet he could feel fear from him. "I am Barrett from the vast, desolate, immortal sect." Barrett did not hesitate to reveal his identity. The Central Region's vast, desolate, immortal sect. Taoist friend travels all the way from Central Region to Eastern Region. "What brings you here?" Crosby now wasn't sure of this guy's strength and decided to remain courteous for now. "Your Wasteland Deity sect almost killed my disciple. Do you think what my purpose is here?" Barrett met Crosby's gaze and asked him. Hearing this, Crosby furrowed his brow. The Wasteland Deity sect had pursued many, thus creating numerous enemies. However, fearing the power of the Wasteland Deity sect, none dared to come for revenge. Someone like Barrett directly showing up at the Wasteland Deity sect and bringing up this matter must be rare. "Seems you've come for vengeance." Crosby frowned coldly, his expression stern as a crimson-red aura erupted around him. Feeling that aura, Barrett knew this guy was prepared for action. Chapter 152, Duel. I've never lost. I'm obviously here to settle scores. But if your desolate god sect is willing to open the treasure vault and let me pick some items, perhaps I might let go of this grudge. Barrett stared straight at Crosby, bluntly saying these words. Upon hearing Barrett's words, Crosby's aura grew even more terrifying as he punched directly at Barrett without any hesitation. Boom. The entire ground shook violently. Not only that, a huge, deep crater had already formed where the punch landed. "So, you're already getting angry? I'm still very reasonable. If you're willing to do this, I can spare you all. But if you don't, then I can only kill all of you." Barrett's eyes carried a touch of coldness. After all, his disciple was almost killed by Desolate God Sect members. "Heh, since you want to enter our Desolate God Sect's treasure vault, it's certainly not a problem. But I also have a condition. If you can withstand my 3 attacks, I will let you in." As he spoke, Crosby's aura erupted instantly. His rank of 7-star Emperor almost made everyone in the Desolate God Sect gather around. Honestly, such a powerhouse was among the top few in the entire Jujo. But when Barrett saw the other party's cultivation, he did not feel anything. "Although I don't like acting recklessly, since you are the leader of the Desolate God Sect, we'll do it as you say." Barrett's tone was very calm, staring directly at the other side. Seeing that Barrett did not choose to escape, Crosby frowned. The pressure emanating from himself did not suppress him. In that case, he would thoroughly eliminate this guy within those 3 attacks. After all, many people coveted their Desolate God Sect treasures. Killing this person now could serve as a warning. He thought about it, and then the aura inside his body exploded. His entire body turned pitch black. This is the secret technique not passed on outside of the Desolate God Sect. Only the Patriarch can learn the Desolate God's secret technique. Even if your cultivation is higher than mine, you absolutely cannot withstand it. Crosby stared at Barrett, with a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. Barrett didn't speak, silently staring at the other side, gesturing for Crosby to attack. Crosby frowned. Clearly he had unleashed such terrifying aura, yet there was no reaction from Barrett. Was it that he did not sense any danger? Or did he have absolute confidence that he could block the attack? No matter which it was time to act. A sound of air slicing through could be heard, and Crosby had already appeared behind Barrett. At this moment, his fist smashed down on Barrett's head. This punch contained unimaginably brutal force, disrupting the surrounding spiritual energy. But just as it was about to hit Barrett, Crosby's abdomen suddenly experienced a sharp pain. Bang! Crosby's body flew straight backward, crashing into a wall almost instantaneously. The wall shattered directly, and his body tumbled a long distance on the ground before finally stopping. Pitchty! Crosby spat out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming deathly pale. What shocked him was that his desolate god body formed using the sect's secret technique was broken. His face filled with shock, his eyes glaring fixedly at Barrett nearby. From beginning to end, Barrett hadn't moved a step. It was clear that this guy was far from what he imagined. You still have 2 attacks left. You can continue. Barrett's voice sounded from afar, telling him. But this time, Crosby directly gave up. Being able to shatter his desolate god body with 1 punch, such a powerful opponent was completely beyond his ability to deal with. It was lucky that the guy had good temperament. If they had met someone short-tempered, their desolate god sect would have been destroyed long ago. I concede. Crosby said this reluctantly. Everyone present was stunned. They never expected Crosby to give up so easily. How could this be possible? That was a 7-star emperor. Everyone's gaze shifted to Barrett. Just how strong was this guy? 8-star? 9-star? Regardless of his level, they were clearly aware now. The desolate god sect indeed lost. Since you chose to concede, then take me to your treasure vault. Barrett came here not to destroy the desolate god sect, but to take away all their treasures. After all, killing them would do him no real good. Crosby struggled to stand up, walking in a pale-faced manner toward a direction. Seeing Crosby's steps, Barrett did not hesitate much, choosing to follow directly. Walking along, Barrett found that it seemed as though someone was watching him. When he tried observing with divine senses, he found no one around. Here is the location of our desolate god sect's treasure vault, and it hides the secrets of the desolate god sect. All those things are keeping watch on you. If I, the patriarch, hadn't brought you here, you'd probably have been attacked to death long ago. Crosby explained while walking. Barrett frowned. Could those gazes really be so strong? But since Crosby was saying this, it meant these things were likely very formidable, beyond what Crosby could handle. However, Barrett didn't care about these, so he didn't bother and continued stepping forward. Soon, they stopped at a formation. Transportation array? Barrett frowned. It was just going to a sect's treasure vault, yet a transportation array existed. Though I don't know how you knew we had treasures, my only requirement is not to cause trouble. You can choose anything from the vault, but must not enter the deepest part. Crosby, knowing he couldn't beat Barrett, still voiced his warning. This made Barrett curious. Why would this guy warn him? How, do you think such threats work on me? Barrett asked, frowning. Once you get inside, you'll know why. With that, Crosby activated the transportation array. Chapter 153, fully loaded. Flashes of light streaked by, and when Barrett came back to his senses, they were already inside a secret chamber. This place was filled with all sorts of divine weapons and treasures. Although none of them could match the treasures provided by the system, they were still quite impressive. With a wave of his hand, Barrett swept everything into his storage ring. Crosby's mouth twitched. If he had the power, he would have stopped Barrett right then. Huh. Barrett looked ahead, a serious expression appearing on his face. Numerous magical arrays lay in front of him. Locking soul array, sealing spirit array? These 2 types of arrays were almost all terrifying, each one powerful enough to serve as a guardian array for sections. But these 2 arrays were being used here before the coffin in the chamber. The coffin was plastered with various talismans, looking as if it sealed away some ancient beast. Even with these seals, an ominous aura emanated from the coffin, which even Barrett felt posed a danger. Now you know why I didn't want you to come in here, Crosby said bluntly. He wasn't helping Barrett but himself. If someone destroyed this array, the person in the coffin would wake up. At that time, no matter what happened in the land of Jojo, the first to go would be their desolate god sect. Barrett had no objections and turned towards the teleportation array out. After all, this trip had taken away most of the desolate god sect's treasures. As for the coffin, he no longer cared about it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Just as Barrett prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes watching him. That's odd. For a moment, it felt like he was being watched by something. Was it an illusion? Barrett frowned, pondering this internally. Since you're not planning to stay any longer, please leave immediately. Crosby's voice rang in Barrett's ears, urging him to leave. Barrett didn't care about anything else either, and stepped onto the teleportation array, leaving quickly. Although I don't know how my desolate god sect has offended you, I no longer wish to concern myself with it. Now we are square. Crosby snorted coldly. After all, debts must be repaid eventually. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave. Barrett disappeared from Crosby's sight as he spoke. Crosby's expression darkened, as Barrett's movements had been very swift. When he vanished, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, something even the 9-star great emperors in Jojo couldn't do silently. There were certainly many Imperial Realm cultivators within Jojo, but the 9-star great emperors could be counted on one hand. Removing those hidden ones, only 5 or 6 remained. Crosby breathed a sigh of relief, recalling that despite witnessing the strength of a 9-star great emperor before, it was nowhere near as imposing as Barrett. The desolate immortal sect will rise, Crosby muttered to himself, before turning and leaving the area. Having obtained good items, Barrett did not stay any longer and soon headed back to the desolate immortal sect. Well then, after all, this was the demon world. No matter how strong William was, things wouldn't be easy. Don't worry, master. I have ways to ensure my survival. Receiving this reply, Barrett let it go and closed the mirror of heaven and earth. Since nothing significant was happening, perhaps he should visit the Xianxia star domain again and get more things from that tree. Back in his room, Barrett soon entered the Xianxia star domain through a token. Upon entering, he noticed everyone paying attention to a distant direction. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to still be here, Barrett said, surprised, to Trevor beside him. Of course. After all, only a short while has passed here in the Xianxia star domain since you left, Trevor casually replied. Listening to Trevor, Barrett had some thoughts forming. Chapter 154, making a big stir. Daoist Zhang, since the flow of time in the Xianxia star region is different from the outside world and much faster, why do you still wish to stay here? Barrett stared at Trevor and asked. Well, let me ask you this. Cultivating here for a period can accelerate the understanding of the Dao's power. Would you rather spend hundreds or thousands of years comprehending it outside, or choose to comprehend it within 1 or 2 years here in the Xianxia star region? Trevor stared at Barrett and spoke these words. This made Barrett realize that those who could enter this place were almost all strong cultivators pursuing the Tao's power. Outside, they might spend hundreds or thousands of years without gaining any insight. However, here, they could constantly and easily gain insights, so naturally, they preferred staying here. After all, in their view, time was probably the least valuable thing. But I'm curious, what exactly are you watching? He had only been away for some time, yet so much had happened here. Do you see that crack over there? This is the first time in the history of the Xianxia star region that a crack has appeared. Trevor pointed to a crack at the starting position and told Barrett, "It's just a crack. Does it warrant so many people watching it?" Barrett was even more puzzled. After all, to him, it probably wasn't anything too significant. The Xianxia star region has two entry methods. The first one is by entering through the blood of immortal beasts. As for the second method, it involves undergoing trials in the lower realms to gain recognition and then enter the Xianxia star region. One could say that since the appearance of the Xianxia star region, only one person has ever succeeded through the second method, Trevor explained fluently, revealing all these secrets. Of course, these secrets were basically known to everyone. After all, the upper realm lacked such trial grounds. Now, with someone coming from the lower realms to the Xianxia star region, they naturally wanted to see what kind of powerhouse it was. Anyone who could ascend from the lower realms to the upper realm would undoubtedly become an ultimate powerhouse. Barrett rubbed his chin as he looked at the crack, seemingly already guessing who had caused it. Besides Alora, he couldn't think of anyone else who would emerge from there. Ding! Detected Apprentice Alora, encountering a bottleneck. Mission issued. Please forcibly open a spatial passage to help Apprentice Alora break through her bottleneck. Mission reward. Inner small world. The system's voice made a hint of surprise appear on Barrett's face. He hadn't expected the system to issue him a mission at this moment, especially with such a peculiar requirement. Forcing the expansion of the crack within the Xianxia star region seemed far-fetched. However, if it could help Alora break through her bottleneck, wouldn't his own strength also improve? Moreover, an inner small world meant he could create his own universe? With this thought, Barrett walked forward. Trevor watched Barrett move forward, feeling very puzzled. Taoist friend, where are you heading? Trevor asked upon seeing Barrett's action. I'm going to add a bit more color to this scene. Barrett replied while walking. Trevor froze, clearly not understanding what Barrett intended to do. A few steps later, Barrett quickly reached the distant crack. There were quite a few people there, but none dared approach the crack. Senior, you're here too? At this moment, a familiar voice reached Barrett's ears. He turned around and saw Arvid standing there. So it's you. You all step back. I have something to deal with, Barrett said to everyone. Although he knew these people were cultivators from the upper realm, he wasn't sure how his actions might affect the Xianxia star region. Therefore, he warned them in advance to avoid any mishap. Hearing Barrett tell them to step back, Arvid and the others appeared surprised. Senior, what are you planning to do? Arvid asked curiously. Just as he pondered this, a surge of sword intent shot into the sky. The mastery of sword Dao left everyone breathless. They quickly retreated, as standing under such overwhelming pressure felt dangerous. Even after retreating, some kept their eyes fixed on Barrett. As sword cultivators, they certainly didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity to observe a senior displaying the pinnacle of sword Dao, hoping it would enhance their own Dao powers. Only Arvid felt a bad premonition. Seeing Barrett's demeanor, he feared Barrett might be planning to expand the crack. While thinking, he noticed Barrett's sword intent gradually concentrating at his fingertips. The immense force compressed to its limit was unleashed in the next moment. Without any sound or disturbance, they found the spatial crack gradually expanding. And the rate of expansion was significantly faster than they had anticipated. Originally, it would take a quarter of an hour to expand the crack to the size of a thumb. But now, within just a few breaths, it had grown to the size of a palm, continuing to expand as Dao energy poured into the area. Meanwhile, within a pitch-black space in the lower realms, Alora was furrowing her brow, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. No matter how long she had practiced, despite reaching the bottleneck, she couldn't break through. If she could just take that step, her immortal fire Dao would advance further. She exerted herself, trying to break through. Suddenly, she felt a tremendous force surging towards her. This force enveloped her, and the bottleneck that had held her back suddenly shattered like paper. Boom! Instantly, a violent flame erupted from Alora's body, filling the entire space. Even in the Xianxia star region, when cultivators sensed the violent flames, they instinctively took a few steps back. Chapter 155. Creating a miniature world. Ding, congratulations, host has completed the mission and received an inner small world. The system's voice echoed in Barrett's ears, making him nod in satisfaction. It seemed that Alora had already broken through her bottleneck. There was no need for him to worry about anything else. As he was still thinking about these matters, a wildly raging flame burst out from the spatial rift. Holy flame fire! Someone is cultivating the heavenly fire Dao. This is one of the hardest Daos to cultivate, yet someone can control it so purely. All cultivators were astonished. After all, not many people cultivated the heavenly fire Dao. The reason, with this thought, Barrett's figure gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Once Barrett disappeared, the holy flame fire erupted explosively. When Barrett was around, this holy flame fire had behaved like a gentle puppy, but once Barrett left, this docile little dog transformed into a wild beast that ate people. However, luckily, the range of the holy flame fire wasn't large, and these cultivators weren't attacked. Inside the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, already done, since you're back, would you like to come take a look? Barrett asked. Ida didn't hesitate and quickly walked next to Barrett, replying obediently, I want to go. Disciple will certainly go. Nelson also didn't hesitate, speaking solemnly. Then, the three of them vanished directly inside the Scarlet Sun Peak. When Nelson opened his eyes, looking at the misty, almost non-existent space in front of him, shock appeared on his face. This indeed looked like what a newly carved small world would look like. How powerful must his master be to create such a world so effortlessly? However, what amazed him further was happening now. Barrett was gradually expanding his aura, and according to Barrett's guidance, the system began modifying this expanse of land. In the sky, the sun slowly emerged, dispelling the surrounding fog. Once the fog dissipated, they found themselves atop a mountain. Barrett replied casually, "Thank you, Master." Nelson knelt down without hesitation and swallowed the petal. At this moment, Nelson's aura rose sharply as his strength rapidly increased. Barrett didn't care much about this and left this miniature world. Ida, knowing not to disturb Nelson now, also followed him out. Exiting the miniature world, Barrett stretched lazily, only to see a figure quickly flying toward him from afar. Chapter 156, another disciple with extraordinary talent. Barrett was taken aback, halting his motion of bringing out tea. In just the blink of an eye, Elliot appeared in front of him. Besides Elliot, Grimes was also there. "I say, you two, what kind of perception do you have? I was just about to bring out the tea, and both of you arrived," Barrett said, even suspecting they could foresee the future. "How coincidental that they came at this moment." "We didn't come here for the tea," Grimes waved his hand, speaking quite casually. "This time we're here to ask you to take on another disciple," Elliot said, looking at Barrett. A look of puzzlement surfaced on Barrett's face. Take on a disciple? He knew he already had quite a few people on Qiang Peak. Would it be inappropriate to take on another disciple now? Furthermore, given his current strength, taking on a disciple probably wouldn't improve much. "Grandmaster, as you know, my disciples are all extraordinarily talented. If I were to accept one more, what if it hurts his self-respect?" Barrett said to Elliot somewhat helplessly. After all, this wasn't a joke. Anyone he picked would likely be a very formidable existence. If the new one had poor character, his Dao heart might truly be damaged. "At least let's see first," Grimes said with a smile. Then, from behind Elliot, a 6 or 7-year-old boy stepped forward. The boy wore simple clothes, his face grimy but his eyes bright and lively. "Ding! A candidate with suitable qualifications has been detected. Please admit him as a disciple. Task completion reward. Obtain a cultivation method specific to disciples." The system's voice suddenly entered Barrett's mind, and at the same moment, information about the boy appeared before him. Looking at the information, Barrett showed a puzzled expression. Name: Seth. Age: 6 years. Qualifications: Great Emperor qualification. Cultivation: None. Physique: 100 tempered body. Note: 100 tempered body allows extremely fast cultivation but cannot cultivate any cultivation methods. The system's information left Barrett genuinely baffled. Clearly possessing Great Emperor qualification and a rare physique, yet unable to cultivate any cultivation methods. "It seems you've noticed too. This kid has a 100 tempered body, which we can't guide. So we thought of sending him to your Qiang Peak," Elliot said without hesitation. If it were another type of physique, they might have fought over it. But they really had no clue about the cultivation methods for a 100 tempered body. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Barrett replied after a moment, "I understand. Let this kid become my disciple." After all, a 100 tempered body was no laughing matter. Even without cultivation methods, its physical strength was immensely powerful. Plus, the system provided a unique cultivation method, meaning he could indeed train under him. When Seth's cultivation improved, it would reflect positively on him as well, giving him more leverage against strong opponents. Grimes and the others felt relieved upon hearing Barrett agree. "Kid, quickly pay respects to your master," Elliot told Seth. Without hesitation, Seth knelt before Barrett. "Disciple Seth pays respects to master." Barrett nodded in satisfaction. "Good, from today onward, you are my 5th disciple." Ding! Congratulations, host task completed. Obtained exclusive cultivation method for 100 tempered body. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, adding many cultivation methods to his mental storage. Upon confirming these methods, a look of astonishment crossed Barrett's face. Could this really be a cultivation method, not just menial labor? But since the system provided it, it mustn't be simple. For now, he'd let Seth try it out. "Since that's settled, we won't disturb you further. We'll take our leave," Elliot chuckled and then departed. They indeed had plenty to attend to over the coming days. "Master, what should I do?" Seth asked while still kneeling. Barrett waved a hand, signaling Seth to stand up. "Given your current state, you can't cultivate yet. First, you need to guide qi into your body." Hearing this, Seth felt somewhat helpless. "Master, I've tried guiding qi into my body according to cultivation methods, but I couldn't manage it." Barrett nodded. "That's because you have a 100 tempered body. Ordinary cultivation methods don't work on you. Follow me." With that, Barrett took Seth's hand and soon entered the inner world. Amidst the forest, Barrett summoned a wooden axe with his right hand. It was made from local materials, and he had engraved some formations on it to ensure its durability. "Next, you'll chop trees here," Barrett instructed. "Once you fell a tree, your formal cultivation begins." Handing the wooden axe to Seth, Barrett added those words. Seth received the axe. Despite being entirely wooden, it was surprisingly heavy, requiring all his strength just to lift it. At that moment, Seth felt a soothing sensation emanating from within himself. "I've inscribed a formation on your body. Whenever you're exhausted, this formation will absorb surrounding spiritual energy to restore your strength. Of course, if you decide to give up now, I can always send you back down the mountain," Barrett spoke calmly. Shaking his head, determination flickering in his eyes, Seth replied, "No, I won't go down. I must cultivate. I want to avenge my family." The mention of revenge brought a glint of murderous intent to Seth's eyes, appearing quite fearsome. Unmoved, Barrett nodded satisfactorily. "Very well, begin your cultivation then. The exit of the inner world is behind you. You can leave anytime. Remember not to overexert yourself and balance your efforts." Having said that, Barrett turned and left the inner world. Once Barrett departed, Seth looked at the wooden axe in his hand, raised his eyes to the towering tree, and without a moment's hesitation, struck it. Chapter 157, Nelson's Plea. Bang! The tremendous backlash sent Seth's body reeling backward. His hands felt numb, but he showed no intention of stopping. He stood up once more and continued chopping. Time passed gradually. A Apart from eating and sleeping, Seth spent all his time cutting down trees. One morning, Seth resumed his task as usual. He stared at the deep groove on the tree in front of him, determined to make progress today. But just as he raised his axe, a flash of sword light suddenly caught his attention. Far away on the mountaintop, Seth spotted a flickering light. Despite the great distance, it left him awestruck. What power was this? It seemed as said, "May I ask who you are, senior?" Although afraid, Seth dared to ask this question. The powerful display earlier clearly indicated that this person must be one of Master's friends. I'm your second eldest brother. Work hard. With that, Nelson walked away. But Seth remained rooted to the spot, disbelief etched on his face. That person had seemed like a celestial being. How could he possibly be his senior brother, even second eldest brother? Could the master be even stronger than him? No, now wasn't the time for these thoughts. He needed to focus on improving his strength and personally take revenge on that guy. Resolutely gripping his axe, Seth resumed his woodcutting. Back at Scarlet Sun Peak, Nelson emerged from the microcosm and saw Barrett leisurely sipping tea, looking utterly relaxed. "It seems your mastery of the sword has reached another level," Barrett remarked, not too surprised by Nelson's emergence. After all, Barrett knew very well about Nelson's capabilities. If consuming the Dao flower had failed to elevate his power, that would indeed be strange. "Yes, now I have fully grasped the great Dao of the sword," Nelson replied. He hadn't anticipated mastering the great Dao of the sword so quickly, considering it had taken him thousands of years before. "Master, I have a request." Nelson looked up at Barrett. From the look in his eyes, Barrett knew this wouldn't be an ordinary request. "Go on." Barrett remained casual. "I want you to instruct me in combat." Nelson's eyes gleamed. With his enhanced comprehension of the great Dao of the sword, he wanted to gauge the gap between himself and Barrett. "Figures," Barrett sighed, then walked to a nearby tree and broke off a branch. "Let's go to the microcosm. Let me test whether your recent cultivation has improved." And with that, Barrett vanished. Excitement surged within Nelson as he followed into the small world. On a plain, Nelson already held his green cloud sword. "Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours." Barrett slowly lowered his own cultivation to the late feathered ascension realm. Nelson kept silent, his gaze fixed on Barrett, searching for an opening. Barrett returned the stare without a word. Why wasn't the kid making a move? Was he planning something? "You don't attack first, so I will." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Nelson. Surprised, he realized he hadn't sensed Barrett approaching despite them being at the same realm. If not for Barrett's warning, he probably wouldn't have noticed at all. Without hesitation, Nelson unsheathed the green cloud sword and swung it backwards. The force of the strike was strong, but when it met the branch in Barrett's hand, it pushed Nelson several steps back. Not bad. Barrett inspected the slash mark on the branch, impressed by Nelson's newfound prowess. Nelson was shocked. While his previous strike wasn't full force, it was certainly enough to break through an opponent's defenses. Yet against Barrett, it resulted in a backlash. Even more unsettling, he hadn't sensed any significant effort from Barrett. Truly deserving of the title Master. Nelson laughed bitterly, knowing that even at the same realm, he couldn't defeat Barrett. Lost in thought, Nelson suddenly sensed Barrett's aura weakening again. "I still feel like I'm bullying you a bit. So, I'll lower my cultivation to mid-feathered ascension and stay within this circle. If you can touch me or force me out, you win." Barrett stood within a freshly drawn circle, watching Nelson. Nelson couldn't help but feel speechless. Clearly, Barrett was extremely confident in his abilities. And rightly so. If it weren't for that confidence, how could he be Nelson's master? ####Chapter 158. Sealed cultivation training. Alright. Nelson's gaze was intense, his sword intent spreading around him. In an instant, he appeared in front of Barrett. Waves of attacks surged forward, each one aiming precisely at Barrett's vital points. However, these attacks could not land accurately and were easily deflected by Barrett using a branch. His figure moved swiftly, and lightning flickered along the blade. Barrett's eyes narrowed. Was this the lightning heaven sword from the Tongtian sword technique? It seemed that the young man intended to take it seriously. Nelson's sword thrust was as swift as lightning, with the sword energy aimed directly at Barrett's heart. Barrett raised his hand and blocked the attack with a branch before slowly lifting his arm behind him. Just as Nelson, who had been behind Barrett, saw this action, he stepped back several paces. "You still need work on hiding your aura." "What? Focused on sword cultivation? You're forgetting the basics of the dragon glide step?" Barrett turned to look at Nelson, questioning him. This made Nelson inwardly startled. After all, his dragon glide step had improved significantly. Even Imperial Realm cultivators struggled to catch up with him back then. But now, Barrett effortlessly detected him and responded accordingly. "I must admit, Master is truly terrifying," Nelson said bitterly, shaking his head, then put away his Qingyun sword. It was clear that Nelson had conceded. If they continued, his Dao heart might shatter. "Do you concede already?" Barrett stared at Nelson, asking. Nelson replied helplessly, "I've felt the gap in our strength. If I don't concede, I fear I won't have the motivation to continue cultivating." Barrett's actions earlier felt like playing with a child. "Although your sword path has indeed improved, your other aspects are genuinely concerning. It looks like you need to practice your movement techniques and aura concealment thoroughly." With a calm tone, Barrett slowly approached Nelson. This made Nelson feel a sense of unease, predicting that his master's next move would be terrifying. Just as he thought about this, he suddenly felt his internal spiritual energy dissipating rapidly. When he regained awareness, his cultivation had been completely sealed, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. "Master, what are you doing?" Nelson asked in shock. Barrett didn't mince words, saying directly, "Next, follow the steps of the dragon glide without using any cultivation. Walk back to the entrance from here. If you don't make it within an incense stick's time, come back here and start over." Hearing this, Nelson almost wanted to cry. This training would be hellish. "Do you refuse?" Barrett asked, seeing Nelson's grim expression. Nelson shook his head. "Not at all. but I need some time to adapt to the feeling of having no cultivation. He knew this would greatly enhance his strength, so it was necessary. However, not having cultivation made him quite uncomfortable, hence the need to adjust. In that case, focus on your training while I leave. Without further ado, Barrett disappeared from Nelson's sight. Nelson felt the complete sealing of his internal spiritual energy, and even a change in his physical strength. He needed to train hard now. Looking at the distant exit, he knew that at an ordinary person's pace, it would be nearly impossible to reach even within an hour, let alone an incense stick's time. This mission might take months, or even years to complete. After leaving the small world, Barrett lay peacefully on a chair. No one could disturb his rest now. As he thought about this, he sensed a rapid approach of energy toward Xiang Peak. Initially, he thought it was Allura returning, but it turned out to be Elliot. Headmaster, why did you come again? Facing Elliot, Barrett felt particularly helpless. Elliot had visited over 10 times this month, almost daily, just to enjoy his tea. There are matters I want to discuss with you. Elliot calmly poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. You're just here for free tea, Barrett said helplessly. Elliot shook his head. No, there's something strange happening in Zhongzhou. Strange? Barrett asked, puzzled. Yes, do you remember the place where the 10,000 Worlds tournament was held? Barrett nodded. Though it's been some time, I still remember. Word has it that a treasure has emerged there, left behind by someone from the upper realms. So I plan to send people to investigate, Elliot said calmly. Barrett stroked his chin. A treasure from the upper realms, huh? But currently, none of my disciples seem available. After all, Allura and William hadn't returned, Nelson was sealed and training his movement, and Davon was in seclusion. Just then, a bright light shot into the sky, a powerful aura startling even Elliot. What an incredible power! Elliot muttered. Barrett remained calm. Realizing Davon had ended his seclusion, this boy has completed his seclusion and can go. Don't you intend to go? Elliot turned to look at Barrett, more confused. Barrett shook his head. Why should I? That boy can handle it. Unless it's an Imperial Realm cultivator. Speaking of which, Davon appeared nearby. His aura was exceptionally strong, reaching late-stage feather-shedding realm. Davon, now that you've finished your seclusion, a treasure has appeared in Zhongzhou. Investigate it, and if possible, bring back the treasure. Barrett said this without hesitation as Davon approached. Davon's face lit up with excitement. Yes, master. The translation maintains the original structure and tone of the Chinese text, ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 159. The treasure appearing in Zhongzhou. Since he had just advanced, Davon naturally wanted to find some people to practice with. So, Patriarch, tell him the specific location, Barrett said, turning his head towards Elliot. Elliot didn't hesitate, and soon told Davon everything he knew. After learning this information, Davon almost immediately left Xiang Peak without any delay. This kid is in such a rush? Elliot was particularly surprised at Davon's swift departure. Barrett replied calmly, he has just advanced, and now, with all this newfound strength, of course he wants to quickly find someone to challenge. Hearing Barrett's explanation, Elliot found it quite reasonable. I really envy you. Every time you choose disciples, you pick ones with such incredible potential. Elliot couldn't help but marvel. He remembered that Davon was once someone who could never cultivate, but under Barrett's guidance, he became a Yuhua realm cultivator in such a short period. Such an achievement would be enough to make him qualify as the master of a peak in Nidhogg immortal sect. Nowadays, there were more and more strong cultivators in Nidhogg immortal sect. It might be time to consider promoting them. Barrett, what if I arrange for them to become masters of different peaks? Elliot asked Barrett, but Barrett shook his head. I'm not sure. After all, I don't know their thoughts. To Barrett, it didn't matter where they were, as long as they could contribute their cultivation back to him. Looking at Barrett's indifferent manner, Elliot felt quite helpless, realizing that this guy didn't intend to manage things. Forget it, can't explain it to you. I'll go first. With that, Elliot disappeared. Watching Elliot leave, Barrett took out the heavenly mirror and observed Davon's movements steadily. Since Davon had already reached the late Yuhua realm, his speed had increased significantly. In less than an hour, Davon arrived at the treasure's location. There were already many cultivators gathered there, clearly observing something strange ahead. That's an egg? Barrett stroked his chin, looking through the heavenly mirror at the egg in front of him. Honestly, he hadn't expected the object Elliot mentioned to be just an egg. Although he didn't understand the situation fully, the egg seemed unusual. At this moment, Davon also saw the egg, and confusion appeared on his face. It was crimson red, with numerous golden veins that resembled flowing blood. For some reason, seeing this egg gave Davon an uneasy feeling. Many cultivators were gathered here, their eyes fixed on the egg. No one dared approach because of an invisible barrier that was incredibly hard. So much so that even a group of Yuhua or ascended immortal cultivators couldn't break it. Look up there. A voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the sky. Many flying boats appeared, each carrying terrifying auras. Not only were there ascended immortal cultivators, but also stronger presences. There's an Imperial Realm cultivator? Seeing this situation, Davon couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected that this treasure from the upper realms would draw an Imperial Realm cultivator. They all understood that with an Imperial Realm cultivator present, breaking the barrier would be effortless. As they thought this, a figure landed and charged straight at the barrier without hesitation. Heavenly Sword Sect Master? Davon was surprised when he saw the figure. He had accompanied his master to Heavenly Sword Sect before, so he recognized Chevy. Now Chevy held a long sword and slashed at the barrier. Boom. The barrier shattered like glass. Once it was completely broken, everyone looked at the egg eagerly, but no one dared to touch it, knowing they would be risking death with an Imperial Realm cultivator around. Chevy didn't hesitate and rushed towards the egg. However, before reaching it, he sensed a terrifying aura coming towards him. Not far away, a burly man carrying a massive knife approached swiftly. Aren't you Heavenly Sword Sect's Horatio? Didn't expect you'd be here too, the man remarked. His presence was fiercely violent. If they hadn't seen his figure, they would have mistaken him for a beast. Knife demon Zack? Didn't expect you to come as well. Looking at the burly man, Chevy frowned. Getting this item now would be very troublesome. Zack? The one who killed three-star emperors using a bloodthirsty devil knife? Everyone was in shock. Though Zack was only a 3-star emperor, his bloodthirsty devil knife allowed him to survive an ambush by 3 same-realm cultivators, and even kill them. Although it was just a legend they hadn't witnessed firsthand, Chevy knew it wasn't just hearsay. A direct confrontation with Zack would definitely end in defeat. What did you come here for? Chevy gripped his sword, staring at Zack. Zack grinned, his eyes shifting to the egg. Naturally, for the treasure. This egg looked extraordinary, and though they didn't know what it would incubate, taking it would undoubtedly give him an advantage. Dream on, Chevy coldly responded, refusing to give it up. Seems like you want to fight then. Zack's smile faded, his expression darkening as he stared at Chevy. Chevy, frowning, let his sword intent fill the air, clearly not willing to surrender the egg. Around them, everyone's breathing quickened. Was a battle about to break out? Chapter 160. The thing inside the egg. Just as they were pondering these matters, they suddenly felt something was amiss. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be gradually converging in one direction. Not only the external spiritual energy, but the cultivators could also feel their internal spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Chevy and Zack, who were nearby, sensed the anomaly and looked towards the egg in unison. Initially palm-sized, this egg had now grown more than double its original size and continued expanding. Its aura grew increasingly terrifying. Golden core, origin soul, essence transformation, feathered ascension, and then early-stage divine ascension. This is not right. There's something wrong with this egg. Sensing the situation, Chevy's expression darkened as he retreated a few steps. Zack wasn't a fool either. He obviously felt the problem too, but instead of retreating like Chevy, he wielded the bloodthirsty demon blade and slashed forward. Just an egg, threatening me? Zack coldly snorted, enveloping the blade with red energy before striking down. A burst of violent energy erupted, yet the egg remained unmoved without a single mark. Frowning deeply, Zack realized that not only did his attack fail to harm it, his own energy had been completely absorbed by it. Even worse, when the bloodthirsty demon blade approached the eggshell, he noticed his strength rapidly draining. Fortunately, Zack reacted swiftly and pulled back. President Liu, this thing isn't good. Let's join forces and destroy it, Zack said, standing beside Chevy with furrowed brows. Chevy was surprised by Zack's decision to cooperate, but suspected that the latter wasn't lying. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound drew everyone's attention. The eggshell began to crack. Davon instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes sharp. Something inside the egg was about to emerge. Though he wasn't sure what it was, he felt an eerie familiarity. Then it hit him. The aura after Ulrich transformed during the Celestial Soul Sect's attack on the vast wasteland Immortal Sect was very similar. As the eggshell shattered, everyone saw that a black liquid was flowing out from inside. This liquid emitted a strange aura and coalesced like a living creature. So, after the seal was broken, I appeared in the lower realm. The liquid coalesced into the shape of a man who then observed his surroundings. Who are you? A voice questioned from not far away. After all, these people had never seen anyone come out of an egg with such an odd aura. I am the demon soul, he said with a grin, then suddenly grabbed the person who asked the question, pulling him over and gripping his neck. In an instant, the cultivator's body rapidly withered. Not only his cultivation, but even his flesh disappeared. Demon Soul's aura surged, looking quite satisfied. As a reward for breaking my seal, I shall make you all my blood feast. Demon Soul smiled thickly, scanning everyone as if they were food. How dare you? This day, I will kill you. Without hesitation, these cultivators quickly rushed forward. Davon stood at the back, taking no action. He wasn't rash, after all. The cultivator who was absorbed so quickly was at the early ascension stage. The fact that someone could instantly turn an early ascension cultivator into a dried-up husk did not seem ordinary by any means. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll send you on your way. Demon Soul chuckled, and countless blood spikes emerged from the ground, piercing through the charging cultivators. In just an instant, they lost their lives entirely, and their bodies were rapidly absorbed, leaving only skin and bones. There weren't many people left now, and Davon was one of them. His expression grew serious as he observed the situation. Though he wanted to leave, he knew it would be extremely difficult to escape this person's clutches. Are you Senior Lin's disciple? At this moment, Davon heard a message transmitted to his ear. It was from Chevy. In a while, Zack and I will distract him, and you'll be responsible for delivering the fatal blow. Chevy's tone was calm. He knew that Demon Soul's attention was currently on the two of them, so their only hope rested on Davon. He believed that Barrett's disciple must have a trump card. Moreover, Demon Soul's current strength wasn't too high, and Davon should be able to handle it with his abilities. Hearing Chevy's message, Davon didn't hesitate, replying immediately, understood. Chevy's lips slowly curled up, then he turned to Zack. Never thought there'd be a day when I'd cooperate with you. Zack, wielding his large saber, I never thought I'd cooperate with you so-called righteous sects either. Don't die too quickly. Then, he charged forward at full speed. Chevy naturally followed suit, charging forward swiftly. The combined attack of 2 3-star emperors was formidable. However, Demon Soul showed no fear or intention to dodge, stomping hard on the ground instead. Blood spikes shot up from the ground, directly piercing towards Zack and Chevy. Yet he underestimated the strength of these 2 Imperial Realm cultivators. In an instant, they evaded the attack and reached Demon Soul. Humph, petty tricks. Demon Soul coldly snorted and retreated easily, dodging their attacks. Just as he avoided the attack, a dangerous aura suddenly came from behind him. Demon Soul was surprised, as were Zack and Chevy. They hadn't expected Davon to seize this opportunity. Davon's aura surged, focusing his power on his palm. He punched Demon Soul, creating a massive hole in his body. With a thud, Demon Soul's body rolled on the ground, blood gushing from the hole in his chest. Is it done? Chevy and Zack exchanged glances, amazed at how easily it seemed to end. But just as they thought that, Demon Soul slowly stood up, seemingly unaffected by the attack. When the egg finally cracked, black liquid oozed out. This liquid emitted an extremely strange aura, behaving almost like a living being, gradually coalescing into human form. I didn't expect my seal to break here in the lower realm. The figure observed the surroundings. Who are you? A voice questioned from a distance. After all, none of them had ever seen anyone emerge from an egg with such bizarre aura. Who am I? I am the Demon Soul, he grinned menacingly, grabbing a questioning man and clenching his neck. In an instant, the cultivator's body rapidly withered away, both his cultivation and flesh disappearing, feeding Demon Soul, who looked thoroughly satisfied. As a reward for breaking my seal, let you all become my blood meal. Demon Soul's smile thickened as he scanned the crowd, looking at them as if they were prey. Boasting. Today, I will kill you. Without hesitation, the cultivators charged forward. Davon remained stationary, observing. He wasn't reckless. The cultivator quickly absorbed earlier was an early-stage Divine Ascension realm expert. Instantly sucking dry a Divine Ascender indicated formidable power. Since you're so eager, I'll send you on your way. Laughing, blood spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the charging cultivators, ending their lives instantly. Their bodies quickly turned to skeletons. Few people remained, Davon included. Witnessing Demon Soul's power, his expression grew serious. While he wanted to flee, he knew escaping would be nearly impossible. Are you Lin Senior's disciple? A mental message reached Davon from Chevy, surprising him. In a moment, Zack and I will distract him. You deal the fatal blow. Chevy remained calm, knowing Demon Soul's focus was on them. Hence, they had to rely on Davon. He believed as Barrett's disciple, Davon must have a trump card. Additionally, Demon Soul's current strength wasn't too strong, within Davon's handling capability. Listening to Chevy, Davon immediately responded mentally, understood. Chevy's lips curved upwards before turning to Zack. I never thought we'd end up cooperating one day. Holding his large blade, Zack replied, neither did I think I'd work with so-called righteous sections. Don't die too fast. With that, he charged forward. Chevy followed suit, initiating a simultaneous attack. 2 3-star Emperor's pincer attack wasn't something ordinary beings could withstand. Yet, Demon Soul showed no fear or attempt to dodge, instead stomping hard on the ground. Blood spikes emerged, aiming at Chevy and Zack. Underestimating the Imperial Realm cultivators, he failed to predict their swift evasion and approach. Hmph, trivial tricks. Demon Soul easily dodged but sensed a dangerous presence just as he evaded. Surprised, even Chevy and Zack hadn't anticipated Davon's timing. Davon's energy surged, condensing his power into his palm. A powerful punch struck Demon Soul, creating a massive hole through his body. Thud. Demon Soul rolled on the ground, bleeding profusely from the chest cavity. Done? Chevy and Zack exchanged glances, shocked by the simplicity of the victory. However, Demon Soul slowly rose, seemingly unaffected. The narrative continues, maintaining suspense and intrigue as the battle unfolds between Davon, Chevy, Zack, and the formidable Demon Soul. Chapter 161. An unbeatable opponent. How is this possible? How did this guy manage to do this? Zack frowned, not expecting that this person could still be alive in such a situation. The hole in Kyle's body was gradually repairing itself, though his face showed displeasure. It seems I have indeed become lax. Such a mere ant managed to cause me this much harm. Kyle stared at Davon in front of him, thinking he needed to finish off this guy first. Davon furrowed his brows. This guy seemed more terrifying than he had anticipated. Don't daydream. Quickly defend yourself. Chevy, seeing Davon standing there motionless, hurriedly warned him. As Davon reacted, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His body flew back a considerable distance, while the spot where he had been standing was now occupied by Kyle. What incredible speed. Chevy and Zack both sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't even sensed his movement. Although I would love to play with you all, my time is limited, Kyle said coldly before charging at Davon again. Davon didn't dare slack off. After getting up, he quickly activated the Divine Soul Body Forging technique. A terrifying aura erupted around him, and a shadow appeared behind him. Davon clenched his fists tightly, determination burning in his eyes. Die! Davon roared as he launched a powerful punch forward. The force of the punch was considerable, hitting Kyle precisely. Bang! Kyle was instantly sent flying, landing a considerable distance away. Everyone drew a sharp breath at the sight. This kid has incredible strength. That punch alone would have been hard for any of them to withstand. You have some skills. Kyle slowly stood up. Most of his body had already been damaged but was rapidly repairing itself. No one had expected this. His regenerative ability was too strong. If not killed outright, this guy could continuously recover. Davon realized this as well, but the previous punch had drained a significant amount of his power. He panted heavily. If not for the support of the Holy Heart technique, it would have been difficult to inflict damage on Kyle. I must admit, you're quite formidable. If given more time to grow, you'd likely become a powerhouse in this realm. But alas, you are about to become nourishment for me. Kyle's body rapidly healed as he stared intently at Davon. Chevy and Zack didn't relax for a moment, immediately rushing towards Kyle. Chevy's longsword and Zack's bloodthirsty demon blade sliced into Kyle simultaneously. Strangely, Kyle didn't dodge. Instead, he took their attack head-on. But soon, they realized the problem. Their weapons couldn't be withdrawn. Moreover, Kyle's flesh began absorbing and devouring the two weapons. Without hesitation, they abandoned their weapons and retreated a considerable distance. Though those weapons were precious, compared to their lives, they were insignificant. Truly excellent, expending so much energy only to provide me with more. Kyle stretched his body, looking very satisfied. Zack glanced at Chevy, both filled with astonishment. What in the world is this thing? Zack gritted his teeth. Despite losing the bloodthirsty demon blade, he wanted to know what this creature really was. How should I know? but we definitely can't deal with this guy. Perhaps now, only one person can handle him. Chevy frowned. Apart from Barrett, he doubted anyone else could deal with Kyle. There were too few strong warriors in Zhongzhou unless hidden ones existed. Are you talking about that junior? Zack looked at Davon. Though Davon could harm Kyle, he couldn't kill him. Moreover, Davon wasn't in great condition either, his spiritual energy depleted and stamina decreasing. He walked toward Davon, clearly planning to start with him. Davon gritted his teeth, gathering the remaining spiritual energy, his eyes fixed on Kyle. Though he had no confidence in killing Kyle, he wouldn't let this guy gloat even if it cost him his life. Still got the strength to resist? Kyle chuckled coldly, staring at Davon. Please note that I have adhered to the guidelines provided. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and accuracy. It also preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks as seen in the original text. Chapter 162, Timely Support. Davon frowned deeply. Since you intended to kill me, it stands to reason that you must also pay the appropriate price. Appropriate price? It seems you really think too highly of yourself, the demon soul sneered as he drew close to Davon. Just as Davon prepared to launch an attack, he realized his body was pierced by numerous blood spikes. The intense pain caused Davon's complexion to turn grim. He could feel his flesh and blood rapidly draining from his body. Damn, so this is where it ends. However, just as he thought this, a series of sword lights flashed suddenly. In mere seconds, the blood spikes piercing through his body were severed. Lying on the ground, Davon looked extremely weak. Who is it? Infuriated that his meal had been interrupted, anger showed on the demon soul's face. He detested being disturbed during his feeding the most. At this moment, three figures abruptly appeared within everyone's sight. One large and two small. Daring to injure my disciple, you have quite some guts. Barrett stared at the opponent with a serious expression. This brat is your disciple? Hee hee, truly amusing. Someone who has just stepped into the cultivation realm actually has a disciple of such extraordinary talent. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child, easy to fool? In the demon soul's eyes, Barrett's strength was merely at the chi condensation level 3. Thus, without hesitation, blood spikes emerged from the ground, directly attacking Barrett. But such an attack had no effect. Even before approaching Barrett, these blood spikes vanished. Furrowing his brow, the demon soul's expression turned solemn. Attack not effective? But thinking about this might be pointless now, because he noticed the other guy had approached already. Since this kind of attack didn't work, there was only one other method. With that, the demon soul slashed his palm fiercely. Drops of blood fell onto the ground, gradually transforming into the appearances of the cultivators he had absorbed earlier. Kylie, it's up to you. Barrett did not intend to move, but turned to look at Ida instead. Ida nodded, waving her small hand to unleash sword chi, which formed a violent wind that immediately dispelled the puppets that had just solidified. At this point, the demon soul realized this person was beyond his provocation. You're not from this world? The demon soul stared at Barrett. To be honest, even in the upper realms, he had never encountered such a terrifying person. Barrett did not answer him, but instead looked at Raylan. When Raylan stared at the demon soul, she seemed eager, with saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corners of her mouth. What, do you want to eat it? Barrett looked at Raylan and asked. Coming back to her senses, Raylan hurriedly wiped the saliva from her mouth. But she did not hide it, looking eagerly at Barrett. Can I? Of course you can, Barrett said with a smile. Raylan felt very happy inside. Just now, she didn't know why, but seeing this guy made her feel like eating the demon soul immediately. Now that Barrett agreed, Raylan headed forward without hesitation. Walking ahead, Raylan kept her eyes fixed on the demon soul. For some unknown reason, the demon soul felt a sense of fear when he saw Raylan. This fear stemmed from a bloodline suppression. As Raylan drew closer, the demon soul finally reacted. He fled at the fastest speed possible, not daring to stay here any longer. He originally thought this lower realm was his granary, but unexpectedly encountered such a terrifying opponent just after breaking the seal. Not only Raylan and Ida, but also the man hiding his cultivation level. All three of them were unbeatable for him. So the only option now was to escape from here. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something bind his body. The space around him froze completely, making it impossible to escape. Did you really think that after hurting my disciple, I would let you go so easily? Barrett's voice came from behind the demon soul, making his expression change drastically. How could this be? How could he be caught so easily? Bang! His body plummeted straight down as if controlled. Zack and Chevy, who watched from the side, were almost speechless with shock. Especially Chevy, who was now extremely glad that he hadn't continued to provoke Barrett when they were at Tianjian sect. Otherwise, their Tianjian sect wouldn't exist anymore. Zack gazed at Barrett ahead, who, with just a simple grab, froze the surrounding space and effortlessly captured the demon soul. Ching, act now, Barrett spoke calmly, seeing Raylan couldn't wait any longer. Raylan nodded, grabbing the demon soul's wrist. Instantly, the demon soul felt his internal energy rapidly depleting. No, how is this possible? Are you from the Taodai clan? Not possible. Weren't you all extinct? Why are there remnants of the Taodai clan in the lower realm? The demon soul's eyes filled with fear, as if he encountered something terrifying. Trying to struggle, but his body was firmly restrained, unable to move a finger. In moments, the demon soul's body had completely vanished. Raylan looked content. Satisfied? Barrett looked at Raylan with a smile. Raylan nodded. Satisfied? Barrett nodded, and then turned to Davon nearby. How do you feel? Barrett looked at Davon and asked. Davon answered bitterly, no danger to life. Thank Master for saving me. To be honest, his goal this time was to show off his abilities. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a monstrous entity. Practice diligently upon returning, Barrett observed Davon's condition and said. Davon's gaze became determined, yes. At this moment, Chevy and others also came over, thanking Barrett. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. If Barrett hadn't arrived in time, they all would have likely died here. This isn't Declan. Didn't expect you to come to Central Province as well. Barrett looked at Chevy. Although he knew he had arrived, he still pretended to be unaware. Ultimately for this treasure, just didn't expect this supposed treasure almost cost us our lives. Chevy revealed a bitter smile, speaking helplessly. Chapter 163 Training Together. If he had known that thing was so terrifying, he would never have chosen to come to Zhongzhou. Not only did he nearly lose his life, but he also lost a precious treasure. However, Zack's condition was even worse. After all, the bloodthirsty devil saber wasn't an ordinary magical artifact. It was a powerful tool that allowed Zack to face 3 opponents alone. Now, it was destroyed, and it could be said that Zack wouldn't be able to exert much power against their enemies. Speaking of which, what exactly was that thing? Barrett felt somewhat puzzled. Just now, for some reason, when he came over, he sensed something familiar about this person's aura, as if he had seen it somewhere before but couldn't quite recall where. We're not entirely sure either. Zack shook his head. If they knew the background of this thing, would they have come here? At this moment, Davon replied, Master, don't you remember? When Soul Capture Sect attacked Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, that Vice Sect Master Ulrich, his aura was very similar. After Davon's reminder, Barrett quickly reacted. So, it was that guy. Now I understand why it felt so familiar. Barrett suddenly realized why it felt so familiar. Did this mean this guy was the so-called extraterrestrial heavenly demon? This made his expression gradually become more serious. When he killed the Soul Capture Sect Master, he had felt a terrible aura. Was this the other's contingency plan? If so, Zhuzhou might be in big trouble. Senior, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Now that Zack no longer had his weapon setback, he hadn't given up. He decided he must focus on cultivating after returning. Soon, they arrived back at Scarlet Sun Peak. But upon arriving, they noticed someone observing something there. Eldest sister, you're back so soon? Davon spoke in surprise when he saw the figure. Alora came to her senses after hearing the noise and nodded. Yeah, just got back. Master, what happened at Scarlet Sun Peak? Why do I feel a strange aura here? Alora observed the spatial fluctuations, as if there was a hidden space. That place is a small world I recently created. Would you like to take a look? Barrett saw her curious expression and asked. Alora was clearly taken aback by this response. She hadn't expected her master to create a small world so easily. Naturally, I'd like to see it. Regaining her composure, she smiled and said so. Barrett didn't think much of it, and led everyone into the small world. The sight of this new realm filled Alora with astonishment. This place was rich in spirit energy, making it truly a paradise. Not bad for a quick effort, Barrett said modestly. As soon as he finished speaking, Nelson appeared. He was breathing heavily, looking very tired. These past days, he'd spent considerable effort but always fell short of reaching his goal within the set time. What are you doing, junior brother? Alora noticed that Nelson's aura was very weak, almost as if he had sealed off his spirit energy. Just practicing the dragon soaring step without using my spirit energy, Nelson said straightforwardly. Though exhausted, he sensed that his agility was improving rapidly. Alora was surprised for a moment, before turning to Barrett. I gave him this task. Practice the dragon soaring step as a mortal. Only if he can reach here within the specified time can he restore his cultivation level. Do you want to try? Barrett asked the group around him. Without hesitation, Alora agreed. Despite her increased understanding of the Tao of Immortal Fire, she still wanted to hone her agility. I'll give it a try, Davon also agreed, aware of his shortcomings from today's battle and determined to improve. Barrett was satisfied. Indeed, his disciples hadn't disappointed him. Seth, supervise them carefully. Report anyone who slacks off. Barrett called out to Seth, who was chopping wood nearby. Yes, master, Seth replied. He's Seth, your youngest brother. Treat him well. Barrett gestured for Seth to come forward. Chapter 164. The Elder at the Lake Pavilion. Everyone turned to look at Seth, surprise evident on their faces. Is this the body of a 100 Forged Constitution? Alora was quite taken aback when she saw Seth. She had heard of the 100 Forged Constitution, a rare constitution with only 1 in 10,000 possessing it. Not only did the cultivation speed exceed the norm by far, but also the physical strength was extremely formidable. However, there was a fatal flaw. It was impossible for such an individual to practice any form of cultivation method or Ningjur Runhe spiritual energy. Note, Ningjur Runhe Ling Qi is better translated as condense any spiritual energy to maintain consistency and fluency in English. To improve the translation further, Alora was quite taken aback when she saw Seth. She had heard of the 100 Forged Constitution, a rare constitution with only 1 in 10,000 possessing it. Not only did the cultivation speed far exceed the norm, but the physical strength was also extremely formidable. However, there was a fatal flaw. It was impossible for such an individual to practice any cultivation techniques or condense spiritual energy. Yet, once they started cultivating, they were almost monstrous geniuses. And she noticed that traces of spiritual energy already subtly existed within Seth's limbs and bones. Hello seniors, my name is Seth. Seth was very courteous as he greeted everyone. Davon was rather emotional. I can't believe I now have a junior brother. Alright, get acquainted first. We'll start once everything's ready. I won't bother watching you train here. Solve your problems yourselves. If something's truly beyond you, then find me. With a wave of his hand, Barrett left the small world. Now, apart from William, everyone else had returned and prepared to cultivate within the small world, leaving him some peace and quiet. However, the matters concerning those extraterrestrial demons were indeed troubling. It was no laughing matter. Should the other party really launch an attack on the mortal realm, Zhuzhou might be doomed. It seemed he would have to go to the Heavenly River Star Domain and intervene. Returning to his room, Barrett set up a magic array before entering the Heavenly River Star Domain. As soon as he arrived, he noticed several people around. Behind him was a peculiar phenomenon. The space there had recovered, except for a long, black sword mark left behind. The sword mark remained, like a brand imprinted there, refusing to fade. Numerous cultivators were seated around it, meditating on the sword and tint emanating from the mark. Barrett could also feel the sword and tint above him. What astonished him was recognizing it as his own work. So, what he cut through back then had now formed a place for comprehending the way of the sword. Truly, this was unexpected. He turned and walked forward until he reached the tree. Surprisingly, Trevor wasn't there this time. Only Barrett himself stood alone. Looking up at the tree, he patted it gently. Can you give me more flowers? But the tree did not respond, making him somewhat helpless. He thought for a moment and emitted a powerful aura. Don't make me act. As the aura of the Tao of Strength spread out, the big tree swayed. Gradually, 2 flowers fell from the branches, landing right before Barrett. Only 2? That branch up there looks pretty good. Barrett glanced up at a particular branch with about 5 or 6 blossoms. Upon speaking, the branch broke off and floated down into his hands. Examining the branch, Barrett felt instinctively that the power of the Tao contained within this segment far exceeded the combined strength of those few flowers. Even all the flowers put together weren't a match for this single branch. Thanks. Barrett patted the tree again. Although the tree couldn't speak, Barrett sensed it could hear and understand him. Otherwise, how could it have responded as per his wishes? Putting away the branch, Barrett looked around and noticed a lake deep inside. Curious, he decided to investigate. The closer he approached, the thicker the power of the Tao became. Staring at the lake, Barrett sensed something underneath. The water itself teemed with the power of the Tao, astounding him. Unthinkingly, he touched the water, which caused him to feel disoriented, as if something was pulling him in. Fortunately, Barrett quickly regained control and pulled his hand back. The lake is indeed formidable, he muttered to himself, realizing he'd likely be swallowed if he didn't steady his mind. What's that? In the center of the lake was a pavilion where someone sat. The person was corporeal, not a spirit like him. An elder? Barrett exclaimed in surprise. The elder, noticing Barrett, smiled and beckoned him over, inviting him to come closer. After some consideration, Barrett chose to proceed, wanting to see who this elder was. The worst-case scenario was simply depleting his strength and returning. With this in mind, Barrett unleashed his Tao force. Surprisingly, despite showing his utmost power, the lake exerted no pull on him. A few steps brought him to the center pavilion. Elder, you certainly enjoy yourself, drinking and eating amidst this lake, Barrett remarked upon seeing various items laid out on the stone table, each looking excellent. Young man, impressive that you managed to cross the Tao Lake, the elder chuckled, pouring Barrett a cup of wine. Would this Tao Lake actually eat people? Barrett asked, sitting down, still puzzled. You're right. The Tao Lake will consume those who cannot master the power of the Tao to its peak, the elder replied nonchalantly, saying something terrifyingly ominous. Barrett took a sharp breath, not expecting it to be so dangerous. Taking the cup of wine offered, he prepared to take a sip to settle his nerves. However, as he drank, he found the wine tasteless, containing nothing but abundant spiritual qi and the power of the Tao. How does it taste? The elder asked with a smile. Tasteless, Barrett put the cup down. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring it remains natural and coherent. Chapter 165, Generous Rewards. Haha, you're quite amusing. Many people yearn for a sip of my wine, and yet you, after tasting what others dream of, say it lacks the flavor of alcohol. The Rodney chuckled heartily, looking at Barrett with increasing favor. Elder, I'm just speaking the truth. This can't really be called alcohol, Barrett said helplessly. He had already reached the pinnacle, so this sip was like drinking plain water to him. Do you think I don't want real alcohol? Unfortunately, only this exists here. Even these foods are mere illusions created from the lake's waters. The Rodney's tone revealed a hint of loneliness as he spoke. Barrett gazed at the lake. Elder, what's the origin of this lake, and why do you look this way? Legend has it that when the Tianhe starfield was established, this lake already existed. At that time, the Tianhe starfield was nothing but a prison, and this lake is one of those prisons. Rumors say that a wicked true dragon is imprisoned below. The Rodney narrated these secrets while sipping his drink. Listening to him, Barrett began to grasp the situation. So, Elder, you are that wicked true dragon? Barrett spoke frankly, showing no particular surprise. The Rodney's smile widened upon seeing Barrett's calm demeanor. Yes, I am that wicked true dragon. Now, I can only move freely within this lake and cannot leave. Sadly, over the years, I've forgotten the taste of alcohol. A wistful expression appeared on his face as he spoke. Ding, mission issued. Fulfill the old dragon's wish. Mission reward, True Dragon Flame. System's voice startled Barrett. True Dragon Flame? The most powerful flame in legends, even surpassing sacred fire. If he could obtain it, perhaps he could achieve even greater heights. Since that's the case, how about letting me help you? Barrett smiled and suggested. Upon hearing that Barrett intended to bring him wine, the Rodney laughed. If you can truly do this, I will give you a great treasure. Well then, we have a deal. Next time we meet, I will surely bring you a wine that will satisfy you. Barrett smiled, stood up, and gradually vanished. When he regained his senses, he was back in the real world. The True Dragon Flame. Looks like I need to expedite things, Barrett murmured, stroking his chin. If it were ordinary wine, it wouldn't suffice. He needed to find some high-quality alcohol, not wanting to disappoint the Rodney. Thinking this, Barrett left the place and headed straight for the Patriarch's Hall. At the Patriarch's Hall, Elliot was tallying the resources gifted by the Immortal Realm Alliance. When he saw Barrett approaching, he looked bewildered. You came right after the Immortal Realm Alliance left. Elliot sighed. These resources would now diminish. I didn't come for the resources. I have some questions for you. Barrett approached Elliot and smiled. Surprised by Barrett's initiative, Elliot asked, what do you want to ask? Do you know where I can find good wine? Wine. I remember there are some in the sect treasury. Those wines can enhance cultivation. If you want them, just take them. Waving his hand, Elliot dismissed the matter since those weren't significant resources. However, Barrett shook his head. I'm not talking about those wines. I need one that can intoxicate an Imperial Realm cultivator. This left Elliot astounded. Finding a wine that could intoxicate an Imperial Realm cultivator would be incredibly difficult. After some thought, Elliot replied, if you're looking for such wine, there might only be one place to find it. Where? Barrett asked excitedly. Elliot smiled. The 10,000 Realms Pavilion. They claim to have everything. This kind of wine should be there. Barrett found this logical. Seems like I need to visit Donghua again. Muttering to himself, he turned and walked out. Seeing Barrett leave in a hurry, Elliot shouted, if you're going to Donghua, please deliver a letter for me. Barrett stopped and turned to catch a jade pendant thrown by Elliot. Who should I deliver it to? To the city lord of Xuanhuan Immortal City. Just tell her it's from me, Elliot, and she'll accept it. Coughing slightly, Elliot instructed. Barrett nodded and left without further thoughts. As everyone at Qiyang Peak was training or traveling in the small world, Barrett decided to go alone. Disappearing from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Barrett soon arrived outside Xuanhuan Immortal City in Donghua. Without hesitation, he made his way quickly to the 10,000 Realms Pavilion. However, upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the place was more magnificent than before. Senior? At the pavilion entrance, Barrett heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Petra. It's you? Long time no see, Barrett greeted with a smile. Petra looked surprised. Senior, may I know the reason for your visit? No special reason, just intending to buy something. Do you have any wine that can intoxicate someone like me? Barrett asked Petra directly. Petra pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not sure, but perhaps a search can provide an answer. Please come in and sit down. I'll have tea prepared and ask them to look into it. Leading Barrett inside, Petra arranged for refreshments and a search. What place is that? He had never heard of it before. Could it be a hidden sect? It's normal that Senior hasn't heard of it. The disciples of the Immortal Concealment Valley rarely show themselves. Once, I followed my master to visit there. The valley's leader is an undisputed wine enthusiast. He excels in brewing and has extremely high standards for wine quality. One could say, as long as it's his wine, no one would be dissatisfied. Petra explained confidently, sharing everything she knew. This made Barrett consider going there if the Immortal Concealment Valley truly had what he needed. Thinking about it, Barrett stood up. Where is the Immortal Concealment Valley? I'm not entirely sure. Only my father and the Deputy Pavilion Master know its location. Petra did not hesitate to answer. Deputy Pavilion Master Foster. Huh. Barrett stroked his chin. In that case, where are they now? They have some matters to handle, and won't be back for at least half a month. This troubled Petra. The Deputy Pavilion Master had instructed her to fulfill any requests from Barrett. But now, with her father and the Deputy Pavilion Master away, how could she meet Barrett's needs? Should she wait for them to return? Barrett was also surprised. If so, this was indeed problematic. Half a month was quite a long time. Where are they now? If it's not inconvenient, I can go find them. Mortal City for some matters. The guards finally informed Barrett about the city lord's absence. They felt a strange pressure around Barrett, which confused them. Learning that the city lord had left, Barrett felt puzzled. Did Wilma leave with Foster and the others? Deciding that he should head to Spirit Infusing Island first, Barrett thanked the guards and vanished from their sight. Seeing him disappear right before their eyes, the two guards were shocked. Nine Flower Immortal City had wards that prevented anyone from using magic within its boundaries. Yet, this man had managed to do so. Unless, he was an Emperor Realm cultivator. That explained the strange pressure they felt. Feeling amazed, the guards realized they had interacted with an Emperor Realm cultivator. Leaving Nine Flower Immortal City, Barrett headed towards the sea between Eastern Continent and Central Continent. On the way, Barrett sensed something peculiar. In a certain part of the sea, there was a strange aura, similar to the one he had encountered in Central Continent. Could it be the exotic Heaven Devils? Barrett suddenly had a bad feeling. If it was the exotic Heaven Devils, the few people with Foster might struggle to survive. Barrett sped up. At Spirit Infusing Island, Foster was observing an egg encased in a protective barrier. His brows furrowed, sensing an ominous aura from the egg. Deputy Pavilion Master Gorin, the treasure you mentioned is this egg? Wilma asked, frowning. After all their efforts, they found only an egg? Foster shook his head. I'm not sure either, but it seems like this is the case. Chapter 167. Another egg. A middle-aged man standing beside Foster glanced at the egg before them and spoke indifferently. Regardless of what it is, let's break this protective shield first and see what's inside. Headmaster, are you sure about this? Foster sounded somewhat wary of the headmaster's plan. After all, that ominous premonition made him really reluctant to open the protective shield. We don't have other choices right now. If we want to know what this egg is, this is the only method, said the middle-aged man referred to as headmaster. Foster and Shauna exchanged glances and nodded. You're right, this is the only way. Shauna agreed with him. Foster sighed. Since that's the case, let's pool our efforts to break through this defense. The three of them immediately released a terrifying aura and directed their attacks toward the protective shield in front of them. Just as their attacks were about to hit, they suddenly felt an incredibly fierce wave of flames approaching. Seeing such a ferocious flame, they didn't hesitate and retreated immediately. Which Taoist friend? Foster frowned, for he had never seen such a formidable aura. However, the fire just now seemed less like an attack and more like a warning not to break the shield. Deputy Headmaster Gorin, long time no see, said a figure appearing suddenly, surprising everyone. How did he appear so silently? Taoist Lin? Foster looked at Barrett in front of him, quite surprised. It turned out that the earlier attack came from Barrett. It's me, Barrett replied with a smile. Foster, do you know this Taoist friend? Asked the middle-aged man beside him. Upon hearing this, Foster realized he hadn't introduced Barrett yet. Let me introduce him. This is Barrett from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect in Central Continent. This is Headmaster Irwin from our Universal Pavilion. As for her, I believe you might also recognize her. She is Shauna. the city lord of Juhua Mortal City, Foster explained. So you're Taoist Barrett? Erwin approached Barrett and greeted him with clasped hands. Barrett nodded. Headmaster Jiang, long have I heard of your reputation. Let's skip the formalities. Why did you try to stop us? Xianxia stared at Barrett, frowning. Their earlier attack could clearly have destroyed the shield but was stopped by him. She found this situation very odd. Even Erwin looked expectantly at Barrett for an explanation. This egg isn't a treasure, but rather a very dangerous creature. Barrett swept his gaze over the three present. If I hadn't stopped you just now, you three would likely be embroiled in a fierce battle with it right now. You can't be deceiving us, Xianxia frowned again. After all, the aura emitted by this thing is undoubtedly that of a supreme treasure. Barrett sighed. Do you remember the auras emanating from Central Continent a while ago? This question momentarily stunned Foster, who then recalled something. Are you talking about the supreme treasure of Upper Realms in Central Continent? I remember when people from the Heavenly Sword Sect also went to participate. Foster rubbed his chin, trying to recall. At the time, even Universal Pavilion wanted to go, but they hesitated due to Central Continent being within the territory of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Could this thing be similar to what was in Central Continent? That's right. I sent my disciple there, and the egg hatched a demon. The creature was called an Outer Heaven Demon, which is a demon from the Upper Realms. If you broke the shield just now, the one who would have died would undoubtedly be you, Barrett admitted without hesitation. Everyone drew a cold breath. Even Xianxia felt a lingering fear. So, what should we do with this thing? Erwin gazed at the pitch-black egg ahead, feeling some anxiety. Barrett paused for a moment. Honestly speaking, though he knew about this, the best solution he had in mind was to get Raylan to handle it. But Raylan was still at the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, and he couldn't just fetch her here now. Crack. At this moment, a sound like breaking glass echoed around them. They then realized that the protective shield had already started to crumble. By the time they became aware, the shield was completely broken. Barrett frowned. He had thought he could stop them, but it turned out the creature had already broken free of its seal on its own. Meanwhile, the egg began to crack open. As Barrett described, this egg wasn't any kind of supreme treasure. Instead, black liquid flowed out, rapidly congealing into a humanoid shape. Its surface remained pitch black with no facial features. However, a hoarse voice soon echoed in their ears. Is this the lower realms? It indeed seems like an excellent granary. Barrett frowned. I'm too late after all. For insignificant worms, why don't you kneel upon seeing me? The shadow's tone grew irritated by their continued staring. Boom. A thunderbolt instantly struck down, transforming the black shadow back into a puddle of liquid. However, it quickly reformed. You underestimated us. We have some strength, the shadow said coldly as it reformed. Xianxia frowned. Her attack had not injured it at all. In fact, she noticed its aura seemed stronger than before. What are you? With a motion of her right hand, a spear appeared. I am the Outer Heaven Demon, named Shadow Devil. The shadow laughed hoarsely. His eyes turned toward Xianxia. As payment for asking me questions, you will die next. The Shadow Devil swiftly attacked Xianxia. Help but grimace. Barrett was indeed formidable. Even if their trio had attempted that attack, they would have been defenseless. To put it bluntly, even if they three joined forces, they might not last a single breath against Barrett. Before they finished mulling over this, Barrett had already burned the shadow to ashes. Is it really that simple? Barrett frowned, feeling that the matter was resolved too easily, almost unrealistically so. Just as he thought this, he sensed a dangerous aura heading straight for him. Boom. Lightning struck, but Barrett dodged quickly. Only after dodging did he find himself with a spear pointed at his heart. Fortunately, his defenses were strong enough to repel the attacker. Barrett's expression turned grim as he glared coldly at Wilma, standing nearby. Mayor Danny, we have no grudge or enmity. Is what you're doing right now a bit too much? Barrett asked sternly. A black aura emanated from Wilma. She was most likely possessed by the demonic shadow. Wilma herself was also confused. Her body had acted uncontrollably, suddenly attacking Barrett without cause. As she tried to explain, her body moved again, using her most practiced techniques to attack Barrett. Barrett kept dodging, his expression becoming more severe. He hadn't expected the shadow to be capable of possession. If he attacked recklessly, he would surely harm his own people. But if he did nothing, the enemy would act as they pleased. Seemed like he needed to restrain their actions first. Barrett took a deep breath and stepped forward, throwing a punch at Wilma. Though powerful, the punch was bearable for Wilma, a realm emperor cultivator. But when Barrett attacked, he noticed the black shadow vanish. Boom. Suddenly, fierce flames erupted all around. Do you think you can escape me? Barrett watched the shadow encircled by flames and spoke coldly. The shadow clearly hadn't expected this young man to wield such terrifying flames. The immortal fire Great Tao? Truly didn't expect you to command such fearsome power of the Great Tao. Unfortunately, even with such power, you cannot harm me. Laughing, the shadow charged straight at Barrett. In that moment, the shadow drilled directly into Barrett's body. Seeing this, everyone on the scene was shocked. Not good. Friend Lin is possessed, quickly retreat. Foster shouted, knowing well that Barrett was immensely powerful. If Barrett was possessed, they would surely die here. The shadow felt very excited inside. After all, having control over a body like Barrett's, which commands the power of the Great Tao, would make an ideal puppet. With complete control, not only could he dominate this lower realm, but he could even re-attack the upper realm. But upon entering Barrett's body, something felt wrong. Because all he saw was pitch-black darkness, devoid of anything. What is this place? The shadow furrowed its brow looking at the dark space. Logically, a person's sea of consciousness should be vast and contain thoughts. Yet, within Barrett, everything was dark, impossible to control. Do you still want to manipulate my mind? Do you think you're qualified? At this moment, a voice echoed into the shadow's ears. When it looked up, it realized it wasn't in darkness but had been grabbed by a massive figure. This giant figure was precisely Barrett's spiritual manifestation. How can this be? Why is your spiritual manifestation so enormous? The shadow gasped in shock. This situation was unprecedented. Right now, in front of Barrett, he felt like an ant that could be squashed at any moment. No, he had to leave this place as soon as possible, or he would surely die. Just as he thought this, he sensed an overpowering force coming at him. Bang! The shadow's body was rapidly dissipating, realizing his power was being gradually absorbed. Although he recondensed quickly, his aura had weakened significantly. Very good. Seems like this works, Barrett muttered to himself before crushing the shadow again. This went on for some time, the shadow's aura growing weaker until it could hardly coalesce. Kill me. The shadow gritted its teeth, preferring death over torture. Barrett replied rather helplessly, if I knew how to kill you, I wouldn't play with you like this. The shadow clenched its fists, eyes filled with resolve. It gathered its remaining strength. Since it's like this, let me give you a little surprise before I die. Saying this, the shadow's body swelled and exploded into a burst of light. Chapter 169. Departure to the Concealed Blade Valley. Barrett looked at the scene before him where the entity had self-destructed, but he seemed helpless. The sensation was like a balloon exploding in his hands. Aside from being noisy, there was no other feeling. Meanwhile, outside, everyone watching Barrett standing motionless felt puzzled. It was strange because when Wilma was under control, she kept launching attacks. Yet nothing happened with Barrett. Just as they pondered this, Barrett opened his eyes. Brother Lin, do you still recognize us? Foster asked when he saw Barrett regain consciousness. Barrett responded, rest assured, I've dealt with him. Upon hearing that Barrett had handled it, everyone was stunned. Erwin asked, how did you deal with it? This fellow's method was to invade the sea of consciousness and control one's mind avatar through various means. But unfortunately, compared to me, his skills are too immature. Wilma, he didn't intend to meddle. He turned to Foster and Erwin. Master Jiang, Deputy Master Gorin, now I have a question to ask. Feel free to ask. We will tell you anything we know, Erwin replied without hesitation, since Barrett was their savior. Where is the Immortal Concealment Valley? Without delay, Barrett posed the question. Hearing Immortal Concealment Valley, the three were surprised. They hadn't expected Barrett to go there. Why? Does Brother Lin also want to go to the Immortal Concealment Valley to seek the methods of immortality? Foster asked in surprise. Barrett shook his head. Although I don't know if there are methods of immortality in the Immortal Concealment Valley, I'm going there merely for several barrels of wine. This response shocked everyone even more. After all, those who ventured into the Immortal Concealment Valley aimed for the legendary immortality secrets. Even Foster and the others had once gone with such aspirations but failed. Yet Barrett showed no interest in immortality, instead desiring the crazy alcoholic master's wine. Barrett was indeed quite peculiar. However, they didn't dwell on it. The Immortal Concealment Valley is located in the deepest part of the Boundless Land. The deepest part of the Boundless Land? Barrett was puzzled why it would be there. Yes, and that place has restrictions set, making it difficult for ordinary people to find. On Barrett's side, he had already departed from the spirit-nurturing island and was quickly heading towards the Boundless Land. Half an hour later, at the deepest part of the Boundless Land, Barrett stared at the Immortal Concealment token in his hand, unsure if Erwin's statement was true, if this item really could guide him to the Immortal Concealment Valley. As he pondered, the Immortal Concealment token suddenly emitted light. When he regained awareness, a path appeared before him. Barrett smiled widely. This must be the road leading to the Immortal Concealment Valley. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. This path was different from the outside world, lined with various trees, filled with dense spiritual energy, sharply contrasting with the exterior of the Boundless Land. Chapter 170. The Immortal Path in Concealed Blade Valley. He walked on and soon entered the deepest part. Ahead was clearly a valley, and not far from a huge rock, Concealed Immortal Valley, was carved into it. These three characters exuded a very intense essence of the Great Tao. No wonder Concealed Immortal Valley was believed to have the secret method for achieving immortality. So this is Concealed Immortal Valley, Barrett muttered to himself as he gazed at the valley before him. Step by step, he moved forward and quickly sensed a figure appearing in front of him. Do you have the Concealed Immortal token, Senior? This was a rather young cultivator who stared straight at Barrett. Barrett nodded and handed over the Concealed Immortal token in his hand. That's the Concealed Immortal token from the Myriad Realms Pavilion. Please follow me, Senior. I will take you there. With that, the young cultivator led Barrett forward. Looking at this situation, Barrett still felt somewhat puzzled. Could they tell his purpose just by looking at the Concealed Immortal token? Well, let's just follow along. After all, one way or another, he would be able to see their leader. Soon, Barrett reached a peach grove. This grove seemed quite deep, and for some reason, Barrett always felt a familiar aura within it. Ah, right, back then in the Tianhe Star domain, the tree emitted an aura quite similar to this peach grove. However, the Tao essence exuded by this peach grove was very weak compared to that great tree. Senior, this is our trial area. I'll take my leave now. The disciple left quickly. Seeing the other party leave so directly, Barrett felt particularly perplexed. What exactly was going on? Why did he get brought here to this so-called trial area? Forget it, since he had come this far, might as well go in and see. So, Barrett strode forward boldly. What surprised him was that this supposed trial area didn't seem to contain anything significant. After only a few steps, he already reached the end. And at the deepest point, there was a thatched cottage with a courtyard in front of it. Another guest has arrived? A voice of uncertainty sounded, catching Barrett's attention. Barrett looked up and saw Rodney, dressed in coarse clothes with messy hair and reeking of alcohol. Yet what made Barrett startled was that this Rodney exuded an aura of a 9-star great emperor. You must be the leader of Concealed Immortal Valley? Barrett approached the courtyard of the thatched cottage and asked the elder. The elder nodded. Yes, I am Garfield, the leader of Concealed Immortal Valley. Judging by your appearance, you're likely here for the alleged immortal method? The elder observed Barrett. Frankly, usually, anyone coming here could be seen through by him. but this Barrett was completely inscrutable. I didn't come here for your so-called secret to immortality, but for the wine in those jars. Barrett pointed to several nearby jars. He felt the wine inside was pretty good. Although it might not satisfy the old dragon entirely, currently, this was the best wine he could find. Hearing Barrett was here for the wine, Garfield's face showed surprise. You are indeed a peculiar person. Others holding the concealed immortal token seek the immortal method, but you came for my wine. Garfield laughed heartily after regaining his composure. Barrett said straightforwardly, if there really was an immortal secret method, shouldn't you have already achieved it with your strength? You misunderstood. Our concealed immortal valley does indeed possess an immortal secret method, but sadly, even with my strength, I cannot meet its criteria. Garfield waved his hand, speaking frankly. Not even a 9-star great emperor can do it? Barrett was indeed surprised. The requirements for this immortal method were quite high. Yes, because the method relies not on cultivation level but on talent. Garfield spoke candidly. Barrett nodded, understanding a bit more. Still, he was amazed. The requirements for this immortal method were truly stringent. Now, as for the wine, you may have to wait a while. I'm currently experimenting with a new brew, but nothing I use seems perfect. Why don't you stay here temporarily? Or if you're interested, you can check out that immortal secret method. Garfield pointed towards a stone tablet not far away, telling Barrett. Barrett ignored these suggestions and walked to the jars of wine instead. Upon entering, the fragrance of the wine had struck him as familiar. Friend Taoist, did you use the peach blossoms from this grove? Barrett sniffed the scent and asked Garfield. Yes, but unfortunately, these peach blossoms also failed to meet my expectations. If there was something better, I could brew the world's most perfect wine. Garfield spoke to Barrett as if explaining to him, or perhaps talking to himself. Listening to this, Barrett thought of something and summoned a petal with his right hand. Would this make the perfect wine? Barrett placed the petal before Garfield. Feeling the Dao power emitted by the flower, Garfield almost gasped. Yes, exactly. Garfield snatched the Dao flower without hesitation. Just wait here. I'll brew the best wine for you right away. Garfield hurried into the house, seemingly very excited. Barrett was somewhat taken aback. No wonder he was a 9-star great emperor. He worked fast. But Barrett was also quite anticipative of what this Dao flower brewed wine would be like. While Garfield brewed the wine, Barrett turned to look at the stone tablet nearby. The stone tablet was enormous and seemed to bear strange words engraved upon it. Barrett walked over slowly and read the characters. No wonder others couldn't cultivate using this. None of the characters were comprehensible. So this so-called immortal secret method is just some ancient script incomprehensible to anyone. Barrett remarked indifferently. Clearly, cultivating this way would be incredibly difficult. But Barrett wasn't concerned. Instead, he examined the stone tablet. Oddly enough, this stone tablet seemed to emit a purer Dao power. ####Chapter 171. Sudden abnormality. This pure force of the great Dao reminded Barrett of those in the Xianxia star domain. The power within was almost identical to that of the Xianxia star domain, though it was a bit less in quantity. If nothing unexpected happened, it was precisely because of this power that this peach forest contained some elements of the great Dao. No wonder Garfield could become a 9th-rank great emperor. Most likely, it had something to do with the power of the great Dao here. He then placed his hand within and sensed the force of the great Dao. This power was very pure, almost resonating with the 3 forces of the great Dao inside Barrett's body. And in the moment of resonance, he felt fragments of a cultivation technique appear in his mind. This left Barrett somewhat surprised, but he still closed his eyes and immersed himself in the sensation. Time passed indeterminately. When Barrett opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He hadn't expected that there would indeed be what was called an immortal formation technique here. However, this immortal formation technique was different from what he had imagined. The cultivation method contained herein could only help one break through the imperial realm and achieve higher levels of cultivation. It was uncertain how powerful he would become after advancing. Barrett stroked his chin, already feeling a surge of excitement within him. But just then, footsteps echoed in his ears. Barrett turned his head out of surprise to find Garfield emerging from the other side. Already out so soon? Barrett walked over and asked Garfield. Garfield replied, 3 days have already passed, but it was worth it this time. 3 days? This made the surprise on Barrett's face deepen. He had only felt as if a moment had passed while he was immersed. I never thought you would have such a good thing. Garfield laughed heartily, looking quite satisfied. Those flowers had brought Garfield considerable joy. The obstacles previously encountered during experimentation had almost disappeared this time. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to get things done in just 3 days. Barrett smiled. It's fine as long as Taoist friend can accomplish it. This is the brewed wine. I kept 1 jar for myself, and the rest are all yours. Garfield handed over a spatial ring to Barrett. Though he looked somewhat reluctant, without Barrett's help, it would have been hard to make such perfect wine. Barrett took it and found that there were more than a dozen jars of wine inside. Thank you, Taoist friend. Barrett felt pleasantly surprised. With so much wine, he could surely gain some benefits from the old dragon. No need to thank me. After all, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your arrival, it would have been difficult for me to brew this kind of wine. Garfield laughed, looking very pleased. Then, he looked at the stone steel not far away and asked Barrett, how did it go? Did Taoist friend gain anything? Nothing much. Barrett didn't intend to tell him about these things. After all, understanding relied entirely on personal comprehension. Garfield stroked his beard. You're right. That thing is indeed quickly left the immortal concealment valley. Staying here any longer would be troublesome. However, just as he thought this, a sudden violent tremor came from not far away. Startled by the unexpected shake, Barrett stopped and turned his head towards a nearby position. A startlingly ominous aura erupted from there. Such a situation naturally alarmed everyone in the immortal concealment valley. In mere moments, everyone was rushing toward that location, including Garfield, who hadn't expected his peace and enjoyment to be disrupted. Taoist Lin, You haven't left yet? Seeing Barret, Garfield was somewhat surprised. Barret smiled. I intended to leave, but this sudden occurrence piqued my curiosity. I wonder what's there. Such an evil aura. It seems something demonic has emerged. Garfield frowned, staring coldly at the emanating aura. Barret nodded, agreeing, but they could only know what was truly there once they got closer. They quickly reached the explosion site, only to find countless demonic beasts. Each demonic beast was at a high level, mostly late ascension realm, with even an 8th rank Great Emperor demonic beast present. Hiss! Garfield gasped in shock, never expecting his immortal concealment valley to experience such a situation. Demonic beasts. Barret's brows furrowed deeply, looking at the black aura emitting from the beasts, as if controlled by some unseen force. Chapter 172, Strange Beast. Garfield didn't hesitate for a moment, and almost instantly charged forward. His figure moved swiftly, radiating an overwhelming aura. Boom! Thunderbolts rained down, instantly slaying the ascended realm beasts in their path. This spell caught Barret by surprise. For some reason, it felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Then he remembered. It was similar to the attack Wilma used on Yulin Island. It seemed Wilma must have some connection with Xianxia Valley, though such matters were not something he needed to consider right now. What mattered more was the strange aura emanating from the 8-star Empyrean beast ahead. Garfield had already reached the beast and struck out with a palm. Garfield frowned, seeing the black magic tiger remain unmoved. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and upon realizing his attack was ineffective, he immediately retreated. Logically, this black magic tiger had low defenses since it was a beast solely focused on offense. Combined with Garfield's power advantage, that attack should have killed it, or at least severely injured it. Yet, surprisingly, the beast showed no sign of harm. This left Barret puzzled. Could it be due to the black aura surrounding its body? It seems I've grown rusty after so long without action, Garfield said bitterly. Barret spoke up. Would you allow me to handle this beast? If fellow Taoist is willing to help, that would be most appreciated, Garfield smiled. When Garfield agreed, Barret had already appeared in front of the black magic tiger. Bang! A powerful aura burst forth from Barret, and the black magic tiger was sent flying with a single punch. Such immense strength. Garfield watched in amazement. Even he might have struggled to withstand such a blow. However, the black magic tiger bore no visible injuries, which left Barret bewildered. He had activated the path of force, yet the beast remained unscathed. Deciding to try another method, Barret took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. A flame suddenly condensed in his right hand. Though just a cluster of fire, it carried an alarming aura, as if capable of turning all life in Xianxia Valley into nothingness. Even Garfield sensed the overwhelming power of the holy flame and exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, don't destroy my Xianxia Valley." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Barret replied calmly, waving his hand. Reassured by Barret's words, Garfield relaxed somewhat. Meanwhile, the black magic tiger, despite having been struck, still stood motionless. Barret found this odd. Normally, a beast like the black magic tiger would retaliate, yet it remained immobile. Its aura also resembled that of extraterrestrial demons. With furrowed brows, Barret pushed aside these thoughts and resolved to eliminate the beast. He wasted no time, hurling the holy flame towards it. Boom! The black magic tiger began to tremble violently. Roar! Pain finally caused the black magic tiger to roar in fury. However, by then it was too late. The holy flame burned intensely, reducing it to ashes within moments. With the black magic tiger defeated, this matter was finally settled. Garfield could handle any other hidden beasts without Barret's assistance. "I truly didn't expect fellow Taoist to possess so many skills," Garfield praised as he approached Barret. "Fellow Taoist flatters me. These are just some self-defense techniques. Well, I shall take my leave." Barret nodded, smiling, and soon disappeared from Xianxia Valley. After all, the affairs of Xianxia Valley were their own business, and they did not need him, a mere outsider, to interfere. His parting from Xianxia Valley marked the end of his involvement. While helping them this once, he considered it sufficient. Yet, after Barret left, a shadowy figure appeared outside Xianxia Valley. "This boy managed to break my secret art. It's astonishing that there are such terrifying individuals in the lower realms. I must join the others," the shadow murmured, then vanished. Meanwhile, Barret was heading back to Dahuang Immortal Sect. The journey was smooth, allowing him to return quickly. Upon returning to Dahuang Immortal Sect, everything remained unchanged, which reassured Barret. The Taishian Beheader formation had not been activated. Back at Qiang Peak, Barret prepared to head to Tianhe Star Domain but remembered a problem. He had a ring full of items that needed to be brought there. He pondered aloud, "System, how can I bring these items into the Tianhe Star Domain?" However, the system gave no response, leaving Barret frustrated. Deciding to consult the old dragon, who might have an idea, he entered the Tianhe Star Domain. Opening his eyes, he saw the lake pavilion and called out, "Elder, are you here?" Ripples spread across the lake, and when Barret regained his senses, the Rodney stood before him. "I didn't expect you to return so soon," the elder laughed, walking up to Barret. "Did you find the alcohol?" "I did, but I have a problem I can't solve." Barret sighed and explained his dilemma. The elder stroked his beard, chuckling, "About bringing items into the Tianhe Star Domain, right?" Chapter 173, The True Dragon's Gratitude. "Indeed, I was so focused on gathering these things that I forgot about this aspect." Barret sighed, expressing his thoughts. After all, only one's mind could enter this place, making it difficult for him to bring external items here. At the end of the day, you just don't know how to use your mind properly. It's strange, despite your formidable strength, you can't master this fundamental skill. "Well, let me teach you a trick then." As he spoke, the Rodney suddenly placed his hand on Barret's forehead. Instantly, Barret felt something flowing into his mind. After just a few breaths, Barret opened his eyes and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect it to be such a simple method," Barret said helplessly. He only needed to attach his spirit energy to the objects to bring them here. Such a simple solution had made him rack his brain and even consult the old dragon in the Tianhe star domain. This was indeed embarrassing. Now that you know how to do it, I'll wait here, the Rodney said as he sat down. Barrett didn't hesitate, vanishing instantly. Upon opening his eyes, he attached his spirit energy to the spatial ring without much thought. Re-entering the Tianhe star domain, he realized the bottle-containing spatial ring was now in his hand. Indeed, it worked, Barrett remarked with surprise. Of course. After all, cultivators here don't just use this place for cultivation. These people have conducted numerous exchanges of goods here. The Rodney chuckled, stroking his beard. Barrett nodded, realizing the rules of the Tianhe star domain were more complex than he imagined. However, he paid little attention to that and instead inspected the spatial ring. Soon, 2 jars of wine appeared before them. The moment the lids were opened, a rich aroma filled the air. Good wine. This is absolutely top-quality wine. The Rodney's expression lit up upon smelling the intense aroma. It had been years since he'd forgotten what wine tasted like. He hadn't expected Barrett to bring anything special, but this wine exceeded his expectations. This aroma, it must be brewed from the Dao flower of the Great Way tree. Smelling the wine, the Rodney asked Barrett with a smile. Yes, I believe other wines wouldn't satisfy you, Barrett replied. Wonderful. You have a good heart. The Rodney picked up the jar and gulped down the contents eagerly, finishing the entire jar in a few sips. Watching him drink so intensely, Barrett couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Satisfying. Wiping his mouth, the Rodney laughed loudly. Seeing his behavior, Barrett remained silent, taking out 2 wine cups. Old sir, it's better to savor the wine slowly. Barrett also retrieved some dishes from the spatial ring. These were delicacies he had packed from East State, perfect for drinking. You're quite thoughtful. These belong to you now. They are useless to me anyway. The Rodney detached a jade pendant from his waist and placed it before Barrett. Looking at the token, Barrett was puzzled. What is this? It's just my token. When the juniors in the outside world see this token, they will certainly treat you with respect. The Rodney continued drinking as he spoke. A true dragon's token? This revelation surprised Barrett. Dragons existed in the lower realms and were supreme beings. Even newborn dragons were said to possess at least first-rank great emperor power if their bloodline was pure. Owning this token would allow deeper interactions with them. Thank you, Elder. Barrett accepted the jade pendant and thanked the Rodney. As he held it, he sensed a secret technique embedded within it. This is our clan's secret technique, the first time anyone has received it. Whether you can cultivate it depends on your ability. Seeing Barrett's surprise, the Rodney smiled. Thank you, senior. Barrett stood up and expressed his gratitude. There's no need to thank me. This is a token of gratitude from me. Come, let's continue drinking. The Rodney beckoned Barrett over, and they resumed drinking. Several jars were emptied in no time. After a while, Barrett began feeling tipsy. Senior, it's about time I take my leave. The spatial ring still contains a few jars. Please drink them sparingly. If you run out, it will be difficult for me to retrieve more. Considering Xianxia Valley was quite far and frequent visits might not be appreciated. That's kind of me, Rodney. The Rodney took the spatial ring and continued drinking. Barrett's figure gradually disappeared, and upon returning to Qiyang Peak, he felt his consciousness growing hazy. This wine is quite intoxicating. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, Barrett had already tried to clear his senses with spirit energy, but he was still somewhat drunk. Ding, congratulations, host completed the mission. Reward, true dragonfire. The system's voice echoed in Barrett's ears, eliciting a thick smile. He slowly opened his right hand, revealing a crimson flame. The flame wasn't violent, yet it exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Just this small flame could destroy Zhongzhou effortlessly. Truly, this was true dragon fire, frighteningly powerful. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Barrett noticed the old dragon's technique inscribed on it. True dragon body? Feeling the name of the technique, Barrett was surprised. This technique could enhance one's power manifold, both in attack and defense. Such a technique would be suitable for Davon to cultivate. Note: in this translation, I've maintained the original tone and style while ensuring the English version reads fluently and naturally. Chapter 174, Granting the Cultivation Technique. After all, Barrett did not think he could cultivate any faster than those with heavenly talents. Thus, Barrett got up and walked outside, quickly entering the small realm. Inside the small realm, everyone was still training. To Barrett's surprise, their speed had already surpassed the time he had set for them. Originally, Barrett had stipulated a duration of 1 incense stick burning period. Now, they managed to achieve the task in half that time. Truly unexpected. I didn't realize your improvements were so rapid. Barrett looked at their relaxed expressions, expressing his astonishment. Honestly, such extraordinary talents were indeed enviable. Bang! A sudden loud noise caught Barrett's attention. When he turned to look, he saw that many trees nearby had been chopped down. Seth was there, swinging the wooden axe in his hands, each swing felling a tree. Reached the golden core stage already? Barrett couldn't believe it. How much time had passed? And this kid, Seth, had already advanced to this realm. If the elders outside learned of this, they would be enraged. After decades, or even over 100 years of hard work, a child had achieved this realm in less than half a month. Master, recently, it seems you haven't been seen around Qiyang Peak. Alora walked up beside Barrett and spoke. Barrett sighed helplessly. I went out to handle some matters. And this time, I've brought back some gifts for you. Barrett said straightforwardly. He then placed a jade pendant in front of them. Inside this jade pendant is recorded the secret technique of the Dragon Clan, the true dragon body. If you wish to cultivate it, take it. Upon hearing Dragon Clan's secret technique, everyone present found it unbelievable. The Dragon Clan was incredibly powerful and proud, to the point where even stronger human races wouldn't be given a second glance by them. Yet, Barrett had returned from an outing with the Dragon Clan's secret technique. Although this technique is excellent, unfortunately, it doesn't match my path of the sword. Nelson sighed. He genuinely wanted to try the Dragon Clan's secret technique, but, as a sword cultivator, it wasn't suitable for him. Allura also nodded. Same here. She was on the immortal fire path, which did not align with the Dragon Clan's technique. Davon, on the other hand, showed great interest. Master, I want to try. I knew you'd say that. Barrett handed the jade pendant to Davon, since he had originally intended to give it to him. As for the rest of you, don't be disheartened. I have another cultivation technique to pass on to you. However, you may need to wait until later before you can practice it. For now, familiarize yourselves with it. As he spoke, Barrett transmitted the technique stored in his memory, the inscription on the stone tablet, to everyone, including Seth, who felt the presence of the technique. It's actually the Ascension technique. Allura widened her eyes in shock. In her previous life, she had been one step away from the Emperor realm, believing it to be the pinnacle of strength. But this technique described how to break through the 9-star Great Emperor realm and ascend to the upper realms. Even Nelson was surprised. As a former upper realm sword immortal, he was worried about how to return to the upper realms after recovering, but now his master had provided the solution. Indeed, master's power far exceeded theirs. Even at their peak, they would be nothing compared to him. Train well and don't disappoint me. Barrett looked at them and said, Master, rest assured, I will train diligently. Davon said firmly. Nelson then chuckled, Little brother Jimmy, when you've cultivated the true dragon body, remember to spar with me. Don't forget about me either. I want to see just how powerful the Dragon Clan's technique is. Allura smiled at Davon. Davon scratched his head. Don't make fun of me, senior brothers and sister. I'll probably lose anyway. During their rest periods, they had sparred countless times, always ending with his defeat. Without any cultivation base, he was thoroughly beaten every time. With recovered cultivation bases, things wouldn't change. Alright, I won't interfere with your sparring. Deal with it amongst yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. Barrett waved and walked forward. As he approached Seth, who was still diligently swinging the axe, he asked, Aren't you interested in the technique I gave you earlier? Seth stopped, raising his head. Didn't you say I couldn't cultivate techniques because of my body type? With the 100-forged body, cultivation of techniques was impossible. Barrett smiled. At least try to imagine it. If you reach the Emperor realm, this technique will be useful, and you might become a celestial being too. This left Seth stunned. Frankly, he had never thought much about such things. His current strength was weak, and the Emperor realm seemed like a legend. Could he really reach it? Master, do you really think someone like me can achieve such legendary realms? Seth's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation. Trust me, if I say you can, you can. Barrett patted Seth's shoulder. For some reason, Seth felt a surge of emotion upon hearing this. Now that your strength has improved, it's time to increase the difficulty. Barrett slowly condensed his right hand, and a wooden axe appeared again. Next, use this axe to chop down a tree. He handed the axe to Seth, who took it without hesitation. However, the moment he grabbed it, the overwhelming weight startled him. Thud. The axe fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Seth's eyes widened. This axe was too heavy. Could he really lift it? You have 1 month to lift this axe and chop down a tree. Barrett looked at Seth and issued the command. Chapter 175. Planting the Great Dao Tree. Seth was surprised by Barrett's instructions, but he knew this was a way to boost his own strength. After all, he had recently noticed that his capabilities had improved. Yes, master. After speaking, Seth squatted down and picked up the axe. But what surprised him was that the moment his hand touched the axe, the spiritual energy in his body became unusually sluggish. He needed to use spiritual energy to lift the axe, yet now it moved as slowly as a snail. Thus, to pick up the axe, Seth had to continuously enhance the flow of his spiritual energy. After these preparations, Barrett arrived at an open area and took out the branch from his spatial ring. This branch was taken from the Great Dao Tree, unsure if planting it here would have any effect. If it could grow, wouldn't this miniature world grow much faster? With this thought in mind, Barrett didn't hesitate and placed the branch on the ground. Unexpectedly for Barrett, once the branch touched the ground, its roots began spreading rapidly. Soon, the original branch gradually turned into a sapling. Barrett was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected it to really work. However, the spiritual energy within this small world continued to surge into the tree, nurturing the sapling. Davon and the others, who originally planned to cultivate nearby, sensed the movement of spiritual energy and immediately came over. Master, what did you do? Why is all the surrounding spiritual energy converging here? Allura was puzzled and asked Barrett. Barrett smiled and replied, Nothing much, just planting a tree. Planting a tree? Allura and the others then shifted their gaze to the sapling. The Great Dao Tree. Nelson exclaimed upon seeing the sapling. Isn't this the Great Dao Tree from the Tenhe Star Domain? Why is there a sapling here? What exactly did Master do? Not only did he bring back the Dragon Clan's secret technique, but he also brought back a sapling of the Great Dao Tree. This version maintains the fluidity and naturalness of English while ensuring it accurately conveys the meaning of the original text. It also keeps the consistency in terminology and style. So you know what this is, Barrett said with a smile, then explain to them what it does. Nelson cleared his throat and explained, I've heard that this Great Dao Tree exists in a peculiar space. Its blossoms can make one more attuned to the power of the Great Dao, thus enhancing perception. The flower of Dao that Master gave us before came from this Great Dao Tree. Listening to Nelson's explanation, everyone present was shocked. Was this the tree from which the flowers of Dao were produced? Although we don't know when this tree will grow, for now, you should cultivate here. At least the spiritual energy here is abundant, and your cultivation speed will increase. Barrett looked at them and said, Even if you didn't say so, we'd still cultivate here, Nelson responded without hesitation. It was a joke. With such dense spiritual energy and a sapling of the Great Dao Tree, this was the perfect place for cultivation. Barrett nodded. With all tasks completed, he could rest a bit. So, I'll leave this to you. I'm stepping out. Barrett waved and vanished from their sight. Just as he stepped out, Barrett saw a streak of light nearby, surprising him. Who has broken through again? And just as he wondered, a familiar figure appeared in the air. It was Jody. Jody emitted an awe-inspiring aura, indicating she had advanced to the Emperor realm, attracting many spectators. Unbelievably, Jody managed to break through a realm solely because of the Flower of Tao. This process had apparently been ongoing for quite some time. Now, her aura had calmed down, indicating she stabilized her realm. Jody quickly approached Barrett, smiling warmly. Thank you, Lord. Your slave could advance thanks to you. What's there to thank me for? Since you serve me, naturally, I should reward you, Barrett laughed. At least after Jody's improvement, her combat strength increased considerably, which was quite beneficial for the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Moreover, there seemed to be some unrest in the 9 provinces recently. Increasing power as soon as possible was excellent. Note, Zhou is translated as 9 provinces, which is a traditional reference to China or a large geographical area in ancient Chinese context. Wait, Barrett noticed a figure flying towards him swiftly. Leader Lin, the sect master asks for you. The sword disciple said respectfully. Barrett was puzzled. Why did Elliot need him again? Regardless, let's go see first. I understand. Take me there, Barrett said, following the disciple to the hall of the sect master. In the hall, Elliot and Grimes were already waiting. Though they felt Jody's breakthrough earlier, they didn't go to see since they had more important matters to handle. Barrett, you've arrived just in time. There's something that needs the Crimson Sun Peak to deal with, Elliot called out. Hearing there was something for them to handle, Barrett was puzzled. What's it? There's a village near the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect where all villagers were slaughtered. Our sword disciples sent for investigation haven't returned. We dispatched support previously but received no news either. Barrett understood now. You want my Crimson Sun Peak disciples to go? Yes. At the moment, only the disciples of Crimson Sun Peak are up to the task. Barrett didn't refuse, nodding. Understood. Then I'll send Nelson. The boy's strength had greatly improved, and he could escape in danger. In that case, I entrust this to you, Leader Lin. Grimes spoke seriously to Barrett. This incident was very severe, especially with the elder leading the expedition missing. Other than Crimson Sun Peak, they couldn't find anyone suitable for support. Chapter 175, Planting the Great Tao Tree. Although Seth was surprised by Barrett's instructions, he understood that this was a method to improve his strength. After all, he had noticed an increase in his power recently. Yes, Master. After speaking, Seth squatted down to pick up the axe. To his surprise, the moment his hand touched the axe, the spiritual energy inside him slowed dramatically. To lift the axe, he needed to mobilize his spiritual energy, but now it moved as slowly as a snail. Therefore, Seth had to continually strengthen the flow of his spiritual energy to pick up the axe. Meanwhile, Barrett went to a vacant lot and took out a tree branch from his spatial ring. This branch was cut from the Great Tao Tree. He wasn't sure if leaving it here would have any effect, but if he could nurture it into a large tree, wouldn't this small space grow very fast? Without hesitation, Barrett placed the branch on the ground. Surprisingly, once it felt the earth, roots began rapidly spreading. Soon, the original branch gradually transformed into a sapling. Barrett was delighted to see it actually worked. The spiritual energy within this small world was continuously flowing into the tree, as if nurturing it. Davon and others, who were planning to cultivate here, immediately came over when they sensed the change in spiritual energy flow. Master, what did you do? Tao Tree. Barrett nodded. With all necessary actions done, he could now take a rest. Then I leave this place to you, and I'll step out. Barrett waved goodbye, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. Just outside, Barrett saw a streak of colorful light nearby. Surprised, who broke through another level. At this thought, a familiar figure appeared in the air. It was Jody. At this moment, she was emitting a terrifying aura, a sign of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Many stopped to watch this spectacle. Who would have thought Jody could directly break through to another realm with that one Tao flower? And it seemed this process had lasted for quite some time. Now her aura was stabilizing, indicating she had consolidated her new realm. Jody approached Barrett quickly with a thick smile. Thank you, Master. Without you, I couldn't have broken through. There's no need to thank me. Since you've helped me, naturally, I should give you benefits, Barrett smiled. Jody's enhanced strength would also boost their combat power significantly, which was great for the Dawang Immortal Sect. Besides, recent turmoil in Jiuzhou made it crucial to enhance strength as soon as possible. Suddenly, Barrett noticed a figure flying towards him swiftly. Leader Lin, the sect leader requests your presence. This was a sword disciple with an extremely respectful look. Barrett was somewhat confused. Why did Elliot need him again? Chapter 176, A New Mission. Barrett waved his hand, not overly concerned. After all, with a crisis at Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, he had to shoulder the responsibility. After chatting briefly with Elliot and others, he left the Patriarch Hall and headed back to Crimson Sun Peak. Upon returning to Crimson Sun Peak, Barrett entered the small realm. Nelson, the sect has a mission for you to handle. Barrett looked at Nelson, who was about to start cultivation, and said. Nelson paused in surprise. What mission? Go outside to find the missing Sword Peak disciples and elders. Barrett spoke straightforwardly. Sword Peak disciples have gone missing? I see. What exactly do I need to do? Nelson stood up and continued asking. Barrett explained. You can find out the specifics at the mission hall. Yes. Master, since I have to go out on a mission, could you remove my restrictions? Nelson looked at Barrett. He could barely use a trickle of spirit energy with these current restrictions, and wouldn't be able to complete any missions. Barrett nodded and promptly removed Nelson's restrictions. Instantly, the aura of early Ascension realm spread rapidly. This startled even Nelson. He had been at late Transcendence realm previously. However, after training within the small realm, he had rapidly advanced to early Ascension realm. Such progress was almost unimaginable for him. Even Barrett was surprised, not expecting this guy's cultivation speed to be so fast. Alright, hurry along. Everyone else, continue your cultivation. Barrett spoke, and then led Nelson away from there. Nelson quickly headed towards the mission hall, once out of the small realm. Inside the mission hall, Nelson walked straight to the back, ignoring other disciples collecting missions. Come to receive a mission? The elder at the mission hall gestured to the surroundings where tasks were listed. Nelson replied, I'm Nelson from Crimson Sun Peak. My master sent me here to accept the mission regarding the missing Sword Peak disciples. Hearing this, the elder perked up. Ah, so you're from Crimson Sun Peak. This scroll records the incident. Just place it on your brow to understand what happened. The elder pulled out a scroll and handed it to Nelson. Nelson placed the scroll on his brow and quickly absorbed all the information. Citizens of Clear Source Village died overnight. When Sword Peak disciples went to investigate, they mysteriously vanished without a trace. Then Elder Driscoll, along with his disciples, went to assist but also disappeared. Nelson remembered Driscoll, a powerful late Transcendence Realm cultivator. Even such a powerhouse could vanish, indicating that whatever happened in Clear Source Village must be very serious. No wonder Master sent me. It seems this problem is indeed severe. Nelson murmured to himself, and then turned to leave. Now having accepted the mission, although alone, he felt he was enough to handle it. Thinking this, Nelson swiftly made his way towards Clear Source Village. Clear Source Village wasn't far from Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. With Nelson's strength and enhanced dragon soaring step, he arrived at the village entrance in just the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Before entering, Nelson smelled an intense, overwhelming scent of blood. There were numerous corpses everywhere, most already decaying or reduced to piles of bones. Judging by the bodies, they seemed to have been eaten by beasts, Nelson observed, his face showing a serious expression. Although it appeared as if beasts ate them, Nelson felt something odd. If a late Transcendence Realm cultivator could vanish here, the beast responsible must be extraordinary and likely possessed intelligence. If so, it shouldn't slaughter humans in a mortal village. It would be meaningless for a beast. Even if it lacked intelligence, it wouldn't move unless drawn by something. Moreover, if the beast only gnawed on a few bodies instead of devouring all, it was quite unusual and didn't align with their nature. Could someone else be involved? Various theories raced through Nelson's mind. Admittedly, this case was complicated. But now that he was here, he had to delve deeper into the investigation. There might be other clues waiting for him. He walked into the village, seeing no signs of life. Admittedly, the scene was truly grim. The air heavy with blood, surrounded by corpses. If one couldn't handle it, they would likely turn back. Of course, for Nelson, this was nothing unusual. He had seen many battlefields like this. As he walked, he used his divine sense to search for clues. Soon, he sensed something amiss. In a nearby house, there was a sign of life. Surprised, Nelson saw a hint of living presence here. He approached and stopped before a humble hut. Using his divine sense, he discovered a person cowering in the corner. Without hesitation, Nelson moved forward. Opening the door, a sharp blade was thrust towards him. His attacker had no spirit energy. Naturally, this attack was easily blocked by Nelson. Don't be wary. I'm a disciple of Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Nelson directly revealed his identity to the man before him. Hearing this, the man's face showed disbelief. Oh, really? The man seemed frightened, stuttering nervously. Of course, why would I lie? If I wanted to kill you, it would have been done already. Nelson stared at the man. Given the man's lack of cultivation, killing him would be effortless. Great. Finally, another immortal has come. The man appeared both elated and relieved. Nelson furrowed his brows, fixing his gaze on the man and asked, Do you know what happened to the disciples who came here before? Chapter 177. Entering the Realm Barrier. They went up the mountain. I waited here for them to come back, but after a long time, they didn't return. The man trembled as he spoke, seemingly recalling something, his face showing sheer terror. Tell me everything you know. Nelson sat down and addressed the man. I don't know what happened in the village. I'm a hunter. That day, when I returned from hunting, I found everyone in the village was dead, and I saw a mass of black mist floating toward the back mountain. Afterward, I met a cultivator who said he was from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect and could resolve the incident here. Indeed, more cultivators came later. I told them this, and they went to the back mountain. 2 groups went, but none returned. The man recounted all he knew, looking increasingly deranged. This made Nelson frown deeply, then he turned his gaze toward the back mountain. That mountain looked unremarkable. Why did they disappear there? Could it be they died inside? But that shouldn't be possible. Only 7 days have passed since the incident, and the sect's soul jade would shatter if they had died. Thus, they were likely trapped on that mountain, and Nelson wanted to see what was inside. Your luck is not too bad. Stay here quietly. I'll be back soon. Nelson spoke these words and quickly left. Watching Nelson's figure vanish, the man knelt on the ground, bowing incessantly, then huddled trembling in the corner. His demeanor suggested he no longer held any hope. Nelson's speed was fast, and he soon reached the base of the back mountain. Upon stepping into the back mountain, Nelson felt an odd sensation, as if he had been cut off from the outside world. Meanwhile, within the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Barrett, through the Heaven-Earth mirror, watched as Nelson suddenly vanished. He grew puzzled. What's happening? Barrett, puzzled by Nelson's sudden disappearance after entering the back mountain, urged the spirit energy into the mirror. As it expanded, the mirror's view shifted. When Barrett finally spotted Nelson again, his expression soured. A realm space? Though it looked like a mountain, it was actually the realm space of a cultivator. Only emperors could manifest such realms. Given Nelson's current strength, while he could barely match an emperor, defeating one was nearly impossible. However, Barrett didn't intend to rush to help immediately. He continued observing, curious about how Nelson would proceed. After entering the mountain range, Nelson discovered his spiritual senses were sealed, causing him to frown. Being sealed off and unable to contact the outside made it seem as if he had been deliberately led here. If so, this place was probably a trap. This is interesting. Let me see what dangers lie here. Nelson's lips observed carefully, confirming the other had indeed disappeared. Strange, Nelson muttered to himself, continuing forward. In the following moments, Nelson repeatedly encountered similar strange incidents. Whenever they attacked and failed, they would immediately dissipate. These are troublesome things. Nelson snorted coldly, watching another figure dissolve before him. Along the way, Nelson encountered two mini-illusions, their strength increasing the closer he got to the peak. The last one that dissolved had nearly reached the early feather transformation stage. Following this pattern, if he reached the summit, the illusion's strength might reach the early immortal ascension stage. Nevertheless, Nelson didn't linger further, racing rapidly toward the peak. Ignoring everything else, he sprinted almost breathlessly. Though those illusions had condensed, catching up to Nelson was wishful thinking. In mere moments, he arrived at the summit. He faced a series of stone pillars encircling a central formation. The array seemed unusual, resembling a teleportation array. Approaching the array, Nelson examined it closely. Confirming it as purely a teleportation formation with no immediate danger, he felt better. Having searched the entire mountain, Nelson knew nothing else existed besides the illusions. So, his fellow disciples must have entered the teleportation array. Without hesitation, Nelson stepped into the array. Chapter 178. The world within the teleportation array. A blinding flash of white light made Nelson wrinkle his brow. As the light gradually faded, Nelson detected an intense and pungent smell of blood, accompanied by continuous rumbling sounds. When he came to, he found himself in a blood-red space. A small world? No, this felt more like a newly created mini-space. Just as he was lost in thought, a wave of dangerous energy approached him. Reacting instinctively, Nelson leaped backward. Bang! A huge palm slapped onto the spot where Nelson had been standing just now. The entire ground started to tremble with merely that single strike. Nelson lifted his eyes and looked ahead. His brows knitted tightly upon seeing the enormous object. It was a massive, monstrous human figure. Late-stage Ascension Realm strength. Nelson observed the creature's power before revealing a hint of smugness on his face. In the past, within the mystical realm, he had killed a celestial beast at the peak Star Sovereign realm, while still being only halfway through Feather's transforming realm. A mere late-stage Ascension Realm giant would be nothing compared to what he had faced. With a flicker of his mind, Green Cloud's sword flew out immediately. Overwhelming sword intent spread around him as he stood firm with his sword, looking much like a sword deity come alive. With serious eyes, Nelson stared at the giant. He would aim for its heart. He gradually condensed his sword intent, turning his spiritual energy into countless sword shadows, which sliced down towards the giant. Boom! Numerous sword marks appeared on the ground, and the giant's body split apart. As the giant began to heal, Nelson noticed a heart pulsating inside its abdomen. So it's here! Nelson narrowed his eyes, then unleashed the sword aura he had long condensed. Bang! The sword aura slashed through the giant's body, splitting its heart into two. A deep crack formed on the ground. After the giant's heart was severed, its incredible recovery ability finally vanished. Though Nelson didn't expend too much strength, the disgusting recovery ability had certainly caused him trouble. Fortunately, the giant wasn't as strong as he imagined. Otherwise, things could have gotten messy. Wait! Nelson noticed a faint light flashing from the giant's body. Though not particularly bright, it did attract his attention. He reached out and grabbed the item on the ground. A faintly glowing stone. Why would such a thing exist in the lower realms? Nelson furrowed his brows. The purple crystal spirit was generally used for engraving arrays or controlling puppets to provide spiritual energy. Moreover, it usually existed only in the upper realms. Its appearance in the lower realms suggested that someone from the upper realms had invaded. Had met this sword prodigy before, hence he recognized him. Yes, I've been ordered to bring you back, Nelson said to Rocky. Upon hearing this, Rocky couldn't help but display a bitter smile. That will be quite challenging. Chapter 179. Escape Plan. If you're worried about those giants, there's no need to be. I can handle them, Nelson said bluntly. Although those giants are indeed very threatening. But even more dangerous are the beasts guarding the exit. Driscoll pointed in a certain direction as he spoke to Nelson. This made Nelson somewhat surprised. It seemed that during their time trapped here, they had also been looking for an exit. How powerful is that beast? Nelson asked. 1-star Imperial Realm, Driscoll stated outright. After all, everyone here was of generally low cultivation. It was already quite rare that they could survive with this array. 1-star Imperial Realm, huh? That shouldn't be a problem, Nelson muttered, stroking his chin. He felt confident that if he went all out, he could kill that beast. You're confident you can kill a 1-star Imperial Realm beast? Driscoll looked at Nelson in shock, as if hearing something unbelievable. Even the other disciples were surprised. Were these people from Chiang Peak all monsters? This isn't a joke. If you think opening an exit will do us good, forget it. After all, you would likely die here. Driscoll stared at Nelson, saying these words. Nelson shook his head. I'm not boasting. I do have the ability to slay an Imperial Realm beast. However, I only have one chance, and I'm not sure if it has regenerative powers like those giants. So, you must take advantage of the moment I strike it down and rush towards the exit. Nelson looked at Driscoll and others. This place was beyond what he could manage alone. Currently, the most urgent task was to get them out. As for this area, he would leave it for Master to deal with after returning. Driscoll stroked his beard, contemplating before finally agreeing. I understand. In that case, we'll tidy up a bit, and then proceed directly to that location. Although Nelson wasn't sure if that place was the exit, they had to give it a try. After all, with their remaining opportunities so limited here, missing this chance would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Thereupon, everyone began preparing and quickly restoring their cultivation. After a day's rest, everyone had fully recovered. After getting well rested, they turned to look at Driscoll. Driscoll pointed ahead and said, Stay close to me. Don't fall behind. If anyone fell behind here, death would be the only outcome. The Jian Peak disciples nodded and followed him forward. Nelson stayed at the back, able to provide rear cover. Just as Nelson expected, when they started moving, the giants seemed to sense something and began approaching them. Just keep moving, ignore the giants. I'll handle everything. Nelson drew the Qingyun sword, and sword chi spread around, severing the legs of any nearby giants. Though their regeneration was strong, they were cut off again before they could fully recover. Nelson knew it wasn't the time to tangle with these giants. Just stopping their movements would suffice. When the Jin Peak disciples saw the giants' legs severed by Nelson's sword chi, they were stunned. These giants were enemies they couldn't possibly defeat. Encountering one would mean instant death for them. But now, Nelson could match several giants, which couldn't help but amaze them. Despite being amazed, they continued following Driscoll forward. Soon, they arrived at a plain littered with corpses wearing robes of the Donghua immortal sect. These were the deceased disciples. In such a place, deaths were inevitable. Ahead loomed a black shadow. Be cautious. The beast resides within that black shadow, Driscoll warned. Hardly had he finished speaking when Nelson shouted from behind, "Don't stop. Trust me and run straight for the teleportation array ahead." Hearing Nelson's words, everyone gritted their teeth and charged forward. This was the only option left. If they stopped while being attacked from both sides, they'd surely die here. Rather than that, it was better to push through. Thus, they moved rapidly forward without hesitation. Roar. Suddenly, a roar resounded, nearly causing every disciple to stop in their tracks. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue. Their cultivation was too low to withstand that roar. Even Driscoll's ears bled upon hearing it. But soon, they noticed a figure appearing ahead. Nelson, holding the Qingyun sword, radiated sword in tint. Golden patterns shone from the Qingyun sword in his hand. That overwhelmingly powerful sword in tint momentarily solidified and created ripples in the air. Die! Nelson roared and slashed into the black shadow. The roar ceased, and the shadow seemed to gradually regenerate. Don't dawdle, run! Nelson shouted, seeing the shocked crowd. Driscoll and the others wasted no time, dashing forward. Using all their strength, they entered the teleportation array before the beast fully recovered. In a flash of light, these Donghua immortal sect disciples vanished from Nelson's sight. The last disciple was teleported away, and Nelson prepared to enter the array. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to step in, he sensed danger. Boom! A blood-red light suddenly enveloped the teleportation array. Feeling the perilous aura, Nelson swiftly retreated. Fascinating. Never thought such a powerful entity existed in this tiny lower world. Only at the ascended immortal realm, yet capable of injuring my beloved pet. Then, the pool of blood gradually coalesced into a human-like form. Chapter 180, Pursuit by the Extraterrestrial Demon. Nelson's face darkened when he saw the opponent's condition. This guy was very powerful, and Nelson had already expended a considerable amount of energy just to slay that beast. It looked like breaking this situation would be quite troublesome. Extraterrestrial demon? Nelson stared at the extraterrestrial demon in front of him, his eyes flashing with coldness. Oh, I didn't expect you to know my identity. How interesting. The demon laughed heartily, seemingly delighted that Nelson had recognized him. Nelson spat, "Humph, a parasitic race. It's a shame the immortal Emperor Fuhua didn't completely exterminate all of you back then." These words made the Blood Shadow's face turn incredibly ugly. "It seems you are from the upper realm, reincarnated into the lower realm, perhaps." The Blood Shadow glared at Nelson, taking a sudden step forward. Bang! Suddenly, the Blood Shadow struck out with a palm, only to find Nelson's figure had vanished. This took the Blood Shadow by surprise. He hadn't expected Nelson to dodge his attack so easily. In just an instant, Nelson had disappeared, even his presence vanishing. How intriguing. Find him for me. I want to see where this fellow can hide. The Blood Shadow raised his hand slowly as the surrounding giants began to move. At this moment, Nelson was hiding far away, breathing heavily. Fortunately, he had undergone his master's trials in the microcosm. If not for that, he probably would have died at the hands of the Blood Shadow. However, leaving now seemed troublesome. The Blood Shadow was formidable, and in his current state, he could only hope to recover before delivering a decisive blow to the beast and using the teleportation array. Just as he thought this, a figure suddenly appeared behind Nelson. A sense of danger made Nelson's back go cold. Found you. The Blood Shadow grinned widely. Nelson tried to flee but found his body restrained by an unseen force. An array below him had activated. Damn. Nelson hadn't anticipated such treachery. You didn't really think I didn't know where you were, did you? Ultimately, this was merely a means to catch a slippery eel like you. The Blood Shadow chuckled, looking rather pleased. Now that you're caught, I guess there's no point in resisting. Go ahead, Nelson sneered, addressing the Blood Shadow. However, the Blood Shadow didn't strike, but stood before Nelson instead. Your cultivation is weak, but I believe you might make a fine dog. How about joining me? If you nod and trapped in the demon's domain and exhausted, Nelson doubted he could continue. To dare toy with me, today, you die here. The Blood Shadow glared at Nelson, filled with rage. Nelson gripped the Qingyun sword, resolved to fight. So what if I toyed with you? Parasites like you deserve to die. Nelson sneered mockingly. Just wait. I'll make sure you feel worse than death. The Blood Shadow laughed menacingly, then charged at Nelson. Nelson gathered his remaining strength for one final stand. But at that moment, a small girl suddenly appeared before them, her round face puffing up in anger. Bad person. She pointed at the Blood Shadow, clearly upset. Kylie, why are you here? Nelson was surprised. If Ida was here, then Master must be nearby too. I brought them. Another voice came from afar, and soon appeared at the center of the battlefield. Master, Nelson sighed in relief, sitting down. You came too late. If Barrett had arrived any later, Nelson might have died there. At least you're still alive, right? Barrett waved his hand, turning to look at the Blood Shadow. Think you can bully us in Donghua Immortal Sect? Humph. To kill whom I wish, your insignificant ant won't stop me. The Blood Shadow scoffed, appearing before Barrett in an instant. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens, flames swirling around Barrett, forming a fire dragon. True dragon fire. The blood shadow furrowed his brow, instinctively stepping back, his eyes revealing fear. He hadn't expected anyone in the lower realm to possess true dragon fire. As he warily watched Barrett, he sensed an even more dangerous presence behind him. ##### Chapter 181. Preparing to go out for training. When Lincoln turned his head, he was startled to see a little girl standing behind him. This little girl looked peculiar. She seemed to have no spiritual energy fluctuations at all, not even the slightest trace of cultivation. However, the aura she emitted made him feel an overwhelming sense of fear. It was an instinctive terror that made him want to flee the moment he saw her. But just as he hovered in the air, ready to escape, a fire dragon appeared in his field of vision. Lincoln dared not delay, and had no choice but to land back on the ground. Isn't this amusing? I didn't think you'd actually be afraid of something, Barrett chuckled as he observed Lincoln's behavior. Lincoln couldn't believe it. How could there be something in this lower realm that frightened him? And Barrett possessed two such things. This was indeed irrational. Ching, let's begin. Barrett wasn't planning on wasting any more time with Lincoln, who was already a dead man walking. Hearing Barrett's command, Raylan stepped forward. Lincoln wasn't a fool and knew he had to fight back. He gathered his blood chi and attacked Raylan instantly. Unfortunately, his attacks had no effect on her whatsoever. Upon contact with her body, his attacks were converted into nutrients that absorbed into her body. How is this possible? Why do you possess the power of the Taodai lineage? Lincoln gasped in shock. He finally understood why he felt such intense fear toward Raylan. The Taodai lineage was the natural enemy of the celestial demons from their domain. Finding a Taodai beast in this small lower realm was enough to stun him. As he was still in shock, Lincoln realized that his hand was being held by a small hand. Instantly, his internal spiritual energy began to drain away uncontrollably. Let go of me. Lincoln gritted his teeth, desperately wanting to resist but finding himself powerless. In just a few breaths, Lincoln's body turned into a puddle of blood and vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, everyone present sucked in a cold breath and stood frozen in place. What had just happened? After all, Lincoln had been too strong even for many of them combined. Yet he had been so easily killed by this little girl. Even worse, it was a complete obliteration of his soul, a horrifying thought. With Lincoln's death, the surrounding area of influence gradually dissipated, allowing everyone to see the clear sky once more. Nelson sighed in relief. Lifted his hand. This is your own decision. I can't intervene much next time. Just remember, if anything happens again, I may not be able to reach you in time. Don't worry, Master. Your disciple will not disappoint you again, Nelson replied earnestly. After all, his master had saved him several times. If he needed saving again, it would make him appear incompetent. Once proud, Nelson now faced beings he used to consider insignificant with frustration. To redeem himself and regain his former peak, he needed to hone his skills soon or else risk embarrassing his master. Well then, are you going back to rest for a while, or leaving immediately? Barrett asked Nelson. I want to leave now, Nelson answered. Despite his lack of internal spiritual energy, he did not wish to waste any more time. Barrett nodded and pulled out a small bottle from his robe. There are 3 9-turn condensing soul pills inside. Use them wisely. Since the disciple was heading out, it was only right for the master to give him a gift. Hearing the name of the pills, Nelson froze. Master, these are valuable items. Are you sure you're giving them to me? Shocked, Nelson stared at the small bottle, unsure whether to accept it. Even in the upper realms, 9-turn condensing soul pills were expensive and hard to come by. Getting 3 at once was astonishing. I have plenty of these. Take them, Barrett said as he placed the bottle in Nelson's hands. Be careful and stay safe. With that, Barrett led the others away. Watching Barrett and the group disappear into the distance, Nelson clutched the bottle tightly, vowing never to disappoint his master again. So, where should we go next? Raylan walked up beside Nelson, holding his hand excitedly. Nelson smiled. We're headed to the boundaryless land. It's a terrifying place. Are you scared? Chapter 181. Preparing for an outing. When Lincoln turned his head, he was shocked to see a little girl standing behind him. This little girl looked peculiar. There was hardly any spiritual energy emanating from her, and she didn't seem to have any cultivation at all. Yet, the aura she emitted was enough to make him feel terrified, an instinctive fear that made him want to flee the moment he saw her. However, just as he hovered in midair, he saw a fire dragon appear in front of him. Lincoln dared not delay and landed back on the ground. Truly amusing. I didn't think you'd be afraid of anything, Barrett chuckled. Lincoln never expected that such a terrifying thing would exist in this lower realm. Moreover, Barrett possessed 2 things that were unreasonable. Ching, let's begin. Barrett didn't intend to waste more words on Lincoln, since he wouldn't live much longer. Raylan stepped forward upon hearing Barrett's command. Lincoln wasn't a fool and wouldn't give up without a fight. He condensed the blood chi around him and attacked Raylan instantly. Unfortunately, his attacks had no effect on Raylan. The moment his attacks touched her body, they transformed into nutrients and merged with her. How is this possible? Why do you possess the power of the Taodai lineage? Lincoln drew in a sharp breath. He finally understood why he felt such fear towards Raylan. The Taodai lineage was the natural enemy of their outer realm, heavenly demons. To find a Taodai beast in this lower realm left him in shock. As he stood stunned, Lincoln realized his hand was caught by a small hand. In an instant, his internal spiritual energy began to be continuously drained. Let go. Lincoln gritted his teeth, wanting to resist but unable to muster any strength. In mere moments, Lincoln's body turned into a puddle of blood, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped and froze. How could this happen? Lincoln couldn't be defeated even by so many people, and was often overwhelmed. Yet, he died so easily before this little girl? And it wasn't just death. He was completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind. This was simply unimaginable. With Lincoln's death, the surrounding domain gradually dissipated, allowing everyone to see the clear sky once again. Nelson heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He hadn't anticipated that a simple mission would bring about such trouble. Clearly, there were still many remaining outer realm heavenly demons in this land. These demons were growing stronger, and if they weren't dealt with, chaos would ensue. Though he had entrusted a few people to search for the eggs, this method was too slow. If these outer realm heavenly demons united, Barrett couldn't even imagine the state of this land. Nelson was also pondering this. He had some ideas in mind. Master, I plan to go out for a while, Nelson said seriously, looking at Barrett. So, with your current strength, you think you can deal with them? Barrett turned to look at Nelson. He had already guessed what Nelson was thinking. With his current strength, dealing with outer realm heavenly demons would be extremely challenging. Nelson responded solemnly, yes, my strength is weak, but I still plan to go out for training. He knew some weaknesses of the outer realm heavenly demons. If he could enhance his strength, he would surely be able to slay them with his own abilities. After a brief contemplation, Barrett turned to Raylan. Ching, go with him. Raylan nodded. She had grown tired of staying on Xiang Peak and thought it might be good to travel with Nelson. She also knew that under the current circumstances, she couldn't return to find her father yet, but she believed Barrett would eventually help her return. Thank you, Master. Nelson bowed deeply and graved his hand and quickly disappeared inside the grand hall before Elliot could speak. Elder Sorpeak Muhammad, paying respects to the sect leader, Muhammad stood respectfully below the grand hall, bowing to Elliot. You've worked hard. What exactly happened there? Elliot looked at Muhammad and others. They had no wounds on their bodies, so it wasn't something especially dangerous. It went like this, and Muhammad recounted their experiences in detail. After hearing Muhammad's account, Elliot's face showed shock. An Imperial Realm beast? And a strange, powerful figure controlling that Imperial Realm beast? Elliot couldn't sit still and immediately stood up from his chair. He hadn't expected such a terrifying thing to appear near the great, desolate, immortal sect. But soon, he recalled an event. Previously in Central Region, a celestial treasure appeared from the upper realm, which turned out to be a demon that nearly caused disaster. Could this be part of the same group? If so, perhaps the entire land of Jojo would be in turmoil. He wondered if their great, desolate, immortal sect could remain stable amidst this upheaval. Lost in thought, Elliot's gaze shifted towards the direction outside the grand hall. The location person came recently. A woman passed through trials from that crack. Despite her low strength, her mastery of a mortal fire path is incredibly strong and has defeated many. Arvid explained. Barrett was surprised to learn that Alora had come here. So that's it. But with her meager strength, defeating those people seems strange, Barrett told Arvid. Arvid smiled. Senior, haven't you noticed? In this place, we can only use path power. Barrett quickly understood. Only path power could be used here, making cultivation techniques ineffective. No wonder Alora could defeat so many people. But is combat allowed here? Arvid shook his head. Private duels aren't allowed, but friendly sparring until a point is permissible. It's a way to hone path power. Arvid hadn't expected the mysterious woman to defeat a whole group. If she ascended to the higher realms, she'd undoubtedly gain widespread fame. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, is there any best cultivation site here? Barrett, done mingling and with Alora absent, focused on his goal. Senior, if you truly want to cultivate, you should go deeper into this area. Arvid pointed down the path Barrett took earlier. Thanks then. Barrett turned and walked forward without further ado. Watching Barrett leave, Arvid had little else on his mind, as he had his own matters to attend to. Returning to the pond's edge, Barrett found the old dragon still motionless, probably sleeping off a drunken stupor. Chapter 183, Breaking Through the Realm. Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with that old dragon. Might as well go deeper and take a look. Thus, without any hesitation, Barrett quickly moved forward. The further he went in, the more he felt the changes in the atmosphere. He activated the sword Dao on his body, and some of the original pressure gradually disappeared at this moment. However, this path seemed rather long, and when he activated the sword Dao, he surprisingly found that he was almost unable to hold on much longer after walking for just a short while. Since that's the case, let me see how far I can go at full strength. Barrett muttered to himself, simultaneously activating both the immortal fire Dao and the strength Dao. In an instant, his originally heavy body became incredibly light. He continued moving forward and soon discovered a vast star river right ahead in the Tianhe star domain. This star river was so close that it seemed like Barrett could step into it by taking one more step forward. But Barrett did not do so. Instead, he stopped and sat cross-legged to begin cultivation. The Dao power here was very concentrated, and when he activated the Ascension secret technique, the surrounding Dao power engine his aura, and even the surrounding space experienced fluctuations. But very soon, this aura stabilized and gradually dissipated. To outsiders, Barrett's strength showed no change, but he could feel significant changes within him. The spirit energy inside his body had reached an immeasurable level, and with this power, he believed he could easily destroy the lower realms if he wished. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 3rd grade Saint God realm. The system's voice suddenly interrupted, leaving Barrett momentarily stunned. So, the realm after Emperor is the Saint God realm. What surprised him more was it. The system only congratulated him and did nothing else? System, now that you've congratulated me, there's no reward? Barrett asked, rather speechless. Indeed, the system remained silent. Well, at least he knew the division of realms now. It was probably based on the upper realms classification. Not knowing how many grades there were in the Saint God realm, he figured he wasn't at the lowest grade, giving him some peace of mind. At least with his current strength, he could handle any trouble his disciples might stir up outside with ease. Boom. Suddenly, fighting sounds came from a distant location. Barrett turned his head to see 2 figures sparring nearby. This surprised Barrett. Despite their proximity, their battle did not affect him. One held a long spear, attacking like a dragon accompanied by thunderous force, each move carrying terrifying power that caused slight ripples in the surrounding space. The other fought unarmed, striking whenever the opponent left an opening. Each punch created a violent explosion and was incredibly fast. These two are no simple individuals, Barrett observed, somewhat surprised. Moreover, for them to spar here meant they must be very powerful. It seems our fellow Taoist has awoken. The two suddenly ceased fighting and looked towards Barrett's position. They then started moving towards him. You have gained any insights from your cultivation this time? A robust voice asked, reaching Barrett's ears. These two seemed rather friendly. But Barrett didn't mind, smiling, no special insights, just felt the abundant Tao powers here, so I cultivated to slightly enhance my strength. I am Hermes, the city lord of Songlong Immortal City. This man is Yates, the city lord of Taihua Immortal City. Might we inquire which faction you hail from? Hermes straightforwardly introduced himself to Barrett. Barrett smiled. I'm called Barrett, just a wandering cultivator who recently entered this Tianhe star domain. A wandering cultivator? Recently entered Tianhe star domain? This information made Hermes and Yates exchange glances, astonishment evident on their faces. They had been in the depths for countless years. If Barrett had come in long ago, they would definitely know. What surprised them most was that Barrett, who had just entered the Tianhe star domain, could reach this deepest part, implying he was incredibly strong. Lin, fellow Taoist, may we learn from each other? Hermes stroked his beard, staring intently at Barrett. Luo City Lord, why don't you rest that old body of yours? Let me spar with Lin, fellow Taoist. Yates turned to Hermes, grinning. Translation maintained paragraph structure and style while ensuring clarity and natural English phrasing. Chapter 184, Duel with an Upper Realm Warrior. Luo Tonghai chuckled, though I'm old, I'm certainly not someone you young fellows can match. Listening to the two bickering, Barrett was at a loss for words. Isn't this supposed to be my decision? Why are they discussing it as if I have already agreed to the duel? However, Barrett did not know how to handle the situation. Judging from their attitudes, it seemed he would find it hard to refuse. What if I first spar with fellow Taoist Luo, and next time with fellow Taoist Zhou? Barrett knew that these two battles were inevitable, so he might as well agree. Moreover, he wanted to test his current combat strength. Clearly, these two were formidable opponents. Even if he went all out, they might not have any trouble. Alright, let City Lord Luo probe into fellow Taoist abilities first. Yates, being straightforward, immediately agreed. In that case, I shall not hold back. Fellow Taoist Lin, please guide me. Luo Tonghai gripped his long spear, and a powerful aura instantly rushed towards Barrett. Even Barrett felt a sense of danger from this intimidating aura. Truly worthy of being an upper realm powerhouse, just the emanation of great Tao power was terrifying enough. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist Luo, please guide me. As Barrett spoke, an extremely potent sword intent erupted. Boundless sword intent. It seems fellow Taoist has reached the pinnacle in the path of swords. It appears to be a formidable opponent indeed. Luo Tonghai smiled broadly and suddenly lunged forward. A bolt of lightning landed precisely before Barrett, who discovered Luo Tonghai had vanished, reappearing behind him in the blink of an eye. Barrett made no movement but formed a finger sword and swiftly drew an arc behind him. Bang! The finger sword collided with the long spear, producing a shocking sound. Both Barrett and Luo Tonghai took 2 steps back, but excitement showed on their faces. The probing was over. The real fight was about to begin. Without delay, Barrett conjured a long sword with his great Tao power. Fellow Taoist Luo, be cautious, Barrett said, then used dragon traversal steps to quickly close in, slashing continuously. Although Luo Tonghai deflected the attacks, he could clearly feel the force. Just blocking them caused some pain in his hands. He knew he could no longer hold back or risk being suppressed by Barrett. Thunderlight erupted around Luo Tonghai, spreading violently along his body to the long spear. Daring not to continue attacking, Barrett knew lightning arts were genuinely terrifying. If he continued, his body might be scorched. Seems I win the first round. Barrett smiled, looking at Luo Tonghai. So, I must make up for it in the second round, Luo Tonghai replied bluntly. Instantly, a circle appeared around Barrett, which instantly made him feel a dangerous aura. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck. Barrett quickly dodged. Even resorting to Thunder Prison, City Lord Luo really doesn't like to lose. Seeing Luo Tonghai's attack, Yates grinned. Having fought Luo Tonghai multiple times, he knew the terror of Thunder Prison. Even his robust body couldn't fully withstand it. He wondered what method Barrett would use to defend, or if he would choose to concede. Inside Thunder Prison, Barrett noticed the thunder growing stronger and faster, almost striking every half-breath. Without dragon traversal steps, he would have lost long ago. Moreover, he knew Luo Tonghai wouldn't let him dodge so easily. As expected, while dodging the thunderstorms, Luo Tonghai charged in with his spear. Ignoring the prison's thunder, he relentlessly attacked Barrett. Barrett dodged the thunder while fending off Luo Tonghai's attacks until he found himself cornered. With no other choice, he resorted to his second great Tao. Roar! Suddenly, crimson flames burst forth from the ground, forming a fiery dragon. Upon seeing the dragon, Luo Tonghai felt imminent danger and quickly retreated. I concede. Almost without hesitation, Luo Tonghai conceded, surprising Barrett. He hadn't expected Luo Tonghai to concede so directly. With the surrounding thunder dissipating, Barrett also retracted the fire dragon. Fellow Taoist Luo, we were having a good time. Why did you suddenly concede? Barrett asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Lin, what are you? Why do you wield flames only dragons can control? Luo Tonghai looked at Barrett. Feeling the intense heat, he had already deduced its nature. Not only was it dragon-controlled flame, but also true dragon fire, mastered only by the top echelons of dragons. If ensnared by such a perilous flame, one's body and consciousness would be instantly annihilated. Despite knowing Barrett would have limits within Tianhe Star region, Luo Tonghai preferred conceding over enduring excruciating pain. Even Yates was stunned. He never expected Barrett to possess true dragon fire. It's merely a lucky find, Barrett explained. Lucky find. In that case, I shall not be polite. Please enlighten me, said Luo Tonghai, gripping his spear as a powerful aura instantly surged forth. For smoother English flow and consistency in character name translation. In that case, I shall not be polite. Please guide me, Hermes said, gripping his spear, from which a powerful aura instantly surged forth. Even Barrett felt danger from such an intimidating aura. No wonder this was a warrior of the upper realms. Just his aura alone was terrifying. If so, please enlighten me, Taoist friend Luo, Barrett said as he unleashed an overwhelming sword intent in an instant. The sword intent without ego. So Taoist friend has clearly reached the pinnacle in the way of the sword, Luo Tonghai exclaimed with a thick smile before taking a step forward. A bolt of lightning precisely landed in front of Barrett, and the latter discovered that Luo Tonghai had vanished into thin air, only to reappear right behind him. Note: I kept Luo Tonghai as is, because it seems like the user wants to retain some Chinese characters for names. However, typically this would be translated or transliterated into English if aiming for a fully English text. For example, Hermes. Please let me know if you need this fully translated. For better readability and fluency in English, here's the improved version. The sword intent without ego. It seems Taoist friend has truly reached the pinnacle of the way of the sword, Hermes exclaimed with a broad smile before taking a step forward. A bolt of lightning struck precisely in front of Barrett, who then realized that Hermes had vanished into thin air, only to reappear right behind him. Barrett took no actions, but pointed a finger at the back in a swift slash. Bang! His sword finger collided with the spear, producing a thunderous roar. Both Barrett and Luo Tonghai retreated 2 steps, but evident excitement was displayed on their faces. Note: Luo Tonghai should be Hermes to maintain consistency in terminology and style. His sword finger collided with the spear, producing a thunderous roar. Both Barrett and Hermes retreated 2 steps, but evident excitement was displayed on their faces. This probing stage ended here. Next up would definitely be an all-out battle. Barrett didn't waste any time as he moved a thought to condense a long sword with the force of the Great Way in his hand. Please take care, Taoist friend Luo. As soon as Barrett finished speaking, he approached rapidly with the Yulong step, slashing continuously with his sword. Although Luo Tonghai blocked each attack, he could clearly feel the power behind them. Just from defending, he even felt some pain reverberating through his hands. Knowing he shouldn't hold back anymore, otherwise Barrett would gain the upper hand. Luo Tonghai released a barrage of lightning which surged up along his body to his spear. Afraid to continue attacking, Barrett found Luo Tonghai's thunder method truly terrifying. If he persisted, his body would likely end up charred. Revised for fluency and accuracy. Barrett didn't dare continue attacking. Hermes' thunder technique was truly formidable. If he persisted, his body would likely end up charred. Looks like I win the first round, Barrett laughed, looking at Luo Tonghai. Note: for a more fluent reading, we could change Luo Tonghai to Hermes throughout the text for consistency and clarity. Looks like I win the first round, Barrett laughed, looking at Hermes. Since Luo Tonghai was not one to mince words, he responded, so I'll have to reclaim the ground lost in the second round. Note: Luo Tonghai should likely be Hermes for consistency if using pinyin, or a proper English name if a translation exists. Please verify the correct spelling of the character's name. For a more natural flow and clarity, we can slightly adjust the sentence. Since Hermes was not one to mince words, he replied, so I'll have to make up for it in the second round. Instantly after he spoke, a circle appeared around Barrett. As soon as this circle appeared, Barrett instantly sensed the perilous atmosphere around him. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, prompting Barrett to evade quickly. Who would have thought City Lord Luo would even bring out the lightning hell? Seems he doesn't give in easily at all. Yates grinned at Luo Tonghai's method of attack. Correction: to maintain consistency in character names, Luo Tonghai should be Luo Tonghai, as it was mentioned earlier in the text. Further editing for fluency. Who would have thought City Lord Luo would even resort to the lightning hell? It seems he's not one to give in easily, Yates remarked with a grin at Luo Tonghai's choice of attack. He had dueled Hermes many times and understood how terrifying the lightning hell was. Even he, with his powerful physique, couldn't completely withstand it. He wondered what method Barrett would employ to resist, or whether he'd choose to forfeit directly. Still in the middle of the lightning hell, Barrett noticed the surrounding storms getting stronger and faster. Almost every half-breath resulted in a bolt striking right in front of him. If not for relying on the Yulong step, he would have been defeated a long time ago. Moreover, he very well knew that Luo Tonghai wouldn't let him off so easily. Furthermore, he very well knew that Luo Tonghai wouldn't let him off so easily. Edit: to ensure the sentence reads naturally in English and maintains consistency. Furthermore, he knew all too well that Hermes wouldn't let him off so easily. As Barrett had anticipated, while Hermes charged towards him amidst the storm, he completely ignored the lightning prison and continuously launched attacks against Barrett. Meanwhile, Barrett was dodging the lightning storms while also dealing with Luo Tonghai's attacks. Note: Luo Tonghai should be Hermes to maintain consistency in terminology and style. Meanwhile, Barrett was dodging the lightning storms while also dealing with Hermes' attacks, until he found himself cornered, with no option but to use the second great path in frustration. Roar! Instantly, crimson flames gushed from the ground, forming a flood dragon that appeared before them. The moment the fire dragon emerged, Luo Tonghai sensed a dangerous aura and quickly retreated a considerable distance. Note: Luo Tonghai should be Hermes for consistency in terminology and style. Revised. Instantly, crimson flames gushed from the ground, forming a flood dragon that appeared before them. The moment the fire dragon emerged, Hermes sensed a dangerous aura and quickly retreated a considerable distance. I yield. Luo Tonghai nearly said without hesitation. Correction: I yield. Hermes nearly said without hesitation. For better fluency and consistency, it should be I yield. Hermes said almost without hesitation. Barrett was taken aback. He hadn't expected Luo Tonghai to concede so readily. Edits made for fluency and natural reading in English. Improved translation. Barrett was surprised. He hadn't expected Luo Changhai to admit defeat so directly. Note, the name Luo Changhai should be translated consistently as Luo Changhai or Hermes, depending on the chosen romanization system. Looking at Luo Changhai, Barrett asked rather confused, Taoist friend Luo, we were having fun. Why did you suddenly give up? Note, there seems to be an inconsistency with the name translation. Luo Changhai should be consistently translated as Hermes to maintain consistency in terminology and style. Revised. Looking at Hermes, Barrett asked rather confused, Taoist friend Luo, we were having fun. Why did you suddenly give up? Barrett, who exactly are you? Why do you possess flames that only dragons can master? Hermes looked at Barrett, having judged from the intense heat he felt earlier. The flame was not only one that could be controlled by dragons, but specifically the true dragon fire mastered by the highest echelons of the dragon race. This perilous flame would instantly obliterate both body and consciousness if one were to be ensnared by it. Although Barrett surely had his limits within this Stanhurstar region, Hermes did not wish to endure such excruciating pain, so conceding was the better choice. Even Yates's eyes widened in surprise. He truly hadn't expected Barrett to possess true dragon fire. Barrett replied, it was merely a fortuitous acquisition. A fortuitous acquisition, huh? Hermes and Yates exchanged glances, clearly disbelieving Barrett's words. Well, I indeed concede, Hermes admitted. Since I've lost, I never imagined Barrett possessed true dragon flames. Barrett said, it was purely a chance discovery. A chance discovery, huh? Luo Changhai and Yates exchanged glances, clearly not believing Barrett's words. Note, there's a mix-up with the name Luo Changhai, which should be Hermes for consistency in English translation. Improved version. A chance discovery, huh? Hermes and Yates exchanged glances, clearly not believing Barrett's words. Never mind, but I indeed admit defeat. Luo Changhai added, since I lost, I must award the victor accordingly. Correction. Never mind, but I indeed admit defeat. Luo Changhai added, since I lost, I must give the winner his due reward. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here is the improved version of the whole paragraph. Never mind, but I indeed admit defeat, Hermes added. Since I lost, I must give the winner his due reward. This ensures consistency and accurate meaning transfer from the original text while maintaining a natural flow in English. With that, Luo Changhai threw a token at Barrett. Note, I've corrected Changhai to Changhai to maintain consistency in the character's name throughout the text. Holding the token, Barrett questioned in his heart, what is this? That is a private token of Azure Dragon Immortal City. The one holding it may pick a treasure from the City Lord's treasury. Never would I have thought that after all these years, I haven't managed to snatch this token from you. But Taoist friend Lin managed to, Yates muttered with admiration. Holding the token, Barrett felt helpless. After all, even if he wanted to go and claim it, he probably wouldn't have the opportunity. Chapter 185, assigning a new task. He was now in the lower realm, and he had no interest in visiting the Azure Dragon Immortal City. After all, going to the upper realm alone would be meaningless. Besides, there were still plenty of matters in the lower realm that awaited his attention. Since it comes from a fellow Taoist's sincerity, then I shall accept it. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will bring this token to visit the Azure Dragon Immortal City. Barrett smiled as he spoke. In that case, when you arrive, I will certainly welcome you with fine wine to cleanse your dust after your journey. Russell laughed heartily, looking genuinely happy. Yates turned to Barrett and said, fellow Taoist Lin, how about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Barrett asked, puzzled. Next time when we fight, you don't have to use the true dragon fire, alright? And I will also seal one of my techniques. Yates grinned and directly put forward his proposal. After all, the true dragon fire was indeed terrifying, even for them. It was hard to withstand. That's feasible. Barrett immediately agreed. Although the true dragon fire was powerful, it wasn't indispensable. Hearing Barrett agree to Yates's request, Russell felt somewhat helpless. It seemed that encountering each other too early also had its drawbacks. However, being able to battle such a strong opponent was indeed something to look forward to. Gentlemen, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. After calculating the time, Barrett realized it was about right to go out and check on things. He had no idea how long he had been in meditation, so he needed to go out once. Well then, let's meet again next time. After saying this, Barrett vanished from their sight. When Barrett regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he could feel a tremendous transformation in his body. His inner strength was incredibly powerful, and the entire Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was within his perception range, even without using divine sense. If he spread his divine sense, he believed he could easily observe the whole central region. He stretched lazily and slowly got up from the bed. His current cultivation level was still concealed by the turtle breathing technique, appearing only as level 3 chi condensation from the outside. No one was around outside. If nothing unexpected happened, Alora and the others were probably still training in the microcosm. Entering the microcosm, Barrett was surprised to see a small tree nearby. How long had I been away? This tree has grown so big already? Master! At that moment, Seth approached Barrett, pointing to a nearby clearing. As you required, I finished chopping the area. Barrett turned to look at the clearing, revealing a hint of surprise. Moreover, he noticed that Seth's strength had evidently reached the late nascent soul stage. Good job. From now on, we will officially start your cultivation. Tell me what kind of weapon you like. Barrett asked Seth. Seth seemed puzzled. Then he looked down at the axe in his hand. I think this axe is quite good. Seth responded directly. After spending so much time in the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, the only thing he handled was this axe. Barrett nodded. If that's the case, your next task is simple. Take this axe and accept a mission to hunt demonic beasts. Hunt? Hunt demonic beasts? Seth was suddenly dazed, standing there helplessly. Although his cultivation had indeed increased, it was all achieved by chopping trees. Suddenly asking him to chop demonic beasts seemed like a huge leap. Yes, do you not want to? Barrett questioned Seth. With Seth's rapid advancement, it was necessary to stabilize his realm temporarily. Rapid progression wasn't always a good thing. Unlike Allura and Nelson who already had a foundation, Seth needed to solidify his basics. I just find it surprising. After all, I've never encountered demonic beasts before. In a short while since he last observed William, yet how had he managed to thrive so remarkably in the devil realm? William, what's happening over there? Barrett promptly transmitted a message through the heaven and earth mirror to William. William's response was filled with desperation. Master, please save me. William sounded utterly distressed. What happened? Were you kidnapped by these people? Barrett was baffled but doubted kidnapping fit this scenario. I just wanted them to do good deeds. But somehow, they established a city in the devil realm, and I've been appointed as the city lord. William felt bitterly indignant, never expecting such an outcome. Chapter 186, Experience in the Tanhura Star region. He truly had no other way out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have complained to Barrett. Barrett, holding his forehead, couldn't help but think that William was exhibiting an unexpected situation. If things continued like this, wouldn't the entire demon realm be conquered by William? While he was still troubled, these thoughts suddenly gave him a new idea. If William indeed thrived in the demon realm and commanded a large army, wouldn't it mean he could turn everyone there into allies? The corners of Barrett's mouth gradually curved upward. This wasn't a bad idea at all. William, continue what you're doing. After clearing his throat twice, Barrett said this. William was taken aback. But this way, I won't even have time to do good deeds. You're maintaining peace between the 9 provinces and the demon realm, which is also a form of good deed, isn't it? Moreover, by doing this, the karma you gain will become more powerful. Although Barrett seemed to be convincing William to continue, he wasn't lying. William's actions would indeed generate significant karma, which would benefit him as well. William pondered with his head down. After much deliberation, he nodded. All right, since this is what master means, I will continue. Barrett withdrew from their conversation, not overly concerned about William's safety. With so many powerful beings around, if they wanted him dead, it would have happened already. Besides, William still possessed the deadly move Oking once used. He could escape if he used it. Relieved, Barrett lounged idly, deciding to relax for now. Meanwhile, in the Tianhua Star region, Allura's consciousness entered the place. Upon arrival, everyone around her glared at her fiercely. Why? Do you all intend to fight me again? Allura scanned the crowd questioningly. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing her words. Though they did wish to fight, memories of others who fought Allura and were forcefully expelled from the Tianhua Star region dissuaded them. They wished to stay here longer to recover, as recovery required considerable time. Ignoring the hostility, Allura shifted her gaze to a distant location. For some reason, she felt that a tree far away looked strange. Its shape felt oddly familiar, almost like the tree of the Great Way from the small universe. Deciding to investigate, she slowly approached. As she moved closer, an overwhelming pressure weighed down on her. It felt like hundreds of pounds of iron chains tethering a commoner, preventing any forward movement. Her footsteps became heavy, and moving further seemed impossible. One more step might shatter her under this immense pressure. Nonetheless, Allura didn't give up. Instead, she sat down and began to meditate. This place was rich with the power of the Great Way, essential for her mastery of immortal fire. Even though her immortal fire had reached its peak, perfecting it was still difficult. Further cultivation here would help her advance when she finally perfected it. So, another person has arrived. Another prodigy. A voice intruded into Allura's ears. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at the man before her, slightly puzzled. What advice does Senior have? Nothing special. I'm just surprised. In nearly a century, only a few have made it here. Yet in such a short time, 2 people have reached this place. Trevor looked at Allura with approval. Despite her cultivation not reaching the Imperial realm, she had come this far, indicating exceptional talent. 2 people? This brought confusion to Allura's face. Could it be Nelson? After all, he introduced the Tree of the Great Way to her and claimed to be an upper realm sword immortal during their first meeting. If true, then it was likely Nelson. May I know where the other person is now? Curiosity piqued within Allura. She wanted to gauge her gap with Nelson. He walked next to that tree without activating the power of the Great Way and managed to receive a whole flower from the Tree of the Great Way. Thinking of Barrett's feat, Trevor couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying such a prodigy was. Upon hearing this, Allura's heart skipped a beat. If not mistaken, it shouldn't be Nelson but likely her master. Thank you for the information, Senior. Allura thanked Trevor. Don't mention it. It gets quite boring here sometimes, so having someone to chat with isn't bad. With his strength, he could remain near the Tree of the Great Way but couldn't delve deeper. Those deeper areas were inhabited by formidable beings, renowned in the upper realm, and beyond his capability. Alright, I won't disturb you. Continue your cultivation. Trevor waved goodbye and left. Allura remained silent, continuing her meditation. Suddenly, a light beam descended nearby, causing everyone's faces to reflect surprise. Even Trevor halted to see what was happening. Oh! She hadn't expected the Tianhua Star region to be so generous. What's happening? Hearing the commotion, Allura asked curiously. He truly had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have complained to Barrett. Barrett held his forehead, not expecting William would exhibit such a situation. At this rate, wouldn't the entire demon realm be occupied by William? He was still perplexed when suddenly an idea came to him. If William could thrive and gain control of an army in the demon realm, couldn't all demons become allies? The thought made the corners of Barrett's mouth curl upward. This was indeed a very good idea. William, just continue on like this. After coughing twice, Barrett said. William couldn't help but pause. But then I won't even have time to do good deeds. What you're doing is maintaining peace between the 9 realms and the demon realm. Isn't that also considered a good deed? Furthermore, you will gain even stronger karmic power this way. Though Barrett was persuading William, he wasn't lying. Indeed, William would accrue significant karmic power from this act, which would be beneficial for him. William, head lowered in deep thought, eventually nodded. I understand. Since this is Master's will, I'll continue. Barrett withdrew his focus and didn't continue conversing with William. He wasn't overly concerned about William's safety. After all, there were many powerful beings inside him. For some reason, she felt the distant tree looked strange and oddly familiar, resembling the great Tao tree from the small universe. Despite uncertainty, Alora decided to investigate. As she walked forward, she felt increasing pressure, as if hundreds of pounds of iron chains tethered her, preventing further progress. Her steps grew heavy. Moving forward became nearly impossible, as if one more step would crush her under the pressure. Yet, Alora did not give up. Instead, she sat down to meditate. The great Tao energy here was abundant. Although her immortal fire Tao had reached its peak, mastering it thoroughly remained difficult. Continuing meditation here would advance her until her immortal fire Tao reached perfection, allowing her to proceed. Another person has arrived here. Another monster. A voice reached Alora's ears. Alora slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the man before her, somewhat puzzled. What advice does Senior offer? No much. I'm just surprised. In nearly a century, few have made it this far, yet two have come in a short span. Trevor, looking at Alora, couldn't hide his admiration. Monsters were truly numerous recently. This girl's cultivation hadn't even reached the Emperor realm, yet she arrived here, indicating extraordinary talent. Two people? This puzzled Alora. The text ensures terminological consistency. What's happening? Alora asked, surprised by the sudden event. Chapter 187. Striving for the Tao fruit. She also noticed that the surrounding Tao energies were gradually converging towards a certain area. The Tianhe Star Domain holds a grand competition once every century, Trevor explained. There's a competition in this Tianhe Star Domain? Alora wore an expression of confusion, clearly not understanding what was happening. This can be considered an old tradition. Every century, the surrounding Tao energies begin to condense and form a fruit. Your luck is quite good. When we tried for that fruit, it resulted in many battles. Now with these rules in place, naturally, things can't be handled recklessly. So over time, it is formed into a grand competition, Trevor said with a smile as he walked forward. Would you like to go see? The fruit formed from condensed Tao energy is very suitable for newcomers like you. It's worth noting that the Tao force condensed in that single fruit had nearly surpassed the Tao flower. But one can only consume it once in their lifetime. Someone like Trevor had already consumed his. Now he was just going to watch for entertainment. Do you have any interest in that fruit, Senior? Alora asked. No interest. Once you've taken it, you cannot take it again, Trevor replied straightforwardly. Alora was somewhat surprised. So that was it. And besides, it can't be taken out or transferred to others. Never mind. No matter how much I explain, you'll understand when you get there. Trevor spoke as he continued to walk ahead. Soon, they arrived at where the Tao fruit was condensing. Alora looked up at the Tao fruit floating in the air. Calling it a fruit, it was essentially the essence of condensed Tao energy. Such essence could probably only be absorbed on the spot for the best results. No wonder Trevor said it couldn't be transferred to others. Now it made sense. There were many people around them. These people all spontaneously formed a circle, leaving a large empty space in the middle. There were naturally many people in that empty space, but none of them moved immediately. They were waiting for something. Alora didn't hesitate, entering the arena directly. Although it was a free-for-all, she didn't plan to give up this opportunity to anyone else. That woman? The woman cultivating the heavenly fire Tao. As expected, I knew she would participate too. The surrounding cultivators were all discussing her, their eyes fixed on Alora. Alora ignored the gazes, scanning the few people in the field. She had to admit, those who dared enter here were all formidable. Each person's strength was very powerful, and they controlled Tao energy adeptly. It seems everyone has gathered, a voice suddenly echoed. Everyone turned their heads to see an elderly man approaching. All present made way for him, looking at him with adoration. It's Lord Luo. I didn't expect Lord Luo to preside over this. This is Hermes, the gun immortal. I never thought I would meet him in my lifetime. Those around stared at Hermes with admiration. Alora examined Hermes. The Tao power emanating from him was overwhelmingly thick. Even the unconscious aura released by him made Alora feel a sense of danger. Such a powerful figure had actually appeared here. Incense will burn for a quarter hour, and then the competition begins. Hermes thrust an incense stick into the ground. Everyone's eyes focused on the incense, including Alora. Meanwhile, Hermes hovered in the air, arriving next to the Tao fruit. Next, he wanted to see if there were any promising individuals among them. After all, this was a great opportunity to attract new talents to his Songlong immortal city. Time passed slowly until the incense completely burned out. Instantly, a terrifying aura emerged, causing everyone's expressions to change abruptly. Raging flames instantly swept across the entire field, and everyone activated defenses or dodged immediately. Immortal fire Tao? Upon seeing the Tao energy Alora used, Hermes' face showed a hint of surprise. And for some reason, he felt her immortal fire Tao was familiar. Alora squinted her eyes, sweeping her gaze across everyone. The holy flame swept through. The field transformed into a sea of fire, even spectators stepping back several paces in fright. Only a few strong individuals remained stationary. Without further ado, Hermes descended a barrier enveloping all participants, protecting the outside observers from harm. You're helping me, Alora said with a thick smile, noticing the defensive formation. She waved her hand, sending up towering fire pillars from the ground. The flames morphed into a phoenix ravaging its surroundings. Before they could react, the surrounding participants were engulfed by the holy flame. Instant kill? Everyone took a deep breath. In just a few breaths, only one participant remained in the field. Alora, seeing only herself left, looked up at Hermes nearby. Hermes smiled warmly, finding this girl intriguing. She seemed to be assessing him. It was like determining whether he was someone she could handle. Such a promising individual must be recruited into Songlong Immortal City. Sit down, I'll guide you, Hermes instructed Allura. Allura complied, sitting cross-legged and slowly closing her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a pure force integrating into her body. The continuous influx of this power almost made her feel her body couldn't withstand it. It seems there are still a few channels not fully open. Let me help you, Realm. Let's go out and rest for now. Leave it to her to handle, Barrett said to Davon. Observing Allura's condition, it was clear she had already been guided, so everything else would depend on her. Davon followed Barrett out of the miniature world, which had now become Allura's exclusive cultivation ground. Davon, in the meantime, why don't you take on some clan missions to pass the time? Barrett suggested. Davon nodded. All right, I've been wanting to try out the true dragon form strength. After saying that, Davon left the area. Watching Davon depart, Barrett turned to Ida beside him. Do you want to go out and play too? Ida shook her head. No. Why do you look somewhat gloomy? Barrett smiled and rubbed Ida's head, asking her. Ida replied, I just feel a bit stifled. The aura there is strange. She pointed to the entrance of the miniature world nearby, where the aura indeed felt peculiar to her. Barrett shifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. The atmosphere inside the miniature world was truly chaotic. If things went as expected, the entire place would likely be engulfed by holy flame. Don't worry, she's just cultivating and nothing will happen. Barrett patted Ida's head, guessing that she was worried about Allura. But ultimately, everything depended on Allura herself, and there wasn't much they could do to help. Ida nodded, but still looked somewhat concerned at the entrance to the miniature world. At that moment, a woman approached from not far away. Jody had been stabilizing her realm in her room when she felt a very intense heat emanating from nearby. That powerful and chaotic aura prevented her from continuing her stabilization, so she decided to come out and see what was going on. She then saw Barrett and Ida. Master, what's happening outside? Jody asked, puzzled. Nothing serious, Brianna is cultivating. Barrett pointed to the entrance of the miniature world. Jody looked at the area, her face filled with confusion. Such a strange aura, she commented. She had never seen such a situation before. It felt like something was about to emerge. Jody knew about the miniature world since she had visited it when Barrett was absent. However, Allura's state during her breakthrough did seem unusual, as though there were some underlying issues. Is everything really fine? Jody raised her eyebrows and asked Barrett. Of course, nothing to worry about, Barrett reassured her. If there were any problems, he, as her master, would certainly know. Hearing Barrett's words, they felt more assured. All right, Jody, take Kylie out for some fresh air. You both haven't been out of Donghua Immortal Sect for quite some time. Go and explore a bit, Barrett said with a smile. Jody nodded in agreement. Sure, we can do that. After all, they had been busy helping the sect, so now it was a good opportunity to roam around. Ida didn't refuse either since she indeed wanted to go out and have fun. However, her eyes kept glancing towards the entrance of the miniature world, seemingly worried about something. Don't worry, she'll be fine as long as I'm here, Barrett said with a reassuring smile. With his current realm, not only could he stabilize Allura, but even boosting her cultivation to the Emperor realm wouldn't be an issue. Yet, he naturally wouldn't do that because the system wouldn't allow it. Hearing Barrett's words, Ida breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. Afterwards, Jody led Ida away from Qiyang Peak, allowing Barrett to relax for a while. He lounged casually in a reclining chair, enjoying the moment. Pulling out the heavenly mirror, he wanted to see how Nelson was faring outside. As the image in the heavenly mirror gradually formed, Barrett realized that Nelson had already reached the boundless land. So, he's really in a hurry, running straight to the boundless land, Barrett muttered. Looking at Nelson and Raylan in the image, his lips curling into a smile. They were clearly being surrounded and attacked. Those attackers were all cultivators of the ascended immortal realm, none of them ordinary. Young man, I advise you to hand over your storage ring and that sword in your hand, one of the lead cultivators said coldly, focusing more on the sword than Nelson. If you do, we might leave you a full corpse. Nelson slowly lifted the green cloud sword, a thick smile appearing on his face as he looked at the crowd. If you want it, come and take it, Nelson said, scanning everyone present. The people exchanged glances, greed flashing in their eyes. This sword was no ordinary weapon. Obtaining it would undoubtedly grant them a formidable tool. Several bold individuals rushed forward, but as soon as they took a step, a blade of light flew towards them. Fortunately, they reacted quickly enough to dodge the attack. Boom! A crack appeared in the ground nearby, making everyone draw in a sharp breath. Could he dare to make the first move? Moreover, that attack was no simple feat. If not evaded, it would likely result in death. So, is this all you've got? Nelson stood with his sword, looking down at them with disdain. If that's all, you won't get my sword. Chapter 189. Allura's Anomaly. Good boy, you've got guts. Since you're looking for death, I'll oblige. A cultivator rushed at Nelson, his palm enveloped in flames, and smacked it down viciously towards Nelson's head. Nelson didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his hand and slashed forward with the sword. This slash was imbued with a terrifying sword intent. Almost without any mishap, the body of his opponent was cleaved into boldly, his figure vanishing before them. Yet they didn't notice Nelson's disappearance, focusing instead on Raylan, who possessed no cultivation. Even if Nelson managed to escape, grabbing this little girl would still force Nelson's hand. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent came from behind them. Did you really think I'd run? Nelson chuckled, delivering several strikes with his green cloud sword. Each move caught them unprepared, and many died under Nelson's blade even before they could react. Don't you dare mess around, or I'll kill her immediately. A sudden shout interrupted Nelson. He turned to find Raylan being held by the neck by a cultivator. Seeing the situation, a look of helplessness surfaced on Nelson's face. Why provoke her needlessly? Raylan remained somewhat bewildered, uncertain of what was going on. She looked up at Nelson, as if seeking answers. Nelson rubbed his forehead, then nodded. Okay. Hearing Nelson say, okay, Raylan's smile became thicker. That's great. Raylan beamed, confusing the cultivator holding her neck. Despite threatening Nelson and using Raylan as a hostage, why did she appear so happy? Still pondering this, the cultivator suddenly felt his inner spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. How was his inner spiritual energy depleting so quickly? No, not depleting, but being absorbed. And the one absorbing his spiritual energy was none other than Raylan. Damn, let me go. The cultivator gritted his teeth, trying to release his hand from Raylan's neck, but to no avail. However, Raylan had no intention of letting go, greedily absorbing his cultivation and power. You're courting death. Gritting his teeth, the cultivator raised a large knife and slashed at Raylan's neck. But just a streak of sword light passed, and the attacker found his arms severed. Intense pain made the cultivator grimace, as his strength was quickly being absorbed. In no time, he was entirely drained. Watching this, Nelson wasn't overly concerned. After all, many cultivators on this journey had already been drained by Raylan. No wonder Master wanted him to bring Raylan out, to protect himself perhaps. Though this method was indeed frightening, he also knew that these people deserved it, thus paying no heed to their fates. With that in mind, Nelson approached Raylan. We're next going to hunt demonic beasts. Okay, Raylan replied with a smile, pulling Nelson's hand and walking forward. Far away at the Qiyang Peak, Barrett watched Nelson and Raylan proceed, involuntarily twitching his lips. True to form, Nelson solved everything with a few moves. Barrett sensed the condition within the small world. The scorching flames seemed to intensify, nearly out of control. Ding, Disciple Allura is about to suffer spirit deviation. Please provide immediate support. Task completion reward, Flame Heaven Art. Hearing the system's voice, Barrett sighed. Indeed, Allura couldn't make it through herself. It appeared he must intervene. With a thought, Barrett directly entered the small world. Upon entry, he saw it transformed into a fiery inferno. Raising his head, he saw Allura hovering midair, seemingly changed into a different person, her eyes extremely cold as she observed her surroundings. When she saw Barrett, she attacked without hesitation. Fiery Saint Fire surged towards Barrett, but dissipated before hitting. Barrett swiftly moved, appearing behind Allura. You dare strike your master? Have you lost your mind? However, Allura ignored him, slapping him with formidable force directly onto Barrett's heart. Yet Barrett stood there as if nothing happened. All right, stop fooling around. Barrett tried to pacify her, seeing her behavior. Outrageous! Allura shouted and slapped at Barrett again. Chapter 190, Going Astray. Barrett still did not dodge. The incredibly powerful attack did nothing to harm him. Seeing her in such a state, Barrett was filled with doubt. What's wrong with this girl? She suddenly became like this for no reason, as if she didn't recognize him anymore. So, do you really intend to kill your master? Though Barrett made no move, he felt somewhat helpless inside. The system naturally had its limits. A disciple couldn't possibly harm their master. And if he were to truly take action, under the system's rules, he would be in deep trouble. I am the Holy Lord of the Jade Pool. How could I possibly be a mere third-level chi practitioner like you? Allura's eyes were cold. Although she felt that this person seemed familiar, since he claimed so boldly to be her master, then he deserved to die. Feeling helpless, Barrett watched as the system brought up Allura's status panel. Name, Allura. Gender, female. Potential, emperor-like. Cultivation, peak late ascension realm. Dao, immortal flame Dao. Mental state, the purity of the Dao power has caused memory confusion and soul damage. Looking at the panel before him, Barrett couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Has this girl's cultivation reached such heights? It seems she has fully recovered to her previous peak condition. However, this pure Dao power indeed led to these issues, so it's best to handle this as soon as possible. System, if I deal with my disciple without injuring her, will there be any punishment? Ding, no dot. The system's voice reached Barrett's ears, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. As long as Allura wasn't harmed, there would be no problem. You're an unruly disciple. Let me, your master, discipline you properly. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted around Barrett. The previously floating Allura abruptly landed on the ground, her cultivation completely suppressed. This sudden situation left Allura in shock. The aura just displayed was clearly that of an Emperor Realm cultivator. Just as she was stunned, however, she felt the force within her begin to churn again. Ah! Allura screamed as an even more violent holy fire erupted around her body. The sheer purity of this power was something Allura found unbearable. But just as she couldn't bear it any longer, a large hand suddenly placed itself on her head. Stay calm and focus. The voice sounded extremely calm, and for some reason, Allura naturally followed its command. Soon, she discovered that the force within her was gradually being guided outward. Indeed, with her current condition, it's difficult for her to fully absorb this power. It looks like we can only temporarily release it, Barrett murmured to himself before expelling the excess power. Unfortunately, Davon was just called out by him. Otherwise, this power would have belonged to him. Forget it. I'll store it for them first. Thinking this, Barrett slowly condensed the pure Dao power. After an unknown amount of time, when Allura slowly opened her eyes, she felt her body wasn't as uncomfortable as before. Her head still throbbed slightly, and although she remembered what happened, thinking about attacking Barrett filled her heart with remorse. You seem to have recovered, Barrett calmly observed her state. Allura turned around and knelt beside Barrett. Master, your disciple is disobedient. To have acted against you, please punish me. Almost everything she now possessed came from Barrett. Yet, during her mental breakdown, she forgot all this and even attacked him, causing her immense guilt. You should indeed be punished. Barrett stroked his chin, speaking seriously. Allura said nothing, kneeling there like a child who had done wrong. The tea garden hasn't been fertilized or weeded in some time. Your punishment is to tend to the tea leaves in the garden until they grow. Barrett looked at Allura, continuing. Surprise flickered across Allura's face. Is this a punishment? She had prepared herself to be stripped of her cultivation, never expecting that her master would merely assign menial tasks. Unwilling? Barrett looked at Allura, asking unhappily. Willing, definitely willing. I accept my punishment. Allura quickly responded. Remember, the tea plants are delicate. You must weed manually. Barrett said seriously. Allura smiled. Don't worry, master. I will handle it seriously. Since you have no use for this, I will pass the essence of Dao power to Nelson and Davon. No objections? Barrett held a small portion of Dao essence and asked Allura. Allura shook her head. Of course, no objection. Even if Barrett planned to extract all the Dao power she absorbed earlier, she wouldn't flinch. All right, go to the tea garden. I need to repair this place. Barrett looked at the sea of flames surrounding them, speaking with resignation. Allura nodded and left. With a wave of his hand, the wild flames began to dissipate. Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving your disciple. Receiving the incinerating heaven technique. The system's voice surprised Barrett. This cultivation technique was unexpected, designed specifically to work with immortal fire Dao. It allowed for finer control over flames, even merging refined flames into a terrifying attack. Looks like I should give the incinerating heaven technique to her when she recovers. Barrett muttered, knowing she wouldn't accept it given her current feelings of guilt. So he decided to wait a while, first focusing on perfecting the small realm. With this thought, Barrett resumed repairing the small world. An indeterminate amount of time passed. When Barrett emerged from the small world, he found Elliot sitting there. You've been hiding deep, huh? Elliot looked at Barrett, still shocked. Chapter 191. The Envoy of the Xuanhuan Sect. What did I hide? Barrett was taken aback, clearly not understanding what he was talking about. Is that so? Did you think I didn't notice the spatial fluctuations hidden there? He wasn't overly worried. After all, Allura had already recovered, presumably due to Barrett's intervention. Not to change the subject, but did you come here just to investigate this? Barrett looked at Elliot and asked him. Elliot nodded. Isn't that enough? That wild aura had nearly destabilized the spiritual energy around Dahuang Immortal Sect. If allowed to continue unchecked, it would grow even more severe. Speaking of which, do you plan to take on any more disciples? Putting down the teacup, Elliot suddenly shifted the topic. Barrett shook his head. I think I'll pass on that. Though the current system feedback was excellent, he felt further expansion would be difficult. Well then. But Qiang Peak has become quite popular recently. Many qualified individuals are flocking here, eager to join. Elliot laughed somewhat helplessly. After all, my disciples give me no peace. Do you think I can handle more? That's true, Barrett said rather helplessly. Training Seth alone had already been taxing. How about your disciples? Do they consider taking on apprentices? After all, you're the only peak leader on Qiang Peak. Don't you plan to promote them to elders and let them take on apprentices? Elliot thought if Barrett wouldn't accept more disciples, perhaps those under him would. Hearing this, Barrett paused. This setup worked well, but if more people came, it might get lively. It's possible, but I need to ask them first. Barrett wouldn't make decisions for them, and besides, they often went wandering. Whether they'd return was another issue. Discuss this with them. I must go now. Other sects have guests today. Saying this, Elliot left. Watching Elliot vanish from view, Barrett felt especially helpless. Given the circumstances, he could only aim for stability for now. He turned his gaze to the nearby tea garden where Allura was diligently watering and fertilizing, showing no signs of spiritual energy fluctuation. As punishment for her actions, Barrett ignored her, resting where he was. Meanwhile, Elliot arrived at the Patriarch Hall and saw several people sitting there. So you are the envoys from Xuanhuan Sect in Dongzhou Province. I am Elliot, the Patriarch of Dahuang Immortal Sect. Welcome you. Elliot looked at the two cultivators before him, speaking warmly. A robed figure frowned and stared at Elliot, saying, Patriarch Zhang, isn't your Dahuang Immortal Sect being a bit too overbearing? As envoys of the Xuanhuan Sect, visiting your modest Dahuang Immortal Sect, you actually treat us with such neglect? The robed figure's words were sharp, expressing clear dissatisfaction with the reception. Grimes beside him furrowed his brows, looking grim. He had an patriarch. If your emissaries continue to be so insolent, I'll kill every single one sent here. Elliot's eyes glared coldly at the remaining envoy, his voice icy. Chapter 192. William's Experience. The messenger didn't even think twice, scrambling to leave the place as quickly as possible. Only after he left did Grimes speak up. Patriarch, what you did just now seemed a bit excessive. Why fear? Do you want to let these people trample all over us? Elliot, hands behind his back, spoke calmly. Their great wasteland immortal sect was not one to be trifled with, and the Yellow Dao sect's strength wasn't as formidable as they imagined. Even without Barrett's intervention, their sect could still handle it. Note, Shen Yellow Zhong seems to be a mix of Chinese and English, which likely refers to Yellow Dao sect or similar, depending on context. Barrett naturally sensed the events unfolding at the Patriarch Hall, which only made him feel particularly helpless. However, he understood why Elliot had acted that way. No one would endure such provocation. Honestly, the Patriarch's actions aligned perfectly with my own thoughts, Barrett chuckled, unsure of how the person returning to the Yellow Emperor sect would respond. Regardless, it no longer mattered to him since the Yellow Dao sect members would likely be wiped out by the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's protective array before even breaching it. Thus, Barrett dismissed it and continued to rest, observing William through the heaven-earth mirror. In a certain city, William stood dejectedly, staring at a map. The city lord is thoroughly evil, reported an elder with purple skin beside him. His eyes were bloodshot as he explained. He absorbs large quantities of blood daily and even feeds on the demon clans within the city. Our goal is to kill him and rescue this flea swarm city. William, looking at the map, asked hesitantly, Santiago, does this really make sense? City Lord, it does. You know why I requested an assault on Flea Swarm City? A guard from Flea Swarm City secretly came here, pleading for our help. Even its guards cannot endure the City Lord's brutality. We must save them. Santiago coughed, maintaining a serious demeanor. William placed his hand on Santiago's shoulder, transferring his karma, relieving his suffering and improving his condition. Thank you, City Lord. Santiago bowed gratefully. William waved his hand. You don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. When William found Santiago on a battlefield, he was surrounded by dead beasts and demons. Seeing him in agony, William offered relief using his accumulated karma to suppress and gradually cleanse the curse. From then on, Santiago followed William as a strategic advisor, helping him ascend to power. Despite this, William felt quite helpless in his current predicament. All right, Santiago, you go rest now. We'll proceed as you suggested. Given Santiago's advice, he had accumulated significant karma within the demon realm. Watching William's actions, Barrett was surprised. He hadn't expected the demons to follow William so willingly, especially Santiago, who exuded no malice. Undoubtedly, William had thrived immensely in the demon realm. Wonder how Nelson is doing, Barrett muttered, redirecting the heaven-earth mirror. In a forest within the boundless land, Nelson was surrounded by numerous beast corpses and, unexpectedly, several cultivators. These cultivators, matching Nelson's prowess, watched him menacingly. Nelson felt utterly helpless. People in the boundless land were too greedy, coveting others' treasures and attempting to seize them. Need my help? Raylan asked eagerly. Nelson rubbed his forehead. Raylan seemed increasingly off-kilter. Originally reserved, she had become more outgoing. No, I can handle it alone, Nelson smiled, confident in dealing with them. You sure talk big, said a cultivator holding a large blade. There are 6 of us, all peak ascension stage cultivators. Think you can defeat us? Nelson stared at him unwaveringly. Do you think I can't kill you? Intimidated by Nelson's glare, the cultivator flinched and averted his gaze. What sorcery is this? I'm actually scared by him. Hemph, let's kill him first. Suddenly stepping forward, the cultivator lunged. But before any action occurred, a terrifying aura slashed him in half. Stunned, everyone watched the body fall in 2 pieces. Even Nelson frowned, having been outmatched by someone unseen. Come out. Nelson roared, releasing a powerful aura. Though he could easily handle them, the sudden attack alarmed him. This is the hidden Immortal Valley territory. If you persist, I will eliminate you all, declared a figure in white robes, slowly approaching. He appeared around 20 but could be much older. Hashtag chapter 193, meeting a worthy opponent. Hidden Immortal Valley? Nelson frowned. Could this place really be the territory of Hidden Immortal Valley? However, his eyes remained fixed on the white-robed cultivator before him. The other party was also a sword cultivator and quite formidable. If he were to fight this person, it would surely boost his own strength considerably. The white-robed cultivator naturally sensed Nelson's intense fighting spirit, which took him by surprise. He hadn't expected someone who had witnessed his previous move to still exude such intense battle intent. The white-robed cultivator noticed that Nelson's sword intent was terrifying. As sword cultivators, their purpose was very simple, to see who had the superior sword path. Sensing the white-robed cultivator's gaze, a slow smile spread across Nelson's lips. Looks like you're planning to have a match with me. I won't hold back, so don't say I bullied you afterward. The white-robed cultivator drew a long sword from its sheath. The blade was transparent, and within it swirled streaks of lightning. This only intensified Nelson's fighting spirit. As for the remaining cultivators, they exchanged glances and then wore fierce expressions. As the saying goes, when 2 tigers fight, the fisherman benefits. They planned to wait until both parties were exhausted, and then take all their treasures. However, just as they were thinking this, numerous streaks of sword light appeared before them. Thud. Several heads dropped to the ground, and 4 mid-stage ascended mystic realm cultivators died easily. They didn't even have time to react, their faces still bearing avaricious expressions. 2 kills each. Nelson hadn't expected this guy to keep up with his speed. You're wrong. It's 3-2, said the white-robed cultivator, pointing to the body he had bisected at the waist. Nelson grinned. That remains to be seen. It might end up being 3-all. Want my head? Try your luck. The white-robed cultivator chuckled and waved at Nelson. In an instant, Nelson appeared before him, the Xianxia sword emitting a sharp whine as it slashed toward the white-robed cultivator's neck. The white-robed cultivator blocked with his long sword, producing a clear clashing sound. Nelson frowned. There was something peculiar about the long sword in the other's hand. Boom. Shockwaves expanded chaotically, the space between them disturbed. Both men stood still, watching to see whose killing blow was stronger. Nelson's lips curled slowly upward. Seems like I've won this round. Thunder dispersed abruptly, and the sword chi condensed by the Xianxia sword sliced a massive trench into the ground. A trench nearly becoming a bottomless chasm. It seems I lost, admitted the white-robed cultivator. I am Ripley, a personal disciple of the Valley Master of Hidden Immortal Valley. Ripley looked at Nelson, a smile on his face. Nelson, disciple of Chongyang Peak of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Nelson held his sword and introduced himself straightforwardly. Not a personal disciple? Ripley was surprised. Such a powerful cultivator should easily become a personal disciple of a sect master. According to Nelson, he seemed to be just an ordinary disciple of a branch sect. I wish I could be a personal disciple, but my talent isn't quite there yet, Nelson said with evident frustration. Indeed, becoming Barrett's personal disciple was practically impossible. Just mastering the sword path alone would take a very long time, let alone adding in Celestial Fire Dao and Array Dao. Completing everything might take tens of thousands of years. Ripley was at a loss for words. Such a formidable person actually deemed themselves insufficiently talented. Senior brother, what happened here? A few cultivators flew over from a distance. Their cultivation was only at the soul transformation stage. Sensing the violent fluctuations earlier, they dared not come closer. While their cultivation seemed high to others, they were nothing before true powerhouses. If they had approached earlier, they would likely have been killed by the aftershocks. Nothing much, just met a friend and had a little spar, Ripley replied with a laugh. A little spar? The Hidden Immortal Valley disciples were taken aback. There were people outside their valley who could rival their senior brother? Seeing Nelson standing nearby, they wondered if he was the one. Atlee, why don't you join me for a visit to Hidden Immortal Valley? We can discuss some sword techniques. Ripley invited Nelson, who didn't refuse. Of course. With such a formidable opponent, Nelson knew he could improve. In that case, follow us. Ripley smiled and led the way. Deep ahead lay the entrance to Hidden Immortal Valley. Chapter 194. Invited into the Hidden Immortal Valley. Nelson had no objections and followed them in. Raylan entered the Hidden Immortal Valley with Nelson, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy and revealing a look of surprise on her face. She wasn't sure why but felt that something here emitted a familiar aura. What's the matter? Nelson asked, puzzled by Raylan's expression. Raylan shook her head. Nothing, just feeling there's a familiar aura here. A familiar aura? Nelson was puzzled, but then remembered this little one belonged to the Taodai clan. So the aura Raylan sensed was probably from the upper realm. If that were the case, could it mean there was an item or person from the upper realm here? Though unclear, he didn't overthink it. After all, how could the lower realm possibly have anything from the upper realm? Not everyone could be like Barrett, right? Open repair, it seems you've returned after completing your mission. At that moment, an elderly voice reached their ears. Grandmaster, why are you out? Seeing Garfield standing ahead, Ripley exclaimed in surprise. Grandmaster? This made Nelson slightly taken aback. Did Ripley have more than one master? Garfield nodded. Indeed, planning to move around lately. He suddenly shifted his gaze to Nelson. For some reason, he felt this young man's swordsmanship seemed stronger than Ripley's. Noticing Garfield's attention, Ripley quickly introduced, Grandmaster, this is Nelson, rumored to come from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect? Under whom did you study? Garfield curiously sized up Nelson, wondering what kind of powerful figure could produce such a talented disciple. My teacher is Master Barrett of Qiang Peak, Nelson said proudly. Hearing Barrett, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't he the supreme power that recently rose to fame across the 9 provinces? As for Garfield, he showed some surprise. Ah, so you're Taoist friend Lin's disciple. No wonder you're so powerful. Do you know my teacher? Nelson was indeed surprised, not expecting Garfield to know his teacher. Yes, he visited our Hidden Immortal Valley once. At that time, we chatted for a while, but his strength far surpassed mine. Garfield laughed heartily as he told them. Hearing this, everyone gasped, especially Ripley, who knew Garfield was a 9-star Great Emperor, an absolute powerhouse across the entire 9 provinces. Yet, Garfield said Barrett was even stronger. Didn't this imply Barrett had transcended the 9-star Great Emperor realm? You are truly fortunate to become his disciple. Garfield smiled warmly at Nelson, stroking his beard. Nelson nodded in agreement. Back when he joined Barrett's discipleship, his cultivation had been stripped, and he'd been hesitant about it. Now thinking about it, he wished he could travel back in time to give his past self the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, strangely focused on him. Turning to look, he frowned at a peculiar cultivator staring fixedly at him, eyes empty. Seems he's controlled, Barrett murmured. Instantly teleporting, he appeared before the man. Placing his hand on the man's shoulder, the man collapsed breathless. Barrett sighed. The guy was already dead. He noticed a strange aura, a domain outer celestial demon. No wonder he'd stared straight at me. Looks like I'm being manipulated by one. With a heavy heart, Barrett pondered his next move. Chapter 195. Nearly lost a disciple. Sure enough, as he had suspected, there were still quite a few domain outer demon entities in existence. What puzzled him was why these creatures were focusing on him. After all, these domain outer demons were scattered everywhere, and whenever he killed them, it never drew the attention of other domain outer demons. Yet now, the surviving domain outer demons seemed to be using corpses to watch him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Barrett suddenly paused. Did they really not notice him? What if some of those bystanders were domain outer demons themselves? Or what if some domain outer demons had already gathered and used methods he couldn't detect to gather information? Contemplating this, Barrett sighed in frustration before turning back toward the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. The area around the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect was within his surveillance range. When he came here, he had sensed that only this place was anomalous. Further investigation wouldn't yield results, so he decided to rest. With this thought, he quickly returned to Qiang Peak. Master, the work in the tea garden is done. When Barrett returned, Alora was already waiting for him. Seeing her bowed head, Barrett couldn't help but sigh. Why are you like this? You just made a small mistake. There's no need to be so despondent. Barrett looked at Alora with an exasperated expression. I did make a mistake, even laying hands on you, Alora said, knowing full well that with her strength, harming Barrett was impossible, but the guilt still lingered. Alright, if you keep this up, it might cause more trouble. Go rest properly and stabilize your cultivation level. Don't forget to water the tea garden daily. Barrett waved her off. Alora nodded, preparing to leave, when she noticed a cultivator appearing beside them. Leader Lin, something's wrong? The cultivator kneeled, urgently shouting. Barrett was puzzled. What's going on? Why all the fuss? Junior brother Han has been injured. He's currently receiving treatment at Pill Peak. Please come and see him. The disciple was visibly anxious. Hearing this, a look of displeasure crossed Barrett's face. How long had Seth been out on a mission, and he's already injured? If it was just minor injuries, they likely wouldn't have sent someone. This meant Seth must have suffered severe wounds. Brianna, come with me, Barrett said directly, then left. At Pill Peak, Adiel was treating a heavily wounded youth, frowning deeply. At this moment, several figures flew in from afar. Turning, he saw Barrett and Alora approaching. What happened? Barrett asked Adiel, looking at the pale-faced Seth on the bed. Bones shattered, Danteon destroyed, meridians ruined. It's a miracle he's still alive, Adiel explained, sighing. Despite using the best medicines, Seth's condition was dire, possibly rendering him unable to cultivate further. Barrett's expression darkened. This was his disciple, and he couldn't tolerate such treatment. Use this on him. Barrett summoned a 9-turn soul-condensing pill and placed it before Adiel. Adiel, as the leader of Pill Peak, recognized its value immediately. The medicinal aroma and the pill patterns indicated this was far from ordinary. This pill alone could almost be considered a sect treasure. Without hesitation, Adiel administered it. After taking the pill, Seth's broken meridians began to rapidly regenerate. Even his shattered dantian started reforming. Remarkable. Such potent effects. Adiel checked Seth's condition, astonished. Indeed, the master of Qiyang Peak possessed immense resources. After half an hour, Seth slowly opened his eyes, feeling less pain. Where am I? Seth looked around, confused. Of course, you're in the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Adiel said. Hearing the voice, Seth sat up, noticing Barrett and Allura. Master, senior sister Brianna, you're both here, Seth spoke, his breath shaky. What happened? I thought you went out on a mission. Barrett asked. Seth nodded. I accepted a task to slay an Origin Chi stage beast. After killing it, I planned to return with its corpse. But I encountered some very strong people who demanded the corpse. I refused, and they attacked me. I couldn't fight back and could only watch as they took the beast's body. That's all you remember? Barrett continued questioning. Seth shook his head. I don't know how I returned. My consciousness was fading, but I wanted to see you one last time. The guards at the gate said they saw a bloodied youth climb step by step. He lost consciousness right before reaching the entrance, Adiel added. This stunned Allura. Despite being severely injured, he had the will to return. Do you remember what they were wearing? Barrett asked patiently. They wore black robes with a dagger embroidered over their hearts. Their weapons were also daggers. Seth answered truthfully. Gate of 100 Daggers. Allura frowned, recognizing the sect. Barrett stood up. Brianna, take Seth to the Gate of 100 Daggers. Do what needs to be done. The gravity of the situation was clear, and Allura understood completely. Chapter 196, supporting his junior brother. If his disciple had already been bullied to such an extent, and he didn't stand up for him, that would be a very serious issue. Allura nodded. Disciple understands. Seth was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that his master would actually stick up for him. But if they went to the 100-blade sect like this, wouldn't it escalate into a war between two sects? Master, I don't think this is quite right, Seth said. If we really go there, the 100-blade sect and Great Desolate Immortal sect will likely become sworn enemies. Seth felt anxious. If things turned out this way, he would be considered the cause of all the trouble. Barrett patted Seth on the shoulder. Don't worry. Your senior sister will take care of these matters. If Allura couldn't resolve it, then only he as the master would have to step in personally. After all, no matter what, he needed an explanation from the 100-blade sect. Junior brother, let's go. Big sister will handle this matter for you. Allura looked at Seth beside her and spoke thusly. Although Seth was worried, seeing Barrett and Allura's confident appearances, he did not say anything more. I understand. With these words, Seth left with Allura. His body just recovered. Is it really okay to let him go out like this? Adiel glanced at Barrett. Although he did not know how effective the pills Barrett had given were, allowing a just recovered patient to leave like this seemed imprudent. Barrett reassured him. Don't worry. The elixirs I gave him are more effective than you think. He merely lacks strength now, but everything else has already recovered. The 9-fold spirit condensing pill could heal even an Emperor Realm powerhouse. To restore a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like Seth was almost too simple. What he cared about most now was naturally the 100-blade sect. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Saying this, Adiel returned to prepare for cultivation. Barrett did not pay much attention and quickly returned to Crimson Sun Peak. He opened the Heaven-Earth mirror and observed Allura's actions. Allura brought Seth straight toward the 100-blade sect at incredible speed. As her cultivation had reached the late-stage Ascension realm, she was almost as powerful as in her past life, so she did not fear any danger from the 100-blade sect. This was her chance to make amends, so she put in extra effort. Soon, they arrived at the gates of the 100-blade sect. Who goes there? A disciple guarding the sect saw two figures floating in midair and asked unhappily, Tell your sect leader to get out here now. Allura's voice carried immense spiritual power, echoing throughout the entire 100-blade sect. Originally resting in the main hall, the 100-blade sect's leader was startled by this voice. Such formidable power. They could not possibly contend against such power. He rushed forward as fast as he could. I am Grady, leader of the 100-blade sect. May I ask who you are, fellow Taoist? Grady gazed at the woman hovering in the air, frowning deeply. My junior brother was severely beaten by your sect members, destroying his meridians and cultivation. Doesn't the 100-blade sect owe us, the Great Desolate Immortal sect, an explanation? Allura glared down at Grady, her eyes filled with arrogance. Upon hearing the mention of the Great Desolate Immortal sect, Grady's expression changed instantly. The Great Desolate Immortal sect was the strongest sect in Central State. Who dared to provoke them? I am unaware of this matter. Could you please come down? Let's discuss this rationally. If my disciples are indeed responsible, I promise to compensate. Grady knew he must not anger the other party. This wasn't something trivial. The pressure from the other side was immense, and provoking them would mean certain death. Moreover, he clearly remembered the head of the Great Desolate Immortal sect being Elliot. Now, suddenly, another late-stage Ascension Realm cultivator had appeared, indicating that the 100-blade sect stood no chance against the Great Desolate Immortal. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the three men suddenly turned their heads. Seeing Seth standing nearby, they were shocked speechless. How could this be? They had crippled him completely, turning him into a useless person. How could he recover so quickly? Do you confirm it? Allura looked at Seth and asked. Seth nodded. I'd recognize them even if they turned to ashes. Also, the axe left by Master was taken by them. Allura's eyes burned with icy rage as she stared at the three. Return my junior brother's possessions. What? What items? One of the cultivators asked, clearly unwilling to admit it and hoping to escape blame. ##### Chapter 197. The 100 Blade Sect's Choice. Boom. In an instant, a flame erupted before him, followed by an explosion. The cultivator's body flew backward, his breathing rapid and labored as large portions of his body were scorched. Grady's face turned dark with horror. Alora's attack had not only caused severe physical damage, but had also completely ruined the disciple's cultivation base. I don't like repeating myself. It would be best if you return everything my junior brother lost, Alora declared. Her right hand enveloped in a flame that exuded unimaginable power. Even from a distance, the intense heat was palpable. Even though you are from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, to act without fully investigating the matter is indeed too much. Grady's expression was grim. After all, these disciples had been carefully cultivated by the 100 Blade Sect, yet here they were being destroyed at a whim? Alora's eyes flashed with icy malice. What, do you wish to speak on their behalf? She wouldn't mind destroying the entire 100 Blade Sect. At her current level, no one apart from Barrett could pose a threat to her. Even her junior brothers stood little chance. Sensing the chilling intent from Alora, Grady froze. He had thought leveraging the sect's influence would intimidate her, but she showed no respect at all. Gripping his fists tightly, he knew continuing this way would likely result in the deaths of his carefully nurtured disciples. Stopping her now would have serious consequences. Ultimately, Grady turned to the offending disciples. Return what you stole. I won't repeat myself again. After Alora's menacing aura and Grady's stern command, the disciples did not dare act recklessly and returned the contents of their spatial rings. Among the items was the corpse of a late nether stage demonic beast and an unremarkable-looking axe. When Seth saw the axe, his heart leapt with joy. He had finally retrieved it. Despite its heavy weight, he lifted it effortlessly. Seeing no damage, he finally relaxed. Now that everything has been returned, we can discuss compensation, Alora said, fixing her gaze on Grady. Grady nodded, knowing the discussion about compensation was inevitable. I will give you two choices, she began without hesitation. Firstly, I can inflict 1,000 times the pain they caused my junior brother upon them. Secondly, you can hand over half of your sect's accumulated resources. Alora stared at Grady as she laid out her conditions. Upon hearing Alora's terms, everyone present was stunned. Was this really proposing conditions or outright robbery? Half of the sect's resources, this was practically asking for their lives. Yet ruining the other two disciples' cultivation bases would mean even greater losses. No matter which choice, it was going to be difficult for the 100 Blade Sect. Isn't this going too far? Grady's aura was already rising, barely holding back his anger. But Alora showed no fear. Do you plan to wait until our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect attacks your mountain gate, then strip away all your resources and kill every last one of you? Confronted with Alora's threat, Grady clenched his fists tighter, his face turning uglier by the moment. Indeed, any choice was better than facing the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect's wrath. I agree to give you half of our sect's resources. Taking a deep breath, Grady uttered these words. Alora smiled warmly, then please prepare quickly, Horatio. We only need half an hour. Biting his lip, Grady grumbled before turning towards the sect's treasure vault. As he left, he turned to the remaining disciples. Both of you, go to the Cliff of Reflection for punishment. Terrified, the two disciples fled instinctively, running as fast as they could. About half an hour later, Grady returned with a spatial ring in hand, clearly reluctant to part with it. These are half of the 100 Blade Sect's resources. Please check. Despite his reluctance, he handed over the spatial ring. Alora accepted it without hesitation, inspecting the contents. The resources within were indeed substantial, leaving her satisfied. Junior brother, take these resources for your cultivation. Casually handing the spatial ring to Seth, Alora continued. Seth was stunned, staring at the ring in disbelief. To receive such wealth of cultivation resources from an entire sect, was this real, or really for me? Seth asked hesitantly. Alora nodded. These things are useless to me. You should take them. Since there would be no reward from returning them to the sect, it made sense to give them to Seth. Thank you, senior sister. Seth carefully stowed the ring in his robes. As for Grady, his anger was evident, knowing those resources had been painstakingly gathered over time. But what could he do? Challenge them? Not possible. Since you've obtained what you wanted, leave immediately. Fists clenched, Grady struggled to contain his fury. Alora coldly remarked, I hope you discipline your disciples well. If this happens again, the next encounter won't be so simple. With that, Alora led Seth away. Watching their departure, Grady's rage burst forth. How dare these worthless disciples provoke the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect? If not for the resources invested in their training, he might have considered crippling them. Yet it was too late for regrets. They had already suffered the consequences. Chapter 198. Illusions Within the Domain. Alora led Seth towards the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. However, as they were leaving, she sensed something was amiss. Alora turned her head and noticed some strange fluctuations coming from a distance. Senior sister, what's wrong? Seth asked, puzzled by Alora's sudden halt. Alora calmly replied, nothing. You should head back first. I have some matters to handle. Though uncertain about the situation, it gave Alora an eerie feeling. She thought it would be dangerous for Seth if she brought him along. I understand. Be careful, senior sister. Seth knew this wasn't the time to argue and decided to listen obediently. Seth left alone while Alora flew toward the disturbance. Upon arriving at the location, Alora discovered a spatial rift. The rift emitted a peculiar aura, making it all seem quite strange. Is this the domain of the Outer Realm demon? Inside Scarlet Sun Peak, Barrett, after sensing that same aura, displayed a serious expression. With Alora's strength, she might not be able to deal with this creature. Should I intervene? This thought crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. If he always had to step in, there would be no point in their growth. He would wait and see. If Alora really couldn't handle it, he could still act later. After all, he could reach her instantly if necessary. Barrett continued watching the scene unfold in his mind. Allura originally hadn't planned on entering, but felt compelled to act as the bizarre aura continued to spread. Failing to stop it soon might cause bigger problems. Seems like I must go inside and take a look, she muttered to herself and then flew into the rift. Upon entry, Allura found herself in a changed environment. The surroundings were rich with spiritual energy, even containing traces of Tao power. Mountains were clear, waters were serene, like a paradise on earth. Ahead sat a man drinking tea. Never expected to have a guest. The man smiled warmly upon seeing Allura. Comrade Taoist, would you care to join me for a cup of tea? The white-robed cultivator said with a friendly smile. Allura grew wary. This man was clearly too powerful for her to handle alone, so it was wise to consult her master first. As she prepared to leave, a strange dizziness overcame her. Touching the exit felt as though it would lead to death. Something was off. Suddenly, a violent burst of flames erupted throughout the domain. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, cutting through her defenses and shaking her senses. Allura realized the exit was no exit, but a grotesque mouth filled with blood. Can't you just die quietly? Came a sigh from behind her. Allura's Saint Flame surged towards Dylan's previous position, only to find him gone. The tree's branches twisted into bloody tentacles, fruits condensed into bloody eyeballs hanging ominously. In mere moments, the once idyllic scene transformed into a hellish one. If you knew nothing, you could have died peacefully. Unfortunately, you insisted on unveiling the truth. Dylan's voice echoed around, causing Allura to frown deeply. Unable to detect him with her senses, she acknowledged her hasty decision to enter. However, she didn't believe she would die here. With determination, she conjured the Saint Flame in her palm. This isn't me courting death, it's you seeking it. Chapter 199, Choosing to Flee. To dare confine her in such an enclosed environment was practically inviting to be incinerated by the sacred flame. Allura waved her hand, and flames instantly coalesced into a fire, causing the space to collapse. Hidden in the dark, shadowy figure couldn't help but frown. This woman's technique was unusual. It was nearly destroying his domain. Furthermore, her Tao of immortal fire happened to counter the extraterrestrial demons. If not for this, he wouldn't have chosen to hide continuously. It seemed he should leave first and join forces with others to solve this issue. With that thought, shadowy figure gradually dissipated. Crack. Suddenly, Allura heard something shatter. Realizing what happened, she found that her surroundings had vanished. Looking at the familiar landscape, she frowned. Did he escape? She had hoped to fully assess the strength of extraterrestrial demons, but it looked like it wasn't meant to be. Cowardly rat, she coldly snorted, then turned and left. That figure might have been hidden for quite some time. Thus, instead of pursuing him, she returned. Meanwhile, shadowy figure flew towards a certain direction. Just as he started flying, he sensed a terrifying aura behind him. Who's there? Shadowy figure turned sharply, delivering a palm strike. But it landed on empty air. No one was behind him. Staring at the empty space, his expression turned sour. Was it just his imagination? I never expected you to be so skilled at fleeing. A voice suddenly rang in shadowy figure's ears, causing him to whirl around sharply. He then noticed a silhouette standing there. It was none other than Barret. Originally resting at the donghua immortal sect, Barret followed shadowy figure upon noticing his departure, curious about where he was headed. Unexpectedly, shadowy figure detected him almost immediately. Another reckless one, shadowy figure sneered, though baffled by how Barret evaded his earlier attack. In his mind, these mortals were no match for him. After all, not everyone was like that formidable woman who cultivated the Tao of immortal fire. His body faded away, transforming the surrounding space. An attempt to use the power of the domain to kill Barret. However, Barret stood unperturbed as the domain closed in. Just as it was about to complete, he stomped hard. A terrifying aura burst forth, forcibly breaking the domain. Seeing this, shadowy figure was shocked. The aura emanating from this person wasn't from the lower realm. You're an upper realm cultivator. Shadowy figure gritted his teeth, questioning how an upper realm cultivator could be in this tiny lower realm. With their current incomplete restoration, facing an upper realm cultivator could indeed spell their doom. Smirking, Barret slowly approached, saying, "Sorry, you guessed wrong. I'm from this lower realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed shadowy figure's head. Instantly, flames erupted from within shadowy figure's body, consuming him in a split second. Moments later, nothing remained of shadowy figure except ashes, swept away by the wind without a trace. Brushing off his hands, Barret thought it was easier dealing with these entities. Deciding it was time to return, he teleported back to Qiang Peak. Not long after lying down, a figure flew toward him. "Master, the task is completed," Allura respectfully stated. Well done," Barret nodded, having watched her actions through the heavenly mirror. "By the way, Master, I encountered an extraterrestrial demon on my way back." "But he escaped," Allura added, clearly displeased, especially since others like Nelson and Davon frequently encountered them. "Do not worry, they are numerous, just deeply hidden. We need a plan to root them out." Barret waved his hand dismissively before producing a cultivation technique manual. "To better deal with extraterrestrial demons, practice this technique after your watering tasks." "What is this?" Allura asked, surprised to see the title, Incinerate Heaven Technique. "It pairs well with the Tao of Immortal Fire," Barret casually replied. Chapter 200, Seeking Help at Xuanhuan Immortal City. Allura drew in a sharp breath. This item was actually meant to be used with the Immortal Fire Tao. "Master, are you really planning to give it to me?" Allura felt a surge of excitement, but remembering what she had done before made her hesitate to accept. "Among my disciples, only you cultivate the Immortal Fire Tao. If not you, then who? Should I keep it?" Barret glanced at Allura, sounding somewhat helpless. "Thank you, Master. This disciple will cultivate diligently. By the way, Master, little junior brother said he won't be back for a while, and plans to continue taking on missions." Barret nodded. "I understand. You may leave now." Without saying much more, Allura left immediately. It was clear that she placed great importance on the burning heaven art. He wondered what kind of improvement she would achieve after mastering it. As for Seth, Barrett wasn't too worried. Within Central Province, there was only the 100 Blades sect acting foolishly. If there were others like them, he would have to pay them a visit. Barrett saw a beam of light flying towards him from a distance, looking surprised. Who would send a message to the great desolate immortal sect at such a time? He didn't think much and stretched out his hand, grabbing the light beam as it flew towards him. It was a recording stone. Even though he didn't know who sent it, Barrett decided to take a look. Infusing spiritual energy into it, Barrett found an image appearing on the stone. It was Wilma from Xuanhuan Immortal City. Barrett hadn't expected that she would send him a message. Fellow Taoist Lin, Xuanhuan Immortal City has been attacked by extraplanar demons. We urgently request assistance. This is based on an agreement between our city and the Great Desolate Immortal Sect. If Xuanhuan Immortal City encounters trouble, the Great Desolate Immortal Sect will offer support. The attackers are 2 extraplanar demons. Once Wilma's voice faded, the recording stone vanished. Barrett frowned. 2 extraplanar demons appeared in Xuanhuan Immortal City. Did they plan to start their invasion from Eastern Province? Even though he wasn't sure, Barrett believed it was necessary to help. Nelson and the others were currently in Eastern Province, so he could have them provide support. Even if he didn't go himself, Raylan would be able to handle it. Using the mirror of heaven and earth, Barrett started sending a message to Nelson. Nelson, can you hear me? Through the mirror, Barrett saw that Nelson was still resting in a mortal concealment valley and asked. Upon hearing Barrett's voice, Nelson looked surprised. Master, I can hear you. Xuanhuan Immortal City is under attack by extraplanar demons. You and Xianxia must hurry over and assist. Nelson's expression turned serious when he heard about the extraplanar demons. I understand. With determination in his eyes, Nelson ended the connection, stood up, and looked at Raylan who was still playing nearby. Xianxia, we're going somewhere else. Where? Raylan was puzzled. They had only just arrived here. Why were they leaving again? To Xuanhuan Immortal City. It seems extraplanar demons have appeared there, Nelson explained. Raylan, though unfamiliar with extraplanar demons, knew they were dangerous. She jumped up excitedly. Let's go then. Nelson nodded and led Raylan out. Just as they reached the square in a mortal concealment valley without leaving yet, Ripley appeared in front of them. Hey, Atlee, where are you two headed? Ripley was confused since they had just arrived. My master wants us to go to Xuanhuan Immortal City. It seems extraplanar demons have appeared there. Do you want to come along, fellow Taoist Gorin? Nelson asked Ripley, who was clearly puzzled upon hearing about the extraplanar demons. What are they? Some kind of power? Ripley didn't know about extraplanar demons, so his confusion was understandable. A very terrifying force, similar to demons or beasts. If you want to join, be prepared for a life-and-death battle. Nelson stared at Ripley, warning him, be prepared for a life-and-death battle? A serious look spread across Ripley's face. He hadn't expected Nelson to put it so seriously. Since you put it that way, I naturally wish to go. After all, only through life-and-death battles can we truly grow, isn't that right? Despite knowing how serious things might be, Ripley still wanted to go. In that case, let's get moving. The journey from here to Xuanhuan Immortal City is quite far. Nelson looked ahead and quickly flew off. Seeing Nelson and Raylan depart, Ripley bowed to Garfield not far away and followed them. Extraplanar demons, huh? Didn't expect them to make a move so soon. Garfield stroked his beard, muttering to himself. He wasn't sure if Nelson and the others could handle it, but perhaps this was a valuable experience for them, hoping Ripley would return alive. In Xuanhuan Immortal City, Jody and Ida watched as countless demons invaded the city. Although protected by arrays, these defenses seemed almost overwhelmed. Kylie, let's help, Jody said with a smile as she held Ida's hand. They had received Barrett's message and intended to assist once he asked. Ida nodded. Sure. Without hesitation, they soared into the sky. Many demons were being controlled and attacking the city relentlessly, showing no signs of retreating even when hit. Many cultivators defending against the demon invasion perished due to the resilience of these beasts. These demons are incredibly tough. Foster finished dealing with one and frowned deeply. I've already sent a recording stone to the Great Desolate Immortal Sect. Reinforcements should arrive soon. Wilma kept killing demons while talking to Foster. Their only hope was for reinforcements to arrive from the Great Desolate Immortal Sect. Just then, beams of sword light appeared nearby, slicing the invading demons into pieces instantly. Chapter 201. The extraterrestrial demon makes an appearance. Such a powerful sword and tint. Foster looked at the beast that had been easily slain before him, surprise flashing in his eyes. Such formidable sword intent was something he'd almost only seen in Barrett. Could it be that Barrett has already arrived? However, as he followed the line of sight, he realized that it wasn't Barrett who had come but 2 women, one young, one old. Is it them? Seeing these 2, Foster breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. With these 2 present, this time it should not be too much of a problem. How about that? Do you know those 2? Erwin asked Foster after slaying a beast. Foster replied, the one who took action is the little girl. She is Lin's sword spirit, and the other one is Lin's maid. A 6-star emperor serving as a maid? Erwin clearly hesitated for a moment, never expecting Barrett to have such capabilities. After all, such a powerful individual would dominate wherever they were placed. Yet, she willingly served Barrett. This was truly incomprehensible. However, with the addition of these 2 strong individuals, their current burden was significantly reduced. But these beasts were indeed quite strange. Their desire to attack was incredibly strong, and they showed no signs of retreating. If they unleashed a large-scale attack amidst this beast tide, it would inevitably cause other complications. Their numbers are really considerable, Jody said with astonishment upon observing the situation. Purple flames emerged from her palm, flying toward the heart of the beast tide. Boom! In an instant, flames surged upward, creating a sea of fire within the beast tide. The flames continuously devoured the beasts, but they pressed on regardless. This situation left Jody somewhat surprised. They even can't be stopped by this? Ida lifted her small hand, and sword chi instantly swept through, severing the bodies of the beasts enveloped by the sword chi. Even so, the number of beasts did not diminish. Jody, there are many of these beasts. It seems we can only resolve this issue if we find the source, Foster called out to Jody nearby. Jody frowned, understanding that there must be a source behind the beast tide. But this scenario was terrifying. Furthermore, Barrett had warned them via message about the presence of extraterrestrial demons here. They couldn't handle this matter themselves. Waiting seemed to be their only option since someone capable of dealing with extraterrestrial demons was about to arrive. I understand that. Bad guy. Ida, seeing Jody under threat, swiftly launched a streak of sword chi. Sensing this sharp sword chi, the attacker dared not continue to mesmerize Jody and chose to retreat temporarily. Once he retreated, Jody's hazy consciousness cleared up. She clutched her head, looking uncomfortable. What happened to me? Why do I suddenly feel like this? Are you alright, Jody? Ida asked worriedly. Jody patted Ida's head. I'm fine, sister. She then turned to look at the man retreating not far away, her face hardening. He was skilled, nearly plunging her consciousness into confusion. If not mistaken, these beasts were controlled similarly. Really interesting. You have such a formidable sword spirit beside you. The figure slowly transformed into a man with a greedy look on his face. Extraterrestrial demon? Jody's brow furrowed tightly as she asked coldly. So, you know my identity. Fine. I am the blood fiend of extraterrestrial demons. If you pledge allegiance to me, once Nine Glory Immortal City is taken over, you may rule it. The man grinned, looking arrogant. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Jody's eyes. Since this guy is an extraterrestrial demon, killing him would complete her master's mission. Those were your last words. Jody stared at Blood Fiend. I see killing intent in her eyes. Inside the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Barrett watched this unfold with a helpless sigh. Why are there so many extraterrestrial demons now? Looks like I need to find some time to clean these guys up completely, he murmured, knowing he must handle the demons regardless of their number. Outside Nine Glory Immortal City, Jody exchanged glances with Ida and launched a fierce attack on Blood Fiend. Foxfire surrounded Blood Fiend instantly, while Ida rapidly launched sword chi towards him. Pity. You two aren't enough to stop me. Blood Fiend laughed, clearly underestimating them. Boom. Suddenly, the surrounding beasts began to unleash terrifying power, forming an intense shockwave. Self-destruct? Erwin's expression turned grim as he watched beasts explode one after another. Hashtag Chapter 202. The collective self-destruction of beasts. This development posed a significant problem. With countless beasts self-destructing, if no defense was set up, many cultivators might die here. Erwin and his team, as Imperial Realm cultivators, naturally wouldn't be harmed by these beast explosions. However, it was different for the other cultivators. Although their cultivation levels were strong, they could only focus on defending themselves. If they were ambushed by the beasts at this moment, they might not be able to cope, and some might even lose their lives. The one advantage was that when the beasts exploded, they would also take out nearby beasts in the process. Erwin looked around at the stage-ascended Immortal Realm cultivator. I wasn't talking about him, Jody said with a meaningful smile, then led Ida toward the beast horde. Now that help had arrived, she didn't need to deal with Cleveland but could focus on clearing out the remaining beasts. Seeing Jody leave like this, Cleveland's face showed confusion. What was happening? Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Are you the culprit? Hearing the young voice, Cleveland's brows knitted together, and he grabbed the girl by the neck. When did this girl get behind him? He had sensed everything around him. No ant could escape his notice. Yet, this girl had approached undetected, even under his full vigilance. Just a powerless little girl. Time to die. As he tightened his grip, he felt something odd. His strength was being siphoned away. How is this possible? Cleveland's brows furrowed. This girl was absorbing his cultivation and spirit chi. If this continued, it would be problematic. Release me. Biting his teeth, though he held Raylan by the neck, he found himself unable to let go. His spirit chi was rapidly depleting, leaving him nearly helpless. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly chopped off his left arm. Blood spurted as he severed his own limb, instinctively retreating far back. In this situation, he needed to escape as soon as possible. That girl was a descendant of the Taodai clan, and staying here would mean becoming her meal. And where do you think you're going? Another voice suddenly rang out. A young man with a sword appeared before him, a thick smile on his face. Nelson watched Cleveland, whose strength had been mostly drained by Raylan. This weakened state made him perfect for practice. Gore. Cleveland scowled and lunged at Nelson. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing Cleveland's right hand. Frowning, Cleveland questioned how this mere early-stage ascended Immortal Realm cultivator could overpower him. Was it due to his weakened state? Cursed brat. Through gritted teeth, Cleveland knew Raylan's absorption had significantly reduced his power. Why so weak? Nelson asked, having hoped for a stronger opponent, but realizing Raylan had drained Cleveland too thoroughly. Fine death. Cleveland roared and rushed at Nelson again. Nelson moved with blinding speed. His sword flashes faster than the eye could follow. In mere moments, Cleveland's head rolled onto the ground. His heart ceased beating. Nelson frowned. Though he had slain the heavenly demon, he felt unsatisfied. Cleveland had been too weakened by Raylan. As Cleveland died, the beasts suddenly seemed to come to their senses, standing dumbfounded before scattering in all directions. Within moments, they vanished without a trace. Erwin and the others didn't chase them, knowing it would be pointless. It seems they've dealt with the heavenly demon, Wilma muttered, breathing heavily after the battle. They had expended much strength. Without reinforcements, Xuanhuan Immortal City might not have survived. Indeed, it looks like Xuanhuan Immortal City has been saved. Foster sighed in relief, turning to look at the figures not far away. They would need to find a time to thank Barrett and company. Looks like I didn't gain anything this time, Ripley admitted, walking up to the group. He had intended to hone his skills but only managed to kill a few beasts before Cleveland was defeated by Nelson. Friend Goran doesn't need to worry. There will be another chance next time, someone replied. After all, there were numerous heavenly demons, and they had only eliminated one. Translation provided by user, ensuring accuracy and fluency while maintaining the original tone and structure. ##### Chapter 203. The first step to participating in the Long Dragon Assembly. Indeed. Atli, why don't we go together to participate in the Long Dragon Assembly in Southern Prefecture? Ripley said after considering for a moment. What is the Long Dragon Assembly? Nelson was quite puzzled, clearly having never considered this before. The Long Dragon Assembly naturally gathers formidable cultivators and hosts a grand competition. One can say that many disciples from various sects wish to participate. After all, Southern Prefecture is known for producing renowned experts. Not only can one encounter numerous strong cultivators there, but there are also opportunities to make a name for oneself. Ripley explained, indicating that he planned to participate. In that case, I wonder what position Taoist Brother Goran could secure with your strength? Nelson was curious. If it was a place known for its formidable individuals, there must be many strong participants. With my strength, I can probably just barely make it into the top 20, Ripley replied with a bitter smile. This was only if he gave it his all. Otherwise, he might not even manage to enter the top 20. Upon hearing this, Nelson's face broke into a broad smile. Even you, Taoist Brother Goran, can only barely make it into the top 20. I'm really curious about what this Long Dragon Assembly is like. Nelson's lips curled into a slow smile. This might be a very significant opportunity. Meanwhile, Barrett had already obtained this information through the Heavenly Mirror. The Long Dragon Assembly, huh? It looks like Nelson should be able to achieve a good result there. Ding, mission released. Please lead your disciples to participate in the Long Dragon Assembly and win first place. Completion reward, 1 virtual mystic realm building. The system's voice echoed in Barrett's ears, leaving him thoroughly puzzled. Was this virtual mystic realm building very powerful? Though he didn't know much about it, the system had issued the mission, so he definitely needed to complete it. With these thoughts in mind, Barrett slowly stood up and headed toward the Patriarch Hall. Upon reaching the hall, he saw Elliot looking worried. Barrett, why have you come? Elliot smiled when he saw Barrett arrive. Barrett replied, I plan to take the people of Crimson Sun Peak to Southern Prefecture and participate in the Long Dragon Assembly under the name of Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Hearing Barrett's intention to join the Long Dragon Assembly, Elliot's face showed surprise. Are you sure? Elliot looked at Barrett with a strange expression. Barrett nodded. Of course. This is the best chance to make our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect well known. Fine. Since you're determined to participate, I need to tell you something. Elliot sighed. To participate in the Long Dragon Assembly, one must have a ranking on the 9 provinces genius list. To gain a ranking on the list, you must challenge those who are already on it. As Elliot spoke, Barrett felt puzzled. Do you have the list then? Of course. Moreover, our Great Wasteland Immortal Sect has been invited this time. Saying this, Elliot handed Barrett a list containing names from the genius list. To participate in the Long Dragon Assembly, you need to at least reach the top 300. I was still wondering which disciple should go to challenge others, but now that you're here, I'll leave this matter to you. Elliot waved his hand. He actually felt it wasn't quite right to keep relying on Crimson Sun Peak, but the other disciples' cultivation levels were too low. Given the abundance of prodigies in Southern Prefecture, a small sect like the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect would find it challenging. Alright, I'll make several copies of this list and have Brianna handle it. Barrett murmured to himself, then turned and walked out. As for Nelson, he could deal with matters on his own for now. The boy was definitely heading to Southern Prefecture anyway. Back at Crimson Sun Peak, Barrett used the Heavenly Mirror to summon Davon and Seth as soon as possible. The next day, at Crimson Sun Peak, Davon and the others had already been waiting for some time. Barrett came out of his room and handed them the copy genius list. Master, what is this? Davon looked at the book in his hands, feeling very puzzled. These are the geniuses on the genius list, Barrett answered. Is Master planning to let us fight our way onto the genius list? Alora was sharp enough to ask this question. Get into the top 300, then participate in the Long Dragon Assembly. Barrett answered directly. Upon hearing the words, Long Dragon Assembly, Davon couldn't help but pause. He had heard of it, but it was an event for very formidable geniuses. He hadn't expected their master to send them there. I understand, Alora said, knowing it was an opportunity. After all, the Long Dragon Assembly was a great place to battle various geniuses. For this Long Dragon Assembly, I have only one goal for you, win. How about it? Can you do it? Barrett looked at them and asked. Seth examined the list in his hand and said firmly, Disciple will do my best. If even little junior brother says so, how can I, as senior sister, refuse? Let me secure the victory this time. Alora laughed, speaking with great confidence. After all, while practicing the Scorching Heaven art, she found she could fully control the wild holy flames within her, and even potentially control a second type of flame. As for Davon, he chuckled awkwardly. Then, please be merciful, senior sister, and don't go too hard on me. Since that's settled, you may leave now and first get on the genius list. As for me, I'll head to Southern Prefecture ahead of you. Barrett waved them off. After all, he hadn't ventured out for some time and was curious about the powerful cultivators in Southern Prefecture. With these thoughts, Barrett disappeared from view. This time, he chose not to fly but to travel by flying boat, wanting to see just how many strong cultivators were participating in this Long Dragon Assembly. As for Alora and the others, they glanced at the list and decided to leave immediately. They needed to make it into the top 300 of the genius list. Seth, follow your fourth senior brother, eyes upon seeing Dustin. Yes, looking at Senior Lin's expression, I assume you're planning to attend the Ascending Dragon Assembly in Southern State. Dustin sat beside Barrett and said, I am indeed going to the Ascending Dragon Assembly, but not me attending, rather, my disciples. Barrett spoke frankly. Dustin was somewhat taken aback. I thought Senior Lin would seize the opportunity at the Ascending Dragon Assembly. Why, Does the Ascending Dragon Assembly allow powerful cultivators to join? This statement wasn't self-praise. After all, Barrett's current strength was indeed that of a powerhouse. All major sects send participants to the Ascending Dragon Assembly, and there is a special arena specifically for the assembly. That place restricts entry based on cultivation level, allowing only Imperial Realm cultivators to enter. If one can stay for some time within, they can obtain an extraordinary opportunity. However, that place can only accommodate one cultivator. If two or more enter, no one can gain that opportunity. Dustin explained another requirement of the Ascending Dragon Assembly. Barrett's eyes lit up. An extraordinary opportunity? We'll see. After all, this time, I just want to observe how much my disciples have improved. After thinking for a while, Barrett uttered this sentence. After all, he was no longer an Imperial Realm cultivator, and he probably couldn't enter even if he wanted to. The venue for this Ascending Dragon Assembly is Minghua City, the largest city in Southern State. It's rumored that the city lord is a 9-star Great Emperor. Moreover, he might make an appearance this time. When Dustin mentioned this, he was quite excited. After all, 9-star Great Emperors were rare throughout the 9 provinces. Seeing a living 9-star Great Emperor would excite anyone. However, Barrett felt nothing in his heart. He had already witnessed one in the Immortal Concealment Valley's Thunder River. He only hoped that his disciples could excel in this Ascending Dragon Assembly, so he could receive the system's reward. On the way, Barrett learned a lot about the Ascending Dragon Assembly from Dustin. Many geniuses would be participating, some comparable to Allura. Upon hearing this, Barrett naturally became a bit worried. But now, he couldn't think too much. At least he believed that Allura and others still had a chance to win the championship with their current strength. Soon, the flying boat arrived at Southern State, but stopped at the edge instead of continuing forward. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the Ascending Dragon Assembly, our flying boat cannot land in Minghua City. Please proceed on foot from here. A voice echoed from the flying boat. Barrett slowly stood up. Since the crew had difficulties, there was no point in being particular. In that case, I'll take my leave. Looking outside, Barrett bid farewell to Dustin. Dustin nodded, then we shall meet in Minghua City. Barrett slowly walked out, finding many cultivators had already left. Jumping off the flying boat, he headed toward a distant city. Unsurprisingly, it should be Minghua City. Many cultivators were still traveling toward Minghua City, each exuding powerful aura. Mid-Ascension Realm? Barrett looked at a young man in the distance. His age was similar to Nelson's, yet his realm was unexpectedly high. This person must be a disciple of some powerful sect. Walking along, Barrett almost saw several geniuses, each incredibly strong. Allura and others' path to victory would be challenging. Forget it. No use worrying. Since he's already here, he might as well explore Minghua City. He was curious what interesting things this place had. Entering the city, Barrett immediately felt the abundant spiritual energy inside compared to outside. There's actually a dragon vein underground, and using a formation to amplify its effects, covering the entire Minghua City? Barrett showed surprise. Such a grand move. #### translation ends here. Chapter 205. Respective challengers. Judging from the appearance of this dragon vein, it should have been transferred here from somewhere else. Barrett's divine sense was probing around when he suddenly discovered a familiar aura within Minghua City. He slowly walked toward the center of the city and soon saw a huge statue there. It was an elderly man with a robust physique, holding a long spear. The statue exuded a powerful and imposing aura. Seeing that face and the familiar aura, Barrett was momentarily stunned. Isn't this Hermes whom I encountered in Tianhe Star region? I didn't expect his statue to appear in Minghua City. It seems Hermes is also quite a renowned figure in Southern State. At this moment, Barrett felt that the statue seemed to emit a ray of light which headed straight towards him. He did not stop it, but instead let the light fly into the spot between his eyebrows. Truly unexpected to see you, Taoist friend Lin, in the lower realm. In Barrett's mind, an astonished voice resounded. It was Hermes' voice. I also didn't expect, City Lord Luo, that you would still have such significant influence in the lower realm. Barrett smiled as he looked at the statue. Judging by your appearance, it seems you've infused a small part of your consciousness into this statue. Yes, when I ascended to the upper realm, I specifically fused this part of my consciousness here for connectivity. As for the purpose, it's naturally for the upcoming Ascending Dragon meeting, Hermes explained. Barrett was rather surprised. This is just a competition held in the lower realm. Did City Lord Luo really fuse part of his consciousness into the statue for this? Don't underestimate the Ascending Dragon meeting. Those talented cultivators will eventually break through to the Emperor realm and ascend to the upper realm. At that time, our Azure Dragon Immortal City will gain another powerhouse. Hermes did not hide his thoughts. After all, in the upper realm, all promising talents have already been chosen. He could only select from the lower realm. It seems City Lord Luo has a good plan. Barrett did not expect Hermes' goal to be this. Forget about me. How did you end up in the lower realm, Taoist friend Lin, and how did you get here? Hermes asked curiously about how Barrett managed to arrive in the lower realm. Me? I just wandered around casually, and a few of my disciples plan to participate in the Ascending Dragon meeting, so I came to check it out. Barrett chuckled and explained. Taoist friend Lin's disciples. This one indeed wants to take a look. Not to mention, conversing with you has consumed quite some energy from this part of my consciousness. Wait for you in Azure Dragon Immortal City. We'll talk more then. After speaking, Hermes' consciousness gradually faded away and returned to the statue. Barrett paid no heed and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber somewhere, a man who had been meditating suddenly showed a look of shock on his face. That aura earlier. Ancestors? Shock flickered across his face. Though only for a short moment, he still caught it. Could it be that someone within this Minghua City has attracted ancestors' attention? Looks like this is Lu. You've come to my Heaven Sword sect just to challenge my disciple? Chevy looked at Nelson from afar and asked. Though Nelson's aura was strong, he noticed that the white-clothed man beside Nelson was not to be trifled with either. His aura was nearly on par with Nelson's. Nelson stood with his sword. Yes, after all, to participate in the Ascending Dragon meeting, one needs a ranking on the Heavenly Pride chart. Hearing Nelson intended to join the Ascending Dragon meeting, Chevy was not surprised at all. Adonis, give it your all. Sharpen your sword skills. Chevy instructed Adonis beside him. Adonis respectfully replied, yes. Having lost completely to Nelson before, Adonis now wanted to avenge that defeat. After all, he'd been honing his sword skills diligently, and his improvement had been rapid. He refused to believe that he couldn't handle Nelson with his current strength. At the main square of Heaven Sword Sect, disciples had gathered. One was their top heavenly pride, the other a powerful cultivator who had defeated that heavenly pride before. Now that they were meeting again, everyone was eager to see how this battle would unfold. I'll give you a chance. If you can withstand this one move, I'll concede. Nelson drew his xuanhuan sword, filled with pride. Then I'd like to see just how formidable your move is, Adonis frowned, wanting to see if he could withstand Nelson's attack. Instantly, a powerful sword intent enveloped Nelson. Seeing this, Adonis released his own sword intent in preparation. Watching from below, Ripley sighed. The outcome of this match was clear. Adonis was bound to lose. Their momentum difference was too vast. Nelson hadn't even used his full strength, yet Adonis had already exerted all his power just trying to defend. A flash of sword light streaked by, and Nelson appeared before Adonis. The xuanhuan sword sliced out a beam of light, appearing at Adonis's neck before he could react. Hashtag chapter 206, rank 5th on the Tion character list. I lost. Adonis looked at the long sword pointed at his neck and smiled bitterly. He had believed he was improving fast enough, but Nelson's rate of improvement far surpassed his own. Please bear with me. Since you've conceded, then the 10th place on the D character elite list is mine now. Nelson stared at Adonis as he spoke. Adonis chuckled helplessly. Yes, here's the token for the D character elite list. As he said this, he took off the token he always wore and placed it in front of Nelson. Though he had lost, it was a loss he accepted wholeheartedly. The gap between their strengths was simply too large. Perhaps only those ranked on the Tion character list could match Nelson. Nelson accepted the token, his mind swirling with thoughts. If Adonis's strength only landed him on the D character list, how powerful would those on the Tion character elite list be? Taoist friend Gorin, given the current situation, I seem to have gained eligibility for the Long Ascension Assembly. After obtaining the token, Nelson turned his gaze towards Ripley, standing not far away. Surname Gorin? Ripley from the hidden Immortal Valley. Adonis glanced at Ripley, astonishment flickering across his face. Yes, that's me, Ripley replied with a smile. I never expected to meet the 10th ranked white robe swordsman from the Tion character list here. As a sword cultivator himself, Adonis couldn't help but feel admiration for another swordsman like Ripley. After all, Ripley's cultivation and sword skills far exceeded his own. Rank 10 on the Tion character list? Nelson turned to Ripley, a broad smile spreading across his face. Taoist friend Gorin, I suddenly think we might as well have another duel. Ripley was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Atli, please spare me. A battle between us might take a lot of time, and may not even conclude with a clear winner. If Atli really intends to fight me again, perhaps we can have a match during the Long Ascension Assembly. The crowd was astonished. With Nelson's strength, he could actually go toe-to-toe with the 10th rank Ripley on the Tion character list. Since Taoist friend Gorin has spoken, let's have our match at the Long Ascension Assembly then. Nelson agreed, though curiosity still lingered in his heart. If Ripley was ranked 10th, how powerful were those who ranked higher? This just keeps getting more. When a lower-ranked cultivator challenges and defeats a higher one, they exchange tokens. However, Alora waved her hand dismissively. I'm not on the list, so naturally, I don't have a token. Not on the list? The man was stunned. What kind of creature was she? Fine. He needed to attend the Long Ascension Assembly. He would challenge other cultivators and stabilize his position. It was bad luck meeting someone unlisted. Meanwhile, Barrett was resting in a tavern when he sensed several presences approaching. They're coming quite quickly. Barrett watched the approaching figures and smiled. On the street, Jody led Ida and Raylan toward him. Master! Upon seeing Barrett, Ida appeared noticeably happier. Barrett waved them over with a smile. Come up. The three women soon entered Barrett's room. Master, we didn't expect you to arrive in Nanzhou ahead of us, Jody said as she poured tea beside Barrett. Barrett laughed. Just wanted to check out this so-called Long Ascension Assembly. Nelson is still in Donghua. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be challenging those on the D character list. Jody set down the teapot and sat beside Barrett. With their strength, participating in the Long Ascension Assembly is simple enough. Just considering their personalities, they'll likely cause a commotion. Barrett noted. Both Alora and Nelson couldn't stay idle. Especially Alora, with her formidable strength, she must have started challenging those on the Tion character list. Even though Nelson's cultivation was lower than hers, he wouldn't sit idly by either. This reshuffling would surely attract much attention. Perhaps only Davon and Seth would steadily challenge the Ren character list and move on to the D character list. Your disciples, raised by you, naturally draw much attention with their prowess. Jody remarked, smiling. After all, Barrett's strength was immeasurable, and his disciples were almost all prodigies. Barrett waved his hand and looked at Ida and the others. After dinner, shall I take you around? Minghua City seems to have many good spots. Good. Ida was delighted, finding Minghua City impressively large. Chapter 207. The Genius Duel. The meals sold in this Minghua City are basically made from the flesh of demon beasts. Mortals naturally have no chance to enjoy them, but for cultivators, these can nourish the Dantian and enhance cultivation. Although it was insignificant for Barrett, satisfying his palate was still enjoyable. After a meal, Barrett and company walked outwards. There were plenty of cultivators within Minghua City, each seemingly carrying their own purpose. Barrett ignored them and strolled down the streets with Jody and the others. Barrett glanced towards a spot not far away. There seemed to be a battle breaking out there. Sweeping his divine sense over, he discovered two late feathered transformation realm cultivators were engaged in a duel. It looks like Minghua City is truly bustling, Barrett said with a smile, looking at the distance. Jody nodded. The Long Ascension Conference will be held soon, and many powerful figures have gathered here. Duels are unavoidable. Barrett smiled. Shall we go take a look? He wanted to see how many heaven-defying powerhouses were here. Whatever master wishes. Jody didn't refuse. Being by Barrett's side was more than enough for her. Ida and Raylan also agreed. They too wanted to witness the spectacle. Thus, they headed forward and quickly arrived at a stage area. There were quite a number of people watching around, all of whom had decent cultivation levels, either feather transformation or soul formation realms. On the stage, the two men faced off, their movements graceful yet highly practical, accurately targeting each other's vital points with every move. Barrett stroked his chin thoughtfully, eyes filled with contemplation. Truly deserving of being Nanzhou, this place indeed has many talented disciples. Although they can't match up to your disciples, master, based on their strength and potential, stepping into the Dragon Ascension realm should be very easy for them, Jody noted. She had stayed in the Boundless Land before, not venturing into Nanzhou, but she had heard some things about it. Scathed and appeared perfectly composed. His eyes observed the attack patterns, seemingly looking for a breakthrough to achieve victory with one strike. At that moment, the sword-wielding cultivator lunged towards the heart of the spear-wielding cultivator with a fierce stab. However, in the next instant, the spear-wielding cultivator's long spear suddenly pointed forward, releasing a violent burst of spirit energy that forced the sword-wielding cultivator off the stage. Please pardon my presumption. The spear-wielding cultivator politely addressed the defeated cultivator. Though the sword-wielding cultivator was displeased, he sensed something amiss. You were holding back? Just avoiding useless attacks, the spear-wielding cultivator smiled. Jody was inwardly shocked. I never expected cultivators of the Dragon Ascension realm to have such capabilities. Don't underestimate the Dragon Ascension realm. With their talent and strength, they would be regional dominants anywhere else, Barrett remarked, turning to look at Jody. As a 6-star empress, she probably considered any cultivator below the Empyrean realm weaklings. After all, any cultivator below the Empyrean realm could be crushed easily by her. True, it's just a matter of time for them to ascend to the Empyrean realm, Jody acknowledged, nodding. The current two already demonstrated considerable strength, not to mention the rest. At this moment, Barrett noticed the spear-wielding cultivator staring at him. He felt puzzled and asked, smiling, anything wrong? The spear-wielding cultivator shook his head, nothing. With that, he turned and left. For some reason, seeing Barrett had left him feeling unsettled. Though Barrett was only at the 3rd level of chi condensation, there was an almost overwhelming aura emanating from him. Such a feeling he'd only ever experienced around his master. Barrett found it inexplicable but dismissed it and left the place. The spear-wielding cultivator proceeded towards the city lord's mansion. Inside, a man sat sipping tea. Master, why did you come out of seclusion? Upon seeing the man, the spear-wielding cultivator expressed surprise. He remembered his master had been preparing for a cultivation breakthrough, so why had he emerged now? No particular reason, just felt like taking a breath of fresh air, the man replied. George, you performed well in that duel, avoiding direct confrontation and defeating the enemy with a single strike. It seems you haven't slacked off during this period, the man said, satisfied. George respectfully replied, thanks to master's guidance, otherwise I couldn't have progressed so fast. The man nodded. Speaking of which, you seemed distracted on the stage. Did something happen? It was because of someone who looked peculiar, George truthfully answered. Chapter 208, Battle Outside the City. A rather peculiar individual? This revelation brought a look of surprise to his face. How peculiar? The man, now genuinely curious, fixed George with an intent gaze and asked. George responded truthfully, his cultivation is clearly only at the 3rd level of chi practitioner, yet when I tried to probe further, I found my consciousness getting trapped. If not for his steadfast willpower, he might have been left in a daze for quite some time. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across the man's face. If I'm not mistaken, he's likely an Emperor realm cultivator. With a grin, the man added, perhaps his strength is on par with mine. George's face turned one of astonishment upon hearing this. It was no secret that his master was Stephen, successor of the Spear Immortal and City Lord of Minghua City, with a cultivation level of 9th rank Great Emperor. How could this stranger possibly be a 9th rank Great Emperor? After all, there were only a few 9th rank Great Emperors in South Province. But if he really is a 9th rank Great Emperor, why would he be so obscure? George couldn't help but voice out this question, his shock barely contained. You need to remember, above every man, there's another more capable. Stephen sipped his tea before continuing. Some old monsters don't enjoy making a loud scene. However, if he truly is a 9th rank Great Emperor, perhaps we should invite him over someday. Naturally not now. With the Long Ascension Conference looming, as the City Lord of Minghua City, it was unwise for Stephen to easily make his appearance. George, if you encounter him again, be respectful. Even if he's not an Emperor realm expert, etiquette must be maintained. Stephen gazed intently at George, delivering this statement. Your disciple understands, George respectfully replied. All right, go practice your spear. Stephen waved dismissively, indicating George to leave. Without hesitation, George swiftly departed. Stephen gazed into the distance, his expression turning grave. If he's indeed a 9th rank Great Emperor, could it be that he caused the statue resonance back then? Stephen chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He must be imagining things. Meanwhile, Barrett led his group wandering around, covering nearly half of Minghua City by day's end. Upon returning to the inn, Jody and the others were laden with shopping bags. Barrett looked at the situation and felt a hint of helplessness. It seemed girls enjoyed shopping regardless of which world they were in. Boom. An abrupt explosion rang out, causing surprise on Barrett's face. This sound came from outside Minghua City but was so intense it affected the city's defenses. Such a powerful attack puzzled Barrett. Why did such a potent attack occur without any warning? Were these extraterritorial demons? Barrett speculated in this direction, but the two presences lacked the essence of extraterritorial sword shadows, but just as they neared Yusef, they dissipated. Extraterritorial demon essence. Barrett frowned, detecting extraterritorial demon essence within Hollis momentarily. This essence seemed to block Hollis's meridians, explaining his restricted use of spiritual energy. You're done for. Yusef's smirk widened. Since you won't concede, prepare to die. As he spoke, black flames emerged from his palm, hurtling towards Hollis. Jody, stop them. Barrett decided not to watch the fight, especially since it involved extraterritorial demons, needing immediate action. Jody appeared between them instantly, slamming both fighters into the ground under her oppressive force. Emperor Realm experts. Hollis and Yusef gasped in shock, unable to believe an Emperor Realm cultivator intervened. Elder, we didn't offend you. Why intervene? Hollis eyed the exquisite woman worriedly. This was an Emperor Realm cultivator. Angering her might lead to their death. Even Yusef looked anxious, knowing victory was imminent until this interference. I have a few questions to ask. Are you willing to answer? Barrett walked up, surprising everyone. Only third-level chi practitioner? Translation completed while preserving the paragraph structure and tone of the original text. Chapter 209. The Work of the Outer Domain Devils. A cultivator at the third level of chi practitioner had an Emperor Realm powerhouse by his side. What kind of background did he have? Senior, please tell me what you need to know, and I will answer truthfully, Hollis hurriedly said, realizing that they didn't come to take his life. With an Emperor Realm protector, it was evident they weren't after his treasures. Where did the aura you infused into him come from? Barrett walked up to Yusef, with a serious expression. Yusef was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a question. It was his secret. If revealed, trouble would follow. But not answering meant certain death by this Emperor Realm powerhouse. They were no scions of prestigious clans or major sections. As itinerant cultivators, even with strength, their lives mattered little. He gritted his teeth and replied, I obtained it from a senior. At the mention of senior, Barrett frowned. Was this person already swayed by outer domain devils? But why wasn't his mind controlled if so? Those devils were lunatics who wouldn't let their followers keep clear minds. Then, Barrett noticed a strange ring on Yusef's finger. Let me see that ring, Barrett said as he tried to remove it. Despite wanting to resist, Yusef was too suppressed by Jody, leaving him helpless as Barrett took the ring. If my guess is right, this ring must also be from your the ceremony, where Yusef's use of the item would cause chaos and panic. The true intentions of the mysterious senior remained unclear. Barrett asked, where is your senior? Purple Sun Mountain. I got lost while hunting demons there and met him, Yusef admitted. An Ascension Realm cultivator getting lost seemed unlikely, hinting at outer domain devil involvement. Purple Sun Mountain, Barrett pondered before deciding to investigate. Master, Purple Sun Mountain is north of Minghua City, Jody informed him. Understood. You stay in Minghua City with Kylie. I'll meet him. Barrett vanished instantly, shocking Yusef and Hollis. How could a third-level chi practitioner move so fast? Kylie, Ching, let's go back and wait for Master, Jody led Raylan away. Yusef and Hollis stared in shock at each other. They never imagined their battle would draw such a terrifying being. Yusef was especially stunned, feeling deceived. Grateful for the intervention, he avoided becoming a pawn. Barrett headed north, and soon sensed something odd about a nearby mountain. Such dense demonic chi. Are you trying to make sure I find you? Barrett chuckled at the visible demonic aura surrounding the mountain. In the next moment, Barrett appeared at the base, eager to assess the outer domain devil strength. Stepping into the mountain, as expected, it was shrouded in demonic territory, disorienting lower realm cultivators. Frenzied demon beasts watched him greedily and viciously. Barrett ignored the weaker demon beasts, heading towards the heart of the territory. Suddenly, demon beasts surrounded him, eyes gleaming with hunger and bloodlust. Chapter 210. Withstanding the true dragon's fire. Barrett looked at these beasts and felt speechless. Isn't this guy crazy? Using creatures at the golden core stage to deal with me? But then he thought again, realizing that he had hidden his cultivation using the turtle breath technique, which made him appear as only having a third stage of chi practice level in the eyes of the extraplanar demon. He probably mistook me for a useless cultivator with no real talent. Barrett paid no attention to the beasts, but walked straight towards the mountain peak. However, these beasts seemed not willing to let Barrett go. They surrounded him and attacked one by one. But before these beasts could get close to him, they were covered by scorching flames. In just a breath's time, they turned into piles of black charcoal. Soon, Barrett arrived at the mountain top. Not far ahead, and Rodney sat cross-legged, looking very authoritative. Sensing the aura emanating from the Rodney, Barrett frowned. This guy is indeed an extraplanar demon without a doubt. If it weren't for recognizing the extraplanar demon's aura, Barrett might have mistaken him for a hermit sage. How could anyone pass through the formation I set up? You seem fated to encounter me, young man. The Rodney slowly opened his eyes and stared at Barrett, speaking calmly. He looked like an Rodney waiting for someone destined to come. Don't deceive people with those false pretenses. Do you really think such a crude method can fool me? Looking at the other side, disdain appeared on Barrett's face. An extraplanar demon, acting like this, do they really think others can't see through it? So what? Being third stage chi practice, how could my deception benefit me? The Rodney remained unperturbed, still staring at Barrett. Barrett chuckled. Do you think I don't know you're an extraplanar demon? Hearing that Barrett knew his identity, the Rodney's expression darkened instantly. Seems like you know who I am. But you, at merely third stage chi practice, dare to come here. It seems you don't know the meaning of death. As he spoke, an intimidating aura erupted around the Rodney. Although he didn't know what treasures this person carried to reach the mountain peak so easily, such low-level strength, he could crush with a mere thought. Even the pressure he exuded would be enough to kill Barrett hundreds of times over. To his shock, under his pressure, Barrett remained perfectly calm, seemingly unaffected. How could this be? You are not at third stage chi practice. At this moment, the Rodney realized Barrett had concealed his cultivation. This skill was quite interesting. Even he, a powerful being, couldn't see through it. I have some questions for you. How many of your kind have appeared in the lower realms? Barret asked the extraplanar demon directly. You do not have the right to question me. Even if you hid your strength in front of my Alvaro, you are merely nutrients to boost my power. Alvaro sneered and stretched out his hand. Instantly, black chi condensed into a giant palm, reaching out to grab Barret. Barret did not dodge. Instead, a torrent of raging flames enveloped the entire mountain. The true dragon's fire extinguished the black hand instantly and surrounded all escape routes for Alvaro. Feeling this fiery heat, a look of shock flashed across Alvaro's eyes. To think you possess the true dragon's fire. Looks like you are a realm of emperor cultivator. Though shocked, greed outweighed the emotion in Alvaro's eyes. If he could absorb this guy, wouldn't he obtain the true dragon's fire? Even an emperor realm cultivator meant little to Alvaro. Dealing with him should be easy. Barret was surprised. Previously encountered extraplanar demons would instinctively flee upon seeing the true dragon's fire. Yet, this one didn't run but showed signs of greed instead. You don't think the true dragon's fire poses any threat to me, do you? If it were other extraplanar demons, perhaps they'd be scared. But for me, it's nothing more than nutrients. Alvaro sneered, placing his hand in front of the true dragon's fire. Suddenly, the flames began to be absorbed by Alvaro gradually. Seeing this, Barret was astonished. Could this guy absorb flames? But the true dragon's fire wasn't so easily absorbed. Do you think that's all I can do? Barret grinned, snapping his fingers lightly. Boom. Instantly, the flames exploded, burning onto Alvaro. Even the true dragon's fire that Alvaro absorbed earlier burst from within him. Yet, Alvaro stood there, unfazed, his eyes coldly focused on Barret. Some skills indeed. Looks like you aren't just any ordinary emperor realm cultivator. Caution was evident in Alvaro's eyes. After all, someone possessing the true dragon's fire wouldn't be ordinary. Barret slowly said, You mustn't really think you can leave here alive, do you? Alvaro chuckled coldly and walked toward Barret. So what? Now you've entered my domain. Do you truly think I can't kill you? As he spoke, Alvaro vanished, leaving no trace of his presence. This situation caused displeasure on Barret's face. Did this guy escape? He was now at the third-rank Divine Saint stage, making it very easy to locate someone. Why can't I find Alvaro's location? Barret sensed danger from behind, and immediately unleashed the true dragon's fire to intercept the attack. Just as he intercepted the first strike, he noticed many beasts appearing around him. You don't seriously think these beasts can harm me, do you? Barret sneered at Alvaro. These beasts didn't even get close before they were burned away by the true dragon's fire. What puzzled Barret was that after these beasts died, their bodies transformed into black chi, spreading around. It seemed this black chi was peculiar and likely connected to Alvaro. This is getting interesting. Since you refuse to show yourself, why don't I cause a great uproar and destroy this place? Barret smiled, obviously deciding on his course of action. Chapter 210. Withstanding the true dragon's flame. Barret looked at these monsters and felt speechless. Was this guy crazy? To actually use a monster from the Golden Core stage to deal with him? But then he thought again. He had hidden his cultivation using the Gui Shi Du, tortoise breath technique, making him appear as only a third-level chi practitioner in the eyes of the extraplanar demon. The demon must have considered him an insignificant cultivator, a nobody. Barret paid no attention to these monsters and walked directly towards the mountaintop. However, these monsters didn't seem willing to let Barret go. They surrounded him and launched attacks. Yet before they could get close, they was like you don't know what death is. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure erupted around the Rodney. Though he didn't know what kind of magical treasure this person carried that allowed him to reach the mountaintop so easily, such a low level as a third-level chi practitioner could be squashed by him effortlessly. Even the pressure he was now emitting should have killed Barret hundreds of times over. But shockingly, under his pressure, Barret remained perfectly composed, showing no reaction at all. How is this possible? You're not a third-level chi practitioner. At this point, the Rodney realized that Barret had hidden his true cultivation. However, this cultivation hiding technique was interesting. Even a powerful being like himself couldn't see through it. I have some questions for you. How many of you appeared in the lower realms? Barret asked, staring at the extraplanar demon. You have no right to ask me questions. Even if you hid your strength in front of Demon Rainbow, you're nothing but nourishment to enhance my power. Demon Rainbow smiled coldly and extended his hand towards Barret. In an instant, black chi coalesced into a giant hand that lunged straight for Barret. Barret didn't dodge. Instead, a wild flame instantly engulfed the entire peak. The true dragon's flame extinguished the black hand and surrounded Demon Rainbow, cutting off his retreat. Feeling this heat, a flash of shock crossed Demon Rainbow's eyes. I never expected you to possess the true dragon's flame. It seems you are an Imperial Realm cultivator. While there was shock in Demon Rainbow's eyes, there was also more greed. If he absorbed this person, he would gain the true dragon's flame. Even an Imperial Realm cultivator was nothing much to Demon Rainbow, and he believed he could easily deal with him. Barret was somewhat surprised. Previously encountered extraplanar demons always fled instinctively upon seeing the true dragon's flame. But this one not only didn't flee but showed signs of greed. Do you really think the true dragon's flame poses a threat to me? If it were other extraplanar demons, they might be afraid. But to me, it's nothing but nourishment. Demon Rainbow smirked and placed his hand in front of the true dragon's flame. Suddenly, these flames began to be gradually absorbed by Demon Rainbow. Seeing this, Barret was startled. Could this guy absorb the flames? But his true dragon's flame wasn't that easy to absorb. Do you think that's all I've got? Barret grinned and snapped his fingers lightly. Boom. In an instant, the flames exploded, burning Demon Rainbow's body. Even the true dragon's flame he had just absorbed burst out from within him. Yet Demon Rainbow stood there as if nothing had happened, staring coldly at Barret. Some skill. Looks like you're no ordinary Imperial Realm cultivator. A trace of caution appeared in Demon Rainbow's eyes. After all, a cultivator who possessed the true dragon's flame was definitely not an ordinary person. Barret slowly said, You don't really think you can leave here alive, do you? Demon Rainbow laughed coldly and stepped toward Barrett. Is that so? But now that you've entered my domain, do you really think I can't kill you? His words ended, and Demon Rainbow vanished, even his aura disappearing. This made Barrett's expression turn unpleasant. Had this guy fled? After all, he was now a third-class Holy God Realm cultivator, making it very easy to locate anyone. Yet he couldn't find Demon Rainbow's whereabouts? Barrett sensed danger from behind, and instantly unleashed the True Dragon's Flame to block the attack. Just after blocking the first attack, Barrett noticed several monsters appearing around him. Do you really think these monsters can harm me? Barrett said coldly to Demon Rainbow. These monsters were scorched by the True Dragon's Flame before they could get close to Barrett and dissipated. What Barrett found strange was that after the monsters died, their corpses transformed into black chi, filling the surroundings. It seemed these black chi were peculiar and probably related to Demon Rainbow. Interesting. Since you don't plan on showing yourself, how about I make a scene and destroy this place? Barrett smiled, clearly having made up his mind. Jacqueline glared at Barrett with icy eyes. This guy was definitely not someone from the lower realm. Such terrifying power. Could it mean that people from the upper realm have already seen through their plan and used secret methods to descend? But if that were true, their strength should be suppressed to the Emperor realm. How could an Emperor realm cultivator possess such violent power? I am merely an elder from an ordinary sect, Barrett said casually, then slowly approached Jacqueline. Feeling the pressure from the fireball in Barrett's hand, fear flickered in Jacqueline's eyes. No, I must get away from here. She gathered black mist around her and struck the barrier behind her forcefully. Bang! Huge force hit the barrier, yet nothing happened. This unexpected situation made Jacqueline extremely astonished. She never expected this barrier to be so powerful. Don't waste your efforts. Today, you must die here. Barrett's voice suddenly reached Jacqueline's ears, startling her. Then she felt a searing heat within her body. Although she wanted to absorb it, the power was too immense and didn't give her time. Boom! Instantly, intense sounds erupted as Purple Sun Mountain was covered by a wild force. If not for Barrett's barrier, this power would have turned everything nearby into wasteland. After one incense stick's worth of time passed, Barrett looked at the surrounding area with astonishment. He didn't expect that simply compressing the true dragon fire would flatten Purple Sun Mountain. Fortunately, Jacqueline was indeed dealt with. No one could survive such fierce attacks. He slowly lifted the barrier and left the place. Such a huge disturbance would attract attention, so he had to leave before others arrived. Soon, Barrett returned to Minghua City. Upon arriving at the tavern, he found Jody and the others were not there. They were likely shopping again. Forget it, it's too troublesome to care. I'll rest instead. Meanwhile, near Purple Sun Mountain, several cultivators looked at the flat ground in shock. How is this possible? Ripley gazed at the scene with astonishment. He remembered this was Purple Sun Mountain, but now it had become flat ground. Nelson, seeing this, asked curiously, Goran Daoist, did you not say there were many treasures around Purple Sun Mountain? Where is it now? If I say this flat ground is where Purple Sun Mountain was, do you believe me? Ripley looked at Nelson and said. Nelson frowned. He knew Ripley wouldn't lie, and this flat land emitted a scorching aura. It seemed some powerful person had destroyed the mountain. For some reason, he felt this aura very familiar. After pondering, Nelson realized something. Could it be done by Senior Sister? Apart from Alora, only Barrett possessed such power. But he doubted his master would waste time blowing up a mountain. So it must be Alora. How could you think I would be so idle? At that moment, a displeased voice came from nearby, making everyone turn around. Ripley turned to see a woman nearby and felt shocked. What a strong pressure. Even he might find it hard to handle. Nelson was surprised. It seems you arrived earlier than us, Senior Sister. My goal was always South Prefecture, so naturally, I arrived first. Just then, she had sensed a very violent force similar to Immortal Fire Dao. That's why she rushed over. Unexpectedly, only Nelson and an unknown cultivator were here. Who is this? Ripley asked Nelson, looking at Alora. She is my senior sister, Alora. Senior sister. This is the genius of Hidden Immortal Valley, Ripley. Nelson introduced them. Upon hearing Hidden Immortal Valley, Alora was surprised. Eastern Prefecture's Hidden Immortal Valley, although hidden, was immensely powerful with the 9 stars Great Emperor backing it. Unexpectedly, this person was a genius from Hidden Immortal Valley. Senior sister, you really didn't do this? Nelson asked Alora. Chapter 212, Challenge on the Platform. Do you really think I'm so bored as to blow up this entire mountain peak like this? And don't forget, such immense power didn't spread to the outskirts. You can't seriously think that with my abilities, I could pull this off, right? If Alora had acted, she indeed could have blown up Purple Sun Mountain, but the explosion would have certainly affected nearby areas. However, in this case, it almost did not, targeting only Purple Sun Mountain. Whoever possessed such skill must be an Emperor-level cultivator. Moreover, for some unknown reason, she felt this incident was like something their master would do. If it wasn't you, Senior Sister, then was it Master? Nelson wondered, asking Alora. Alora nodded. Perhaps it really was Master. But if so, what exactly happened here? Nelson looked at the flattened ground before him, still puzzled. Alora shook her head. Do you really think we know why Master does things? As for Ripley, he felt a mix of emotions. Their master was clearly a terrifying figure to be able to accomplish such feats. Gentlemen, since Purple Sun Mountain is now gone, why don't we set off for Minghua City? There are many experts gathered in Minghua City who want to compete for the Tianjiao list. It might be our best bet. Ripley suggested this to them. I have no objections. Alora came here to seek opportunities, but now, having been interrupted by these events, she lost interest in continuing her search. Plus, Master might be in Minghua City. She could ask him directly about the matter. As for Nelson, he didn't mind. Wherever there were skilled individuals, that's where he wanted to go. In that case, let's get going, said Nelson, looking towards the distance. The three of them left immediately, moving very quickly. After they departed, a black aura began slowly coalescing. The figure was ethereal, but if Barrett were here, he'd recognize it. It was Alfonso. What a fearsome creature! Alfonso clenched his teeth. If he hadn't dispersed part of his life essence at the critical moment, he probably wouldn't have survived. Even the aftershocks of that explosion managed to extinguish most of his life essence. Thankfully, some remained, or he wouldn't be alive. Given his current state, doing anything significant would be extremely difficult. He headed towards the nearby area, intending to find others and advise caution. That person was genuinely terrifying. Encountering him would surely mean death. An hour later, in Minghua City, Nelson and company gazed at the bustling city, feeling excited, not because of its opulence, but due to the presence of many powerful figures. Some were close to Nelson's age, but were one level stronger. It seems Minghua City is truly filled with experts. Nelson stared intensely at these people, grinning. Let's go. Private duels are forbidden within Minghua City, but there is a platform in the center. That platform is for challenges, but they must be conducted moderately. Ripley explained this to the two. With the Dragon Ascension gathering imminent, it was bound to attract many strong figures, either to gain qualification for the gathering or to challenge other masters. Clearly, Nelson's intention aligned with the latter. With so many experts present, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Meanwhile, Barrett, who was drinking at a tavern, sensed several familiar presences entering the city. So, Nelson and company are here already. Didn't expect them so soon, Barrett muttered to himself, deciding not to disturb them. They likely had other matters to attend to. At the platform, crowds had gathered, but it stood empty until Nelson leaped onto it. Holding Qingyun's sword, he surveyed everyone with a proud gaze. Nelson from Central Wasteland Immortal Sect, here to challenge anyone. If anyone dares to face me, come forward. This remark made many frown. This man was too audacious, challenging everyone here. As Nelson finished speaking, someone appeared on the platform. Strong-built and with sharp eyes focused on Nelson, Bashu Fist Sect Nate, ranked 11th on the Earth list, here to challenge. 11th on the Earth list? This took everyone by surprise. They hadn't expected this to rouse Nate. Nelson gauged his strength and grinned broadly. If you can withstand this one strike, I will admit defeat. Truly arrogant, Nate snorted, crossing his arms. Very well. I'll stand here and take your strike. He wanted to see just how capable this youth was. Many spectators viewed Nelson with disdain, thinking him mad. Bashu Fist Sect was renowned for physical cultivation, each member incredibly powerful, pushing external techniques to extremes. Their bodies were like formidable magical artifacts, highly defensive yet potent in attack. Nate was also a standout talent of Bashu Fist Sect. For Nelson to speak thusly seemed suicidal. Spectators anticipated the outcome. Unless something unexpected happened, Nelson's attack wouldn't harm Nate. Is that so? Then I won't hold back. Nelson slowly unsheathed Qingyun's sword, releasing a powerful sword intent that made everyone shudder. Even Nate tensed, eyeing Nelson warily. This youth wasn't bluffing. He genuinely possessed skills. He had to treat this seriously. Nate's body began changing, his skin turning pitch black. This was the diamond method of Bashu Fist Sect. When perfected, even an immortal sword struggled to harm it. Though Nate hadn't reached perfection, facing Nelson shouldn't be a problem. Feeling Nate's transformation, Nelson remained silent, watching him intently, infusing his chi into Qingyun's sword. The sword intent grew stronger, making Nate's breathing rapid. Initially confident in taking the strike, Nate's confidence waned rapidly. Hashtag chapter 213, a single sword slash. For some reason, when he sensed that aura, his body actually trembled, and he instinctively wanted to step off the arena. But if he really did that, where would he put his pride? Moreover, he didn't believe that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one attack from the opponent. It looks like Nate is going to lose, Ripley observed calmly. Alora had no comment on this, as the outcome was obvious. Nelson took a sudden step forward, swiftly slashing out with his sword. Nate gathered all his spiritual energy at the front, forming an enormous protective barrier. Bang! In an instant, a powerful wave of spiritual pressure swept over, causing many cultivators to instinctively defend themselves. The sword chi howled like the wind, continuously tearing through Nate's body. Even his adamantine body technique was pierced by the sword chi, leaving him utterly shocked. How could this be? His adamantine body technique couldn't withstand this attack? Before him, the primary attack he was trying to defend against was gradually breaking through his defenses. Crash! Nate's defenses shattered, and due to the terrifying sword chi, he fell to his knees. He gasped for breath, his face filled with astonishment. He's simply a monster. Seeing Nate defeated, Nelson showed no emotion as he looked around at the crowd. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If they had heard Nelson say this earlier, they would have been the first to step up. But now, even the number 11 on the Earth chart had lost, so challenging him would only lead to humiliation. Interesting, let me test you. Another figure flew onto the arena, clearly very confident. Guess how long Nelson can stand here and win? Alora asked Ripley. Ripley stroked his chin and said with a smile, as long as it's not someone from the heaven chart, perhaps Atli can remain standing here. There was a significant gap between the heaven chart and the Earth chart. As the 10th ranked in the heaven chart, Ripley found it difficult to match Nelson. Unless someone from the top 10 of the heaven chart appeared, Nelson would likely continue to stand undefeated. Just as Ripley had said, quite a few people challenged Nelson in the following time. However, they all met with the same fate, defeat. Some even gave up before feeling Nelson's overwhelming pressure. It seems there are many experts in this Minghua city, but they don't easily show their hands, Nelson mused, noticing a few individuals who made him feel threatened but didn't act. They seemed to be observing, or simply unwilling to intervene. But Nelson didn't bother much about it. When the Dragon Ascension meeting came, he would naturally get a chance to meet these people. I guess this is where it ends, Nelson murmured to himself and then turned to leave. Watching Nelson come down, Alora casually remarked, It seems we didn't gain much this time. Yeah, I wanted to push into the heaven chart, but it seems those on the heaven chart aren't planning to act. Alora commented. That's because they're afraid. In that case, senior sister, where have you reached now? 5th place on the heaven chart. Alora didn't hesitate to reveal her position. If she hadn't lacked opponents, she might have climbed even higher. Upon hearing Alora's ranking, Ripley was visibly astonished. 5th place on the heaven chart. I remember you faced a very strong opponent. Surely it was quite difficult for Taoist friend Lin to handle. Ripley was surprised by Alora's strength, but dealing with such an opponent must have required her full effort. Alright, I handled it casually, Alora replied nonchalantly. After all, if the opponent hadn't resisted, she could indeed have easily obtained that token. Ripley's eyes widened in shock. This girl was something else. True to your word, senior sister. It looks like I need to work harder, Nelson resolved, realizing how far Alora had surpassed him. If he didn't improve quickly, catching up to her would become increasingly difficult. Alora waved her hand dismissively. They were just too weak. Once your cultivation level improves, you'll naturally be able to challenge them. She had only advanced so quickly due to some opportunities within the Tianhe Star domain and her master's assistance. Now, she was almost ready to enter the Imperial realm, but achieving that still required refining her mental state. Hey, big brother Nelson, a voice called out. Turning around, they saw Jody leading Ida and others approaching. Senior Jody, didn't expect you to arrive in Minghua City so soon, Nelson greeted them with surprise. We had nothing pressing, so we came ahead, Jody explained. But you guys, it seems you've already secured your places in the Dragon Ascension meeting. Jody smiled, looking at the group. Nelson nodded. Yes, I wonder how junior brothers Jimmy and Han are doing. They still have some time left, and their cultivation levels are slightly lower, so they're probably challenging the Manchart participants methodically, Jody commented. Oh right, has Master arrived in Minghua City? Nelson asked Jody. Master is already here in Minghua City, Jody responded. He should be back by now. Jody had sensed Barrett's aura moments ago. In that case, we should go find Master first. Nelson didn't hesitate, voicing his decision. Everyone agreed and followed Jody away from the arena. Back at the inn, they found Barrett resting in the room. Seems like you've all arrived, Barrett greeted them with a smile. He had already informed Nelson about the great desolate immortal sect participating in the Dragon Ascension meeting. Otherwise, Nelson wouldn't have challenged those high-ranking Earth chart cultivators so quickly. Hashtag chapter 214, guiding Nelson. I never expected that despite receiving the news first, it turns out my senior sister's position is higher than mine. Nelson said to Barrett with a sigh. Barrett smiled and replied, her cultivation has already reached the late ascended immortal realm, making her one of the top existences among all the geniuses. You need to put in more effort. Nelson nodded. Although he was puzzled by how Alora's strength had improved so rapidly, he had his own cultivation methods and didn't feel envious. He just needed to work harder. Junior Ripley pays respect to Senior Lin. Ripley walked up beside Barrett, speaking very respectfully. Do you know if Taoist Friendly is doing well lately? Barrett looked at Ripley and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Ripley was deeply shocked. Barrett actually addressed his master as a fellow Taoist, implying that Barrett's strength had reached the 9-star Emperor level. To report to Senior, Master has been fine recently. However, his master, who usually remained within the Peach Grove, had surprisingly come out recently, which indeed puzzled him. Well, I thought he might have been busy due to that incident back then. It seems I should find some time to talk with him again and bring along some wine. After thinking for a moment, Barrett continued. Having been away from the Heavenly River domain for so long, the old dragon must have finished all the wine by now. If he were to bring more wine, wouldn't the old dragon be more inclined to give him additional benefits? They, including Ripley, were very surprised internally. It was clear that the relationship between Barrett and Garfield wasn't bad. Master, there's something I don't understand. Please help me resolve my confusion. Nelson did not hesitate at all and directly approached Barrett, saying these words. Barrett looked at Nelson and asked, is it about not fully understanding the last move of the sky-piercing sword technique? Yes. Although I have grasped the threshold of the last move, I can't seem to unleash its full power for some reason, Nelson explained. During his battle with Ripley, he had attempted that move but couldn't condense all his spirit energy into the Azure Cloud Sword for some reason. Alright, since we still have plenty of time, I'll teach you personally. Saying this, Barrett flew outside. Nelson was delighted and followed Barrett immediately. The others exchanged glances and naturally went with him too. Outside of Brightflower City, in a secluded area, they found an extremely open space without any cultivators nearby, ideal for practice. Draw the Azure Cloud Sword and perform the last move. Barrett turned to Nelson and said this. Without hesitation, Nelson drew the Azure Cloud Sword and began performing the final move of the sky-piercing sword technique. For a moment, Nelson felt his internal spirit energy slowing down, with little merging into the Azure Cloud Sword. Just then, he sensed a hand approaching from behind, altering the flow of his internal spirit energy. Feel this circulation pattern. Only then will you know how to handle it. Barrett's voice came from behind Nelson. Nelson nodded and felt the guided spirit energy. He slowly closed his eyes, sensing the energy's trajectory. In no time, his aura reached its peak. When he opened his eyes, he swiftly unsheathed the Azure Cloud Sword. Boom! Instantly, sword chi surged, destroying everything around with fierce momentum. The overwhelming presence of the sword shadows left everyone, including Ripley, greatly stunned. The ground cracked instantly, forming countless fissures. The variant move of the sky-piercing sword technique's last form, Formless Sword Shadow. This is the technique you need to hone. Once you fully grasp this move, all your doubts will be resolved. Barrett patted Nelson on the shoulder, speaking calmly. Nelson was dumbstruck, staring at the devastated area before him. Was this really his doing? He took a deep breath, realizing that he couldn't engage in battles anymore but needed to master that feeling first. Thank you, Master. I will remain here to cultivate for a while. Nelson spoke respectfully. This sword move, he had to master it. Ripley, watching the immense sword force, also gained some insight. Senior Lin, I also plan to cultivate here. Ripley respectfully said, "This sword move left such an Yates looked at Barrett curiously. Reaching the lower realm required considerable sacrifice and even suppressing one's cultivation level, so it was natural to be curious why Barrett chose to go there. Could it be possible that I am not from the upper realm but am instead a person from the lower realm?" Barrett said, looking at Hermes and Yates. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances, shocked. But soon Hermes laughed. "Taoist friend, don't joke. With your powerful great Tao force, how could you possibly be someone from the lower realm?" Chapter 215. Return to the Xianxia star domain. Indeed, the lower realms do not have such a vast power of the great Tao, let alone blood of celestial beasts. Yates thought Barrett was joking, probably trying to conceal his method of entering the lower realms. Barrett held his forehead. Why wouldn't they believe him when he was telling the truth? Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to explain. "It's just that a few of my disciples plan to attend the Ascension Dragon Assembly in Minghua City," Barrett said. "A few disciples? To be honest, I've recently had the idea to take on more disciples." Russell stroked his beard, chuckling as he spoke. Yates turned and looked at Russell. "Is it that female cultivator who obtained the fruit of the great Tao?" "Yes, that girl has extraordinary talent. If she receives some training, she could certainly reach our level," Russell said, slightly excited but unsure if the girl would agree. Hearing this, Barrett was speechless. "City Lord Luo, are you planning to snatch my disciple?" "Well, did Taoist friend Lin also see something in that girl's talent?" Russell was somewhat surprised, asking Barrett. Barrett shook his head. "City Lord Luo, is it possible that the girl is already my disciple?" This statement left Yates and Russell stunned. "Could it be that her celestial fire great Tao was taught by you?" Russell's eyes widened. No wonder he found Alora's celestial fire great Tao so familiar. It seemed Barrett had done this all along. "Perhaps I didn't teach her directly, but only guided her onto the path," Barrett smiled, saying these words. Russell held his forehead. "I never expected your disciple to possess such talent, Taoist friend Lin. Enough about this. How about we discuss the lower realms Ascension Dragon Assembly?" Barrett sat down somewhere and spoke to Russell. Russell said, "The Ascension Dragon Assembly is exactly as I described before, just to select talented disciples to join our Azure Dragon Immortal City after ascending from the lower realms." "And what if they lack the ability to ascend?" Barrett asked. "If they cannot ascend, they can still maintain ties with Minghua City," Russell replied with a smile. Barrett was surprised by how much Russell had considered. "I remember, City Lord Luo, you left behind treasures before." "Taoist friend Lin, are you sure about this? Any item from the Azure Dragon Immortal City is highly coveted in the upper realms. You are willing to exchange for those resources?" Yates was bewildered. This was sheer extravagance. Barrett responded, "Elixirs and divine artifacts have no use for me. Since I don't need them, why keep the token? It would be better to provide opportunities for my disciples." These words made Yates and Russell pause. It was clear Barrett was serious. "Since you say so, Taoist friend Lin, I won't press further." Russell took back the token. "I will communicate with my disciple through the lower realms God consciousness. When that time comes, you just need to identify yourself." "Thank you, City Lord Luo," Barrett politely thanked. Yates held his forehead. "You are indeed magnanimous, Taoist friend Lin." Barrett laughed. "What magnanimity? With both of you here, wouldn't you give me whatever I wanted?" "That depends on whether your strength can defeat me again." Russell stroked his beard, confident he had an edge as long as Barrett didn't use true dragon fire. Barrett laughed. "While we have time now, Zhou City Lord, shall you hand over your treasure vault token today?" "Heh, Taoist friend Lin, you truly have a cunning mind." "Very well, then let's meet in battle." Yates stood up, releasing a terrifying aura. Barrett's gaze sharpened as a violent flame appeared in his hand. Holy flame fire? Yates was surprised. He hadn't expected Barrett to master other flames. "There's more," Barrett smiled. Another flame erupting around him. Crimson Sun celestial fire? Seeing these two flames, Yates was shocked. This guy was a monster. He had likely mastered the celestial fire great Tao. "It looks like Zhou City Lord will have a tough time," Russell remarked beside him, smiling widely. "As long as it's not true dragon fire, I can handle these two flames," Yates grinned, stepping forward and punching towards Barrett. Bang! The punch shattered the flames. But Yates was startled as Barrett appeared before him, fist ready. Without hesitation, Yates countered. Pang! Their fists collided with a thunderous noise. Both Barrett and Yates staggered back 2 steps, shock on their faces. Chapter 216. The Bone Forge Technique. The Way of Strength. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Yates stared at Barrett, grinning widely. Barrett was also somewhat surprised. "I really didn't think that Mayor Zhou could withstand my punch, and even force me back. Truly, a powerhouse from the upper realm." His divine thought projection was incredibly powerful. If not for being within the Xianxia star domain, he would probably have been killed by Yates's punch a long time ago. For improvement and consistency in terminology, Xianxia should be standardized as Xianxia, since it refers to a proper noun, likely a specific star domain. Here's the revised line. Truly, a powerhouse from the upper realm. His divine thought projection was incredibly powerful. If not for being within the Xianxia star domain, he would probably have been killed by Yates's punch a long time ago. "It seems this time, I'll have to take you seriously." The smile on Yates's face grew broader as he suddenly charged towards Barrett. His speed was incredible, leaving Barrett amazed. Without relying on the dragon glide steps, he would have struggled to evade Yates's attacks. Mayor Zhou's speed isn't as simple as you think. You need to be careful. Russell's voice echoed nearby, surprising Barrett. Even Russell was wary. There was no room for hiding any longer. Thinking this, a formidable sword intent enveloped Barrett. Sword chi swept through the area like a fierce storm, attacking anything that came near. Initially planning to attack quickly, Yates hesitated upon sensing this intense aura. However, he wasn't about to give up easily. Clenching his fists, a golden light surrounded him as he punched towards Barrett's sword array. Boom! The strike was powerful, even making Barrett, who was inside the sword array, shudder. The sword array was destroyed, but Barrett wasn't surprised, knowing that Yates wasn't an easy opponent to defeat. Now what can you do? Yates appeared before Barrett, still smiling broadly. I never said I couldn't, Barrett retorted calmly. As he spoke, a pillar of fire shot skyward. Yates dared not linger and immediately retreated. Yet every step he took seemed predicted by Barrett, resulting in preemptive strikes. Moreover, the flames felt stronger than ever. Mayor Zhou, can you withstand this final move? Yates's gaze met Barrett, seeing him concentrating the flames in his palm, a mix of different types. The overwhelmingly violent energy made Yates gasp. I concede. Without hesitation, Yates admitted defeat. As a powerhouse, his perception of danger was keen. He knew very well that if Barrett used that move, he wouldn't stand a chance. At best, his soul would suffer severe damage. Thank you for conceding. Barrett casually retracted his attack. Yates was left speechless at the variety of tricks Barrett possessed. It seems I've lost. But my item isn't like Mayor Luo's treasure trove. It's just a cultivation technique. Yates sighed, feeling rather helpless that he had lost something instead of gaining from Barrett. Oh, what kind of technique is it? After all, the cultivation technique offered by an upper realm powerhouse like Yates would surely not be mediocre. This is my famous cultivation technique called the Bone Forge technique. Mastered, it can withstand even the strongest attacks. Yates produced a jade pendant containing the Bone Forge technique. Russell laughed loudly. Mayor Zhou, don't boast. If it were truly that powerful, why did you directly concede when you saw fellow Daoist Lin's attack? Yates glanced at Russell and grinned. Mayor Luo, didn't you do the same when faced with true dragon fire? This left Russell momentarily speechless, acknowledging the truth of the matter. They couldn't blame themselves for Barrett's attacks were indeed too formidable. If that's the case, many thanks, Mayor Zhou. Barrett accepted the jade pendant courteously. Though it might not defend against celestial fire, it was still a technique bestowed by an upper realm powerhouse. Teaching this to Davon could significantly boost his abilities. It's getting late. Spending some time here, days might have passed in the lower realm. So, I will take my leave. Barrett politely bid farewell. Hearing this, Russell nodded. Since that's the case, I'll also leave. I must inform my wayward disciple. With that, Russell vanished. Barrett's consciousness gradually dissipated, returning to the tavern. Days had passed, leaving his body stiff. I wonder when Mayor Luo will pass that message. Muttering to himself, Barrett decided to take a walk outside. Just then, he sensed movement outside. Didn't expect them to arrive already. Barrett opened the door. Davon, who was conversing with Jody, immediately bowed. Greetings, master. That's enough. No need for formalities. Now that you're in Minghua City, does that mean you and Seth have secured your spots? Barrett questioned Davon intently. Yes, we now hold positions 20 and 50 on the Earth rank, respectively. Davon was genuinely impressed that Seth, after such a short period of cultivation, had reached this level. Well done. This is your reward. The jade contains a cultivation technique from a supreme power. Master it, and even the heavenly demons will find it hard to harm you. Placing the jade before Davon, Barrett watched him freeze in astonishment. Thank you, master. Davon was elated. Worrying about how to improve, he hadn't expected his master to be prepared for this. Don't thank me. This is all due to your efforts. Barrett waved off Davon's gratitude with straightforward words. Chapter 217. Alchemical Pill Resources. After all, if he cultivated on his own, it probably wouldn't have much effect. It would be better to directly hand over this technique to Davon, since whenever Davon practiced, the progress of these techniques would be doubled and reflected onto him. Half a month before the Dragon Ascension gathering. So I need you to cultivate this technique to the novice level within half a month. How does that sound? Any issues? Barrett looked at Davon and asked him. Davon held this jade tablet in his hands with a very solemn tone. This disciple will work hard. Saying that, Davon turned around and left. It was evident he wasn't planning to waste any time. He was likely going to find a quiet place for cultivation. Barrett didn't stop him, and instead turned toward a position not far away. It was about the right time for him to make a trip to the City Lord's mansion. Jody, keep an eye on Kylie and the others. I have something I need to attend to outside. Barrett waved his hand and walked out. On the street, Barrett found that although only a few days had passed, more and more experts were already filling Minghua City. And not far from that platform, it was clearly already full. However, Barrett's interest wasn't here, and he walked straight towards the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Before long, Barrett was standing at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. Halt! This is the City Lord's mansion, no entry for non-essential personnel. The two guards stopped Barrett. Since the Dragon Ascension gathering was imminent, they certainly wouldn't allow people to enter the City Lord's mansion at will. Looking at the current situation, Barrett did not hesitate and calmly spoke to the two men. Two of you, please inform your City Lord that Barrett has come looking for him. Upon hearing these words, the two guards felt some confusion. Looking at Barrett's not-so-high cultivation, how could he know the City Lord? Could this guy be playing tricks on them? What happened? At this moment, a voice reached their ears. You, George, upon seeing Barrett, clearly felt surprised. He hadn't expected Barrett to actually appear here. Remember that his master said back then that this guy's strength was on par with the master himself. I remember you. You once fought someone on the platform. I didn't expect you to be one of the City Lord's people. Barrett smiled as he addressed the man before him. Senior, this junior is City Lord Stephen's disciple, George. Recalling what Stephen had previously said, George spoke respectfully to Barrett. Barrett nodded. Then kindly go look for your master and tell him that I, Barrett, am looking for him. Please wait a moment. Saying this, George hurriedly turned into the building. His urgency was evident. As for those two guards, their faces showed astonishment. What kind of background did this person have that the City Lord's disciple treated him so respectfully? Thinking back to their arrogant behavior earlier made them anxious. If this person was a powerhouse, their actions just now would surely have been seeking death. Meanwhile, In a room somewhere inside the city lord's mansion, Stephen's face bore a look of shock. Earlier, he had received his master's message, saying that someone was coming to retrieve resources, and he shouldn't obstruct this person named Barrett. Could this mean the person was an expert, or even had connections with his master? An upper realm powerhouse, perhaps? Such thoughts arose in Stephen's mind. At this moment, George's voice sounded from outside the door. Master, there's someone outside who wants to see you, calling himself Barrett. Hearing these words, Stephen was also shocked. Had this person really arrived so quickly? Are you sure the man is called Barrett? Stephen asked. George nodded. Yes, and he's the same powerful figure we discussed a few days ago. This caused a serious expression to appear on Stephen's face. He slowly stood up and opened the door to walk toward the entrance. Anyone whom his master treated politely must be someone he couldn't provoke. Back at Barrett's side, after waiting for a while, he saw a man walking over. Are you Barrett? When Stephen saw Barrett, he clearly showed a look of surprise. Because he realized Barrett's cultivation was merely chi condensation stage level 3. To think he couldn't discern Barrett's true realm despite being a 9-star Great Imperial. Yes, friend Daoist should be the city lord of Minghua City, correct? Barrett asked Stephen. Stephen nodded. Correct, please come in. With these words, Stephen courteously allowed Barrett to enter the city lord's mansion. Barrett didn't hesitate and quickly entered with Stephen. George didn't delay either. He instructed the servants to prepare tea as soon as they saw the duo enter. The purpose of your visit, friend Daoist, I have already learned from my master. Regarding alchemical pill resources, feel free to take them. But as for other techniques and magic tools, please show mercy. After all, the Dragon Ascension gathering was imminent. If Barrett took everything, wouldn't they lose the qualification to host the event? Barrett said, rest assured, friend Daoist. I'm here merely for the alchemical pill resources. Cultivating pills was troublesome enough, so having ready-made ones naturally wasn't to be missed. If so, please follow me. With that, Stephen stood up and walked away. Barrett didn't hesitate either, following Stephen along. In the courtyard, before a stone stele, Barrett sensed a very strong and yet familiar aura emanating from it. Most likely, it was left by Hermes. This is a trail left by my master. Only his direct disciples can open this passage. Please do not spread the word. After all, hidden inside are treasures of our Minghua City. Stephen spoke earnestly to Barrett. Barrett nodded. Don't worry about this. I have no interest in these things. Having Barrett say this, Stephen felt much relieved. Subsequently, he activated his aura and pressed it against the stone stele. Instantly, a spatial boundary appeared on the stele. So this is a small secret realm, Barrett remarked in slight surprise. Stephen didn't explain further, but entered the secret realm directly. Naturally, Barrett followed without hesitation. Chapter 218. The Longmen Assembly approaches. Upon entering, Barrett discovered that this place was more like an ordinary secret chamber rather than a mystic realm. Inside the chamber, various divine weapons and peculiar objects were displayed. Follow me. The storage of medicinal resources is just ahead. Stephen's voice echoed in Barrett's ear as he led the way forward. Barrett followed him and soon arrived at the designated spot. There, a spatial ring lay sealed with an inscription. Lin Daoist, within this spatial ring are the medicinal resources left behind by my master, Stephen explained, looking at Barrett. However, it is sealed with a restriction which I, with my strength as a 9-star Great Emperor, cannot break. That's because my master infused it with the power of the Great Tao, and to open it, one must crush this force, Stephen continued. Though I've reached the realm of a 9-star Great Emperor, my mastery over the power of the Great Tao isn't formidable enough. Hence, we have never touched the medicinal resources within. Though there are other medicinal resources available, this one here might be far superior, Stephen added. Indeed, all the surrounding medicines were not ordinary, but the fact that only this spatial ring remained sealed implied its contents were exceptionally potent. Barrett decided to uncover what exactly was inside. With that thought, he mobilized his own Great Tao power and attacked the seal. Snap! A crisp sound marked the opening of the ring. Stephen was not oblivious to the meaning of that sound and felt utterly astonished. To think Barrett could effortlessly crack such a powerful seal. Upon probing into the ring with his divine sense, Barrett's face betrayed surprise. You're indeed honest, City Lord Luo. These resources inside are indeed excellent. May I ask what your relationship with my master is? Stephen wondered, feeling there was some profound connection between Barrett and his master. Barrett smiled and replied, nothing significant, merely a bet. Now, he simply abides by the rules. Senior, you are from the upper realm? Stephen gaped, thinking only someone from there could possibly know his master. No need for that title. My strength isn't high enough to merit it, Barrett demurred, waving his hand. Stephen took this as modesty, considering Barrett's display of prowess. Now that I have what I came for, I'll leave. Barrett turned and headed out. However, after a few steps, he sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Stephen asked, confused by Barrett's sudden stop. Barrett focused on a point not too far away, then spoke. I've taken so much from you. It's only fair to give something back. He moved quickly, striking a powerful punch toward the wall. From where he struck, a shadowy figure emerged. Intruder? Stephen frowned, baffled since he hadn't detected any presence. Barrett chuckled. I spared him. You can deal with him as you see fit. With that, Barrett exited through the teleportation channel. Stephen, meanwhile, was dumbfounded. Only he should have access to this secret chamber. He needed to interrogate this intruder thoroughly. Holding onto the cloaked man, he walked out, intending to thank Barrett, only to find him gone. Back on the street, Barrett walked unhurriedly. His task was done. Whatever happened next in Minghua City wasn't his concern anymore. At the inn, Barrett retrieved the spatial ring, 12 spirit-nourishing pills, 10 essence creation pills, and various treasures. All these were supreme resources for advancing from immortal ascension to emperor realms. Obtaining them by other means would likely bankrupt even a large sect like the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Fortunately, now he had enough to distribute among his disciples. Dividing these resources into several portions, he stored them in different spatial rings. Now, he only awaited their training completion to pass these on. Time passed swiftly, and the Longmen assembly was just a day away. In a vast plain, Nelson slowly opened his eyes. During this period, his perception of swordsmanship had significantly improved, almost mastering a crucial technique. I can't believe how much I've progressed in such a short time, Ripley said in awe upon opening his eyes. Seeing the numerous sword marks around them, he couldn't help marveling at Barrett's prowess. There were also other unnamed cultivators who sensed the lingering sword intent, beneficial for their cultivation. Lu brother, it's about time we head back, Ripley suggested. Nelson nodded. Indeed. Let's see what this Longmen assembly has to offer. Together, they made their way towards Minghua City. In a mountain cave, Alora gradually opened her eyes. She had been cultivating the Heaven-Burning Sutra during this period. The temperature around this mountain was much higher, aiding her comprehension of the sutra. Currently, she surpassed her previous self. Following Master was truly the best decision of my life, she murmured, rising to fly towards Minghua City. Chapter 219. The Ascending Dragon Assembly begins. Within the city of Minghua, numerous cultivators were heading towards a distant arena, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. Now that the Ascending Dragon Assembly had begun, they knew that a commendable performance would surely be rewarded handsomely. Barrett naturally arrived early. The area around the arena had undergone significant changes, with crowds gathered to watch the events unfold. On the stage stood George, which puzzled Barrett. Where was Stephen? Though uncertain, Barrett did not dwell on it, and focused on the scene before him. Participants had already gathered, ready to occupy the arena, eagerly awaiting the start of the Ascending Dragon Assembly. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, sending a powerful aura that made everyone catch their breath. Was this the pressure of an Emperor Realm expert? When everyone turned their attention to the stage, they found Stephen standing there. Ladies and gentlemen, the rules for this Ascending Dragon Assembly remain the same as before. Firstly, we will screen out the elite among the participants. As he spoke, Stephen's spear drew an arc in the air. Instantly, a spatial rift appeared at the edge of the arena. This trial is a checkpoint created by the founder of Minghua City. Those who pass through this checkpoint can proceed to the second round. Stephen gazed at the crowd with piercing eyes. Nelson, sensing the immense pressure, muttered, "It seems like a decent trial ground, but unfortunately, it's still too weak for me." Such checkpoints likely aim to eliminate those who didn't measure up. Alora stood off to the side, her gaze fixed on the trial ground, wondering what lay within. Davon and Seth, though less adept than Alora and Nelson, could still easily clear this trial. Holders of the allotted slots may enter the trial ground directly, Stephen announced. Many entered immediately, including Nelson and company. Barrett extended his divine sense into the trial ground, finding the conditions inside more severe than expected. The spirit energy was sparse, and the oppressive pressure formidable. Some participants were immediately ejected for being unable to withstand the pressure. Even at the start, dozens were eliminated, showing the challenge of the trial ground. Inside, Alora moved forward without hesitation. Nelson noticed her walking ahead and smirked. Although my cultivation falls short of senior sisters, failing such a trial would indeed be embarrassing. With that, he stepped forward. As more people advanced, the pressure grew, forcing some out before reaching the end. Nelson and others, however, faced no difficulty. They had climbed the heavenly ladder during the multiverse tournament. This pressure was nothing. The path wasn't long, and when Alora reached the end, she felt a flash of white light and a breath entering her pendant token. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves teleported out. Were we eliminated? Alora frowned, puzzled as she had completed the task yet was transported out like the others. Gradually, more participants were teleported out, equally shocked. Those whose tokens carry the trial chi should remain on the stage. Others may leave, Stephen instructed. Trial chi? Nelson quickly understood. The breath that entered the tokens must have been proof of passing the trial, a fair selection criterion. After an hour, the trial ground closed, leaving only about 300 on the stage, including Barrett's disciples. I didn't expect so many would be eliminated just by this checkpoint, Davon remarked, surprised by the remaining few, half of the original number. Barrett was unsurprised. Either these people were just trying their luck or lacked potential, making them unworthy of shining at the assembly. He now wondered about the second checkpoint. So, let's begin the second checkpoint, Stephen said, growing serious. You will be sent to a large arena for a free-for-all battle. The top 50 survivors will advance to the final rounds. The audience was speechless, from 300 to 50. This assembly truly set strict standards. Yet success here would attract the attention of many strong figures. Independent cultivators could join prestigious sects, receiving abundant resources, or even become disciples under these experts, learning powerful techniques. Even without such opportunities, the city lord of Minghua City would reward them richly. These prospects alone warranted fierce competition. A free-for-all arena, Nelson grinned, seeing it as a perfect chance to showcase his strength. Alora entered the space first, followed by others. To their surprise, the arena was larger than expected. It was pitch black, vision obstructed, and their divine senses sealed, unable to detect your strength. Just by virtue of cultivation, he could easily overpower the opponent. Boom. The palm strike sent the opponent flying out of the secret realm. Without delaying any further, Nelson continued moving forward. Meanwhile, in another location, Davon frowned deeply, looking at the three people who had surrounded him. Gentlemen, this is going too far. He originally intended to fight one person fairly, but he hadn't expected these three to be working together and planning to deal with him first. Hee, too far? Young brother, to win, we won't show any mercy, one of them said, and the trio exchanged glances before charging forward instantly. Davon furrowed his brow. Since these people planned on ganging up, there was no need to waste more words. Acting immediately, Davon lunged forward and fiercely punched at one of the cultivators in front of him. Bang! The force of the punch made the opponent stagger back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Shock appeared in the opponent's eyes. Just one punch had shattered his protective artifact. As for the other two, though scared by this scene, they didn't stop their movements but instead intensified their attack. However, their attacks on Davon had no effect whatsoever. Not even a scratch appeared on him. How is this possible? Davon's cultivation was similar to theirs, all in the late feather spirit realm, yet this guy showed no reaction to such fierce attacks? Davon was genuinely surprised. He had intended to test the bone-tempering formula's power and had already braced himself for injury, but to his surprise, he wasn't even scratched. No wonder Master gave me this technique. It's indeed powerful, Davon thought, smiling. With such a formidable technique, he decided to stop holding back and strike directly. Davon looked at the two retreating opponents, grinning broadly. You don't think you can run now, do you? His words momentarily stunned everyone. Before they could react, Davon had already rushed towards them. Protective artifacts weren't cheap, and owning one was a luxury. Now that Davon had destroyed one, they had no second chance. Though they wanted to flee, Davon had already appeared before them. Bang! Davon tightened his fist and pounded into them. Blood trickled from their mouths as they wore looks of disbelief. How is this possible? The three bodies lay on the ground, then dissipated into light points. Davon paid no attention to the disappearing figures. There were plenty of others on the platform. His current goal was to preserve his qualification while challenging stronger opponents to enhance his own abilities. On the other side, Seth faced a cultivator in the early feather spirit realm, a look of shock crossing his face. The opponent's cultivation seemed higher than his. Honestly, Seth lacked confidence. After all, he knew no cultivation techniques or methods. His daily practice consisted only of chopping trees and slaying beasts. He wasn't sure if he could defeat the opponent in his current state. Well, spirit transformation stage? Quite impressive for someone your age to reach this level. But unfortunately, you'll have to leave here in disappointment. The burly man stared at Seth, a thick grin spreading across his face. He was seeking an easy target and found one unexpectedly. Seth gripped his wooden axe tightly, took a deep breath, and looked at the opponent resolutely. The burly man, seeing Seth's actions and the wooden axe, was bewildered. Is this kid here to make fun of us? Using such an ordinary wooden axe to fight? Kid, are you belittling me? The burly man asked, frowning. After all, anyone who passed the first stage wasn't to be underestimated. Something felt off about this kid. Brother, I'm not belittling you. This axe was a gift from my master, and it's my only weapon. Though Seth knew he might lose, he refused to retreat. If that's the case, then let me send you off. With that, the burly man charged at Seth, his large knife aimed at Seth's neck. Seth's gaze sharpened. For some reason, the burly man's speed seemed slow to him. Focusing on the burly man's neck, a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. Not good. Feeling the terrifying aura, the burly man tried to defend, but it was too late. A swift arc of light flashed from the wooden axe, instantly sending him away. Seth breathed a sigh of relief. For now, he was safe. As for Alora, her situation was much better. Anybody who approached her was immediately consumed by holy flame fire upon showing themselves. Alora frowned. These people were too weak. They couldn't even withstand her casual attacks. Chapter 221. Formal duel in 3 days. However, this was not entirely their fault. Alora's strength was too formidable. When those powerful individuals sensed her aura, they immediately chose to steer clear. After all, not everyone dared to provoke someone like her. From outside the mystic realm, Barrett watched everything unfold with his own eyes. Honestly speaking, he had been somewhat worried earlier, but now it seemed he should be concerned about those few fellows' opponents instead. Time passed by slowly, and many people had already been eliminated from the mystic realm. As the numbers dwindled, Barrett felt that it would probably take another hour or so for this second trial to end completely. In the mystic arena, Alora walked forward brazenly. But before she took a few steps, she sensed a strong aura. The opponent wore black clothes, with a serious expression, and upon seeing Alora, his guard was instantly up. A formidable one, Alora noted, sensing that the individual's realm matched hers, both being late-stage, feathered transformation cultivators. The black-clothed cultivator stared at Alora, naturally sensing her extraordinary nature. Fellow Taoist, there's no need for us to engage here, he said clearly, knowing that this was merely a trial, and there was no need to go all out at this moment. After all, once they started fighting, it would only work against their interests. Alora snorted coldly and continued walking forward. She did not attack the black-clothed cultivator because he was right. In this situation, it was better to conserve strength. Moreover, the dangerous aura emanating from him suggested that a fight could lead to mutual destruction, benefiting only others. Her goal here was to win the Dragon Ascension Summit. For now, I'll let you off easy, but when the official trials start, your luck won't hold. Alora spoke, her tone cold as she continued walking. I truly appreciate it then. The black-clothed cultivator snorted and walked in the opposite direction. Over time, the number of people in the arena diminished significantly until only 50 remained. The mystic realm began gradually closing as Alora and others reappeared on the external platform, leaving behind only the elite participants. Looks like these are my rivals. Nelson scanned them, his eyes full of arrogance. Alora wasn't overly concerned, knowing only a few among them could pose a threat to her victory. She needed to focus on monitoring those few. The remaining participants will compete in the Dragon Ascension Summit. These are your tokens. In 3 days, please gather at the City Lord's residence. Stephen distributed the spatial ring's contents to everyone. Holding the tokens, Nelson and others were indifferent, as qualifying for the competition was nothing out of the ordinary for them. Having received the tokens, everyone left promptly. They understood this trial was merely an appetizer. The real challenge would begin in 3 days at the City Lord's residence, where extremely rigorous challenges awaited them. Barrett slowly stood up, watching Charity appear, saying very satisfactorily, "You've done well, without disappointing me." "All thanks to Master's teachings," Davon responded respectfully. This time, he only tested the bone-forging art without using the true dragon body, yet even that made him invincible in the mystic realm. Alright, prepare early. The formal duels start in 3 days. Barrett waved a hand, signaling for them to return home, as he had other matters to attend to. He initially planned to leave, but received a message from Steven, prompting him to visit the city lord's residence. Good. Alora and others nodded, quickly departing. Meanwhile, Barrett headed towards the city lord's residence with Jody and a few others. At the entrance, Steven had been waiting for some time. Ferdian, he greeted respectfully. Barrett responded wryly, Luo Daoist, there's no need to call me elder. Just use my name or fellow Daoist. Seeing Barrett's attitude, Steven nodded, very well, follow me in, fellow Daoist Lin. Inside, Steven ordered tea and pastries to be prepared. Upon seeing the pastries, Ida and Raylan's eyes lit up. Eat, Barrett invited them politely. As the two girls indulged in the treats, Barrett looked at Steven, asking, Luo Daoist, what brings you to see me? It concerns the Dragon Ascension Summit. But first, may I confirm, can these companions be trusted? Steven asked Barrett. Don't worry, they are trustworthy, Barrett reassured him. Relieved, Steven explained, this time, the summit will be held in a peculiar dimensional space, not created by my master but a unique small universe. Hearing small universe, Barrett and the others weren't particularly shocked since they had one in Qiyang Peak, granted by the system. A small universe? Is there a problem with it? Barrett queried. Steven nodded. I've observed this batch of newcomers, whose strength far surpasses previous participants. If they exert themselves fully, it could destabilize that small universe. So, I seek Lin Daoist's help to stabilize it. Considering Steven's request, Barrett replied, that shouldn't be a problem. However, help requires compensation. Understanding Barrett's point, Steven agreed happily, please state your terms. If it's within my means, I won't refuse. With Barrett's participation, there would surely be no issues. Hashtag chapter 222, a deal with Steven. I need your help. Barrett stared at Steven and spoke these words. Confusion flickered in Steven's eyes, but he responded seriously. What kind of help does Daoist brother Lin require? Have you heard of the extraterrestrial demons? Barrett asked. The mention of extraterrestrial demons cast a shadow of gravity over Steven's face. Yes, I have. Some powerful figures have recently appeared in Nanzhou, and many sects have suffered because of them. And those fellows seem to be extraterrestrial demons, Steven replied. What I need from you is to deal with these extraterrestrial demons. If you can't handle them, you can send me a message so that I can take care of them, Barrett said, aware of the difficulty but knowing that if he didn't solve this issue, he wouldn't be able to continue his laid-back life. Since this is what Daoist brother Lin requests, I will do my utmost without hesitation, Steven answered politely. This was a perfect opportunity. If he could win Barrett's favor, Minghua City would undoubtedly flourish more than ever before. Now that Daoist at Leo has spoken, I see no reason to hesitate. I will help you this time, Barrett said, taking a sip of tea. Steven secretly sighed in relief. With Barrett around, their plans for the upcoming event would certainly not go awry. After chatting for a while, Barrett left the city lord's residence. With so many helpers invited, he doubted the extraterrestrial demons would still be able to run rampant. How are you, Jody? You look like you're troubled by something, Barrett remarked as he saw Jody frowning, lost in thought. Jody lifted her gaze and smiled, nothing much, but I'm just concerned that City Lord Luo might not be able to handle so many extraterrestrial demons. Although Steven had reached the 9th star Emperor level, making him one of the strongest cultivators in the realm, extraterrestrial demons weren't simply overpowerable by cultivation alone. They could absorb others' cultivation energy, creating a serious risk if Steven fell into their trap. Barrett continued walking as he replied, that's not something we need to worry about. At least Steven had already agreed, clearly understanding the dangers involved. Moreover, after living for so long and reaching such a high cultivation level, Steven surely knew how to protect himself. If he couldn't handle the demons, he would choose to escape. As a 9th star Emperor, it was nearly impossible for anyone to harm him in this world. Jody nodded in agreement, realizing there was no need for her to worry further since the matter had been taken care of. Let's head back and rest, Barrett suggested. The Dragon Ascension Conference would begin in 3 days, involving only 50 elites from all regions. He was curious to see how these elites compared to his own disciples. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Minghua City was bustling with activity as numerous powerhouses headed toward the arena. When Barrett and the others arrived, they found the area already filled with people. On the stage stood the chosen elites qualified for the Dragon Ascension Conference, while the audience below included many influential figures. It looks like everyone arrived quite early, someone commented. Then let's proceed to our designated stages, a stern voice called out. Suddenly, the speaker appeared on the stage. It was none other than City Lord Steven. Holding a long spear, Steven unleashed a violent burst of spirit energy that made breathing difficult for many. Even though the stage's geniuses were strong, they struggled under the pressure of a 9th star Emperor. However, this overwhelming aura quickly dissipated once Steven completed his task. Behind him appeared a spatial crack filled with dense spiritual energy, which amazed even Barrett, almost matching the miniature universe provided by the system. Everyone, please enter. With that, Steven stepped into the space first. Nelson and Alora exchanged glances and followed immediately. Soon, all 50 geniuses entered, along with the spectators. Barrett and Jody also joined them inside. Upon entry, they found themselves atop a mountain peak with seating arrangements nearby. Barrett took his seat and focused his gaze on the vast stage before him, surrounded by intricate formations designed to contain any battle energy. This Dragon Ascension Conference seems quite grand. I didn't expect those guys to show up too, Jody remarked, noticing several figures nearby, looking unusually serious. Do you know them? Barrett asked, following her gaze. There were a few individuals radiating strange energies. They were not humans but transformed demon beasts, likely related to Jody. Sort of. We had connections in the past, but I haven't interacted much with them since my breakthrough attempt failed. However, they hold high status among demon beasts and generally don't involve themselves in human affairs. Their presence here indicates City Lord Luo's influence extends far beyond what I imagined, Jody explained candidly. Barrett nodded. They're just demon beasts. Are you worried they'll cause trouble? Not at all. With Master present, how could these minor beings dare to stir up chaos? Jody smiled. She was merely surprised. It was highly unlikely they would create any disturbances here. Chapter 223 officially begins. Even if Barrett did not intend to interfere, the mere aura surrounding Raylan would likely fill them with fear. Alright, we're here to watch Brianna and the others win the championship. Let's see what they plan to do next. Barrett watched the situation ahead and said this to Jody. Jody nodded without further comment, and together they turned their attention forward. On the platform, Steven waved his hand, and 50 tokens precisely landed in each participant's hands. Alora looked at the token in her hand, noticing it was numbered 25. She felt puzzled about the intended purpose as she stared at it. Before she could think further, Steven's voice reached her ears. I'm sure you've all seen the tokens in your hands. The next round is simple. Match up according to the token numbers against similarly numbered prodigies. There will be 25 matches in the first round. For the first match, the one holding token number 1 stays on stage. The rest can leave the platform and wait for your respective battles. Steven gazed intently at everyone present, speaking in a serious tone. Alora felt somewhat helpless. She hadn't expected to be assigned to the last match. However, it gave her a chance to observe the strength of these prodigies. Almost instantly, everyone quickly left the platform, leaving only 2 people behind. I didn't expect Davon to be the first one standing on the platform, Barrett remarked with a smile upon seeing one of the figures on the platform. Davon was actually quite reluctant. He had hoped to fight later but found himself scheduled for the first match. Late profound transformation realm. Junior brother, I advise you to concede now. I don't want to harm the weak. The white-robed cultivator in front of Davon held a folding fan and appeared displeased. A proud, early Ascension Realm cultivator, having to face a late profound transformation realm opponent seemed beneath him. Davon felt the pressure emanating from him and knew well of his strength. Senior brother, I'm not willing to give up so easily. Please guide me, Davon said respectfully, adopting a solemn tone. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. South Prefecture Tianyuan Palace, Demon. Demon's gaze hardened as he looked at Davon. Central Prefecture Dahuang Immortal Sect, Davon. Please guide me. Davon assumed his stance, already channeling the Holy Heart Sutra within his body. Sensing the other party's formidable aura, Demon realized he wasn't dealing with an ordinary foe. If so, let's see what you're made of. Demon flicked open his fan, and suddenly mist began to fill the entire arena. The sudden appearance of the mist surprised everyone outside the platform, as even divine senses struggled to penetrate it. Even some Ascension Realm cultivators found it difficult to gauge the situation, let alone Davon. Standing in the mist, Davon discovered his divine sense blocked, unable to locate Demon. Junior brother, my array isn't something you can break through. Surrender quickly. Demon's voice came from behind Davon. Whether due to arrogance or compassion, he hesitated to act immediately. But Davon wasn't someone who let opportunities slip by. He had once wounded celestial demons from beyond the domain. His reflexes were far from slow. Sensing the other's presence, Davon swiftly spun around and delivered a powerful punch. Demon's pupils constricted, shock evident on his face. Fortunately, he managed to block the punch just in time, the fan barely deflecting the blow. A loud boom reverberated, dispersing much of the mist. Demon's hand trembled. Defending against that punch had cost him considerable energy. He finally understood that with such strength, even regular Ascension Realm cultivators might not fare well against Davon. It seems I need to take this seriously, Demon thought, his eyes sharpening. He didn't want to become a stepping stone in the first battle. Just then, he noticed Davon rushing towards him. What? Demon was taken aback by Davon's speed. How did he close the distance so fast? Reacting quickly, he transformed into a mist cloud and disappeared from view. Tianyuan Palace's concealment mist technique, a cultivation method only the palace master. Bang! The attack knocked Davon off balance, making him stagger forward a few steps. Recovering quickly, he spun around and struck Demon with a palm. Note: maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring a fluent translation. Chapter 224, Second Match. Boom. Demon didn't have time to react and was directly sent flying. He hurriedly stabilized himself mid-air, finally landing steadily. But before he could adjust his state, Davon had already appeared before him. Demon's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Boom. Davon launched another punch, striking directly at his heart. Snap. Suddenly, the token hanging at Demon's waist shattered. It seems this round I'm the victor. Observing this situation, Davon ceased his actions and courteously told the stunned Demon. Demon shook his head bitterly. You're truly a prodigy. He had believed that with his talents, he was unparalleled within the 9 provinces. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen from Tianyuan Palace to participate in this Dragon Ascension gathering. But unexpectedly, there were even more formidable elites out here. Senior brother Jess, I merely won by luck. Davon spoke politely. Demon waved a hand, not continuing further. Instead, he flew off the platform alone. It looked like he also needed to focus more on his cultivation. Without delay, Davon too left the stage. Congratulations, junior brother Jimmy. Nelson greeted him with a warm smile as he came down. Davon scratched his head modestly. Just lucky. Nelson stayed silent, knowing it wasn't luck but Davon's true strength. Moreover, Demon was poor at close combat, so Davon barely exerted much effort to resolve the fight. The second match is about to start. Those holding token number 2 may ascend the platform. Steven's voice echoed among the crowd. Nelson grinned, looking at his token. Next, let me show you what a single sword strike can do. Saying this, Nelson soared towards the platform. When he landed, many faces displayed shock. They knew him well. Not long ago, he challenged numerous experts on the Minghua City arena without any defeat. No one knew who would be facing him next, or if they could handle Nelson. While they speculated, another figure emerged. This man wielded a long saber, exuding an intense aura. Nelson's grin widened. The guy radiated heavy killing intent, probably someone who often faced life-and-death situations. Such an opponent deserved his full attention. I'll give you a chance. Step down now, and I might spare your life. The man held his saber menacingly, his cold gaze fixed on Nelson, clearly dismissing him as no threat. Nelson smirked. You should be saying that. If you leave now, I'll let you go. If you seek death, then there's nothing else to say. Saber Sect, Jean. Jean introduced himself. Central State Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Nelson. Nelson drew his xuanhuan sword, recognizing that he faced a powerful opponent. Blood Saber Jean. Looks like Atli has met his match, Ripley remarked, surprised by the opponent on the platform. Alora sensed the opponent's aura and said calmly, Don't worry. Senior Atli won't fall to such a foe. She knew Nelson well. With his current strength, it was unlikely for him to lose easily to anyone. The match began. Jean unsheathed his saber and slashed forward. Clang. A clear sound of steel clashing filled the air as the saber met xuanhuan's sword. Not bad, Jean exclaimed, showing a hint of surprise. Nelson blocked his attack. Nelson chuckled. Surprised? I haven't even begun yet. Retreating a step, Nelson slashed out a blade of energy. Overwhelming sword intent surged forth, yet Jean remained unperturbed, slashing right back. Boom. The powerful impact made Jin's palm tingle, but he smiled instead. Fascinating. I'll need to use my full strength. Speaking, Jean cut his palm, letting blood flow onto the saber, which seemingly absorbed it, turning crimson and terrifying. So, this is the origin of the blood saber. Below, Alora asked Ripley. Ripley nodded, yes. Next, Atli will experience Jin's true power. Nelson observed Jin's changes and felt uneasy. Something seemed off. Jean lifted his head, black eyes now completely red. His face wore a manic smile as he charged at Nelson. Seeing the unguarded charge, Nelson humphed lightly, swinging his sword. Bang! Their attacks collided, shaking the ground. Even wounded by the residual sword chi, Jean kept charging forward. Intriguing. Smiling wider, Nelson also charged. Blades clashed, making metallic sounds, while spiritual energy burst forth, both maintaining an evenly matched duel. Wow! Ripley watched, astonished. Most would instinctively dodge seeing Jin's state, yet Nelson chose the opposite, directly confronting him. Never thought Nelson's strength improved so much. Barrett watched Nelson's rapidly growing sword intent, expressing his surprise. These disciples proved stronger than expected. Jody chuckled beside him. After all, Nelson trains diligently every day. How could there be no improvement? So, guess who will win? Barrett smiled at Jody and the others. Jody answered confidently, Nelson. I also think Atli will win. Ida raised her hand, agreeing. As a sword spirit, she understood Nelson's growth well. Barrett smiled but remained silent. Betting on Nelson took all the fun out of it. Yet as Ida said, given Nelson's prowess, he was indeed the likely victor. Chapter 225, Nelson advances. On the stage, swords clashed violently. Despite Jin's aggressive attacks, they were all parried by Nelson one by one. Jean could hardly contain his excitement. It had been a long time since he encountered such a formidable opponent. Nelson's xuanhuan sword transformed into countless sword shadows that attacked from all directions in an instant. Jean felt the assaults from these shadows and blocked them as fast as he could. However, he realized that instead of attacking, Nelson took several steps back. It seems I have no choice but to use this move. Nelson's lips slowly curved upward. His opponent was indeed powerful, and there was no point in holding back any longer. In an instant, the aura around Nelson began to converge. Jean didn't understand what was happening, but sensed something odd about him. Moreover, the aura radiating from him seemed more dangerous than before. I hope you can withstand this sword strike. Nelson raised his eyes to look at Jean, with a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. Such a strong sword intent. Ripley watched the sword intent emanating from Nelson and was astonished. How long has it been? He believed he had improved quickly enough, yet Nelson's progress surpassed his own. The moment Nelson unsheathed his sword, countless sword shadows swept over like gales, stirring up the spiritual energy on the entire platform. Jean, surrounded by these shadows, suddenly changed expression. He hadn't expected Nelson to still have another trick up his sleeve. This doesn't seem to be a move from the Heavenly Passage sword technique. Alora frowned upon seeing this scene on the platform below. She had learned the Heavenly Passage sword technique from her master and knew for sure this move wasn't part of it. Yet, it contained hints of the technique. This might be a move Nelson developed after integrating the essence of the Heavenly Passage sword technique. The sword shadows slashed at Jean, cutting many wounds into his body. Even more, other elements were hidden within these shadows. Suddenly, amidst Jin's continuous defense against these shadows, he saw a figure appear. Nelson himself. Nelson wielded the xuanhuan sword and struck fiercely. Crack. The sound of the token shattering echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, Nelson felt that the spiritual energy within him was being restricted, making further usage impossible. The sword shadows dissipated instantly, signaling the end of the match. Second battle, victory goes to Nelson of Great Desolate Immortal Sect. Stephen observed the situation on the platform and exclaimed in surprise. The appearance of two geniuses from the Great Desolate Immortal Sect was truly enviable. Even those from renowned major sects in South State couldn't compare to them. Even his disciple George might not be able to match them. Upon hearing his victory, Nelson grinned and said, "You are indeed strong, but unfortunately, I am stronger." Although this statement sounded boastful, no one among the spectators could find anything to counter it. Given Nelson's strength, even boasting was permissible. Some were even considering recruiting Nelson into their forces. Jean sneered coldly, turned around, and left without saying a word. Nelson felt somewhat helpless watching Jean leave abruptly, but decided not to dwell on it further. Descending from the platform, Nelson walked towards the resting area. The third battle involved the Ancient Sect and Sky's Edge Pavilion. I didn't expect someone from the Ancient Sect to show up, Jody mumbled to herself while looking at the two individuals on the platform. What? Aren't the Ancient Sect quite significant? Barrett, despite fusing multiple memories, was still unaware of certain matters in the 9 states. The Ancient Sect is the top major sect in South State, with 3 9-star emperors within their ranks, Jody explained. This revelation startled Barrett. 3 9-star emperors? With such strength, no wonder they were considered the top major sect. If they wanted, they could probably control the entire 9 states. But it surprises me that they, similar to Hidden Immortal Valley, have always remained secluded. Why would they send a disciple to participate in the Dragon Late Ascended Deity Realm, huh? Nelson observed this development from below, his face showing a serious expression. Frankly speaking, if he were at that level, he wasn't sure he could handle him. The man's aura was strange, almost imbued with the power of the Tao. Incorporating the power of the Tao into his cultivation technique meant the opponent wasn't to be taken lightly. Scared already? Alora teased. Nelson smiled. Scared? Sister, you underestimate me too much. Please note that I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original Chinese text, while ensuring the English translation is natural and fluent. Chapter 226, Testing Seth's Combat Strength. I am a cultivator who can slay Imperial Realm beasts, even when only at the Feather Transcendence Realm. How could I possibly lose to him? Alora did not continue speaking, but instead kept watching the competition. The subsequent matches were incredibly intense, with each of the following dozen matches stunning everyone. When the 25th match arrived, Alora did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately stepped onto the stage. However, after both contestants went up, Alora and others were confused, because her opponent was none other than her little junior brother, Seth. Even Seth was startled. Big senior sister, please go easy on me. He knew very well about big senior sister's strength. He absolutely had no chance against her. Alora was also quite surprised. She hadn't expected her opponent would be her little junior brother. A smile slowly spread across her lips as she suppressed her cultivation to early soul transformation realm. Little junior brother, show me your best skills. Elder sister will practice with you. Seth sensed Alora's dramatically reduced strength and was also quite surprised. But his eyes turned serious. Then please give me guidance, big senior sister. Outside the arena, Barrett looked at this scene and felt helpless. How could such a coincidence happen? Barrett said, looking at the situation before him. Jody covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't this perfect? We can now test Seth's strength. After all, so much time had passed. Although Seth's cultivation grew quickly, it was still unknown how his practical combat abilities were. Barrett nodded. That's true. Let's just watch for now. After all, he was very clear that someone of Seth's cultivation level could easily be eliminated. If he was going to be eliminated, why not let Alora test his strength first? On the platform, Seth held a wooden axe and rushed forward fiercely. His speed was fast. Although he hadn't cultivated any martial techniques, using spiritual chi alone had already made his speed surpass opponents of the same realm. However, Alora wasn't that simple. She executed the soaring dragon step and easily evaded the first attack. Bang! This axe blow struck the barrier ahead and actually caused a slight crack. Such formidable power. Alora, don't worry. Elder sister will definitely bring the championship back for you. Alora smiled, then turned and walked away. The first round of the competition has ended. Rest for 2 hours and prepare for the second round. Stephen observed the crowd and spoke similarly. Everyone wasted no time in restoring their depleted spiritual chi. Seth had reached the spectator area and approached Barrett. Master, I'm sorry I got eliminated in the first round. Seth lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. You shouldn't blame yourself. You've done pretty well, Barrett smiled, saying to Seth. Being able to enter the official match was already impressive enough. After all, anyone who came here was a powerhouse. Moreover, Seth faced Alora. Losing was understandable. Let's practice hard once we return. In a few years, you may catch up with your senior brothers and sisters. Jody said to Seth. Seth nodded. I will definitely train hard when I get back. Afterwards, everyone rested there until 2 hours passed, and Stephen waved his hand. In an instant, the entire small world began to change. They were originally atop a mountain peak, but now suddenly appeared on a plain. Moreover, in the center of what they were seeing, the field had become exceptionally large. Gentlemen, the rules for the second round have been modified. There are numerous unknown traps within this venue. These traps vary in strength. Once you enter the arena, you will sense their locations. How to handle them is entirely up to you. Stephen floated in the air, explaining to everyone. Nelson and others were a bit surprised. This round seemed to add many uncertain factors. Traps, huh? Who knows what kind of strength those traps possess? Nelson muttered to himself. There were only 25 people left now. Caution was needed. The second round consists of 2 matches. The first match includes 12 people, the second 13. There are 2 conditions for victory. First, keep your token intact within 1 hour. Second, only 2 people remain on the field. Stephen looked at everyone with a stern gaze. Listening to Stephen, Barrett understood his intention. Clearly, a chaotic battle was coming. However, gathering so many powerhouses in one place and letting them engage in a free-for-all, it was no wonder Stephen had sought his help initially. Once these people started fighting, they would definitely put everything into it. At that point, whether or not this small world could withstand it was a question. It looks like we'll have a great fight to watch this time. Barrett chuckled, preparing to see if his disciples could survive this battle. After all, some of the others were very powerful. Chapter 227. The Grand Melee begins. So, let's begin with the allocation. Zachariah waved his hand, and a streak of lightning flashed in the air before randomly landing in front of several people. Those chosen by the lightning should enter the arena for the first round of combat. Zachariah scanned the crowd, speaking in a stern tone. In an instant, 12 people entered the arena. Though it was called an arena, it was surprisingly large, with no barriers around it. Once the match started, it would likely lead to swift and intense combat. Allura was naturally on the arena, but she was surprised to find that only she had been allocated to the first round this time. Davon and Nelson were not assigned here at all. It looks like I'll have to set an example for them first, Allura thought without any worry or fear, given her determination to win the championship. By now, many participants were already standing within the arena. They all looked wary, though some seemed overconfident in their abilities and paid little heed to potential threats. The match begins. Zachariah's voice suddenly echoed through everyone's ears. Boom. Instantly, a fierce wave of flames engulfed the entire arena. The fire transformed into a phoenix, causing the temperature to rise significantly. I didn't expect Brianna to be the first to make a move, Barrett observed the scene with some surprise. But it made sense. Allura was powerful, and her holy flame fire could cover a wide area. Acting quickly would catch enemies off guard. As Barrett predicted, under the sweep of the holy flame fire, 2 cultivators were hit and kicked out of the arena before they could react. The remaining participants quickly defended themselves and focused their attention on Allura. If they didn't contain her, the flames might engulf the whole arena. Himph, think you can gang up on me? You're not capable of that, Allura sneered, channeling the transformation heart method and the dragon dance step. These techniques greatly boosted her power, making her vanish from their sight instantly. The other cultivators looked puzzled. There were no obstacles around, yet the woman had disappeared from their vision. Among them, one cultivator had a thin protective shield, which rendered the holy flame fire attack ineffective. Tao of immortal fire, I didn't expect someone to cultivate such terrifying Tao power, Brecken murmured, realizing that dealing with Allura would be nearly impossible. Thus, everyone else in the arena was essentially eliminated. Brecken studied the remaining 8 participants, his expression turning serious. He moved swiftly toward a few of them. Though they were all prodigies, none could defend against him. Boom. Brecken, as a late-stage Ascension Realm cultivator, easily overwhelmed the others. In just a few moments, only 3 people remained in the arena. Brecken, Allura, and a black-robed cultivator. The black-robed figure had crimson eyes filled with cold-blooded intent. The spectators outside watched in shock. So many had been defeated so quickly. It seemed even among prodigies, there were different levels of strength. Barrett paid no mind to those who had been eliminated and focused on the center of the arena. The 3 participants eyed each other warily. All were late-stage Ascension Realm cultivators, and very dangerous. Whoever made the first move would likely become the target of the other 2. Shall we stop fighting? Brecken suggested, eyeing the other 2. What? Didn't you hear City Lord Luo's requirement? The black-robed cultivator retorted. Only 2 can pass. Allura hummed softly, but don't forget the other rule. Within 1 hour, if your token remains intact in the arena, you pass. This meant that if the 3 refrained from fighting for the remaining time, all could pass. Can I take your silence as agreement? Brecken turned to Allura. He had never seen a woman with such terrifying power. Her immortal fire had taken out so many opponents. The black-robed cultivator was also formidable, unscathed by the holy flame fire. By the time Brecken tried to act, only 3 were left. The danger emitted by the black-robed figure was comparable to Allura's. That's why he proposed the truce. I have no objections, Allura said calmly. Hearing this, Brecken turned to the black-robed cultivator. And you? If this is truly possible, then I agree, the black-robed cultivator conceded, not wanting to face 2 strong opponents alone. Thus, the 3 retreated to the corners, waiting for time to expire. 1 hour passed quickly. When the time came, Zachariah announced, time's up. The first round ends with 3 participants passing. This left those for the second round astonished. They hadn't expected that non-combat could lead to passing so easily. If they could negotiate with others similarly, they might also pass. Participants for the second round, please enter the arena. Zachariah's voice sounded again. Brother Jimmy, if we work together, we will surely win this round. Nelson grinned at Davon. Davon nodded solemnly. Thank you for your help, Senior Atlee. Don't forget me, Ripley interjected, stepping forward. Why don't we see who can eliminate more in this round? Nelson suggested as he stepped into the arena. Ripley laughed. Very well, I'll follow Atlee's lead. Davon shook his head with a wry smile. I'm lower in cultivation, so I won't participate. Soon, everyone entered the arena for the second round. However, once inside, Nelson and the others noticed something amiss. Chapter 228, focusing on one target. In the distance, a figure was unmistakably present. Though this person emitted no discernible aura, Nelson felt an immediate sense of danger. Once the trial begins, that guy seriousness. Just a first-stage Ascension Realm cultivator, daring to press me? The black-clothed cultivator's face darkened. As a late-stage Ascension Realm cultivator, he was being pressured by someone who was only in the early stage? Ah, I remember your blood-clothed sect genius, D, right? Today, I'll show you what a true genius looks like. Nelson grinned widely, not stopping his Qingsheng sword. With the Sacred Heart technique, Nelson's attacks grew increasingly rapid, accompanied by incredibly potent sword intent. To find death, D snorted coldly and unleashed a powerful palm strike. However, it missed, and Nelson continued his relentless assault. What's wrong? Is this all a late-stage Ascension Realm can do? Nelson taunted, but soon realized something was amiss with his body. He felt his sword slowing down. Moreover, there seemed to be something blocking his meridians, hindering the flow of his spirit energy. You finally noticed. Our blood-clothed sect excels in the use of poison. D chuckled and launched a quick attack towards Nelson. Yet Nelson's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly evaded and struck D's back with a sword. Unfortunately, the force was too weak to break through D's defenses, only causing him to stagger a few steps. Anger flashed in D's eyes. How could this guy still move so quickly despite having slowed down his spirit energy? Do you really think such a poison can weaken my combat power? Nelson snorted. Though his spirit energy flow was blocked, he still had methods to deal with him. After all, his training in the small world wasn't for nothing. It seems you enjoy challenging me. Very well, I won't hold back. He initially planned to hold back, revealing his true capabilities was unwise at this time. But Nelson was indeed too annoying, and if left unchecked, he would slowly consume D. Considering this, D waved his hand, and the surrounding spirit energy gradually turned into green mist. Not bad for the third-ranked expert on the heavenly list. Indeed, you are not easy to handle. Seeing this, Ripley frowned. With his own strength, he couldn't do anything to D. It was unclear if Nelson could truly handle it, given Nelson was one of the most exceptional geniuses he had ever seen. Nelson focused intently, using his spirit energy to isolate the toxins. To his surprise, the mist began corroding his spirit energy bit by bit. Give up struggling. This is our blood-clothed sect's secret art not taught outside. Even an Empyrean realm cultivator cannot withstand these toxins, let alone a mere early-stage ascension realm like you. D grinned, not exaggerating as he had tested it personally. Even an elder in the blood-clothed sect who was in the Empyrean realm couldn't resist this corrosion. So, no matter how much Nelson struggled, he couldn't withstand the toxins. Nelson remained silent, his eyes becoming sharp and his smile fading. For some reason, seeing Nelson in this state gave D an intense feeling of danger. Nelson gradually reined in his aura, staring intensely at D. He hid the Xianxia sword in its sheath, but the overwhelming sword intent spread across the entire field. Sigh, this kid is about to unleash a big move. Outside, Barrett saw the situation and took a sharp breath. But Leo, quickly channel your spirit energy into the barrier. Barrett looked at Steven nearby and transmitted a message to him. Steven obviously hesitated, but did as instructed without questioning Barrett's reasoning. Instantly, the barrier was enveloped in lightning, enclosing the entire field once again. At this moment, the Xianxia sword unsheathed, emitting bursts of sword light. A sudden surge of sword energy shot towards D. Feeling this terrifying aura, D barely managed to dodge. However, despite his utmost efforts, he still endured an incredibly powerful blow. Boom! Almost instantly, a deep trench appeared across the field, and the reinforced barrier showed signs of collapse. Crack! Suddenly, the entire barrier collapsed, and the powerful sword intent swept over the small world. Even those seated in the audience shuddered upon feeling this intense sword intent. Even the Empyrean realm cultivators couldn't help but marvel. An early-stage ascension realm cultivator possessed such strength. What kind of terrifying sword intent could he display if he reached the Empyrean realm? Seems I couldn't control this final blow. After saying this, Nelson fell to the ground, lying motionless. Seeing Nelson suddenly lose consciousness, Davon quickly ran over and protected him, standing guard behind him. Chapter 229, Advancement Candidates. Since he was addressing his senior fellow disciple, and seeing that the senior had already exhausted his strength, Davon decided to step forward himself. The last strike had shattered the tokens of 5 cultivators. Now only 4 remained in the field. Apart from Davon and Nelson, there were only Ripley and D left. However, given that Ripley was allied with Nelson, their sole adversary was now D. D, clearly not in great shape due to the sword chi injuries, looked at Davon blocking his path and coldly ordered, "Get out of the way." A mere late-stage feathered transformation realm cultivator dared to stand in his way. It was akin to courting death. Yet Davon did not move aside but instead cautiously eyed D and suggested, "Senior brother, why don't we resolve this peacefully?" Peacefully? D sneered. What if I refuse? Having suffered such humiliation, how could he accept peace? D simply walked away toward the edge of the arena, indifferent. The protective barrier had already been completely destroyed, allowing the battle energy to seep into the surroundings. Truly formidable, Jody remarked, realizing she likely wouldn't survive long against an injured D if she were at Davon's level. He is indeed capable for being my disciple, Barrett chuckled. In the arena, Ripley approached Davon, asking, "Is Atlee okay?" Probably exhausted from spirit chi depletion and blocked meridians, causing him to lose consciousness temporarily, Davon explained. That last sword attack was incredibly potent, almost comparable to Master's might. Using such a technique in the later stages of ascending a mortal realm must have drained Nelson thoroughly. Losing consciousness was thus understandable. Ripley nodded, shocked internally. Had he faced that strike, victory would have been improbable. Truly a terrifying individual. Time ticked on, until the match officially ended with no further attacks. The second round of matches has concluded. You have 2 days for recovery. Do not leave this small realm during this period, Steven announced, surveying the contestants. Initially, a day would suffice for these prodigies to recover fully. Extending to 2 days allowed for reconstructing the barrier. Steven hadn't anticipated that someone like Nelson could wield such terrifying power, nearly cleaving through the entire realm with one strike. It seems our luck wasn't too bad this time, Davon sighed in relief, addressing Ripley. Yes, quite fortunate indeed, Ripley responded, somewhat bitterly. Facing those opponents initially seemed daunting, but thanks to D and Nelson's skirmish, they advanced effortlessly. Outside the arena, Barrett slowly rose and headed towards the platform. Steven, noticing this, wondered what was about to happen. He found Barrett standing beside Nelson and Davon. Master, Davon greeted respectfully. Barrett nodded, then searched Nelson's body for a moment, retrieving the hidden 9 revolutions spirit condensing pill and feeding it to him. To think he didn't consume any of the pills given to him, Barrett remarked with a sigh, wondering if Nelson truly feared death. Not at all. Upon consuming the pill, Nelson gradually regained his strength. Opening his eyes, he looked around, surprised. Master, did I lose? You won, Barrett replied calmly. Relieved, Nelson sighed. Thank goodness. But you sure have some skills. The last strike carried 80% of my mastery. Barrett patted Nelson's shoulder approvingly. If anyone else made such a comment, Nelson would be displeased. Coming from Barrett, however, it stirred immense excitement. Approaching 80% of Master's proficiency meant a bit more effort would unlock the ultimate move of the heaven-permeating sword technique. Watching this scene, Steven's shock was evident. Both exceptionally talented prodigies turned out to be Barrett's disciples. Considering Barrett's connection with his own master, it made sense he wouldn't be ordinary. Clearly, These individuals had significant fortune, learning under Barrett. Alright, find a place to practice on your own. The final battle begins in 2 days, Barrett instructed before heading over to Steven. The others exchanged glances, understanding the urgency of the coming days. Meanwhile, Steven's side saw several people standing around, all seemingly focused on Barrett. Hashtag chapter 230, distracting Steven. It seems you are the ones here to reinforce the array formation barriers, Barrett said, looking at the 2 people before him. Although their cultivation was only at the 5-star Great Emperor level, they were invited here for a reason, which meant they had considerable abilities. These 2 gentlemen are Andre and Dion, masters of the array Dao. Gentlemen, this is Daoist friend Barrett, Steven introduced them. Barrett nodded and then spoke. I am Barrett of the Great Desolate Immortal Sect. It's an honor to meet both masters. Great Desolate Immortal Sect? I didn't expect your sect to have so many disciples with heaven-to-hell monsters or cultivators to become effective. Finding a wanling stone today was like searching for a needle in the ocean, as it might take centuries to discover one. In fact, we've already located the wanling stone, Dion sighed. But the location is perilous, likely only within reach if City Lord Luo retrieves it personally. Only a 9-star Great Emperor could handle this? That was unexpected. Was the place truly so dangerous? What place is it? Steven asked Dion. Dion didn't mince words. The Fierce Beast Valley. Steven frowned. It was indeed a place unsuitable for a 5-star Great Emperor. Is the Fierce Beast Valley some fearsome location? Barrett asked. Daoist friend Lin, you may not know, but the Fierce Beast Valley is the most dangerous place in South Prefecture. The beasts within are extremely formidable, and deep within reside 3 9-star Great Emperors, Steven explained. They are prone to slaughter. Entering their territory unprepared would result in immediate pursuit. Barrett stroked his chin. This presented a significant challenge. To risk life and limb for an array, used in a mere competition, seemed rather excessive. Is the wanling stone absolutely necessary? Barrett turned to Steven. Steven nodded. Absolutely. This isn't just for the match, but also for other purposes. Understanding Steven's explanation, Barrett chose not to press further. If they had other intentions, he would wait patiently. Very well, I'll wait for City Lord Luo's return. Barrett waved his hand in acknowledgement. Steven smiled. It should take only a day to retrieve the stone and another day to set up the array. Perfect timing. With that, Steven glanced towards the exit and left the small world. Barrett bowed respectfully to the 2 remaining individuals. Let us wait patiently for Daoist friend Luo's return. Although the small world harbored many strong figures, they chose not to linger but quickly departed. Everyone except the participants was free to leave. As for Barrett, he opted to remain, finding a spot to rest quietly. The environment felt pleasant, rich in spirit energy, yet it also gave off an unsettling vibe. Sending Steven to the Fierce Beast Valley felt almost deliberate. Oh well, perhaps he was overthinking it. Time ticked by, and more people left the small world. What caught Barrett's attention was a peculiar aura he sensed. Outer domain demons? Barrett stood up slowly, squinting his eyes. How is that possible? Why would those creatures come to Minghua City? Jody asked, shocked beside Barrett. Barrett shook his head. Unclear. Take Qingqing to investigate. Jody nodded and led Raylan away. Master, something feels off about this place, Ida remarked, glancing around. As a sword spirit, she was highly sensitive to spirit energy fluctuations. These occurrences indeed felt strange. No need to worry, they can't stir up much trouble, Barrett reassured her. In the midst of this, in a forest, Andre appeared dazed, emitting a strange black aura. He muttered faintly, as you wish, my master. Definitely the aura of outer domain demons. Jody saw Andre radiating the black aura and furrowed her brows. Who's there? Andre abruptly turned, seeing a woman and a young girl. Collaborating with outer domain demons, just as Master suspected, Jody turned to Raylan. Qingqing, go ahead. Hashtag end of chapter. Chapter 231. Sending someone off. Raylan nodded and slowly walked toward Andre's position. Andre furrowed his brows. Although this little girl had some spiritual energy, she had no cultivation at all, looking like an ordinary person. Yet, the woman had actually sent an ordinary person to approach him, which felt strange. Considering these thoughts, Andre's expression grew serious as a ball of flame gathered in his palm. Die. Since he was already discovered, he now needed to eliminate them. Thankfully, those old monsters had already left. Otherwise, such a commotion would surely have drawn their attention. The flames instantly covered Raylan, but surprisingly, she showed no reaction. Moreover, the flames burning on her body gradually dissipated. Andre frowned. This little girl was peculiar. Before he could ponder further, Raylan appeared right before him. Huh. Suddenly, Andre felt a force being drained from his body. To hell with you. Andre erupted in anger and struck out a palm at Raylan. The blow sent her flying back a considerable distance, yet she remained unharmed. What an unusual constitution, Andre muttered darkly. Just now, that strike contained significant power. Not just an ordinary person but even an ascendant realm cultivator should not have survived it. Yet Raylan not only survived but was completely uninjured. Moreover, he felt that more than half of the power bestowed upon him by Lord Zun had been lost. If Raylan continued to approach, it would be troublesome. No, he had to leave here first. Andre turned to leave, but a graceful figure appeared before him. Where do you think you're going? Jody asked with a smile. Andre frowned. When did this guy get behind him? Imperial Realm Powerhouse. Feeling Jody's aura, Andre realized his level. He could also sense that Jody's power was stronger. A 6-star Great Emperor. This is troublesome. Though I don't know why you're collaborating with extraterrestrial demons, my master has ordered that you die here. A purple flame appeared in Jody's palm as she stared at Andre. Andre snorted coldly. Don't think this can hold me. He flipped his hand, revealing several small flags, and swiftly plunged them into the ground. Instantly, an array pattern emerged, and Andre's figure began to fade. Not so easy to escape, Jody snorted, sending foxfire shooting forward. However, as the foxfire neared Andre, it was blocked by the array. In the next moment, Andre had vanished. This situation annoyed Jody. She hadn't expected him to actually escape. That he managed to escape from their hands is quite surprising. Barrett sat on a grassy patch, feeling what had transpired, his face showing surprise. Indeed, worthy of a master of arrays, he does have some tricks. But since that guy didn't leave this microcosm, he needed to intervene. Kylie, let's go. Barrett rose from the ground and disappeared from the spot. Ida also vanished, reappearing in a very secluded place almost instantly. Aren't you Master Andre? Why are you in such a sorry state? Barrett said with a smirk, looking at Andre. Upon seeing Barrett, Andre immediately frowned. He knew the two people earlier were associated with Barrett. Now that Barrett was here, it was clear he intended to take his life. Humph. Andre condensed spirit energy in his palm and struck down at Barrett. Unfortunately, the blow missed completely. Just as it was about to touch Barrett, Andre's entire hand fell to the ground. Splat. Blood spattered everywhere, turning Andre's face deathly pale. He hurriedly used spirit energy to protect the wound, staring warily at Barrett. When did this guy make a move? He hadn't seen anything until he lost his hand. Master Andre, I think we can have a good talk. If you tell me the truth about the extraterrestrial demons, I can give you a way out. Barrett stared at Andre calmly. Andre frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know? Then I'll send you off. Barrett formed a ball of flame in his palm. Its intense heat raised the temperature around him, making Andre feel inexplicably terrified of this flame. He had to escape. Clenching his teeth, Andre pulled out a token, quickly shattering it as his figure began to dissipate. But just as he thought he was safe, a flash of sword light cut through, severing his head clean off. Good job. Barrett looked at the dead Andre and turned to Ida. That guy possessed such a transmission array. He truly was a master of arrays. It was unfortunate he had aligned himself with extraterrestrial demons. Master, what do we need to do next? Ida tilted her head, asking Barrett. No need. Let's rest quietly now, Barrett replied with a smile. After all, he no longer sensed the aura of extraterrestrial demons. Although he suspected Dion might also have connections with the demons, after this incident, those hiding would surely refrain from acting recklessly. As Barrett anticipated, no one emitted any aura of extraterrestrial demons for a while. Regarding Andre's sudden death, Barrett planned to explain it truthfully. Time passed quickly. What surprised Barrett was that Steven should have returned by now, but there was no sign of him. I wonder what trouble Taoist Luo encountered, Barrett muttered to himself. As a disciple of Hermes, if Hermes learned his disciple had died, it would be quite troublesome. Chapter 232. Heading to the Fierce Beast Valley. So, Barrett decided to make a trip to the Fierce Beast Valley to see what was going on. Master, are you planning to go out? Jody asked in confusion as she noticed Barrett's movements. Barrett nodded. Yes, I'm going to check on Taoist Luo's situation. You stay here and handle any issues that arise. Yes, Jody replied with a smile. Afterwards, Barrett left the small world with Ida and headed towards the Fierce Beast Valley. Within half an hour, Barrett had reached the outskirts of the valley. This area consisted of undulating valleys, and just standing there, he could feel numerous beasts staring at him. His divine sense enveloped the entire Fierce Beast Valley, quickly locating Steven. Unexpectedly, 3 beast spirits were in front of Steven, surrounding and attacking him, clearly causing him significant harm. Indeed, it's as I thought. He's having trouble, Barrett murmured before vanishing. Steven, give up your resistance early. Just you alone can't do anything to us 3 brothers. A giant python stared at Steven, its eyes filled with greed. This was a 9-star human emperor. Eating his flesh would certainly boost their power significantly. They had spent much time and effort trying to break through the 9-star emperor threshold, but to no avail. Now, a human emperor had entered the Fierce Beast Valley, and perhaps eating his flesh could help them ascend. Haha, give up? Someone from my clan will never give up, Steven said, gripping his blood-stained spear, his gaze cold and sharp. You're asking for death. Fine, then I'll send you on your way. A tiger-shaped beast spirit suddenly rushed towards Steven, claws tearing through space. Steven snorted and deflected the attack with his spear. But behind him, countless spiders exploded. The taste of my progeny exploding is not pleasant, right? A spider laughed from behind Steven. Frowning, Steven had no time to waste on these creatures. He needed to find a breakthrough and escape. The 3 beast spirits clearly had no intention of letting Steven leave, guarding their positions tightly. Luo Taoist, it seems you indeed have encountered some trouble. A voice came from afar. Recognizing the voice, Steven was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to find him here. Lin Taoist. Steven felt immense relief. With Barrett's help, he might escape. Another one? The python turned and saw Barrett slowly approaching. Barrett walked calmly, as if nothing was amiss. Humph, a weakling. Die. The python lunged at Barrett with its massive jaws open. Kylie. Barrett grabbed Ida's hand, turning her into a sharp iron sword instantly. A streak of sword light flashed, slicing the python in 2. The sword chi ravaged everything, even its after effects making the remaining beasts struggle to defend. What kind of divine being are you? The spider eyed Barrett warily. As for me, you don't need to know. I'm here to pick someone up. So you plan to stop me? Barrett looked at the remaining 2 beasts. Neither were fools. They wouldn't risk blocking him and facing a similar fate as the python. Very well, you aren't planning to block me. Satisfied, Barrett turned to Steven. Luo Taoist, did you find the spirit stone of 10,000 beasts? I did. Then let's leave. Feeling there was no time to waste, Barrett suggested they depart immediately. Nodding, Steven followed Barrett out. As they left, he glanced back at the remaining 2 beasts, which made no move to intervene, only watching cautiously. Once Barrett and Steven were completely out of the valley, the incident concluded. Thank you, Lin Taoist. Steven bowed respectfully. Internally shocked, Stephen marveled at how Barrett had slain the python with a single sword stroke, a feat he couldn't imagine achieving himself. It was almost overwhelming strength. What realm had Barrett reached? Could he have already broken through to the legendary emperor level? Lost in thought, he barely noticed Barrett had moved ahead. Daoist Luo, don't be distracted. We should get going, Barrett called out. Following suit, Stephen joined Barrett. Upon returning to the small world, something felt off. Many people were dead, each looking peculiar with burn marks and horrific deaths. Did Jody do this? Barrett asked unexpectedly. What happened? Stephen frowned, puzzled by the change since his departure. If I'm not mistaken, these people were controlled by extraterrestrial demons. Barrett observed the bodies. Controlled by extraterrestrial demons? Stephen frowned. Did those beings now target their small world? Master, you've returned, Jody's voice interrupted their thoughts. She approached, dragging a barely alive man, Dion. Chapter 233, the final match. Barrett was not particularly surprised. After all, Andre had already become a pawn of the extraterrestrial demon, so how could Dion be any different? What exactly happened? Stephen felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that even Dion is a pawn of the extraterrestrial demon? Seeing Stephen in this state, Barrett patted him on the shoulder. Friend Daoist Luo, you don't need to be so concerned. In the end, all those who died were somehow connected to the extraterrestrial demon. That's true, but with Dion and Andre gone, it seems like we can't set up the formation as planned, Stephen said bitterly. After all, he had invited them specifically for the purpose of setting up the formation. Barrett calmly said, I'm still here. Why are you panicking? Can friend Daoist Lin set up formations? Stephen suddenly paused, then turned to look at Barrett. Barrett nodded. Absolutely. Although he hadn't used it for some time, his knowledge of formations was certainly no less than that of Andre and the others. The array techniques gifted by the system were long ingrained in his memory. Friend Daoist Lin, do you know what kind of formation these materials can make? Stephen placed a spatial ring in front of Barrett as he spoke. Given that Barrett had saved his life, Stephen believed every word Barrett said without doubt. Barrett took it, inspected the contents, and couldn't help but frown. It looks like you've been thoroughly deceived, friend Daoist Luo. Barrett sighed helplessly. Stephen was clearly taken aback. What do you mean by that? The items inside appear capable of creating a formation similar to a boundary domain, but in reality, they will absorb the life force of cultivators within the formation. In short, this formation has only drawbacks and no benefits, Barrett explained. Stephen frowned. Andre and the others had suggested this formation, claiming that it would reinforce the entire small world once set up. Now, hearing Barrett's words, he felt deeply deceived. How unreasonable. Stephen clenched his fists, angry. Without Barrett, if he had followed their advice, everyone in the small world might have perished after the formation was set up. Barrett stroked his chin. If everything went according to plan, this must have been a contingency measure. Andre and the extraterrestrial demons intended to attack the people in the small world, while also planning for Stephen to die in the Beast Valley. If Stephen returned, they could use this method to absorb the lives within the small world. The absorbed life force would probably integrate into the extraterrestrial demon. Not bad, Barrett chuckled grimly. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. Now that we have a day left, friend Daoist Lin, how should we proceed? Stephen looked at Barrett and asked. Barrett replied, given the situation, it's probably too late to set up a new formation. So why not let them fight freely? Hearing this, Stephen felt somewhat worried. These geniuses are fearfully. If I encounter Nelson or Alora, I'll probably get thrashed. Don't worry, we'll be gentle, Nelson laughed. At that moment, Stephen appeared in the center, speaking sternly. This is a one-on-one battle, with no rules, and opponents are chosen at random. But you only get one chance. Losing means immediate elimination. With that, Stephen stepped back, leaving the arena to the geniuses. Nelson grinned and walked onto the stage, embracing Qingyun's sword, staring coldly at D nearby. You're D, right? Are you brave enough to continue our unfinished duel? Why not? D snorted and dashed forward. Standing in the arena, both eyed each other with fierce animosity. Don't blame me for not warning you. I haven't slacked off these past 2 days. Nelson unsheathed Qingyun's sword, eyes icy. D sneered. Honestly, I didn't use my full strength last time. Today, I'll show you where the gap between us lies. As he spoke, D stomped hard, summoning green spiritual energy to transform into countless venomous snakes racing toward Nelson. Nelson swung his sword, instantly slicing through the snakes. But upon being cut, the snakes transformed into poisonous gas around Nelson. Nelson activated Yulong's step, disappearing rapidly. Within moments, he reappeared behind D. Chapter 234. Nelson is eliminated. The sword pierced straight through D's heart, causing him to collapse on his knees suddenly. Nelson frowned. Something was off. This guy isn't the real one. Just as Nelson had suspected, when D lay on the ground, his body transformed into countless emerald green venomous snakes that surged towards him. Nelson furrowed his brows. This situation was indeed shocking, but he wasn't one to be easily caught off guard. In an instant, he had already dodged the attack of these venomous snakes. The toxins were almost invading the entire arena. To prevent the spread, Stephen promptly covered the area with spiritual energy. This way, order could be temporarily maintained. Nelson observed his surroundings. The arena wasn't large, and judging by the protective range Stephen had set up, it seemed that D was just hiding temporarily. Since you want to hide, let's see where you can go. Nelson grinned, with sword intent radiating around him. His spiritual energy split into countless miniature figures wielding swords, each exuding a powerful aura. The heaven-piercing sword array, Barrett murmured. The heaven-piercing sword array was a move from the heaven-piercing sword technique. It involved splitting one's own spiritual energy into small figures within a sword formation. The strength of these figures depended on the practitioner's cultivation level and sword intent. The higher the cultivation and sword intent, the stronger these figures became. It appeared that Nelson had now fully mastered the heaven-piercing sword technique. With a thought, he gradually expanded his spiritual energy to envelop the entire small world. The power of this move was significant. If left unchecked, this small world might indeed collapse under its influence. The sword-wielding figures moved in sync with Nelson, sending waves of sword energy throughout the arena. D, who had been hiding, immediately turned pale upon seeing the attack of these figures. Though he relied on his formidable cultivation to defend against the attacks, he soon realized that he couldn't hold out much longer. You finally showed yourself. Nelson spotted a figure not far away and rushed over instantly. D knew he couldn't hide any longer, which didn't fit his character either. He stood still, watching Nelson charge at him directly. Boom. Suddenly, a massive beast appeared before D and attacked Nelson. Stone puppet? Stephen was somewhat surprised. It seemed Blood-Robe Sect had been grooming D as the future patriarch, even entrusting him with such treasures. The stone puppet was also at the peak of the ascended immortal realm. With 2-on-1 odds, Nelson would find this challenging. Puppet? I didn't expect you to have such treasures. But do you think this bulky thing can withstand my attack? Nelson grinned and slashed forward. Bang! A deep sword mark appeared on the stone puppet's body. Nelson's smile froze. This thing was incredibly tough. That single slash would have severed a regular late-stage ascended immortal beast. Yet this puppet only bore a superficial mark. D frowned. The stone puppet was a treasure given by his master, hard enough to resist even a Star Emperor cultivator's attacks. But Nelson's single slash left a mark on it. The longsword in his hand was certainly no ordinary weapon. With the puppet now summoned, there was no need for pretense. He'd play all his cards. He no longer underestimated Nelson. If he held back, he'd suffer greatly. Nelson's silhouette flashed, with the sword-bearing figures following his movements to attack D. However, protected by the stone puppet, D remained unharmed. So, is this all your strength? D coldly remarked, seeing Nelson stop not far away. If so, you're about to be eliminated. D took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. A green venomous snake coalesced behind him and sped toward Nelson. Nelson sneered and slashed forward without hesitation, expecting to sever the snake. But the snake passed through his Xuanhuan sword and collided with his body. Snap! The token at his waist shattered completely. Nelson frowned. Did he lose? Indeed, my current cultivation is still too low, he muttered, turning to walk away. The winner is D of Blood-Robe Sect, Stephen announced. Standing on the stage, D's expression grew solemn. Using 2 major trump cards just to barely defeat an early-stage ascended immortal, this Dragon Ascension meet was truly extraordinary. If Nelson had been mid-stage or matched his realm, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Go back and practice. From now on, leave it to me. Alora calmly said to Nelson as he returned. Nelson smiled. It's just a loss. When my cultivation rises, no one will be able to match me. He wasn't boasting but stating seriously. We'll see then if you're better than me, Alora replied before heading to the center of the arena. Entering the area, she scanned the remaining contestants. So, who will fight me next? I will. A voice reached Alora's ears. Seeing Ripley appear, she asked with surprise, why? Are you planning to intentionally lose? Not at all. I just want to see how far apart our abilities are. Ripley stared at her seriously, holding his sword. Alora laughed. In that case, I won't go easy. Show me your best. Ripley nodded. Please teach me. With that, Ripley swiftly approached with his long sword, each movement simple yet deadly. Alora instantly unleashed a raging flame around her. Sensing the danger, Ripley quickly retreated, keeping a safe distance. Chapter 235. Semifinals begin. But Ripley had no chance to catch his breath. The sacred flame rapidly spread across the entire arena, giving him no opportunity to counterattack. Ripley kept dodging, his expression turning increasingly grim. Initially, he just wanted to test his own capabilities, but he never imagined that under Alora's attacks, he wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate. Was the gap between them really this large? While Ripley was still dodging, he suddenly realized Alora had vanished without a trace. You didn't think I would stand there motionless, did you? Alora's voice reached Ripley's ears, making his heart skip a beat. Boom. In an instant, a violent wave of flames swept toward him. The jade pendant on Ripley's waist shattered completely. He couldn't believe it. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't win, he could at least hold out for some time with his strength. He never expected to be so easily defeated. It seems the gap between us is indeed very large, Ripley said bitterly, shaking his head before turning and leaving. Alora didn't mind. Though Ripley's cultivation was high, he was incomparable to her. After leaving the arena, 3 others were outside, meaning they now needed to decide who would step up next. Since that's the case, how about I take a bye? Brecken suddenly looked at Stephen nearby and asked. A bye? Stephen glanced at Brecken. The guy's strength was formidable. If pitted against the remaining 2, he would likely win quite easily. That depends on their willingness, Stephen replied, looking at the black-robed cultivator and Davon. The black-robed cultivator snorted lightly. I have no objections. After all, I'm going to win this match anyway. I don't object either. Davon knew that no matter who he faced, he would eventually lose. So he intended to observe these powerful prodigies' abilities. If so, then you get a bye, and the other 2 can enter the trial arena, Stephen said. Following his words, the black-robed cultivator and Davon entered the arena. I recognize you. You seem quite resilient. The black-robed cultivator stared at Davon and remarked. Davon responded earnestly. Compared to my senior brothers and sisters, this is all the capability I possess. After all, Nelson and Alora were terrifying presences. As for senior brother William, despite not having seen him lately, Davon felt he was even more fearsome. Donghua sect, Davon, please enlighten me. Davon stared at the black-robed cultivator, speaking solemnly. Jesse, an independent cultivator. Jesse gazed at Davon before dashing forward swiftly. Jesse rushed in front of Davon and struck down with a sudden palm. Boom. This strike made Davon retreat 2 steps but left no injuries. Truly remarkable. Jesse couldn't help but exclaim, amazed. Even someone in the late Feather Spirit realm or late Ascendant realm might not withstand such a blow. Yet Davon remained unscathed, suggesting his defensive method was extremely potent. Davon took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, knowing this was his last battle and that he shouldn't hold back. Senior brother Gorin, please be cautious. I'm taking this seriously now, Davon declared as a burst of overwhelming aura erupted from him. The terrifying pressure forced Jesse to squint and even retreat 2 steps subconsciously. Dragon aura? Outside the trial arena, those transformed beasts naturally sensed the dragon aura emanating from Davon. Why would a human cultivator emit dragon aura? However, before they could ponder further, they saw Davon's body covered in scales, spreading an aura of superiority. Dragon clan technique. Even these old monsters couldn't help but be shocked by such a technique. The dragons were highly superior beings. Why would they teach their techniques to a human? Jesse's face turned grave as well. This person's aura was terrifying. He must have revealed his final trump card. Davon felt his internal energy rapidly depleting. Senior brother Gorin, I haven't fully comprehended this move. I hope you can give me a proper fight within this hour. Saying that, Davon lunged forward and instantly reached Jesse. Jesse frowned, summoning a long saber to block the attack. Despite this, he was pushed back several steps. His arms ached slightly. If not for his strong physique, his arms would probably have been crippled. You've got some tricks. Since you're showing your bottom card, let me show mine. Jesse decided there was no need to hide anymore. Continuing to do so risked his elimination. He bit his fingertip and directly pressed it against his forehead. Suddenly, surrounding spiritual energy swirled into his forehead like a storm. Gradually, Jesse's aura changed drastically, his eyes becoming eerily calm. How strange. His aura has changed, Alora noticed, revealing surprise. Fascinating. Some sort of deity invocation? Barrett observed, noticing changes too. While calling upon a deity wasn't accurate, Jesse still retained control. The aura and techniques belonged to another being. Let's see if you can withstand this slash. Jesse's eyes flashed with a lethal intent before delivering a swift slash forward. Boom. This slash unsettled Davon. He quickly used bone tempering formula to defend. Though he blocked the attack, a wound appeared on his body. What a strong attack, breaking through Davon's defenses. Nelson was surprised. This Jesse was more formidable than he expected. Barrett scratched his chin, feeling something familiar about the techniques. Not the moves themselves, but the attached force of Tao. Yes, when he encountered Trevor in the Milky Way star domain, his aura seemed similar. Chapter 236, Alora's Arena. Sword Saint Trevor, a renowned figure who once descended to the lower realms, has surely left behind some legacy even after his ascension to the upper realms. Could this Jesse be Trevor's disciple? While unsure, it was now time to see how Davon would defend against these attacks. In the sparring arena, Davon was struggling to ward off the onslaught of attacks. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Jesse's attack speed was increasing, leaving numerous scars on Davon's body. It wasn't that he was unwilling to end the battle quickly, but rather couldn't achieve it. Every strike aimed at Davon's vital points, yet the opponent's reaction speed and defense were extremely abnormal. Not only did he block every attack, but the strikes left him unfazed. Davon's eyes sharpened as he clenched his fist, and behind him, a dragon's shadow appeared. Roar! The dragon's cry emitted from the shadow behind him, its overwhelming pressure making many people feel deafened. Crack! Stephen frowned. The protective barrier he had fully set up was easily shattered, but what amazed him even more was Davon. This boy actually knew the Dragon Clan's techniques. If the Dragon Clan found out, they would likely chase him to the ends of the earth. Yet, upon reflection, given that Davon was Barrett's disciple and Barrett's formidable strength, the Dragon Clan might not be able to touch them. And it probably wasn't stolen knowledge, but possibly obtained from the Dragon Clan by Barrett. The Dragon Shadow instantly charged at Jesse with overwhelming pressure. Cut! Jesse yelled, unleashing immense power from his long sword. His sword slashed through the Dragon Shadow like flowing water, severing it into pieces with a few swift strikes. Crack! The token on Davon also shattered simultaneously, for Davon had conceded defeat. He saluted towards Jesse, saying, "Senior brother Gorin is truly formidable." "What do you mean?" Jesse stared coldly at Davon. After finally encountering a strong opponent, this kid simply gave up. Davon bitterly replied, "I'm not proficient with this move, so it exhausted all my strength." Meaning he had staked everything on this one move. Upon failure, he lacked any strength to fight Jesse, rendering the outcome no different from losing. "You have your unique qualities. By the time you improve further, I fear I won't be able to match you," Jesse said before turning away. Davon felt helpless too. He wished he could advance in cultivation, but there was no way around it. Barrett observed and nodded approvingly. It seems he's been quite diligent. The semifinals had concluded, leaving 4 remaining contestants: Brecken, Alora, Jesse, and D. Barrett hadn't expected so many prodigies from Nanjo. Among his 4 disciples participating in the Dragon Ascension meeting, only Alora made it to the semifinals. He wondered if Alora could secure the championship for him to complete the system task. After all, the secret realm reward from the system wasn't something trivial. "Brianna, don't let me down," Barrett murmured, looking at Alora. "This is Huekuan Pill. It will fully restore your depleted spirit energy. Take it, and then the semifinals begin," Stephen instructed, handing out 3 pills to them. Since Brecken had a bye, he didn't need one. After taking the pill, Alora felt her depleted spirit energy restored. Even Jesse, who used his trump card earlier, felt his state reach peak condition again. "What a good thing," Jesse remarked appreciatively. Given that it came from a 9-star Great Emperor, it was certainly not subpar. Once everyone was ready, the semifinals began. Stephen waved his hand, releasing a mist in their view. There are 4 slips in this mist. Those who draw the same number will face each other. The one with the smaller number starts first. Allura inserted her hand without hesitation. She soon discovered she drew number 1. Looks like I'll be starting first, she muttered. So, we're opponents, Dee commented from afar, holding number 1. They needed to begin the match immediately. Allura snorted lightly. Don't think you can win me just because you defeated my junior brother. We'll see about that, Dee retorted coldly, feeling confident despite uncertainty about her remaining tricks. Brecken glanced at Jessie and laughed. Fellow Taoist, we don't need to draw. We'll fight once they finish. Jessie remained silent, though slightly on edge. Having seen little of Brecken's abilities while using his own trump cards placed him at a disadvantage. He must get himself back in optimal shape during this period. Within the arena, Dee and Allura entered. Don't say I bullied you if you lose, Dee stated coldly, staring at Allura. A fiery flame appeared in Allura's hand. That line should be mine. Boom. Instantly, holy fire transformed into a phoenix flying forward. The entire arena turned scorching hot, and Dee summoned a massive stone puppet without delay. As soon as the stone puppet appeared, the flames around it began to dissipate. Interesting, but do you think this is the end? Allura wielded the Qiyang immortal sword, emitting a fierce aura. She's a sword cultivator? Dee thought uneasily, caught off guard by this development. Indeed, Allura had always relied on holy fire without using her sword, suddenly revealing the Qiyang immortal sword radiating ferocious energy. Any person seeing this would be startled. Chapter 237. Deliberately concealing strength. A sword slash unleashed the Qiyang immortal sword, which was imbued with a raging flame. In an instant, it carved out a trail of light. Roar! The colossal stone puppet let out an angry cry, swiftly positioning itself in front of Allura. However, this single strike sliced the colossal stone puppet's body into 2 halves. What? Dee's eyes widened in shock. The stone puppet, known for its formidable defense, could not withstand even one blow from this immortal sword? Do not think that this thing can stop me, Allura's voice resonated in Dee's ears, making him understand the situation. Allura was different from Nelson. She was not solely focused on the way of the sword, and the Qiyang immortal sword had probably not been fully utilized. Even without being fully unleashed, the Qiyang immortal sword had severed his stone puppet. If it had been fully used, it would likely have killed him as well. Dee wanted to leave, but found himself surrounded by flames, leaving no chance of escape. I concede. Dee knew there was a huge gap between him and Allura. He couldn't possibly withstand such violent flames. Rather than enduring further torment, it was better to concede now. At least he had made it this far. Many prodigies would consider this achievement impressive. The moment Dee conceded, he felt the intense flames in front of him instantly dissipate. This is boring. Allura snorted. She hadn't even exerted her full strength, yet he had already conceded. Barrett watched the confrontation but said nothing. He was well aware that Allura had consumed the great Dao fruit and trained for some time within the Heavenly River Star domain. Despite still being at the late ascended immortal realm, she had no equals within her rank. Dealing with these opponents was like fighting in a lower dimension. Brecken and Jessie wore solemn expressions after witnessing this battle. Whoever won between them would have to face Allura next. Of course, they shouldn't be thinking about how to deal with Allura right now, but should focus on winning their upcoming match. Brecken entered the arena with a thick smile. Taoist Yang, I hope you can bring me some surprises. Jessie coldly snorted, saying nothing more as he swiftly entered the arena. The second round began, and everyone watched breathlessly, hoping this battle would be even more exciting than the first. Jessie knew his opponent was no simple adversary. Thus, he decided to reveal his trump card from the start. He bit his finger and activated a secret technique. Brecken remained extremely relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about Jessie's attack. In an instant, Jessie charged forward, his long sword slicing through water with overwhelming power. Each slash caused ripples in the surrounding space. Though his attacks were powerful, Brecken always managed to evade them effortlessly. His movements were graceful, evading each strike just before impact, as if playing along with a child, gradually infuriating Jessie. You dart around like an eel, Jessie snorted, turning to slash behind him. This strike froze Jessie momentarily because Brecken had easily caught the attack with 2 fingers. The reason I haven't continued attacking you is that I wanted to see the true strength of the Blade Saint's disciple. But judging from what I've seen, you've disappointed me. Brecken spoke calmly, then struck Jessie in the stomach with a palm. Bang! Jessie staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone present looked shocked. How could he have so easily blocked that attack? Absolute suppression. Barrett murmured, realizing Brecken had been concealing his strength and didn't plan to reveal everything. If he had intended to defeat Jessie, it would have taken only a moment. In the arena, Jessie glared fiercely, suppressing his injuries with spiritual energy. To be honest, you do have some skill, but do you think I lack any other cards? With that, Jessie prepared to use his final trump card. But just as he thought this, Brecken appeared behind him. I'm bored. Let's end this quickly. Crack. Instantly, the token hanging from Jessie's waist shattered. It wasn't that Brecken inflicted fatal damage, but rather targeted the token directly. Once the token broke, the contestant was eliminated, avoiding unnecessary injury. Honestly, Jessie hadn't reacted in time and lost the match. What kind of monster was this guy? He hadn't even used his full strength. Jessie clenched his fists. You indeed have some talent. Give me some time to train, and I will definitely defeat you. With that, Jessie turned and left. Brecken smiled, ignoring Jessie, and instead turned to Allura standing nearby. Taoist friend, only we 2 remain. Don't you plan to join the battle? Brecken knew that the previous match hadn't taxed either of them much, so starting the final immediately was feasible. Allura smiled. Since you're eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Saying this, she entered the arena. Barrett observed the two, pondering over some thoughts. He gathered his spiritual energy, enveloping the entire arena to prevent potential chaos. With that said, let the match begin. Steven stood outside the arena, speaking in a stern tone. Boom. Instantly, a torrent of raging flames engulfed the entire area. The immortal flame Dao, pushed to its limit, released scorching heat that raised the temperature outside the arena. No wonder she's the master of immortal flame Dao, able to wield such intense flames freely. Brecken's expression turned grave upon seeing this. Chapter 238. The Ultimate Victor. He was very clear that the true battle was only just beginning, and he absolutely could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent. A grave expression appeared in Brecken's eyes as a scarlet-colored aura suddenly burst out from his surroundings. Such a strange aura. Jody's face turned solemn upon sensing this aura. It contains the aura of a magical beast, Barrett said, also quite surprised. He had not expected Brecken to have such means. Furthermore, encased in that scarlet aura, Brecken seemed entirely immune to the effects of this holy flame. If those are all the tricks you have up your sleeve, you're probably no match for me. At this moment, Brecken had already appeared behind Allura and unleashed a palm strike downwards. However, surprisingly, as this palm descended, Allura's figure gradually dissipated. After image, Brecken was rather surprised. His speed was fast enough, but somehow, Allura's speed was even faster. More surprising was that despite his perception skills, he failed to pinpoint her location. This is somewhat interesting. Let's see how this plays out. Instantly, grasses and trees on the ground grew madly, turning into blades sweeping across the field. But these grasses and trees were quickly devoured by the holy flames. To be honest, you do have some ability, but if you don't take me seriously, it might be your last day today. Allura's voice came from not far away. She held the Scarlet Sun immortal sword, with a solemn expression on her face. Seeing the long sword emitting extremely powerful murderous intent, Brecken regarded it with caution. Though my swordsmanship isn't as proficient as my junior brothers, it's completely sufficient to deal with you. Allura spoke, gathering another wave of flames within her. The Scarlet Sun immortal sword instantly emitted strong auras, transforming its surroundings into an ocean of fire. Under this scorching heat, even someone as powerful as Brecken broke out in sweat. Barrett felt quite surprised, a helpless look appearing on his face. If faced with this violent force, most Imperial Realm cultivators would probably have their defenses broken right away. Of course, it would only be effective if caught off guard, considering Allura's late Ascendant Realm cultivation level made it difficult to deal with an Imperial Realm cultivator. At this moment, Allura charged at Brecken, brandishing the Scarlet Sun immortal sword swiftly before slashing forward. Bang! This slash pushed Brecken back several steps, though it did not injure him. I've got you. A smile emerged on Brecken's face as he suddenly extended his hand. In an instant, scarlet auras transformed into huge palms directly enclosing Allura. With the need to control both the holy flames and the Scarlet Sun immortal sword, she likely lacked the strength to handle this. However, what surprised him was that Allura's figure disappeared. And before Brecken, another type of flame appeared. How is this possible? Brecken murmured, quickly dodging this attack. After evading, he found a very dangerous aura behind him. It was Allura. It seems the victor has been decided. Allura's voice reached Brecken's ears, and the token at his waist shattered. Indeed, I lost, Brecken smiled. If you revealed your hidden strength, who knows who would have won? Allura replied calmly. Though she did not know why Brecken hid his strength, a win was a win. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: 1 life and death secret realm. Would you like to collect now? The long-awaited system voice echoed in Barrett's ear, making him slightly excited. However, he did not plan to collect the reward immediately, given the crowded place necessitated careful handling. Gentlemen, the winner of this Dragon Ascension Conference is Allura of the Great Wilderness Immortal Sect. Now, please leave this microcosm. In 3 days, the reward ceremony will be held on the Minghua City platform. Stephen addressed everyone present solemnly. The reward ceremony was, naturally, a grand event rewarding these victors and offering valuable items, even benefiting the bystanders. Barrett wasn't too concerned about these rewards. He cared more about the life and death secret realm awarded by the system. Though unaware of its contents, studying it might reveal the answers. Thus, Barrett left for the outside world, with Nelson following. After leaving, they were swarmed by people engaging in pleasantries. You guys handle this first. I'll wait for you at the tavern. Seeing their predicament, Barrett left without further ado. Inside the tavern, Barrett promptly activated the system to examine the life and death secret realm. Life and death secret realm. 3 modes available: easy, difficult, extreme. Clear each level to gain substantial rewards. Complete all levels to receive an unconditional minor realm advancement reward. Note: final reward cannot be collected multiple times. Reading this introduction, Barrett was stunned. Completing the life and death secret realm allowed unconditional minor realm advancement? Truly worthy of the system's prowess. Looks like I should push everyone into this secret realm after returning, Barrett mused aloud. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed around Barrett. Turning his head, he saw numerous magical beasts outside Minghua City. A beast tide? Barrett frowned. After all, Minghua City was a formidable presence in South Prefecture, surrounded by formations rendering it impossible for beasts to invade. Yet this sudden beast tide felt peculiar. Barrett noticed many cultivators trailing the beasts, seemingly at least 2-star emperors. Could they be orchestrating this? Even if a few 2-star emperors attacked Minghua City, wouldn't they know there were powerful figures inside? This situation left Barrett puzzled. Chapter 239. A planned invasion. This situation naturally caught the attention of many people, especially Stephen. When he saw the demonic beasts outside the city walls, his face turned extremely grim. Someone had actually directed the beast tide toward their Minghua City. At this moment, Minghua City was on high alert, and the city guards were already standing on the city walls, ready to engage at any moment. The defensive array within the city had also been activated. However, what was surprising was that the array shattered almost immediately after it was activated. City Lord, this is bad news. The array has been tampered with and can't be activated. A guard rushed to Stephen's side, shouting anxiously. This was a major issue. Without the array, the demonic beasts would soon flood into the city. Lower-tier cultivators and ordinary citizens would be unable to resist such an invasion and would surely die in the onslaught. Hold them off. Don't let them break through. Stephen shouted as he picked up his spear and rushed forward. Barrett and Jody were observing the situation outside Minghua City from midair, their expressions grave. These guys are practically courting death, aren't they? Barrett said, looking at the demonic beasts with some confusion. The city lord of Minghua City was a 9th-star great emperor. Normally, no one would dare provoke him. Yet these intruders seemed intent on sending themselves to their deaths. Jody asked, Master, should we provide support? You all can go help, Barrett replied nonchalantly. Supporting Minghua City would give Stephen a debt of gratitude, which could be beneficial for the donghua immortal sect as well. Upon hearing Barrett's words, Jody took Raylan and hurried to the center of the battlefield. Barrett looked at Ida beside him and smiled, asking, Don't you want to join in the fun? To Barrett, such a battle would merely be like playtime for Ida. But she shook her head, saying, I want to stay with Master. For some reason, she sensed something strange and dangerous around them. Seeing Ida's seriousness, Barrett did not insist and instead watched the scene unfold from the air. Many cultivators had already charged out to engage the beast tide fiercely. Even Nelson and his companions rushed over once they sensed the situation. Lou brother, let's see who can slay more beasts. Ripley, having just killed a demonic beast, turned to look at Nelson not far away. Nelson grinned, and upon seeing Jody, they attacked immediately. Boom. Spiritual energy exploded, causing Jody to frown. Did you really think your strength could affect me? Jody dispersed their attack, glaring at them. No awareness? Seeing no response, Jody felt increasingly displeased. It appeared these individuals were controlled by the extra-realm heavenly demons. She decided to leave them alive for now. Without hesitation, Jody unleashed a burst of power, purple fox fire spreading around, its heat nearly overwhelming them. Bang! An enormous explosion sent Jody flying back in shock. They had self-destructed. She had intended to bind them, but as soon as her spiritual energy touched them and was about to succeed, they chose to self-destruct. The explosion from a 2nd-star great emperor was formidable, causing tremors across the ground. Even Barrett inside Minghua City felt the powerful blast. However, this surge of power was quickly suppressed by none other than Stephen. As a 9th-star great emperor, he would not allow these intruders to destroy Minghua City through self-destruction. At this moment, Barrett sensed a strange aura. Though faint, it was moving rapidly in a specific direction. The small world location? Barrett glanced at the nearby spot, somewhat surprised. He felt that the outside commotion might be a cover to hide this aura's movement. If so, it was worth checking out the small world. At the arena, the portal to the small world, which had just closed, was reopening slowly, and a dark figure entered as soon as the portal opened. Arriving there, Barrett observed the reopened portal and said, Just as I thought. Entering the small world, Barrett felt an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Extra-realm heavenly demon? Barrett looked at the black silhouette ahead, somewhat startled. The demon's strength seemed greater than expected, and it gave off an ominous sense of danger. Chapter 240. Summon Strength. I really didn't expect that despite hiding so stealthily, I would still be discovered. The shadow turned to look at Barrett and muttered. As he spoke, dozens of black spikes emerged from beneath Barrett's feet. Barrett's reaction was naturally swift. In just a moment, he had already evaded the attack. Interesting. I didn't think someone with your strength could dodge my attack, the shadow said, staring at Barrett with surprise. Barrett, his face calm, stared back at the shadow and replied, I never expected you to intrude here alone. What, are you not afraid of death? Afraid of death? The shadow responded mockingly. You flatter yourself too much. Do you really think that someone like you could do anything to me? As it spoke, the shadow suddenly raised its hand. Several dark figures appeared on the ground, coalescing into human shapes, cultivators, all of them possessing the cultivation level of 3-star emperors. So, it seems you only rely on these things. You've disappointed me somewhat. Barrett massaged his forehead. He had thought this extraplanar demon might have other abilities, but releasing a few 3-star emperor puppets? To deal with you, this is already my gentlest method, the shadow remarked before manipulating the puppets to lunge forward. However, as soon as they neared Barrett, a sword light flashed across. It instantly pierced through 3 puppet bodies without losing momentum and charged directly toward the shadow. The shadow furrowed its brows and abruptly raised its hand. Boom. The sword energy exploded, forcing the shadow several steps back. Interesting. No wonder you're so arrogant. It appears you have a sword spirit protecting you. The shadow stared at Ida nearby. From its perspective, Barrett probably relied on the powerful sword spirit's protection for such audacity. Barrett said nothing more. Since the opponent had made a move, there was no point in exchanging pleasantries. Kylie, keep attacking. Barrett looked down at Ida, smiling. She nodded and continued her assault. Accompanied by the overwhelmingly powerful sword chi, it became apparent that even the shadow's movements were being hindered. Admittedly, the sword spirit's strength exceeded the shadow's expectations. But that was all. Seems I'll need to show some real skills if you think I'm easy to bully. At these words, a fierce surge of spirit energy erupted around the shadow. Boom. The surrounding sky gradually darkened. Ida, standing within the domain, immediately felt that her power could not be fully unleashed. Just give up. In my night domain, no one can move freely. The shadow's voice suddenly came from behind Barrett. Barrett sighed. Kylie, let me handle this. Though he hadn't intended to take action himself, given the current situation, he felt he must act or risk being toyed with. Ida nodded, her figure instantly transforming into a sharp iron sword held by Barrett. Why? Have you given up? The shadow taunted. If so, then allow me to send you off. Suddenly, the shadow attacked Barrett. However, it found that Barrett vanished right before its eyes. A look of displeasure crossed the shadow's face. What had just happened? That guy was clearly right in front of him, but disappeared in an instant? Too slow, Barrett's voice echoed from behind. When the shadow turned, there was no one there. When it turned back, Barrett was standing in place, as if he hadn't moved at all. Now Barrett had raised the iron sword in his hand and slashed towards the shadow. Crap. The shadow felt an ominous sensation arise almost instantly and cast a secret technique to retreat backward. Boom. A wildly violent spirit energy surged out, slicing through the entire domain. I thought you were stronger than this. I can't believe you couldn't even withstand one strike from me, Barrett commented, looking at the distant shadow with a hint of frustration. The shadow now bore a gash on its body, clearly having been injured by Barrett's sword chi despite its attempt to evade. The shadow couldn't help but marvel. This guy was terrifying. Even after it dodged, it still suffered damage from that ferocious sword chi. Initially, it thought Barrett relied on the sword spirit, but now it seemed the sword spirit was only his weakest means. It seems I can't waste any more time. The shadow murmured, making a decision and striking straight towards its own heart. Puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, its aura rapidly weakening as if something was constantly draining it. This guy's peculiar, Barrett watched frowning, then slashed another sword stroke down. The sword swiftly cut through the shadow's body. To ensure the enemy's plan failed, Barrett unleashed the true dragon fire, engulfing the shadow completely. In mere moments, the shadow was consumed and dissipated. Unexpectedly for Barrett, however, the black aura remained, continuously being absorbed. Can't be stopped? A cold gleam flashed in Barrett's eyes. He hadn't anticipated this outcome. Gradually, Barrett sensed the entire small world's spirit energy converging in one direction. The shadow he had just dealt with began to recondense at this moment. Seeing this, Barrett's expression turned grave. So, this is the lower realm? No, this is a self-contained small world. Who would have thought a tiny lower realm would contain such a place? The shadow looked around with satisfaction. Barrett saw the shadow, his brow tightening again. This guy was at the first-rank Holy Deity realm, a transcendent Imperial realm powerhouse unexpectedly appearing in the lower realm. Oh, you actually put up some resistance. Very well, then let me devour you. Saying this, the shadow reached out, attempting to draw Barrett in. But before it could succeed, a sword shadow slashed towards it. Chapter 241. The Left Commander of the Domain Outer Demons. The speed of this sword shadow's attack was extremely fast, and it induced a sense of dread in its target. He did not dare to be slow, swiftly dodging this strike. Who are you? The figure stared at Barrett, his eyes filled with wariness. After all, he had been summoned by secret methods, retaining part of his strength. This meant that he was an absolutely invincible existence in this lower realm. No one could surpass the Imperial realm. Yet, he sensed a terrifying aura from Barrett, indicating that Barrett's cultivation was even higher than his own. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you must die here. Barrett stared at the figure ahead and spoke coldly. Friend, I believe we can discuss this matter thoroughly. I am the Left Commander of the Domain Outer Demons, Bowie. If the two of us cooperate, capturing this lower realm will be within reach. And once this task is done and we reach the upper realms, my race of Domain Outer Demons will certainly treat you as a distinguished guest. Bowie looked at Barrett, appearing very sincere. But just as he finished speaking, he saw a sword shadow coming at him. Bowie did not dare hesitate for a moment, and chose to dodge immediately. Fortunately, his avoidance was swift enough to escape just in time. Ultimately, you feel there's no way for you to win against me. Otherwise, how could you have proposed this truce? And do you really think I didn't notice your little tricks? You were already secretly preparing your killing move while proposing cooperation? Barrett stared at Bowie, his tone stern. A hint of cold killing intent appeared in Bowie's eyes. It seemed this guy was indeed more terrifying than he imagined. Hee, since you already know, there's no need for me to waste time on you anymore. After all, these attacks have already been condensed. Even if you're stronger than me, you won't be able to withstand them. With a cold laugh, Bowie suddenly produced a blood-red sphere in his hand. He quickly shattered the sphere, and instantly, mournful wails filled the small universe. The sphere oozed out large amounts of blood, and many bizarre creatures appeared in Barrett's line of sight. These monsters, though without cultivation, were strange and slowly moved toward Barrett. Humph, trifling tricks, Barrett snorted coldly. Instantly, a bright red flame appeared in his hand. As the true fire of the Dragon Clan emerged, the mysterious blood began evaporating gradually. Dragon Clan true fire, how could you possess such a thing? Bowie's face showed shock. A more powerful cultivator appearing in the lower realm had already stunned him greatly. Now, this cultivator actually possessed the Dragon Clan's true fire. He felt like he was walking into a trap. Damn it. If he had known such a terrifying person existed in the lower realm, he would never have accepted the summons. But what good was regret now, considering he couldn't handle this situation? Bowie's gaze sharpened. Fighting was futile, and he had to escape from here. Without hesitation, he quickly flew forward. Boom. At the exit, a thick wall of fire rose up, blocking Bowie's path. Where do you plan to go? Our battle isn't over yet. Barrett turned to look at Bowie not far away, his face showing amusement. Bowie frowned deeply. What do you intend? I don't have any other intention. I just want you dead here. Barrett smiled. Instantly, a flame rose up beneath Bowie's feet. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided the attack. Do you think there's truly no way for me to escape? Don't forget, this lower realm can't withstand our powerful attacks. With a slight force, this small universe will shatter instantly, and even the entire lower realm will be damaged. Bowie stared at Barrett, saying coldly. After transcending the Imperial realm, his strength wasn't just slightly increased. He could destroy this realm effortlessly. Barrett frowned. This guy was right. He had been suppressing his power, and if they truly fought without restraint, the small universe would easily break apart. At that time, Bowie might start a massacre after escaping. This was indeed a troubling matter. Since that's the case, let's try another method. Barrett muttered to himself. Using the immortal fire Tao was impossible, so he decided to confront Bowie head-on. Seeing Barrett suddenly retracting the flames, Bowie felt elated. He was sure he could escape from here. However, just as he was thinking this, a figure appeared before him. Boom! Barrett's punch struck directly at Bowie, opening a large hole in his abdomen. Bowie rapidly repaired his body, his face filled with horror. What kind of monster are you? Bowie originally thought it was terrifying enough for this guy to master one great Dao power, but now he realized he had mastered two. I'm just an ordinary cultivator. Barrett stepped right up to Bowie, still smiling. Watching Barrett raise his fist again, Bowie felt a wave of terror. Hold it, spare me, Bowie pleaded hastily. Spare you? Barrett chuckled. Why should I spare you? I can give you my soul essence origin and serve you afterward. Bowie was genuinely afraid this time. This guy's strength was much greater than he had imagined. Continuing like this would mean certain death for him. While saying this, he extracted a part of his soul essence origin and handed it over to Barrett. Looking at this piece of soul essence origin, Barrett was surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to fear death so much. Any harm to the soul essence origin would result in severe damage to him. If Barrett crushed the given essence, Bowie would die instantly, disappearing completely. By leaving his mark on the essence, Barrett could ensure Bowie's absolute obedience. Barrett slowly grasped this thread of soul essence origin and inscribed his mark on it. In truth, he was quite astonished. After his divine soul essence was marked, he noticed that Barrett's strength remained at a constant level. This meant that Barrett wasn't being suppressed by the lower world, and thus maintained his original power. Or perhaps Barrett's cultivation had already been suppressed before. Either way, such an existence was indeed terrifying. By the time they emerged from the miniature universe, the beast tied outside had been mostly dealt with, basically in its cleanup phase. 162. Ripley announced after slaying the last beast. Nelson grinned. 193. It seems my senior brothers are truly impressive. I only managed 124. Davon sighed, realizing his realm was still too low. 36. Seth was even more dejected. His seniors had surpassed 100, yet he only reached over 30. No worries, senior sister will share 100 with you. Besides those I've shared with my junior brother, I still have 343 left. Alora stood before everyone, speaking proudly. Her words left everyone silent. Truly, people comparison could be heart-wrenching. Alora's strength was genuinely more terrifying than they had imagined. Didn't expect you all to finish so quickly here. At this moment, Barrett's voice reached their ears. They turned around and saw Barrett walking over with Ida. Their attention immediately focused on Bowie informed Barrett, we celestial demons from the outer realms have a special ability, to absorb the power of our kin to strengthen ourselves. Hearing this, Barrett instantly understood. The delicious food must refer to other celestial demons. Resolve it quickly, Barrett instructed before leaving with Nelson and the others. Without hesitation, Bowie flew rapidly toward a direction in the forest. In the deep woods, a celestial demon was hiding, uncertain if their plan had succeeded. If they could summon the other one, it would provide significant assistance. Indeed, there is one. A voice suddenly resonated in the hidden celestial demon's ear. Before he could react, he felt someone grab his head, and his energy began to be absorbed continuously. This technique was unmistakably from a fellow celestial demon. Within moments, Bowie had absorbed the concealed celestial demon. He felt a slight increase in his power but frowned. So weak. After coming to the lower world, he's only at 3-star Great Emperor. While absorbing the power of a fellow demon was tasty, such a small amount wasn't enough for him. For now, he had no choice but to return to Barrett. Meanwhile, Barrett and his group were invited by Steven to stay at the city lord's residence. Thank you, Daoist Luo, for providing accommodation, Barrett smiled. Continuing to stay at the inn would likely invite many disturbances. Don't mention it. It's my duty, Steven replied with a bow. Then Barrett looked at a distance. It looks like the guys returned. As he spoke, a black shadow appeared in the city lord's residence. So this is the aura of a celestial demon from the outer realms. Steven observed Bowie's peculiar aura, somewhat surprised. That's right. If he regains his original strength, it might lead to disaster, Barrett remarked with a smile. Hashtag chapter 243, the old dragon's request. How great a disaster. Steven was quite puzzled and asked Barrett. World-ending level. Barrett did not hesitate to say those words. World-ending level? These 4 words carried such weight that a look of shock flashed across Steven's eyes. Even though he was a 9th-star Great Emperor, it wasn't something he could accomplish. Yet, Barrett claimed that this extraterrestrial demon could do just that if it restored its full power. Truly terrifying, Steven muttered. He believed Barrett without doubt. No one would lie about something like this. If he has such power, why keep him around? Steven, being straightforward, asked Barrett. Barrett turned his gaze to Ernesto, who was nearby, and smiled. Because I have left a mark in the very core of his divine soul. Steven took a sharp breath. That meant this extraterrestrial demon was essentially Barrett's puppet. If Barrett wished, he could extinguish it with a mere thought. So that's how it is, Steven murmured, then sat down on a chair to rest. But Leo, in the coming days, I hope you can help me locate these extraterrestrial demons. As soon as we find them, we will immediately go to eliminate them. Barrett said this while looking at Steven. Destroying these beings would ensure peace for the lower realms. Barrett didn't want to see disciples of his sect be targeted by the extraterrestrial demons during his stay at Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Steven nodded. Rest assured, I'll have some people investigate during this time. He more or less understood that today's beast tide might well have been caused by the extraterrestrial demons. No matter what, they had to take care of those creatures. In that case, please do me the favor, I'm going to get some rest. With that, Barrett got up and headed towards the room prepared for him. Once inside, Barrett closed his eyes and merged his consciousness into the Heavenly River Star domain. Upon entering, he noticed the domain seemed different. To his surprise, he no longer saw Hermes and Yates in the deepest part of the area. It made sense. As city lords, they wouldn't remain there all the time. Barrett paid no mind to this and turned to leave. As he walked, he spotted an elderly man sitting in a pavilion not far off. Elder, you're in a good mood today, out again? Barrett stood on the opposite shore and looked towards the pavilion, smiling. The Rodney turned and saw Barrett from afar, then waved cheerfully. Without hesitation, Barrett entered the pavilion. Sitting in the water all the time gets a bit tedious, so I came out for some fresh air, the Rodney explained, smiling. Barrett saw a bottle of wine on the table. Looks like you cherish this wine a lot. So much time has passed, yet you still have some left. I'll need to spend countless years here, so I'd better save some for myself. The Rodney chuckled and poured himself a cup of wine. Barrett was not ungracious, picking up the wine bottle and pouring a cup for himself as well. You don't need to be so frugal. Since I'm here, I can always prepare more for you, Barrett said after taking a sip. The Rodney, upon hearing this, seemed to understand something. Seems like you're trying to gain some advantage from this, Rodney, he laughed. With all the treasures you possess, naturally I want to acquire something valuable from you, Barrett replied with a smile and wave of his hand. With a slow flip of his right hand, the Rodney produced a small emerald bottle. Looking at the bottle, Barrett felt puzzled. What's this? The essence blood of this old dragon, the Rodney said casually. Hearing the words essence blood, Barrett's breathing quickened. True dragon essence blood was an extremely rare substance. He had never heard of anyone obtaining it on the 9 provinces continent. This is too precious, Barrett said, looking at the emerald bottle, and placed it in his pocket. The Rodney smiled. Given my current condition, I cannot leave, and this item serves little purpose to me. It will recover over a few thousand years anyway. Since there was no danger here, giving away the essence blood would not harm him and could even bring some benefit. Staring at Barrett, the Rodney spoke. Apart from the wine, I need you to do one more thing for me. What is it? Barrett wondered but knew he should listen, given the Rodney had already given him the essence blood. I need you to visit the dragon territory and check on their current state, the Rodney said more somberly. Surprise appeared on Barrett's face. This might be quite difficult. After all, dragons were very arrogant and would never let outsiders into their territory. Besides, how long had it been since there were any news of dragons on the 9 provinces continent? How could one possibly find their territory? I know what worries you. Just take this jade pendant, and everything will be solved smoothly, the Rodney said with a sip of wine. After considering the Rodney's words, Barrett responded, all right, since you've said so, I will arrange for someone to handle it soon. That's what I wanted to hear, the Rodney said happily. Barrett hadn't expected that coming to check on things here would result in getting true dragon essence blood. If he consumed it, his realm might increase significantly. But he felt it was unnecessary for him. Better to give it to his disciple. After all, their cultivation achievements would double return to him. Fine, since I've given you this, I'll take my leave. With that, the Rodney vanished from Barrett's sight, as if he had only been waiting for him. Chapter 244. The End of the Ascending Dragon Assembly. Barrett looked at the empty table and felt quite helpless. He had only had 1 cup of wine, yet they had taken the wine pot away too. Barrett sighed and did not linger any longer, quickly disappearing within the Tianha star domain. When his consciousness returned to his body, he saw that it was already dark outside. Although he had only been there for a while, it had turned night in the outside world. Barrett slowly closed his eyes and began to rest, deciding to get some peace during these 3 days. For 2 days, nothing much happened, and the extraterritorial celestial demons remained quiet, giving Barrett much-needed tranquility. By the 3rd day, Minghua City was bustling with activity as many people gathered around the central arena. Naturally, Barrett was also among the spectators. Though Stephen had prepared an excellent viewing spot for him, Barrett declined it, indifferent to where he sat. At this moment, only one person stood on the platform, and that was Stephen. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few days, you have witnessed various remarkable performances at the Ascending Dragon Assembly, Stephen began. And now, the winner of this assembly has been decided. It is none other than Allura from the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. As Stephen finished speaking, a graceful figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Indeed, it was Allura. The crowd murmured in discussion. They had all seen her battles. Her strength was formidable, and even late-stage transcendent realm cultivators were no match for her. It was unknown if those newly ascended Empyrean realm powerhouses could stand against Allura. Many sects silently noted the name of the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect and Allura. A sect capable of producing such a prodigy must be worth forming an alliance with. This is the resource reward for the champion of the Ascending Dragon Assembly, Stephen continued. Additionally, there is a magical artifact to be presented. With a wave of his hand, a red silk dress appeared in everyone's line of sight. This is the supreme treasure, Fire Phoenix Robe, which possesses incredibly strong defense. Even against attacks from Empyrean realm powerhouses, it can withstand them. Furthermore, the Fire Phoenix Robe enhances the user's power significantly, Stephen said seriously. This statement shocked nearly everyone present. An artifact that could resist Empyrean realm powerhouses? All eyes glowed fervently at the sight of the artifact. Such a treasure would be coveted by Empyrean realm powerhouses too. This thing seems very suitable for eldest senior sister, Nelson remarked, watching the scene unfold. Davon nodded and said, eldest senior sister is cultivating the Tao of Immortal Flame. With this artifact, she might become unbeatable below the Empyrean realm. Even Empyrean realm powerhouses might find it difficult to handle her. Though they were envious, they knew this treasure was far beyond their reach at their current cultivation levels. Once we return, I'll prepare new items for you all. By then, I believe you'll catch up with Brianna quickly, Barrett told the group while looking at Lin Sanji on the platform. Prepare new items? Whatever it was, it wouldn't be something trivial. Looking forward to it, Nelson murmured. Ladies and gentlemen, this Ascending Dragon Assembly has concluded successfully. Minghua City will offer free access to concentrated spiritual energy for 7 days to help you cultivate, Stephen announced solemnly. Upon hearing this, everyone was delighted. This was part of why they had come here. After each assembly, the city lord always provided a wealth of spiritual resources for cultivation. Master, Now that the assembly has ended, it's time for us to return. Nelson turned to Barrett. He wasn't particularly interested in the city's offerings, but rather in the new items Barrett mentioned. Barrett smiled and said, let's not rush. First, call Brianna over. I have some matters to discuss. Nelson nodded and went to fetch Alora. Soon, both were by Barrett's side. Master, what instructions do you have? Alora asked, curious. Barrett turned to Davon. Do you still have the jade pendant I gave you? Davon nodded, retrieving the jade pendant from his storage ring. Of course. Now, I need someone to visit the dragon territory. However, there is only one jade pendant, so only one person can go. Decide among yourselves who will go, Barrett said, surveying the group. Everyone was stunned upon hearing about the dragon territory. Master, are you joking? Alora asked, clearly surprised. I never joke. Who will go? Barrett replied. Nelson waved his hand. I want to see the new item you've prepared, so I'll pass. Seth shook his head. My cultivation level is too low to be of much use there. Alora added. Opportunities in the dragon territory aren't significant for us. Davon might be the most suitable. Me. Davon was taken aback. Nelson nodded. You've cultivated the dragon clan's secret techniques. You might gain more opportunities there than we would. Very well, Davon will go, Barrett decided calmly. Davon scratched his head, confused. But I don't even know where the dragon territory is. Though he wanted to go, he had no idea how to locate it. Simple. Follow the guidance of the jade pendant, and it will lead you to the dragon territory. Barrett pointed to the jade pendant in Davon's hand. I understand, Master. Davon bowed respectfully. After pondering for a moment, Barrett advised, this matter isn't urgent. You should make preparations before visiting the dragon territory. Go back first. Yes, Master, Davon agreed. Chapter 245. Recruiting an elder for the great, desolate, immortal sect. Now that it's settled, let's head back. Barrett stretched leisurely and said. Jody asked, should we bid farewell to City Lord Luo? There's no need. He'll certainly notice our departure. Barrett waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk out of Minghua City. Everyone present followed without hesitation as they quickly left with Barrett. Meanwhile, back at the City Lord's residence, Stephen felt a tinge of melancholy after sensing Barrett and his group rapidly departing. I never expected them to leave so soon. Stephen had assumed that Barrett and his companions would stay in Minghua City for some time. It seemed he had overestimated their interest in lingering. However, he made no attempt to retain them, having other matters to attend to. Several days later, within the great desolate immortal sect in Central Region, Bowie looked at the sect premises with a furrowed brow. Is the spiritual energy in Central Region really this weak? Bowie found it hard to believe that even with the support of dragon veins, the sect did not have as dense spiritual energy as other places. Barrett explained, from the conference, but he also brought back a powerful 7-star emperor. Sect master, snap out of it and say something, Barrett shouted, breaking Elliot's stupor. Brother Taoist Bowie, your strength is formidable. Placing you as the leader of any peak might not be appropriate, Elliot replied promptly. How about this? Our scripture repository needs a manager. The job is relatively relaxed. Would you consider it? Given that Bowie was a 7-star emperor, offering him anything less than a significant role would be challenging. Making him perform menial tasks wouldn't work either. Certainly no problem. I have considerable understanding of various cultivation techniques. If any disciples have questions, they can ask me anytime. Moreover, I possess some special cultivation methods that might benefit the sect's disciples. As he spoke, Bowie summoned a jade pendant and inscribed a cultivation technique into it. Without hesitation, Elliot took the pendant and began examining its contents. When he saw what was inscribed, he gasped sharply. This cultivation method, it's truly extraordinary, Elliot remarked in awe. Barrett had also noticed the technique contained in the jade pendant. Though basic, it provided a dimension-breaking advantage in the lower realm. Disciples using this method could potentially reach the nascent soul stage or higher depending on their aptitude. Elder Bowie, thank you so much, Elliot chuckled, expressing gratitude. Bowie responded with a bow. Since I'm now part of the great desolate immortal sect, contributing is only natural. Well then, arrange everything accordingly. I have some matters to attend to. Barrett flew off in another direction. Seeing Barrett leave so abruptly, everyone felt puzzled. In a spacious area within the great desolate immortal sect, Barrett inspected the location and nodded approvingly. Here will do. System, claim the life and death secret realm. Barrett mentally recited as he started claiming the reward. Claim successful. Distributing life and death secret realm. The system's voice echoed in Barrett's mind, followed by a burst of light. Boom. The surroundings began to shake violently, catching many people's attention. An ancient stone tablet appeared before them, inscribed with 4 characters. Life and death secret realm. Looking at the stone tablet, Barrett inwardly sighed. He thought the secret realm would be vast, but instead, the entrance was merely a tablet. Distribution of life and death secret realm completed. Consume divine sense to enter. Death results in expulsion from the secret realm, resetting progress. Seeing this, Barrett felt pleasantly surprised. This secret realm was purely for training purposes. Death inside would not mean real death. What's happening? Elliot, intending to take Bowie to the scripture repository, was interrupted by a massive commotion. It's nothing. I obtained a treasure by chance and decided to establish it here. Barrett pointed to the stone tablet, remaining calm. Bowie stared at the ancient aura radiating from the tablet, wide-eyed. The profound power emitted from it was incredibly dense, even rivaling upper realms. Barrett saying it was casually obtained sounded unbelievable, further highlighting his unfathomable depth. His decision to ally with Barrett proved wise indeed. Hashtag Chapter 246, Experiencing the Life and Death Secret Realm. What is this? Elliot looked at the stone stele in front of him, clearly confused. He had never seen anything like it before. However, the energy emanating from it was astonishing. He had never felt such an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. The Life and Death Secret Realm. after consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, one can enter this realm for training. Even if you die within this secret realm, there will be no actual loss. You'll simply be expelled from the realm without truly dying. Barrett didn't hesitate to explain the rules of the secret realm. As for the rewards, there was no need to go into detail about them now. They would find out for themselves once inside. Listening to Barrett, everyone present was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting that this place posed no risk to their lives. This is indeed a good thing, but I wonder what kind of training awaits us inside, Elliot murmured, gazing at the secret realm before him. Why don't we let someone go in and try it out? Barrett saw no reason not to agree. After all, they needed to test it to understand how it worked. Since that's the case, I'll go in and give it a try, Nelson volunteered, thinking that since this secret realm was established by his master, it must be challenging. All right. Barrett nodded in agreement. Without any hesitation, Nelson approached the stone stele. The moment he placed his hand on it, he felt a significant portion of his spiritual energy being drained away. Then, his figure gradually vanished from the sight of those around him. Inside the secret realm, Nelson slowly opened his eyes, observing the pitch-black environment surrounding him, which brought confusion to his face. Please choose your difficulty level. Seeing this prompt, Nelson was surprised that the secret realm offered selectable difficulty levels. Since I'm here, I might as well go for the highest difficulty. Nelson grinned and selected the difficult mode. However, to his surprise, he couldn't choose the difficult mode directly. He had to start with the easiest and accumulate enough progress to unlock the next difficulty level. Well, I guess I'll try the easy mode first then, Nelson said, somewhat frustrated. This wolf demon's reaction speed was top-notch among Foundation establishment stage beasts. Suddenly, golden light enveloped Nelson, and his cultivation immediately shifted to the Foundation establishment stage. His injuries also healed. Truly remarkable. This life and death secret realm seems to be an excellent place for cultivation, Nelson muttered to himself, deeply impressed. A message appeared before him. Exit or continue? Choosing to continue, Nelson's figure turned ethereal again. When he regained consciousness, he found himself facing two golden core stage demonic beasts. Before he could react, he felt his consciousness being torn apart. When he came to, he was already back in the presence of the others. How was it? Barrett asked Nelson, who had just returned from the life and death secret realm. Nelson chuckled bitterly. Honestly, it does offer substantial training, but the difficulty level is quite high. That's fine. With enough practice, you'll surely pass. Barrett waved it off. Nelson nodded. This is indeed a great place. Master, I want to continue. To be honest, few secret realms piqued his interest, but this life and death secret realm genuinely made him want to conquer it. Is it really as good as you say, junior brother? Alora looked at Nelson with some surprise. Nelson smiled. Sister, you'll see when you go in. Fine, I'll see what encounters await me. With that, Alora entered the secret realm. Half an hour later, she reappeared, her face showing both displeasure and unwillingness to stop. Again. You all should explore it on your own. Davon, come with me. I have something for you. Barrett spoke directly to Davon, who was curious but agreed without hesitation. Thus, Barrett took Davon away while Elliot and the others resumed their own business. Once they had tested the life and death secret realm thoroughly, they could allow regular disciples to train within it. Chapter 247, Consuming the Heart's Blood of a True Dragon. Inside the Red Sun Peak, Barrett handed Davon a small emerald green bottle. This is for you. I'll guard over you next to help you absorb it. Davon accepted the little bottle, feeling very puzzled as he wondered why he sensed intense heat when touching the bottle. Master, what is this? Davon asked Barrett, quite confused. The heart's blood of a true dragon, Barrett said plainly. Upon hearing these words, not only was Davon stunned, but Jody and the others who returned together were also taken aback. Master, how did you get this? Jody looked at Barrett in shock, seemingly very frightened. After all, the heart's blood of a true dragon was no ordinary item. It was extremely rare. Among tens of thousands of dragons, only one might be a true dragon, and its heart's blood was an incredibly precious substance. It was impossible for anyone to remain calm if Barrett had brought out true dragon heart's blood. It was a gift from an old friend. He entrusted me with a task, so I exchanged this heart's blood for my assistance. Barrett did not hide it, but he didn't elaborate either. Jody and the others drew in a cold breath. What kind of person could casually bring out the heart's blood of a true dragon? Could the old friend Barrett mentioned actually be that true dragon? This is too precious. Disciple cannot accept it. Davon knelt on the ground, speaking very respectfully. Barrett frowned. If I tell you to take it, just take it. Do you think anyone else besides you can absorb the true dragon's blood? Alora was on the path of immortal fire. Her path was already stable. Even with the true dragon's heart's blood, it would not significantly improve her. Nelson was a sword cultivator whose path did not require additional aids. As for Seth, his 100 refined body meant the true dragon's heart's blood was not necessary for him. And Jody's constitution was too weak. Consuming true dragon's blood could result in an explosion within her body. Thus, Davon was the only suitable candidate. His robust physique, coupled with practicing the secret technique of true dragon body, made him the best choice. If he consumed the true dragon's heart's blood, he would definitely undergo a transformation. If Master insists, then I dare not refuse. Davon spoke very seriously. To use such a precious thing on him was something he would repay someday. Alright, let's go to the small universe. I will protect you. Jody, you all stay here. No matter what happens in the small universe, absolutely no one is allowed to enter. Barrett said very seriously to Jody, who replied respectfully, rest assured, Master, we will guard it well. Then, Barrett led Davon into the small universe. Beneath the tree of Tao, Davon sat cross-legged, holding the emerald green bottle. Now, drink the dragon blood directly, Barrett said very seriously. Without hesitation, Davon immediately drank the dragon blood from the small bottle. Instantly, a violent surge of energy began surging wildly within Davon. He felt like his body was being scorched by flames, pain coursing through him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Barrett swiftly gathered a strand of spiritual energy in his palm and struck Davin's back. Gradually, the dragon blood began integrating into Davin's bloodstream, circulating through his limbs. Davon focused, sensing the flow and gradually gaining control. It was fortunate that it wasn't the heart's blood of a young true dragon but from an old dragon. Even Barrett found it challenging to control completely. If someone were to disturb them now, it could easily ruin everything and possibly render Davon a waste. But Barrett trusted Jody and the others. No one would disturb them in the coming time. Meanwhile, at the life and death realm entrance, Allura had entered the realm for the second time. Seeing the two golden core beast creatures, she immediately executed the drifting dragon step. Her figure darted around the area, unleashing holy flame to melt the beasts. The holy flame was heavily suppressed within the realm, barely stronger than ordinary fire, yet she continued attacking from all angles. Suddenly, Allura felt her neck pierced by a sharp claw. Regaining consciousness, she stood again before the stone tablet, clearly displeased. Unexpectedly, she had been expelled again. Soon, Nelson appeared beside her. What happened? You came out too? Allura said, surprised. Nelson sighed helplessly. The second level is odd. We couldn't pass. Despite the powerful attacks of the two beasts, they should have been able to dodge them. But somehow, they always encountered strange situations causing their sudden deaths. While discussing this, another figure appeared slowly before them. Junior brother, did you pass the first level? Nelson asked, seeing Seth emerge. Seth scratched his head. I reached the third level but got killed instantly. Third level? Allura and Nelson exchanged puzzled glances. They were stuck on the second level, yet Seth reached the third on his first try? How did you pass the second level? Allura asked curiously. Seth replied truthfully, just killed the 3 beast creatures and passed. 3 beast creatures? Realizing this critical information, Allura and Nelson understood that there were actually 3 beasts on the second level, not 2. One must have been hidden, leading to their death. It seems even Junior brother surpasses us. Nelson shook his head, smiling wryly. They never expected to receive advice from him. Seth was puzzled. Did senior sister and brother get stuck on the second level? We must continue. Nelson placed his hand on the stone tablet. Yes, we can't let junior brother surpass us, Allura said, walking towards the tablet. Chapter 248. Layers of Obstacles. As for Seth, he was no different. He felt that his strength improved exceptionally fast after going through rigorous training here. Thus, the 3 of them once again entered the mystical realm. The mystical realms were separate, and every entry started from the first layer. To receive the completion reward, it would likely take a considerable amount of time. Time flew by, and a month passed. The Great Wasteland Immortal sect began to gradually get back on track, and Elliot had introduced new cultivation techniques, enhancing many disciples of the sect. The new elder in charge of the scripture hall also received countless visits from disciples. One morning, a violent aura erupted from Scarlet Sun Peak. Everyone initially froze upon sensing this overwhelming aura, but soon became accustomed to it when they identified its origin as Scarlet Sun Peak. After all, those residing on Scarlet Sun Peak were all prodigies, far beyond their reach. Within the small universe on Scarlet Sun Peak, Davon radiated golden light with his veins visibly turning gold. Gradually, he reigned in this power and returned to normal. I've actually advanced to the mid-stage ascended immortal realm, Davon said in disbelief, staring at his newfound cultivation level. During this month, he had been absorbing the heart's blood of a true dragon under the guidance of his master. He never expected his cultivation to reach such a height after absorbing it. Not bad. With your current cultivation, venturing into the territory of the Dragon Clan should be relatively safe, Barrett observed calmly. Thank you, master. Davon knelt down and kowtowed deeply. All right, stand up. Now that your cultivation has improved, it's time to set off for the Dragon Clan's territory. If they give you trouble, just show them that jade pendant. They won't cause you any harm. Barrett waved helplessly as Davon remained solemn. You're too serious. Yes, master. Davon nodded and left the small universe. Barrett stretched lazily. After a month, his body felt stiff, and he wondered how things outside were faring. Leaving the small universe, Barrett saw Jody sipping tea and asked with a smile, what's happening in the outside world? Nothing significant. The Elder Bowie's new cultivation technique has spread throughout the Great Wasteland Immortal sect, and the life and death mystic realm has opened, with many people entering to cultivate, Jody replied truthfully. Seems like Redleaf and the others have reached the 5th layer, Raylan looked up and said. Barrett was surprised. He didn't expect them to reach such a high level already. Let's go see. Everyone nodded and followed Barrett towards the life and death mystic realm. At the life and death mystic realm, quite a few people were waiting around. Only 100 cultivators could enter each session, so others naturally waited. Nikoju, you arrived at the right time. We have something to discuss, said Grimes, the head of Sword Peak. Barrett was puzzled. What is it? It's about the life and death mystic realm. We've discussed with the sect leader about allocating spots. Hearing this, Barrett wondered, go on. There are only 100 spots per session. We plan to allocate a certain number to each peak every month. What do you think? Grimes turned to Barrett since he had placed this mystic realm here. He wanted Barrett's opinion. I have no problem with this, but my few disciples won't take up many spots. You can allocate the rest as you see fit. Relieved, Grimes thanked him. Much appreciated. Don't mention it. I placed this realm here for the disciples of the Great Wasteland Immortal sect to use, Barrett smiled. Nodding, Grimes said, in that case, I'll discuss this with the other peak heads. Grimes then disappeared from view. Barrett gazed at the life and death mystic realm, curious to explore it. He slowly approached the stone tablet and placed his hand on it. Instantly, he was sucked into a dark space. Choose your difficulty. Without hesitation, Barrett selected the easiest difficulty. Soon, he found himself in a dark room. His cultivation was suppressed, but his aura remained intimidating. Even a wolf demon shivered in fear at his sight. Barrett swung the wooden sword effortlessly, severing the wolf demon with a single slash. Indeed, this was an easy challenge. Curious about why Allura and others stagnated at the 5th layer, Barrett continued. In the 2nd layer, he easily dispatched 3 demons with a single strike, even spotting one hiding in the darkness. By the 3rd layer, Barrett's strength reached the early golden core stage, facing 4 demons at the nascent soul stage. Facing these higher-level demons with early golden core strength was no small feat. Barrett understood why Nelson and others were stuck at the 5th layer. Easily evading the 4 demons' initial attack, he slaughtered them all. Undoubtedly, this mystic realm is superb. Truly a masterpiece of the system, Barrett mused. Although it wasn't much use to him, it was incredibly beneficial to the disciples. It helped enhance their strength, refine their cultivation, and experience the realm of powerful cultivators. Upon reaching the 4th layer, Barrett found only 1 demon, yet it was at the late transformation stage. His cultivation remained at early golden core. This made him marvel at the challenge, early golden core against late transformation, and whether this was indeed easy difficulty. Chapter 249, Generous Rewards. To tackle a transformation stage opponent with golden core cultivation, besides those top geniuses, it's highly unlikely anyone else could pull off such a feat. No wonder so few people made it to the 5th floor. The 4th floor was probably an insurmountable mountain for them. For transformation stage, beasts stared intently at Barrett and rushed over in an instant. However, for Barrett, these beasts were no match for him even under cultivation suppression. He casually waved his wooden sword, emitting several beams of sword light that instantly slaughtered the beasts. With the beasts defeated, Barrett swiftly proceeded to the next level. Surprisingly, the 5th level had no beasts, only a black figure. The figure held a wooden sword, posing in a manner eerily familiar to Barrett. Barrett was clearly taken aback. Obviously, this fellow was mimicking him. It appears this level is a mirror image confrontation. Barrett stroked his chin, somewhat unexpectedly speaking aloud. This could be considered a form of training after all, as one's greatest enemy is oneself. The Black Shadow didn't make any moves but gestured Barrett to attack first. Barrett chuckled. This was quite unexpected. He did not think this fellow was so confident. Fine, let's see just how much of my skills this mirror image has inherited. As he spoke, Barrett quickly advanced forward, delivering a slash which should have finished the opponent, but it was effortlessly blocked. Without hesitation, the Black Shadow retaliated almost immediately. Was this the heaven-piercing sword technique? Watching the opposing strokes, it was nearly identical to his own. How amusing. No wonder it's like this. Looks like I underestimated you, Barrett grinned, his face revealing genuine amusement before slashing down directly at the figure. His speed increased, and the Black Shadow managed to keep up initially. However, gradually it became clear that the Black Shadow was nearing its limit and started struggling to follow Barrett's pace. Seizing the opportunity, Barrett slashed right at its neck, ending the contest. This felt incredibly refreshing to Barrett. His cultivation had fully recovered, and he realized he had cleared the easy mode. It seems the easy mode only has 5 levels. Barrett originally thought there would be a long road ahead, but didn't expect to hide this information, stating it outright. Hearing the completion reward involved an unconditional minor realm advancement, left surrounding disciples taking a sharp breath in, faces filled with excitement. If they could succeed, wouldn't that significantly enhance their strength? Seeing the disciples' enthusiasm, Barrett didn't dampen their spirits. After all, they'd soon find out just how challenging the life and death secret realm truly was. You continue, I'll rest, Barrett waved, indifferent to these matters. After all, his purpose here was merely to assess the life and death secret realm. After Barrett left, Allura and Nelson exchanged glances, resolve evident in their eyes. Perhaps, that place was the territory of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 250, Sect Invasion. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately took the jade pendant and headed swiftly in a certain direction. Along the way, Davon moved at incredible speed. His mind was simple. His goal was to reach the Dragon Clan territory as soon as possible to complete the mission entrusted by his master. Taoist fellow, save me. Suddenly, a voice reached Davon's ears, making him halt abruptly. Turning around, he saw a cultivator being pursued by a peculiar black figure not far away. This strange black silhouette left Davon puzzled. It felt familiar, but he couldn't quite place where from. Outer Domain demons? Davon suddenly realized, his expression turning grave. He had never expected Outer Domain demons to appear near Great Desolate Immortal Sect. Without any delay, Davon dashed towards the commotion and threw a punch directly at the black figure. To everyone's surprise, the shadow dispersed instantly upon impact. What on earth is happening? Thank you, Taoist fellow. The cultivator approached Davon, expressing his gratitude. You're not a disciple of Great Desolate Immortal Sect, are you? No, I'm a disciple from another sect. I just happened to be passing through here when I was suddenly attacked by that black figure. I owe you my life. Without your help, I would surely have died. The cultivator was genuinely terrified. The black figure had almost cost him his life. Frowning, Davon wondered if there were indeed Outer Domain demons lurking nearby. He knew he must report this to his master first. Otherwise, matters could get very complicated. As these thoughts ran through his mind, a terrifying aura emerged behind Davon. Sensing this aura, Davon trembled all over. Clenching his fists tightly, he launched an attack at the figure behind him. However, this attack was effortlessly blocked, leaving Davon dumbfounded. Elder Bowie. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Davon was taken aback. What is Elder Bowie doing here? You destroyed the restrictions I set up around the sect entrance just now. Bowie looked at Davon with some exasperation. If Davon weren't Barrett's disciple, he would have throttled him. Davon's confusion deepened. Elder Bowie, what exactly is going on? He's likely a spy sent by another sect. Leave it to me. Bowie glanced at the black-robed cultivator, instructing Davon. Bowie had placed the restrictions around the Dragon Vein location. Therefore, the black-robed cultivator must have intruded into that area, thus triggering the restriction and setting off an attack. The Dragon Veins location within Great Desolate Immortal Sect was well concealed with vigilant disciples stationed around. Yet this man managed to bypass their detection, indicating he was no ordinary passerby. The black-robed cultivator turned pale upon hearing this. Please believe me, I really was just passing by. Do you want us to believe you? Rest assured, previously I might have tortured you thoroughly. But now, as an elder of Great Desolate Immortal Sect, I will take you back intact. Bowie was also irritated. Killing this intruder wouldn't provide any answers. Davon was lost, but trusted Elder Bowie wouldn't disobey Master or the sect. Thus, he simply bid farewell and departed. Seeing the situation, the black-robed cultivator knew he was exposed and attempted to flee without hesitation. But as merely a soul formation cultivator, escaping an Imperial Realm expert was impossible. Instantly, a terrifying force pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Feeling doomed, the black-robed cultivator pleaded, "Senior, please spare me." However, his words were cut short as he gradually lost consciousness. "You're too noisy," Bowie coldly grunted, dragging the black-robed cultivator away. In the main hall of Great Desolate Immortal Sect, Elliot was about to head for Red Sun Peak for tea when Bowie appeared. "Elder Bowie, why are you here? And who is this?" Elliot looked curiously at the cultivator Bowie held. "This guy was sneaking around our Dragon Vein area, probably sent by another sect," Bowie explained, throwing the cultivator to the ground. Elliot frowned deeply. The man's black robes didn't belong to any known sect, meaning he had concealed his identity. He walked forward, removed the cultivator's spatial ring, broke its restrictions, and began investigating its contents. Sea Demon Sect? This sect seemed to have targeted them out of nowhere. What kind of sect is this? Since Bowie had only recently arrived in the lower realms, he knew nothing about these sects. It's a demon sect, though they were eradicated a millennium ago. Why would Sea Demon Sect target us now? Scratching his chin, Elliot pondered. While he wasn't sure why the Sea Demon Sect reappeared, what mattered was understanding their intentions, given how dangerous these people could be. So it's a demon sect. Shall I handle this matter? Bowie smiled, asking Elliot. Note: maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 251. Bowie makes his move. He naturally had two purposes for doing this. The first was obviously to eliminate this threat. As for the second, since he came to the lower realms, it had been a long time since he last unleashed a great massacre. Now, having finally encountered a sect that didn't know its place, he naturally had to volunteer. Elder Bowie plans to act personally? Elliot was quite surprised and asked. Of course. Bowie responded very calmly. Elliot rubbed his chin. Since even a 7-star Great Emperor had offered to take care of it, he could only agree. If that's the case, then we will entrust this matter to Elder Bowie. Elliot spoke sincerely. In that case, I shall take him with me. With these words, Bowie carried away the unconscious cultivator. Elliot watched as Bowie left, feeling an inexplicable sensation in his heart. Forget it, Bowie was brought back by Barrett, so there should be no problem. Bowie took the black-robed cultivator directly to Qiang Peak. Seeing Bowie approach, Barrett sighed inwardly. He had already sensed what happened at the foot of the mountain. If nothing went wrong, this guy probably planned to go out for some fresh air. Peak Horatian, I have some matters to deal with outside, Bowie said straightforwardly, believing that with Barrett's strength, he must already know what happened. Barrett nodded. Of course, but be cautious not to draw attention from other forces. If other powers discovered they had a domain outworld fiend on their side, things would get complicated. Rest assured, I know my limits, Bowie replied, a swirl of dark energy coalescing in his palm. This energy pierced into the black-robed cultivator's body. Soon, the cultivator opened his eyes, but fear was replaced by profound respect as he knelt before Bowie. Your servant greets you, master, the black-robed cultivator respectfully addressed Bowie. Bowie asked coolly, what's your name? And which sect do you belong to? Reporting to master, this servant's name is Barth, and I am an inner disciple of the Sea Devil sect, Barth answered quickly. And why are you here at Donghua Immortal Sect? Bowie continued. Barth hesitated, then replied after a moment, to disrupt the fortune of Donghua Immortal Sect. Bowie frowned. How interesting. It seems they've planted restraints in these disciples' minds. If not for Bowie's power, it would have been difficult to break through this restraint and get Barth to speak. In that case, take me to your Sea Devil sect, Bowie ordered. Yes, master. Barth flew off towards the distance. Watching him leave, Bowie turned to Barrett. Then, I shall leave. With that, Bowie left without another word. Barrett stretched lazily, knowing he could now rest easy. With Bowie handling matters, many tasks at Donghua Immortal Sect could be delegated. Master, are you sure it's okay to let him go alone? Jody asked Barrett respectfully as she poured him a cup of tea. Barrett smiled. Do you think he'll run away? I'm not worried about that. I'm afraid if he can't control himself, it might cause chaos across Central State. Jody was genuinely concerned. Even at her 6-star Great Emperor level, enough chaos could arise in Central State. Moreover, being a domain outworld fiend, Bowie wouldn't consider consequences. If he caused trouble, it would be problematic. Barrett reassured her. Don't worry. That man knows his limits. Even if he causes a disturbance, he can handle it himself. Hearing this, Jody was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately remained silent. Half a day later, they arrived at a remote village. Bowie looked at it, his face showing displeasure. Despite appearing ordinary, Barth led him here? Are you sure this is the Sea Devil sect? Bowie asked coldly, turning to Barth. Barth nodded. Yes, this is our base. Bowie frowned. He wasn't foolish. He'd thoroughly scanned the area using divine sense. But all residents were ordinary humans, and the village lacked any demonic aura. How could this be the Sea Devil sect's base? Placing his hand on Barth's head, Bowie found another layer of restriction within his mind. If Barth were controlled, he would subconsciously alter information about the base, leading others astray. You're quite thorough, Bowie chuckled. Breaking this layer would make Barth a vegetable. While others couldn't proceed, Bowie was different. Poor attempt, Bowie muttered as he infused his energy into Barth's mind. Soon, Barth's eyes grew confused. Take me to the true base of Sea Devil Sect. Without hesitation, Barth led Bowie in another direction. After half a day, they reached a dense forest. Smirking, Bowie felt the heavy demonic aura. This must be the real base of Sea Devil Sect. However, the entire forest was shrouded in arrays, likely requiring guidance to locate the exact position. Chapter 252. The Sea Demon Sect Stronghold. However, when Ernesto was about to have Barth lead the way, he noticed that Barth had already collapsed on the ground, spitting blood and clearly dead. So weak, he couldn't even handle it, muttered Ernesto coldly, before walking straight into the forest. The secret art he had used on Barth wasn't something just anyone could endure. Now, Barth had died from being unable to withstand the impact of that secret art. Although he lost a guide, Ernesto didn't need to find another person to show him the way. After all, destroying everything would certainly reveal the Sea Demon Sect stronghold. Roar! Suddenly, an enraged beast's roar reached Ernesto's ears. He frowned, then his face lit up upon seeing the creature in front of him. Heavenly Demon Aura. Ernesto's smile grew wider. Only creatures controlled by outer heavenly demons could emit this aura. It seemed there was another outer heavenly demon within the Sea Demon Sect. Seems like this trip isn't wasted after all. I didn't expect causing chaos would result in such a fine meal. Slowly extending his hand, the roaring beast disintegrated into a mist of blood. With every step forward, his mood seemed better. Those hiding in the shadows watched this with shocked expressions. Who was this man who crushed a mid-rank Transcendence Realm beast so effortlessly? Could he be a Heaven Ascension Realm cultivator? This must be reported to the sect leader. With that thought, they prepared to leave but realized their bodies were tightly bound, unable to move. Their eyes revealed shock. They were well hidden. So how were they discovered? I don't like flies staring at me, Ernesto said coolly. Instantly, their bodies transformed into blood mists. Realizing his mistake, Ernesto suddenly slapped his forehead. I should have restrained myself and kept one alive. That might have made finding their stronghold easier. Murmuring to himself, he continued searching through the forest. A strange aura suddenly caught his attention. Deep in the forest, something blocked his divine sense. Normal cultivators wouldn't notice this anomaly, but Ernesto easily sensed it. That should be the Sea Demon Sect stronghold, Ernesto grinned, speeding towards it. Within moments, he arrived. A majestic tower indeed, he smirked, looking at the tall structure emitting dense black energy. What intruder is this? A voice called out, only to immediately turn into a blood mist. I've come for your lives, said Ernesto, stepping into the tower. Confronted by such a powerful invader, the Sea Demon Sect cultivators gathered, coldly staring at Ernesto. Their highest rank was only early rank Transcendence Realm. A sneeze could probably obliterate them. What do you mean, attacking us without a word? A figure in a blood-colored robe appeared. You're a high-ranking member of the Sea Demon Sect? Ernesto asked coldly. Yes, I am the Sea Demon Sect leader Jason. And who are you? Jason's icy tone did not deter Ernesto, who noted that Jason was merely a 5-star Emperor Realm cultivator, insignificant compared to his strength. You gained power from an outer heavenly demon, observed Ernesto. I thought you'd be a substantial meal, but you're barely appetizers, sighed Ernesto. He decided to end it quickly. How arrogant. You dare disregard our Sea Demon Sect. Jason spat, unleashing black energy. This power granted by his master allowed him to fight even 6-star emperors. Plus, the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect had only one 1-star emperor here, so no one dared challenge him. Do you think you're the only one with strength? Ernesto's gaze turned icy. A wild surge of dark energy enveloped the area, infecting the Sea Demon Sect disciples. Their eyes turned red as they began killing each other, pure heavenly demon energy corrupting their souls. Jason stared in shock. What is your relationship with that great master? He stammered, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. That great master? Ernesto laughed. The one who gave you heavenly demon energy? If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll spare your life. That great master is named Joel, Jason confessed quickly. Before he could finish, his body flew uncontrollably towards Ernesto, who grabbed his neck. Jason felt his power rapidly diminish from 5-star emperor to 3-star emperor. No, my power, my cultivation, he screamed, horrified at losing the hard-won strength instantly. Chapter 253, Carson appears. Heh, did you really think you could keep the power you obtained from others forever? Bowie sneered coldly. Such a weakling wasn't even worthy to be his food. My lord, please spare me. Jason knew that losing his cultivation and strength was better than losing his life. If he died, everything would be over. Bowie chuckled. A peculiar force began assaulting Jason's body. He felt something flowing within him, and the excruciating pain made his face contort in agony. He had once been an Empyrean realm powerhouse admired by all, but in front of Bowie, he felt like a helpless mortal. Spare you? Don't tell me you thought you'd have a chance after offending the Vast Wastes Immortal Sect. Watching the man before him, a chilling smile spread across Bowie's face. Jason was shocked. This person belonged to the Vast Wastes Immortal Sect. My lord, we were just following orders. Please spare us. Jason hurriedly pleaded. Bowie let out a cold laugh. Of course I know you were manipulated, but you attacked the Vast Wastes Immortal Sect, so you must die. Jason's body began drying up rapidly. Although he wanted to resist, all his strength was suppressed, leaving him helpless. Bang! In an instant, Jason's body turned into a puddle of flesh and bones. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. They never imagined such a terrifying outcome. An Empyrean realm powerhouse killed so easily? Now it's your turn. Bowie stared at the surrounding disciples with an increasingly intense smile. Those around trembled, daring not to stay longer, and chose to flee immediately. With their sect leader dead, staying here meant only death. You think you can escape? I didn't give you permission to leave. As Bowie spoke, a dark curtain descended around them, enveloping them completely. The low-level cultivators barely lasted a breath before turning into pools of blood. Bowie watched indifferently as these pests were eradicated. He had hoped this would bring some benefits, but found only weakness. Seems that's all there is, he muttered, then turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he stopped abruptly, a thick smile spreading across his face. I originally thought I was just clearing some trash, but now, you dare to appear before me. Bowie raised his eyes to a nearby black figure, his smile growing wider. Though we are of the same clan, wasn't killing my puppets a bit too much? Carson gazed at Bowie, icy kill intent evident in his tone. Just puppets. Killed is killed. Do I need to report to ants like you? Bowie stared at his opponent, clearly prepared for battle. Since you seek death, then I will oblige you. Carson snorted coldly, a ball of flame appearing in his palm. This flame was pitch black, clearly not ordinary. Instantly, the flame transformed into a fiery serpent, darting straight at Bowie. Bowie snorted coldly, waving his hand, dissipating the black flames. Seeing this, the demon of flame was visibly shocked. He hadn't expected his attack to be so easily nullified. What are you? The demon of flame asked coldly. Bowie chuckled. What I am, you have no right to know. With that, he unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful aura, a 7th-star Empyrean realm. Feeling this power, the demon of flame was stunned. If Bowie maintained such strength in the lower realms, he must be formidable in the upper realms. After all, when you scum were in the upper realms, you were nothing more than food. Now in the lower realms, you're already bullying others. Then I'll make you relive the fear you faced in the upper realms. With that, Bowie rushed at the demon of flame. Carson's eyes widened. So fast. Before he could react, Bowie grabbed his head. You don't think I'll let you succeed, do you? Carson snorted, his energy beginning to coalesce. Bowie frowned. This guy intended to self-destruct? And unexpectedly, despite his current power, he couldn't stop it. Heh, you've been in the upper realms too long. Do you really think you can control our lives in the lower realms? Laughing coldly, the demon of flame's body quickly formed into a ball as energy amassed around him. Bowie frowned, without hesitation choosing to escape. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough to avoid the explosion. To guard against the blast, Bowie condensed his own power into a protective ring. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted within the ring. Violent flames nearly shattered the protective circle, but soon subsided. The entire forest became ruins, with a huge crater on the ground. Bowie snorted. He knew this self-destruction would have a follow-up. There was no way the demon of flame would give up his life so easily. During the intense explosion, Bowie had focused on maintaining his ring and hadn't searched for the demon. Regardless, Bowie was not concerned about the demon now. After a self-destruction, it would take decades or centuries for him to recover. So, Bowie decided to return. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring the storyline and logic align with the previous content while being natural, fluent, and grammatically correct in English. Chapter 254. The eccentric black-robed cultivator. The figure of Bowie gradually vanished from the scene. At this moment, at the center of the explosion, a transparent soul appeared. He watched as Bowie left, and his face revealed a grave expression. I really didn't expect that someone would choose to help the human race. It seems I must discuss this matter with them. Otherwise, an encounter might truly result in death, muttered Ellie before turning and leaving the place. Meanwhile, in a certain city, Davon was calmly waiting for the flying boat's arrival. Although he didn't know where this jade pendant would guide him, he had no leads and could only follow its guidance. Suddenly, a flying boat docked in front of Davon. Without hesitation, he quickly boarded it. However, after getting on, he noticed something was off. The passengers aboard were not independent cultivators. Besides himself, they were all cloaked in black robes. These people looked very strange, their figures indiscernible, and even their faces were hidden. Moreover, their bodies were under a peculiar restriction that made it impossible to probe their identities. Although Davon found this very odd, he had no intention of interfering since his sole purpose was to find the Dragon Clan's territory. Thus, he chose a quiet spot to sit down and waited patiently for the flying boat to depart. Gradually, other independent cultivators started appearing in his line of sight. It seemed he had arrived relatively early. Soon, it was time for the flying boat to take off, and Davon sat there calmly awaiting the departure. Time passed slowly, and Davon began noticing something amiss. The black-robed cultivators walked up to the deck and stared into the distance as if preparing to do something. Just as Davon felt puzzled, they suddenly flew towards the sea ahead. Davon was astonished. What was going on with these people? This situation naturally drew the attention of other cultivators, who shifted their gazes toward the same direction. At this moment, Davon realized that the location indicated by the jade pendant matched exactly where those black-robed cultivators were heading. He looked at the jade pendant in his hand and observed the situation ahead, then decided to follow after some consideration. His speed was swift, catching up with the black-robed cultivators in no time. Initially, Davon had no intention of interacting with them, but unexpectedly, as he approached, they attacked without warning. Bang! A fireball suddenly struck, exploding on the water surface. Davon didn't dodge. Relying on his strength, he easily deflected the attack. However, as he blocked the attack, he noticed that 4 or 5 individuals had surrounded him. Gentlemen, what's the meaning of this? Davon asked, looking at them. He had no enmity with them, yet they intended to attack him, but they did not respond to Davon. Instead, they summoned their weapons and swiftly attacked. Each of them was at the early Ascension realm. If it were an ordinary Middle Ascension realm cultivator facing so many early Ascension realm practitioners, they would find it troublesome. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Davon. As Davon saw them prepare to attack, he grew serious, his aura flaring, enveloping him in a golden glow. Since you wish to attack me, I won't hold back, Davon coldly replied, delivering a powerful punch forward. This punch was formidable, instantly breaking through one practitioner's defenses and sending him crashing into the sea. To Davon's surprise, the water turned red with blood. He frowned. This shouldn't happen since he didn't kill him. Something lurked beneath the sea. Suddenly, Davon spotted a black shadow swimming below like a sea serpent. As he pondered this, a figure emerged from the water. It was a thunder python with lightning around its body and a terrifying horn on its forehead. Thunder python, an entity at the late Ascension realm, and by its aura, nearly stepping into the Emperor realm. Engaging such a fearsome beast would likely end in death. Even Davon didn't expect such a dangerous creature in these waters. He wasn't deterred, however, watching the situation intently. The black-robed cultivators had shifted their focus to the thunder python, indicating it might be their target. Foolish humans, you dare enter my domain. Leave now or die. The thunder python spoke, glaring at the cultivators. Davon and others weren't surprised. Ascension realm beasts often possessed intelligence and learned to speak human languages. After exchanging glances, the black-robed cultivators launched an attack without hesitation. Since you seek death, don't blame me for being unforgiving. The thunder python sneered, unleashing a storm of lightning. The black-robed cultivators fell within moments under its power. Davon was shocked by the swiftness of the thunder python's victory. These weren't main forces, which seemed to have moved further ahead. Though unsure of their intentions, Davon felt he couldn't afford to make an enemy of the thunder python. Senior, I mean no disrespect. I merely wish to proceed ahead. Davon respectfully addressed the thunder python. Chapter 255, The Dragon Clan's Treasure. Burton stared at Davon without letting him pass and didn't speak, seemingly observing something. This made Davon feel curious. What was about to happen? You have a very familiar aura. Burton's tone turned serious as he kept his eyes on Davon. Hearing this, Davon suddenly understood. It must be due to consuming the true dragon's heartblood that caused the transformation in his blood chi. The Jiao dragons were lower races of the dragon clan, with some dragon blood within them. However, their dragon lineage was still exceedingly rare. Though they had a chance to transcend into dragons, such chances were minimal. Senior, I just received some fortune and therefore have been tainted with some dragon clan aura. Davon didn't wish for a major conflict, so he briefly explained. He would naturally not reveal any specifics. To be tainted with the dragon clan aura means you're also heading towards the dragon clan passage? Burton seemed to comprehend more as he focused on Davon. Davon felt surprised hearing this, realizing that those black-robed cultivators aimed to find the dragon clan passage. Fair to say, I have some matters that require me to head towards dragon clan territory, Davon said courteously. Since you possess some dragon clan aura, I won't stop you. With that, Burton's figure returned into the sea. The serene ocean now gave Davon an illusion that no battle had occurred earlier. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and continued forward. As time passed, Davon noticed a small island appearing ahead. This puzzled him. He traveled this sea by flying boat before and knew this area quite well, yet he did not recall any isolated islands here. Though not large, the island already had several people standing there, including the black-robed cultivators and others. Strangely, why were so many people gathered here? Davon soon discovered the Jade Pendant's guidance led precisely here. Without hesitation, he headed toward it. The moment he arrived, Davon was immediately surrounded by those black-robed figures. Furrowing his brows, it seemed an unavoidable battle was impending. Friends, overwhelming a few doesn't make for good practice. At this moment, a voice rang out, followed by a white-robed sword cultivator appearing before them. Elder Brother Gorin? Davon was surprised upon seeing Ripley here. Little Brother Jimmy, long time no see, Ripley greeted with a smile. The black-robed cultivators, seemingly recognizing Ripley, instantly sheathed their weapons and left. Watching them leave, Ripley snorted coldly and then warned Davon. Be wary of these people. Do not trust anyone unless absolutely necessary. Everyone here is not one to be trifled with. Anything specific happening here? Davon wondered why so many people were present after following the Jade Pendant's direction. Ripley's face showed a strange expression upon Davon's question. Don't you know what happened here? If I knew, I wouldn't be asking Elder Brother Gorin, Davon replied helplessly. Sighing, Ripley explained, Little Brother Jimmy, a massive treasure has appeared here. Rumor has it that it's related to the Dragon Clan, and if lucky, one might enter the Dragon Clan territory. Davon's face revealed astonishment upon hearing this unexpected news. So, everyone here is for the treasure? Davon observed the formidable auras around him. Each person clearly posed a challenge. Yes, everyone is after the treasure. Be cautious, do not easily trust anyone, Ripley reiterated. He spoke much for Davon's safety. Otherwise, should anything happen to Davon, the consequences could be dire. Davon nodded, understood, thank you, Elder Brother Gorin. Since we met here, why don't we travel together? Ripley thought additional company provided security. He could guarantee Davon's safety. No need, I didn't come for the treasure, Davon politely declined. This revelation of Davon's purpose being unrelated to the treasure visibly surprised Ripley. After pondering, it made sense as Davon didn't even know what happened here. Regardless of your reason, stay alert, Ripley said and left after speaking. With Ripley gone, Davon began searching according to the Jade Pendant's guidance. This small island housed various cultivators wherever Davon went, all keeping a watchful eye on him. Unbothered by their gazes, he continued his search. Suddenly, he noticed the pendant guiding him forward where quite a crowd had gathered around an ancient-looking formation inscribed with unfamiliar runes. It's peculiar. Despite meeting activation conditions, the formation hasn't started, a cultivator remarked, astonished. Others observed but couldn't activate the formation regardless of their efforts. Chapter 256, Sudden Teleportation. Based on the formation's operational trajectory, this seems to be a teleportation array. One cultivator spoke up. So, this place is an array leading to the Dragon Clan territory? Another cultivator asked. We can't rule out that possibility. Yet another person responded. After all, they knew nothing about the condition of this island, and the most critical piece of information here now was these formations. If this were truly a teleportation array leading to Dragon Clan territory, they would have hit the jackpot. The Dragon Clan was one of the oldest races in the world, wielding immense power. Entering their domain could lead to incredible opportunities. Davon looked at the teleportation array before him, feeling a sense of strangeness. It seemed as if the jade pendant in his hand had some connection with this array. Without understanding why, he walked forward almost involuntarily. As soon as he reached the spot, the runes on the array emitted a dazzling light. Boom! In an instant, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, catching everyone's attention. Naturally, the people on the island saw this light pillar and rushed over without hesitation. Davon, however, was bewildered. He found himself right at the center of the light pillar. He felt his body gradually dissipating, as if being transported somewhere. Moments later, when Davon regained his awareness, he discovered himself in a peculiar place. Looking around, he wondered where he was. This place was picturesque, with abundant spiritual energy. In front of him stood a structure resembling a city. But before he could take in more details, a flame directly attacked him. This flame was incredibly powerful, and Davon hurriedly activated the bone forging technique to resist it. Looking at the cultivator in front of him, displeasure appeared on his face. "Friend, you suddenly attack me with deadly force. Is there some grudge between us? This isn't a place for your kind. Leave immediately." The figure appeared before Davon, sternly warning him. This made Davon momentarily stunned because he noticed two horns appearing on the forehead of the cultivator in front of him. Moreover, the person's aura was very powerful, indicating he was a late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. Wait, this person probably wasn't a human but from the Dragon Clan. Are you a Dragon Clan member? Davon looked at the kid, taken aback, and asked. "Since you know my identity, you should understand that this isn't a place for humans." The kid's tone was serious, not sounding like a child at all. Though he didn't know how this human cultivator entered, his task was to drive away all foreign cultivators. If they refused to leave, he would slay them on the spot. Davon was somewhat surprised, not expecting to reach Dragon Clan territory so quickly. "I came here on some matters. Please grant me some leniency." As he spoke, Davon took out the jade pendant he had always carried and placed it before the child. Upon seeing the jade pendant, the kid first froze, then turned visibly horrified. Without a word, he abruptly turned and left, as if encountering something extremely terrifying. This made Davon scratch his head in confusion. He had only shown the pendant given by his master. What happened? However, just as he pondered this, Davon suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. When he realized it, he saw an elder standing before him. "Where did you get this jade pendant?" The elder stared at Davon, speaking gravely. The formidable aura made Davon feel his body becoming heavy, even making breathing difficult. "Senior, my master gave it to me, saying I need only present this jade pendant," Davon answered truthfully, not knowing why the elder asked but feeling it futile to lie. The elder also realized his oppressive aura was too strong and retracted it. "Who is your master?" The elder stared at Davon and asked. "The Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Barrett." Davon respectfully replied. "Barrett?" The name filled the elder with confusion. He had no recollection of the ancestors' jade pendant falling into others' hands. However, since this pendant was a token of the Dragon Clan, they had to accept it. "Come with me. Let me introduce you to the environment." With that, the elder led Davon away. Davon knew he had no choice but to follow. Soon, they arrived at a grand, palace-like structure adorned with items that could drive Emperor Realm cultivators mad. However, Davon remained unmoved, silently following the elder. "Since you possess our ancestors' jade pendant, you should understand the implications of coming here." The elder turned to Davon, speaking seriously. This made Davon quite puzzled. "Late by ignorant, please enlighten me, senior." / correction. This left Davon quite perplexed. "This late by is dull-witted. Please enlighten me, senior." / further refinement for natural fluency and consistency. This left Davon quite bewildered. "I must be missing something. Could you please explain further, senior? How can you come here with our ancestors' jade pendant and not know why?" The elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Davon. Davon bitterly replied, "Senior, I truly don't know." His master had only instructed him to visit the Dragon Clan territory without specifying any tasks. Meanwhile, within Xiang Peak, Barrett observed Davon's movements through the heavenly mirror. Frankly, he was curious about the pendant's true purpose. Although the old dragon had only instructed Davon to bring the pendant to assess their situation, it seemed there was more to it. Then, the elder's next words completely stunned Davon and Barrett. "Lead our Dragon Clan to break through this shackling." Chapter 256, Sudden Teleportation. Based on the pattern of this formation, it seems to be a teleportation array. One cultivator spoke up. "So, this place is an array to reach the dragon territory?" Another cultivator asked. "We can't rule out that possibility." Someone else replied. After all, they had no knowledge of this island's condition. The most crucial piece of information here was these formations. If this really was a teleportation array leading to the dragon territory, then they would have hit the jackpot. Dragons were one of the oldest races in the world, possessing immense power. Entering their domain would certainly grant them various opportunities for great luck. Davon looked at the teleportation array ahead and felt puzzled. He sensed the connection between the jade pendant in his hand and the array. Without knowing why, he was inexplicably drawn towards it. As soon as he reached the array, inscriptions on it emitted a dazzling light. Boom! In an instant, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, catching everyone's attention. Naturally, the people on the island rushed over upon seeing this beam of light. But Davon was dazed. He found himself at the center of this light pillar. His body seemed to be gradually dissipating as if being teleported somewhere. Moments later, when Davon regained consciousness, he realized he was in a strange new place. Seeing the scene before him, he was perplexed. Where was this? The surroundings were picturesque with clear water and lush mountains, and the air was rich with spiritual energy. In the distance stood a city-like structure. But before he could take in more, a burst of flame attacked him. This flame was powerful, so Davon quickly countered using the bone forging technique. He glared at the cultivator in front of him. "Friend, attacking me unexpectedly like this, do we have some grudge?" This isn't a place for your kind. Leave immediately. The figure appeared before Davon, sternly warning him. Davon froze, noticing 2 horns on the cultivator's forehead. Moreover, the cultivator's aura was strong, indicating he was a late-stage ascended immortal realm cultivator. No, this person wasn't likely human but rather a dragon. Are you from the dragon clan? Davon asked, startled by the young boy in front of him. Since you know my identity, you should also know that this isn't a place for humans, the boy said seriously, not acting like a child at all. While he didn't know how the human cultivator entered, his task was to drive away any outsiders. If they refused to leave, he would eliminate them. Davon was somewhat surprised, not expecting to reach the dragon territory so quickly. I have business here. Please make an exception. Saying this, Davon took out the jade pendant his master gave him and showed it to the boy. Upon seeing the jade, the boy first paused, then quickly turned and left as if terrified. Confused, Davon scratched his head. All he did was show the pendant his master gave him. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended on him. When he realized what was happening, an Rodney appeared before him. Young man, where did you get this jade pendant? The Rodney asked sternly, his gaze fixed on Davon. The oppressive aura made Davon feel extremely heavy, even his breathing became labored. Senior, my master gave it to me, saying I just needed to bring this jade, Davon replied truthfully. Lying to such a powerful figure would be pointless. Noticing the overwhelming pressure, the Rodney withdrew it. Who is your master? The Rodney asked. Barret of Great Wasteland Immortal Sect, Davon answered respectfully. Barret? The name puzzled the Rodney. He couldn't recall the ancestor's jade ever being given to anyone. However, since the jade was a symbol of the dragon clan, they had to accept its presence among humans. Follow me. I'll introduce you to the environment, the Rodney said, guiding Davon forward. Davon knew he had no choice but to follow. They soon arrived at a luxurious palace-like building filled with items that could drive Imperial Realm cultivators mad. However, Davon remained unfazed, silently following the Rodney. Since you have the ancestor's jade, you should understand the implications of being here. The Rodney turned to Davon, speaking sternly. Your junior is confused. Could you please enlighten me? How can you not know what to do when you come with our ancestor's jade? The Rodney squinted, examining Davon closely. Senior, I truly don't know, Davon replied bitterly. His master only told him to visit the dragon territory without specifying why. Meanwhile, Barret in Qiang Peak was watching Davon through the mirror of heaven and earth, curious about the jade's significance. Though the old dragon only instructed bringing the jade to check on their situation, now it seemed there was more to it. The Rodney's next words left both Davon and Barret stunned. Lead us dragons to break free from this restraint. Chapter 257, Becoming the Leader. Huh. Davon and Barret were both startled by these words. Especially Barret, who was on the Qiang Peak, truly didn't know what to say. This old dragon is actually setting me up, Barret thought with great helplessness. Originally, he thought that holding that jade pendant, going there would only involve seeing how the dragon clan was doing. But now it had turned into this. Wasn't this just pushing his disciple into a pit of fire? However, things have come to this point. He should first see what Davon thinks about it. After all, in his view, he still needed to consult Davon's opinion regarding this matter. At this moment, Davon, who was inside the territory of the dragon clan, was thoroughly bewildered. He had only followed his master's orders to come here. How could things have developed like this? Senior, is it really appropriate to entrust such a heavy responsibility to someone like me? Davon felt quite helpless. This matter had genuinely shocked him. The elder slowly opened his mouth and said, Our dragon clan has an ancestral decree which states that if someone holds this jade pendant, then he is the one destined to lead our clan out of confinement and bring us back into the world. Davon felt genuinely helpless, momentarily unsure of how to handle the situation. Senior, I'm just an ordinary cultivator. Such a significant responsibility, should it be placed upon a human like me? That might not be suitable. Looking at the elder, Davon finally spoke out. After all, this wasn't something trivial. Although he did not fully understand the so-called confinement of the dragon clan, leading the dragons was clearly a monumental task. To be honest, I also feel it's somewhat inappropriate, the elder admitted. But you hold the ancestor's jade pendant, which means you are very suitable for this role. The elder stared intently at the jade pendant in Davon's hand. After all, it was the command of their ancestor, which they must follow. Davon had no idea what to do. His mind was in a whirl, unable to form any coherent thoughts or responses. Senior, can I have some time to calm down? Davon suddenly asked. The information overload made it hard for him to adapt immediately. That sounds good. Tiger, take him to a quiet room. I'll find him later, the elder said and instructed the young boy from before to lead Davon away. Tiger nodded and then guided Davon away. Once outside, Tiger took Davon to a quiet courtyard. You will rest here for the next few days, Tiger said. Though he couldn't quite understand why Davon had to become their leader, he still obeyed his grandfather's wishes. Davon simply nodded, sat down on a chair, and rested. His forehead in his hands, his face filled with worry. Barret watched Davon's predicament with helplessness. He hadn't expected to put Davon in this situation. However, turning the thought around, this could also be a tremendous opportunity. Ordinary people found it very difficult to establish connections with the dragon clan, yet Davon was about to become their leader, a feat unimaginable to others. Davon, how are you feeling now? Barret channeled his spirit energy, using the heaven mirror to send his voice to Davon. Upon hearing Barret's voice, Davon was initially taken aback, but then answered bitterly, Master, did you foresee all this? How could I? I didn't expect that old friend to scheme against me, Barret said, somewhat helplessly. What should I do now? Davon asked, perplexed. To accept or refuse. With his current abilities, inheriting this power seemed almost impossible. Why hesitate? Don't you think this is an opportunity? Barret chuckled. Davon was taken aback and then lowered his head to ponder. Indeed, as Barret suggested, this was a huge opportunity. If he agreed, it would surely mean boundless prospects for his future. But is this situation really feasible? Davon sighed. A human cultivator leading the dragon clan. It sounded absurd. Why? Do you lack confidence in your cultivation? Barrett continued. Besides, even if you fail, won't I still support you? Hearing this, Davon deliberated for a moment and seemed to reach a decision. Since Master says so, I will not hesitate anymore. I will agree. In his heart, Davon resolved. It was indeed an opportunity to potentially enhance his strength. Satisfied, Barrett nodded. Davon's hesitation was understandable, but agreeing now was likely the best course. Now that's settled, good luck, Barrett concluded, breaking off the connection and lying back down. Meanwhile, once Davon confirmed there were no more voices around him, he became particularly solemn. Improving my strength is the key, he murmured. After 2 hours, the elder appeared again at the courtyard gate. Seeing the figure before him, Davon respectfully stood up. Senior, how have you considered it? The elder asked, sitting beside Davon. I've decided to accept, Davon replied after seating himself. Surprised by Davon's sudden resolve, the elder paused. Previously, Davon seemed hesitant. How could he make such a quick decision? Nonetheless, it was for the better. At least this stabilized the situation. Their chosen one, selected by the ancestors, would undoubtedly lead them to break free from confinement. Since you have accepted, listen carefully to what I have to say next. Remember, this message cannot be passed on to anyone else. The elder looked sternly at Davon, speaking seriously. Listening, Davon swallowed. Could this be extremely important news? Senior, please continue, Davon said. The elder stroked his beard and told Davon, soon, the dragon clan will face a great calamity. The seal here will begin to collapse, and we will all die here. Davon's expression turned to shock. How is that possible? He had heard of the power of the dragon clan. Yet now, the elder claimed that all dragons would perish here. Chapter 258. The Hidden Secrets of the Dragon Clan. Nothing is impossible. Everyone believes our dragon clan to be powerful, a revered existence by all. But unfortunately, we are merely prisoners. The Rodney's voice carried a hint of loneliness. At this moment, Barrett on Qiyang Peak naturally heard this. To be honest, he was quite shocked. Was he really meant to hear these things? But before he could ponder further, Davon had already asked first, prisoners? Indeed. Your human race shouldn't truly believe that our dragon clan is a secluded race, do you? The Rodney stared at Davon and posed this question. Davon became curious, is it not so? After all, in their understanding, the dragon clan was the mightiest within the 9 provinces, rarely seen. Pity, you're mistaken. It's not that we don't wish to go out, we simply cannot. In this place, anyone with dragon blood can't escape from the restriction. Even I am no exception. The Rodney pointed to the curtain, explaining to Davon. Davon looked up at the curtain, shock appearing on his face. He had thought this curtain merely shielded the outside world, but hadn't expected it to be the key that kept them trapped here. If so, why haven't you tried shattering this curtain? Davon felt puzzled. Logically, with many strong dragons, they should be able to do this. That's impossible. When we approach the curtain, our strength weakens, and we can't use any of our bloodline powers. To put it bluntly, this is an array specifically designed against us dragons. The Rodney sighed deeply as he spoke to Davon. Davon took a sharp intake of breath, never expecting such a thing to happen. So for millennia, we've been searching for the person holding the jade pendant. I didn't expect to find one today. When the Rodney said this, his eyes gleamed with excitement. If so, why do you still reject human beings? This edit ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. Davon was puzzled. After all, when he was transported here, he almost got killed by someone named Tiger. Some have exploited loopholes in the array to enter here. If we allowed those people in, it would be detrimental to our dragon clan. The Rodney's words were clear. Their actions aimed to wait for the person who could rescue them. Davon nodded, comprehending. He seemed to be the one they awaited. No, they waited not for him, but for the jade pendant in his hand. Since you've agreed, follow me. I'll take you somewhere. The Rodney slowly stood up and spoke to Davon. Before Davon could reply, he felt his body floating up, then flying towards some direction. Soon, they arrived at a very peculiar place. Here, amidst picturesque scenery, there were many dragons. Unlike the Rodney, they hadn't taken human form but remained in their original shapes. Massive dragons lay weakly on the ground, looking like they were about to die. Seeing this, Davon was stunned. What is this place? Davon asked in astonishment. The dragon clan's burial ground? They are clan members who couldn't withstand the array's assault and are near death. The Rodney watched the dragons with regret. Davon was deeply shaken, the beard on Davon's palm. His blood began merging into the pool. Suddenly, a golden beam shot skyward, its potent aura startling the Rodney. How? How is this possible? The Rodney stared, disbelief evident on his face. Davon looked bewildered. What was happening? Do you have true dragon blood? The Rodney, staring intently at Davon, asked seriously. Yes. Before coming, my master helped me refine true dragon blood. Davon answered without hesitation. The Rodney trembled. True dragon blood. The blood of our ancestors? Chapter 259. Conversation across the distance. Disciple, can you hear me? Suddenly, Davon's ears were filled with Barrett's voice. Davon was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected his master could still contact him at this time. I can hear you, Davon replied. Have that Rodney hold your hand. I have something to say to him. Inside Qiyang Peak, Barrett looked at the elder and said this. Although he could converse with Davon, he could only speak to people associated with Davon through this method. I understand. Senior, my master wishes to speak with you. Please hold my hand. Davon lifted his head to look at the elder, extending his hand out. Despite being unsure of what was happening, the elder placed his hand on Davon's. Instantly, a voice reached his ear. You are the mightiest of the Dragon Clan, right? I am currently the leader of the Dragon Clan, Chance. I wonder who you might be. Honestly, Chance was greatly surprised. The dragon territory was isolated from the outside world, making it impossible for anyone to transmit sound from outside. There were now only two possibilities. The first was that this person had transcendent abilities to transmit sound here. As for the second, and most likely, possibility, Davon's master was hiding inside Davon. As for me, I'm a peak master from the donghua immortal sect in Central State, named Barrett. Barrett did not hide his identity. After all, when these dragons emerged, he hoped for some good cooperation. A person from Central State's donghua immortal sect? Although Chance didn't know about the donghua immortal sect, he knew of Central State. Meaning, this person truly existed within the 9 continents continent. You are indeed remarkable, able to penetrate this barrier and communicate like this, Chance remarked unexpectedly. Barrett laughed and said, it's merely a small trick. So, why do you seek me? Chance's expression gradually became serious. Since the other party contacted him at this time, there must be something they wanted to say. There's nothing much. I just feel like that old dragon has tricked me, so I want to give you a heads up. Don't bully my disciple, or I'll lodge a complaint with that old dragon. There won't be a good outcome for you then, Barrett casually said. Hearing the term, old dragon, Chance was shocked. Who are you really? Chance asked Barrett after regaining his composure. I already answered you before. All these items came from that old dragon, which I found useless, hence I gave them to my disciple. I hope you can take good care of him. If possible, helping him improve his cultivation and strength is also fine, Barrett spoke up. After all, Davon was his disciple. Of course, he needed to ensure he was well cared for. Additionally, once Davon improved, Barrett would receive double benefits, making it a win-win situation. He also wished to see how many powerful techniques existed within the Dragon Clan. Yes, understood. Chance's tone lacked the previous equality, instead sounding more respectful as if addressing a senior. In that case, I look forward to meeting you someday. With that, Barrett ended the communication, stretching lazily afterward. Jody, by his side, handed him tea while her mind was in turmoil. From earlier until now, she had been standing there. She couldn't believe Davon had found the dragon territory so quickly, nor could she believe Barrett daring to speak to the dragon leader like this. Master, threatening the dragon leader, isn't that a bit too much? Considering Chance emitted a terrifying aura, he might already be the strongest among 9-star emperors. If he were to retaliate against the donghua immortal sect later, could they withstand it? Relax, I know my limits, and don't think I will really get handled by these guys, Barrett smiled at Jody. Jody was even more shocked. Did that mean Barrett was stronger than them? Alright, everything that needed saying has been said. It's up to them how it unfolds. Barrett sipped his tea, preparing to enjoy himself. Meanwhile, in the dragon territory, Chance remained stunned, not letting go of Davon's hand. Senior, could you release my hand? Seeing this, Davon asked somewhat helplessly. Only then did Chance come to his senses and released his grip. My apologies, it was presumptuous of me, Chance apologized. However, he was still astonished internally. All these things came from that ancestor? Meaning their ancestral forebear was still alive. A monumental discovery. In the meantime, the surrounding Dragon Clan members, previously dying, now regained vitality. What's going on? The curse inside me, it's gone? Same here. These dragons' vitality surged, releasing powerful auras throughout the cemetery. Facing this overwhelming pressure from the Imperial Realm dragons, Davon struggled to breathe. Fortunately, Chance realized this and erected a protective shield, alleviating Davon's discomfort. Thank you, Senior, Davon thanked him politely. Chance shook his head. No, thank you. Without your help, they wouldn't have recovered. The ancestral blood power eradicated the curses inside them, meaning Davon didn't need the blood. He had already refined true dragon blood. Stunned by the scene, Davon remained silent. Gigantic dragons flew overhead, an awe-inspiring sight. Indeed, every Dragon Clan powerhouse is incredibly strong, Davon murmured. Such immense power would undoubtedly cause upheaval. Relax, soon you will be just as strong, Chance smiled, stroking his beard. This left Davon puzzled. What do you mean? Come with me, and you'll find out. Without further ado, Chance led Davon away from the place. Chapter 260. William in desperation. Davon was led outside and soon found himself atop a mountain. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy here, he was utterly shocked. He felt that with just one breath, his cultivation seemed to grow gradually. This is our Dragon Clan's exclusive training ground. You need to cultivate and comprehend the supreme treasure of our Dragon Clan until you successfully break through to the Imperial Realm, Chance said solemnly, hands behind his back, gazing at a statue before him. It was a dragon statue. Even as a statue, its imposing aura left Davon in awe. If Barrett were still observing through the hat, Barrett said with a smile, looking at Bowie. Bowie sighed. Those guys are good at hiding, but there's also a shadow of the outer domain demons behind them. Hearing this, a trace of displeasure appeared on Barrett's face. The outer domain demons again. If things go as expected, those people may already be targeting the Great Wasteland Immortal Sect. Shall we investigate thoroughly? Bowie smiled, seemingly eager. Barrett waved a hand. Let's not. Such actions could alert the snake in the grass. But if we let them continue unchecked, many forces will likely be swallowed up by them, Bowie pointed out. Barrett stood with hands behind his back, smiling and asked, What? Do you think I can't deal with them? This made Bowie pause momentarily, almost forgetting that Barrett's strength had never been suppressed. In this lower realm, Barrett was truly invincible. Ring. Detected Disciple William in danger. Please proceed to support immediately. Reward for completing task. Scroll of Mountains and Rivers, Peerless Puppet. Barrett froze upon hearing the system issue a task. What happened? Why would William encounter danger out of nowhere? The system usually didn't issue tasks unless there was mortal danger, a threat beyond escape. What a troublesome disciple, Barrett muttered, holding his forehead. What happened? Bowie, seeing Barrett's expression, was puzzled. Nothing, just a disciple in danger. I'm going to bring him. His demon saber emitted a red glow, slashing forward. William took a deep breath, unleashing a tremendous force centered around himself. Tisk, misusing causality power. Let's see how long you last, Callahan sneered upon seeing his attack thwarted. William frowned. As the demon sect Saint's son, he once committed countless evils. Now, helping others made him feel his life had meaning. Old Gorin, hold him off. With your strength, you should be able to escape. Go. William spoke seriously, hoping to do one last good deed by ensuring Old Gorin's safety before his demise. But Old Gorin rose slowly, expanding his power into a protective shield. Ha, I've never fought this hard for anyone. This time, I'll go all out. Finishing, Old Gorin struck William with a palm, sending him flying several meters. Crack. In that moment, Callahan shattered the barrier with his demon saber. Simultaneously, Old Gorin absorbed the surrounding demonic energy. Callahan furrowed his brow. This old fool intended to self-destruct. To die alongside a top demon realm powerhouse, my life was worth it. Old Gorin grinned broadly, satisfaction evident on his face. Chapter 261. Extorting a strong demon realm warrior. The opponent was a formidable warrior after all, and to drag such a powerful warrior to death with him was certainly something he was very willing to do. Callahan's face was grim. Fear emerged into view. When William saw this figure from afar, his face showed surprise. Master, why are you here? William was taken aback. Logically, traveling from human territory to the demon realm should take at least several days. Why was Master here? Did Master enter the demon realm from the beginning? Well, I naturally came to see what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. Barrett turned to William, sighing helplessly. If not for the system alert, he wouldn't have known William was nearly killed here. Senior is the City Lord's master? York looked at Barrett in astonishment. Yes, many thanks for your assistance today. Rest assured, I won't forget your kindness, Barrett replied nodding. As he spoke, Barrett released his energy. Suddenly, York felt his injuries gradually healing. Shocked, not only did his wounds mend, but his long-standing ailments also vanished completely. Thank you, Senior. York knelt down, profoundly grateful. You deserve it. Let me handle this, Barrett said, looking at Callahan. York knew Barrett's strength, so he didn't say much more and quickly joined William. It looks like you're allied with them. Callahan's gaze locked onto Barrett sharply, seemingly ready to attack. Barrett observed Callahan. Indeed, this fellow was extremely powerful, reaching the 8th star Emperor realm. No wonder William nearly died at his hands. An 8th star Emperor, not particularly impressive. I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to compensate, I might let you go. A smile spread across Barrett's face. Callahan furrowed his brows. Did this man really think he could intimidate him with such tricks? Don't be naive. With those words, a massive fireball appeared in Callahan's hand and hurled toward Barrett. Playing with fire in front of me? You're too inexperienced. Facing the incoming fireball, Barrett remained motionless. By now, the fireball was right before Barrett. Callahan's lips curled up, revealing a mocking grin. Ha, ultimately just a stubborn trash. Fighting me, you're still too green. Laughing coldly, Callahan thought Barrett must have been scorched by the fiery ball. Unexpectedly, the fireball's power gradually weakened and eventually dissipated entirely. How is this possible? Shock registered on Callahan's face. Even against a peer, this shouldn't have been so easily blocked. Yet Barrett had deflected the attack effortlessly without even a scratch. I told you, playing with fire in front of me, you're too inexperienced. Saying this, Barrett conjured a small flame in his palm. Not the true dragon fire, but the Qi-Yang immortal fire. Yet this simple flame alone caused dread in Callahan. That flame seemed to contain the force of the Tao. Being hit by it would mean certain death. Even surviving meant severe injury. He had to escape. That thought dominated Callahan's mind. Without hesitation, he tried to flee. But when he turned to run, Barrett suddenly appeared in front of him. I received one move from you. Now it's your turn to receive mine, isn't it? So don't even think about escaping. Smiling, Barrett unleashed flames forward. The Qi-Yang immortal fire transformed into a huge dragon and engulfed Callahan. The heat made Callahan's breathing frantic. Using all his strength, he concentrated demonic energy around him to resist the burning. Barrett watched, not rushing to act. Surprisingly, Callahan managed to withstand the Qi-Yang immortal fire. Now breathing heavily and visibly exhausted, Callahan seemed unable to hold on much longer. Looks like you're quite tired. Do you think we need to continue? Barrett stared at Callahan, questioning him. Clasping his fists tightly, Callahan understood the gap between them. Continuing would likely result in his death here. Who exactly are you? Callahan had never seen such a terrifying individual. Chapter 262. Leaving the demon realm. I already said, I'm just an ordinary person. Only my power is somewhat stronger than yours. Barrett looked at Callahan with a thick smile spreading across his face. Callahan clenched his fists tightly, feeling very displeased. He knew now that getting rid of this guy was no longer a realistic thought. So, what do you want? Callahan knew he had lost. At this point, if he could preserve his life, that would be enough. I am quite merciful. As long as you hand over all your possessions, I will let you go. As he spoke, Barrett extended his hand toward him. Hearing this, Callahan clearly did not dare to believe it. After all, he had several valuable treasures in his possession. If he handed them over to Barrett, how could he survive facing his enemies afterward? But those matters weren't for him to consider now. Given his current situation, refusing would only lead to death. Thus, clenching his teeth, Callahan handed over his spatial ring to Barrett. Everything inside is yours. Seeing the pained look on Callahan's face, Barrett didn't overthink it and quickly stored the spatial ring. Alright, since I have the items now, you may leave. Of course, if you still wish to harm my disciples, next time make sure to bring even better things, Barrett said very contentedly to the present Callahan. Callahan's mouth twitched. He did not have such resources to fight again. If he had known about William's formidable background, he never would have dared to confront them. Humph. With a cold snort, Callahan vanished from the place. Watching Callahan leave, Barrett then turned towards the not-so-far-away duo. How are you both? Are you okay? Barrett observed the conditions of William and Santiago, questioning. Santiago shook his head. Thanks to Senior, I have fully recovered. Good recovery. William, what's your plan now? Barrett asked William directly. Sighing, William responded. My cultivation level makes walking in this demon realm quite perilous indeed. So you plan to return? Barrett inquired. Shaking his head, William answered. No, I intend to continue wandering outside. The cultivation method I practice probably can't improve much within the sect. Listening to William's words, Barrett felt rather helpless. Well, since this is your plan, I'll leave you to it. But there are some recent issues in the 9 continents. I need you to gather information for me. Barrett spoke to William while gazing at him. Since William wasn't planning on staying in the demon realm, he could collect information about extraterrestrial demons on the 9 continents. What kind of information? William was quite puzzled. Barrett said, extraterrestrial demons. While you travel in the 9 continents, pay extra attention to any news about these. I understand. Though William did not know what extraterrestrial demons were, he believed that roaming within the 9 continents would definitely help him find the required information. Nodding, Spirit Chi. This place has been sealed. Those from the demon realm won't be able to pass through here anymore. William, remember what I told you earlier. Barrett's tone was serious when he addressed William. Regarding the extraterrestrial demons, I will surely investigate. William spoke solemnly. Barrett nodded. Just keep it in mind. I'll be going now. Come back anytime if there's anything. After Barrett vanished from sight, Goran was still in awe. City Lord, I truly never imagined your master to be so powerful. Goran looked at William with a shocked expression. Smiling, William said, Indeed, my master is extremely powerful. Santiago, please call me William henceforth. As City Lord wishes, so shall it be. Following William's lead, Goran agreed respectfully. Let's go. We should check nearby for any news on extraterrestrial demons. William left immediately after speaking. Santiago followed without delay. Meanwhile, after returning to Dahuang Immortal Sect, Barrett was eager to claim his rewards. System, claim rewards. Returning to Qiyang Peak, Barrett summoned the system right away. Chapter 263, Powerful Puppet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards received. Landscape Scroll, Peerless Puppet. Landscape Scroll. Can observe any treasure location within the 9 states, and can also move its heavenly and earthly energy. Peerless Puppet. An all-purpose combat puppet, the strongest puppet in the 9 states. Its current strength is that of a 9-star emperor, and can be set at various levels for cultivation. Looking at these items before him, Barrett was deeply shocked. He never expected to receive so many valuable things this time. The Landscape Scroll could actually observe any treasure location within the 9 states. This was essentially a clear treasure map. Even more astonishingly, it could move the heavenly and earthly energy within the 9 states. He had truly hit the jackpot. What surprised him most, however, was still the Peerless Puppet. Looking at the wooden figure appearing in his vision, Barrett felt a mixture of surprise and curiosity, unsure of its combat capabilities. Without hesitation, Barrett quickly left the place with the puppet. In no time, Barrett entered the small world. Come, spar with me using swords, Barrett said as he threw a wooden sword to the Peerless Puppet. The Peerless Puppet caught the wooden sword instantly. In an instant, a powerful sword intent emerged from the puppet. This made Barrett quite surprised. Good heavens, this powerful sword intent was nearly on par with his own. Barrett gripped the wooden sword, suppressing his cultivation to the level of a 9-star emperor. Instantly, Barrett charged at the Peerless Puppet at high speed. However, the Peerless Puppet did not retreat even slightly against such a fierce attack. Instead, it chose to confront him head-on. The wooden sword in its hand clashed rapidly with Barrett's wooden sword, causing intense vibrations. The entire small world was shaken. Barrett was very surprised. He hadn't expected the puppet's strength to be so formidable, capable of matching him blow for blow at the same realm. I have to admit, this is incredibly strong. Even those reclusive 9-star emperors are probably not as powerful as this Peerless Puppet, Barrett muttered to himself while dealing with the puppet. After several hundred rounds of battle, Barrett understood the fighting style of the Peerless Puppet. Then, with a flash of sword light, he sliced it in half. It seems this indeed is a very powerful puppet, Barrett mumbled, turning to look at the broken Peerless Puppet. The puppet was already repairing itself quickly and stood motionless. Not bad, this thing could serve them well, Barrett said and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a few people enter the small world. It was Alora and others. Seeing this, Barrett was somewhat surprised. Weren't you still in the life and death realm? How did you come out? We've completed it. Nelson grinned. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the ascended immortal realm, with a very stable aura. Alora nodded. Though I'm slower than junior brother Nelson, I've also completed it. Alora's aura was even more terrifying, clearly having reached the emperor realm. With such power, there were probably very few in the 9 states who could do anything to her. Master, what exactly happened just now? Nelson looked at Barrett and asked. Just earlier, he had intended to return to report his success to Barrett, but unexpectedly felt very dense sword intent within the Crimson Sun Peak. Moreover, those 2 powerful sword intents made Nelson's heart itch with eagerness. Over here, I just created a training puppet for you all. Barrett pointed at a wooden figure nearby and told them. A training puppet? Looking at the puppet, Nelson was puzzled. Yes, it has mastered some of my combat insights. Sparring with it can help improve your understanding. Besides, you only need to inject your spirit energy into it, and it will adjust its cultivation to match yours. Even its techniques will be identical to yours. Barrett explained, as he pointed to the Peerless Puppet. This made Alora and the others draw a cold breath. This thing was too frightening. This isn't like the mirror match in the life and death realm, right? Looking at the peerless puppet, Alora thought of the puppet she had defeated there. This is different. After all, the peerless puppet will perfect the flaws in your moves when you use them. In other words, it can guide your cultivation. Upon hearing this, their faces showed even greater disbelief. This is definitely a good thing. Master, I want to try sparring with it, Alora said excitedly. After all, she had just advanced to the Emperor realm and wanted to see how strong this thing was. If so, go ahead and try. Two of you can even team up if you want, Barrett spoke plainly. No need. We don't believe in ganging up. Nelson waved his hand, found a spot to sit, and prepared to watch how formidable the peerless puppet was. On the other side, Alora approached the peerless puppet without hesitation and injected her spirit energy into it. Instantly, the puppet burst with the aura of a one-star emperor. It transformed into the shape of a woman, identical to Alora. Interesting. Let me see how strong this puppet really is. Master, if I break it, do I have to pay for it? Alora turned to ask Barrett. Barrett smiled. If you can break it, then you're truly skilled. Alora nodded, and fiery red flames appeared around her. The puppet's aura surged as holy flame formed into two phoenixes circling in the air, even able to imitate the Tao of a mortal fire. What a remarkable puppet, Alora couldn't help but praise. However, she wasted no time and immediately rushed forward. Flames erupted non-stop, turning the small world into a sea of fire in mere moments. This is the power of Emperor Realm experts. Nelson watched the scene with surprise. After all, you are still in your growth phase, so being weaker is understandable. Barrett didn't even deploy a barrier, letting them fight as they pleased. Nelson's face showed bewilderment. Weak? Knowing that Alora's strength was almost comparable to a two-star emperor, it was hard to call it weak. But then he realized that compared to Barrett's formidable strength, this might indeed seem weak. Translation ends here. Please provide additional text or context for further translation. Chapter 264, New Mission Objective. At the heart of the battle, Alora and the puppet were fighting fiercely. Alora had even used all her trump cards, but she was unable to breach the puppet's defenses. Instead, she had already sustained many injuries. However, Alora didn't feel any frustration. Instead, she felt very excited. This was because she had gained some insights from observing the flow of this puppet's technique. But just as she planned to learn more, a sword suddenly flew towards her, striking her directly and sending her flying away. When Alora came to her senses, she noticed that the peerless puppet had stood motionless at the original spot. Her face showed an expression of bewilderment. She hadn't expected the puppet to use sword techniques in the middle of the fight. Although the sword moves weren't particularly formidable, when intertwined with immortal flame path attacks, they were indeed powerful. Looks like I still have a long way to go, Alora muttered under her breath. Even though she had surpassed her previous life and become an Imperial Realm powerhouse, her current strength was still too low. She had to train diligently. Already lost? Nelson watched the situation over there, surprised. Barrett nodded. That's right. Do you plan to give it a try? Nelson stood up. Of course. Holding the Azure Cloud Sword, Nelson walked forward. Senpai, let me take revenge for you. With those words, Nelson approached quickly, channeling his spiritual energy into the puppet. Sensing Nelson's power, the puppet immediately transformed into Nelson's likeness. He grasped the wooden sword, and a potent sword intent immediately surged forth. Such formidable sword intent made Nelson momentarily taken aback. It was so similar to himself. Even the weakened power seemed identical. This is interesting, Nelson smiled, his Azure Cloud Sword emitting dozens of sword lights. But the peerless puppet moved swiftly, its dragon glide step displaying dozens of shadows within a single breath. These shadows, like clones, continuously attacked Nelson. The attack was incredibly dense, putting Nelson on the defensive despite being the one who initiated the engagement. Don't think you can look at Bowie and asked. Bowie froze, taking a while to recover. This thing is truly miraculous? Do you think I'd lie to you? Barrett countered. Bowie thought about it. Considering Barrett's prowess, why would he lie? I understand. I'll get disciples like Xyler prepared for training expeditions. After saying this, Bowie left. Watching him go, Barrett smiled, eyeing several positions before lightly moving. Instantly, the spirit chi on Qiyang Peak became exceedingly dense. Then, Barrett attempted to guide spirit chi from farther regions but ultimately failed, as it became sparse across state distances. Only using Zhongzhou's spirit chi could effectively transfer to Dahuang Immortal Sect. But this was enough. At least, unneeded spirit chi could gather in Dahuang Immortal Sect. This scroll of rivers and mountains was indeed a wonderful item. Chapter 265. Outnumbered and overwhelmed. Now, he could so easily observe the locations of treasures within the 9 provinces. If it were possible, he truly wanted to claim all these places. But that was not feasible. After all, the cultivators of Dahuang Immortal Sect were still too weak. Moreover, some mystical realms restricted cultivation levels. If someone exceeding a certain realm joined, that mystical realm would instantly collapse. Adding to this, there were still other provinces. Barrett believed that starting from the central province was the best choice. However, for now, things could be more stable. A month passed by, not too long yet not too short. A month later, in the small world inside Qiyang Peak, Nelson stared at the puppet he had just defeated, breathing heavily, looking extremely exhausted. Finally succeeded, Nelson clenched his fists. This month, apart from battling the puppet, he spent time comprehending and refining his techniques and sword skills. If judged by his current state, even an Emperor Realm cultivator would find it difficult to gain any advantage over him. Congratulations on finally taking care of this fellow. Alora approached Nelson with a smile. Nelson felt quite helpless. He originally thought he would be the first one to defeat the Wuxia puppet, but unexpectedly, Alora was the first one. What made it worse, she accomplished it 2 days earlier than him. However, because of Alora's early victory, he had been constantly sparring against the Wuxia puppet these past 2 days. I never expected this Wuxia puppet to be so powerful. Nelson observed the Wuxia puppet before him, sighing deeply. Since we have a bit more time, why don't we try combining our forces and see if we can break through? Alora looked at Nelson and asked. Nelson was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered. Alright, let's give it a try. He also wanted to test how formidable this Wuxia puppet was. The two infused their spiritual energy into the Wuxia puppet. Instantly, a violent aura spread out. Though the Wuxia puppet maintained its wooden figure, its presence was terrifying. Even Allura and Nelson, who had faced various powerful enemies, felt astonished now. Such overwhelming pressure was something they rarely experienced outside of facing their master. Attack! Without hesitation, Nelson rushed forward, sword in hand. Allura didn't delay either, and immediately launched her attack. However, they hadn't gotten close when a pillar of fire erupted beneath them. The duo dodged the attack without delay. When they came back to their senses, the Wuxia puppet had vanished. Damn, it's behind us. Sensing danger behind him, Nelson turned and struck. Bang! The wooden sword collided with Qingyun's sword, and surprisingly, the Qingyun sword lost, sending Nelson flying. Allura seized this opportunity and produced a fiery red flame. The flames surged forward as she thrust with Qiyang immortal sword. Surprisingly, this strike was blocked. A barrier of flame appeared before the Wuxia puppet. How is this even possible? Allura said in shock. Before she could recover, a shadow appeared in front of her. A palm from the Wuxia puppet struck Allura, sending her flying far away. Exchanging glances, both Nelson and Allura felt alarmed. In previous one-on-one battles, they did not feel such intensity. Now, with 2 against 1, the Wuxia puppet seemed immensely stronger. Had they not undergone prior training, they might already have failed under those 2 attacks. Continue. Nelson was never one to give up. After a deep breath, he focused his powerful sword intent into the Qingyun sword. He couldn't believe his strongest move wouldn't work against the Wuxia puppet. But the moment the Wuxia puppet sensed the incoming attack, it charged straight at Nelson, not giving him the chance to unleash his move. Flames engulfed the Wuxia puppet before it could react. Focus, I'll handle the rest. Allura knew about the power of Nelson's move and decided to buy him time. Senior sister, 10 breaths should do. Nelson's tone was serious as he began focusing on gathering his sword intent. Allura frowned at the mere 10 breaths, but chose to trust Nelson. The Wuxia puppet's speed increased, making it hard for even Allura to track its movements. She, however, kept her eyes fixed on Nelson's surroundings. Whenever the puppet appeared near Nelson, she would force it back instantly. In a flash, the Wuxia puppet appeared behind Allura and struck her. A strong aura sealed all her strength, immobilizing her on the spot. Let's see how you deal with this. Nelson opened his eyes, revealing a cold look. However, his face froze upon seeing Allura standing before the puppet. If he struck now, Allura would surely be hurt. Damn it, he hadn't expected the puppet to be so clever as to use a human shield. Taking advantage of Nelson's lapse, the Wuxia puppet appeared before him in the next breath. Staring at the wooden sword pointing at his heart, Nelson let go of all his energy and sat down. Sis, that was too quick, Nelson said helplessly to Allura, who now felt her body moving freely again. Shaking her head, she replied, I didn't know it could do that. Using someone as a shield by locking their meridians. It was unprecedented. Note. Names are transliterated using pinyin as requested. Chapter 266, Searching for Treasures. If this had been done by an ordinary cultivator, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary. But this was done by a puppet, which was very abnormal no matter how one thought about it. But this puppet was modified by Master, so it's not surprising that it has these capabilities. Nelson sat on the ground, taking deep breaths. This experience had indeed left him greatly shaken. At that moment, someone slowly approached from the entrance. You've done well. It seems you haven't wasted your time training over this month. Barrett looked at their vastly improved aura and spoke with satisfaction. Nelson said bitterly, Master, this peerless puppet is truly quite monstrous. What's its maximum enhancement? 9-star Emperor, Barrett said without any concealment. Upon hearing the rank 9-star Emperor, both Allura and Nelson were stunned. Goodness, it turned out this puppet's strength had reached the level of a 9-star Emperor. If such a puppet were revealed, it would probably cause a sensation across the entire 9 regions continent, Allura said, looking at the motionless puppet in amazement. How many 9-star Emperors existed in the 9 regions? And now there was suddenly another one, and even more incredibly, it was a puppet. After all, it's just a training puppet, so I still plan to keep it within the small world. Barrett didn't want such a treasure to be known by others. After all, if the news spread, many people would be envious. Oh right, during this period, you should go out more often to hone yourselves. After all, Dahan Immortal Sect is still short of manpower, Barrett told them. Short of manpower? This left them quite puzzled. The Dahan Immortal Sect had countless disciples. Why would they lack manpower? Yes, Master. Allura and the others nodded respectfully and then left. In the sect square, watching batches of disciples head out, everyone felt extremely surprised. Allura, Nelson, you arrived just in time. At that moment, Grimes's voice echoed in their ears. Wang's sect leader, what is it? Nelson asked. Grimes replied, 2 batches of my Sword Peak's disciples are planning to go out for training, but lack someone to protect them. I hope you can help them as their guardians. Guardian? Aren't the other sect leaders or elders free? Nelson asked, feeling rather surprised. Grimes sighed, it's not that they aren't free, but they've already taken other disciples out. What's going on? Why are so many disciples leaving? Allura was still puzzled. Could something have happened in the outside world? You'd better ask your master about this. Grimes said helplessly. If it weren't for Barrett's orders, they wouldn't allow so many disciples to leave. Master? Allura and Nelson exchanged glances, clearly not expecting this to be an order from their master. At that moment, Barrett appeared before them. Wang's sect leader, you must have gained a lot this month. Barrett looked at Grimes with a smile. Grimes nodded, indeed, we made some gains, but unfortunately, my sword peak lacks manpower, and other peaks combatants have also gone out. So it might take some time to explore everything. Master, what are you discussing? Allura asked, looking up at Barrett. Barrett smiled, recently, I accidentally found a few treasure sites, so I sent Dahan Immortal Sect's disciples out to find treasures and train along the way. So does that mean we will also need to join them? Nelson asked. That's right. You two will also need to participate in this mission, Barrett answered. I understand. Wang sect leader, where do we need to lead the teams? Alora asked. They'll arrive soon, Grimes replied. Soon, over 10 disciples of the Dahan immortal sect appeared in front of them. These disciples had relatively high cultivation levels, all having reached the nascent soul stage. Such cultivators would be top fighters in other sects in Central Region. However, in the Dahan immortal sect, these disciples merely showed some achievement in the Sword Peak. After all, there were prodigies like those from Qiyang Peak ahead of them. These are the disciples you need to look after. This is the location you need to head to. Take a look at it. Grimes told Alora and Nelson. They didn't say much, only glanced at the information before leading the disciples away. It turns out your disciples are each more exceptional than the last. How many years has it been? Their cultivation already surpasses mine. After Nelson and the others left, Grimes sighed in admiration. Barrett smiled. Their innate talents are profound. It's truly a blessing for our Dahan immortal sect. Yeah, other sects struggle to have even one top genius. Yet our Dahan immortal sect has produced 5 geniuses consecutively, and each is exceptionally powerful. No such opportunity. Now, with his severe injuries, at least he had sent a message for help to the great desolate immortal sect before escaping. If he could evade and escape from here, reinforcements would arrive soon. And Bowie was certain that the one coming would be Barrett. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a figure appear ahead. A 4th person? Upon seeing this person, Bowie's expression turned grim. He had naively thought there were only 3 of them. Do you really think you can escape from here? A voice came from behind Bowie, full of mockery. Bowie's eyes turned cold as he looked at the man before him. Don't waste time talking. Let's get down to business. After all, this guy knows too many of our secrets, another voice added. As yet another figure emerged without hesitation, attacking Bowie. A black aura appeared in front of Bowie, but he reacted quickly and blocked the attack. However, just as he deflected it, several others attacked from different angles with weapons aimed at his vital points. Bowie did not hesitate and dodged the attacks. Although he avoided fatal injuries, he still suffered multiple wounds. Looks like you can't hold on much longer. Might as well die here, said a robust figure standing behind Bowie, his face dark. They had initially thought Bowie was here to help, but it turned out he was a spy sent by the human race. You've disgraced us, aligning with the humans, said a red-skinned extraterrestrial demon, stepping forward, clearly displeased. Haha, you don't understand anything, Bowie laughed thickly, looking at them. And you really think I'm going to die here? How else are you planning to get out of this? Asked the dark-skinned robust figure standing behind Bowie. Elliot, stop wasting time and kill him, shouted the red-skinned demon named Jordan through gritted teeth. Jordan, calm down. Given his high cultivation, it won't be easy to kill him completely, said Elliot, raising his hand and striking fiercely at Bowie's head. This made Bowie wary, and he immediately dodged. Unexpectedly, Elliot's attack locked onto him, hitting his abdomen despite his evasion. Bowie staggered back several steps before steadying himself. He felt a wave of nausea and coughed up blood. Even though he wanted to recover, it was impossible. His wounds resisted healing by his own strength. Don't waste your efforts. This poison specifically suppresses Tianhua Qi in our race. Elliot smirked as he quickly appeared before Bowie. Without hesitation, Bowie retreated and condensed a black sphere in his palm. The ensuing explosion forced Elliot to step back, causing his brow to furrow. This opponent was indeed formidable. Elliot, as I said, with your strength alone, you can't handle him, said Jordan, walking up next to Elliot, her face cold. Elliot grunted and followed Bowie without delay. Others followed suit, leaving the area swiftly. As Bowie continued evading, he observed the situation around him. The Taichu Mountains were now sealed off. It seemed impossible to leave. So now, he needed to buy time until Barrett arrived. Once Barrett was here, 4 or 40 of them wouldn't stand a chance against him. With this thought, Bowie channeled all his remaining strength and flew forward. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he became dizzy. Damn, what's happening? At last he comes, said a voice from behind. Turning around, Bowie saw the 4 people approach him. Persistent pests, he muttered through clenched teeth. His body was now tightly bound. Save your strength. No one can escape my specially set formation. A charming figure appeared before him, smiling seductively. America, your formation seems more effective than I thought, said Elliot coldly. America chuckled. Even an 8-star emperor cannot escape from within it. Bowie's jaw tightened. Looks like he was truly trapped here. Enough talk, kill him. One figure lunged towards Bowie, while others watched indifferently. But just as they thought Bowie was doomed, a sharp iron sword descended from the sky. What kind of iron sword is this? Sneered the extraterrestrial demon, attempting to disperse it with a wave of his hand. Surprisingly, the sword penetrated his heart. The sudden intrusion threw the demons into confusion, providing Bowie a glimmer of hope. Chapter 268. The skull of an extraplanar demon god. How is this possible? The 3 remaining extraplanar demons were in complete shock. That person's defense was extremely formidable. It should have been impossible for a regular iron sword to pierce his heart. What's going on? Why hasn't he gotten up? Ganon revealed an expression of surprise upon seeing the situation. Logically, even if their hearts were pierced, it would be impossible to die because they, as extraplanar demons, could easily repair their bodies. But now, after being impaled by the iron sword, the man showed no intention of getting up. As for Ernesto, he was quite pleased. Looks like the ones who will die this time will be you. Just then, a figure appeared before them and grabbed the iron sword. It was Barrett. Seems I'm not too late, Barrett said with a smile at the scene. Not too late indeed, after all, I'm still alive. Ernesto grinned. After all, as long as he was alive, anything could be discussed. Barrett scanned the few extraplanar demons before him and asked Ernesto, "Only these few? The others have been cleaned up by me." "Now, these few are more troublesome," replied Ernesto. "My strength isn't enough to deal with them." If not for his inadequate reserves to break through the limit, Ernesto wouldn't have sought help from Barrett. Barrett glanced at these extraplanar demons and commented calmly, "Their strength isn't low. They're all at the realm of 7-star Great Emperor. Humankind, truly courting death, daring to come here." Maximilian spoke and intended to rush over to kill Barrett. But instantly, Ganon held him back. "Don't be rash. This guy isn't ordinary." Ganon grabbed Maximilian's hand, eyeing Barrett warily. That single iron sword had just cost them a companion. If they attacked one by one, they would surely be killed easily. Attack together. Upon Chaz's words, he was the first to charge forward. Without hesitation, Ganon followed suit. Now that only 3 remained, probing Barrett's true capabilities was essential. 3 of you attacking together? Since you want to die so much, let me fulfill your wish. Finishing his sentence, a fierce flame erupted around Barrett. True dragon fire enveloped them instantly, spreading rapidly. Trouble. Feeling this fire, Ganon inwardly cursed. Even though he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. A ring of flames completely encircled them. "Next comes your demise." Barrett looked at the encircled demons and grinned. In an instant, the flames contracted, entirely engulfing them. Hearing those desperate cries, Ernesto couldn't help but show a thick smile. "This is what happens when you oppose me," he sneered. Within mere breaths, Barrett had dealt with these demons completely. "Now that they're taken care of, we should leave," Barrett told Ernesto calmly. Ernesto felt his body regain freedom and replied, "We're not in a hurry yet. We have another matter to attend to." "What? Is there something else here?" Barrett asked. Ernesto nodded. "Inside, I sense strange energy. They must have hidden something." "What was hidden?" This left Barrett puzzled, but he followed Ernesto forward nonetheless. Soon, they reached a cave. There were numerous restrictions here. If one's cultivation was below the Imperial realm, they wouldn't notice them. Upon entering, Barrett felt an eerie chill. He stared at a skull ahead, frowning. For some reason, the aura from this skull both frightened and felt familiar to him. "Is this an extraplanar demon god skull?" Ernesto responded without hesitation. "The aura emanating from it is terrifying. It's indeed very scary since it fed exclusively on extraplanar demons." Listening to this, Barrett involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. So, these beings are powerful? Born as 5th-rank holy gods. Moreover, their aura can effectively suppress the power of extraplanar demons. Understanding this, Barrett thought of a potential strategy. In that case, we might use this skull. Approaching the skull, Barrett lifted it up. Suddenly, a ferocious aura assaulted his mind. Thankfully, his strong consciousness quickly suppressed it. Even dead, it can be so violent. Barrett murmured, holding the skull. Ernesto was astounded by how effortlessly Barrett handled the skull. "What do you plan to do with this?" "Extract its aura to forge weapons or pills to counter extraplanar demons." Barrett smiled. Although he didn't need such things, it could aid Nelson and others. "That's a good idea," Ernesto agreed. This translation maintains the original tone and structure while providing a natural English narrative. Chapter 269. The Warning of the Mysterious Person. But refining these auras would probably require finding someone very powerful. Moreover, for weapon forging or alchemy, one needs to endure the pain brought by these auras. Does the Han Immortal Sect have such talent? Bowie stared at Barrett and asked this question. Barrett was taken aback. This left him unsure how to handle it for a moment. It seemed like the Han Immortal Sect did not have such talent. "It looks like I can only seek help from others." Barrett muttered to himself. He could personally solve alchemy issues. However, weapon forging was somewhat troublesome. "In fact, we can try another method." Bowie suddenly spoke up. "What method?" Barrett looked up at Bowie. Bowie replied, "Seal these auras away and break the seal when needed." This made Barrett's eyes brighten. Indeed, a good idea. He put the head bone of the outer domain demon god into his spatial ring, then probed around with his divine sense. Strangely, there seemed to be another passage nearby. Barrett slowly moved forward and struck the stone wall in front of him. Boom! The stone wall crumbled, revealing a secret tunnel in their sight. This is interesting. Indeed, there's something hidden inside. Barrett had sensed the abnormality here earlier. If they even placed the skull of the outer domain demon god outside, it meant there must be something else in this secret passage. The aura here is quite peculiar. Bowie frowned. He didn't know why, but the sudden surge of that aura actually prevented him from moving forward. Barrett didn't pay attention. "Wait here, I'll go in and check." Saying this, Barrett gradually walked inside. Upon entering, Barrett found that it was just a simple secret chamber. In the chamber was a bead emitting a very peculiar and strangely familiar aura. Outer domain heavenly demon's aura? Barrett gazed at the bead, realizing what was inside it. As soon as he touched it, a deep voice echoed in his mind. "I didn't expect you to still dare come find me. Truly interesting." This voice made Barrett shiver all over. It was the same voice he heard back at Soul Capturing Sect. "So what? It's merely a wisp of divine consciousness. Do you really think it can do anything to me?" Barrett scoffed. "You don't seriously think you can handle me with just your 3rd-rank holy god realm strength, do you?" The voice from the bead came again, making Barrett's expression turn rather ugly. To instantly guess his cultivation level showed this guy wasn't simple at all. 3rd-rank holy god realm isn't my peak. By next time we meet, who knows, I might be at 9th-rank holy god realm, Barrett said with a cold laugh. "Well, let's meet again in a month then." Speaking of which, this bead suddenly shattered, its heavenly demon aura gradually dissipating. Seeing the wisp of divine consciousness about to dissipate, Barrett didn't intend to let it go. He gathered his spirit energy and slowly opened his palm. The divine consciousness about to dissipate started accumulating in his palm. "Do you really think you can escape?" Barrett grinned as true dragon fire ignited instantly. To Barrett's surprise, under such intense burning, this entity showed no reaction at all. Only after this wisp of divine consciousness was thoroughly destroyed did Barrett relax. But this guy was truly terrifying. When other outer domain heavenly demons saw true dragon fire, none wouldn't flee. Yet this entity, merely a wisp of divine consciousness, showed absolutely no fear. In a month, huh? Seems I need to enhance my strength quickly, Barrett murmured to himself, hoping his disciples could advance soon. Now, at his cultivation level, he was undoubtedly the strongest in this world, but he couldn't improve using the spirit energy of 9 provinces continent. If he wanted to continue advancing, there were only 2 ways. The first was through the system's assistance, gaining double the reward for cultivation. The second was to leave this world and rest in the upper realm. The second method was naturally impossible for Barrett. The Han Immortal Sect was his base. How could he just leave? For now, only the first method was feasible. He trusted his disciples quite a bit. At least their cultivation speed was incredibly fast. After leaving the chamber, Barrett saw Bowie standing where he was, looking fearful. What's wrong with you? Seeing Bowie's expression, Barrett asked, puzzled. Bowie said, just now, I felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from inside. Although he didn't know what happened inside, that aura made him genuinely afraid. Barrett explained, it was just a wisp of divine consciousness, and I've already destroyed it. Just a wisp of divine consciousness? Bowie gasped. If just a wisp could intimidate him, how much more terrifying would the main body be? Let's go. Everything here has been dealt with. It's time to return. Barrett looked at Bowie and said this. Bowie shook his head. No, I don't plan on going back right now. I intend to find the locations of other outer domain heavenly demons. So eager? Barrett asked, surprised. Bowie grinned. Just so I can quickly boost my strength. After all, I haven't accumulated enough power for my breakthrough yet. Once he absorbed a few more outer domain heavenly demons' powers, he'd accumulate sufficient strength to face greater challenges. If that's the case, do as you wish. I'm heading back. Finishing his sentence, Barrett turned and left. Watching Barrett leave, Bowie soon headed towards where Elliot and others died. However, upon arrival, he found those corpses had vanished. Bowie frowned deeply, not expecting someone else to be here. Looks like it's time for some action. Bowie sneered. If he couldn't deal with Elliot, surely he could handle this corpse stealer. With that thought, Bowie immediately expanded his divine sense and quickly detected someone fleeing rapidly from a distance. Chapter 270 The Old Dragon Scale. Hee, thinking of escaping? Do you really think you can get away from my grasp? Carter grinned maliciously and swiftly flew forward. His speed was incredibly fast, and within a few breaths, he was already in front of the person. Just a weakling, daring to steal right under my nose? Carter grabbed the person's head and spoke coldly. However, to his surprise, the individual was not a living being but a puppet. The moment Carter realized this, a violent explosion erupted right in front of him. Fortunately, Carter was powerful enough to easily withstand the force of the explosion. Just a cultivator at the soul formation stage. Do you truly believe your self-destruction can threaten me? Carter snorted coldly. He sensed that the self-destruction wasn't meant as a threat, but rather to erase any traces of the culprit. Seems like they're afraid I might discover something, Carter muttered to himself before beginning to absorb the bodies of Heiyuan and others on the ground. Meanwhile, Hans quickly returned to the Donghua Immortal Sect. Although he didn't know if the 1-month timeline mentioned by that person was real or not, it was indeed time for him to make some preparations. Might as well ask the old dragon. Hans rubbed his chin and then immersed his consciousness into the Tianha star domain. When he appeared, he found the old dragon waiting for him. How did it go? I assume you've been to the territory of the dragon clan? The Rodney asked with a smile. Hans sighed helplessly. I didn't go. I sent my disciple instead. But Elder, you have quite the cunning plan. What kind of cunning plan is this? Ordinarily, people dream of obtaining the fortune of the dragon clan. But I made it possible for your disciple to gain immense fortune, even the chance to become a leader of the dragon clan. So, is this cunning or fortune? The Rodney asked with a grin. Hans felt helpless. The situation of the dragon clan isn't as good as you think. Oh, tell me more. The Rodney was genuinely curious about Hans's thoughts. The dragon clan is on the brink of extinction. The curtain seems prepared to wipe out the entire dragon clan. As expected, that's the case, the Rodney sighed, having anticipated such an outcome. So, that's why you want me to help you solve this problem, right? Hans said, looking directly at the Rodney. The Rodney nodded. Indeed, and hasn't your disciple gained a great deal of fortune from the dragon clan? This left Hans speechless, as the Rodney's words were true. Such great fortune from the dragon clan was rare. So, can your disciple resolve this issue? The Rodney conjured a bottle of wine and 2 cups on the table with a wave of his hand. Hans picked up a cup, poured the wine, and replied, if nothing unexpected happens, yes, but there might be exceptions. Exceptions? Don't you trust your disciple? The Rodney chuckled. Hans shook his head. It's not that I don't trust him. I just feel the time may not be sufficient. Not sufficient? What do you mean? The Rodney inquired. Domain fiends. Hans mentioned this race. There are actually domain fiends in the lower realm? The Rodney frowned, looking troubled. Hans nodded. They've been around for a while. Although I'm trying to clear them out, it's unrealistic to expect one person to handle it all. That's true. Though I'd love to help, the Tianha star domain traps me here, preventing me from leaving. The Rodney had been confined here for a long time and couldn't assist Hans against the domain fiends, let alone leave. Hans smiled. Elder, you may not be able to leave and help me, but you could give me some good things to use, right? He believed the old dragon still had many treasures that he could ask for. Well, since you've helped me so much, it's only right for me to give you a gift. The Rodney took out a scale. This scale can be integrated into weapons or armor, enhancing their strength. A true dragon scale. Hans was surprised by this valuable item. If so, thank you, Elder, Hans said with a smile. Just a scale. The Rodney waved off modestly. Alert. Disciple Anthony is in danger. Immediate support needed. Task completion reward. cultivation improvement, creation puppet. Seeing this message, Hans was momentarily stunned. What happened now? He had just assisted Zhou Xiao and Carter recently. Now it was Anthony again? Hadn't that kid already reached a high cultivation level? How could he be in mortal danger? Elder, it's getting late. I need to take care of some matters. I'll take my leave now. Hans stood up and bid farewell to the Rodney. The Rodney waved his hand. Go ahead. Remember to bring back some wine when you return. Sure thing, Hans replied and vanished immediately. After leaving the Tianhe Star domain, Hans activated the heavenly mirror to locate Anthony. To his surprise, Anthony wasn't being pursued or in any immediate danger. However, Anthony's demeanor seemed different, standing still with no movement. Odd. Was there a problem with his mentality? Though unsure what was happening, Hans knew he had to go for those generous rewards. Anthony was located in Broken Sword Mountain, where the mountain peaks resemble broken swords, hence its name. It harbored a powerful sword intent, attracting many sword cultivators for practice. Upon arriving, Hans soon found Anthony. What's going on here? Hans was taken aback. Several fellow disciples from the Donghua immortal sect explained, we're not sure. Senior brother Lu suddenly froze on the spot. As Hans observed the scene, he knew something peculiar was happening. Chapter 271, Battle within the Realm of Consciousness. Suddenly standing still in one place without any movement, Barrett slowly moved forward, intending to see what was happening. Headmaster Lin, be careful. A disciple noticed Barrett approaching Nelson and hurriedly warned him. However, his warning came a bit too late because as Barrett neared, dozens of sword shadows had already slashed out from Nelson's green cloud sword in an instant. The sword shadow, haha, what's so bad about being a remnant soul? Forcing the upper realm swordsman Nelson to die with me makes it worth it. As he spoke, the remnant soul named Selen charged toward Nelson. Nelson dared not delay, swiftly retaliating. Barrett watched from below, a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected anyone could outmatch Nelson in swordsmanship. No, looking at the situation, it seemed Nelson's divine sense was too weak, preventing him from using his full strength. It looks like it's time to end this. Seeing Nelson's instability, Selen lunged with his sword. Nelson's eyes widened. Damn it, this was bad. Yet just as he was thinking this, he saw a sword light coming his way. Boom. In an instant, this sword light forced Selen back a considerable distance. Who are you? Selen frowned, looking around. This was clearly his consciousness space. How did someone else enter? Master? Nelson was shocked to see Barrett. He hadn't expected his master could come to help him even in such a place. Master? Haha, truly unexpected, Nelson. You've fallen so low as to have a trash like him as your master. Selen laughed, mocking Nelson. Soon, his laughter stopped abruptly as he fled in a panic. Dense sword lights were raining down on him. Now who's the trash? Barrett watched the other side coldly, asking. Selen's expression turned grim. He hadn't anticipated this guy was so powerful. Who are you really? Selen glared at Barrett, asking coldly. If those sword strokes landed on him, he would truly be annihilated. Didn't Nelson say I'm his master? Barrett held a wooden stick, replying to Selen. Selen's face turned ashen. He had assumed this man held some divine weapon, but it turned out to be just a stick from his consciousness space. How strong was he? Master, why are you here? Nelson walked beside Barrett, asking curiously. Just came to see how you were handling things. Didn't expect you'd be standing motionless on Broken Sword Mountain. So, I came in to check. Barrett answered lightly. So, that's it. Nelson was amazed. He hadn't thought his master could enter this space unnoticed. Moreover, Selen, the host, hadn't detected him. So, who exactly is this guy? Barrett asked Nelson while restricting Selen. He's called Selen, an evil cultivator who enjoys killing people, Nelson replied honestly. Ah, just killed tens of thousands of people to refine my treasure sword, Selen sneered. Anyway, after 1,000 years, they will forget this ever happened. Barrett hadn't expected this man to be so wicked. If you're an evil cultivator, I don't need to hold back. As he spoke, Barrett slowly opened his palm, and a ball of fire gradually formed. The scorching heat made Selen's face pale. He wanted to escape but couldn't. If Barrett destroyed this consciousness space, his remnant soul would also shatter. Senior, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I'll do anything for you. Selen knelt, pleading earnestly. Looking at Selen's swift actions, Barrett felt no interest. After all, he didn't believe Selen would be as obedient as Bowie. Better to finish him off. Instantly, flames erupted around Selen. The searing heat quickly consumed him. The intense pain caused Selen to cry out in agony, rolling on the ground. In the end, this is your own doing. Blame yourself, Nelson said coldly. Ironically, he hadn't imagined this place would become Selen's grave. When he first killed Selen in the upper realms, he noticed a wisp of divine sense had escaped. He intended to track it but found the wisp had fled fast, evading capture. Now, it was clear this wisp had escaped to the lower realms. Soon, the cries diminished while the flames grew, burning the entire space. Barrett and Nelson's figures gradually dissolved into light points and vanished. When they regained consciousness, they were back on Broken Sword Mountain. Chapter 272. The danger hasn't passed yet. Barrett nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that there were no issues this time. He was unsure how the rewards from the system would change him, but what surprised him was that after a long while, the system had no reaction at all. What's going on? Is the system malfunctioning? I've clearly brought Nelson out. As he was pondering these thoughts, Nelson suddenly fell to his knees, spitting out blood. His aura was gradually dissipating, and if this continued, Nelson would perish soon. Barrett frowned and swiftly used his own spiritual energy to seal off Nelson's dissipating aura. By now, Nelson had lost consciousness, his face pale, and his breathing extremely weak. This is strange, Barrett muttered, frowning as he took Nelson away from the place. The surrounding disciples naturally dared not say anything more and thought it best to return first. In the Crimson Sun Peak of the vast wasteland immortal sect, Barrett placed Nelson on the bed and began examining his meridians. There seemed to be something peculiar within Nelson's meridians. What happened to Nelson? Jody was shocked upon seeing the situation. Barrett shook his head. I'm not sure. There seems to be something strange in his meridians, barely noticeable. If not for Barrett's formidable strength, it would have been difficult to detect those subtle presences hidden in the meridians. Barely noticeable? Isn't it hard to notice? Jody continued to ask. Barrett nodded. Yes, do you know what it is? The poison of the Feiyun snake. Jody said the name of the object. Poisoned? Barrett was quite surprised. He hadn't heard of such things before. Yes, being poisoned by this will lead to death almost instantly. But looking at Nelson's state, I must have guessed wrong, Jody replied. After all, Nelson wasn't dead yet. It should be the Feiyun snake indeed. Barrett spoke. If not for his swift action in sealing Nelson's aura, he would likely have died already. Jody's eyes widened. Just how strong is Barrett to be able to suppress the Feiyun snake's poison? Tell me about this Feiyun snake. Barrett looked at Jody and asked. The Feiyun snake is a very peculiar beast, highly toxic and good at hiding. What surprises me is that Feiyun snakes should appear in Sangzhou, so why are they here in Zhongzhou? Jody answered truthfully. Barrett stroked his chin and asked further, how do we detoxify? The Feiyun snake itself knows the cure. In other words, to detoxify Nelson, we need to find one. Jody watched Nelson's condition, uncertain if he could hold on until then. Barrett stood up slowly. Can any Feiyun snake work? Yes, but master, please hurry. Given his condition, he may not last long. Jody saw that despite the sealed aura, his condition was worsening. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Barrett turned around and walked out. After a few steps, Ida followed closely behind. I'm coming too. All right. Barrett nodded and quickly left with Ida. Half a day later, they arrived in Sangzhou. Barrett found himself in a city bustling with activity. Unlike other states, Sangzhou was under the control of the imperial court, and every major sect had to report to the court before establishing themselves. Sir, here's your dish. A waiter set Barrett's order on the table. Barrett nodded and asked the waiter, little brother, do you know where Feiyun snakes can be found in Sangzhou? The waiter paused, then shook his head. Sir, I'm just a commoner. How would I know? If you really want to find out, you might want to ask the Demon Suppression Bureau. What's the Demon Suppression Bureau? Barrett was confused and asked the waiter. The waiter smiled. It's a bureau dedicated to slaying beasts. Without them, our city of Wuxia might have been overrun by beasts long ago. Barrett nodded and placed a spirit stone in the waiter's hand. Thank you. No, I should thank you for your generous reward. The waiter gleamed, eyeing the spirit stone. After having some food, Barrett headed towards the Demon Suppression Bureau, scanning the city with his divine sense and finding its location. Surprisingly, there were several people kneeling outside the bureau. Kylie, let's go see the Demon Suppression Bureau. Barrett led Ida over. At the entrance, 4 or 5 people were kneeling and wailing incessantly. Please help us, sir. They kowtowed continuously while crying. Barrett approached a bystander. What's happening? Their family members were taken by beasts, and they're begging the Demon Suppression Bureau for help. This was unexpected for Barrett. Isn't Wuxia City supposed to be safe? Why are people being abducted by beasts? Well, it was safe until recently. Wuxia City has been unstable. People keep disappearing every night, especially children. To pull this off without anyone noticing, it must be beasts. Young man, watch your child closely. If they're taken too, it would be disastrous. The passerby chatted freely, sharing recent events. Barrett smiled. Thank you for the warning. He wasn't worried about Ida being abducted by beasts, knowing her powerful sword intent would take care of any approaching threats. Looking at the closed gates, Barrett felt helpless. Using his divine sense, he discovered no one inside the bureau. Looks like I'll have to come back tomorrow. Nelson could only last another half-month at most. If the Feiyun snake isn't found, it'll be troublesome. Let's return to the inn and rest. Barrett knew there was nothing he could do for now. Better to regroup and try again later. Chapter 273. The Oddities Within the Demon Office. Ida nodded and followed Barrett as he left the place. Upon returning to the tavern, Barrett observed the darkening sky outside without much intention of doing anything further that evening. Although there were some cultivators in the city, they were vastly outnumbered by ordinary humans. His gaze shifted towards the nearby demon office, wondering if this so-called office could have any information on the whereabouts of the Feiyun snake. As time passed, it grew darker. Barrett didn't dwell on it much and simply lay down on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly felt a gust of wind, causing him to open his eyes. Had it been an ordinary breeze, he wouldn't have paid attention, but the air carried a faint aura of a beast. There's actually a beast wandering around the city? Master, this beast cultivation seems quite low, said Ida, sitting next to Barrett. Yeah, it's a wolf demon at the golden core stage, Barrett confirmed with a nod. Do you want me to take care of it? Asked Ida, tilting her head. Barrett chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. No, let's follow it and see what happens. With that, their figures vanished from the room. In no time, they arrived where the wolf had appeared. A golden core howling moon wolf. Normally, such beasts don't attack humans proactively, muttered Barrett, stroking his chin. The howling moon wolves were peculiar creatures. Despite being beasts, they rarely attacked other beings and stayed within their territories. They were also social animals, yet this one was seen alone, which was strange. Observing the calm demeanor of the howling moon wolf before him, Barrett found himself baffled. To his surprise, the wolf's destination turned out to be the demon office. It went in, Ida commented. Yes, let's go check it out, Barrett agreed, stepping inside as well. What struck Barrett as odd was the strange aura permeating the demon office. According to what he'd heard about Wuxia City, this department was meant to slay demons, yet the place exuded a strong presence of demonic energy, almost like a beast lair. This aura seemed benign during the day but became intensely malevolent at night. Barrett saw something ahead and his face showed a hint of surprise. Up ahead, The howling moon wolf fiercely stared at a statue and launched an attack. The statue emitted an eerie aura and immediately tore the wolf into two halves when it attacked. Defensive wards? Barret walked closer. These wards were unusually sinister. Though different from the celestial demon's aura, it bore a similar essence, leading Barret to wonder aloud. Could it be that the celestial demons control the city? Standing before the statue, it suddenly attacked him, but the force posed no threat to Barret, who effortlessly shattered it. Among the rubble, he found a finger, the source of the earlier aura. He examined the finger, his expression grave, then stored it in his spatial ring. This is indeed peculiar. Deciding to investigate further, he sensed more such auras in the surroundings. Barret's chi spread rapidly, transforming into flames that destroyed the hidden statues around them. In just a few moments, all the statues were shattered, revealing fragmented limbs that formed a single corpse when put together. The sight made Barret grimace. Is this the work of a villainous cultivator? Ida asked, looking up at Barret after seeing the body. I'm not sure, but this demon office certainly is strange. Perhaps a thorough investigation is needed, Barret replied, expanding his divine sense. Instantly, he surveyed the entire area, finding nothing unusual except for a hidden basement beneath. To his surprise, even with his heightened divine sense, he couldn't discern what lay within the basement. Determined to explore, Barret led Ida to the entrance and opened it. The pungent smell of blood made him frown. What a heavy scent of blood, he muttered, waving his hand to disperse the odor and ventured downward. The underground passage was short, but the scene below resembled a living hell filled with decaying corpses. Suddenly, an attack came at him, but it was too weak to penetrate his defenses. I didn't expect someone would intrude here, the attacker growled coldly. Barret faced a black-cloaked figure whose aura was decidedly abnormal, definitely not a common cultivator. A villainous cultivator, Barret stated calmly, watching the figure retreat. So what if you know? Do you think you can escape? The black-cloaked figure sneered and attacked again. All to no avail. Seeing this, the attacker's face darkened and he lunged at Ida instead. You've chosen the wrong target, Barret sighed. As soon as he spoke, a streak of sword light flashed, severing the attacker's arm. Chapter 274, Heading to Xianxia. The intense pain made the Edge's eyes reveal a look of shock. He had thought this little girl was a breakthrough point, but never expected her strength to be so formidable. Sword spirit. The Edge quickly realized that the girl wasn't human but a sword spirit. You've realized it too late. Barret spoke calmly and walked towards him. Senior, spare my life, spare my life. The Edge knew his current situation left no room for escape. Thus, he directly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Looking at the kneeling Edge, Barret said coldly, You've harmed so many people. Do you really think I'll let you go? These people were not harmed by me. The Edge hurriedly explained. Do you expect me to believe that? Barret stared at him. With such a heavy aura of evil surrounding him, how could he not be responsible? Senior, please believe me. At this moment, why would I still lie? Besides, I've only been here for a short while. How could I have done this? If you don't believe me, you can search my soul. To save his life, the Edge actually planned to lower his defenses, allowing Barret to search his soul. Barret frowned. What happened here? Not quite clear. I admit I am an evil cultivator, but my purpose in coming here was to steal some secret techniques from the Demon Control Office. At that time, I discovered an underground passage here, so I came down to check, but then I couldn't get back up. Since the demonic energy and bloody atmosphere here are very suitable for my cultivation, I stayed here practicing, while also hoping someone might come down, so I could leave from here. The Edge explained hastily, seeming genuinely sincere. So when we first met, what did you mean by those words? Barret continued questioning. I thought Senior was from the Demon Control Office, so I said it like that. Barret rubbed his forehead, wondering how searching for Feiyun's snake led him into this mess. Do you know where the Demon Control Office personnel went? Barret asked again. Since they weren't here, perhaps he should proactively search for clues. I know. They left secretly from Wuxia City not long ago, apparently heading to Xianxia. Because Xianxia is hundreds of miles north of Wuxia City, and the demon beast they aimed to kill was extremely powerful, they won't return anytime soon. That's why I dared to come in at this time. The Edge answered honestly. Barret stroked his chin, pondering for a while before striking the Edge with one palm. His consciousness vanished instantly, and his cultivation started dissipating. Though I plan to keep you alive, it's best if your cultivation dissipates. Barret looked at the unconscious Edge, then turned away. Going to Xianxia? Ida stood beside Barret, smiling. Barret nodded, yes, to Xianxia. Without hesitation, he headed straight for Xianxia. Moments later, Barret sensed waves of fighting emanating from a peak ahead, using his divine sense to investigate. At Xianxia, 5 cultivators were struggling against a demon beast. Their cultivation reached the transforming god realm, a rank that qualified them as sect elders elsewhere. However, Barret was surprised to find they faced a mid-stage ascension realm mountain-shaking bear. Its defense and destructive power were astonishing, and despite their attacks, hardly any damage was inflicted. It seems they're doomed, Barret muttered, observing their hopeless struggle. Although all 5 were at the transforming god stage, ranging from early to mid-stage, such a team attempting to handle a mid-stage ascension realm mountain-shaking bear was unrealistic. Should we help them? Ida was ready, awaiting Barret's command. Barret shook his head. Not yet, let's watch. Recalling the peculiarities of the Demon Control Office, he decided it was better to wait until they faltered. As the 5 cultivators continued attacking, Barret grew more puzzled. Knowing their attacks were ineffective, why persist? Just then, Barret noticed the leader holding a small bottle, which he threw at the bear. Upon impact, a black aura formed a hand, binding the bear tightly. This aura matched the demonic energy Barret sensed earlier at the Demon Control Office. Clearly, these people had secrets. Despite their hidden agenda being irrelevant to him, finding Feiyun Snake was his priority. To actually subdue the mountain-shaking bear. The cultivators looked astonished at the bear now lying motionless. Who? They sensed an approaching presence, becoming alert. No need to be tense, I'm not here to attack, Barrett said calmly, revealing a gentle smile as he approached. Checking Barrett's cultivation, they furrowed their brows. Only at chi condensation level 3, accompanied by a girl lacking spiritual energy, this duo seemed strange. How dare you come to Xianxia with such cultivation? Creed, the lead cultivator, stared coldly at Barrett. Barrett replied, since the demon control office people are here, of course, I have to come once. Exchanging glances, they understood. It was about them. Chapter 275, the whereabouts of the flying cloud snake. What do you want? Alex stared at Barrett. Could it be that all their actions were noticed by this person? Nothing much, I just came to ask you about something. Do you know anything about the flying cloud snake? Barrett looked at Alec and asked. Hearing the 3 words, flying cloud snake, they exchanged glances. Go away, we have no interest in wasting time with you. If you don't leave now, you'll die under our blades. Alex snorted coldly. Though he didn't know how this young man knew about the flying cloud snake, he wasn't in the mood to chat. Barrett had naturally seen their actions earlier. If everything went as expected, these 5 people should know where the flying cloud snake was. I think we can still have a proper conversation. Barrett spoke up. However, the moment he finished speaking, a long blade appeared at his neck. This wasn't a threat. They genuinely wanted to kill him. But because there was a faint aura of spiritual energy around Barrett, their weapons couldn't penetrate this defense. You guys are part of the Demon Control Bureau, yet you would attack others? Barrett was somewhat surprised. It seemed the Demon Control Bureau was different from what he had imagined. Alex snorted coldly. Who exactly are you? I just came to inquire about the flying cloud snake. There's no need for violence, and I'm not interested in your business. Barrett sighed and told Alec. Unfortunately, these people ignored what Barrett said, and instead all 5 of them attacked simultaneously. And the one they first attacked wasn't Barrett, but Ida. Kylie, leave them alive. Barrett knew that once Ida started fighting, it would be hard to stop her, so he needed to remind her. Ida nodded, quickly raised her hand, and several beams of sword light flashed, seriously injuring all the attacking cultivators. Their wounds carried powerful sword intent, meaning if they used their spiritual energy while injured, their wounds would worsen. How is this possible? Alec knelt on the ground, shocked. He never imagined that this person could be so terrifying. Now, can we talk about the flying cloud snake? Barrett looked at Alec sternly. Alec gritted his teeth. Though he knew it was a secret, if he didn't speak, he might die today. The Tianlu Mountain. We saw traces of the flying cloud snake there before. Alec spat out these words through gritted teeth. Barrett nodded approvingly. Why didn't you say that earlier? After saying that, Barrett vanished from their sight. Watching Barrett suddenly disappear, Alec felt very uneasy. Let's hurry back and report this matter to the superior. The word Darun, adult, in this context, should be translated as superior to maintain the meaning and fluency in English. Alec stuffed the corpse of the mountain-shaking bear into a spatial ring and left quickly. Leader, is it necessary to do this? The Tianlu Mountain is extremely dangerous. Any demon beast there is almost at the late-stage feathered transformation realm. No matter how strong he is, he can't resist those demon beasts. Besides, that flying cloud snake is at the late-stage ascension realm, almost half a step into the imperial realm. Can he possibly disrupt the adult's plan? Alec's colleague struggled to stand and spoke to him. You fools know nothing. Follow my orders. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Alec gritted his teeth, scolding them as he left. Meanwhile, Barrett realized he didn't know where Tianlu Mountain was after leaving Longtu Mountain. It seems like this is a bit troublesome. Barrett sighed helplessly. Now he only knew the flying cloud snake was in Tianlu Mountain, but didn't know how to get there. He had to go back and ask them again. Thinking this, Barrett turned around and headed back toward Longtu Mountain. However, when Barrett tried to sense their presence, he discovered something unexpected. Those people were all dead. Barrett soon arrived at the scene of the corpses. These people lay on the ground without any visible wounds, but their bodies were gradually rotting. How strange, they were fine just a moment ago. How could they all be dead now? Ida observed the corpses on the ground, puzzled. Barrett remained silent. These people weren't killed by demon beasts. When he scanned their location, he searched the entire Longtu Mountain. Other than him and Ida, only those Demon Control Bureau people were present. If not by demon beasts or other people, there was only one possibility. They likely had some sort of restriction on them. It seems I need to find someone else to ask. Barrett waved his hand and took all their spatial rings. Initially intending to investigate the contents of the spatial rings, he unexpectedly found them empty. How strange. Why are they empty? Barrett frowned. Reasonably speaking, even if they hadn't brought anything else, the corpse of the mountain-shaking bear should still be stored inside. But all the rings were empty, which was incomprehensible. Should we continue investigating? Ida asked. Barrett shook his head. No, this has nothing to do with us. Let's return and rest. Though Barrett, at his realm, didn't need rest, mortals did. To find out where Tianlu Mountain was, he could only wait until daytime. So Barrett took Ida back to Wuxia City. Upon returning to the inn, they sensed something amiss. What a dense aura. It's similar to that of extraterrestrial demons. Ida, looking out the window at the sudden burst of black aura in the distance, remarked with surprise. Barrett also noticed the situation outside. That black aura was indeed similar to the devilish aura of extraterrestrial demons, though weaker. Roar. In an instant, a massive demon beast appeared in everyone's view. The mountain-shaking bear? Barrett gazed at the beast with a surprised expression. This mountain-shaking bear wasn't the same one from Longtu Mountain? Why was it in Wuxia City? Moreover, its aura was quite peculiar. Even its realm had risen to early-stage ascension realm. Such a significant increase was puzzling. Hashtag chapter 276, a familiar aura. It seems we should deal with it first before anything else. Although Barrett didn't know what was happening, he had a gut feeling that this creature was no ordinary being. Boom. The violent tremor instantly destroyed the nearby buildings. Many cultivators were alarmed and flew directly toward the commotion. Ida stood at a distance, staring at the mountain-shaking bear. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful sword chi. The sword chi was incredibly formidable. Even before the cultivators arrived at the battlefield, they felt an extremely terrifying aura. In that instant, the mountain-shaking bear was cleanly sliced into two by the sword chi. Barrett thought this was the end, but to his surprise, the severed bear began to regenerate within a few breaths. How could this be? Shock appeared on Barrett's face. He knew Ida's sword chi better than anyone. That strike should have annihilated the mountain-shaking bear. The fact that it survived was likely due to the ominous aura surrounding it. Strange, it didn't die, Ida remarked, clearly surprised. A flame appeared in Barrett's palm. Since we can't kill it, let's burn it to ashes. He hurled the small fireball towards the mountain-shaking bear. The flames engulfed the bear within the blink of an eye, rapidly consuming it. Moments later, the bear was completely incinerated by the true dragon fire. Seeing that the bear couldn't regenerate, Barrett finally stopped paying attention. Still, he found it peculiar that the mountain-shaking bear suddenly appeared in Wuxia City, seemingly stronger than before. Moreover, the black aura around it resembled that of the domain outer demons. Could these creatures be behind this? This sudden incident made Barrett contemplate all night until morning when they left the tavern. Little helper, I have a question for you, Barrett called out to a drowsy waiter standing not far away. The waiter hurried over. Sir, what do you need? Do you know where Tianlu Mountain is? Barrett asked. Hearing the name, the waiter stared at Barrett with surprise. You don't know where Tianlu Mountain is? After all, Tianlu Mountain was the most famous place in Xianxia, reputedly home to several Emperor Realm powerhouses. If I knew, I wouldn't ask, Barrett chuckled. The waiter replied, Tianlu Mountain is west of Wuxia City. Follow the main road, and if ordinary people like us were to go there, it would take about half a month. Thank you. Barrett took out a spirit stone and placed it in front of the waiter before turning to leave. At the western gate of Wuxia City, as Barrett was leaving, he glanced at the nearby destroyed buildings. That area was the location of the Demon Affairs Bureau, which puzzled Barrett even more. Could it be that there was a secret hidden there, hence the need to destroy it quickly? No matter, none of this was his concern. He came here solely to find the Feiyun snake to treat Nelson. Leaving Wuxia City, Barrett proceeded toward Tianlu Mountain at his fastest speed. With his cultivation level, it only took a short while before he arrived at the next city. Huizhong City, located closest to Tianlu Mountain, was bustling with many cultivators. Surprised by the uniform attire of the cultivators around him, Barrett wondered if they were all headed to Tianlu Mountain. Master, that must be Tianlu Mountain. He pointed to a towering peak in the distance. Barrett gazed ahead. That should indeed be Tianlu Mountain. The aura emanating from there was intense. If the officials from the Demon Affairs Bureau weren't lying, he should be able to find the Feiyun snake soon. We can't waste any time. Let's head straight there, Barrett said as he approached the city gate. Exiting the city, Barrett noticed even more cultivators heading toward one place, Tianlu Mountain. Without hesitation, Barrett led Ida deeper into the Tianlu Mountains. This vast range housed exceptionally strong beasts. An average cultivator might easily perish inside, but Barrett had nothing to fear. Expanding his divine sense, he began searching swiftly in the vicinity. His divine sense covered the entire Tianlu Mountain, leaving nothing hidden. Soon, Barrett sensed an unusual aura. In a certain cave, he discovered a snake coiled inside, apparently severely injured. There were also multiple restrictions set up. If not for his powerful divine sense, it would have been hard to detect. Looks like we've found the Feiyun snake, Barrett remarked as he rushed over. Within moments, Barrett stood at the entrance of the cave. Just as he was about to enter, a massive figure lunged at him with its mouth wide open. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to kill you, Barrett effortlessly dodged the attack and explained. Coming here and saying you're not here to kill me? What a joke. The Feiyun snake glared at Barrett, filled with killing intent. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead, Barrett said coolly. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, the pressure of an Emperor Realm cultivator paralyzing the Feiyun snake, making it shudder uncontrollably. Now it understood Barrett wasn't joking. Had he intended to kill it earlier, it would already be dead. You're not here to kill me, so are you here to help me? The Feiyun snake asked, eyeing Barrett with its large eyes. If you're willing to answer some questions, helping you isn't difficult. Hands clasped behind his back, Barrett addressed the Feiyun snake. A mere beast receiving help from an Emperor Realm powerhouse? This is quite rare. Let's hear what you have to say. How does one cure Feiyun snake venom? Barrett fixed his gaze on the Feiyun snake and asked, Feiyun snake venom? No wonder you're here. Simple. Just drink a drop of our Feiyun snake clan's blood, and it will be cured. As it spoke, a drop of blood floated out from its forehead, hovering before Barrett. Chapter 277. Encircling the flying cloud serpent. Seeing that droplet of blood, Barrett felt a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as they had this, Nelson could be saved. Now that you have it, how do you plan to help me next? The flying cloud serpent seemed to grow weaker due to the loss of its blood. Although its cultivation was at half-step Emperor Realm, in this condition, even a few early-stage Ascension Realm cultivators might be able to kill it. How about coming with me? Barrett suggested with a smile. I can heal your injuries and ensure you don't suffer from these people's attacks. Barrett thought that if he could bring this half-step Emperor beast back to Central Plains and make it the guardian of the sect, it would be an excellent choice. Upon hearing Barrett's words, the flying cloud serpent was evidently stunned. Don't you know the role of my kind? The flying cloud serpent stared at Barrett. The flying cloud serpent looked at the approaching cultivators and spoke to Barrett. A hint of a smile appeared on Barrett's face. They are not worth my time. I've never seen such a brash young man before. An ascended cultivator watched Barrett with sternness in his tone. Barrett didn't respond but turned his gaze towards Ida. She immediately understood his intent and instantly emitted a formidable sword intent. Under this pressure, the surrounding ascended cultivators hesitated, some even stepping back several paces, revealing apprehensive looks in their eyes, clearly beyond their expectations. How interesting. So you have a sword spirit by your side. One of the Emperor Realm cultivators remarked, eyeing Barrett intensely. If he killed Barrett, the weapon would be ownerless. Dunk, don't be impulsive. This sword spirit isn't simple, the elder beside him advised, his eyes dark and sinister, warning Dunk. Dunk grinned, saying, Faulkner, just a sword spirit? Even if it has skills, does it think it can defeat me? With that, Dunk charged forward, wielding a spear, aiming directly at Barrett rather than Ida. After all, killing Barrett would resolve everything. Barrett didn't move, merely watching Dunk approach. It seems you only possess this level of strength. Barrett spoke nonchalantly. You're courting death. Dunk coldly snorted, thrusting his spear sharply at Barrett. However, before it could land, he sensed a wave of sword chi heading towards him, bringing an extremely terrifying feeling. He quickly retreated, avoiding the attack, but saw no reaction from Barrett. Why should I stop it? Do you think this can harm us? Kylie, don't play anymore. Release your restrictions, Barrett commanded. Dealing with two emperors was no easy task, especially when Ida had limitations on her. Ida nodded, slowly releasing her constraints. Boom. In an instant, the sky filled with crisscrossing sword chi, destroying the surrounding trees. The flying cloud serpent, witnessing this, was utterly astounded. Chapter 278. No way to escape. What kind of monster is this? The means Ida had just demonstrated were already shocking enough. However, what was shown was not her true strength. Just how powerful is this sword spirit? Dunk felt a formidable sword intent and instinctively covered himself with spiritual energy, forming a protective shield around his body. Faulkner, are you ready yet? Dunk felt he might not be able to hold on any longer. If this continued, he would probably die here. Already ready. Faulkner slowly opened his eyes, and the aura emanating from him became terrifying. A 6-star emperor? Feeling his aura, Barrett was quite astonished. He thought this guy would bring some surprises, but it turned out that he only enhanced his strength. Next, let me see what you're truly capable of. With that, Faulkner swiftly rushed toward Ida. Bang! Faulkner threw a punch, meeting Ida's sword chi without retreating an inch. Barrett was surprised. He expected Faulkner to cast some spells, but instead, he engaged in close combat. Barrett noticed that the bloody aura around them was becoming denser, forming a mist. So this was your plan, to use this mist to confuse us, Barrett said upon seeing the situation. Now it's too late to realize that. Dunk's voice came from behind Barrett, and he held a spear, stabbing directly down. Boom. Dunk didn't understand why he was bounced back by an incredibly strong force despite clearly hitting Barrett. Are you also an Emperor Realm expert? Dunk frowned, recalling that this guy was merely at the 3rd stage of chi cultivation, essentially garbage. It seemed this fellow was concealing his cultivation. Looks like you're really stupid. Which chi stage cultivator can control a sword spirit? And which one could watch calmly in such a scene? Barrett turned to look at Dunk, speaking calmly. While Ida and Faulkner fought fiercely, Barrett remained calm and showed no fear. As for Feiyun Snake, it felt Barrett was absolutely a monster. Could his cultivation have reached the 9-star Emperor level? At this moment, Faulkner suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking very uncomfortable. He didn't expect that with his current strength, he still couldn't deal with the sword spirit. Let's go. Faulkner knew the situation was against them, and they must leave as soon as possible. Feiyun Snake is right here. Should we just give up? Dunk didn't want to let the duck slip away when it was right before their mouths. But Faulkner's tone was very grim. Do you think Feiyun Snake is more important than our lives? Dunk gritted his teeth. Despite being unwilling, he quickly left the place. Seeing them trying to escape, Barrett slowly raised his hand. A tremendous pressure fixed them in place, immobilizing them. Do you think I'll let you go just like that? Barrett's voice came from behind Dunk, causing Faulkner and company to draw in a sharp breath. How is this possible? Both of their cultivation levels were high, yet they were so easily restrained. Are you a 9-star emperor? Faulkner asked Barrett, realizing the implications. Not exactly. Barrett replied slowly. His cultivation had long surpassed the Emperor realm, so saying he wasn't a 9-star emperor was accurate. But Faulkner and others clearly didn't believe it, since only a 9-star emperor could restrain them. Senior, we never intended to be your enemy. If you spare us, we'll give you everything we carry. Faulkner knew the only way out was to admit defeat. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how they'd die. Hearing this, Barrett grinned. Do you think if I killed you, I couldn't get your belongings? This left Faulkner and the others speechless, unsure of how to respond. Kylie, finish it. Barrett turned to look at Ida not far away. Ida struck with force, and the two bodies instantly shattered into pieces under invisible sword chi. Seeing two Emperor Realm cultivators fall like this, Feiyun Snake, who was watching nearby, was shocked. So, do you think I have the strength to protect you now? Barrett turned to ask Feiyun Snake. Feiyun Snake snapped back to reality, replying, yes. Just as Barrett moved earlier, Feiyun Snake felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure, even stronger than a 9-star emperor's, meaning Barrett was indeed terrifying. Since that's the case, come with us. Barrett looked at Feiyun Snake and said so. Feiyun Snake nodded, alright, wait a moment while I retrieve my things. Saying that, Feiyun Snake twisted its massive body and quickly entered the cave. Soon, it came out, transformed into human form wearing green robes. Holding several bags, it handed them to Barrett. Consider these as protection fees. Barrett looked helpless. How did this become protection fees? But when he opened the bags, his expression changed with surprise. The bags contained numerous heavenly treasures and a large piece of snake skin. This is my shed skin. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator finds it hard to break through. If combined with rare treasures, even a 5-star emperor may not penetrate its defense. Feiyun Snake explained to Barrett. These good items, don't you want to keep them yourself? I'm a beast. Do you think these things are useful to me? Barrett nodded, acknowledging the point. Speaking of which, how many of your Feiyun snake clan remain? Barrett asked. Since Nelson was poisoned by a Feiyun snake in Zhongzhou, there must be one there. To be honest, I might be the last one in all of the 9 provinces. Feiyun snake sighed, explaining to Barrett. Just you alone? That's strange. Barrett rubbed his chin, puzzled. If only this one existed, how did Nelson get poisoned? Note, in subsequent chapters, further context will likely clarify Nelson's poisoning mystery. Chapter 279, Joining the Team. Yes. Griffin spoke up, whenever any of our kind appears before the world's eyes, we will inevitably be hunted down. I consider myself lucky to have encountered your help. Otherwise, the Griffin clan would have been completely wiped out. If that's the case, then why did Griffin poison appear in Central Prefecture? Barrett lifted his head and looked at Griffin, asking. Griffin lowered his head, as if pondering something. Could it be that guy? Griffin muttered to himself. What are you saying? Barrett asked. I once gave a sample of my venom to a cultivator. In the past, I traded with him. I needed healing medicine from him, and he wanted my Griffin venom. But that was over a month ago. Griffin paused suddenly while explaining, then a cold expression appeared on his face. It seems that my location was exposed, probably because of that guy. Griffin gritted his teeth, looking very unwilling. Although many people knew there was a Griffin in Xianxia, no one knew exactly where. But recently, he had almost been searched everywhere. If it hadn't been for an accident during his tribulation crossing, he would have left long ago. Who is that person? Barrett continued to ask. Griffin shook his head. I don't know. That guy's aura is peculiar, making it impossible for me to sense him clearly. Forget it. Let's discuss this later. First, let's conceal your aura. Barrett saw Griffin's condition. Although he had transformed into human form, he was far less skilled than Jody. The beast aura around Griffin was too intense. Anyone could feel this creature was a transformed monster. I wish I could, but my injuries are too severe to suppress my aura. Griffin sighed, telling Barrett. Barrett waved his hand, taking out a pill and placing it in front of him. Is this a soul return pill? Griffin stared at the pill in shock and asked Barrett. Barrett nodded. Yes, this should be enough for your injuries to recover. Griffin drew in a breath sharply. Such a precious pill. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Expensive? It's just a small thing with little effect. Saying that, Barrett threw the soul return pill to Griffin. This item was a reward from the life-death secret realm, so it wasn't too valuable. Griffin stared at the pill in his hand and eventually took it. Soon, he felt his injuries gradually healing. Looks like he needs some time to fully recover. Let's rest here for a while. Barrett sat down and told Ida. Ida, looking towards a distant spot, said, Master, I plan to play a bit. Barrett smiled and nodded. Don't go crazy. Okay, Ida grinned broadly and ran off. Seeing her like this, Barrett chuckled helplessly. It seemed the monsters of Tianlu Mountain were in for trouble. At the same time, in the mayor's residence in Huizhong City, a cultivator gazed at the broken spirit tablet before him, his expression turning grim. Faulkner and Dunk are both dead? They were sent by higher-ups to deal with Griffin. If they were dead, did that mean Griffin had killed them all? But that shouldn't be possible since Griffin hadn't reached the Emperor realm. How could he kill Faulkner and Dunk? Then someone else must have killed them? But who had such power to kill those two? It looks like I can only use secret arts. The man murmured to himself, then closed his eyes, concentrating his aura into the broken spirit tablet. In Tianlu Mountain, looking at these things, knew the beasts here had suffered greatly. Alright, let's go back. With that, Barrett flew off. Ida kept up easily, but Griffin struggled. Even with full effort, he could barely keep pace with Barrett. Even so, Barrett had deliberately slowed down. At full speed, Griffin would have lost sight of him long ago. Their speed was swift, leaving Tianlu Mountain in no time. Barrett didn't stop in Huizhong City, but chose to leave Zhongzhou directly. Do we intend to leave Zhongzhou? Griffin asked, noticing the direction. Barrett nodded. Yes, I have important matters to attend to. If not for accommodating Griffin's speed, he would have already left Zhongzhou. However, shortly after, Barrett noticed a figure waiting for them ahead. Hashtag chapter 280. The arrival of the 9-star Great Emperor. 9-star Great Emperor? Barrett looked at the figure opposite him and quickly assessed the man's strength. It truly surprises me. I thought capturing the flying cloud snake would be easy, but unexpectedly, you turned out to be an exception, the elderly man said with a stern gaze. Be careful, he's not an ordinary opponent, the flying cloud snake warned Barrett. Although the Rodney did not emit any aura, the mere presence of what was revealed already instilled fear in the snake. Kylie, take these items and leave Zhongzhou with them. Barrett handed over the previously obtained heavenly treasures and the flying cloud snake's blood to Ida. Ida pocketed them and nodded, saying, Alright, come back soon. With that, Ida left with the flying cloud snake. Take care of yourself, the flying cloud snake cautioned, though it didn't know Barrett's true strength. Wanna run? I allowed you to leave? The Rodney snorted coldly, ready to strike. But suddenly, Barrett appeared right before him, grabbing his hand. Let's talk this through, shall we? Barrett said with a smile, looking directly at the Rodney. Taken aback by Barrett's sudden appearance, the Rodney clearly hesitated. Who are you? The Rodney frowned deeply as he looked at the man in front of him. Barrett of the Great Desolate Immortal Sect, Barrett answered straightforwardly. Barrett of the Great Desolate Immortal Sect? Hearing this name, the Rodney's expression turned grim. The name of the Great Desolate Immortal Sect had spread across the 9 provinces, so how could he not know about it? Moreover, he had heard of Barrett's deeds, how the leader of Soul Capture Sect had been easily slain by Barrett, and how his disciple had achieved remarkable success at the Ascension Dragon meeting. That meant Barrett's cultivation was on par with his own, both being 9-star Great Emperors. What do you want? The Rodney asked, his eyes icy cold. If 2 9-star Great Emperors were to fight, Zhongzhou would likely be destroyed. This isn't about what I want. It's about what you all want. After all, from the start, it was you who have been obstructing me. Barrett stared at the Rodney as he spoke. Humph, if that's the case, perhaps we can discuss a cooperation? The Rodney snorted coldly, with no intention of continuing the attack. A cooperation? I don't see the need for that. After all, collaborating with you is bound to bring nothing good. Barrett's tone remained calm. Do you want to die? A chilling aura suddenly burst from the Rodney's body. To Barrett's surprise, this aura contained genuine heavenly demon chi, not just a semblance of it. Originally, I had no intention of attacking you, but this heavenly demon chi from your body is really starting to irritate me. Barrett frowned and said coldly, your sword spirit has already left. Do you think you can do anything to me in this unarmed state? The Rodney sneered as a bloody-colored aura instantly enveloped Barrett. This aura could devour the enemy's spiritual energy and cultivation, requiring great effort even to break free. Don't assume I'm merely a sword cultivator. At that moment, a flame suddenly rose, instantly dispelling the bloody-colored aura. I'll give you one chance. Tell me, what is your connection to the domain exterior heavenly demons? And where is that domain exterior heavenly demon located? If you tell me, I might spare your life. His goal was solely the domain exterior heavenly demons. Others did not concern him. What domain exterior heavenly demon? This Rodney has never heard of such a thing. The Rodney snorted, a bolt of lightning in his palm, striking toward Barrett. But before he could complete his move, Barrett had already seized his wrist. The black aura within this lightning. Isn't that the same heavenly demon chi of the domain exterior heavenly demons? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, easily fooled? Barrett stared at the Rodney, questioning him. This is the supreme power bestowed upon me by His Majesty, not some domain exterior heavenly demon. The Rodney replied coldly. The Emperor of Xianxia? Barrett frowned. Could it be that this person had been possessed by the domain external heavenly demons? It seems Xianxia is indeed going to change. With a strong force, Barrett dissipated the lightning in the Rodney's hand. The Rodney was astonished. How could the lightning in his hand dissipate so easily? Do you even have a proper cultivator in Xianxia? Even a 9-star great emperor like you is a heretic. Barrett looked at the Rodney coldly. The Rodney frowned. Indeed, he was a heretic, but those he cultivated were all condemned people, prisoners locked away. What level of cultivation are you? The Rodney asked with a chilly gaze. This man was more terrifying than he thought, dispersing his cultivation in an instant. Such power was beyond even a 9-star great emperor. What my cultivation level is isn't something you can understand. Take me to meet your so-called emperor. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Barrett stared at the Rodney, speaking firmly, though he didn't wish to waste time. If the man wouldn't cooperate, he didn't mind removing this threat for the people. Since you're asking for death, I'll oblige you. Follow me. After saying this, the Rodney turned and left. While unsure of Barrett's true intentions, he knew the man would likely die upon meeting the emperor. Seeing the Rodney leave so readily, Barrett followed, despite his curiosity. One domain exterior heavenly demon controlling Xianxia's dynasty. If this continued, all of Xianxia might become their territory. By then, eliminating them all would be impossible. Both men possessed extremely high levels of cultivation, so reaching the palace took only moments. Xianxia, Tianlong City. This city was the most prosperous because the ruler of Xianxia resided here. Barrett had no interest in the splendor of Tianlong City. Instead, he followed the Rodney straight to the palace. Surprisingly, there were many powerful figures inside the palace, and a peculiar restriction was set up. Upon entering, the Rodney's 9-star great emperor cultivation was instantly suppressed, reducing him to an ordinary mortal.